The little boy is a silly young master who only knows how to eat, and because he only knows how to eat, his wealthy parents did not abandon him after bringing back their real daughter. While the parents were still thinking about how to persuade their real daughter to accept him, the little boy who liked the pretty sister had already taken the initiative. "Sister, you look really good. Can we sleep together tonight?" Tao Chu Chu reacted, her little face turning red. Shouldn't he hold a grudge against me for taking his position as a rich kid? What is with that silly, innocent smile? Tao's father and mother chuckled and quietly went to the garden, leaving the two to develop their relationship. "Big sister, try this. It's my favorite beef jerky." Faced with her enthusiastic new little brother, Tao Chu Chu felt a bit at a loss. She hesitated for too long, and Xiao Fan's expectant eyes became watery. If she hesitated any longer, he would really start to cry. She tentatively picked up a piece of beef jerky and put it in her mouth, and sure enough, her brother's eyes suddenly brightened. What a cute little beast. She quickly suppressed her terrible thoughts. This must be her brother's sweet trap. There must be some conspiracy behind it. Xiao Fan happily stuffed the whole plate of beef jerky into his sister's hands, then turned around to rummage through his snack stash. Since his sister ate the beef jerky, the remaining snacks would all be his. He silently gave a thumbs up to his clever self. Tao Chu Chu looked at the iron plate in her hand that had been dented by her brother, and cold sweat immediately flowed down her back. Sure enough, her brother was not an ordinary person. He was trying to intimidate her, meaning he would crush the plate if she didn't eat. Xiao Fan sneezed and suddenly remembered that he had broken the plate out of nervousness. He quietly peeked out to look at his sister and saw that she was fine. He thought she probably hadn't noticed, so he buried his head back into a bag of chips and started munching away. Tao Chu Chu felt tense. Just now, her brother had weirdly peeked at her, and the crunching sound, was he eating a person? Just as Tao Chu Chu's thoughts were racing, Xiao Fan came out eating potato chips, looked at her sister in surprise, and then went to the kitchen. He hasn't eaten anything for 3 minutes and is about to starve. After realizing it was potato chips, Tao Chu Chu gave herself a big slap in the face in her mind. Waking up a bit, this is not a mission. This is her family. Looking at the joyful and lively Tao family, Tao Chu Chu sighed. Perhaps the captain was right. She should return to a normal life. At this moment, a delivery person was bringing something to the door, and the voice of butler Zhang could be heard outside. Xiao Fan, who was bored, also followed Tao's father out. However, just as Tao's father was about 2 meters away from the delivery person, he was stopped by the delivery person, who wouldn't let him approach the package. Where did this dirty thing come from? If dad touches even a tiny bit of it, he won't be able to get out of bed for half a month. Tao Huang hurriedly came out of the house. She knew her brother had always been a bit eccentric since childhood, and since he was so serious this time, there must be a big problem. Xiao Fan didn't answer, snatched the item from the delivery guy's hand, and turned back into the house. Tao Huang sent the courier away and returned to the room to ask, "How is Xiao Fan?" "It's a small problem. It was completely ruined at the moment of contact, but he felt his hands were not clean, so he asked his sister to spray alcohol all over his little hands." In the distance, an old Taoist priest spat out a mouthful of old blood and collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Xiao Fan opened the delivery box, and a piece of paper floated out of the bag and fell to the ground. Tao Huang took a look and understood everything. His eyes instantly turned cold. The Wang family really had the audacity to use such lowly means to harm his father. "Xiao Fan, is what's on the bag true?" Tao's father said, with barely concealed anger in his brows. Xiao Fan nodded, reassuring his father that he could easily handle the opponent's mediocre skills. After all, he was a gourmet, and if he didn't have this level of ability, he might as well not eat. 4 people walked into the house, and Tao's mother was sitting in the living room watching TV. Still unaware of everything outside, Xiao Fan and Dad worked together to push the older sister out, signaling her to explain to Tao's mother. Tao Chu Chu looked helpless as she was pulled aside by Xiao Fan. "Sister, let's escape quickly. It won't be good if we get hurt later." Xiao Fan crouched timidly at the entrance of the dining room, while Tao's father quietly prepared to go upstairs. Suddenly, a scream from Tao Huang was heard, and when they looked over in surprise, Tao Huang was being pulled by the ear by Tao's mother. "What if you let your brother deal with the dirty things and he gets hurt? You can just let that delivery go. Xiao Fan and her husband can come over to me." The 3 of them stood in front of Tao's mother, huddled together like quails. Mother Tao sat on the sofa, gently stroking Tao Chu Chu's head. "Xiao Mo, don't learn from your dad and sister who are always so out of tune." "Mom, that stuff is a piece of cake for me," Xiao Fan interjected. Mother Tao rolled her eyes dramatically. "Xiao Fan, copy the family rules 3 times and submit them after dinner. You 2 will be on a vegetarian diet for 10 days. The 3 of them instantly put on painful masks. Tao Chu Chu was a bit confused. Was the first day really this eventful? "Madam, the meal is ready. Do you think we can serve it?" Thanks to Zhang Ma, Xiao Fan was already at the dining table, blinking his big eyes at Mother Tao, sighing inwardly. "Tao Mu can only temporarily let these 3 people go. this trick really works every time. Father Tao secretly gave Zhang Ma a thumbs up, and Xiao Fan has been eating whatever he can catch since he was little, never eating on time. The hospital doesn't even know how many times he has been in, leaving a lasting shadow on Mother Tao. Father Tao intercepted Xiao Fan's chopsticks. Xiao Fan, you can't eat from this side. This is your sister's area. Xiao Fan pouted, you didn't make it clear beforehand that I couldn't eat, so you can't blame me. At the dining table, Tao Chu Chu paused, staring in shock as her brother finished a bowl of mixed rice in 3 seconds. Don't worry, Xiao Ma, Xiao Fan won't attack this side. Father Tao cheerfully picked up a chicken wing and placed it in Tao Chu Chu's bowl. It's so complicated to divide areas at the dining table. Tao Chu Chu felt a bit confused. The pain of Xiao Fan being punished to copy books had been completely cured by the delicious food. Xiao Mo, we will announce your return at the banquet tomorrow. Are you willing? Tao's father and mother looked hopeful, asking Tao Chu Chu for her willingness. Tao Chu Chu felt a wave of emotion. It turned out that her parents' love was so warm. As she shifted her gaze, she met Xiao Fan's bright and piercing eyes, and the little bit of emotion in her heart vanished. Could it be that her brother was finally going to take action against him? At the banquet, the embarrassing words from everyone made him feel uncomfortable. Then his brother turned dark and attacked him, so he angrily left and continued to wander the world. Tao Chu Chu came back to her senses, and Tao's father waved his hand in surprise, trying to wake her up. Caught daydreaming, Tao Chu Chu smiled awkwardly. My sister is smiling so happily. She must have agreed. Alright, Dad, hurry up and eat. Xiao Fan has been staring at the chicken leg in your bowl for a long time. As she spoke, Tao Huang stuffed meat into his mouth frantically. Tao's father suddenly jolted, grabbing the chicken leg and taking big bites. The wind swept away the clouds, and Tao's mother elegantly wiped her mouth. Xiao Mo, tomorrow I'll take you and Xiao Fan to see how the dress fitting goes. Xiao Fan doesn't like shopping, but he likes the pastries from that store. Implicitly agreeing to tomorrow's schedule, Tao Chu Chu got up and saw Xiao Fan walking outside the main door, taking out a pen to doodle. Tao Chu Chu was stunned. The golden light in her brother's hand was so obvious. Couldn't the family see it? Xiao Mo, let your brother do it. The master said Xiao Fan is a person with real skills. Tao's father happily massaged Tao's mother's shoulders, trying to eliminate the punishment for not eating meat. Little brother, what are you drawing? Tao Huang couldn't understand his brother's masterpiece. Xiao Fan didn't want to talk to people he didn't know, especially since he was drawing himself, an ancient fierce beast, guarding the door, vanquishing evil without being invaded. He has a feeling that this won't be the last time, and being prepared is the key. After finishing the painting, he prepared to go back to his room to sleep. Before going upstairs, he took several glances at Tao Chu Chu. After all, looking at a beauty before sleep helps with sleep. Tao Chu Chu was stunned. With my brother looking at me like this, is he really planning to take action against me tomorrow? The next day, in the custom dress shop, Xiao Fan gulped down 3 bottles of soda in quick succession. Still not satisfied, he asked the store manager for a few more bottles of soda and some egg yolk pastries. The manager was somewhat speechless. This was a custom dress shop, not a restaurant. However, considering that the Tao family was a top-tier member, he agreed. Xiao Fan was very pleased with the egg yolk pastries and could spend some time with his mother. Madam, would you like some tea? The salesperson said, pouring tea from a teapot into Tao's mother's cup. Xiao Fan's bored expression suddenly changed. He snatched the cup from his mother's hand and smashed it on the ground, instantly dissipating the dark steam rising from the spilled tea. The sudden movement caused the store manager and sales staff to let out piercing screams, and Tao's mother barely maintained her composure, believing that Xiao Fan must have a reason for doing this. Xiao Fan pointed directly at the store staff without hesitation. Who gave you that tea? I don't know what tea it is, but hitting someone is against the law, the female salesperson said, her voice trembling. Something was added to the tea. Hurry up and tell me. Xiao Fan was a bit anxious. If they didn't find the culprit quickly, the taste would dissipate, and she wouldn't be able to catch the person. Seeing that she still wouldn't speak, Xiao Fan began to sweat with anxiety. I'm here to ask. Trust me. Soon. Tao Chu Chu arrived just in time. Great. Xiao Fan decisively handed the person over to Sister Xiao Mo. Interrogating people is always something that requires a lot of brainpower, and it's something my older sister has always done. Now that we have little sister Mo, there's even less need to think hard about it. The female salesperson explained that the tea was given by her boyfriend, who said it was high-quality pour, and she thought of using it to please the customers. But unexpectedly, something went wrong. Taomu did not show any panic on her face and quietly told Xiao Fan not to act rashly and to wait for the elder sister to come. Xiao Fan obediently nodded and turned to go to the bathroom. As she passed by Tao Chu Chu, she quietly mouthed 3 words, I'm counting on you. Tao Chu Chu was speechless. This little brat really wanted to get him into trouble. Tao Rui went out of the store and advanced like a small beast sniffing the smell, walking a section and sniffing it, unknowingly arriving in a residential neighborhood 2 kilometers away from the dress store. Orchid Garden? Tao Ruizi cocked her head at the name of the neighborhood. It seemed like she had seen it somewhere, but couldn't recall. The flavor is strongest here. How is she going to blend in? Glancing left and right, she saw the fruit store under the neighborhood, dawdled over and ordered several kinds of fruit, paid the bill, and squatted in front of the store to start eating. Had she known to wait for her brother to arrive? She couldn't think of anything to do but just hit the door. Yeah, this baby of yours has really good teeth. You've eaten all the apple cores. The fruit store owner's wife was watching from the sidelines. This baby has a really good appetite. Auntie, do you know how to get into the neighborhood? Yo, to look for relatives. Fortunately you ran into Aunt Me. Aunt and security familiar. I help you say. You do not say. This neighborhood security can be very strict. I heard that there are especially rich people live. Auntie generally took Tao Rui into the door. While nagging, rich people are really strange. Do not live in a villa or something. Come to the neighborhood to do what? Go ahead wah. Thanks big brother. Tao Rui just ate sakya, without spitting out the core, and was brought into the neighborhood by Auntie. Wow, great Auntie Sago. Meanwhile, a tall cleaning staff in the neighborhood looked at Tao Ruizi strangely for a few moments and quietly said into his headset, Chief, this girl is a bit strange. Should we keep an eye on her? Staring. Are you a mosquito spirit? The focus of you do not look at. Look at other people's little girl is beautiful you stare A gluttonous little waif you care? Being captain sprayed an ear of wine gang, aggrieved but he does not say. It is not afraid of mischief. After the disgust gluttonous little waif Tao Rui ate all the fruits he had just bought. He slipped past the smell, and grandly followed the big mom who came back from buying food into the doorway of the 7th building. Ding dong, the elevator doors opened. Eek yak, Tao Rui covered her nose in disgust. The smell, the stench, almost pouted over. Knock. Who? Hello, take out. The moment the door opened, Tao Rui kicked the other party, startling the other people in the room to pour out, holding a 90-centimeter long cold knife in their hands and slashing directly at her. A palm breaks a blade. Tao Rui rewarded each man with a slap, and when it was over, the ground was full of groaning tall men. Such a vicious rune formation destroyed. Is it you guys who want to harm my family? Tao Rui's hands flashed with golden light, constantly repelling the eroding black chi, and against the rune array drawn on the ground with vermilion sand and yellow talisman, a foot went up and directly destroyed it cleanly. Put, came the sound of spitting blood from inside the room. Tao Rui probed to see. Yo, it turns out that the outside is a fighter. Inside is the mainit, a stinky old man. The body of the Taoist clothing is quite like the old Taoist in Yuntai Mountain. Old man, dead yet? Tao Rui took his foot to poke the Taoist priest who fell to the ground and didn't move after vomiting blood. Seeing no reaction, she did not care, looked up and looked around. A room full of evil spells. Could not figure out what in the world has to do with these 2 days. Forget it, destroy it first, so as not to harm others. Stop. A tall man in police clothing rushed in, the same captain who had just sprayed Wang Gang's ear. It's too late. The little Tao Tai destroys something at a speed that can't be stopped by a single word. Chief, the house has been destroyed to the bone, and there's no evil aura left at all. Wang Gang quietly. I'm Xian Chang, head of a group of action teams from the relevant processing department. Put down your weapon and come back to the station with us to explain. Xian Chang and the team members behind him, all of them had numb faces. Who would have thought that a girl so young could stab the crime den they had been staring at for a month? Looking at the law enforcement licensed Tao Ruizi, brain blank. She stabbed No, I won't go with you guys. You are bad guys. How to do? Tao resigned to hold his head squatting in place quietly send a message to her brother. Is a very headache to deal with the dress store things. Tao Fong received the message. Want to hit the old sister's head of the impulse are there. Tao Chu Chu, who is calming Tao's mother's anger, seconded. Boss by nose. Chief, he wants you to answer the video call. Wang Gang handed over the cell phone. Shen Chang was helpless, and stiffly clicked on the call. A handsome face appeared on the screen. Bring someone back. Don't be difficult. Show me the surroundings of the house. This voice, Tao Rui snapped his head up. It seemed like the voice of the White Zephyr Emperor standing up to reach Shen Chang's cell phone screen. To show her. Tao Rui only had time to see the side of the face on the screen before Shen Chang pressed his head down. Stop it. Boss White told us not to make things difficult for you, so don't make trouble. Tao Rui quietly recalled the way he had just looked at it. The side eyes have a tear mole. The Emperor does not have a tear mole. Few long exhale. Scared to death. She thought it was the Emperor who had descended to Earth. Just simply voice and look similar. Before she was kicked down by Pixie and the others, she had eaten all the heavenly treasures and delicacies that she could and couldn't eat in the Emperor's hall. The Emperor found out would not be able to put her skinned and cramped into the 18 layers of hell of the undead volcano boiled for 700 or 800 years. Close the line. Little girl, come with us. Tao Ruizi looked at the Unusual Phenomena Management Bureau written on the police officer's license, lowered her head and cooperated, and obediently got into the car. Chapter 6. Actually really Emperor Ah. Why hasn't her brother come to pick her up yet? If she can't make it back in time for the party tonight, Mom will probably be so angry that she'll only let her have 2 meals a day. Tao Ruizi was brought to the interrogation room, has been fidgeting, look anxious to the side of a female police officer noticed. Little girl, are you trying to use the restroom? It's okay, I'll just accompany you. Awkwardly rejecting the enthusiastic female police officer, who was still strangely nice. Comrade, when can I leave? Tao Ruyue, poor weak innocent. JPG. Here we go ah. I'm Field Enforcement Team Leader Xian Chang. This is Vice Leader Wang Gang. Xian Chang was sitting face to face with Tao Rui with a stack of files in his hand. Why did you go there today? And why did you beat up the people at the scene as well as vandalize the scene? Xian Chang stared tightly at Tao Ruizi, his aura compelling. Otherwise you can't fish it out. Hey, you little girl with me, silence is gold this set, is it? Okay, then I'll spend time with you. Xian Chang was furious and slapped the table. Tao Rui curiously raised her eyes to look at him for several times. She just smelled the Xuanwu's bloodline breath on this captain. So calm and steady Xuanwu, who didn't see to say a word for hundreds of years, actually had such a grumpy offspring. What the emperor said back then was really true. The world is a big place. Kata. The door was pushed open, and Tao Ruizi raised her eyes. Ah, someone help. Help. Tao Rui stood up and backed up in a row in shock, kicking the chair, flying up and smashing it against the back wall of the interrogation room, shattering it to pieces. Vocal. How could it really be the Emperor Ah? The person has come to the front. If she can't recognize it, it would be a waste of the many times she has been punished in the divine realm. How could the White Zephyr Emperor appear in the mortal world? Dead. Oh matriarch, you will never see her, your favorite little Tao Tai, ever again. Ah, T to the power of T. Brother Ah, when you arrive remember to sprinkle her ashes on the sweet and sour pork ah. She has not eaten this dish for a long time recently. 555. Bai Zhe. Has he ever been so scary that he scared the little girl he just met to the point of hiding in a corner and shivering? Xian Chang, tell Zhou Wunyang to come in and help calm people down. Bai Zhe helplessly held his forehead, picking his seat a little farther away from Tao Rui to sit down. Boss Bai, you're actually scaring people even when you're not showing a prototype to collect your aura. Oh, Zhou Wunyang walked in with a delicate smile. Little sister, don't be afraid. Oh, sister, and these people are not bad people, just looking for you to understand the situation. Won't do anything. Zhou Wunyang squatted next to Tao Rui and pulled out a lollipop in an attempt to ease the other party's mood. I did not expect to pull out the moment the lollipop in the hands of the lollipop disappeared. The heart shocked. This little girl out of the peeling sugar paper into the mouth of a series of action is also too fast and too skillful. Right. Eating the lollipop, Tao Rui's emotions were obviously much calmer. And when she quieted down, she figured out one thing. It was impossible for the White Zephyr Emperor not to have noticed her Tao Tai aura, and didn't take immediate action against her, which meant that the White Zephyr Emperor descended to the earth with no memories. In other words, doesn't remember her, doesn't remember. Taking advantage of the effort of looking down to eat the lollipop, Tao Rui deadened the upturned corners of his mouth to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Mom, your boy doesn't have to die. Zhou Wunyang saw that Tao Rui had calmed down and helped her sit down on the new stool. Bai Zhe was about to open his mouth when Wang Gang came in through the door and interrupted him. This girl's brother is here with a lawyer to pick her up. We'll have to let her go. It's not a normal family to find their office. Tao Ruizi carefully passed by Bai Zhe, who was sitting on a stool by the door, and Bai Zhe raised his head breathlessly, just in time to meet the eyes of Tao Ruizi, who was looking down at the road. Tao Ruyue. She felt her heart just stop for a moment. Tao Feng, who was waiting anxiously in the hall of the Unusual Phenomena Administration, saw his sister walking out with the same hand and foot. The heart suddenly felt bad. Little sister like this, go back to the mom, certainly want to pack him. Mr. Tao, your sister still has a lot of things that need to be investigated in cooperation with us, and the investigation can only clear your sister's suspicion, so I hope that you can do a little bit of ideological work when you go back. Zhou Wunyang used her hand to hold up the frame of her glasses and continued. We may butt heads with your sister frequently for a period of time after that, so please understand. Mr. Tao, it's all for the sake of work. Tao Feng's heart is annoyed at what this unlucky child has done in the end, but on the face he smiles like a spring breeze. Should. We must cooperate with the work of the state organs. Tonight is that there are special circumstances at home. Must shed sister to attend. Nuisance comrades, really sorry Carrying the obviously dumbfounded Tao Ruizi to the car and into familiar surroundings, Tao Ruizi relaxed. Brother, you don't know. I'm scared to death. Ha, Tao Feng sneered. You still think about how to go home and mom to explain it. Account for what? I found clues to what was going to happen to my mom. Went along and beat up the guy who was going to do it, and then I got busted by law enforcement crashing the scene and arrested. Tao Rui is collecting snacks from his brother's car, and she's starving in the interrogation room with no food or drink. Tao Feng had a serious look on his face. I've already made good on the matter of the dress store. First attend tonight's banquet, and after it's over we'll discuss the next step together. Nodding, she knew it, tonight was important. In the hotel's exclusive lounge, Tao's mother walked around anxiously. Chu Chua, why do you think your brother and your sister aren't back yet? There won't be an accident. Trunks, no it won't. She thinks it's her who's going to be in trouble. Having never spent time with her parents, she had already felt how heavy the love of her mom and dad was in just 2 days. Mom, I'm back with resignation. Mom, I'm back from ghosting. Tao Feng and Tao Rui came in from the doorway at the same time. Ghosting? You still know you are out ghosting? Go back at night and then clean you up. Hurry up and go change clothes. Tao mother pushed and yelled and brought Tao resignation to the dressing room. Looking at Tao Chu in front of him, Tao Feng's eyes were appreciative, worthy of being a member of our old Tao family. Beautiful. I don't know how many gentlemen fell for my good sister tonight. Tugging at the very present special emerald necklace around her neck, Tao Chu glanced back at her brother with tired eyes. Dress up mini games she is playing today to vomit. Howdy howdy, the feast is about to begin. Are you all ready? Suited and booted Tao's father walked in, his voice booming. A man in his 40s maintained as well as a handsome young man in his early 30s. The years had only added to his mature charisma. Okay, let's go. Tao's mother came out of the dressing room, wearing a full set of Australian white pearl jewelry, and reached out her hand to gracefully take Tao's father's arm, walking out the door in a graceful manner. Chapter 7. I swallow a ceramic plate without blinking. Tao Ruizi really hated banquets. The reason was simple. In order to maintain the Tao family's image outside, she promised Tao's father and mother not to eat at the banquet, because when she ate she was out of control, and it was easy to create the misunderstanding of thinking that the Taoist family was mistreating her. That's why she usually eats her fill before the party starts before attending. But today things were sudden, and she was pulled into the banquet scene before she could eat and get full. Tao Chu looked at her sister in bitter hatred staring at the banquet buffet table, the heart unconsciously flooded with anticipation. Is to poison her? Gentlemen, please allow me to take up a bit of your time to grandly introduce you to the return of my Tao family's eldest daughter, Tao Chu. The spotlight shone on Tao Chu wearing a haute couture gown at the right time, the emerald necklace around her neck emitting a dazzling luster, competing with the sparkling fishtail dress on her body. While that emerald of hers, it's the one that the anonymous buyer spent $100 million bidding on at the Kyoto auction a while ago, right? So it's what the Tao family prepared for their eldest daughter. You said how the Tao family suddenly came up with an elder daughter. And where did the original one, Tao Rui, come from? Isn't that the kind of thing that comes and goes in the mansion circle? Maybe it's one of the wild bastards born from a mistress kept outside. It can't be. The Tao family couple is known to be in love. Harm. This you do not know it. I heard our Tao family youngest daughter is the year Mrs. Tao embraced the wrong, is a wild child to come. The real 1,000 gold is the eldest daughter who just got back. There was an uproar. Really? The Tao family is so generous that they continue to raise all those who are not their own? Who knows? People are nice. I don't know where I found my daughter, but I don't know where I found her, so I'm not sure if she'll become a phoenix. Tao Chu's ear is too strong. The group of noble ladies and celebrities discussion words she heard all, raised her eyes to find Tao Ruizi's figure. Tao Rui was right near the group of people who were passionately discussing gossip. Her eyes narrowed and she only felt raucous. They're still so fond of self-righteousness, and they're noisier than the long talkers in hell. The palm of his hand gently turned. The small black dots flew out and did not enter their bodies. Tao Ruizi smiled happily and gently walked behind them. Happy talking, guys? Scared them like birds flying apart. There are a few high heels also stepped on their own dress twisted to the foot fell to the ground. Tao Rui see this hurriedly ducked to the side, laughing backwards and forwards. Mrs. Tao, is this the way your family treats guests? The voice of the woman wearing a light purple 1,000-bird check suit, who was about in her 30s, was shrill and red in the face with anger. What's wrong? Is Mrs. Wang having a bad day? Tao mother walked over slowly with small steps and glanced at Tao Rui who was still smiling. Resignation. How did you offend Mrs. Wang? They said that my sister is a wild seed. Come and go. I just returned the favor to gently scare them. They fell down on their own. It's none of my business. Tao Jiqi justified. Finished also hid behind Tao mother to give Mrs. Wang a middle finger. Tao Chu, who had taken everything in, reasonably suspected that it was her good sister who had just cast a spell on them. Tao Rui turned around and continued to stare at the buffet table as Tao Chu stared at her sister for a long time. Suddenly, she was shocked to realize that she had been the one who had envisioned everything in a preconceived manner all along. Her sister, Tao Ruizi, never seemed to have released any malice towards her, and had just defended her. From the beginning, her sister's attention had been mostly on the food, and the highly intelligent true-false millennial struggle situation she'd envisioned hadn't come to pass, and she'd misread it. Tao Rui's world was simple in a way she hadn't been exposed to before. She were two very different flowers irrigated by different fertilizers. Is accepting her family and living together really that hard for her to adjust to? Touching the emerald necklace around her neck, a faint guilt rushed through her. Tao Chu decided to give herself a chance to enter the world. She quickly walked over and shielded Tao Mother and Tao Rui behind her. Mrs. Wang spoke out against me. Is it simply gossip, or do you want to target both Rui and I? Or has she long been displeased with the Tao family and wants to smear the Tao family? Oh, I can't believe I didn't know that the Wang family had such thoughts about us. Why don't I return the land license of the previous City West Mall to Mr. Wang? Tao's father walked over to him in a dignified manner and gently dropped a bombshell. Mrs. Wang's face turned white, and she forced herself to round up the situation. I'm just kidding. Mr. Tao, Mrs. Tao, today it's me, the eighth wife, who talked too much. I'll punish myself with 3 cups later. To make amends to the two Miss Tao, Tao Chu took 2 steps forward, leaned over and said coldly in Mrs. Wang's ear, your son may not be your own son yet. Mrs. Wang, why don't you go home and check it out? Mind your own business before coming to talk about others. Shocked out of a cold sweat, Mrs. Wang was in a state of shock, pointing at Tao Chu and yelling, your bull ting me. Go back and look it up, won't you know? Tao Chu gently blew her fingers. What a coincidence. She happened to know something about their Wang family. She didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. With the furious annoying spirit gone, Tao Chu felt that the air at the scene had become fresher. Turning her head around, she looked for Tao Chu, wanting to say something to her. Wait a minute, that? Tao Chu's sharp eyes noticed that her sister followed the cleaning staff who handled the leftover food. Her feet floating, her eyes dull. This is not right. Associated with Resignation's obsession with food, she suddenly thought of a terrible possibility and busied herself with finding Tao's mother. Mom, how long does it take for Resignation to go without food? Tao Mother was shocked for a moment, quickly calmed down. Chu, you noticed generally there is no fixed time. 2 or 3 hours without food maybe. 2 or 3 hours? Tao's mother realized with a jolt that something was wrong, and her voice splintered in shock. Quickly, find your brother, and together we'll find Rhetoric quickly. Tao's father stayed behind to control the scene, and the rest of Tao's family hurriedly split up to look for Tao Ruizi. Tao Chu walked back to the place where she had just found Tao Rui, and realized that she couldn't see anyone else, so she could only try to run over to where the back kitchen disposed of the garbage. As expected, it's really here. When Tao Chu arrived, Tao Rui had already grabbed a cake saucer and stuffed it into his mouth, and when he heard her shout, he even turned back to look at her. Then Tao Chu watched as her tiny, delicate sister swallowed a cake plate with a dopey expression. Vocal, how does a white porcelain plate that round get swallowed whole? No, it's how can you swallow ceramics? Tao Chu inwardly screamed madly, quickly stepped forward and grabbed Tao Rui and shook. Rui, where is it uncomfortable? Quickly spit it out and spit it out. A hint of red flashed in Tao Rui's eyes. The ferocity was ruthlessly suppressed by her, her voice hoarse as she answered her sister's question. I'm fine, I'm so hungry. Can you eat a plate when you're so hungry? Tao Feng also rushed over at this time, hastily stabilized the vaguely collapsing big sister, and then stuffed the pancake in his hand into his little sister's mouth. Chu, you calm down. We have experience in this situation. Right now it's most important to let Resignation eat first. Tao Chu immediately calmed down. I'll go get the food. Tao Chu used her fastest speed to haul a whole cart of food over. Tao Rui had already been pressed by her brother to sit on a small bench. When the cart of food came by, his eyes lit up in misery, and he pounced on the tiger, grabbing 2 large pig's feet and shoving them into his mouth with a wail. Tao Chu just stood aside and watched her sister, eating anxious bones or not spit. Will be past less than 5 minutes. A cart food, in addition to the plate dish, slag are not left. With a numb face, he poked Tao Feng. Resignation, is it really general? Tao Feng calmly unbuttoned his collar button, with a face like you really haven't seen the world, squinting at Tao Chu. Let's go. I've greeted Mom and Dad. The rest of the socializing they'll just take care of it. Let's take Gigi home. The doctor is already waiting at home. Picked up eat something obviously stayed normal more Tao Rui, toward the direction of the parking lot. Out of the 2 steps, Tao Feng turned back, with an unknown meaning to look at Tao Chu smile. Soon, you will be in advance to experience the difficulty of parenthood. Tao Chu was laughed at by Tao Feng to the point that goosebumps rose, and quickly stepped over Tao Feng, still not quick to go. Resignation obviously hasn't returned to normal yet. Chapter 8. Not calling my brother by his full name makes me very angry. Drip dash. The doctor packed up the instruments and took the test report and handed it to Tao Feng. Comprehensive testing is complete. Everything is normal in resignation. The tone of voice, with the middle finger lifted the gold glasses. The voice suddenly became grumpy. Tao Feng, you. Resignation, what the situation you grew up do not know. You still do not pay attention to the big night out of this situation to catch me to check. I'm just in the goddess of my goddess state. Tao Feng smiled and handed the report to Tao Chu Chu, dodging a flying kick from the frenzied doctor in the process. Introducing, my hair, Du Ruan, a genius doctor, debauched and uninhibited, self-proclaimed resignation supernumerary second brother, with a disgusted look, casually call him, Du, even if it's to give face. Young master, the meal is ready. Let Miss Resignation come and eat quickly. Zhang Ma knocked on the door with a bit of worry on her face. Shu Tao Jiqi, who had been obediently lying on the bed, heard the sound of Zhang Ma's voice opening the meal, and with the speed of running out of the stump, went to the dining table to take his place, and obediently took the chopsticks and waited for Zhang Ma to serve the food. The only people left in the room were three adults who disliked each other. Tao Chu Chu suddenly understood the importance of the family doctor in the mansion. On her sister's practice of eating everything into her stomach like this, not worthy of a doctor on call, the family heart cannot stand. Tao Feng, what's going on with resignation? Since I'm already her sister, I have the right to know clearly about her physical condition. Tao Feng frowned irritably when he heard this title. Call brother. Tao Chu Chu, called a fart, take care of his sister cannot take care of. It is better for her to come. Having a sister who was just a bigger eater, obedient and a little bit capable. She felt beautiful. Sister Chu Chu, if you expect Tao Feng, this smiling fox, to talk to you, it would be better if I did. Du Ruan took off his white coat and lazily sat on the sofa still with one leg hanging down. Then you say it. Tao Chu Chu relaxed once she knew resignation was fine. Pouring herself a glass of red wine and leaning against the window with a red wineglass swaying in her hand, the wind from the small balcony blew up the curtains, and Tao Chu Chu under the night was like a dark queen, beautiful, charming and dangerous, and as Du Ruan looked on, his heart inexplicably rippled a little, fixed his mind, heart secretly laughed at himself. His best friend's sister he actually also started to think about. Really empty window too long. Since the childhood of resignation cannot control their own craving for food, the stomach is also like a bottomless pit. Give as much as eat as much. Never say full. Take her to do how many tests are said to be normal. Have done the examination of the doctor are rooted in the world's big nothing strange. Resignation grows up with a much stronger will, has been able to control their own behavior. So it has been a long time since there has been a too hungry hunger for food situation. When I was young and hungry what was at hand were stuffed into my mouth. I remember that resignation was 5 years old that year once ate a small flashlight into it. Scared Aunt Tao fainted on the spot, but fortunately in time to be Tao Feng grabbed the flashlight and pulled it out. It's laughable to say the least. The Tao family, which is famous in the north, is actually starving its own daughter at such an important banquet. Tao Feng spread the word that the male circle is going to laugh you to death as a brother. Tao Feng smiled warmly and softly. If word gets out, you'll carry your head. Tao Chu Chu sips a mouthful of red wine in her glass. Her tone soft. I've seen xenophagia, but resignation is obviously not. The X-ray scan report did not see the ceramic plate she ate into. Resignation digested in a short period of time? Sister, brother advise you not to look at resignation with normal people situation. Resignation has some ability that not normal people have. You should also feel it. Du Ruan patted his pants and stood up. I'll go back first. Find me again if you need me. I won't get involved in the rest of your family affairs. There were two people left, Tao Feng and Tao Chu Chu. Wang family, what do you and father plan to do? Tao Feng glanced at her in surprise. I didn't think you would ask about this. My good sister, according to the information I can understand. Sister, you were living in Kyoto before, right? In recent years the rise of the Dark Horse Choose group behind the real helmsman. The sphere of influence actually also to Guangdong province? A small Wang family is also looking at it? Tao Chu Chu put the wine glass down with amusement and sat down opposite Tao Feng. Isn't it just angry that I called you by your first name? Speaking so eerily to squeeze people. I don't know what will happen when resignation hears it. Even though our sibling relationship has just begun, and it's only been a few days, and I didn't intend to hide it from you. I just didn't realize that you'd found out what father hadn't. Father has a guilty conscience towards you. A lot of things he won't check to find out. But after all, it's a member who is going to join our family, whether it's a human being or a ghost. Being a big brother always needs to know. Tao Feng picked up the wine glass and handed it to Tao Chu Chu, and also poured a glass for himself. I apologize. Old sister, you don't rest assured. Brother don't know what you have experienced before, and now burdened with what? As far as I know the extent of your age from nothing to have such achievements, such experience. 8 only more and less bitter. No one will force you to tell your secret. and no one will dig it out against your will. In the future, you will have mom and dad, you will have your resignation, and you will have your brother to keep you company. Family is whether joy or storm, will be accompanied by the side. Tao Feng's left hand held a cup and touched Tao Chuchu's wine glass. His right hand gently touched the top of her head. He is really heartbroken by this sister. Resignation was well protected by the family since childhood. Uninitiated, simple and happy. Every day only think about how to eat. But this sister, eyes through the world of vicissitudes cannot be hidden. Tao Chuchu understood Tao Feng's meaning beyond his words, pursed her lips, touched Tao Feng's wine glass back, tilted her head and drank before gently saying, "Brother, I know, I have a family." Tao Feng saw her drink and then took the glass away. "How long has it been since you became an adult? Drink less. Turn around and let mom and dad see it and not say anything about you. Let's go. Go down and see what kind of food resignation has become." Tao Chuchu turned around handsomely and headed downstairs. What else can happen? Zhang Ma has been worked out to the level of producing a 3-course meal in 10 minutes. Tao Feng didn't feel good when he thought about this. Resignation eats without distinguishing between enemy and friend. Zhang Ma couldn't keep up with the speed of cooking before, and he often had one meal at home, and relied on going out to eat his fill. Chuchu stood behind the resignation of the eyes cannot hide the confusion. She momentarily a little confused whether she has not yet begun to eat, or finished eating. The table was as clean as if it had come out of the dishwasher with all the dishes, saucepans, and rice bowls, all the utensils that held the meals, glowing white. Zhang Ma came out of the kitchen with a calm face to clean up the dishes. Oh, Tao Chuchu understood. It was eaten. Wash up. Her good sister is back to normal. Meanwhile, in the office of the Director of the Administration of Irregularities, boss by. Tomorrow I'll bring Wang Gang to the door to find Tao Ruizi to ask about the situation. I've been following this case for a few months now, and I'm about to catch the bait. And when she screws it up like this, I really can't sleep. Shen Chang walked around, getting angrier and angrier as he talked. Bai Zai, so you couldn't sleep so you came to his office to keep him up too, right? Chapter 9, a white zephyr gets shut out. Bai Zai rubbed his brow and raised his hand for Shen Chang to sit down before he spoke. As far as your current mood is concerned, are you sure you're going door to door tomorrow to chat with someone's little girl to find out what's going on and not to go door to door to get into a fight? I'll go with Wu Nyang. Shen Chang stood up violently. Bai Zai look over, can only obediently sit down peacefully, condescendingly spoke. Then I'll take Wang Gang at the station and they will turn over what clues there are again, and then look at the scene to see what's missing. After holding back, he didn't hold back. But, boss, you didn't do anything today. Tao Rui is so afraid of you. Are you sure you can ask anything tomorrow? Bai Zai. He remembered that he was known for his gentleness and patience, right? Tomorrow he would be careful to keep his aura and pressure in check. He didn't believe that little Tao Tai was so afraid of him. Forget it, why don't you bring some good food to the door again? Omega. The morning breeze was cool, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees as it rolled into the house and ruffled the hair strands of those lying in bed. Tao Rui closed his eyes dreaming beautifully, dreaming all the big pig elbow cassoulet chicken spicy hot pot taro mud crispy duck that he ate yesterday. His nose shrugged, and immediately a carp jumped up. Mrs. Zhen, are we having sesame sauce egg noodles and lasagna beef cake today? Quickly finishing washing up, Tao Rui, who had a head of fried hair, had already appeared in front of the dining table. From the outside of the morning jogging boxing and back Tao Chu just happened to see the resignation from the stairs to leap down the scene. Very good. It seems that yesterday morning resignation to eat breakfast well behaved and reserved is the result of exercise control over. Resignation will go to school with your sister after breakfast. Mother Tao took the soy milk poured by Father Tao and took a taste. Tao Chu, what? Why did she go to school? She's got a B.A. in finance and a B.A. in political science from John's University, a top institution. At age 15. Oh, she forgot to mention that. Mom, I shouldn't have to go to college with resignation. The situation is like this. She hadn't even finished her sentence when she saw the housekeeper, Uncle Zhang, walk up and respectfully say, Sir, ma'am, we have a visitor at the door, saying it's the director and secretary of the Unusual Phenomena Authority. Tao Rui looked up from her rice bowl, the little radar of danger in her head ticking frantically. Tao's father and mother looked at each other and silently sighed. 90% of them were door-to-door complainers. The two men personally greeted them at the door. And you two are? Bai Zai's lips rippled with a smile. I had heard that the Tao family couple is incredibly loving. Your wife is really elegant. And Mr. Tao is really a match made in heaven. Wu Nyang, Boss White is here. And he's here with his all-knowing mind-reading skills. Tao's father, who usually likes to listen to other people praise his wife, was all smiles at once. Aya, really ha ha ha. Good to say. How to address the two White Zephyr's length is already very handsome, and now adds mildness. The end of the party gentlemen. See the Tao father is very like. I'm disturbing Mr. Tao's family. I'm Bai Zhe, the director of the Unusual Phenomena Administration. This is my administrative assistant, Zhou Wunyang. The main reason for bothering me at the door today is that I want to learn more about the crime scene with your precious daughter, Tao Rui. Zhou Wunyang added in time. This is a lot of delicious food prepared by our director for resignation, little sister. A small token of appreciation, please accept. Tao mother saw Zhou Wunyang hand that a sack of food. Sweating belongs to is. Who's a good man who packs his food in a sack? Keep the food and leave the rest. Tao Rui flashed to take the sack away from Wunyang's hand, ducked back into the house on the way and also packed breakfast upstairs. Bang dash, the super loud slamming of the door was heard by Tao's father, Tao's mother, Bai Zhe, and the others who were at the entrance of the courtyard. Tao Chu Chu? Why does resignation seem to be afraid of this person? Unusual Phenomena Management Bureau, in Kyoto or belong to ZF High Level can only know the power. Actually attitude so good. The director personally door to door. It seems like resignation is involved in a lot of things. Mr. Tao, Mrs. Tao, why don't you let us go in first? Sit down and chat slowly? Wunyang maintained her generous and decent smile, and in her heart, she was already laughing like crazy. Ha 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 ha. Boss White, he finally had a day where he ate a closed door. Rhetoric girl, Sego, woohoo. Bai Zhe was finally able to land on the Tao family's tea table. Tao's father has been washing tea and brewing tea since, and a set of actions down the line of clouds and flowing water. Bai Zhe was full of praise. Mr. Tao's hand of tea brewing kung fu. Bai Zhe is ashamed to be inferior to Tao father is the more he looks at this young man the more he likes. Well, pick up a teacup to sip tea. Appearance is also very square and courteous, modest gentleman. It should not be a complaint to come. Director Bai is joking. Our resignation is still young and rude in hospitality. Please be generous to you too. Just call me Shirazawa. Where's the word? Resignation, little sister is innocent and cute. I like it at first sight. This time I came over with our chief just to chat. Wunyang thought back to the speed at which resignation had just grabbed her sack, and was a bit scared. When they fought head-on, it was estimated that she and Xian Cheng together would not be able to beat them. Mr. Tao, Mrs. Tao, then I'll get to the point. Oh, sorry, almost forgot. I'll introduce you to Director Bai. This is Rhetoric's brother Tao Feng. Rhetoric's sister Chu Chu. Don't mind if we sit down for a piece and listen. Bai Zhe, what is the matter with your family's expression like that of a thief? We found out that recently both you and Mrs. Tao have suffered an attack by an evil creature, but fortunately it was defused by your love Tao Rui in time. The place that your love crashed into unintentionally yesterday is one of the dens of a case that we have been tracking for a long time. Forgive me for not being able to reveal too much about the specific case. Bai Zhe took another sip of tea, and Tao's father promptly added more. What exactly did Director Bai want to say when he came today? Tao Chu Chu played with the teacup in her hand. As you can see, resignation sees you like a mouse sees a cat. Bai Zhe let out a bitter smile. I really didn't do anything to resignation at the station at the time, and I don't understand why I reacted so strongly upon seeing me. Zhou Wunyang was busy putting down her teacup. Really? This I can testify. The director, he just showed up. The resignation sister paper swooshed to the corner. Good point, the picture is there. The four members of the Tao family all helplessly held their foreheads in unison. It really sounded like something that resignation could do. Tao Ruizi is eavesdropping upstairs. In fact, she has already regretted that she just reacted too exaggeratedly. Now the emperor didn't even think of her. She reacted so unusually to attract the emperor's attention. Stimulating him to think of it is not the end. She had to do a little more psychological construction. Took out her tablet and opened the video site. Found a strong your heart, the spirit of victory to make us invulnerable to fire and water. The cover of the cover is wearing presbyopia glasses. Elite teachers. Feeling empowered after watching it. Nice. Click to bookmark it. She's going to study it all night tonight. Bai Zhe put down his teacup, his face showing sincerity. I actually came here today for a couple of things. Firstly, I hope that Rhetoric can temporarily join our investigation team and become a supernumerary to assist us in investigating this case. We are very optimistic about Rhetoric's ability, and we are currently very short of talents like Rhetoric. If Rhetoric joins us, it will definitely give us wings. Chapter 10, Into the Entertainment Industry? Empty ears. Rhetoric, what donut? This is something we have to consult with resignation, not Director Bai. Our family has always been democratic and open-minded, and fully respecting our sons' and daughters' wishes for development is one of the first principles. Tao's mother looked worried, and resignation still has school now. Chu Chu also just came back. Their sisters still need more time together. The corners of Bai Zhe's mouth rose. His handsome smile shook Tao's mother. Mrs. Tao, don't worry. If resignation joins us, the time Miss Chu Chu and resignation spent together should only be long and not short. Some words heard Tao father and mother full of fog. Tao Chu Chu heart surprised. the captain did say that her transfer order would be coming down one of these days, saying that after testing and evaluating her abilities and physical qualities, she met the requirements for membership in a high-ranking secret team. The captain was especially happy for her when he said that in the future she wouldn't have to run those dangerous missions from before, and could slowly return to a normal life. Now that I heard Bai Zhe say that, is it hard to believe that she is transferring to his place? What's in it for you to join? Rhetoric thumped down and sat down next to Trunks, sticking close. Her sister was more forceful, and while she wasn't as scared anymore, she was more at ease near her thighs. Resignation sister paper finally came down. Zhou Wunyang covered her mouth and laughed like a blossom. I thought I wouldn't be able to see your cute and pretty little face if I left today. If you join, 5 insurance and 1 gold. Internship certificate, travel reimbursement, and food is managed. Bai Zhe looked at Tao Rui with a smile. The little gourmand took the bait. You got enough to eat? The 5 members of the Tao family looked at Bai Zhe in unison and were inwardly shocked. There is actually a unit that dares to say this to Resignation. Warrior. With that alone, the Tao family's mom and dad's brother and sister instantly accepted the request made by Bai Zhe. Resignation crazy heart. Is a job with internship certificate A? Also can manage to eat. Excited hands began to shake. Bai Zhe continued. Since Resignation has agreed to become our supernumerary member, I can move on to the next few points. Currently there are very many psychic live broadcasts and urban legends appearing in the media. The circulation is very wide. The audience is mainly aimed at young people. And now there have been several larger incidents of injuries or even deaths due to indulgence in these kinds of things, and the state attaches great importance to it. At the moment, we have found out that the black hand behind the push, and want to harm Mr. Tao Mrs. Tao is the same group of people. This group of people's influence is too wide, buried too deep. We need to find out the truth and capture them as soon as possible. At the same time, in order to purge this bad wind, the relevant departments of the state jointly with the local media to launch a live form of science popularization variety show, invited well-known stars, want to use the star effect to let more young people to break the feudal superstition. I hope that the Resignation can be as a representative of the vegetarians to go on this variety show. 5 big question marks. Tao Feng's brows furrowed fiercely. Are you saying that you want Resignation to enter the entertainment industry? I want a chocolate-flavored donut. Tao Ruyue just happened to be lost in thought when she heard her brother say something about circles. Tao Feng, white eyes are not even lazy to roll. Tao Ruizi, who finally reacted, dully pointed at herself. Me, degree omega degree. White Zephyr nodded. Chu Chu felt very bad. Director Bai, rhetoric itself has some special abilities. On a science program, if her abilities are inadvertently exposed, won't it be a mistake? Moreover, it's time for Resignation to take her final exams, and our family doesn't support her wasting her education. Wait, finals? Academic scum. Tao Rui was frantically heartbroken. I'll go. When? Leaving tomorrow? Bai Zhe's smile did not diminish. Miss Chu Chu, please don't worry. This is a summer vacation program coming up. It takes time to plan and record, and the entire process is guarded by our bureau staff, so there won't be any mess. That's right. Chu Chu Maisie, we're all professionals. You'll know when the time comes. Zhou Wunyang finally interjected. That also can't be. Resignation from a young age in addition to eating on the use of the mind. Other learning what are half a bucket of water. You let her into that big dye stuff tank. On that group of people in front of a set of people after a set of what is the difference between you throw her in and throw the little sheep into the wolves. Tao Feng reacted even more. Bai Zhe almost laughed out loud. This was the first time he had heard someone refer to Tao Tai as a sheep. Tao Rui was very dissatisfied. Brother, I'm a ferocious beast. Do you understand? A ferocious beast. Tao Feng, go. Adults talk. Kids don't interrupt. Tao Chu Chu instead this time calm. In front of this white director dares to put forward. Shows that there is a certainty that let Resignation on this variety show. In that case, might as well take the initiative in their own hands. Fenghua Entertainment Limited is under my name. Director Bai. I'm going to have Resignation sign into Fenghua. Tao Chu Chu, a word of surprise to Tao Father, Tao Mother, Tao Wind. Tao Wind would like to question on the spot out loud, but in a flash of thought on the understanding, or good, signed in the name of their own company. Even if he did not mix the showbiz, also know that the wind in the showbiz industry also has a certain status. There is the wind escort. Those who look at people under the dish of the artist will also be on the Resignation of the good sum. Tao's father obviously understood as well, and tried his best to maintain a calm smile as he looked at Bai Zhe. Director Bai, both matters have been resolved. I don't know if there's more. Bai Zhe did not change his smile. His eyes met Tao's father. For the time being there is no more. Now please sign the confidentiality agreement. After signing, the time is still early. You can invite mass resignation to our bureau to start visit to understand the content of the work, and everyone colleagues to cultivate feelings it. Zhou Wunyang promptly handed over 5 confidentiality agreements. The 4 people with brains in the Tao family looked at the non-disclosure agreement in their hands and gritted their back teeth. It's really a long time in the making. It's just that it's justified, legal and sensible, and it can't be refused, so it's really infuriating. Waiting for Zhou Wunyang to collect the agreement, Bai Zhe stood up, walked over and shook hands with Tao's father to say goodbye. Shaking hands instantly, Tao's father finally afterward felt the young man in front of him on the body of the momentum is not inferior to the older generation of Kyoto. The heart of the heart was still hesitant whether to make the wrong decision, then instantly discard this idea. In any case, he believed that the state would not harm its own people. Chapter 11, The Little Tao's Visit Here. Bai Zhe straightened his clothes and raised his eyes to Tao's father and mother. Mr. Tao, Mrs. Tao, I'm really bothering your family today. Please don't worry. I'll send resignation back before dinner. Tao's mother closely followed up. No, oh, I mean, Director Bai, please be sure to let Rhetoric eat dinner at your bureau before coming back. I won't keep you for lunch. Let Rhetoric experience your bureau's food in its entirety. I think she'll be more able to develop a sense of belonging and integrate into the new collective as early as possible. That's right. If Rhetoric thinks your food is no good, she'll probably go home on her own and not get involved in your clan's dangerous-sounding business. Bai Zhe accidentally heard Tao mother's heart. People are in hand. Such a good labor force he will not easily let go. Resignation on the back of their own snacks school bag. Bumbling followed Bai Zhe out the door. Tao father Tao mother Tao Feng reluctantly at the door to see off. Until Bai Zhe's car disappeared into thin air. Tao Chu Chu. She ran this morning and saw that this is how the mom next door sent her 3-year-old to kindergarten. Before she could study the collection of Strength in Your Heart, the spirit of victory makes us invulnerable to fire and water. She was already fully immersed in the joy of going to a new place to play, and a place that had as many beasts as she did. She cannot hide her ferocious beast status and let herself go la. Bai Zhe seems to have a sense. In the passenger looked back at their own silly joy in the back seat Tao Ruizi, as if receiving what signal Tao Ruizi immediately shrinking his neck to pretend to be dead. Oops. Forgot it was the White Zephyr Emperor's territory. Get out of the car. Resignation sister paper, welcome to be a member of our bureau. Zhou Wunyang pulled the backseat door open. Tao Rui was busy carrying her school bag and got off the car, following Bai Zhe into the door. Wow, this is the Irregular Site Management Bureau. She was arrested directly into the interrogation room when she came back last time, and did not even look at it properly. It turns out that there are 2 miniature stone lions at the entrance. Open, live townhouse lion. Stone Lion 1, brother, there's a newcomer. Stone Lion 2, brother is not blind. Not only are they not blind, but their legs are a bit soft. This newcomer doesn't seem to be a Swiftie. Once the little Taotai entered the door, he touched the east and the west as if he was spreading joy, and the Taotai breath on his body was no longer hidden, pouring out. Not good. Bai Zhe's brow furrowed. This would irritate too many creatures in the bureau with the little Taoya's scent. Roar. Shirazawa was pretty sure that it was the fighting passion of those militants in Operation 1 going to their heads. Tao Ruizi looked at a moment later, a little puzzled. This is still in the gate. How to wear uniforms are beast-shaped. In human society is also so bold? On the administrative post stool at the door registration, 3 female staff members sprouting rabbit ears and tails huddled together shivering, their eyes all red and miserable looking. Zhou Wunyang was fortunate that her bloodline was relatively pure, and she could still barely withstand Tao Rui's Taotai breath at this time when she wasn't a ferocious beast with aggression. Boss Bai, if you still don't do something, your weaker colleagues might be about to pout over, and that group of action team guys underneath are going crazy. Zhou Wunyang was greatly speechless. Boss Bai actually hadn't stopped it in time. White Zephyr helplessly smiled. This is not too sudden, he also could not think of it. This little Taotai seems to live in the human before suffocated hard. Tao resigned after the explanation, hurriedly embarrassed to collect the breath. Did not think there are so many weak beasts. Before leaving the house, her brother explained to her, the first day on the job, to protect themselves under the premise of trying not to offend the boss and colleagues, to make good relations in order to have a meal. White Zephyr led Tao Ruyue into a room and opened the door to enter an elevator room through pupil scanning. As soon as the elevator door opened, the well-behaved Tao Rui's pupils instantly dilated. Boy, this is put in the former god's world that will be all the dishes in her recipe. Tao Rui was still in the same place desperately trying to hold back her harumph when she saw a tall woman walking towards her with enchanting steps. This was the aura of the Tang Snake clan. You're Tao Ruizi? The ferocious beast breath just now was you? Boss Bai, you went to interrogate her. Why did you even bring her back to the station? Shen Chang wouldn't make a scene if he knew. This is the head of the personnel department and deputy head of the second group's operations team, Tang Niao. Bai Zai turned to Tao Ruizi after introducing her. Tang Miao, take Tao Ruizi to go through the entry procedures. She's a supernumerary member I just recruited this morning. Tang Miao was greatly surprised, but had to follow Bai Zai's instructions. Come on, little sister. Tao Rui followed behind Tang Miao, swallowing saliva madly. God, after barbecuing Tang snake meat, do not know how fragrant she had eaten once. That is, the old matriarch went to hunt. The old matriarch loved her, divided half of her to eat. Fragrant, she ate other things in those days do not smell good, causing her to think about it until nowadays. The more he looked at the enchanting walking Tang Miao in front of him, the redder Tao Ruizi's eyes became, and his pupils gradually turned into a line. A horrible sense of crisis rose on Tang Miao's back. Oh my God, how do I feel that I'm being stared at by something horrible? When Bai Zai rushed to the personnel department after noticing that it was bad, he saw that Tao Ruizi had already ridden on Tang Miao, and Tang Miao, who was being fully suppressed, was struggling helplessly under Tao Ruizi, and when he arrived, Tao Ruizi's mouth was about to bite Tang Miao's hand. If he'd been a second late, he might have lost an employee today. Doing a great job, leaving traces of Taoya's visit here on the first day at Tao Rui. Bai Zai's 5 fingers formed a claw and sucked Tao Ruizi into his hand through the air, carrying the back of Tao Ruizi's fateful neck. The feel of his hand was damn familiar. Lowering his head to try to educate a few sentences, Tao Ruizi's blank and very honest expression made him instantly unable to say a word. I didn't realize that what her brother had told him before he left the house had come true so quickly. When resignation can't control her eating on her own, you hurry up and knock her out, and when she wakes up, she'll be normal. No longer hesitating, Bai Zai made a hand slash, and Tao Rui's white eyes rolled up and he fainted. Tang Miao face after the robbery rebirth, holding the rush of Zhou Wunyang shivering. What era she actually almost eaten? So miserable, ah, her pie. Boss Bai, we found out the problem with the land west of Wangjia City. So many people are strolling around up there and are unconscious. The odds are that they've been locked out of their souls by the formation. Right now a group of people are walking around there. Wan Gang has sent people to fence off that area. Green Bird is setting up an isolation array, and ear mice are evacuating the innocent crowd to delete their memories. But there are too many people. Our group is understaffed. Boss Bai. Xian Chang hurried in and cracked up at Bai Zai. Only after he had finished speaking did he realize that his beloved boss Bai was carrying that day's troublemaker, Tao Ruizi, in his hand, and he let out a sharp popping sound. Ah, Boss White, what are you doing? Can she be one of us too? Bai Zai shook the small Tao Tai in his hand. Feeling good, Tang Miao. Your second team leader Bai Shi is on a business trip. You will lead the second team to cooperate with the first team to complete this mission. Tao Rui will follow the team. And there is also an outstanding member of the former Secret Service execution team assigned by the higher-ups to serve at the bureau. And this time, I'll also arrange for her to act along with me. Tang Miao looked at Bai Zai with eyes full of accusation. Boss, you really don't care about my death or life. Bai Zai smiled. Directly in the hands of Tao Ruizi, thrown into the arms of Tang Miao, in the future our co-workers. More feelings on the good well. Rest assured that she does not dare to eat you again. Xuanqing, you are also so adult mature a little. Clapped his hands and walked away. He also had to hurry to deal with the new colleagues in office procedures. Receiving the order with a stifled face and hanging Tao Rui on his shoulder, Tang Miao went to form a team and set off after Xian Chang. On the road in the car, Tao Ruizi just like that hanging sleeping soundly, and even snored a little. Xian Chang's expression of wanting to say but not daring to say it looked like Tang Miao was about to catch fire. Xian Chang, if you have something to say it quickly and let go of the fart. Xian Chang came closer with a face. Did you really just get almost eaten by this little girl? Which pot is not the right pot? What answered Xian Chang was Tang Miao's blank stare that rolled up to the sky. Good guy, my goodness gracious grin. This battle power, Boss Bai really did send me useful people. Xian Chang's dissatisfaction with Tao Rui instantly disappeared. A cat that can work is a good cat. And it didn't matter that he had spilled milk before. There's something to be said for that. Little Tao Tai was afraid of Emperor Bai Zai, but if he was really afraid, he wouldn't be causing trouble and getting punished in the divine realm every day. It does seem to be a bit of a mindless attribute. Chapter 12 Choo Choo's Inner OS. The new boss is really him. Here we are. The whole team. Get off. Chief, Sister Tang Miao. You guys are here? There are too many people who need their memories deleted. We're a bit stretched here. Ear Mice was a cute and adorable girl. As soon as she saw Xian Chang she hurried over. You Sister Tang Miao is here. What else are you afraid of? Xian Chang raised his eyebrows. Get to work Group 2 brothers and sisters. Team 2. Go to work. Watch where you're going. Meanwhile, Tao Choo Choo, who has suddenly received an emergency transfer order, is having a wonderful parent-child flower arrangement with Tao's mother. Oh, Mom, I have to rush out the door on urgent business. Watching her eldest daughter run away, Tao mother sighed in her heart. Did not expect her eldest daughter to mix so well outside all these years. proud to be proud, but also heartache. When Tao Chuchu arrived at the Wangjia City West Mall, she saw people wearing the unusual phenomena administration uniforms on the scene busy everywhere, and her good sister Tao Rui was being flung around like a noodle by a tall female. Is it some new form of exercise? Xian Cheng's eyes were sharp when he saw Tao Chuchu, and he busied himself by walking over. Hello, comrade Tao Chuchu. I'm Xian Cheng, the leader of the action group that you're docked with, and I've just received your situation. Welcome to join us. It was too late to exchange pleasantries. Xian Cheng brought Tao Chuchu to the front of the formation. The situation and the current division of labor on hand of the personnel. You are bound to have understood on the way here. I won't say too much. The current situation is that the crowd has been evacuated, and we're going to form a team to enter inside. Given that you have a higher percentage of human attributes, I'd like to give you the job of liaison and deployment out there, and once we're inside, everything out there is up to you. Tao Chuchu had already completed the reorganization of her worldview on the way here, while accepting the metaphysical setting, and replied with a serious face, don't worry, I'll complete the tasks that the organization has given me. As expected, Bai Zhe was her new superior. At this time, Tang Miao was going crazy. Xian Cheng, you take care of her. Boss Bai's hand is too heavy. I can't wake up Tao Rui. I'll do it. Tao Chuchu took the initiative to pick up Tao Rui and gently placed it on the floor, leaning down and softly saying, the lasagna made by Zhang Ma is going to be eaten up by Tao Feng. No way. Tao Ruizi bounced straight up from the ground as if he were a swindler. Xian Cheng and Tang Miao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Rhetoric, go in and follow directions. Tao Rui obediently nodded her head. Why was her pretty sister here as well? After the formation was completed, the group slowly stepped into the formation, and just as they entered, there was a feeling of sticky air enveloping one tightly. How is this like the plus version of the southern return to the south? Slimy, cold and gloomy, really hard. Wang Gang couldn't help but wipe the suffocated sweat from his neck. Tao Rui was frantically suppressing his excitement at the moment. Oh my god, so much black chi. Following the White Zephyr Emperor is to have good things to eat. Black gas is also one of the dishes in the Tao Tai recipe. Xian Cheng tried picking at the nearest commoner, expressionless and unresponsive to being picked at. The Walking Dead. The evil aura index here is so high, and the highest value of the abnormal magnetic field energy is 50 meters in front of us. The ear mice were holding the instrument in their hands for detection. Hyunsung was about to go deeper ahead when his arm was tugged by a hand. These people have black chi on their bodies. If it continues it will really damage their sanity, and if they go out they might as well be vegetative. Xian Cheng, we can't leave them behind. Tang Miao looked at Xian Cheng, as if he would not let go until he saved the people. You're right, let's save the people first. Xian Cheng smiled in embarrassment. He was the one who was in a hurry. How can we save them? Chief, the black chi is constantly emanating from the center. If we dispel the black chi that these people have now, they will also be contaminated immediately. Cyan Bird expressed that it was difficult, unless we can get them out faster than the black gas can contaminate them. Ear mice took the instruments in their hands and began to make frantic calculations. According to the calculations, as long as the level of black chi emanating from the center can slow down by a third of its current speed, our rescue plan will be successful. The ear mice's calculations made the crowd guilty. How to make the black chi slow down by a third of its speed? I can. Tao Rui's sudden voice startled everyone and they all looked at her in unison, realizing that her eyes had turned red and ghostly, and Tang Miao suddenly dreamed back to the nightmare of being eaten just now. Sister Tang Miao, I'm not eating you. Look, my pupils are still normal. Tao Ruizi thoughtfully came up closer to let Tang Miao see her pupils clearly. Tang Miao, you're kinda sweet when you're weak in the knees. Rhetoric, are you really okay? Sybil admired this newcomer who was brave enough to show it. Tao Rui nodded her head, directly opened her hand, 5 fingers slightly curved. The black chi from the surrounding ordinary people madly surged to her hand, was coalesced into a small black mass, owl into her mouth, swallowed. Swallowed? This time the one who let out a sharp burst was not just Xian Cheng alone, but also everyone else present. Oh, my god, resignation, what kind of bloodline are you? Tao Tai. Oh, Tao Tai. What? Tao Tai. That's not surprising. The crowd began to divide up the work with confidence. Who was responsible for carrying people out? Who contacted the external Chuchu for staff placement? And who dispersed the black aura of the commoners? Just kidding, they don't need to worry about Tao Tai against the black chi, okay? It's the black chi that has to worry, right? Worthy of being boss by, the wise I recognize his talent. Everything is ready. Close the door and release the resignation. Resignation, go, locator device you bring good. Later listen to my command in the headset. When you arrive at the place you just eat hard, the little Tao Tai said. Oh, yeah. She was so happy. It was the first time someone was so happy to let her eat. Just like the one who had just been released. Xian Cheng gave an order, and Tao Rui instantly disappeared from their sight. Sybil, crap. She probably won't take first place in the long distance running at the Bureau's next field day. Here it is. Rhetoric is here. Tao Rui looked up and saw that it was the central air conditioning plant room. No wonder. It's with the help of cold air circulation that the whole mall was hit so quickly. Resignation can't wait to start eating. She even chose to lie down to eat. Afraid of dirtying the clothes that Tao mother prepared for her this morning, she shunned a master chair, lying on it cackling and swaying, eating happily. The ear mice were nervously monitoring the black gas concentration, and realized that it had plummeted since resignation started to move, decreasing by a third in 10 minutes. Chief, I have a bold idea. According to the speed of rhetoric, we can choose to directly find all the victims and purify them in one go. It can directly save 2/3 of the time, and the victims will not be left with irreversible damages after purification. The time saved is used for what we all know by heart. Xianchang looked at the bright eyes of the ear mice and adopted it decisively. The crowd began to frantically kidnap people on each floor of the mall based on the infrared display of people's spots. Tao Chu, who was receiving outside. How can a mall that is about to go bankrupt and abandoned have so many people shopping in it? Chapter 13, The Little Tao Tai Who Gets High on Buffets. The people have spent a lot of effort to finally transport all the victims out of the purification. Do not dare to rest, and follow the positioning directly to find Tao Ruizi. Are we not supposed to be here? Yeah, we should be in the car. So outrageous. Tao Rui probably felt that they took too long to save the people, and she herself was a little tired of eating black chi here, so she pinched 2 black chi villains and manipulated one to pound her legs and one to pinch her shoulders. There was also a black gas goblet pinched, simulating a black gas lemon slice stuck in it, with a black gas straw on top that was automatically gushing black gas into Tao's mouth in a steady stream. Xiancheng's blood pressure came up all of a sudden. They were exhausted on the periphery, and she was in the center like she was on vacation. Wang Gang held Xiancheng, who was about to storm out, tightly in his arms. Team leader, chief, calm down. This is talent. Look at this black chi. It's almost finished being annihilated by resignation, and this time out on a mission. Our current attrition is basically 0. Oh, team leader. Ear Mice ghostly passed behind Xiancheng and threw down a heavy sentence. Alright, team leader, after gaining such a capable member, why don't you steal the joy? Hurry over and take a look. There are traces of blood here after the black aura disperses. Cygnus squatted aside and pointed at the door of the outermost air conditioning remote control room. Xiancheng and Tang Miao hurriedly ran over to look. Quickly, organize manpower and follow the traces of blood down. Mouse, take a picture and send it to Chu Chu. Tell her to contact the General Directorate and show it to Boss White. He might know what this is. Copy that. A quarter of an hour later, the black gas on the ground was eaten up by Tao Rui, and Chu Chu's feedback was sent to the ear mice's instruments. Clicking sounded Tao Chu Chu's voice. Boss Bai said that this is an ancient sacrifice formation. What may have happened behind the scenes to cause this sacrifice formation to be triggered ahead of time? And the eye of the formation should be at the center of the second floor of the underground garage. Boss Bai said, let you guys throw resignation to the formation eye. Let her do things according to Tao Tai instincts. The formation will be broken. When you throw it, you guys walk far away. Tao Tai pressure release, you guys won't be able to stand it. The crowd looked at Tao Ruizi in unison, casting excited looks. I throw. I'm strong enough to throw it far. I'll throw it as fast as I can fly. Tao Chu Chu, who heard everything through the headset. I say you guys, overdo it. In the end, it was decided that the fastest flying green bird would grab the strongest Wang Gang, who would throw Tao Rui out of the way. Tao Ruiji, huh? Starting to have a second meal, is it? Happiness came so suddenly. She can do it. Such a large portion of the black gas buffet was reminding her of the days when she was thrown away to the demon world, and she was super satisfied with her daily food braces. No wonder Boss White used the word throw. This black gas has eroded through the underground first floor and the second floor garage. Sheen Bird stood on the first floor and probed towards the formation eye in the big hole in the center, eerily feeling like his soul was going to be sucked in. Hold on tight. If we stay in the black gas for too long, we will also be corrupted in our sanity. Xiancheng slowly retreated to the periphery with the others, always ready to rush in when the eye of the formation was breached. 3, 2, 1, throw. Really exciting. Tao Rui feels like it has not flown for a long time. Fascinating free fall movement. Tao Ruizi touched the ground for a moment, immediately rolled over and stood steadily, deeply inhaled a mouthful of rich black air. Fragrant. No longer converged Tao Tai breath pressure. Through the release, behind the appearance of the golden Tao Tai body phantom, Tao Ruizi's pupils have become a line. Open his mouth, madly inhaling black gas. The black gas seems to feel the nemesis, unwilling to gush out again. Tao Ruizi, in a hurry, directly stomped in the formation eye. Spider web cracks spread out. Seems to have broken some kind of prohibition. The black gas once again madly gushed out. In a small courtyard in the north, A handsome man with a black shirt and black pants suddenly laughed out loud. Actually, such a small Taotai appeared and spoiled things. All of them hid in the periphery, holding shields to dissolve the Taotai pressure, staring closely at the monitoring instrument in the hands of the ear mice, and just watched as the value of the black chi fell madly like a cliff. The hearts of the crowd reached a high degree of unanimity. Tao resignation, horrible as it is so good. Drip, 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 come on, the values are at the safe range, let's get down there. The ear mice backed up their instruments and quickly ran with the team. At the eye of the formation, Tao Rui was a bit confused after sucking the black chi dry, a bit on the head after eating too much, dizzy, and his eyes did not return to normal. Shen Shang and the others came down to see her floating there in a wobbly manner. Is resignation this a drunken fist fight? Qingtiao was happy. As a fan of traditional Chinese martial arts, she enjoyed studying this. No, this looks a lot like how the group leader looked drunk last time. I doubt she was high. Ear mice made a comment in passing as they kept walking around with their instruments to monitor. Tang Miao looked at Tao Ruizi's red eyes and shouted uncertainly, Ruizi? In. Tao Rui turned back around shakily and walked towards them. You're saying right? Wang Gang also looked at these red eyes in his heart. Tao Ru, how can you ask that? I'm a Taotai who has opened his spiritual wisdom and practiced for many years, even if I'm young. That's not the kind of Taotai who hasn't opened his spiritual wisdom that can be compared to me. Tao Rui was very dissatisfied and decided to go back and complain to Emperor Bai Zai later. Oh, you can't say Emperor now. You have to say Lord Director. Tao Chu Chu, Boss Bai said to let the scene quickly finish closing the team. The Wang family side did not get favorable evidence can point to the small incident as caused by them. Let us do it to go to the Wang family to ask questions. Roger that. Shen Shang looked to everyone. Do it quickly. In front of the king's house, Han Sum looked at the noisy bunch in the car and was defeated in a stare down with the only quiet person besides him. Tao Chu Chu helplessly opened his mouth. Going into the Wang family, Tao Chu Chu and I will be fine for 2 people. Oh, Tao Rui also go. After all, it is the person who has directly harmed your Tao family. Tao Rui, you have a good nose. You pay more attention. The others are on guard outside. There are any strange people running out. Second group Tang Miao is in charge of coordinating. Tao Rui, who didn't fully understand, was very smart to remain silent at the moment. Walking to the entrance of Wang's house, Tao Chu Chu said to the security guard who stopped them, please tell Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, that the Tao family is visiting. Not long after, the 2 Tao family ladies are visiting. It's really a loss to welcome them. Mr. Wang jogged over with a big belly. Tao Rui frowned in a few unseen ways. This person has a very heavy grievance on him, and the ghostly aura of the whole house is also heavy. Tao Rui quietly passed a small note to her sister about what she had found out, and settled down on the couch to click and eat small snacks from her backpack. A jeweled Mrs. Wan looked at this and showed her dissatisfaction. Second Miss Tao, are you looking down on our family's tea snacks like this? Unexpectedly named Tao Rui looked up blankly and nodded after hearing and understanding. How do you know I dislike it? Unwrapping another packet of chips. Your tea snacks are indeed not too clean. The ghostly aura on them has the scent of your bloodline, and I'm afraid I'll eat them and get an upset stomach. Shin Chang, who had just taken a sip of tea, violently sprayed it out. Why don't you say it in advance? Tao Ru Yue. How did she know that someone with a Xuanwu bloodline wouldn't be able to tell? Tao Chu Chu was secretly glad that she had the habit of not eating easily in other people's homes. What are you babbling about? Mrs. Wang's face was pale, and beads of sweat dripping uncontrollably down her temples from her bucket-sized forehead. Holding a big belly, Mr. Wang laughed awkwardly twice and got up to snort. Children talk. Children's words. Oh, Mrs. You want to go upstairs first? I'll just talk to the 2 little friends. Not at all. Uncle, this belly of yours is only swollen up in these few months, right? You aborted your son's girlfriend's children, and they retaliated on you. Tao Ruji click eating potato chips. A sentence let Mr. Wang fell on the sofa, 2 eyes panic. Master, can you see what's happening to me? Save me. Mr. Wang crawled over on his knees and tried to hug Tao Rui's thighs, but was stopped by Tao Chu Chu with a toe of his shoe. Sis, is he out of his mind? He's looking for someone to harm our family and still wants me to save him, eh? Tao Ruizi didn't understand. Tao Chu Chu, people are doing what heaven is watching. You've done so many things that hurt heaven and earth, and you still want to have a good ending? Shen Shang came back from the shock of being outputted by Tao Rui and hurriedly picked up. You honestly explain what happened to the abnormality at the City West Mall, who you've been in contact with lately, and who you've been looking for. Give a clear account of it all, and maybe we'll be able to save your lives. Hearing this, Mrs. Wang suddenly reacted very violently, tearing her heart out and shouting, it's all your fault, you old, undead, bad old man. If it wasn't for you inviting that man home and saying something about borrowing luck to change our fortunes, our family wouldn't be in this situation today, said, covered his face and cried bitterly. Chapter 14, the variety show has turned into a duo mode. Tao Rui was instantly confused by the crying and secretly pulled down the hem of her sister's blouse. Sister, did I do it? Tao Chu Chu touched her sister's small head. Continue to eat. The child is reckless a little. The effect is quite good. Not praise led her too proud. Xian Chang took out the recorder and put it on the table, took out the law enforcement card and showed it to the two General Wangs. Trust the state. Now that you have confessed everything, we will fight for your forgiveness. But if there is the slightest bit of deception, it will definitely be severely punished. After seeing the law enforcement license, Mr. Wang Mrs. Wang was like a lost dog. All of a sudden the essence of the spirit has gone. The two sat on the sofa withered, glanced at Tao Ruizi, and began to say one sentence after another. 3 months ago the company's cash flow broke. The bank loan somehow cannot be released. We would have liked to auction a few of its shopping mall land, so that the money back. I didn't expect the auction price to be pressed again and again. And at this time a longtime friend of mine introduced me to a godly man who said he knew some esoteric spells that could bring my company back from the dead. I was desperate and I believed it. At first this person just told me to put some items in the homes of some business upstarts. It did work, and those land malls of mine that were hard to auction off found buyers all of a sudden, and the prices were higher than I expected. I believed it at that time. Then he asked me to abort the wild seed of my son's group of women's stomachs, saying that he could borrow his children's and grandchildren's luck to bring my company back to life. And as expected, in less than a month, I received so many big orders. I also know the business giant, the Tao family. Having seen this kind of tactic, how could I possibly stop? I'll just listen to him. I'll do whatever he tells me to do. As for what kind of mall formation you guys are talking about, I don't know. I'm just delegating the right to let him have the right to use my few abandoned malls, a couple of soon-to-be abandoned malls, auctioned off again, and what he uses them for I don't even care. Then the Tao family, you are also used to borrow luck? Tao Chu Chu had a cold face. Mr. Wang nodded his head without strength. It was the man who said that the Tao family's qi was heavenly and unusual, and if I could borrow it, then I would definitely be among the top 10 in China. Of course I was moved. Xian Chang snorted. Crooked. Where is that person now? Xian Chang's eyes tightened on Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang was sweating and had a pained look on his face. Disappeared. Ever since that courier delivery to the Tao family and the failed poisoning, he suddenly disappeared. Then my stomach suddenly became like this, and all sorts of weird things happened at home, and things went downhill at the company. Comrade police, you must save us. Save us. Mr. Wang was crying with snot on his face and rushed over to try to hug Xian Chang's thigh. Tao Rui resigned at this time but suddenly flashed out from behind Tao Chu Chu and kicked Mr. Wang, directly sending Mr. Wang flying behind the sofa. Resignation grabbed a piece of talisman paper in the air. Her little expression was angry. Team leader, arrest someone. The thief's heart is not dead. He still wants to harm people. Wang Gang, Green Bird, did you get the arrest warrant? Xianchang pressed down on his headset to call outside. Got it, Chief. Arrest? Catch. Ignoring the crying of several members of the Wang family, the person was put in a police car and sent back to the bureau for interrogation. Xianchang, okay, Tang Miao and I will just go back and report the situation. You guys search the scene here for any clues. Tao Rui was skulking all over the house with her chili fries, when the bluebird slithered back over to her with a da-da-da-da and asked her, Rui, just now, if he had begged you to help him undo the ghostly aura of this house and the abnormalities of his stomach, would you have? No, what goes around comes around. It's only natural. He's killed so many people. The king of hell won't let him go after he dies. She remembered that Yen Jun was a cynical and fair person. Tao Chu Chu walked over. Rhetoric. How's the inspection going here? Did you smell anything you want to eat? Tao Ruizi had a face of being seen through and was so weak that he stood there just smiling, just not squeaking. Tao Chu Chu confessed to leniency. Tao Rui had to take out the things with aura that he had just stolen one by one. The crowd just watched her pull out 1 piece, 2 pieces, 10 pieces, until they saw her pull out a vase. The crowd's expression finally turned numb. Even if the formation stone is fine, it's understandable that you want to eat it if there's an aura. What are you doing with a vase? The inside of the vase is engraved with something I can't read, but it smells good. Tao Rui was full of reluctance as she stuffed the thing she had just pulled out back into her body. Tao Chu Chu stopped it with a merciless face. No, this is to be turned in. Tao Ruiji, her sister really doesn't love her anymore. After returning home Tao Rui quacked with Tao Mother said half a day. Tao Mother from the beginning to worry about sisterly cruelty to the back of the expression gradually perfunctory. A bear of a child, and still has the nerve to tattle. Mom, 2 weeks from now Resignation will be taking her final exams. And with the recent events at the bureau, Director Bai has specifically approved that she doesn't have to participate, allowing her to focus on preparing for the exams. Tao Chu Chu watched her sister finish her mess before she opened her mouth to drop the bomb. Sure enough, Tao Ruizi's hair exploded. How can you guys do this without me? Tao Chu Chu ruthlessly refused. The others are not dry eaters. Tao Feng then mercilessly added, I heard that someone's usual score has been below the class average lately, and I don't know how many subjects can pass at the end of the semester. Tao Mother's anger has almost reached the critical value. Tao Rui personally handed over the knife to Tao Mother, failed then to stay in the class. Repeating a grade? Your brother's outstanding graduate representative. Your sister's outstanding graduate representative. It doesn't usually matter. Repeating a grade, you're going to make your dad look bad in front of the guys back home. Tao Feng, Chu Chu. You guys work hard in these 2 weeks. Give her tuition. Open a small stove. Hang the beam. If she fails the class, resignation bank card frozen. I'll eat 3 days of veggies. After saying that, he huffed and puffed and went to the study to look for trouble with Tao's father. Outside the school gate, Tao Rui walked out from inside with a tired face. Finally finished the last subject. I heard that the results will be out in 2 days. In these 2 days she must hurry to eat the whole stock. As for how the score is, Tao Rui reveals a vicissitude smile. Whatever, destroy it. God knows what she's been living through these past 2 weeks, opening her eyes to nothing but food and classes, either at school or in the car on the way to school and home, or at home. Her brother and sister are acting like crazy. As many exercises as snowflakes, endless books to memorize, endless simulations. She has never been so diligent in her college entrance exams. Miss, get in the car. Mrs. and Mr. are waiting for you at home to give you a celebration. Driver Xiao Zhang opened the car door for Tao Ruizi. Ruizi immediately excited to sit in. Is to celebrate a big meal she came. Cheesy, quickly sit down. You've lost weight in this period of time. Today Zhang Ma specially made 64 dishes for you. Eat with an open stomach. Tao Mother gladly pinched a large pig's trotter and put it into Tao Jiqi's basin. Resignation. The variety show has now turned into a 2-person team format, and Director Bai asked me to be on the show with you. Bai Zai's original words were rhetoric's performance exceeded my expectations, probably because her Taotai bloodline is more rejuvenated. In terms of ability she is indeed more suitable for this program than anyone else. I'm not worried about her, but I'm worried about the others in terms of handling things, so you're in it together too. So Resignation and I will go over to Fenghua after dinner and go through the signing process. Resignation buried her head in her food and nodded there without knowing if she understood. Tao Chu Chu. Boss White's concern is not unreasonable. Chapter 15, where the pinkest clothes do the fiercest things. Come, this is Fenghua. Tao Chu Chu had just entered the company's front door with Tao Rui, who was wearing a tender yellow bodysuit, and was just about to take his work badge to the access control office for identification when he heard a voice approaching with a bit of tartness in its midair. Oh my god. The big boss who hasn't come to the company for hundreds of years finally appeared. A very exaggerated twisting modeling step wearing a deeply red suit sultry man appeared right in front of them, opening his hands and going forward to hug Tao Chu Chu. Tao Ruizi flashed an elbow strike. Her invincible and beautiful sister is also a smelly man can touch? The man Ao sound backed to the side, covering the stomach, face twisted, eyes as if looking at the scum like looking at Tao Chu Chu. I Chumu work hard for you to manage the company, and now you're soaring to the top. Is this to me? Tao Ruizi, Aya acquaintance? The little eyes looked at her sister, and seeing no sign of anger, immediately held her head high and crossed her arms, with a look of come and hit me if you don't like it. Stop acting. At least you're a president. Have some influence in front of the staff. Go in and talk. After saying that, Tao Chu Chu took the lead and entered the special elevator room. Boss, things I do understand. Your family's little Resignation is going to be on the program. I didn't expect you to be on it as well. Then I'll definitely pour in my support. Chumu hung back and sat in front of the computer flipping through the list of gold medal brokers. The more Tao Rui looked at him, the more he felt like the state of his old brother when he was at home, and he always felt that they were very chatty with each other. Just this one. Trumo made a call and within 2 minutes there was a knock on the door. Come in. Did the president want to see me about something? Tao Ruiji raised his eyes and looked. Eek. Scene A. Bring in 2 new people. Get treated extraordinarily well. Get on a variety show. And double your annual salary when you do well. Chumu stood up and handed Tao Chu Chu a glass of red wine. Boss, this person is called Fan Mei Hui, capable of doing things in a thoughtful manner, surely can cooperate with your work. Fan Mei interest to see the president personally pouring wine and boss that name. Heart excited, they are going to take off. Turning his head, he was about to introduce himself when he saw Tao Ruizi. Ah, little sister, it's you. Tao Chu Chu raised one eyebrow. Oh, Fan Mei, she got excited. I didn't expect that we are still very much destined to be together. President, you don't know. That time I said I met a good seedling on the street, but unfortunately didn't sign it. That's what I said about this little sister. Don't want you. Tao Ruyue rarely expresses an unhappy emotion, looking at Tao Chu rather surprised. Reason? Bad name. Poof ha 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 small resignation. You are really cute. Fan may interest. Rice no drama. I say old fan you so many years to bring the artists did not get up, is not really a bad name Why don't you beg little rhetoric? She's good at this piece. Fan may interest forehead ruthlessly dripping 3 black lines. Sincerely asked resignation, then I change into what good? Fan has interest. Chumu mistakenly said the right thing a little bit. Tao Rui as a little Tao Tai. There was still some ability to attract wealth. Alright. Then Fan has interest. Old Fan, go prepare the contract. You should know how to prepare it. Make sure to cooperate with MS. Tao Chu. Alright, you two wait a bit. I'll be right there. After so many years in the entertainment industry, if he didn't have this kind of eyesight, he wouldn't need to mix. Fan Yuxi's working ability was indeed very strong. Tao Rui had just reached his 5th packet of snacks when he returned with the contract. I'll address the two of you as Chu and Resignation. Is that okay? Chu nodded slightly in agreement. Chu. Resignation. What type of variety show is this? Which platform anchors it? And when is it intended to be recorded? Recording starts tomorrow. What? After a long time of secret talks, Fan Yoshin still could not hide his surprise out of the president's office, holding a confidentiality agreement that he had just signed. According to his hunch and deduction from his years in the ring, he was in for a very exciting but definitely rewarding time. And now it was time to immediately go get a good meal and then get to work. Back home, Tao Ruizi rushed to wash his hands, began to bury his head clunk eat. Today eat is authentic beef hot pot, dipped in salsa, a big chopstick beef sent to the mouth, as well as the favorite cow bay. Oh, this chewing feeling is too good. There's also roast chicken with mint, steamed oysters, sizzling cheese baby green dragons, fried noodles, shredded pork with Beijing sauce, sweet and sour goulash, peppery shrimp with salt and pepper, tea-scented simmered shrimp, crab meat noodles, charcoal grilled wagyu beef, foie gras with blueberries, chocolate mousse cake, and cranberry tiramisu. Anyway, she didn't have time to answer a lot of questions from her mom, so the person who answered the question became Tao Chu. Listen to me. Thank you for having you, my good sister. I've hired a professional costume designer and makeup artist. You guys are on the show for the first time. You definitely need to dress up beautifully and cute for the audience to like it. Tao Chu, Mom, we're not really entertainers. We're there to work. Tao Feng heard, a rare opportunity to educate the big sister. The waist is straightened 2 points, old sister. You were in contact with the entertainment industry before, but are in the capacity of capital. This time you are as a person being watched. The image is certainly to be. You this mentality to change. The audience is to look at what is the first to look at the face. I don't know how the arrangements for tomorrow have been made, so I'd better send you over there myself. Old brother. No need. The director's team picks people up at the door. Tao Chu decided to join the resignation dry rice camp. Old brother talks too much and makes it hard enough. The next day, Tao mother looked at a pink Tao resigned to get on the car, sighed regrettably. A good pity. The eldest daughter refused her proposal. Otherwise the two sisters together with pink tender. Out more eye-catching. Things I and the director group side docking good. Chu. Resignation. You two remember to go. In their own live performance. With your strength, as long as you do not make a demon. Certainly can fire. Fan has interest in the car has prepared all the items, one by one to explain how they use. Tao Rui couldn't stop nodding on the surface. In actuality, her heart was frantically surveying the snacks in the car. She was very satisfied. She didn't expect that Fan Yuxi actually bought so many varieties of flavors of yogurt, which was very good, and it was just right with the oatmeal rings in her small school bag. As soon as Tao Chu took a look at Resignation pulling out a stainless steel lunchbox from that small school bag she usually carried and started planning to mix oatmeal rings in yogurt, she knew that her good little sister wasn't listening to Fan Yuxi seriously. Invariably, with her and the rest of the bureau, nothing should happen. Tao Chu and her group had just gotten out of the car and walked into the studio when they heard noisy female voices. Are you guys out of your minds? What kind of curiosity does our sister Yen have and what kind of curiosity does everyone else have? And you actually don't have a separate dressing room to match? A girl with short straight hair was condescendingly lashing out at a girl wearing a gray duck-tongued cap with a staff work badge. That's Zhou Yan's assistant. Zhou Yan took one of the most popular actresses in this year's movie Queen a while ago, and is in the ascendancy. Fan has interest quietly said to Chu two people, originally in the circle arrogant and domineering out of the name. You pay attention to point Ao, with a lollipop in her mouth. She didn't know if she heard Fan Yuxi's words or not, so she walked forward with da-da-da-da-da. She smelled Ting Miao. I'm telling you, go change it right now. or you won't get any better. The short straight hair girl pushed the duck-tongued girl hard. The position they stood is still 4 or 5 steps from the ground. Was so pushed, the duck-tongued girl's center of gravity is unsteady. Looked to be the back of the head towards the ground to fall down. In the crowd exclaimed. Just passing by Tao Rui resigned to the hand of the person on the princess hugged up, without any buffer, holding on the straight and froze a face of dumbfounded standing in place. After waiting for a while, the surroundings are still quiet. Tao Ruizi looked down at the girl in his arms. His eyes were wide open. Scared? After thinking about it for a while, Tao Rui decided to carry the person over to Tang Miao to solve the problem. This kind of small matter would not need to let her pretty sister take action. Photography studio at this time quiet pin drop sound. The crowd just watched a small pink girl hug, then she is still a head taller than the girl in the shed in a certain direction straight away. There is a kind of Lin Yu force pull a Yang Yang Lu sense of vision. You stand still. The short straight-haired girl was anxious. Wasn't that direction the direction of the director and the producer? This person was going to sue. If she caused a problem, Sister Yan would definitely punish her. The more she thought about it, the more she panicked, and she hurriedly ran forward to try to stop Tao Jiqi. Chapter 16, starting to get high on some weird CP. Just how could Tao Rui's speed be so easily caught up by her? Tang Miao was checking the details of the program with director Lu Quan in front of the monitor, when he raised his eyes and saw Tao Ruizi walking over with someone in his arms, and that little expression seemed quite proud. What's going on here? Tang Miao pointed to a stool, signaling Tao Rui to put the person on the stool. As a result, this melon child cannot read the eyes, just straight hold people standing and talking. I did a good deed. You have to write down and report to the White ZE. Well, White ZE boss, sister said he will give me a reward. See, someone bullied her. I saved. Lu guide. The first day has not even started filming on good. They now need the heat the most. No funding for publicity really makes his head go bald. Tao Rui is it? You put Ting Ting down first. Yes, just the person you are holding in your hand. Ting Ting you say. Director Lu scratched what was left of his hair. Tao Ruizio and put the person down. Ting Ting gave her a grateful look, deciding not to get her into trouble. It was my own carelessness that made me fall. And MS, Tao saved me. No, it's not. It's a girl who pushed her on the steps, saying that she's Sister Yan's assistant. Tao Rui gave Ting Ting a strange look. This person was bullied and didn't even know how to tell on her. She was even less intelligent than her. Lu director, okay, that short hair. You are Zhou Yan assistant is it? Go back to convey. Trouble to settle down. Love to shoot not love to shoot. Go. Even if there is heat. He is not accustomed to these garbages. The short straight hair girls knew that they were short of breath, so they had to hurry back and report to their own artists. This variety show was said to be backed by the official people. They couldn't afford to lose it. Ting Ting was just about to walk away when director Lu called out. You'll be Tao Rui's follow-up assistant. From the miscellaneous assistant to follow the assistant, the salary is doubled. And resignation also saved her. Resignation is really her lucky star nah. She declared that from today onwards she was Tao Ruizi's hardcore fan. Director Lu said to the nearby blooper reel teacher, keep this and see if you need to put it out as a blooper reel later on. Flower floss teacher seconds. Worthy of the year to make a variety of explosive Lu director or you will play. Director Lu picked up the walkie-talkie. Attention all departments. The live broadcast will begin in 1 hour. Attention all departments. The live broadcast will begin in 1 hour. Being driven to the dressing room by Tang Miao. Tao Ruizi is sticking to her sister begging for praise. Tao Chu Chu looks at her good sister's sparkling eyes, and does not begrudge her praise, and sure enough, she sees that her eyes have become even more sparkling. Be well Rua. You are Tao Ruizi right. Today's thing I remember you. The entertainment industry is mixed. Be careful to meddle in your own calamity. Zhou Yan, who had already put on her makeup, suddenly looked back at Tao Ruizi before leaving the door, her eyes like poisoned knives, receiving the negative emotions of Tao Rui. Without hesitation immediately stood up and approached Zhou Yan. The aura of a ferocious beast attacking instantly scared Zhou Yan. Cold sweat behind her back, turned around and hurriedly walked outside. Walk away for a while. Zhou Yan only calmed down. The heart cannot stop thinking, this Tao resignation is really evil. Scared to death. Ignoring Tao Rui's action of releasing the small black dots that didn't enter Zhou Yan's body, Tao Chu Chu pulled Tao Rui over and began to triply explain the importance of this program, their tasks, and the precautions to be taken. Tao Rui listened to it in a dizzying manner, until already sitting in front of the camera, Tao Rui resigned her still two eyes mosquito rings, when her sister evolved into the Tang Monka. Welcome to the Metaphysics large-scale live program. The fresh opening page disappeared, and the well-behaved seated guests appeared in the live room. Into Metaphysics is a good title. Is it even possible to say that? Wow. The program actually have no publicity. It will not be so poor. Zhou Yan's sister is so beautiful. Good temperament. Zhou Yan's sister I love you. Song Jingqing Song Song King. Ji Yunshin Ji movie star actually also came. So big curiosity can't be the program group's money are taken to invite guests. That's why there is no publicity at upstairs brother. You may be the truth. Weekly. In fact, the program group has in the microblogging propaganda. Just too few fans. There is no splash ha ha ha. Wow. Where did the program group come from? This is messing things up. Right. The Zhou Yan and Fan Si Jing are invited up here. The passersby who do not mix the powder circle said, these two are not the opposite family? Upstairs you're a fan with a roadie skin on your back. Our family Jing Jing is usually quiet into the group to concentrate on acting. Unlike your Zhou Yan sister variety show curry. You're jealous of our sister's success. You black bastard. None of you said anything about the teenage group Wang Lin Evening and Meng Xianghan? The pairing of a little wolf dog and a little puppy. Sitting together is so eye-catching screaming. Upstairs, you're toxic. They're teammates, okay? Teammates, don't get high on everything. Yeah, it's none of your business. You guys stop arguing. Stop arguing. There are two people in the guest list that I haven't seen before, Vegetarians? Don't tell me. The pink one was eating as soon as he came in, Everything on the table was almost finished. Wow, eating so well. So cute. Looks back at my picky eating 3-year-old. Fists hardened. Family people who understand I checked the program group released the guest information. She seems to be next to her sister. Right. Good to see The value of the face is not at all output wrote actress face of high and cold to the sister to pass the tissue. Good spoil Swoon. Sisters. I'm going to honor the sisters. Knocking. Director Liu. The topic on Weibo exploded. Our program rushed onto the hot search. The number of viewers has now risen from over 1 million to 20 million. And the number is still rising. The pop-ups are also going crazy. The assistant director was full of excitement and came over with a tablet to report. Tang Niao was surprised. The ability of big stars to attract traffic should not be underestimated. Director Liu, don't worry. Sister Miao, we've arranged for a professional water army to control the field. And we can definitely guarantee that the wind of our program will not go astray. After saying that, he picked up the intercom speaker. Director Liu's voice rang out in the live broadcast room. Hello guests, I'm the director of this program, Liu Quan. Welcome to the first phase of the Into Metaphysics large-scale live broadcast program. Now it's up to me to go over the rules for this episode. The theme of this episode is uncovering the haunted house. Guests will go to a real haunted house to complete the tasks of the program team. This program adopts a point system. Guests in groups of 2, and the group that completes the task and gets the most points at the end will win the ultimate prize of the program. Now please ask the guests to introduce themselves to the audience. Chapter 17, The Haunted House. Wang Lin Evening and Meng Xianghan. Hello everyone. Youthful and courageous. We are members of the June group. Wang Lin Evening / Meng Xianghan. Song Jingqing. Hello everyone. I'm singer Song Jingqing. Ji Yunshin. Hello everyone. I'm actor Ji Yunshin. Vanessa. Hello everyone. I'm actress Vanessa. Zhou Yan. Hello everyone. I'm actress Zhou Yan. Worthy of the king of song Song Jingqing opening Neil I'm curious about the grouping. Upstairs, the show's grouping has been publicized on Weibo for a long time. When it was Tao Ruizi's and Tao Chuchu's turn, Tao Ruizi was eating a chocolate castle with his head down and couldn't separate his mouth to speak, so he drew boxes in the air with his right hand. What does it mean? Vegetarians on the show are such big names? Tao Chuchu read it and said to the camera with a calm face. What my sister means is to have the program team type in her informative introduction, so everyone will know at a glance. I also think it's a good idea. Director Liu cooperated in time to put both of them on the air. Fenghua's new signing artist I think so too. Just release the info and we'll see it. It's a waste of time to introduce yourself. Director Liu, after the self-introduction is done, I have a question that I don't want to spit out. You're going to the real haunted house here. We won't hang up, right? Song Jingqing's face was soft, the most sought-after delicate little prince look. Yeah, that sounds scary. Our brother's the chicken. You don't know what's going on before the guests arrive? Then you've been tricked by the director into getting on board. How is that possible? Reality TV is all scripted, okay? If you guys don't want to go, the contract says you can leave at any time. So the reward director will give it directly to me and my sister. Desktop snack cleanup master Tao Rui finally finished eating the chocolate castle, took the paper towel handed over by her sister to wipe her mouth, got up and opened the door to the recording room. Seeing them sitting still, he even made a gesture of please go, with a small hint of anticipation in his features. Laughing, it's so funny. It means you guys stop pretending and get out of here. So look like there is no script a little interesting a whole look forward to live. It's so rude to be so impolite to your seniors. Upstairs watching a program so serious I think people Tao rhetoric said right want to go just go Pink, 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 cough cough. Tao Rui student, hurry back to your seat. We're in an adventure class. We're going to set off together later. Why don't we listen to the director's arrangements first? Fan Jing saw that the scene was a bit awkward and hurriedly rounded off the scene. Everyone looked just a little better and chimed in. Yeah. Where did we say we were leaving? Tao Rui could only be led by Tao Chu Chu, returning to her position with a regretful face. Director Lu glanced at the pop-up screen and spoke promptly. Please don't worry about safety. Trust science. Going into metaphysics and believing in science. Suddenly the program feels so red. Will the guests please identify their partners to join them in the car and leave in 2 minutes in their cars? In the car, for groups of different colors and the same type of clothing were already in place. In the blue group, Fan Jing has a fangirl face, with 2 small pair swirls smiling in a cute and charming way. Brother Yun Shun, I admire you very much. I've seen all your works, and I've always wanted to work with you before, but unfortunately I didn't have the chance. But now it's also a little bit of what I want, so I'll ask for more care. Ji Yunshin raised his eyebrows with interest, smiled slightly, and handed the other party a bottle of mineral water. We are taking care of each other. Don't seduce our brother. Upstairs, your hearts look at everything dirty. That's right. Our sister is just honoring her seniors. The movie star is so down to earth. Pink group, Zhou Yan also do not know what is going on. Just changed clothes when accidentally stepped on the waterfall. And then the makeup artist to make up the makeup when she also got her eyelashes off, causing the whole car people waiting for her. The end of this period, and do not know how many black people said she played big names. Annoying. Song Jingcheng, who is in the same group, saw her face look so bad, and was happy in his heart. Had he known that the program group had assigned her to a group with him, he would not have listened to the agent's words to come. And look at the woman who is a dish. This group seems to have a very normal relationship. Sister Zhou Yan is not a friend to everyone. Who cares? Take our brother. No date. In the green group, 2 teenagers shivering at the sound of the haunted house were comforting each other. Lin Knight, whoever screams first later is a wimp. The loser buys a week of my. 1 month. Deal. In the orange group, Tao Rui was sucking on jelly, with a small milk cookie in her hand. Her small mouth so pouty that it could hang soy sauce. Sis, why did you and my oldest brother switch out my snacks? Tao Chu Chu was nearly laughed at. Bear child otherwise what? Let you eat stinky tofu, marinated beef, marinated chicken, eggs, spicy chicken legs in the car, and spicy strips? The little Tao Tai aggressively bit down on a mouthful of cookie, his little eyes wet and soft to look at. Let her eat. Don't you just want to eat? Mommy will satisfy you. Upstairs, said Tao Ruizi from the beginning of the camera. The hands have never lack of food, so powerful, gastronomical persona? Tao Chu Chu don't look away from her face, quietly looking out the window to recall the things to pay attention to in the haunted house mission. This haunted house was cleaned up by people sent by the Unusual Phenomena Authority, only leaving some small fights with evil things for later to use to crack, which is very appropriate for science. In order to ensure the effect, this matter was known only to her and the personnel of the field administration, as well as Director Lu. As for the resignation, Boss Bai's instruction is that resignation will play naturally. Here we are, please get off the bus. In front of us is one of the famous top 10 haunted houses, the Red Pavilion. It's rumored to have been built by a rich man at the end of the last century, but I've heard that a terrible tragedy happened here, and the rich man's family has never been found. Since then, successive owners who have lived in the Red Pavilion have died bizarrely and tragically after seeing strange visions, and slowly the word spread that it was because the spirits of the tragic deaths did not leave and take the living with them. The mission of this episode is to go into the haunted house, explore its secrets, get the cards left by the crew hidden in the haunted house. The team with the most cards wins, and the team that opens the hidden mission and completes the hidden mission will get extra points. Please send a representative from each group to come forward and receive their equipment. Each person is equipped with a pager and headset. Press the button to get one reminder from the program team, and the opportunity will be nullified after use. Pressing the button 3 times in a row is considered quitting the expedition, and the program will send someone to bring you out safely in a timely manner. I'm not sure if it's that exciting. It's really a haunted house. Red Pavilion. I've seen in the previous very hot station anchor adventure. Bloggers go on an adventure really have happened very strange things so scary I'm already shivering under the covers Tang Miao had already instructed the second group of action team personnel to take up positions around the haunted house in full armor, and also borrowed a group of ear mice responsible for technical monitoring. Ear mice, Sister Miao, all indicators are currently normal. Tang Miao snapped his hand on his headset to indicate that he knew. and then continued to stare intently at the director's display. Then the quest begins, and the doors to the Red Court have been opened. Guests, please. With a fall, the iron gate in front of the crowd slowly opened, and the Chinese and Western courtyard, the abandoned angel fountain, and the small antique house appeared intact in front of the crowd. Chapter 18, going around tying up a few cuties. How is it that I feel cold and shivering in the yard before even walking into the house? Song Jingqing rubbed his arms in an attempt to friction up the heat. Tao Rui held a lollipop in her mouth and looked up at the entire red pavilion. The more she looked at it, the more odd her little expression became. Tao Chu Chu saw out of the corner of her eye. Suddenly a bad premonition surged to her heart, quietly pulled her sister aside, turned off the microphone, and asked in a small voice, "Dictionary? What do you see?" "Sister, there really is something here. I thought you guys cleaned it up." Tao Rui had a shocked expression. "If you guys actually did keep it for mortals to see." Tao Chu Chu, scared to death, also thought that the resignation to see what they do not know things. The bureau, of course, to leave some of the kittens and dogs to do the effective comparison. Tao Ruiji, absolutely. Sister Meow, they actually let such a big ghost king not clean up, as well as this underground sacrifice array not destroyed. Let this group of mortals over. The two sisters smiled at each other, both feeling that they understood what the other meant, and turned the microphone back on, following the crowd as they stepped into the small townhouse. The door behind them creaked shut, and the light in the room dimmed instantly. Brother Yun Shun, I'm a little scared. Fan Si Jing's hand couldn't help but grab the person next to her, her hand unconsciously increasing its strength. Why do I feel like there's something around us staring at us? Being grabbed by the hand of Tao Ruji, shook a bit, did not shake off, had to open his mouth. Beautiful sister, you grabbed as my hand. Not what you said, Yun Shun brother. Sorry. Fan Si Jing held back, but she still couldn't help but grab back her resignation hand. Why don't you let me hold it for a while first? Sister, resignation. I'm so scared. Tao Rui looked at her sister helplessly. Tao Chu Chu stroked her sister's head and nodded that it was okay. Tao Ruji, that's fine. Picking up Fan Si Jing's hand, scribbling a few strokes on her palm. If you're scared, let's draw Tao Tai for you. The one I drew was the most adorable Tao Tai of all time. After the drawing, you don't hold my hand. My hand is for my sister to hold. Van Susteren, what's with the sudden jealousy of your sister? That's right, she drew her own body. The cutest Tao Tai in the clan, that is. Before she came in, she had already secretly drawn on her sister's hands and the back of her neck. Tao Tai protects her body, and the Ghost King or whatever is a small shrimp. Tao Chu Chu opened the flashlight. Her calm voice was very reliable in the darkness. This place is in disrepair, plus the director's background introduction of the Red Pavilion before coming in. That's why everyone has a preconceived notion of envisioning a scary atmosphere for themselves. Turning to face the drone footage. If any viewer also accidentally enters this type of environment, first of all, don't panic, because we have to believe in materialism, in science, and overcome the difficulties from a scientific point of view. Right now, for example, with a flashlight turned on, the room is well lit, which visually makes the fear diminish. Wow, that's a good point. I've noticed that a lot of times I've almost scared myself to death. Seconded. The last time I walked at night I saw a shadow and scared myself half to death. And when I got closer to the streetlight I realized it was a garbage bag. I'm so tired. I can only hold my hand by my sister's hand. Zhou Yan grunted. Let's hurry up then. Our groups will split up, or else which group will be counted for the quest cards we find? Wang Lin Evening and Meng Xianghan glanced at each other, and Wang Lin even took a few steps closer to Tao Chu Chu. Sister Chu Chu, why don't you let the two of us follow your team? And the mission cards we find will all be counted as yours. We're allergic to haunted houses, so we're not thinking about first place. Meng Xianghan came over as well and folded his arms. Please, we won't be too much of a drag. Haunted house allergy, ha 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 ha. These two brothers are going to kill me. Tao resigned with a face of indifference. Tao Chu Chu agreed, always under the eyes of the people or to control the development of the situation. Then let's separate from you guys as well. After all, it's rare that I don't take first place. Ji Yunshin had also turned on his flashlight and was illuminating the arrangements in the hall. Fan Sijing could only give resignation a reluctant glance and turned to follow Ji Yunshin's footsteps. Tao Rui looked at Ji Yunshin thoughtfully. Tao Chu Chu thought that she was just fidgeting, so she quietly reminded Tang Miao outside through her earphone with an agreed-upon technique to keep an eye on the blue group and pink group that were acting separately. Rhetoric, let's go. Coming. Rhetoric chewed and chewed, swallowing the lollipop in his mouth and taking out a new one and stuffing it in his mouth. With a little stick of lollipop in her hand, she quietly zipped into a spot where the drone footage was dead center, and then hopped up to follow her sister as she made her rounds through the halls. What's wrong, big fatty Wang? Aren't you a ghost? How can you still get your leg stabbed? A red-clothed female stern ghost floated down from the third floor and looked at big fatty Wang with contempt. Shut up, It's not just been cleaned up a while ago. I thought it's been a while since I've had a raw person in for a tonic, so I came over to take a look. With the help of the female night ghost, he hummed and hummed how he couldn't pull out the little stick. Damn, I'm going to eat this little girl. Let's go see the others. Resignation. What's wrong? Don't think she didn't see the golden light in her sister's hand. She must have been hiding something from her. Oh, just tied a cutie. As promised before leaving home, evil things are always called cute so as not to give them away. The little stick is her mark, which she will eat later. Tao Choo Choo, oh, little cutie, zap it. Tao Choo Choo was leading 3 people to rummage through the hall, with broken tables and chairs and cobwebs hanging everywhere. Sis, found it. Tao Ruizi took out a card from next to a vase. Tao Choo Choo, this is only the opening, how long? She also did not say the location of the task card to resign. Tao Tai really is a bit of luck in the body. At the same time Tao Rui found the card. The following came from each guest's headset. Congratulations Tao Rui, for obtaining the first mission card, +1 group points. Zhou Yan, who had just walked up to the second floor, kicked the railing with her foot in anger. Song Jingqing, you're a big man, give it some power. Song Jingqing listened to the anger. Miss Shou, do not take me to take the air, okay? Their own incapability to blame who? Zhou Yan turned around angrily, and her head directly touched a round object, and when the flashlight hit it, it was a skull head. Miss Shou, are you crazy? What are you screaming for? Song Jingqing was startled by the screams, rushed over to check. Raising his eyes, he also saw the skull with its ghostly light. No. Director, come out and compensate me for the mental damage. Laughing to death. It's not even half as scary as a horror movie, okay? Song Jingqing screamed louder than Zhou Yan. Ha ha ha. Upstairs, this is the real world, eh? It's not a TV show. Maybe you have to pee your pants. But what the hell are they seeing that's so scary? My live page nothing. No +1, +2. Hearing the voice of Tao Choo Choo, a flying swallow stepped on the railing on 3 steps to Russia's 2 steps. A few rushed to Zhou Yan there, followed by Tao Rui. Busy took out the small stick stored before, zapping one here and there, grabbed a certain ghost disguised as a skull head and stuffed it into his pants pocket while the camera wasn't paying attention, and then bounced back to the hall. Wang Lin Evening and Meng Shanghan followed Tao Choo Choo, as well as the drone that was following them stayed on the second floor. Tao Choo Choo, who was on the second floor, looked breathlessly at the 2 men who were crouching on the ground in fear and shivering in their arms, and pulled out a small fan and blew it at them. After blowing for a while, how about you guys take another look? Any more skulls? I'm not looking. Sister Yen Yen, brother Jing Chang, why don't you guys take a look anyway? I guarantee there's nothing. Wang Lin Evening also spoke out to help. Song Jingqing looked up tentatively. Eek, there really wasn't any. Could it be that his eyes were blurred? He pushed Zhou Yan. Look, there really isn't one. Zhou Yan looked up incredulously, staring at the location where the skull head had just appeared for a long time. There really isn't one. What's going on? Tao Choo Choo spoke at the right time. Have you ever heard of ergot fungus? Preferring to grow in old houses, especially in cold and damp environments where no one lives and is not ventilated. For example, we are now in the place. There should be a large number of ergot fungus. Will make people hallucinate. You guys just now should be because of this reason. So Sister Choo Choo, you're blowing with a small fan is? Wang Lin Evening opened his mouth to ask a question and received an appreciative glance from Tao Choo Choo. Not bad. She just needed this kind of comic relief. The way to do this is to ventilate the area, to blow away the large concentration of ergot bacteria. The concentration is reduced and the person naturally comes to their senses. Later on everyone will blow on themselves with a small fan every now and then or use peppermint oil to keep them awake. After hearing this, others in the room hurriedly pulled out small fans to carry with them. Tao Choo Choo was not a science gadget person arranged by the program group. Upstairs, can't people be erudite? It's just that. Jealous of others who know more. Just now Tao Choo Choo's stance on the stairs was so handsome. The practicing family is solid. I announce that she is my new husband. Speaking of which, it seems that our female goose has disappeared for a while. Director, cut the live broadcast. Chapter 19, Grandma Tao Tai. We were wrong. At this moment the resignation is very Moncler outlet online sitting in the hall on the main seat. In front of is kneeling in front of 8 or 9 ghosts. Cannot stop kowtowing. We are wrong. There are eyes do not recognize MT. Tai. I do not know that it is the grandmother you came. Forgive us Tao Ruyao, you guys have also been stuck here for too long. It's normal that you don't recognize me. Thank you Grandma for your forgiveness. Thank you, Grandma, for your forgiveness. Did I say forgive? Tao Rui changed to a two-legged position, propping his chin up and looking at them in boredom. The red-clothed female night ghost was scared and angry, and viciously kicked Big Fatty Wang. It's all your fault. Just now it's all because you don't know what's good for you. And you're so bold that you messed with Grandma Tao Tai, dragging us into the water. Let's backtrack on what just happened. After just resigning myself to zapping several cuties, I was going to sneak in a dinner and eat them all while no camera was around. But there is a naive criticism. Wang Daffet boasts that this red cabinet seniority is the oldest person. Always regard these ghosts as their subordinates. Hurt them then directly hurt him. More serious. Hit the dog but also look at the master. The face of the male ghosts that is the top of the important. For the sake of face, he bravely struck out at Tao Ruizi, and chose the time when Tao Ruizi was in a rather good mood and took out his chopsticks ready to clip the ghost and start eating. Splat! Tao Ruizi's left leg just lightly kicked, and the attacking Big Fatty Wang was viciously kicked to the other side of the hall. Tao Ruizi, who had been disturbed from eating, was in a rather unpleasant mood that couldn't be coaxed out of him by just eating a few ghosts. Go on. If you guys don't go on, are you waiting to die? Today it's either her death or ours. We may still have a chance of winning if we go on together. Under the call of Big Fatty Wang, 2 or 3 ghosts emerged from each of the 4 corners of the hall, among which the red-clothed female stern ghost was obviously the strongest and had the most ghostly aura. Tao Rui stood in place with a face full of displeasure. Her right hand slightly opened, and in an instant, all the ghosts that pounced on her were dispersed into diffuse ghostly chi in midair before they could get close. Tao Rui's fingers slightly closed together, and the ghost chi was gathered in the center of her hand, and her hand was trying to exert force to directly annihilate these things that made her angry. Wang Daffet was the butler of the rich man in his lifetime, and he quickly changed his face and bowed to do things quite smoothly, and after noticing Tao Ruizi's murderous heart, he immediately howled and cried out in pain, "Auntie, we were wrong. As long as we don't kill, anything will do. I am Tao Tai, not Auntie." Big Fatty Wang's words made Tao Rui suddenly think of the program's mission to capture a drudge who was familiar with the layout of the Red Pavilion to find a mission card. Then she could focus on eating while following her sister. "Grandma Tao Tai, we were wrong. Please spare us. Please forgive us ghosts who have never seen the world. We'll do anything to be oxen and horses." The ghosts also learned to keep begging for forgiveness. Tao Rui, who wanted to find ghosts to work before unloading them, lazily threw them all to the ground and also wiped his hands with alcohol wipes. As soon as Big Fatty Wang came out, he doggedly cleared the main seat, and Tao resigned to sit up in the posture of a grandpa lying down. Then there was the opening scene. "You're all here. Where's the Ghost King?" Tao Ruyue learned Tao Chuchu's eyes half closed and looked at them with a cold face. Reporting back to Grandma Tao Tai, "A few days ago someone came and captured a lot of our ghosts. Now the only ones left are the ones you see in front of you. Oh, and 1 or 2 more squatting there on the 2nd floor. Ghost King or whatever. We've never seen it. The strongest one here is Tsui Hua." Big Fatty Wang's ghost face was all fawning. "Tsui Hua?" Tao Ruizi repeated in surprise. The red-clad female night ghost squirmed and straightened her upper body. "It's me. My name is Tsui Hua. That's quite a rustic name. Grandma Tao Tai, don't kill us. We can do so many things. Look, Tsui Hua can show you pole dancing. Little A and Little B can show you two-man show. And I can serve you tea and whack your legs. Little C is even more unique, and can take off her own head and perform shuttlecock for you. Quickly show. Big Fatty Wang hurriedly waved his hand for the crowd of ghosts to perform their talents. For a time, the sound of the duo, flexible and twisted pole dance, kicking the head accidentally kicked the ceiling. 100 flowers blossomed 100 competitions. Watching Tao Ruizi simply want to order a barbecue to help cheer up. Rhetoric, where are you? Bad. Stealing away from her sister for too long. She's starting to look for her. Tao Rui's small face was solemn. Hurriedly moved up. The Ghost King is not available now. Then barely used Tsui Hua. She grabbed a Tsui Hua and rolled it up and stuffed it into her pants pocket. Looking at the other ghosts, Big Fatty Wang, and you ghosts, with human lives in your hands, I'm not going to eat you today. And anyway, Yama will settle the score with him. Left hand casually pinched. The presence of ghosts could not beg for mercy on the sharp popping sound after disappearing in the pants pocket of Tsui Hua to see what happened, but also shaking as if on vibration mode. "Tsui Hua, you have to understand. You have to work well." Oh. Tao Rui hurriedly ran up to the 2nd floor while secretly talking to Tsui Hua. At that moment, the drone finally captured Tao Ruizi's figure. "Aha, my female goose has appeared. Scared to death. I thought I was caught by a ghost. Upstairs. You're not getting into Tao Chuchu's popular science. Sister, I'm coming." Tao Rui was high and happy in front of Tao Chuchu and made the sign of 8 with her hand. "Tao Chuchu, resignation. This is to leave so a moment. Take out so many ghosts, that the bureau to be the effect can still be made." Suddenly bawled. "JPG, why don't we hurry up and look for Sister Sieging and the others? It's kind of scary that we haven't heard much from them after all this time." Meng Xianghan felt like he had just heard a lot of people screaming, and goosebumps rose. I think it's fine. Is your group going? Tao Chuchu twisted her head to look at Zhou Yan and Song Jingqing. Let's do it together, let's do it together. Song Jingqing didn't look at Zhou Yan's face and answered first. Joking aside, having just been nearly scared to death, he was afraid of going crazy if he acted alone at this time. Zhou Yan didn't say anything, but the strength of her grip on the electric fan increased a little more. Seeing that the people present reached a consensus, Tao Chuchu pointed upstairs. It seems like they just went to the 3rd floor. Let's go up and take a look. Tao Rui deliberately lagged a few steps behind, pretending to pull out his pants pockets without thinking. Quickly go look for the mission card. Find the location and come back to tell me. Trisha floated out with a swish, her back all but carrying the fortitude of a man on a mission. This 3rd floor, how does it feel colder than just now? The wind is so strong. Song Jingqing's voice was so soft at the moment that the end of her words could tremble 3 times. Tao Chuchu was speechless. Why don't you set the fan's wind power to 1st gear first? Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Song Jingqing, this brother turned out to be a comedian? Trust me. My brother is the exquisite little prince persona of the singing world. Tao Chuchu, beauty speechless. JPG, don't you guys think the 3rd floor is overly quiet? What about the sound of no one's footsteps? Song Jingqing's voice shook more and more. Right. And why is there a rustling sound? Wang Lin Evening and Meng Xianghan supported each other shivering. Ah, Tao Ruizi, who felt that he was being named, tore the potato chip package in his hand with a tearing sound and poked his head out to ask, you mean the sound of me rummaging through my bag to find potato chips? How do you still have the mood to eat potato chips? Ah? Song Jingqing freaked out. Where is the artist this time still maintaining a persona? He repented. Why did he take this variety show? Didn't my sister tell you to believe in science? What are you afraid of? There are no ghosts in the world. Tao Rui indifferently picked up the potato chips and clicked and gnawed on them. Song Jingqing turned back to try to find Zhou Yan together to denounce Tao Ruizi, looked around and could not find anyone. So scared that he grabbed the nearest Tao Ruizi and let out a scream. Ah. Tao Rui was yelled in the ear, and was a little confused. Tao Chuchu couldn't look away and pulled Song Jingqing over. Calm down. Speak properly. Perhaps Tao Chuchu looked too reliable. Song Jingqing took several deep breaths and finally calmed down, saying shakily, Zhou Yan is gone. Didn't you guys notice? Tao Chuchu was shocked to spread away from grabbing Song Jingqing's hand and sharply twisted her head, her eyes sweeping over every place around her. And Wang Lin Evening and Meng Xianghan hugged each other even tighter, not daring to spread their hands. The murky, tattered corridors, the obscure portrait murals, the quiet, the click sound was especially noticeable and crisp, knocking one by one on everyone's heart except Tao Rui's. The pop-ups on the live stream were also a mess. I'll testify. I was just at Yanzhou's live broadcast and suddenly I couldn't see her anymore. That's right. It just suddenly disappeared. Sure enough. There really are ghosts. I don't believe it. It must be a prank. The program gives me back my goddess sister. Chapter 20 Comrades Na, believe in science. Outside the field, Tang Miao looked at the surveillance screen and frowned fiercely, lifting his hand to open the headset intercom. Ear mice. What's the situation at your place? Ear mice. No anomalous magnetic field fluctuations picked up. Hold your ground. There's still choo-choo and rhetoric in the field. Copy that. The clickety-clickety-click disappeared, and the silence of the 3rd floor corridor flooded one's heart with a deeper fear. Resignation, sister. Why don't you eat something else? It's too quiet. I'm panicking. Song Jingqing moved to Tao Ruizi's side with small broken steps. For some reason he felt that Tao Ruizi's side was the safest. Tao Rui glanced at him helplessly. No wonder my old brother said that men's hearts are under the sea needle. Really fickle. Forget it, she did a good thing to satisfy him. In the bag took out a cup of milk tea. Unwrapped the straw pop inserted. Tao Ruizi began to drink milk tea. This is still Zhang Ma's own cooking oversized pearl milk tea. The pearl is 1/3 larger than those sold on the market. Chewing especially strong. Small backpack is limited. She only brought 3 cups. Song Jingqing was speechless as she watched Tao Rui just hold the oversized cup of milk tea and drink it. The fear in her heart unconsciously faded a lot. Sister Choo Choo, what should we do now? Ever since Tao Choo Choo had just leapt up to save him, he had followed the 2 Wang Lin Evening and Meng Xianghan and called her sister. After all, in the entertainment industry, sis is an honorific. Tao Choo Choo gently placed her right hand on the wall, feeling the vibration of her surroundings. For some reason, she had the feeling that the 3 people who disappeared must be nearby. Tao Rui sipped her milk tea and looked toward the end of the 3rd floor corridor. There's the smell of black gas there. Rhetoric. It's the end, right? Tao Choo Choo's right hand felt a slight resonance coming from not far away. Based on the deduction of the location, it should be the place where Rhetoric was looking towards without any mistake. Tao Rui nodded, her finger pointing at the other 3 people present, her eyes asking her sister what to do. What? Tao Tao Chu can judge the position from the wall? And what's with this gesture of Tao's? It can't be that this is a fixer-upper program, can it? And that the two sisters, Tao Chu Tao Rui, were arranged by the program team? So looking forward to it. Tao Chu pressed the earphone, and Tang Miao outside the field understood, ear mice. Later you will see the situation and intervene in the drone transmission. Let's go. Go to the end and look for them. Don't worry, they'll be fine. It's probably because Zhou Yan walked away on her own and didn't talk to us. Tao Chu took the lead and walked to the front. That's right, Zhou Yan also tried to act on her own before. Song Jingqing is actually the first to agree, causing Tao Rui to look at him in surprise. The courage to progress, well, oh, really something to scare to exercise out of it. The closer we got to the end of the corridor, the more clearly we heard the sound of dripping water in our ears. Wang Lin evening, Sister Chu, is the sound of dripping water also our illusion? Tao Chu, no, this is the real sound of dripping water. Later you can find out why. Maybe you can trigger a hidden quest. Family members, who understands? I'm really fascinated by this kind of calm and highly intelligent sister. Upstairs I get it. Sister Shark me. Why sex loves YYDS. Fart. You guys are clearly seeing the light. Tao Chu is only 18. Everyone. You wake up a little bit. Our age difference is not a problem. 3 meters away from the room at the end of the corridor, Tao Ruizi suddenly grabbed in front of the crowd and cut the person off. Tao Chu, resignation, what did you find out? Tao Rui didn't say anything, just looked up to the ceiling and threw the clean milk teacup right up there. You dare to hurt me. District mortal ants. All die. The black jelly unidentified creature with twisted limbs perched on the ceiling let out a scream that sounded like a man or a woman, and fiercely stretched out 7 or 8 tentacles downwards to stab at Tao Rui and the others. Tao Rui's left hand waved at the crowd behind her. Golden light flashed madly, instantly forming a shield to envelop them. Her voice cheerful. Sister, it's big cute law. The crowd's hair was suddenly moved by a gale. Vocally, ghost my hair moved on its own There was no doubt this was Song Jingqing's voice. What? Why did Tao Rui suddenly say that the milk tea was delicious? Their hair suddenly moves. Song Jingqing says there are ghosts. ******* program team digging into the real thing? Lu director at the moment in his heart like a mirror. Knowing that Tao Rui absolutely said not, the audience heard this sentence, but he did not dare to say. The broadcast volume has reached 50 million. The first phase of the program broke the highest broadcast record of his year's explosive variety show. He is very happy, but also very painful. I hope that Tang Miao they are reliable or cannot close the scene will die for sure. Tang Miao had already reported the situation to Bai Zhe, taking a deep breath and forcing herself to calm down. She had to believe what Boss Bai said and trust Tao Rui. One attack couldn't accomplish its goal. Black jelly became irritated. Damn mortals, sink together. The door of the room at the end of the corridor opened with a gack. Tao Ruizi was curious for a moment and probed to see, and the golden light on his hand relaxed slightly, and the crowd was instantly pushed into the room by the irresistible thrust. Tao Ruji looked at her sister, went in, did not even think to grab her sister's hand, also followed in. Hey yo, ouch. ********. Sister Chu. Extreme darkness enveloped the crowd. What happened? They've all disappeared. Where are the people? Where are the people? Where have they all gone? I saw the door to the room at the end of the hall open just now. Tao resigned to open the small backpack from the bag out of the big red candles handed to Tao Chu. Tao Chu took lit. The crowd finally threw this light to see the room clearly. Zhou Yan, Fan Si Jing, and Ji Yunshin. The 3 of them were lying on the ground as if they had been unconscious for a long time. Found the 3 of them. Why did they pass out? Meng Shanghan happily greeted everyone to come over and look, and there was no lack of worry between his words. I understand. It must be that this place is not ventilated. The oxygen concentration is too low, and they passed out from lack of oxygen. Wang Lin evening would already learn to use science to answer this matter. Brother have you thought about why we suddenly came into this room? Song Jingqing squatted on the ground with a face of numbness and abandonment of self. Love it or hate it. Big deal. Resignation. No littering next time. Tao Chu took out a small handkerchief and wiped her sister's mouth that had just been soiled by drinking milk tea, secretly signaling her sister to let go. Tao Rui happily received this signal and twisted her head and walked lightly to the corner with a cat step. Hello, little black jelly, can I taste you? The black jelly creature hidden in the corner of the wall was startled by Tao Ruizi, and after reacting to what Tao Ruizi said, it angrily crawled around the wall, and as it crawled, the bloody marks on the wall gradually became clearer, and the red and ghostly light fired recklessly. Wang Lin evening, Meng Shanghan, Song Jingqing. Song Jingqing rolled his eyes and fainted. Tao Chu looked at the not fainted Wang Lin evening. Meng Shanghan, a slight smile, went up and simply two-handed knife to send them and Song Jingqing lying together. Taking out the hidden camera, Tao Chu stood in the middle of the room and filmed all the formation patterns on the walls, transmitting them back to the headquarters in real time. Temio, can you hear us? Hear that? Don't worry, the sound in the live broadcast is already the content of the guest conversation that we have faked. Just now Boss Bai looked at the formation pattern you sent back. It's the same sacrificial formation as the one in the Wang family mall last time. You guys be careful, we're ready to back up, and Boss Bai is on his way here. Copy that. Tao Rui is still chasing the black jelly, like a cat catching a mouse, catching up a little bit and pulling off a little bit with her hand and stuffing it into her mouth. Mom, yeah, so delicious. Ah, slippery, is her favorite salty and sweet mouth. Rhetoric, destroy the formation first. Hearing her sister's words, Tao Rui immediately stopped, provocatively grinning at the black jelly. Pupils turned vertical lines, her right foot gently stomped the floor. Tao Dai Golden Phantom quietly appeared behind her, along with her mind to wander around the array, destroying the array pattern everywhere. Less than a minute, opened to half of the sacrificial array into a waste of copper and iron. Ah, you've spoiled the master's big event. I'll drag you along with me even if I die. The black jelly let out a sharp whistling sound, and its body quickly swelled up like an overinflated balloon, rushing towards Tao Zichi with a thunderous momentum. Want to blow yourself up? Tao Rui happily grinned, her mouth wider, her feet moving, her red eyes growing more and more excited. Come on, her jelly afternoon tea. Tao Chu stood in place, looking proudly at her sister grabbing the black balloon that was going to explode itself and stuffing it into her mouth. The numerous tentacles of the black balloon tried to wrap around Resignation, and were dissolved by Resignation's golden phantasm with just a single roar of her open mouth. Her sister, she's awesome as hell. Tao Ruizi ate and drank enough, withdrew his phantom, his eyes returned to normal, and lay on the ground slowly touching his small stomach with an insatiable face. Tao Chu walked over and gently pulled Tao Rui up, used the authorities' equipment to eliminate part of the memories of those 6 people on the ground, took out the awakening machine, and gently pressed the button. I'll go. Why am I lying on the ground? Song Jingqing was the first to jump up, frantically patting his clothes in disgust. The screen is up. Ha, why are they all lying on the ground? Just now their voices were just chatting about the location of the clues for the mission card when they suddenly disconnected. Didn't Tao Chu just say that she found a strange pile of rocks? Here, look guys, this is the pile of rocks I just found. Tao Chu pointed to the scattered stones at the entrance of the room and said, you guys just fainted when you suddenly spoke, and your mouths were chanting as if you were caught in a hallucination. I just requested a reminder from the program, and the answer is that these are rocks with radioactive substances that tend to put people into hallucinatory stupors, but are harmless to the human body itself. I'll go. It's really something that science can explain. Song Jingqing was greatly shocked. That's why my sister said at the beginning, comrades, you have to believe in science. It's not advisable to scare yourself. Tao Rui took out a second cup of milk tea and started sucking on it. What? I don't believe it. You guys lied to me, and the rock can still make just head start? Can this be explained by science? What did you all just encounter? Tao Chu turned her head to ask the 3 people who were in the room to begin with. Chapter 21, Unexpected Gains. Zhou Yan's face was in a trance, trying to recall, and said, I followed you guys just up to the 3rd floor, then I felt dizzy, the sky was spinning, and I wanted to open my mouth and shout for yours, then I was suddenly unconscious, and then I woke up here. Fan Xijing was surprised and covered her mouth. I just did the same thing. I was following Brother Yunshin in the corridor to the left room by room to search. Suddenly I felt that my breathing was not good. Then I opened my eyes and saw you guys. Si Jing and I are the same. Ji Yunshin seemed to have a headache and kept rubbing his forehead. Tao Rui bit down on her straw and stared at Ji Yunshin, and the more she looked, the more she felt that something didn't seem right. Fan Xijing had the Taotai diagram she had drawn on her hand, and Zhou Yan hadn't disappeared for very long, so the 2 of them hadn't suffered much from the erosion of the black jelly and the sacrifice formation, but they were more or less covered in black qi. But Ji Yunshin, an ordinary person who has been deep in the center of the black gas for so long, it is impossible to have no black gas at all on his body, clean as if he has never stepped foot. Couldn't figure it out. Never mind, she'd better whisper it to her sister later. Tao Chu looked around. I suggest that we don't separate our searches later. Focus on one place to act, go back to the hall and start over, and whoever searches for the quest card will be counted as whoever's. Seconded. Song Jingqing was the first to raise his hand in agreement. The others present then nodded one after another. When going downstairs, Tao Rui deliberately pulled Tao Chu to walk at the end of the line and quietly groped her sister to say that Ji Yunshin was not right. This Tao Ruizi is not thinking that the microphone is not turned off. Ji Yunshin is not right? Did the program set up a villain? It's hard to say. Ji Yunshin is at least a movie star. Tao Chu glanced helplessly at the microphone on her body. How did Tang Miao and the others line up? First the Ghost King, then the Sacrifice Array, and now Resignation has discovered that Ji Yunshin is not right. Tao Chuchu touched Tao Rui's head. Finish the show first, and when you leave later Rui can give each guest your favorite Tao Tai sticker. Oh. All the people walked to the hall of the entrance. Tao Chuchu found an opportunity to pretend to pass by Ji Yunshin without thinking. Ji Yunshin suddenly felt a pain in his arm, raised his hand up to look and did not find any wounds, did not think to put it down, and followed the crowd to look for the task card. Tao Chuchu recited in her mind. 1, 2, 3. With a snap, Fan Xijing's alarmed voice rang out. Brother Yun Shun, what happened to you? I'm fine. I'm just a little dizzy all of a sudden. Ji Yunshin was paralyzed and couldn't get up on the ground. The remaining males present, Wang Lin Evening, Mang Shanghan, Song Jingcheng, tried to lift Ji Yunshin up and put him on the tabletop with 7 hands and 8 feet. Tao Rui stayed to look at it for a while and realized that the 3 big men actually couldn't hold it up, walked directly over, bent down and directly picked up Ji Yunshin, and walked over to the clean main seat. When he put down Ji Yunshin, Tao Rui quietly groped at the back of his neck and pasted a Tao Tai pattern sticker, using the stickable talisman paper bought from the Taoist priests of Yuntai Mountain. Instantly under the sticker, Ji Yunshin's face turned even paler with the naked eye, and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead in large drops. Ah, Ji Yunshin, this doesn't look like an act. The program hasn't intervened yet? A person's life is at stake. Broadcasting accident bar this is. Tao Rui probed and looked happy. Ji Yunshin back of the neck were a lot of black gas. Ah, the flavor smell can be really delicious. Ah, I understand. Low blood sugar, right? You're welcome to send you chocolate. Using a chocolate for so many black chi treats. Cost effective. Tao Ruiyue flipped out the chocolate, unwrapped the package and directly and roughly stuffed into Ji Yunshin's mouth. His right hand immediately put into the back of his neck crazy collection of black chi. I can't imagine that there are still surprises after just now. Cool. Ah. Tao resigned. This is taking advantage of my brother. Upstairs, the little human girl is saving your brother, okay? At this moment, Tang Miao brought someone with him, and the two hurried in wearing white coats. The program is suspended. Let's check it out. Tang Miao and the two of them then directly went forward to surround Ji Yunshin and Tao Rui. Tang Miao a movement down. Ji Yunshin directly unconscious. For a moment, only the busy back of the white lab coat was left on the live broadcast screen, and it was impossible to see Tao Rui's movements. As soon as Tao Rui saw a familiar cover, he put down his right hand and let his pupils turn into vertical lines without any concealment, and with red eyes he opened his mouth and directly ate the black chi. Sister Miao, has this baby always been this raw? Shi Mu, who was directly confronted with Tao Rui eating black chi for the first time at close range, directly declared failure in expression management and frantically asked her dear sister Miao with her eyes. The hand movements kept checking Ji Yunshin's body. Ting Miao took the time to return a look that said, she has accepted well. Anyway, not to eat her. Anything is good. Tao Rui had eaten for but less than 10 minutes before Ji Yunshin no longer had any black chi coming out, and Tang Miao and Shi Mu's examination then ended. Tang Miao frowned at the results of the detector in his hand, and couldn't help but wonder if the authority hadn't maintained these machines for too long, causing the machines' results to be wrong. How could there be so much black gas in the body? But the data was all normal. Looking towards Ji Yunshin, whose eyes were tightly closed, the question marks on his brain increased even more. After Tao Rui finished eating the black chi, Ji Yunshin's expression obviously soothed a lot, and his face was visibly flushed. How was Zhou Yan, who was so far away, pulled into that room with the sacrifice formation? The part where Ji Yunshin and Fan Xijing disappeared was directly missing from the footage sent back by the drone. Was it really caused by the sacrifice formation and the Ghost King? Helplessly, considering that the live broadcast is not yet over, suppressing the doubts in his heart, Tang Miao turned to the crowd and the camera and announced, Ji Yunshin's abnormality was caused by low blood sugar. Tao Rui replenished his energy in time. There is no big problem now, just rest for a while. Thank you for saving our brother. So that's what Tao Ruizi meant when he said something was wrong just now. Thank you Tao Ruizi for saving our brother Yunshin. The pop-ups are lined up. Hold it, 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 hold it. Ji Yunshin opened his eyes at the right time, rubbed his brow, and his smile was obviously more genuine than when the show first started. Thank you Resignation. Everyone don't worry, I feel much better now. Continue the program, maybe our group first place. Oh, Tao Rui, who had a full harvest today, was very comfortably reminiscing about what she had eaten on the side, and when she heard Ji Yunshin's words, she immediately picked up, Sister and I are the first. The crowd looked over in confusion, and Tao Ruizi cocked his head. Don't believe me? Look, 4 quest cards were pulled out of the small backpack. Crowd, Tao Chuchu couldn't even help but be shocked. Resignation, where did you get this? How did you get it when the program didn't even broadcast it? We don't recognize cheating. Zhou Yan was unconvinced. and her tone couldn't help but be mean. This I know why it's not broadcast. Wang Lin Evening Weekly raised his hand to speak. There was a rule card in the tool that the program team sent out at the beginning, and it said that only the first time it would be broadcasted, and that it would no longer be broadcasted after that. Why don't you broadcast? Zhou Yan was directly at Wang Lin late fierce, saw the drone camera before he was surprised to realize that he was broadcasting live, and was busy moderating his tone. I mean, if we don't broadcast, we won't know how the mission is going. It says that the first broadcast is to motivate the guests, and not broadcasting it later is to give the guests more room to play. Wang Lin Evening was shocked and cowered for a moment, but still summoned up the courage to answer. In fact, each guest has their own live follow-up footage. I have just been in Tao Rui's live room, and I see that indeed all of them are found by her personally. The first time I've ever seen a movie. I've never seen a movie. Tao Ruizi is definitely favored by the god of variety arts. Yes, 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 yes. Haven't they always been together? How did Tao Rui find them? When they went downstairs from the 3rd floor, they didn't go to the 1st floor lobby together. I was looking for them in the process of going downstairs. I'm going to go. Are you sure? There's no replay. I want to see it. The program will release the edited version of the main movie later, so you can just watch the main movie then. Ah, mommy is so proud. The female goose is so great. The handsome man in black shirt and black pants who was reclining on a toffee chair and leisurely sipping tea in the courtyard patio suddenly crushed his teacup. It's this little Tao Tai again, destroying the array, not to mention that the split soul fragments that I put on the puppet have actually been destroyed by so much. It's really a good skill. Raising his hand, he beckoned a ball of black chi. Black one. Go, check on this Tao Tai. The black chi slowly dissipated after answering, and the handsome man replaced a teacup and continued to lie down and sip tea. Bai Zai, you won't always be so lucky. Chapter 22, Hidden Tasks. The first place can't be taken. Si Jing. So let's start with the hidden quests. Maybe we'll flip it. Ji Yunshan asked Fan Si Jing's opinion in a gentle tone. Right, we can't give up. And the number of quest cards hasn't been announced, so there might be more hidden away. Fan Si Jing clenched her hands into fists and touched them together, giving a small cheer. It makes sense. Zhou Yan, you work hard. It's too embarrassing to be in the countdown. Song Jingqing's mouth skimmed as he looked at Zhou Yan with disdain. After thinking for a while, Fan Si Jing decided to look for outside help. Program team, I'm applying to use the reminder opportunity. The sound of dripping water. The rest of the pink and green groups used the reminder opportunity in a similar fashion and got the same 3 words. The sound of dripping water. Is that a reference to that sound we just heard when we were on the 3rd floor? Song Jingqing rubbed his chin and muttered to himself uncertainly. Right. Sister Chu Chu said at that time that the sound of dripping water might be the hidden quest. Mang Shanghan violently hammered his head with his hand in a fist, frightening Tao Rui, who was preparing to unscrew the lid of the yogurt. With an overexertion of force, and the lid crumbled out. Sister Chu Chu is so strong. The stars in Wang Lin Evening's eyes were turning into substance. Tao Chu Chu looked around and suggested, let's go up together then. No, it was our group of 3 that used the precious hint opportunity to get this clue. Your group can't go up without contributing. Zhou Yan blocked the way in front of Tao Chu Chu. Tao Chu Chu reached out to stop Tao Rui, who wanted to go forward to beat up Zhou Yan, smiling politely and rustily. Yes, you guys go ahead. After saying that, he pulled Tao Ruizi toward the other side of the hall. Honestly, I didn't expect Zhou Yan to be like this, playing the game without a little desire to win or lose. Don't play Roadrunner. I think Zhou Yan performance is normal. Is this normal? You fans are really something. Sister Chu Chu. Fan Sijing watched Tao Chu Chu walk away and stomped her feet anxiously. Zhou Yan, you can't afford to play and lose on your own carefulness. Don't you take us okay? That's right, their group has gotten so many cards. Besides, who has the ability to complete the hidden mission counts on who. Just now it was them who saved us. You put up the bowl and shouted at the mother. Put down the bowl and cursed the mother. Song Jingqing immediately followed the open mic. Stump. Fan Sijing jogged all the way to grab in front of Tao Chu Chu. Chu Chu, don't mind Zhou Yan. All of the rest of us want you to be with resignation. Next to Tao Rui was asking Suehua, who had returned. Nicely. Do you prefer steamed or braised? Clean. Steam it, after all. You can't be too heavy on the taste of being a ghost. Are you going to reward me with something to eat, Grandma Tao Tai? No, your human life is haunting you. How can I still give you food? Tao Rui pulled out her chopsticks and innocently raised her eyes. Steamed is to eat directly. Braised is to sprinkle some garlic sauce on you and then eat it. For the sake of you helping to find the quest card, I kindly let you choose a way to eat it. Trisha. Fan Sijing was still in the midst of all sorts of pampering and begging Tao Chu Chu to team up with her when the change came out of nowhere. A sharp female voice rang out abruptly. You tricked me. A woman in red with a blurred figure suddenly appeared in front of Fan Sijing's eyes, her clothes still tattered like someone from the last century. The red clothes raised themselves without wind, and the figure gradually became clear. Ha ha ha, good you female child. Swindling me to work for you. In the end, you still want to eat me. I'm going to pull all of you on my back even if I die. The red clothes rushed into Zhou Yan's body with a single dive. Zhou Yan's waist-length hair instantly dragged on the ground. Her hands grew long fingernails, and ghostly lines like vines gradually spread to her face, her complexion becoming as snowy white as if she hadn't seen the sun for hundreds of years. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Jingcheng, who was closest to Zhou Yan, was so scared that he rolled and rushed over to Tao Chuchu's side, and with Fan Sijing, who had long been too scared to speak, hid behind the two Tao sisters and shivered. Wang Lin Evening and Meng Shanghan, two people were fear-inspired potential. In the red, female ghost to Zhou Yan rushed over the time has jumped on the stairs, but also a person one hand shoulder up. The physical strength has not yet recovered. Ji Yunshin. The three people in the corner of the stairs to hold the column crouching, forced not to dare to make a sound for fear of attracting the attention of the female ghost. Tao Chu Chu, wow. It turns out that a stern ghost with a certain level of skill can really possess awe. Just now the closest Fan Sijing was not selected. I think it was because of the Tao Tai pattern that resignation drew on her hand. Tao Ruizi was still holding chopsticks in her hand, and turned her head to look at Zhou Yan, who was possessed. Suehua wouldn't think that she couldn't eat her after possessing a human. She'll just switch to a drier way of eating. Digging the groove, digging the groove. Don't tell me you're doing this as a special effect. Zhou Yan's hair and nails and the ghost lines on her face are too realistic. I believe in science. Tang Miao. 6. You group of old six is really able to make things ah. She pedals bottom pedaling a fart. Hopelessly. He picked up the intercom and broadcast. Congratulations to the entire group of guests for opening the hidden quest. Lu Guide. The original hidden mission was to find the third floor of the successive owners of the notepad, to reveal the truth of the bizarre and tragic death of the successive owners. Okay. Development to the present. How to round ah. The ground of cabbage ah. His heart bitter ah. Suppressing the bitterness in his heart. Director Lu continued to look back at the live monitor screen. What's he worried about? He's relying on his sister Miao. Only to see Tao Chuchu approaching Zhou Yan step by step. Tao Rui hurriedly followed her sister, although she didn't really know what her sister was going to do. But her sister was definitely the strongest when she struck. Tao Chuchu stopped a meter away from Zhou Yan and slowly opened her mouth. Report your name. Why are you possessed? And do you have any grievances? Bah! You think it's an act for you? What's the point of acting like a great lord of the sky? Suehua spoke contemptuously. I just want all of your lives to stay here. All of you stay with me. Can't you? Tao Chuchu slightly lowered her head inside. Really? Toast to the wine, but not to the wine. Looked up with a shallow smile and gently raised her leg. In a flash of lightning, with the exception of Tao Rui, the crowd didn't see her actions clearly. Suehua was ruthlessly pinned to the ground as she grabbed her hair and hands, and Tao Chuchu pressed one knee against Suehua's back. Shuehua was incredulous. Besides Tao Rui, how could any mortal be so capable? Tao Chuchu forcefully suppressed Shuehua's resistance. Inner OS. The authority is now manually a Tao Dai sticker good. Go out must have cheap and good use. Randomly paste UA, but also arrogantly attacked with ghost power? In terms of force value, this situation is a piece of cake for a trained assassin. Seeing that the danger was slightly lifted, only then did the three Ji Yunshin dare to quietly probe from around the corner. And Ji Yunshin was the first to ask, what you said about letting us all die here? Is it true that all the people before were killed by you? What's your name? We have no grudge against you. Why do you want us to die? Curiosity overpowered fear. Meng Shanghan also asked boldly. Tao added the most damaging line. Confess and die painlessly. Don't confess and tear you apart. Suehua still seemed to be struggling. Tao Ruizi directly walked over and slapped Suehua on the head. I ask you a question. Do you dare not obey? The strong one-way Tao Tai pressure broke Suehua's mental defenses completely. Her voice choked. I'll say. The first owner of the Red Pavilion was the mega-rich man who built it, and I was a singer-songwriter bought by someone else at the time to give to the mega-rich man as a concubine. At first, the mega-rich was gentle and considerate to me, and I was addicted to it, thinking that my miserable life was finally over and that I had finally met my true son who saved me from the fire. I didn't expect that in just 2 months' time, he would abandon me and take 3 concubines in succession. I only hear the laughter of the newcomers, not the words of the old. If I had only been disliked, only without my husband's favor, I would have been able to live out my life well even if I had raised my spirits. But the damn man didn't. In order to make his business bigger, he gave me to his business partner in public at a banquet, and I knew that his business partner was a pervert, and how many women had died at his hands, so I wouldn't obey. He lost a great deal of face, and after the meal he flogged me wantonly with a whip. I was covered with bruises, and he ordered salt to be sprinkled on me, and then whipped me over and over again to take out his anger. Learning that I also had a younger brother working under the steward of the house, he escorted my brother to watch the punishment of whipping me as well. Our parents in the chaotic world has long gone. My younger brother, is my hand brought up? My younger brother, to see me so miserable, rushed up to save me, was relentlessly angry that a whip in the head. My younger brother fell to the ground, knocked into the foot of the column. On the spot, blood flow on the ground. Just so gone. I hate him. I hate him. Suewa's eyes got redder and redder as she spoke, and she looked like she lost her mind, and was slapped down by Tao Ruizi. Her eyes returned to normal. Faking obedience. I coaxed him with great effort to relax my house arrest. I chose a good day, changed into the wedding dress I had worn when I married him then, and with the rest of the money I bribed the guards to put a sufficient amount of rat poison in the kitchen. Ha 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 ha, they're all dead. They're all dead. They're all dead except for his child who was under 6 at the time. Trisha laughed uncontrollably and wildly as she spoke. Fan Si Jing listened to his heart. Then what happened? How did the successive owners of the Red Pavilion die afterward? Yeah, I have a book here with records ta. Tao Ruizi twisted her head and pulled out a notepad. Sister, look at this notepad that has a record of what happened back then. Tao Chu Chu took over, turned over and read out the text above. Winter solstice. I still remember when the whole family suddenly fell to the ground after dinner, foaming at the mouth. Today the old house revisited, and finally got the truth. My father sinned and brutalized the innocent woman, and finally got retribution. In the future, my generation of children and grandchildren, we should remember when the wrongs are avenged. I also hope that the woman can put down her hatred and be reincarnated in her next life in a blessed family. Suehua looked up in surprise. How could that be? How could that kid think that way back then? Tao Rui was speechless. No, you don't even know about it? Don't you float around every day to see what's going on? Tao Chu Chu continued to flip through the notepad. That child you purposely spared back then, right? The latter owners are all descendants of the mega-rich back then, and heeding the words of that kid back then, they reside in the Red Pavilion, wanting to overtake you. This house has been altered by someone to change the feng shui, gathering in and raising ghosts, inviting so many small ghosts as well as ghost kings and evil formations. You have been tricked into being stationed here unintentionally, although it is unintentional, but it is also harming those humans behind you who have no grudges or grudges against you. Tao Rui huffed another slap to Tsuewa's head. Tao Chu Chu followed up on her sister's words. Humans have been in a place with heavy yin qi for a long time, and it is easy to change into respiratory diseases and rheumatism and so on. And there are also problems in the spirit, together with the yin evils entering the body and the fatal bacterial infections. So much buff stacked on top of each other, and their strange deaths became an unsolved mystery in the eyes of the world. Tang Miao CPU are almost burned dry. Mice and Shi Wood and other people synchronized to change the content of the live broadcast also changed. The fingers are flying out of the sparks. What a bunch of ancestors. They'll say anything. Convinced. Those of them who are responsible for the aftermath of their lives are lives. 2. What? So Zhou Yan is the NPC arranged by the program group in this segment. Was the truth back then actually because the environment was damp and bacteria grew, causing the people who lived there to get sick and die? Upstairs, look at how many of the other poor areas on the blue planet have seen their populations plummet due to environmental problems? Thanks to the state of China, this moment is suddenly immensely proud. In the future, we should pay attention to the environment for mold and mildew. Transferred to family group, Suehua was inwardly remorseful. She didn't realize that the child from back then actually knew that she still existed in the world and had been trying hard to overtake her. She regretted it. Grandma Tao Tai, help me, send me to hell. I want to be judged by Yama. I want to atone for my sins. Tao Chu Chu let go of Suehua and let her get up from the ground. Tao Rui stepped forward and gently flicked her on the head. Suehua Bang was ejected out of Zhou Yan's body. Zhou Yan, instantly soft body, was caught by Ji Yunshin, who caught up with the front. Fan Sijing had already cried like a tearful person, and went up to Tao Ruizi to hurry before Tao Ruizi sent Suehua away, and said to Tao Ruizi, Ruizi, will she be reincarnated in a good life in her next life? Tao Rui's hand movements did not stop. Fatally turned back. His voice did not have a hint of ups and downs. No, after committing evil, how can it still be cast into a good fetus? Fan Sijing was choked and couldn't speak for a moment. Tao Rui didn't care about her. Sending away Suehua, she went ahead and ate the leaky little ghosts in the Red Pavilion in passing. How can eating some brats not be considered a good deed? Tang Miao finally saw that these two ancestors had finished messing things up and hurriedly broadcast. Congratulations to all the guests for completing the hidden mission. Now please ask the staff to award the rewards for the hidden mission. LU Director, wonderful. The setup of his hidden quest was actually accomplished in a different way. Tang Miao, remember, you guys, the matter of modifying human memories must be changed as set in the script. The members of the second group, disguised as program staff, nodded their heads and went in one by one to take the opportunity to present the rewards to modify all the guests' memories. Great! We have a reward too. Song Jingqing was overjoyed. I can't imagine that Zhou Yan you still have something in your acting skills. Zhou Yan was giddy. What happened to feeling like your body was being emptied? A deep color flashed in Ji Yunshan's eyes, and when he lifted his eyes up, they were the usual gentle eyes again. And he walked over and asked Tao Ruizi seemingly offhandedly, Ruizi knows a lot. Tao Rui turned his head like a small beast to look at him. Darn. This person really did not have his memory modified. What do you want? Chapter 23, by Zay Bran Tonic Soup. Tao Rui's eyes were thick with defensive vigilance, and looking at Ji Yunshan, he almost couldn't act. So obviously defensive. Ji Yunshan had been in the entertainment industry for so long that he couldn't recall when he'd seen such a real outpouring of emotion. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just looking at the fact that resignation knows so much knowledge that we normally can't come into contact with, and I feel curious about it. Ji Yunshan had a gentle smile on his face, and the bystanders only felt as if they were in the spring breeze. Although Fan Xijing also wanted to follow Ji Yunshan's words and compliment resignation a few times, for some reason, she always felt that the atmosphere was delicate now, probably because the dull hairs on resignation's head were standing up. It was the first time the little Tao Tai had ever been confronted with such euphemistic malice. It was obvious that the person was smiling, but the actual emotions emanating from her were cold and slimy, and the smell of filth went straight to her nose. You can't solve it by eating away. It's a bit of a superb question. So what do you do? Tao Rui secretly looked at her sister with the remaining light at the end of her eyes, and Tao Chuchu quietly gestured for her not to act rashly in front of the camera. Tao Ruiji, got it. Him after the show. That's not right. This person didn't go to challenge her sister, but came to ask her what she's doing. Has it been seen that her brain is usually locked up and not used? Think about it. What did mom teach her before? When someone says, you know a lot, the answer is, come to think of it, uncle, these more books will understand. Wow. You usually read more books and newspapers as I do. Let's play cell phone, let's play games on it. Tao Ruizi had a righteous face, and proudly straightened his back when he saw Ji Yunshan looking over in shock. Although Ji Yunshan had climbed to his current position as a movie star by strength, the fact that he had dropped out of high school back then was still an indelible black history. What's more, uncle, while it was true that he was in his early 30s, it wasn't enough to be called uncle. The guests present around them and the viewers in front of the screen all froze. The pop-ups all went blank for a few seconds before they went wild. Oh my god, so brave. Tao Ruizi wouldn't be unaware of Ji Yunshan's dropping out of high school, right? Based on these few hours of observation, there's a high probability of not knowing. The face is wide open. I'm going. Female goose behavior. Own bill. No melon with fans. Dog head. Disrespecting your seniors. Tao Ruizi should get out of the entertainment industry. Ahem. With his right hand clenched in a fist against his lips, Ji Yunshan exerted a great deal of effort to stop the anger in his throat, and the corners of his mouth rose to pull out a smile. Resignation is really cute. Okay, I will read more books and newspapers in the future. Tao resigned with a face of small like, I am finally subdued your complacency. See Tao Chu face full of ant smile. Good job. Go home and ask Mrs. Chang to add more meals to resignation. I just said Tao Ruiji get out of the entertainment industry. Your brother doesn't care. What are you guys on the right side of the table? Seconded. +100000086. At this moment, an announcement suddenly rang out. There is 1 hour left until the end of the program, so please pay attention to the time for each group. We'd better hurry up and look for the task cards again. The program group also didn't announce the total number of task cards, but there must be more than the 4 in Tao Rui's hand. Song Jingqing finished watching the good show, so he came out in time to round up the situation. After all, Ji Yunshan still helped him a lot. Can't be too unethical, isn't it? Yeah, I'll look for the east side. Xianghan, I found it. Lin Knight, me too. 1. Wang Lin evening in Meng Shanghan took 2 task cards, excited on the spot to a section of poping, jumping not too much, but also jumped a section of the recently popular subject 3. See the Tao Ruizi froze. Great, they won't be at the bottom of the green group. Tao Ruizi, who doesn't brush a certain sound much, it seems like he learned something. The announcer sounded. Time is over. All guests please proceed to the red court gate for mission settlement. Director Liu, before we proceed to the settlement, would you like to ask the guests if they have any thoughts about this episode? After looking around, Director Liu saw that no one had spoken. Sister Yan, why don't you speak first? Zhou Yan, who had been dazed and not quite awake since the Cuihua incident just now, seeing the camera, still barely able to fight. I'm honored to be chosen by the show to play the role of Cuihua, for Cuihua and the successive owners of the Red Pavilion. Deeply saddened by what happened to Cuihua and the successive owners of the Red Pavilion, I hope that the beauty of the world can be covered to more places and people. Thank you, Ji Yunshan. I'm very happy to be on this program. and I'm also very happy to have met new friends, especially Chu Chu and Rhetoric. I've learned very much from them, and I hope to have the opportunity to work together again. Wang Lin Evening and Meng Shanghan looked at each other and said in unison, the approaching metaphysics program takes you to the world of science behind it. Tao Chu Chu had a high and cold face. Her mission was accomplished. She didn't want to talk anymore. Seeing that Tao Chu Chu obviously didn't want to say much, Director Lu skipped over her and asked Tao Rui, what about Rui? Say something on behalf of your group? Tao Rui thought seriously for a while, and in the midst of Director Lu's face full of anticipation, he said, I think the food in this program is very good. Poof. Other people on the program? Immersive experience? Tao's mouth has never been idle. I even tried to sign her up for food for thought. Luggage. You guys are happy. Don't worry about him. Really. Tidying up his mood, Director Lu picked up the loudspeaker again, now announcing the scores of each group's task cards, 2 for the green group, 1 for the pink group, 2 for the blue group, and 4 for the orange group. The hidden tasks are divided equally among the group's scores, so the group with the highest score in this episode is the orange group. Tao Ruiji, Director. Grand prize. I know. Ouch. Less. Director Lu took out a blue coupon and handed it over. This is a privileged prop for the next program. Unlimited use. Song Jingqing, it's over and done with. I forgot that the contract was for 2 programs. Save your life. Director, let's not make the next program so horrible. Director Lu, please wait and see. Thank you for watching. We'll see you in the next installment. See you next time. I'm looking forward to it. +1+1+1+1+1+1. Ji Yunshin, Rhetoric. Chu Chu. After the recording of the program, do you want to get together? Song Jingqing also came over. Yeah. Brother Yunshin would always treat everyone to a meal after every recording of the variety show. Tao Chu Chu looked at her sister. Resignation. Do you want to go? Tao Rui decisively shook her head. No, sis. We have things to go back and do. She's going to go get her reward for doing a good deed from White Zephyr. Thanks for the kind words. We'll go first. Where no one was looking, Tang Miao was planning to retreat quietly with the authorities people when he saw Bai Zhe, who had suddenly appeared on the scene. Gu. The time that Boss Bai came over this pinch. Brother Bai. Tang Miao was about to greet him when a figure flew by on the side. Fixed his eyes. Tao Ruiji? This excited. Why like a dog that sees meat? Bai Zhe directly reached out to cushion off Tao Rui's fierce force, and with a Taiji cloud hand he pedaled the person back behind him. Teacher Yun Shun. It's better to be known than to be seen. There are old people in my family who like you very much. I wonder if I could have an autograph. Tang Miao. Tao Chu Chu. And the other's eyes were full of questions. Tao Rui quietly sliced in her heart. In the past in the God realm. This was the expression that Emperor Bai Zhe had whenever he wanted to deal with someone. It seems like Ji Yunshin doesn't have to wait until no one is around to him well. My pleasure. I just heard Director Tang call you Brother Bai. If you don't mind, I'll call you that too. The corner of Ji Yunshin's mouth smiles as he quickly signs his name in his hand and hands the signed bookmark to Bai Zhe. White Zephyr had the same smile at the corner of his mouth, and upon closer inspection the amplitude of the two men's smiles was actually quite different. Bai Zhe took 2 steps up and reached out. It's been a long time. The deep color in Ji Yunshin's eyes intensified, and he similarly stretched out his hand, and Bai Zhe's expression couldn't help but grimace the moment he gripped his hand. There are so many people here, and you actually dare to do it. Daring to control humans with fragments of your own split soul. You are bold and deserving of punishment. Ji Yunshin powerlessly closed his eyes deeply and fell backwards softly, being caught by Bai Zhe in a single stride. Tao Chu Chu and Tang Miao had cleared the scene and dealt with what needed to be done afterward just as Bai Zhe greeted them. After Ji Yunshin collapsed, immediately a staff member of the authority came forward with a stretcher, took Ji Yunshin from Bai Zhe, put him on the stretcher and carried him away to the hospital. Let's go. Go back. Bai Zhe was obviously in a good mood after dealing with the matter. Looking towards Tao Rui who had just been obediently behind him. Want to take the reward for doing good? Hearing the thing she was most concerned about, Tao Rui nodded frantically. Go back to the station and make you a big tonic soup. Tao Rui Tao Tai was shocked. A great tonic soup? Isn't this something that only emperors in the divine realm would make? Now Bai Zhe will do it too? That's really great. Chapter 24 Little Taotia's exam results. In the back seat of the car, Tang Miao asked in a small voice. Resignation. What kind of tonic soup? Why are you so happy? Tang Miao nagged. How bad is Boss Bai's cooking? The whole authority has been poisoned. Even the ear mice that can resist 100 poisons. After eating the cookies made by Boss Bai, they collapsed directly to the ground and took 3 days sick leave. And Tao Rui bared his big teeth to enjoy what Yes, Tao Ruizi was all happy with her teeth. If it was the same tonic soup, then even if the effect was discounted in the human realm, then eating it she was sure that her ability to skyrocket could not escape. Thinking of that feeling of being filled with power and being able to swallow the sky and devour the earth. Tao Rui couldn't wait to sit on the green bird and fly back right now. In the past in the god realm, she had to be obedient and stay out of trouble for a long time before the emperor would reward her. And no one else did. Until she sat down at the dining table. Tao Rui's teeth had never been put away. Dictionary. How about, let's wipe our saliva. Tao Chu, no matter how much she loved her sister, there was no way to look straight at this gluttony now. When White Zephyr arrived at the place, he didn't say a word and went straight to the logistic kitchen. A group of people were crowding you and me at the kitchen door, in various poses and peeking at their own chief to see what kind of dark cuisine they were cooking again. Chief, do you think Boss Bai has been stimulated by something? Or did Tao Rui do something to piss him off? He actually wants to cook. Wang Gang poked Xian Chang, who was also confused. What do you guys say? Should I have the medical department prepare for this? Shimu wobbled upside down on the fan. What's that smell? Can't tell. Stinking with fragrance. Why is it still a bit like traditional Chinese medicine? It won't be that Boss Bai wants to poison Tao Ruizi, right? Can't it? Nonsense you. As far as it goes, Tao Ruizi, it's a great tonic soup. It's the same fragrance. This one. Steady. Shirazawa came out of the kitchen with a pot of what looked suspiciously like stew in his hand and a very assured expression on his face. If Tao Rui hadn't been pressured by her sister, she would have jumped over into Bai Zai's hands by now. When Bai Zai put down the basin, Tao Rui slammed in, copied the big spoon and started clunking it. Chu, this sister of ours, her head hasn't lifted since just now. She's been eating all the time. Tang Miao's hand was on Tao Chu, and the two of them had a surprisingly consistent expression of dullness. Resignation has never eaten for so long before. Tao Chu didn't understand. Very much so. Don't you guys know? That tub was specially made. In fact, it probably contained about the portions of about 15 normal people. I'll go. Bull wow. Xian Chang, I'm so jealous that resignation is in your group. Tang Miao was convinced it was worthy of being a Tao Tai. As we were talking, with a quang sound, we saw Tao Ruizi throw the spoon onto the table and reclined behind the chair. Satisfied. After plunging into the human world, the first time to eat so satisfied. Feel like doing 10 days and 10 nights of spa. There is a little bit too much tonic. There is a little bit too much cool. Tao Chu was busy going over and pulling up her red-faced sister, apologetically greeted by Zay, and carried the person home. Chief, I think Boss Bai must be insanely secretly happy in his heart. Look at that Tao Rui's satisfied expression before he was carried away by Chu. Wang Gang secretly whispered in the corner. I think Wang Gang is right. Look at Boss Bai's face full of lust now, and Resignation's insatiable face before he was carried away by Chu. The two are just like that or something. Ear mice appeared out of nowhere to join Wang Gang's whispering camp. Holy, big bold, that can't be said. Xiancheng frantically covered the ear mice's mouth. Because the cooking skill is recognized after the inner is crazy dark happy white ZE. Blame him for a moment of curiosity indulged in reading the mind. Should listen to should not listen to all listen to. The buggers must have too much time on their hands. Seeing Tao Ruizi being carried back by Tao Chu, Tao mother, who just wanted to be distressed if her two daughters were suffering, heard the reason why Tao Ruizi fell asleep. A loving mother's heart, gone. Forget about it. Chu, you hurry up and go eat and rest. I've asked Zhang Ma to make your favorite food. Let this skin monkey sleep by himself. Tao Chu let out an and went to eat after settling resignation down. A good night's sleep. The next day, Tao Rui had just woken up and stretched contentedly. After absorbing the energy from the night, she felt that her whole body was now full of strength. Such a good weather. Go find her sister and invite her to go out and have some fun. Just walking to the living room, Tao Mother, Tao Feng, Tao Chu, three people were sitting in their seats and stared at her in unison when they saw her appear. Tao Ruiji, what's going on? How come my scalp is cold? Is the effect of Emperor Bai Zai's great tonic soup gone so quickly? Microeconomics, macroeconomics, accounting, econometrics, international economics, finance, financial intermediation, financial markets, probability theory and mathematical statistics, linear algebra, 10 courses, and you passed 3 of them. One of them, the accounting teacher or acquaintance. For the sake of your father's face to give you a passing grade, do not let you fail the subject to repeat. Tao Ruizi, you review where to go. Tao resigned to be Tao Mother training is ahead of dark clouds. Head also dare not raise, voice also dare not squeak. Shrinking in the hall corner, poor Zhang Ma cannot bear to see. Tao Feng and Tao Chu's brains are also full of dark clouds, sitting on both sides of Tao's mother, holding the report card and reading it over and over again. They don't get it, they really don't get it. Obviously the tutoring, staring at the rhetoric have memorized the points. They've also seen the question papers, and they've come out with all the knowledge points that the two of them have delineated. Why? the exams will come out like this. Linear algebra, in particular, was actually less than 50 points. What a stinging score. Good and bad failure rate. At this moment, Tao Mother Tao Feng Tao Chu Chu felt that their blood pressure had spiked to the extent that they needed to call a doctor. What's wrong? How the air pressure is so low. Ah, do people have to smile more? And gas makes money. Ah. Tao father cheerfully came in from the door, handed the briefcase to the housekeeper Zhang Bo, reached out to embrace his wife waist. A report card was taken by Tao mother from Tao Chu Chu's hand, backhanded and directly pasted on Tao father's face. See what your little daughter did. Tao's father picked up the paper on his face in a daze, carefully recognizing what was on it. His face fleshed out in panic. It's over. Resignation. Ah, Dad can't save you this time. Tao's father used the cover of the report card to quietly pass a look to Tao Ruizi. Tao Ruizi was secretly looking up to see her dad's reaction, when she coldly saw her dad's eyes. Woohoo! Over. Today, she's going to be skinned and cooked. I'm dead. Jingle bells. Hello, this is the Tao family. Uncle Zhang hurriedly picked up the phone. Oh, okay. Uncle Zhang hung up the phone and walked over to Tao's father and said, Sir, ma'am, Director Bai Zhe said that he would pay a visit to his home later, saying that it's a very important matter. Tao's father tensed at the sound of it. Bai Zhe came to be able to why. It must be about his two precious daughters. When will he arrive? Ding dong dash, the doorbell rang. Oh, it looks like it's here now. Mr. and Mrs. I'll go ahead and make some tea. Tao Rui silently gave Zhang Bo a nod of approval, for the first time feeling that Bai Zhe's arrival actually made Tai so happy. To make a long story short, the authority has an emergency and needs to take resignation and Chu Chu on a long trip. Bai Mao this time came to the door just to report this to the two of you and set up a guarantee that he will let the 2,000s of gold return safely. Bai Zhe just entered the door. Before the person sat down, he threw out a sentence that made Tao's father and mother still not react. Tao Feng, hey you kid. Director Bai, you mean you're just going to come to the door and take people away? Well done. Come a little late. Resignation will definitely have to copy the family book or be punished for vegetarianism, and he and Chu Chu will definitely be implicated as well. Bai Zhe nodded his head. His smile was gentle. I don't dare to say so, but the matter is indeed urgent. The helicopter is already ready. Chu Chu and Resignation will be able to leave after a simple packing. Tao mother all of a sudden from angry mother changed back to a loving mother. Worried, Chu Chu ah. Resignation ah. You fast. I and Zhang Ma to pack some things for you to take out of the house. You quickly go back to the room to clean up. The essentials, remember not to fall ah. Zhang Ma, quick, pack the bags. Tao mother pulled Zhang Ma and headed for the kitchen and the warehouse. There were 3 big men left. Tao father Tao Feng Bai Zhe, looking at each other in the living room. Just, all the girls in our family are quite mobile ha. Tao's father passes a teacup over. Director Bai, have some tea and drink some tea. Bai Zhe took it with both hands and sat down patiently to wait. Chapter 25, Are we on vacation? Chu Chu, you don't seem to be surprised at all to be sitting in a helicopter? Zhou Wunyan looked at Tao Ruizi in the helicopter east to touch the west, and even tried to jump down to feel the breath of freedom. In contrast, Tao Chu Chu performance is also too comet. Tao Chu Chu, who had just peeled her sister back from the window. I've been on it a few times before. While it was true that parachuting down from a helicopter was over the top and exciting, she would never let her sister go down recklessly without training. Tao Rui was forced to sit down peacefully, probed and asked the big man in front of him with a mysterious look. White boss, you called me and my sister out of the house so urgently, all the way to the airplane. How come you still don't say what it is ah? Scared to death, almost out of mouth to call the emperor's name. Bai Zhe was super speechless inside, just now. If he didn't come in time, this little Tao Tai was going to be chopped up by Mrs. Tao and made into a scholastic risotto, right? In his heart, he actually dared to scold him for not giving her breakfast. In his heart, he cursed, but in his hand, he took out a 4-story high insulated bucket and handed it to Tao Ruji. I made some egg fried rice in the morning, so I'll cope with eating it. Because of the business trip, Miss Tao resigned to eat tonic soup. Seen Zhou Wunyang busy reaching out to stop, but Tao resigned too fast. Not only took over the bucket of rice but also opened the head buried in the start eating. Sigma, asterisk. What's going on? There are actually people in this world who love Boss White's cooking so much? Zhou Wunyang looked at Boss Bai with a face of something big and bad. This. What's with this satisfied smile on Boss Bai's face? Tao Chu Chu calmly handed her sister a tissue and turned her head to Zhou Wunyang. Boss Bai's craftsmanship is very much to the liking of Resignation. You'll get used to it if you watch it more often in the future. Her sister, however, had only told her that Boss White's cooking had a strong aura in it, and that Resignation would become stronger if she ate it. For Boss Bai to indulge in cooking and feeding this small hobby, she was very happy to see it. Ah, it was the degree of raising both hands and feet in favor of it. Speaking of which, I also heard Tang Miao come back to report on the situation during the live broadcast that day. Boss, bye. What's going on with that Ji Yunshan? Zhou Wunyang didn't know how many conspiracy theories ran through her head, and when she came back to her senses, she realized that the ears of a plane full of people were perked up. Even Tao Rui, who had buried her head in dry rice, quietly perked up her ears. A flash of nostalgia passed over Shirasawa's face. A deceased person who went into rebellion and never came out screwed up. In the courtyard, the man in black shirt and black pants who was listening to his subordinates report on Tao Rui's situation. Achoo! What's going on? Who's chewing his tongue behind his back? It's all because of that damned Bai Zhe destroying his distraction fragments, causing him to suffer a great deal of damage to his vitality. And that's why he's been weak and unlucky lately. A deceased person? Tao Rui ate her meal clean, wiping her mouth while secretly thinking in her heart. Bai Zhe's deceased person wouldn't be someone from the previous divine realm, right? If that's the case, then she really doesn't necessarily know it. After all, the emperor is so old. She was only born a few hundred years ago. So Ji Yunshan's situation is? Zhou Wunyang was speechless. What kind of deepness was Boss by suddenly pretending at this time? Oh, it's this deceased person who put a distraction fragment in Ji Yunshan's body that can give orders or directly control the actions of the body. Bai Zhe put the lunchbox away silently and decided to change it to a larger one for feeding next time. That's why Rhetoric could disrupt the balance in his body by attaching the Tao Tai pattern. And the black chi was unbalanced and released. So Rhetoric could have the chance to absorb the black chi. But why is it that after Rhetoric has finished absorbing the black chi, he's actually still unaffected by our deletion of his memories and is still able to confront you? The distraction fragment isn't that easy to pull out. Rhetoric only absorbed the energy released by the fragment, but the seed can always produce black chi without pulling it out. And Ji Yunshan has the energy to hide it from you. Rhetoric can actually be uprooted as well. It's just that he didn't realize that the root cause lies in the distraction fragment. No wonder Tang Miao came back and told me that you rushed over even after the program had finished recording. So it was for this. Zhou Wunyang came to a realization and immediately sent a message to Tang Miao to clear up the confusion. Or else that sister would have to start a rumor that Boss Bai was there for the resignation. I have to say, although the ear mice were muffled on the spot, but the unfinished business did shock the entire staff of the authority. Simply open up the mind, Bushy. Indeed, if we don't get rid of the roots, we won't know which day will cause trouble. But the follow-up is still to arrange for someone to follow Ji Yunshan for a while longer to see what happens. Being careful is the best way to be careful. Tao Chu Chu appreciated Bai Zhe's approach of taking the lead in eliminating the roots. Right, oh, Chu Chu. Your program seems like it's going to come out tomorrow for the return broadcast. Yeah, after the live broadcast yesterday, you guys were on so many hot searches. What resignation dry rice emoji. Chu Chu beauty speechless. Those two little puppies hugging thighs. Zhou Yan Ji Yunshan repeatedly fainted. And the most hilarious of all, Song Jingqing screaming emoji ha 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 ha. Zhou Wunyang opened her cell phone and showed everyone a circle. Right, oh. Tao Chu Chu suddenly remembered that she seemed to have blocked Fan Yuxi's message. Forget it, contact it later when you have time. Looking at the page Zhou Wunyang displayed, Tao Chu Chu, that group of fans who treat resignation like a female goose, and the ones who are pulling the plug on her and any random guest, being high on everything is only hurting you. Zhou Wunyang was excitedly saying that Rhetoric and little puppies go well with the hot search. Bai Zhe suddenly interrupted with a warm and gentle voice. It's here. Everyone take your things and get off the plane. Where is this? To the mountains. Tao Ruizi a suitcase in one hand, dawdling after the white zephyr off the plane turned east and west to a forest hut in front of your guests' gathered resting place? Xiangxi. Tao Chu Chu did not have a good feeling about this place. Xiangxi was mysterious and unpredictable. When they came here to carry out the mission, many of their brethren were inexplicably folded here. Are we here on vacation? The ancient city is said to be very beautiful. There are also specialties from western Hunan. What with the tea gauge, pao, August melons, chicken feet dates, blood poi ducks, social rice, and the chili peppers here are said to be very tasty. Tao Rui entered the door and put down his luggage. Excitedly kept asking around Bai Zhe. Boss Bai, are you arranging a special trip to reward my sister and I for our hard work on the show and missions? Tao Rui's eyes shone brightly. And Bai Zhe, who had wanted to deny it outright, was looked at and suddenly forgot what to say. Tao Chu Chu, her good sister yo, but also reward, carrying the person over to the line to check in. Come over here obviously on a mission. Resign, follow me after checking in later and don't run around. Oh, yo, two newcomers. Introduction. My name is Hu Ming, Sky Fox Bloodline, is the head of the authorities branch office in Xiangxi. This resting place is our authority specialized landing place. What is the need to look for me? Call me brother Hu on it. On Hu Ming's soft melon face, there was actually a very kind smile. Tao Rui couldn't help but compliment. Brother Hu, you look only a little like a vixen. Your breath is just like Wunyang's. Ha 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 ha, is called resignation, right? Resignation, little sister, is really powerful. Not worthy of Tao Tai. I do have a little bit of Point Zhaowu bloodline on it. Is the grandson of Wu Yang's distant great-uncle's cousin. Hu Ming carried out a big cake from the front desk and put it into Tao Ziji's hand. Wu Yang and I said that you didn't eat enough for breakfast and asked me to prepare some food for you. So hurry up and eat. Hu Ming cheerfully, we'll have a meeting with boss by after we eat. In fact, Zhou Wunyang's original words were, the last time resignation didn't hold back and almost ate Tang Miao. It was probably because she didn't have enough to eat and was hungry. This morning she didn't eat breakfast, so you get the idea. Bai Zhe checked in and turned his head to see that Tao Rui had already eaten half of the cake. Tao Chuchu was preparing to soak honey water for her good sister to moisten her throat, and Zhou Wunyang was crossing her arms and asking Hu Ming what it meant to be a distant relative. What a cozy and confusing scene. Forget it, let's have the meeting here. Old Hu, turn on the soundproofing equipment. Bai Zhe put his luggage aside and pulled over a chair to sit down, unconsciously leaking out a trace of Bai Zhe's breath. The people present immediately sat upright, including Tao Rui, who stuffed the cake into his mouth, and had never sat so upright in school. Next, I announced the name of this mission as, the Shanxi Mega Incident, with the highest level of secrecy, extra secret. Chapter 26, we're not on vacation, but you look like it. Wow, the highest grade. Tao Ruizi, degree. A whole excited looking forward to live has not. What about what Tang Miao had said? Newcomers would have to wait at least 5 years before they could participate in such a high-level mission. It was so worthy of her Taoya's identity as a ferocious beast. Bai Zhe inexplicably received a look of appreciation from Tao Rui, didn't hold back on reading the thoughts, and was left speechless. This little Tao Tai day by day brain not a little nutritious things. Tomorrow, I, Rhetoric, Chu Chu, and Hu Ming will sneak into our destination pretending to be traveling guests, and Wu Yang will stay at the base camp to make good contacts. The background of this mission and the purpose of the mission. You all check the file by yourselves. The file will be burned once you read it, so concentrate on memorizing the contents. Finished. Meeting adjourned. Bai Zhe got up and picked up his bags and headed to his room. He couldn't help but watch any longer before he couldn't resist making another chili pepper stir fry to serve Tao Ruizi with cake. Sis, did mom bring me the milk tea that mom Zhang made? There is. I'll find it and give it to you. Tao Chuchu rummaged through that oversized suitcase and fished out a large cup of milk tea from it and handed it to Tao Rui. Milk tea with cake, that's the soul. Sister fifth mother, the mission doesn't start until tomorrow, right? Won't you take me around today? I've been in the mountains since I arrived. I'm not familiar with anything. It's not good. Tao Rui finished eating the cake and then sucked on the milk tea, her eyes still darting around, looking to the left and to the right. Come on, take her out. What Resignation said is also true. Old Hu, I'll take the two of them to the town to have some fun. There's no need to prepare our share for the evening meal. Zhou Wunyan went upstairs to change into a local outfit, took the car keys and prepared to go out. Taoist rhetoric, yay. This is hilarious, oh sis. Look at this. Boss, what's this called? Mipa, meta, what do you want to eat? Boiled or fried? I'll take both. 10 of each. Tao Rui looked around at the street stalls and there were so many more. She decided to open her stomach in a small way. How many do you want? Sis? Just one. To taste the flavor. Zhou Wunyang, heartless little Resignation. Only remembering her sister. Forget it, rely on yourself. Auntie, you give me two too. All of them. Glutinous gibberish skin wrapped full of fillings. The grandmother at the stall skillfully frying with her bare hands in a pot. A calm and relaxed. This situation, authentic One bite, the whole mouth is full of flavor. And the little gourmand nods madly. Rice tofu, the green kind. Yeah, make that 10. Bacon po' boys. Soy foam po' boys, 10 of each. Let's have 5 each of the chutney syncope, the lamp nest, and the oil-scented poha. Rhetoric we eat the speed to not control a little. Others are looking over. Zhou Wenyang took the two of them all the way down. Tao Ru was pointing the same and immediately solved the same. So fast that the boss hadn't even done it yet and finished eating in his hand. Wu Nyang, this place is really quite fragrant I keep my stomach. Don't worry, this is all for breakfast. We mustn't have some hard food for lunch and dinner. Oh yes, where shall we go for afternoon tea? Tao Chuchu finished that one fried rice poop, then stopped eating, followed by her good sister, responsible for paying the bill to pay the bill to pay the bill to pay the bill to pay the bill. Zhou Wunyang, so you're really here on vacation? Tao Chuchu, come to all come. Should play on play. Resignation is still small. Playfulness is very normal. While saying this, she used a hand gesture to quietly give Zhou Wunyang a greeting. There are people following them at the back. Zhou Wunyang, hard of a flinch, from the hands of the boss, took the yellow throat skewer to Resignation in passing to check the surrounding. Really is someone. Look at the situation to follow quite a long time. Damn, she actually went into a vacation state as well. Her guard was down. No face to say Tao Ruizi ugh. There's a local clothing experience museum in front. Go, take you guys to buy a set. Zhou Wunyang couldn't help but pick up Tao Rui and walk over to the clothing store. Tao Ruizi, The next she wanted to eat that family Artemisin and Poyet, looks soft and sticky, and lotus leaf fragrance it. Buy what clothes well. Let's see what you like. Boss, pick 2 sets for the 2 of them. Just keep it simple. We're going to buy them for the photo shoot. Good to say. Both young ladies have such good figures. Whatever they wear looks good nah. Try these 2 sets. The boss's wife spoke a very standard Mandarin, causing Tao Chu-Chu to look at her in surprise. The 2 were pushed into the fitting room. And by the time they came out they were already wearing a Shijiang-style button-down cross-neck white-sleeved blouse, a pleated bottom skirt overlaid with a Shijiang dressy fluttering skirt, and their hair ornaments were worn with tiny silver jewelry. Whoa. You guys are Tao Rui Tao Chu-Chu right? I have watched your program, the boss's wife exclaimed as if she had discovered a new continent. Hush, boss lady, we just came over to travel. You quiet ha. Tao Chu-Chu smiled and laughed. The person who doesn't smile much smiled really charmed the boss's wife. Don't worry. I'll give you 20% off for these 2 sets of clothes. Thank you boss lady la. Zhou Wunyang finished the bill and led them right down the side to another street. Wunyang, the people behind are still following, so why don't you just submit? Tao Chu-Chu gently inclined her head and Zhou Wunyang exchanged a glance. It's a veteran who can keep up when they're all switching streets and walking. Tao Ruizi was still looking at the food stores and food stalls on the street, not paying attention to following her sister further and further away, and was still a bit confused when she was suddenly torn and fell down. Aha! Rhetoric, swoon. The 3 Tao Chu-Chu lay in place with their eyes closed and heard the voices of 2 men. This time it's a good shipment. Going back to the village will surely reward me with a daughter-in-law tea. These 2 look like stars. Will we get into trouble if we bring them back? Let the village wife under something not just tea. Hurry up and go. Don't let anyone see you. Tao Chu-Chu's trio was just put into what seemed to be a pickup truck and drove off in what seemed to be a northwestern direction in a bumpy ride. Tao Chu-Chu's eyes quietly opened a slit, saw the surrounding darkness. No one. Bumped into Zhou Wunyang, said in an airy tone, did you let the boss's wife of the clothing store go back to report the news? Zhou Wunyang looked at Tao Chu-Chu in surprise. It is worthy of being sent from the top. It is really an elite That's right, that's one of our contact points. And by this time Boss White should have gotten the message. Shiraz, who has indeed received the message at this moment. The 3 of them are really lucky. Come to think of it, with that little Tao Tai around, things will always go smoother. All of a sudden, he ran into a group of mission suspects. This was a direct dive into the mission suspect location. He had to think about how he and Hu Ming were going to blend in. Hu Ming on the side, why don't we, boss pretend we're going to look for our relatives, and say that we were accidentally abandoned, and that we found the news of our real parents over here, so we came over to look for them. They shouldn't get suspicious, should they? Let's go ahead and check with the local public security officer in charge of this case tomorrow. Bai Zhe rubbed his brow. Searching for his family was a good reason. That's right, after all, they're in charge of the obvious, and we're in charge of the abnormal part. You said that this group of unscrupulous ones, what exactly do they want to do? Could it be that sacrificial array from before again? Hu Ming is holding in his hand is that the Shangxi incident dossier. Hundreds of women and children were abducted and sold. Was found in the body actually all the Yirin month in time born. None of them are not cut vein blood loss and death. The bodies are scattered in various counties, cities and towns in Xiangxi. It is the townspeople found the alarm. The public security verification of the network to realize that this is such a large-scale case. The other undetected traffic persons are not yet known to be alive or dead. The task of this matter, with the public security to detect trafficking cases to free the hostages, but also responsible for digging up the year of the cloudy month of the cloudy time behind the secret of the corpse, and to minimize the scope of knowledge, cannot cause public panic in China. The 2 parties work together to find the culprit behind everything that led to this, to stop the tragedy from happening again and to guard the happiness of thousands of families. Shirazawa leisurely raised his head to the sky. Yeah, what do you want and where are you? Chapter 27, when did the princess dream start? Here it is here. Why aren't the 3 of them awake yet? Zhou Wunyang quietly kicked Tao Ruizi with her foot, and Tao Ruizi immediately opened her eyes, blinking her large eyes with the look of a simple female college student. Who are you guys? This is where. What do you want? Then Tao Chu-Chu and Zhou Wunyang who opened their eyes. Can you be any more pompous? The man in the lead let out a hefty laugh. This girl child, she's so watery looking. Zhang Dogger, pull your mother's calf, pull away, pull away. The village headman came. Bring people to check the goods. A few people came over and pushed Zhang Gur out of the way, and an old, wrinkled face at the head appeared in front of Tao Ruizi's 3 eyes. Tao Ruizi, where did the old man come from? So ugly, how dare you? Dare to disrespect the village chief? Slap your mouth. A man in his early 40s beside him raised his eyebrows horizontally and raised his hand high to strike. Tao Ru. Oops, accidentally said out of mouth. Now what to do? Wu Yang let her pretend to be weak. Sister did not say cannot fight. That is to be able to fight. Tao Ruizi narrowed her eyes. This group of bastards, dare to hit her? With one force, Tao Ruizi broke the ropes binding his hands and feet, stood up and violently slapped the man who had just spoken in the face. Slap your father's mouth and let you be godly, ha. I'm hungry. Bring me food. Tao Ruizi Pia gave him another slap on the ear. Hear me. The man covered his face and stared incredulously at Tao Rui, seemingly not yet reacting from the shock, but it was the village chief next to him who spoke. It's us who are slacking off. Huang, don't hurry up and go get the 3 guests something to eat. A man behind the village chief answered. You old man is quite sensible. Tao Rui untied Tao Chu and Zhou Wenyang's ropes and looked around the room, picking the best seat to help her sister over. Sister, you rest for a while. Tao Rui then sat down next to him, looking up at the village chief with a grandpa attitude. Old man, what do you want to do with this group of people who kidnapped the 3 of us here? The village chief gave a look. The people around him understood, and Zhang Goer was the first to jump up. How dare you sit down? Bringing the 2 people behind him, he came in the direction of Tao Ruizi, seemingly wanting to viciously beat her up. Tao Rui lowered his head and gently pulled the corners of his mouth, stood up and stretched his back, and against the 3 people who came over to Zhang Goer, one person was a slap in the ear, and one person was a slap in the ear, and he was directly slapped away. Egu Zhang Doger covered his face on the ground grunting, full of pain color. Village chief, a mouth, spit out blood mixed with several teeth. This much isn't even appetizing enough. Tao Rui clapped his hands and walked directly towards the village chief's position. But I told you first, I don't have any rules about not hitting old people, huh? Looking at this situation, the village chief's eyes flashed with panic, and his walking stick was pressed hard against the ground. Are you guys dead? Quickly stop her. The men beside her swarmed over them. Zhou Wenyang half rose in worry and wanted to go up to help, but was stopped by Tao Chu. There's no need, it's already over. Zhou Wenyang fixed her eyes to see. In addition to the village chief alone, the rest of the people have been lying on the ground, tossing and turning and shouting father and mother. Put, resignation, this movement is so fast, I didn't even see it clearly. Don't take it lightly, and don't forget the saying that a wife puts down something. From the beginning until now, Tao Chu didn't think the biggest threat in this village was these men. Zhou Wenyang listened to the heart of the sudden. Xiangxi means strange, cannot be defended. They this time straight into the center of the army, is a little hasty, raising his eyes to look at Tao Ruizi. Ah, what are you doing? Degree. Tao Rui was grabbing the village head's hair, pulling the person from the doorway to the edge of the table in the middle of the room. The village head was grimacing in pain. You're reckless. Let go. Tao Rui grabbed this old man's hair, clumped it hard to the table and smashed his head. Hard-mouthed is it? Then I'll smash it until you know what you're doing. Clang. We're invited here to be entertained. Understand? Clang. Be sweet-talking. Do you understand? Do you understand manners? Clang. Good food, good drink, good fun, all arranged. Understand? Clang. I asked you a question. Answer it. Yes. Don't smash it, my little ancestor. Ah. The village chief was smashed with blood on his face, mixed with tears and snot from crying out. Quite unpleasant to look at. Tao Ruizi is still not satisfied. Again clang. Who is your ancestor? Ah. Have you so ugly grandson? Do your ancestor to vomit to death. Another clunk. Say, Your Highness, I was wrong, and I'll treat you well. After saying that, he made a gesture to slam down again, and when he was about to touch the tabletop, he stopped violently. Say it or not. Only then did Tao Rui satisfactorily let go of this old man and return to the seat he had just sat down. What are you waiting for? Ah, don't hurry up and go make arrangements. I won't see any good food or drink in 10 minutes, and if the accommodations are still so bad, I'll demolish your village and smash your head into a meat pie and throw it out. The men who had just been punched to the ground saw the situation and hurriedly climbed up to help their village chief and walked out of the door trembling. Watch the whole process of Zhou Wenyang. Stoicism? What about schemes? Chu, you didn't stop it. Aren't we spooking the snakes? Wenyang, if we don't be strong, we will directly encounter means we can't anticipate. Rhetoric will first give a downward spiral. Under absolute strength, they have scruples, they will throw in the towel, and we will have more time to explore this village. Saying that, Tao Chu turned her head to look at Zhou Wenyang. Her eyes were serious, and still carried the inexplicable emotion that made Zhou Wenyang's heart tremble. Moreover, we can't be sure when the backup will arrive, and at this time if we don't save ourselves first, who is going to complete the mission? Zhou Wenyang slowly nodded. I understand. You two sisters just worked really well together. I didn't even react. Tao Rui twisted his head and grinned a heartless grin, pulling a chocolate bar out of his jacket pocket and eating it. Oops, Wen Yan thought she was too smart. In fact, the truth is, as long as the sister did not say that she cannot do things, equals can do it. Tao Chu held back for a bit, but couldn't hold back or asked. Resignation. When did you want to be a princess, highness? If she really had this idea, she would have to go back and discuss with Tao Feng about how to create a princess series of castles and food. Yeah, resignation. When did you have princess dreams? You guys are talking about that just now at the food court there. I heard a girl say to a boy, I'll take you to eat peach bugs only if you say your highness. I wrote it down. Kinda trendy, right? So you're trying to eat that peach bug, are you? Forget it. Tao Chu and Zhou Wunyan covered their foreheads in unison. They were delusional about what dreams a child could have besides eating. Chapter 28. Which genius is using Tao Tai as a dog? It's been a long time, but Bureau White is still such a looker. Bureau Chen is in good spirits too. On a windy and beautiful day, the two department heads of this Shangxi mission successfully held hands, Bushi, and successfully shook hands for a meeting. Hu Ming. This doesn't need to be recorded. Just jot down something useful for the minutes, okay? Bai Zhe covered his forehead. He knew that Hu Ming would jot things down. There are times when reading minds really bothers people. It's not too late, so we'll make it short. Bureau Chen. There is a matter that needs to be discussed with you first. Bai Zhe had a headache on his face, and Chen Guang's heart instantly lifted as he watched. Chen greeted the crowd and sat down. By Bureau, you have things to say. We are not the first time to work together. Our Bureau of what style you are still not clear about it. I, Chen Guang, promise you that there is absolutely nothing we can do. The thing is, we just arrived at Kansai yesterday, and while we were out shopping, our 3 female employees directly encountered people from the mission suspect village, and have now been taken inside the village. What? Chen Guang slammed the table. How safe are your people now? Don't worry, they all have a bit of skill in them. Safety should be fine for now. Bureau Chen, did you send undercover agents to infiltrate? Chen Guang stood up and paced twice, his eyebrows twisted into a Chuan character. You know how bad this case is. I haven't slept a wink these days. Chen Guang sighed heavily. Before you guys came, we did send a few waves of people to try to infiltrate in. That group of people had very strong anti-detection skills. We only succeeded in getting 2 people, a male and a female comrade, and now we can't even contact them. I'm dying to get to your door if you don't come today. There are some weird and unpredictable things going on in Shanxi. You guys are experts in this area. Is there any way to contact your people once they're inside? Bureau Chen, you mean? If your people can get in touch with ours and mine, and the 2 sides work together, things should clear up a lot. We try our best to try. How wide can your force coverage be? Bureau Chen? We've guarded all the key choke points in Shanxi, and as long as they have definitive proof, we'll make sure not a single bird gets away. Good. Then we'll go back and contact them first and make sure they contact your people. It's not too late, so I won't keep you guys. Let's keep in touch at all times. Good. On the way back, Hu Ming scratched his head. Boss Bai, how are we going to contact them? There are so many means in Shangxi. Our people showing up to use their abilities will definitely be discovered. When we go back later, I'll make a small dish, and you find a way to get this dish into the village. As long as this dish enters the range of Resignation's perception, she will know. The speed must be fast. White Zephyr urged again and again, or else the aura would dissipate. A dish? Not understanding, Hu Ming could only do as he was told. In the village, Tao Rui is waiting for the old man village with good food and drink over. Lying on the chair with feet swing play is energetic. Tao Chu is a face doting to see her good sister to play by herself. Suddenly her good sister body bangs sit straight. The top of the head hairs denga stand up. What is it? Scare her. Sis, I can smell Bai Zhe's scent. It's Bai Zhe's cooking. The food radar in Tao Ruizi's heart was ticking away. Sis, it's too far away. I'll have to go out and look for it. Saying that, Tao Rui stepped on his legs and flew out. Zhou Wunyang couldn't stop even if she wanted to. Chu, was it Boss White who gave the message to come in? Is it okay for Cotter to go out alone? Can you recognize the way back? It's probably this village that needs to worry about whether or not there's anything going on. As for recognizing the way, Wunyang, why do you think Boss White passed on the message to use the cooking he made? Ow. So Boss Bai uses resignation as a doggo. Zhou Wunyang said and bared her teeth in laughter. Genius. Boss White. TSK. Genius my ass. Using her good sister as a dog, Tao Chu viciously wrote down the small notebook in her heart. Resignation straight run out of a mile. The road more and more people. Women in the hands or holding a child, or holding a bowl and pot. Face are the vicissitudes of life and numbness, but without exception when looking at resignation. Eyes are with sympathy and compassion. Most of the men were fat and well-fed, and when they saw Tao Ruizi, their faces were full of shock and greed that new goods were actually running around the village. Found it. Tao Rui stormed into a small room. not a loose space with 3 or 4 women huddled together. Are you new here? I'll take this dish. 2 voices sounded at the same time. Tao Ruizi looked at the woman who spoke in surprise. What? This is the kitchen dedicated to preparing meals for the village chief. Who are you and how can you come here without the village chief's permission? How much effort they had wasted to earn their way to this nice place to work, where the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. This new guy's gonna take the job? Where is your village chief? Tao Rui went up to precisely get the dishes produced by Bai Zhe and turned around with the intention of leaving, remembering that the old man of the village chief hadn't yet given her any good food or drink. Just heard it's at the witch doctor's. You guys are still into this? Don't you have a medical clinic? There are, but the village still thinks witch doctors are better. Sanghua, why are you talking to her so much? The woman who was just the first to speak pulled Sanghua back. I say, you can't take this away. We'll be punished for less food. Fear not. I'll go now and beat up the people who are going to beat you up. Tao Rui carried the dishes and ran out in a huff. Turned to the back of the house where no one. Tao Rui quietly looked at Bai Zhe's dishes. The breath is different from before. Seems to have a regularity. If you look carefully, well actually is the word. White Zephyr. Worthy of being an emperor descending to earth. Let's go beat up the village chief first. Then extort good food and drink to go back and report to my sister. So happily decided. I'll 2 times eat clean dishes in the hand. Tao Rui immediately looking for someone to ask where the witch doctor is. By the time Tao Rui found out where the witch doctor was, a long bar of anger value had already accumulated above his head. This village women seem to be brainwashed. Do not threaten and intimidate, do not speak. Bias and poor. Beat them if the sister must not be happy, causing her to come over to spend so long. The sister is going to worry. Swish kicked open the door. The sound of people talking in the room came to a screeching halt, and all of them twisted their heads in shock to look at Tao Ruizi. Yo, hello guys, I'm looking for this old man. Tao Rui stretched out a finger to point to the village chief lying in the center who was receiving treatment. Next to him was a man who seemed to be jumping on a big god, still holding a staff in his hand and wearing a ferocious mask, staring at Tao Ruizi, suddenly like he had seen something horrible. Voice trembling with fear, quickly, she is an ominous person. She will bring disaster to our whole village. Catch her. Then hold the priest ceremony in order to wash away the aura of disaster. Hurry! Chapter 29, if you don't think right, you're on a slippery slope. Tao Ruyue took a look at this situation. The hostility in her heart was no longer suppressed. Her eyes turned into vertical pupils, and she took the lead in rushing over without waiting for the other party's people to rush over. Tackle the thief first. The old village chief is still lying unconscious on the ground, so she'll be the first to target the witch doctor. What is it that is worthy of fighting me? After Tao Rui easily dealt with the attacks of the people around the witch doctor, he stepped forward and punched the witch doctor in the face, directly sending the mask on the witch doctor's face flying. Exempt, good guy, white face scholar face did not expect the mask below is more oozing mask Tao Ruizi rolled a big white eyes, copied the hand continued a fan fly mask, you set the baby this time finally see the true face of Mount Lushan, actually wearing a gold earring elderly man, just now shouting to fight and kill the voice of the middle air. Really cannot see that it is a stinky old man but what business was it of hers? The beatings would continue. Tao Ruizi snatched the staff in the witch doctor's hand. Bang 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 knocked on the witch doctor's buttocks. Respect your customs, but Yusini said that is a plague star. No one taught you that feudal superstition should not be? Ouch, ouch, ouch. You're reckless, outrageous. The witch doctor tried to cover his buttocks with his hand, only to have his hand swollen by a single blow from Tao Rui's staff. Bang 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 bang. The hand continues to knock without stopping. Everyone else reads. Why don't you read? Really 9 years of compulsory education leakage You really are the calamity. We won't let you go. Calamity. It's the 21st century. Old man. Bang 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 knocked for a while. Tao Ruizi feel not get up. Take the staff, click a break and throw it to the side. Taking the half staff and pointing it around the circle of those present. He said, today I'm going to work a little harder to physically educate and teach you what it means to be a quality and up-to-date citizen of the new age. Tao Chu Chu and Zhou Wunyan were just felt wrong by the kitchen woman. Went to report the situation with the other people in charge in the village. Plus the witch doctor here is not a small movement. The village cannot do anything, only to send people to ask them to come over to help persuade. Entered the door at that moment, Tao Chu Chu and Zhou Wunyang, 2 people 4 eyes, have seen the house in addition to lying on the ground village chief, others all kneeling on the ground, mouth still read what materialism to see the world. The world view guides the methodology. Gee, isn't this from a high school ideology class? Tao Chu Chu raised her eyes and continued to look. Her good sister is sitting in the main seat. Her left hand is still holding a half of a wooden shaped thing knocking around, as if the ruler of a pedagogue. Her mouth is still chattering. Ideology is not pass. Your life will be easy to go downhill. We first need to start from the construction of the mind. You set up the correct worldview life values, in order to resist the bad temptations, on the right path of life. Her little sister is in class, and this group of people are actually listening to her lecture so nicely? Zhou Wunyang are looking dumbfounded. Good guy. This Chu also said that the resignation of the homework is poor, according to her. Obviously stand very high well. Rhetoric. Sister, you're here. Tao Rui raised her head and her eyes lit up. Stomping like a small cannonball rushed to her sister, excitedly pointing at the people kneeling on the ground. Sister, look, I'm teaching them to be good. Tao Chu took a look. The eyes of the people kneeling on the ground were all unkind. It seems that they can't sleep with their eyes closed tonight. Then today your teaching is here first. Let's go back to eat and rest first. I looked at the meals delivered. Although it's not as good as your usual level of meals, but there's also spicy hot that you like. Tao Chu tenderly held Tao Rui's hand. Eat. Finally get to eat. Tao Rui nodded her head busily, obediently being led by her sister's hand. Tao Chu didn't care about the group of people in the house, turned around and left with the people. After the people walked away, the village chief who was still lying on the ground and seemed to have been drowsy suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed with malice and calculation. Huang, did the compulsion woman all put something down into the meal? All of them? When they eat it, I can't get them dead. Especially this resignation. The young man named Huang, with a pair of triangular eyes, was so sinister and vicious when he said this, that the passing bamboo leaves green had to hide far away. Back to the temporary accommodation they were arranged. Tao Ruizi looked up and down in the doorway. Not bad, I told you. Although the small bungalow is also simple, but it is also much better than the thatched hut just now. Let's eat. Tao Rui rushed into the house full of leaps and bounds, but stopped in front of a table full of food without making a move. Rhetoric? Sure enough, there is something wrong with the food. It was impossible for Rhetoric to dislike anything that was food, and with such a perverse behavior, Zhou Wunyang immediately sensed that something was wrong. Resignation. What's wrong inside? Tao Chu stopped beside Tao Rui and lowered her head to ask gently. Sister, it's fine for me to eat it, but you two probably can't digest it, even if Wunyang has the Zhou Wu bloodline. Tao Rui sat in front of the table with his chin supported in distress, with a face that his brain capacity was about to run out. Rhetoric, tell me, your sister might be able to give you a little inspiration. Zhou Wunyang also learned to sit and support her chin. Don't say. The feeling of having someone in charge of moving the brain and taking it flying is really cool. There are some inside, just like this kind of bug. Tao Ruizi coldly pulled out a black worm the size of a fingernail cap. Zhou Wunyang, scared drink sound fiercely, stood far away. Resignation. Can you give a little forecast next time? I'm too old to be scared. Zhou Wunyang covered her little heart to smooth out her breath. She dares to say that this bear child is definitely doing it on purpose. Tao Ruizi showed some of the bugs in his hand, and threw peanuts as much as thrown into his mouth. Without chewing it, chewed it and swallowed it. I can eat, you can't eat. This is a kind of bug called sound transmission bugs. Probably they put to eavesdrop on our conversations. I found it at the first time, all pinched to death, leaving one that I didn't eat for you to open your eyes. This dish, all hidden bugs it. This is a heart-eating compulsion. This is a lover's hold. This is not recognized, does not matter. But I remember the taste is a little spicy, salty mouth. Ah, hot and spicy hot almost time. I tell you, hot and spicy hot sticky degree of the most delicious. Zhou Wunyang, hopefully, you have tasted all these compotes before. Tao Rui picked up her chopsticks and was just about to eat when she remembered that she hadn't finished her sentence. I can force out all the worms inside and concentrate them in one place, but I'm afraid that I don't have a good control of my ability and there will be omissions. It can't be helped. She didn't follow her matriarch to learn properly when she was in the divine realm, and she spent all day thinking about how to pound the emperor's treasures and eat them. Digging into his own pocket, he pulled out a dozen compressed cookies and chocolates, and even 2 bottles of Coke, or else. Sis, Wunyang, you guys can just eat these. I'm just afraid that you won't be full enough. Tao Chu took the cookies and cola, unwrapped the package and started eating. Wunyang, we'd better just eat this, without resignation's body. It's better to be careful with crunchy sharks like us. As for not being full enough, she had eaten the bark, let alone these. Agreed. Zhou Wunyang said, letting her eat those bugs. She couldn't top it. See what they decided to eat. Tao Rui resigned happily opened the meal. Who understand? This time the stewed sticky hot spicy hot, is simply very suitable. Which do this dish people know very well. Crab roe buns, quail eggs, enoki mushrooms, seafood mushrooms, bean sprouts and winter melon, baby vegetables, watercress, crab roe, fish roe fukubukuro, fatty beef, luncheon meat, sweet potato noodles boiled in a soft, sticky, QQ bouncing sauce, and instant noodles filled with tomato soup base. Tao Rui took out the sesame sauce from her pocket and poured a huge amount into it. stirring and mixing the ingredients together. After fighting for so long, giving her 10 bowls would not be enough to eat. Zhou Wunyang then looked at Tao Rui shivering noodles with a happy face and always felt as if she had forgotten something. Oh, by the way, resignation. What did Boss White say? Tao Rui struggled to raise his head. Yes. Boss Bai said that a man and a woman on the public security side also mixed in, but they couldn't be contacted. So let's try to find them and combine our efforts to break the game. And Boss Bai and the public security officers will meet us outside at any time. Tao Chuchu, at the moment it's just resignation that has shown superb force. Wu Yang and I are among the weak women that are easy to bully in their eyes. Tonight if their guesses are good, they must think that the compulsion has succeeded and that the three of us can be dealt with at their mercy. But if they're more cautious, they should separate resignation from the two of us. In that case, resignation, you have the opportunity to act alone. Just follow what Boss White said. Quietly look for someone to meet up with. Save people when necessary. Don't hesitate. Remember that human life always comes first. Wu Yang and I will follow their arrangement and see where the traffic people have gone and what other secrets this village has. Understood. Tao Rui finished off the last noodle and nodded heavily. Chapter 30, the code word. Comrade? Village chief, the food is all finished. Ali went to check. There is no trace of it being thrown away. The food is clean. Huang ran to the village chief's house to report the situation. The sunlight at dusk reflected on both of their faces, like the demons of hell had appeared on earth. As Tao Chu judged, rhetoric was still left in the original house. Tao Chu and Zhou Wunyang were blindfolded and dragged to a room with many people. When Tao Chu was able to pull the blindfold down, what met her eyes was a group of raggedly dressed girls with withered grass in their hair and dirty gray faces shrunk into a ball, their eyes red and swollen, not knowing whether they had just cried or whether it was caused by many days of sleeplessness. You will settle down here and wait until the day you are led away. The man who had brought them here coldly dropped a sentence and left. You're new here. Don't listen to them. They won't let us go. A bright-eyed girl moved from one to the other to their side, taking their hands pleadingly, as if she would go on and on until they agreed with her. I like sides and hammerheads. Tao Chu stared into the girl's eyes for a long time, and emerged with a sentence that had no beginning or end. The girl, however, caught on for a split second. Her eyes glowing suddenly, glanced outside, pressed down her excitement tightly, and answered in a minuscule airy tone. I also like the colors gold and red. Tao Chu quietly reached out to hold this girl's hand. My name is Tao Chu. Lin Yi. Tao Chu's hand was gripped to the point of raw pain, but she didn't pull it out. She could see and understand that Lin Yi had suffered too much since she came in before them. Tao Chu gave a look to Zhou Wunyang, who understood and gave cover to their conversation. Lin Yi, you have a grasp of what's going on now. The abducted people were separated and placed in 3 places. This is one of them, and there are 2 others that I have mapped out. 50 meters to the east and 20 meters to the west from here, both guarded by people on rotation. We seem to have been given something strange. Everyone will unconsciously obey the words of these men. There have been many girls picked off one after another. I injected the Institute's potion before I came here. It can resist their orders to a certain extent, but I feel that the effectiveness is gradually diminishing. There was another boy who came with me. He snuck off somewhere and I can't even get in touch with him right now. Don't panic. We still have a very strong comrade operating outside. Let's first ensure the safety of the girls here first. We can't give them another one to pick off. Tao Chu's calm and collected voice gradually calmed Lin Yi's heart. That's right. She's not alone in this fight. Tao Rui waited in the original house for a while before someone finally came to find her. She hurriedly lay down flat and pretended to have just woken up, looking at the visitor with bleary eyes. Who are you? Follow me. The visitor, who had a small scar on the right side of his face, didn't answer Tao Rui's question, but just told her to follow him. Tao Ruizi was mortared in place, just not moving. The visitor was in a hurry. Come with me. If you stay here, they will torture you and eventually abuse you. Ha, come to her rescue? Tao Ruizi remembered her sister's explanation, sickle and hammerhead. Let's have a code word. Comrade. The dead, lifeless eyes of the visitor suddenly lit up with highlights as if they were alive. Yes, I am. Excitedly taking 2 steps forward and stretching out his hand. Tao Rui was shocked into taking 2 steps backward. Why is the boy so excited? What about names? Tao Rui remembered the second confirming element. Li move. The password is correct. Tao Rui was about to tell him to hurry up and leave, not to delay her action, when Li Dongguan surged forward and grabbed her collar and headed for the door. It's too late to say more. You're coming with me before it's too late. Where to go? Good you Li move. Village chief, I said that this kid is not a good person. You still want to give him a chance to show. Now you see. He just want to save these pussy. Huang's triangular eyes were filled with some petty ambition. Huang, bring someone to take both of these people to the compass woman. The village chief laughed a little. Female child, arrogance in someone else's territory has a price to pay. Old man, I've taught you a lesson today. I'll cover you. You hurry and run. Li Dong spread his hands wide and blocked Tao Ruizi in front of him, but Tao Ruizi knocked his hands down. No, go with them. Li Dong wanted to struggle a little more, but realized that he couldn't shake Tao Ruizi's hand that had grabbed him at all. This comrade, he's so strong. Tao Rui was exceptionally well behaved and followed Huang Huang to the compulsion lady. On the way, Huang even looked at her twice more, because he believed that the compulsion had never been wrong, so he didn't doubt her obedience at all. Tao resigned now do not know how excited. Originally today's meal was not full. Now the sky is dark. She saw the direction where she now walks to the black air. Take a deep breath. The concentration of this black air, it is also too strong. Like the winter just out of the baked sweet potatoes after breaking open the aroma. It turned out that the black aura here only appeared at night. I don't know what caused it. She had to dig out the source and have a good meal. Coming? Let my wife see what kind of female child can make all of you suffer a great loss. Before the person could be seen, the pale female voice came out of the door, and Tao Rui snorted in her heart, putting on a show. Li Dong looked at Tao Ruizi this calm. Already hanging heart is more nervous. Finished. Come to support comrades seem to be drugged stupid. Determined to stay will be bound to protect the companion. Huang opened the door. Compassionate woman. The village chief means, this girl child take it to the sacrifice before as much as you want to try the medicine. Anyway, keep the breath is good. The rickety, blue cloth scarfed compass woman looked at Tao Rui for a while, and a TSK sound came out of her mouth. Good. The quality of the compass man this time is very good. Tell the village chief that next time, the effect of the compass worms handed over to him will surely be doubled. As for this male child, give it to me by the way. Huang's face was not surprised at all, just lowered his head and deliberated for a moment. You keep it. Turn around and I'll talk to the village chief on the line. Rarely can take a compulsion woman's favor. Walking this trip is really worth it. This, if not still have things to do, really want to stay and listen to her cry and beg for forgiveness. Tao Ruizi endured, and finally waited until Huang and the compulsion of the end of pleasantries to leave. People have just gone away. She swish up to casually take a rag like things to the compulsion of the mouth to the plug. Quiet. You this wife people really poison. Compulsion people, did not understand the wrong words as a human experimented. You dare. Small village is really bold. Tao Ruizi with his own home like everywhere in the compulsion woman house around. Yo. These are all cute little bugs, oh my god. Li Dong, are you guys going to keep this as evidence? Or am I going to eat it? Well, Li Dong looked at the tears in the eyes of the compass woman in pain, so shocked that people are shivering a little. Can still be so screwed up? Chapter 31, Who's Undercover and Who's Undercover? But I ask you what to do. You are not responsible for the content of this piece. Compotes and so on is our responsibility to deal with it. Good pity. These parasites are not mature. There is no legitimate reason to eat. Tao resigned with a face of remorse. I should have known to stimulate this wife to summon mature parasites out for her to eat. Oh, comrade. My name is Tao Rui. Oh, comrade Xiao Tao. We need to quickly find a way to stop them from performing the rituals now. All I've been able to find out these days is that they're using trafficked women to cut their arteries and then throw them into a place, as if they're raising something with that blood. I've been guarded by them and wasn't able to inquire about the key information, but I'm certain that what they're breeding must be particularly evil. Li Dong walked around the room anxiously. Tao Rui was dizzy from his spinning and was busy pulling him back. What do they keep that thing for? You know? I heard that it is their deity that can bless their hearts and minds, prolong their lives, and prolong their offspring. Li Dong said and let out a shameful laugh. This village is ignorant to an outrageous degree. This place is deep in the mountains. In the deep forests, there will naturally be more dangerous and scary things. Tao Rui instead looked at compassionate woman with a happy face. The Tao Dai cookbook has a saying, the more dangerous something is, the higher the level of deliciousness. Wifey, do you think that they will realize that something has happened to you then come back to deliver the head? Tao Rui thought for a while and decided that it would be better to find her sister first and then go to the source of the black gas. Anyway, the night had just begun. Wife, I want to find the place where my sister was taken away. You must know it. Tao Rui fished out the compass wife and carried it in her hand like a handbag. If I go in the right direction later, you'll whimper. If I go in the wrong direction, you'll whimper twice. And if you understand it, you'll whimper now. After waiting for 2 seconds, the compulsion is still no sound. Tao Ruizi immediately with a face of displeasure carrying the compulsion one-handed like a wind and fire will quickly turned a dozen times, until Li Dong saw that the compulsion is about to roll his eyes and foaming at the mouth, for fear that Tao Ruizi play things out, and only then rushed to stop her. Carrying it in her hand and shaking it again, Tao Rui spoke again. Quick woo. Oh, a few inaudible sound from the mouth of the compulsion woman. Where is the little monster so tortured people? Compulsion God blessing. Quickly put her away. Tao Ruizi satisfied. As early as this understanding is not good, causing her to bother that effort. Lift your leg and walk to the west. Compulsion whimpered twice. Tao Ruizi decisively turned around and walked to the east. This time the compulsion whimpered. Comrade Xiao Tao, you believe her? Li Dong caught up from the back and sharply asked. Tao Rui was indifferent. It's fine. I'll eat her if she messes up. I didn't suffer anyway. Compassionate woman. You're noble. You're marvelous. You take my life as not my life. The heart cursed, but did not dare to snub Tao Rui. Tao Chu Chu has been observing the rotation time of the villagers guarding the door for a long time, and found that 5 minutes of that time was unguarded, so she hurriedly slipped out while no one was looking, while Wu Nyang and Lin Yi stayed behind to protect the girls. The rooms were all locked with iron doors, and with resignation out of the way, they couldn't break them open with human power. She had to get the keys to all the rooms quickly, and also find resignation, and the compulsion on the trafficked girls had to be undone before they acted, or else the first time they acted, they would be backstabbed by these girls who were under control. Tao Ruizi, with the compatriot woman carefully pointing the way, very smoothly bypassed the crowd and reached the place where the abducted man was kept, just met with Tao Chu Chu, who was knocked out by the villagers on guard duty, got all the keys, and communicated with all the girls quietly waiting for their rescue. Sister! Tao Rui saw her sister in this situation, and did not dare to shout out, quietly made a mouth to greet her sister, and then stomped the small cannonball rushed over. Rhetoric! Surprised to see her well-behaved sister, Tao Chu Chu's heart was immediately placed in her stomach, although she knew that resignation was capable, but seeing with her own eyes that resignation was fine, she was truly relieved. Rhetoric! What's that in your hand? Oh, the wife who cultivates the parasites. It's fine, the mouths and hands that can control the parasites have all been sealed by me. Just after Tao Rui finished speaking, Li Dong and the compulsion woman both looked at her in shock. Good lord, are you actually serious about doing it on purpose? Thought it was purely violent people who look at their wives and strike. Comrade Chu Chu, I'm Li Dong. I'll fully cooperate in the next operation. Sis, what's next? Tao Chu Chu looked at the two of them, a smile resurfacing on her face. Okay, we'll be together. Resolve the parasites in all the victims' bodies first. The movement of rhetoric will definitely cause the village people to be agitated. Li Dongyu, me, Lin Yi, and Wu Nyang, the four of us will tackle the people who have come to disrupt rhetoric's work. Wu Nyang will send a signal for Boss Bai to pick us up after rhetoric has finished resolving the parasites. While waiting for the pickup, we will inevitably have a big battle with the village. The village is crowded. We need to protect the victims and wait for backup to arrive and safely withdraw from this village together. Understood. Tao Ruizi was still carrying the parasol in his hand, but he quickly rushed to the center of the 3 rooms where the abducted person was locked up, and threw the parasol to the ground, with his hands open and his head slightly tilted. In just an instant, the girls in the room felt as if something in their bodies was stirring, and in less than a second, many black bugs drilled through the skin on their hands and sprayed outward, rapidly surging toward Tao Rui at a speed very people could understand. Linny, who also had black bugs piercing her skin on her hands, was shocked. What kind of inhuman means was this? It was really horrible. She would never eat fried cicada chrysalis again. Tao Rui at the cross center of the room had her eyes closed and was intoxicated. That's what it felt like. The feeling of this much food running over by itself is just unbeatably wonderful. Opening her eyes, the red and ghostly light looked at the hearts of those present. Tao Ruizi quickly digested the bugs that came pouring over, and the bugs turned into black gas and were sucked into her mouth before they could even get close to Tao Ruizi. Wait a minute? What's the hold-up? Tao Rui stepped lightly with his right foot, and a person flew out of the center of the room in a parabolic fashion, falling hard to the ground. You're actually not an ordinary person? Tao Rui looked at the woman on the ground. Interesting. A compulsion person. A compulsion person in the true sense of the word. How is it possible to be a traffic person? Honestly, what are you? What are you trying to do by mixing in these girls? Tao Rui was cross-eyed. Where was the trash holding up her meal? I didn't expect that there would actually be someone who could still recognize my true identity. It seems that you people from outside aren't all stupid. The woman on the ground struggled to get up, her smile suddenly changing from a pure-hearted girl to a viper villainous. Chapter 32 10,000 Compulsions? It's a feast for all the insects, right? I really didn't expect that you would actually have this ability to eat a compulsion without any reaction. I've really been out of the world for too long. I didn't even realize that the outside world has actually developed like this. In the effort of this one sentence, the woman's figure in front of Tao Rui gradually changed, from a 1'6" cute girl to a 1'78" imperial sister. Tao Ruji. Ah, she was a Tao Tai, but her ability to grow taller was actually no match for a compassionate man. Zhou Wenyang early from the house and Tao Chu Chu they are outside on guard, ready to respond to the war. See Tao Rui face indignation. On second thought no why. Hurry up to comfort, resignation. That is the height of the bug's support. Not really, do not be sad Don't storm out because of this problem White boss is not there. She a small Zogo. Cannot control the situation. Tao Rui. Might as well not be comforting. You did not expect it. This group of people actually have such a presence as me. If you. The words were not finished. Tao Rui stepped forward and directly kicked the man's heart, violently kicking the man 2 meters away. Falling to the ground and spitting blood, Tao Ruizi disgustedly averted his eyes. Compulsion people spit out blood are black and numb, with boiled overnight pig's blood like, or red fresh good looking. The woman lying on the ground took a breath, and there was still pain in her eyes that had not dissipated, and she spoke incredulously. How? Do you not listen to people to finish their words and then hit? It's not martial arts. Tao Rui tilted his head in doubt. I'm stupid ba. I'm sure you're a bad guy. Don't you hit me first and wait for you to finish? Your brain is also eaten by the parasites. Come out fighting whose turn based? Resignation. Can you absorb the parasites from her body? Tao Chuchu glanced at the distance. Boss White hadn't rushed over that quickly when he received Wu Nyang's signal. They had to keep the battle advantage firmly in hand. Stop it. You guys. Let go of the compulsion girl. Many villagers swarmed around Tao Chuchu, led by the triangle-eyed Huang Huang Huang. Tao Rui looked around the weak, small Karafii sister they can handle, went up and squatted down beside the compulsion woman. The voice is as lingering and loving as to the lover. After years of refining the compulsion woman, the body of the compulsion must be the essence of the essence of the essence of the essence of the compulsion, right? Eat it will be very tasty, right? You believe in me. I will definitely eat very clean, will not be wasted. Compassionate woman. Wrestling. God TM won't waste. Compassionate woman raised her hand as a complex gesture. The surrounding grass and trees bushes appeared rustling sound. Dangerous and terrible feeling swept through the crowd. Tao Chuchu and other people immediately body tense into the state of war. Ha, you guys are finished. No one can escape our compassion lady's 10,000 compulsions coming. Huang Huang led the villagers to tightly surround Tao Rui and the others. He wanted to see these people who had spoiled the village's great events being gnawed clean by the parasites before he could feel pain. Tao Chuchu looked coldly at the villagers who surrounded them, and there were quite a few women in there, with numb and empty looks, as if they were puppets. An idea suddenly popped into Tao Chuchu's mind, turning her head just in time to meet Tao Rui's eyes looking at her, and in a flash of lightning, Tao Rui understood what her sister wanted her to do. Without twisting his head over, he raised his hand in a mere fist-clenching motion, and all the rustling came to a screeching halt. The compassionate woman was genuinely alarmed. What have you done? How could my summoning be interrupted midway? Still trying to raise her hands to repeat the gesture she had just made, she was directly removed from the joints of her hands by Tao Rui. Tao Ruizi are too lazy to reply. Have said how will let the enemy's big move forward swing completed. Of course is to immediately interrupt law. What 10,000 parasites come to the court? According to her, it should be the time for her to enjoy the whole insect feast. I don't know if the taste is comparable to the 18 insect feast she went to Spring City to eat. Oh yes, the parasites on the villagers who surrounded them. She wouldn't ignore them either. After all, Tao Tai wouldn't let go of any food he looked at unless he couldn't beat it. No yin and yang eyes of the crowd obviously just see Tao Rui just squatting in place. The surrounding leaves but no wind spin up. The villagers who revere the god of compassion secretly alarmed. Some people also exclaimed, vision, is a vision. We angered the god of compassion. Reprimanded harshly by Huang Huang, shut up, stupid. After the last live broadcast by the other guests to see her golden light of the original appearance, Tao Ruizi this time learned a good lesson. The manifestation of energy to control the range of invisible to mortals. Tao Chu Chu, Zhou Wu Nyang, as well as the ground of the compulsion woman. Compulsion woman but can see the back of Tao Rui slowly appear 3 meters high Tao Tai golden light phantom. To Tao Rui as the center. The surrounding and compulsion woman body climbed out of the compulsion quickly become black gas surging into the vortex of the airflow. It was visible to the naked eye that fewer and fewer parasites appeared, and the golden light Tao Tai was absorbing and digesting the black chi that the parasites had turned into at a terrifying speed. For the first time to face Tao Rui's Tao Tai real face, Zhou Wunyang was also surprised quite a lot, and secretly lamented in her heart, as far as Rui is concerned, with this black gas, horrible breath all around her body, and her eyes are red. Other people will only think that she is the most horrible devil when they see her. Are you guys dead? Go up and stop her. She is a calamity. The compassion god is about to awaken. If we don't kill her, the compassion god will punish us. The village chief who finally arrived, yelled as loud as mad behind the villagers. He was simply going to be exasperated by this group of people. The other side is so small. Each of them can drown each other with a mouthful of spittle. They actually just stood still and didn't move their bullets. Go! Huang Huang was the first to rush over to Tao Ruizi, but the result was that before he could get close to Tao Ruizi, he was directly scraped by the vortex of black chi, and the weakling one fell to the ground and spat out blood crazily. Tao Ruizi? It seems like some little feather just floated by? Li Dong and Lin Yi took the iron rod given by Tao Chu Chu, protected in front of the shivering victims, and came forward to fight with the villagers, but because they could not determine whether there were any innocent victims among the villagers, the hands were tied. Together with the weak force value of Zhou Wunyang, the villagers are outnumbered. For a time, only Tao Chu-Chu to 1 against 10 still have the strength. The rest of the people have fallen into a bitter battle one after another. Tao Ruizi was still enjoying the pleasure of the huge energy surging into her body, opening her eyes to burp. The rest of her eyes glanced at her sister surrounded by a dozen or so people, and her anger instantly surged to her heart. Immortal board, Tao Rui in place to speed up the speed of devouring. A movement of the mind. Tao Tai this phase began to quickly travel throughout the field. Wherever passing through the place, the parasites are not left for a moment. In accordance with the sister's idea just now, Tao Tai this phase is especially aimed at female villagers on the parasites. The women, who had been fighting for their lives, suddenly froze and stopped holding their weapons. Me? What am I? A woman in a green plaid dress lowered her head and looked at her hands in confusion. My hands, why are they so rough? Didn't I go out to buy a soy sauce? Where am I? She wasn't the only one this happened to. Li Dong and Lin Yi immediately understood that Tao Rui had lifted the compulsion from them, and that they were now free, regaining their own will. After the women stopped the weapons in their hands and stopped attacking, the battle clearly fell to Tao Chu-Chu's side, and the crowd was much more relaxed and could take a small breath of relief. As soon as Bai Zhe received the signal given by Wu Yang, he immediately notified Chen Bureau's side, and brought Hu Ming himself to support him without stopping, and halfway there, he sensed the appearance of Resignation Taotia's true form. Heart tightened. Bad. Resignation zoomed in. The other side will be forced to fight with their backs to the water. Resignation they may not be able to cope. Hu Ming, a little faster. Hu Ming mouth quickly responded. The heart silently spit. They are humanoid. Even if there is a foreign beast bloodline cannot turn into a beast form to travel. This human transportation is the fastest is this He tried very hard just as Bai Zhe had said. On the village side, Tao Rui finished eating all the parasites at the scene and let out a long sigh of comfort. Today finally ate a good meal. As a good gourmand, is to go on a business trip cannot treat their stomach. Tao Rui satisfiedly glanced at the compulsion woman on the ground who withered after losing her compulsion, and then turned back to look at the compulsion woman who was still alive. And after getting up and doing some warm-up exercises, he went over to carry the compulsion woman in his hand again, and also turned it upside down, as if he was confirming something. This was great. Neither of these two could do anything bad, and her sister would definitely praise her for being awesome. Tao Chu-Chu just knocked out a strong man, turned back to see her good sister face, come to praise me expression. Smile like Fan Yoshin sent that 200 pounds of dog face smile The village chief who saw that the parasites on all the people were wiped out clean, and the compulsion girl and the compulsion woman were wasted again, silently vomited blood in his heart. Years of scheming are empty today, but he will not give up. The Lord God of compulsion will inevitably awaken, and will help him to punish these people. The village chief thought that he had quietly retreated and left by hiding his figure from the crowd, but he didn't notice Tao Rui's eyebrows move and his red, ghostly eyes narrowed a bit. Oh yo, there's an old bug going to run off and do something bad. Chapter 33, the game is over. With all the female villagers giving up the fight, Tao Chu-Chu quickly took control of the entire situation with Lin Yi, Li Moves and Wu Yang. Tao Chu-Chu walked up to Tao Rui, her face struggling. Rui, Lin Yi is understaffed on their side. I need to stay behind to help ensure the safety of the victims. Wu Yang will follow you to find the escaped village chief. You can't act impulsively. You have to listen to Wu Yang. Tao Rui's ears picked up the message. Don't worry about going to play by yourself. If you play big, Wu Yang will help you clean up the mess. Okay, sis, I'm off. Tao Chu-Chu watched the resigned man who was carrying the compulsion woman in his left hand and the compulsion woman in his right hand gleefully leave. His eyelids were wildly jumping, but with Wu Yang around, the situation shouldn't fall apart. Zhou Wunyang, bolted Q, really look up to her, for the sake of the greater good. Zhou Wunyang followed Tao Rui's distant footsteps, trailing the old man's village head all the way to the deeper part of the mountain before stopping. Zhou Wunyang looked at the village head kneeling down, holding 3 incense sticks in his hand, his mouth still chanting what is too far away she didn't hear clearly. Looking around, well, this ravine terrain is really strange, surrounded by mountains on all sides. The mountains are like a knife. The middle of the natural depression should converge into a lake, and here it's so dry, just like a natural coffin. Tao Ruizi picked up with a ghostly tone. That's interesting, she had learned in the emperor's study before. This is the perfect natural place to gather in. Usually those who know better will avoid living here or interrupt this terrain. So what she said before about what this village is keeping should refer to this place. It's strange how not a single bit of black gas floats out. So what's she coming over for? Wu Yang, look around to see if there's anything subdued? Can't see it. What is this village headman getting upset about? The two have been squatting and watching the village chief's movements. 3 incense sticks have been burned, or do not see any movement. Tao Ruizi is impatient. Rhetoric. Zhou Wunyan knew she couldn't stop Rhetoric from rushing out. The village chief who was kowtowing 3 times. When he raised his head he saw the withered head of the compassionate woman facing him, and his heart, liver and gall bled tremendously in fear. Crawling backward frantically with his hands and feet, crawling out several times and realizing that the compassionate woman was not moving. Only then did the village chief stop and continue to look up, and he saw Tao Rui, who had been amused by him and was smiling with an amused smile on his face. Ha, you're crawling harder than a monkey in a zoo, eh? Monkey, do not feel insulted too. You calamity. Lord Compassion God is about to awaken, and it will be your time to die soon. Tao Ruizi looked at this old man with a face of hatred as he pointed his finger at her in confusion. Why are there no signs of either? If you don't understand, you have to ask, what the hell are you talking about? Old man? There's no sign of it here. Have you been to the hospital to see a brain surgeon? The parasitic woman being carried by Tao Ruizi's left hand suddenly screamed frantically, causing the two to look. What are you screaming about? Old woman? The compassionate woman had a face of indignation. Her wife did not have a few days to live. If we talk about the cloudy year, cloudy month, cloudy day, she and the compassionate woman were the perfect candidates for sacrifice. As long as she and the compassionate woman threw themselves into the sacrifice array sealed behind her, the compassionate god would instantly awaken. With that thought she howled more and more frantically, attempting to jog the village chief's memory to get him to impose action. As she had hoped, the old village headman also remembered this crucial issue. The village chief slammed into Tao Ruizi regardless, trying to send the person Tao Ruizi was carrying in both hands flying to the back. Tao Rui's brain didn't even move, and reflexively casually raised a foot and kicked away the old village chief who crashed over. Looking at the old man vomiting blood on the ground, Tao Ruizi people are stupid. Not, she this war power for all to see. Right, such a brittle old man. Touch porcelain this is. Wu Nian, help, this is a key witness. If she dies, her sister and boss Bai will punish her. She can't take any punishment. A day of vegetarianism is killing her. This bare child. Zhou Wunyang inwardly cursed and rushed up to treat the village chief, at least hanging on to this person's life. The village chief's old man's life wasn't in danger for the time being, and Tao Ruizi also breathed a sigh of relief with him, looking at the two in his hands. Just now this old man was trying to make them fly to the land behind them? Could it be that it was the key to unlocking the black gas? Oops, I got hit by this old man. Tao Rui super pompously fell to the ground at a super slow speed, but his hands were unambiguously quick to quickly fling the compassionate woman forcefully into the field behind him. Zhou Wunyang, is it possible that she is not blind in the eyes? Petri dish. The moment the compass woman landed on the ground actually opened a crack and flew to engulf them, followed by a strong vibration coming from the ground, so strong that it was felt on Tao Chuchu's side. Bai Zhe and Hu Ming had just arrived at the border of the village when they felt the unusual earthquake. Quickly, Hu Ming, inform Bureau Chen to send a squad to blockade this village. No entry or exit. You meet them here. As soon as their personnel arrive, you take them to rescue the abductees immediately based on the positioning that Wunyang sent earlier. I'm going to look for Rhetoric now. After saying that, Bai Zhe let Hu Ming out of the car, and drove the SUV himself to the depths of the mountain at a fast speed. Wunyang, you take the old man and hurry back. Tao Rui swallowed her saliva nervously. This time she played it off. It seems like she met a big guy. She hadn't tried to eat something so big since she plunged into the human realm. A little panic. Not a big problem. She can do it. Zhou Wunyang took a look at this situation of Tao Rui, shouldered the old man of the village chief and frantically ran in the direction of Tao Chuchu. San Tian the white boss in the end rushed to know Earthquake is getting stronger and stronger. From the beginning of a second of vibration to the current second 3 vibrations, Tao Ruizi looked at the coffin in front of the ground. Soil began to play like the sea waves. A wave of up and up. The black gas crazy leak out. The aroma of incense and strong smell of Tao Ruizi crazy gulp. Good guy. This piece of land is actually composed of all the parasites. Dense fear of people coming to the direct fainting past. Like the vibrations that precede childbirth. The scene suddenly became very silent after the strong wave of vibrations. Tao Ruizi, however, was sweating in this moment. Boom! The coffin floor suddenly split in pieces, then quickly crawled out of the ground, flying out of the dense parasites, as well as a large number of sources of black gas, and then finally became a huge humanoid creature. Oh, wow! Tao Rui finally understands why the blood of a woman from a Yin year, Yin month and Yin day is used. It is the best tonic for the parasites and the Yin gathering ground. What Lord Compassion! This thing in front of me, that is, thousands of parasites gathered into the body, and thousands of women's souls and grievances cohesion into the ghosts, and ultimately formed by the ghosts to control the parasites of the body of the great Ghost King. Such a compulsion Ghost King. It is not that it is not good to deal with. Is that this thing is really a bit big. Tao Rui stood in front of it, like ants stood in front of human beings. The matriarch had told her before that there was nothing they couldn't eat in the Tao Dai clan. Tao Rui thought that eating the whole thing shouldn't kill him, so he could give it a try. If she couldn't, her sister should have gotten White Zephyr to save her. Let's say a supersized chicken thigh so fragrant and delicious is in front of a Tao Tai. Would any Tao Tai choose not to eat it? It's impossible. Gave himself a pep talk. No one is here. Tao Rui released the Tao Tai power with all his might. The 3-meter-high Tao Tai golden light phantom swelled to more than a dozen meters. And with a thought, the golden light Tao Tai jumped to the compulsion Ghost King in a sprint and opened his mouth to bite down. The just-born Compass Ghost King was bitten with a jolt. Waving his big hand to slap the kitten on his body down, the golden light Tao Tai immediately shifted its position and switched to the other side to continue biting. And the place bitten by the golden light Tao Tai would dissipate a lot of Compass Ghosts and black chi. When Bai Zai raced to the place where Tao Ruizi was, what he saw was the golden light Tao Tai teasing the compound Ghost King, biting around on the compound Ghost King everywhere. And when the compound Ghost King's big hand was about to hit the golden light Tao Tai, the golden light Tao Tai would quickly shift. White Zephyr saw standing on the ground Tao Rui even playful of red. High-hanging heart slightly backed down a little, assured to get off the car to check Hu Ming's car. Well, was scraped a little bit, turned back to allocate a sum of money for maintenance to him. Leisurely half leaning on the front of the car, Bai Zai leisurely watched Tao Ruizi play, watched and even wanted to laugh out. According to Tao Ruizi's speed, the compulsion Ghost King will soon be wiped out half. At this moment, Tao Ruizi was actually not as comfortable as it appeared to be. She felt that the compassion Ghost King was slowly recovering. It should be that there was a big formation underneath providing energy to it. She could only speed up her gnawing to exceed the speed of the compassion Ghost King's recovery in order to completely destroy it. But at this rate, there was a bit too late to digest. She might really become the first ever Tao Tai to be propped up. Chapter 34. The heart that wants to create a flying leader is true. Bai Zai stood up a little straighter, a little uneasy for some reason, and he read what Tao Ruizi was thinking right now. How many times had he been made to feel a little helpless and speechless by this little Tao Tai? There are only Tao Tai who are starved to the point of eating themselves. How can there be Tao Tai who are propped up? Tao Rui sensed Bai Zai's aura and rushed around to look for him, and the moment he saw Bai Zai by the SUV, he was so excited that tears were about to flow out of his eyes. Finally, someone came to support. Tao Rui's mouth was busy absorbing the black chi, and he could only blink frantically and fling his eyes to Bai Zai. Come all come. Hurry to help the compulsion Ghost King under the big array destroyed. She a person engaged in very hard. Do boss how can not pay just enjoy the hard work of subordinates it. Too shameless. Received the message Bai Zai. Is very good. The heart can still curse. Shows that the midair is still very full. Bai Zai was originally determined to let Tao Ruizi sprint to stimulate his Tao Tai potential, but the resentment in Tao Ruizi's eyes was about to congeal into solid arrows and shoot at him. If he didn't do something, this little Tao Tai was going to hold a grudge, and he couldn't afford to do something that would stimulate his heart again. To be able to achieve this level, this little Tao Tai has also worked very hard. With a flash, Bai Zai stood in the air behind the compassion Ghost King, and with his right hand, the protective barrier of the big formation under the feet of the compassion Ghost King was like a piece of glass that had been shot at, and it quickly crumbled from the center. With a wow, it shattered cleanly. The big array that feeds the compulsion Ghost King finally reveals its real appearance. Tao Rui puts her eyes on it. Open. Isn't this the plus version of the previous sacrifice array? No, it seems to have been superimposed with something else. She can't recognize it yet. She can think about it later. Who is so unethical? Set up such a sinister array everywhere. In the end, what is the figure? Bai Zai's right hand continued to press down. Black gas filled with unknown light of the big formation and ice candy gourd outside the same layer of sugar coating. Creak a moment by the White Zai issued the airflow shattered. Woohoo! Tao Ruizi small in the heart to cheer a little. So the compulsion Ghost King to be finished. There is no continuous supply to let it recover. It is not her chopping board on the meat. Want to how to bite. Want to how to eat. Tao Chu Chu quickly ended up docking with Hu Ming after he brought in support and hurriedly dashed over to where her good sister was. According to what Wu Nyang had said, what the Compass Woman and Compass Woman had drawn out after their sacrifice was a big monster, and with rhetoric dealing with it alone, she was simply about to die of worry. When Tao Chu Chu arrived, Bai Zai just happened to have finished breaking the big formation, and was opening the car door in half lying on the driver's seat while resting and watching Tao Jiqi fight. So Tao Chu Chu see as her boss is leisurely watching the show, her good sister alone in the fight to the death with the big monster. Miso on the fire. If she didn't see that her good sister was in an emergency situation, at this moment she really wanted to create a flying Bai Zai, even if he was her immediate superior. No longer think more, Tao Chu Chu accelerated speed to the side of Tao Resignation to rush. Want to support a little? Was Tao Resignation sharp eyes saw. Busy stop absorbing black gas. Anxious and panicked out to stop her sister. Sister, don't come over. Mortal body can't touch these parasites and black gas. In the side and so on me. I'm very fast. Her sister came and she felt like she could do it again. Not at all braced. She could absorb and digest any more. Asterisk caret caret asterisk. Tao Chu Chu checked Resignation's expression again and again to make sure there was no reluctance before she retreated to her original position. Since her good sister didn't need help for the time being, she didn't have to put up with it anymore. Exuding a terrifying aura of wind and rain, Tao Chu Chu walked over and kicked the front door of the SUV directly in reverse. Grabbed Bai Zai's collar with one hand. His eyes bubbling with anger looked straight into Bai Zai's eyes. The other finger pointed at Tao Rui. His voice cold and piercing. Bai Zai, what do you mean? The strongest combatant in the entire authority. You just look at Rui. A little girl and the monster to fight? Is not a man. Is not a companion. These two things you are not a piece of personnel not support you rushed here for what? Watching the action? Did it look good? Did it look good enough for you to clap? Bai Zai was given a meal output. People are a little confused. Sister-controlled woman is really scary Hastily raised his hands to do surrender. Chu Chu, you first calm down. Well, at least give a chance to explain. Tao Chu Chu gave a ferocious beating. After venting the anger in her heart, the person also quickly calmed down. After all, she was also a veteran of missions. Losing control of her emotions was really a very unprofessional performance. Boss Bai, I lost my temper. I'm sorry, but I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. The size of the monster you see now is already what it looks like after 2/3 of its original size has been eaten by Rhetoric. As a Tao Tai, Rhetoric is different from the other comrades in the bureau who only have a partial bloodline. She has room for evolution. The more energy supplies, the more she can improve her abilities. And the tougher the opponents, the more she can stimulate her Tao Tai potential. Conscious self-training and enhancement would allow Rhetoric to strengthen her control over her Tao Tai instincts. In the future, Rhetoric won't have to worry about the day when her Tao Tai instincts take control of her will and hurt people she doesn't want to hurt. She usually has nothing but food in her eyes and heart, as if there's nothing else. But I can read that her heart is filled with you and Tao Father and Mother Tao Feng. Bai Zai hurriedly took advantage of Tao Chu Chu letting go of his hand to tidy up his clothes. Being disheveled affected his image too much. Tao Chu Chu listened to the mixed feelings in her heart. She knew that Resignation is trying to protect them, but she thought that all along more as they are protecting Resignation to grow up happily. Did not think that her good sister then they want to work harder. Tao Chu Chu was still immersed in her own thoughts when Tao Rui's cheerful cry suddenly came from her ears. Sister, look at me. Raising her eyes, her good sister was maneuvering the golden light Tao Dai Dharma phase to open its bloody mouth and wail as it ate the last bit of the compulsive ghost king's body. Being infected by Tao Ruizi's happy smile, Tao Chu Chu's corner of the mouth just rose a little bit, and then saw Tao Ruizi's golden light phantom violently disappeared, and the person also suddenly leaned backward, and smashed into the ground with a straight clunk. Resignation. By Zeta faster speed over the darting Tao Chu Chu, rushed to go directly fishing up Tao Zhuzha, hand directly on Tao Zhuzha's pulse to check. Late arrived Tao Chu Chu see this, breathing are unconsciously lightened. Seeing Bai Zai's hand lowering his pulse, Tao Chu Chu dared to ask out loud, Boss Bai, what's wrong with Resignation? I ate too much, and with the excitement of exercising too much, I slept through it. Tao Chu Chu, wonderful all wonderful, just touched as fed to the dog. Then let's hurry back and Huming rendezvous. That village chief looks bad situation. Have to hurry to ask questions to catch the evidence. Tao Chu Chu snatched the Resignation from Bai Zai's hand, turned around in a princess hug and walked towards the SUV, leaving Bai Zai in the wind. Sure enough, they don't have a girl with a soft persona in the bureau. Chapter 35, the most poisonous person is the human heart. Wang Ge, age 65, ID number XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Is it you yourself? After receiving Bai Zai's message, Chen Guang had set off to the front line at the first opportunity, and was now in the interrogation room with Tao Chu Chu, questioning the captured village chief. Bai Zai, Hu Ming and other public security officers are in the control room. Lin Yi, Li Muz and Wu Yang then took the two departmental personnel to deal with pacifying and resettling the victims and arranging for the families of their loved ones to meet and collect the people, as well as the people in the village. Among other things, it's myself, Huanga replied in a half-dead tone as he sat down in the suspect's seat with a disheveled look on his face. Are you the mastermind of the abduction case? Can a village of just over 100 people abduct so many people? Is it also your plot to cut the veins of women born in the hour of Yin and bleed them for sacrifice? What was the purpose behind it? Are there other accomplices? Wang Ge, it's come to this. Just be honest. What are you still holding out for? Chen Guang's heart ached just thinking about how many people's homes were broken because of this scum in front of him. Comrade, so many questions. Which one do you want me to answer first? Huang Ge still looked like he was dying, and looking at Chen Guang, he couldn't wait to go forward and punch him. Chen Bureau. I'll do it. Some means of my identity is a little more convenient. Bai Zai pushed the door in. Chen Guang instantly understood, did not say anything to get up and twisted to go out. Huang Ge. Let me guess. It was someone who told you that sacrificing a in-time woman can raise parasites, and the parasites can fulfill your wishes, right? The first words of Bai Zai just sat down made Huang Ge shocked. Let me guess again. You've been able to abduct so many people for so many years now only to reveal a little trace. Is it possible that you can't contact that person lately and there's no one left to give you help to cover it up? Looks like I guessed it all right then. Huang Ge. Things that come out of my mouth and those that come out of yours will have different results on your sentencing. Do you understand? If you understand, then be honest and give us an explanation. Tao Chu on the side of the silent applause in the heart. The white boss of this skill at this time is really good, but unfortunately cannot be anything completely red, or have to let the old man account for himself. I'll say. At this point, Huang Ji's mental defenses had broken down under Bai Zai's barrage of output. Our village is so poor that no one looks at the village Hans, plus we have grannies in our village who can raise parasites, and the female children of good families feel terrible when they hear about it. A lot of people can't find a daughter-in-law until they die, and we can't help it if we are unfilial. Our compulsion raising granny. In fact, are outside the terrible rumors, the beginning of the compulsion is not what you see, just some small insects. Encountered people may have some small pain uncomfortable what? On a hospital to take in 4 drip will be fine. Later on, the parasites became more and more powerful. We were able to use the parasites to make the female child lose her mind and obediently listen to us. And there were even some even more powerful parasites that allowed us to use the momentum to transit. Of course, the number of these kinds of parasites is relatively small, and we can't produce them yet. All of this happened after that man approached me. That man approached me and said that he was a messenger of the compassion god, that he thought compassion woman was quite talented at raising parasites, and that he wanted to teach her the true techniques of raising parasites, and that he wanted to help our village become a fan of the compassion god. The compassion god will bless us and give us a good life. We were half-hearted at first, just thinking it couldn't get any worse anyway, so we gave it a go. So they sent one of the village people out to try, and they really brought back a beautiful girl child, obedient and well-behaved, doing whatever they were told to do, and in her world, we were their heaven. That feeling was so wonderful that our village instantly had hope of survival, and more women were brought back. Slowly, some other villages around us that couldn't find a daughter-in-law to have children like us heard the news and approached us, saying they were willing to buy the women we brought back at a high price. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to make money? No money at all. That's it. We go out with the compulsion to bring back the women and sell them to the people who come to us, and we don't care about it after we sell them. Tao Chu held back her anger. Then how did you sell people? And how did it develop to the point of cutting the blood of those insure women and killing them? Huang Ji's eyes shook, glanced at Bai Zai, still honestly set out, we never took the initiative to think so. Where do we know what in time? It was that person who approached us, said that if we want to develop the abduction business for a long time, and want to keep making money all the time to always have women, we have to cooperate with him, and that he would help us to hide the traces of the crime, so that the police could not find us, and we would help him to revive the compassion god Lord. Him revive the compassionate God. As long as Lord Compassion God is revived, he can always bless our village with more and more prosperous good times. You guys also believe in such claims from Lord Compassion God? Tao Chu raised her eyes in disdain. Why don't you believe it? To be able to have such amazing and miraculous parasites, there must be a divine blessing. As long as we are able to sacrifice enough in-time women, the Lord Compulsion God will always bless us with 100 years of wealth and prosperity, and our children and grandchildren will continue to live on. It's all because of that calamity. If she hadn't come and messed everything up, when our Lord Compassion God awakened, we would have been blessed by the Lord Compassion God, enjoying wealth and prosperity and living a good life for eternity. The more Huang Gu said, the more excited. Neck and ears are red. In the outside of Hu Ming looked only feel bad. He has been a medical student for a period of time. This kind of situation is very easy to cerebral hemorrhage. Can't let him have an accident. Hu Ming hurriedly pushed the door in, and a shot of tranquilizer was stuck down. And Huang Ge softly slumped in the chair and fainted. Let's stop here for today. Bai Zai got up and walked out of the interrogation room, followed by Chen Guang, and the group walked to the conference room next door. The atmosphere in the conference room was serious. Continue to interrogate Huang Ge. Get the list of clients who have worked with them as soon as possible. Immediately arrange for manpower to monitor the surrounding villages. They are the key suspects. Chen Guang ordered down one by one, and the person recording next to him kept responding. The person Huang Gu said is most likely the person behind the 2 sacrifice formations in the previous bout. We need to follow this opportunity to see if we can catch any clues to pinpoint this person. Tao Chu kept jotting down notes in her hands, trying to connect the common threads of the several cases. Pissed me off. Huang Gu put the whole thing on that what's-his-name compassionate God messenger. According to me, it's clearly that they're greedy and disgusting. They have no bottom line. They know that they're breaking the law, they're still doing it. And after being exposed, they even tried to obliterate the police. The crime is aggravated. Hu Ming hammered the table in anger. That's right, the most vicious of them all. Scum. And putting the whole thing off by saying it's for the compassionate God. Garbage. The most vicious one I think is not that compulsion God messenger. It's these stupid and vicious villagers. Completely don't feel that they have done wrong. In order to have a good life for themselves, they will do anything. The most vicious is only the human heart. We have to keep investigating. Investigate deeply. Chen Guang slammed the table, determined that he couldn't just leave it at that. That compassion woman hid amongst the trafficked women. It can't be that she wanted to find the in-time woman to sacrifice. That person is really powerful, actually raising characters like the compassionate woman and compassionate woman. If we didn't just happen to meet someone like Resignation who wasn't afraid of the compassionate woman, we would have been wiped out. Wu Yang had a look of fear when she thought about it. Then again, where's the resignation? Tao Chu looked up from her notes, still resting in her room. I guess this will not be awake yet. She has worked hard for what happened before, so when she wakes up, Boss Bai and I plan to send her home, and after that she will not follow up on things. Bai Zhe nodded. It's not just her who has to go back. Chu, you may have to pull away from this case first. I will arrange for Xian Cheng to take over your work. The second phase of the live broadcasting variety show will be broadcasting soon, and the work of publicizing and educating is also a very important project for us. You and Resignation can't afford to be absent. Tao Chu. Line blah. She obeyed the arrangement. Chapter 36, surprisingly, it's still you after all these years. Tao Rui had just woken up and wasn't a bit confused yet. Chewing Twizzlers in her mouth and topping off her fried head, she froze and watched as her sister packed her bags and then packed her up and put her on the helicopter. Flying out for more than 10 minutes, Tao Ruizi's brain only slowly popped up a question mark. Sis, we're done with our mission. We're going home? Well, there's still people from the bureau following up on it. They'll take care of things with them, so you don't have to worry about it. Now our task is to go home and rest. Then we'll set off to rush over for the live variety show. Tao Chu sent the work she had just sorted out to Xian Cheng through the intranet and lifted her head to start rummaging through her bag to find something for her good sister to eat. Oh, it's still my sister who loves me. Tao Rui hurriedly reached out to take the jerky her sister had found. This is a local specialty from Hu Ming. Beef jerky dried in his own yard. Said you'd like it. Like. Really delicious pinch. Tao resigned a bite without stopping. This jerky is really good. Flavor salty spicy, with sweet, chewy texture. Really suitable for her to eat on the plane now. Resignation. Wake up from sleep. Have you finished digesting? Is there anything uncomfortable? I feel like I'm like a fully charged electric race car now. The kind that can just morph and rush up to the sky. And my true colors have grown much bigger. Eating the beef jerky in her hand, Tao Rui stared at the bacon in her bag again. This one doesn't work. This one is to bring back to mom and dad. Tao Chu mercilessly pulls on the chain of the bag. Tao Rui can only resentfully retract his sinful little hand. Back home, Tao Ruizi fearful tiptoe into the door, afraid that her mother still remembered her failed exams to find her. I did not expect to meet a long time apart from the mother of the mother version of the mother. The Tao mother Tao father Zhang mother Zhang uncle surrounded her and her sister two people. Hush, warm and welcoming, passionate like a fire. Tao Ruji, wow, too good. Is this the top treatment after going out for a while and coming home after staying out for a bit longer? She finally understands what the netizen said. How it feels like to come home after studying in a faraway place for a vacation. Tao Feng. How when he went abroad to study for 2 years, every time he came back did not have this treatment. Poor raise male child rich raise female in their family is really embodied in the fullest. Tao mother cheerfully unwrapped the accompanying gifts they brought back and took out the bacon, touching it excitedly and discussing how to make this bacon with Zhang Ma with great enthusiasm. Turning back to look at her youngest daughter whose entire head was still buried in the basin, Tao mother sat down next to Tao Chu. How long can you and Dictionary stay home this time? I see that your director Bai has sent your father a message again, saying that he's going to start filming that live variety show last time. Mom, Resignation and I are resting at home tonight, and we'll leave for filming first thing in the morning on a plane sent by the show. This, so soon. Zhang Ma, quick, make some more. The two of them haven't been at home for so long, they must miss the taste of home meals. I'll make more for them together with you, and to prepare the portions for packing. Tao mother was anxious when she heard this. This director Bai is also really, don't even give the employees time to rest, day by day, squeezing the employees even harder than their company. Mrs. Zhang, the milk tea that was packed last time wasn't enough. I need more this time. Tao Rui heard Tao mother say something about packing when she finished eating, and hurriedly raised her hand to greet her. Her ears were half listening to the things that she was going to leave for the shooting tomorrow. Looking at Tao Rui this heartless appearance, Tao mother suddenly remembered this little bucket of food exams failed the matter it. Tao Chu Chu keenly perceived Tao mother actually become lower air pressure. In order to interrupt Tao mother's big move, she made a hasty move. Mom, I heard that old brother has made a girlfriend outside. Tao Feng, who was directly created to fly by his old sister, twisted his head violently in shock on the stairs. I grinned. Just now he heard something? Can you betray your brothers like this for your little sister? Ah. Until the next day when the well-fed and well-slept Tao Ru resigned and boarded the program's plane and happily ran to the program's filming location with her sister. She didn't even know that her Tao Tai skin was almost stripped by her mom and that her sister sacrificed her brother in order to save her. It's really sad to hear about it. At home suffered Tao father Tao mother mixed male and female pressure to force confessions. Tao Feng, have you really my blessing? Tao Feng, who was at the bottom of the food chain, could only look up to the sky in impotent rage and roar madly. Mom, I really didn't. Tao Chu Chu. You don't have a heart. Tao Rui and Tao Chu Chu got down from the airplane and looked at the big Xiangxi airport in front of them. Laugh it up. Family members who understand. Round and round they go away for a day and actually come back. Tao Chu Chu, damn. It must be that Tang Miao was busy picking up boys again and forgot to inform her that the program's filming location is in Xiangxi. With one more day, she can help sort out the case of the abduction and trafficking case again. Unlike Tao Chu Chu's speechlessness, Tao Rui is obviously super happy. This is just great. The last food trip that was interrupted. She can continue. She longed for the social ratio she came. Fan has been waiting for Tao Chu Chu and Tao Rui at the airport for a long time, and his heart is both excited and angry. Excited about these two sisters and the program aired. As he expected, the popularity of the general skyrocketed. He gave them 2 created microblogging number. Now fans have broken a few million. This is only a few days nah. Simply a monster newcomer good. Angry is. These two say is to carry out what secret mission to go. On a few days ignore the message he sent. Really, do not reply to him does not matter. He is worried about these two guys did not look at the rules of the program group this time. Blindly come to participate in. Finally saw the figure of Tao Chu Chu and Tao Rui. Fan Yuxi hurriedly greeted up. The voice with the impact of the cannon like crackling began to speak. I owe my little ancestors. I can be considered to see you. To make a long story short, the theme of the program is to explore folk customs. This is the background information I prepared. I don't count on resignation. Chu Chu, you take advantage of the time in the program team car to look at. When we arrive at the shooting location later, I won't have time to explain things to you. So listen up. Last time we filmed Ji Yunshin has quit the program because he is not feeling well. Replacing him is a very difficult film and television industry senior. Not too old. 40 years old. Name Gu Qinju. Mean speaking, but don't worry. She and I have a bit of a friendship. I've already greeted her. She won't specifically target the two of you. As for the rest, Chu Chu. You take a look at this booklet again. In it I've memorized the precautions. Fan Yuxi knew that these two would step on the spot. Stepping did not leave time for him to explain a lot, so they all made the text version in advance. Tao Rui looked at her sister in surprise. Ji Yunshin, couldn't it be that he was unwell because that person had laid hands on him after the removal of the black chi? Tao Chu Chu decided to turn around and ask the person in charge of tracking him at the bureau, and for now it was better to hurry up and write down the program information. Okay, you guys get in the car. Don't worry. I'll help you with public opinion and the circle. Hearing this, before getting into the car Tao Rui turned back to give Fan Yuxi a thumbs up. The little Tao Tai Rui decided to help him avoid trouble in a small way today, right? Fan brother, you do not allow me to invest in the other day the chain hot pot restaurant. Mine. Fan has interest. Just send Tao resignation. 2 people on the car. Immediately received his financial planner's phone. Heart a shock. Suddenly thought of just resignation before he got on the car. To him a meaningful sentence. Today there are good things happen. He decided. Go back and immediately offer Tao Ruizi up. It's too divine. Chapter 37, The Smallest Dragon. In front of a small village in Xiangxi, the Lu director took a loudspeaker and started broadcasting. Welcome to this Into Metaphysics large-scale live program. The theme of this program is to explore the smallest dragon in China, the Sin Dragon. Wow. 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 Wow, 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 wow. The metaphysical theme of the variety show you use for dinner. Upstairs really top. Wow, 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 wow. Quiet female goose. Mommy's here. The female goose belongs to Choo Choo, and Choo Choo is mine. Dog's head. Is Sister Choo Choo something you can call? That's my husband. Wow. Director Lu, is this small village where we're filming this time? Song Jingqing skulked around for a bit to return to the camera and smiled coolly at the camera. Please give me another chance, viewers. This time I'm no longer the Song Jingqing of the past, I'm Nuhu Jingqing. This time I will definitely clear my reputation as a crybaby. Since the last program aired, Song Jingqing has been named by his fans as a small crying bag, timid song and so on, but also made him in the program all kinds of screaming and hugging his thighs into an emoticon, although he himself is also used with pleasure. But he is a big man, he does not want to face well, because she had brought a particularly large amount of milk tea. Tao Rui, who felt very secure in her heart, was trying to steal Director Lu's snack box, and she smelled a very large amount of chocolate in it, and it was the same brand that she liked very much. Mr. Lu, look at Tao Ruiji, look at her, you're losing your snack box, you all report the female goose, she's going to be starving and crying out haha. Mr. Lu, you can give it to her directly. That's right, the kid hasn't eaten in 2 minutes, he's starving. The way that Orange Cat in my house steals cat food is the same as Tao Ruizi's current appearance. Director Lu looked at the pop-up screen and breathlessly looked up to find Tao Ruizi. By this time Tao Ruizi had already reached his snack box and had unwrapped a packet of chocolates and stuffed it in his mouth. Who in the circle doesn't know that he has to carry chocolate with him at work? That chocolate is his very being, and that without it he's a walking corpse. Very well, Tao Rui, you offended him today. Then it's really the right thing to do, because then it's just as well to be offended. Lu Director glanced at the monitor next to Tang Miao. That arm muscles, that erect back muscles, aggrieved, swallowed tears, silently crying in his heart, turned his head off the wheat, quietly instructed his assistant to go buy another box back to him, secretly put it away. Wow, has Tao Ruizi become so powerful that even Director Lu doesn't dare to offend him? Powdered and powdered. This will never collapse the room. What room can you expect a rice bucket to collapse? Upstairs, the female goose is not a simple family to raise. Ordinary people's children according to such a way of eating. Early bankruptcy. Gathering his thoughts, Director Lu continued to broadcast. In this program, the guests' tasks are: first, to find the historical background of the Sin Dragon. Second, to find the abnormal performance of this village, figure out the hidden secrets behind it, and save this village. And third, to follow the master of the folkloric crafts to learn the Sin Dragon performance. Wow, so rich? Then Director, did we start doing it at the same time? Or did we do it in order? Or is it the same grouping as last time? Fan Si Jing was still so lively and cute, announcing, Ji Yinshin has withdrawn from the filming of this program due to health issues. So let's start by welcoming our new guest for this time, Gachin Zhu. Wow, 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 wow. Zhou Yan wouldn't dare to take Zhou this time. Awesome program team, all can invite big names. Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to participate in this program, I'll do my best. Gakinju greeted the camera with a calm face and a smile. After the introduction of the guests, Director Lu only answered the question just asked by Fan Sijing. This time, it is divided into 2 teams, the inheritance team and the promotion team, with 4 guests on each team. Mr. Lu, can we choose our own team and partner this time? Fan Sijing was energized when she heard this. She super wanted to be on a team with Tao Ruizi Tao Chu Chu this time. The feeling of having a big leg to fly with could be too good. I wanted to. Director Lu, why don't we just do it? Song Jingqing also hurriedly chimed in, and as an Ability War 5 scum, he instantly understood what Fan Sijing meant by her words, because coincidentally, he also wanted to join Tao Ruizi's team. Zhou Yan snorted disdainfully, you guys want to join someone else's team, and they might not want to drag their feet with you too, hugging the thigh and lying down to win. Who wouldn't want to? Last time, I don't know why after the program aired, she became the show's NPC with a hidden identity, and the show's evocative performance made her fans surge again, so she went to the trouble of finding contacts to inquire, which got the vague news that this matter in Tao Ruizi Tao Chu Chu they have 1,000 relations. So this time, even if she is no longer happy, she also want to hold on to the thighs of these 2 people. Director Lu's rippling voice continued to broadcast. Unfortunately, the 2 guests' ideas will not be realized. The grouping of guests was determined by a random draw. Each guest goes up and draws fruits from a one-sided transparent box, and on the board behind them there is a corresponding fruit code, and the guests with the same code automatically become a team. Now please ask the first guest, Tao Rui, to come forward and draw the fruit. Ears only hear the word fruit 2 words Tao Ruizi, immediately very happy to go up to the front to draw. She smelled the inside of 8 kinds of fruit, can only draw a word, Then draw the biggest durian it. Tao Ruizi's hand reached in and directly grabbed the durian's thorns and took it out without hesitation. And even when the program's crew didn't react, Tao Ruizi had already opened the durian with his bare hands and stuffed the durian bag into his mouth. Chapter 38, Work can be done. Have to add money. Truthfully, Director Liu had thought that outrageous things would happen, but he hadn't imagined that Tao Ruizi, this guy, would directly listen to him without even listening to his speech. A glance at the equally shocked pop-ups is now in a frenzy at ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Family, I can even brainstorm that shocked face of Director Liu. Promise me that you'll put Director Liu's current expression in the late rebroadcast. Okay, Tao Chu Chu, please control her. Director Liu helplessly held the loudspeaker, hoping that Tao Chu Chu would be able to control this little rice bucket a little. Helpless to cover the forehead. Cannot blame resignation. White Boss sent her a message. Because the compulsion Ghost King energy is too large problem. Now the resignation seems to have finished digesting, but the mind may often unconsciously empty into the absorption and digestion of the state of sedation. Only a specific word will attract her to wake up from the state of sedation. So didn't listen to that big string of words from the Lu guide. Her good sister really didn't mean it. Going up and pulling resignation aside, she handed her the peppermint oil that Boss Bai had asked Tang Miao to pass on to her. Resignation. This is Boss Bai's special peppermint oil. It can help you focus your mind. So be a good boy and apply it to your temples. Oh. After saying that, she came over and explained to the camera. I'm sorry everyone. 2 days ago resignation's sick just well. So the spirit occasionally cannot focus. But just now has applied the medicinal oil. The next will not appear just like that thing. Please understand more. You guys better not open the microphone to scold resignation. She is so polite to explain. There are still people who have a foul mouth. If she gets off the program, immediately go over to hack his network to scold back. Coated with cool oil, Tao Ruizi immediately sobered up a lot. And now there is nothing. She looked at the hand of the durian. Eat all eat, simply eat the end of it. Then touched the chocolate in his pocket, and turned back to let his brother to the director of the shooting funds to compensate for compensation. I just wanted to scold Tao for pretending to be a persona. This is a direct explanation. My hands that are nowhere to be found. Maybe it's for people like you, who are so brain dead that they start miking. Almost pulled out a 40-meter long machete ready to fight against blackness. Being Tang Miao glanced at the Lu director. What else can he do? Of course, is to choose to forgive her. Make do. Epsilon equals, Omicron asterisk, alas. The program continues with guests coming up in an orderly fashion to draw fruit. When it was Tao Chu Chu's turn to go up and draw, Tang Miao's prompt came from her headset. There is a team of Mango and Rhetoric left. After you've chosen, you stand to the side first. Don't show any expression. I'm going to say a very important thing next. Previously, the Bureau had already sent a large force to conduct a sweep of the entire Tian village, learning from the lessons of last time, and also conducted a carpet monitoring sweep of the formations. I should have been relieved, but my eyelids were jumping wildly. So to be cautious, yesterday I sent Shimu and Lei Curl from our second team to go deeper into the village to conduct a second check. Just now, the ear mice can't monitor the signal localization of the two of them anymore, and the drones that were sent out didn't return any images, and the localization has disappeared just the same. We suspect that there may be an unusual magnetic fluctuation blocking the signal, or that something has left them behind, and there is no way to determine if their lives are safe at this time. But now that the program is on the air, if the recording is stopped without a valid reason, it will surely cause a wave of public opinion, and people with good intentions will surely take advantage of the opportunity to attack. So after asking for instructions, you and Resignation use your guest identities to go deeper into the village and use the fastest possible time to find Shimu and Lei Curl, and the Bureau's people will disguise themselves as accompanying cameramen to assist you in guaranteeing the safety of the guests on the same team. At the same time, you have to explore the things that trigger the danger, in order to ensure the safety of the situation. Without having to ask for instructions, immediately remove the danger. Keep in touch, we will fully cooperate with you and Resignation. We'll have another team work on another mission first later, but we certainly won't be able to put it off for too long. So you guys get a move on. When I'm done, receive a deduction of 1. Tao Chu Chu snapped on her headset with an expressionless face. Shimu and Lei Curl's combat power was considered top in Group 2, and the thing that could trap them was afraid that it wasn't too good to deal with. But there was no record of human life in this place, so it shouldn't have been the sacrificial array from the previous times. Tao Chu Chu twisted his head to look at Tao Resignation, quietly gave her a 6 gesture. Tao Ruizi is eating durian immediately captured. Surprised mouth stopped chewing durian action. This is another mission. Every time I record a program, I have to additionally help destroy evil things again. Bai Zai should have to give her processing money. Tao Rui thought angrily, so angry that she simply swallowed all the durian in her mouth. Letting people work all day without adding money is a black-hearted boss, to be sanctioned by the labor law. She'll need at least 3 large portions of tonic soup to make it. Digging for fun. Did Tao Rui just stuff 3 durian buns into his mouth? Is there a black hole in her mouth that connects to another dimension? My god. Eating wildly without getting fat. The big tall man in the north is ruthlessly mowing at the little potato in the south. Tao Ruizi suddenly raised her head with bad eyes. How come she felt that someone had just said that she was short? She was going to curse that person for eating intestinal noodles without soy sauce today. The crowd's ears ringing. Lou director's broadcast. Good. Now all the guests end of the draw. Please tear off the corresponding fruit stickers in their hands by themselves. The same number of guests to form their own teams. Song Jingqing full of expectation. Even nervous fingers are slightly trembling. God bless Must in Tao resignation team He closed his eyes and reached out violently. Swish, tear off the sticker. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. Durian and Cheerios are just the best match. Ha 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 ha, Tao Ruizi. I'm on your team Song Jingcheng is so cheap ha 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 ha. Fart. Durian and mango go best together. Durian and mango love. You've never had it. Seconded. Who eats Cheerios and durian together? Fan Sijing's face was about to be turned into a blowfish by anger. On the basis of the camera, she endured and endured. But Song Jingqing is really too dejected. Uncle can tolerate. Aunt can't tolerate. Hit. Fan Sijing picked up the balloon placed by the program team next to her and tried to hit Song Jingcheng. In order to avoid the balloon attack, Song Jingqing rushed to the back and backed away in a hurry. As a result, he violently bumped into a person, and hurriedly turned back. His mouth still unable to stop apologizing. I'm sorry, I'm not careful. Back to look. Bumped into his thigh Tao Rui looked at Song Jingqing, who was close at hand, with a cold face. Because of the problem that he was a little twisted in his hiding position, his face was now just at the same level as hers. In that case, it was Song Jingqing. Just because of this close contact, the heart unconsciously ripples, just to see Tao Ruizi fierce deep breath, mouth bulging greatly. Song Jingqing thought Tao Ruizi was scared by him pouting to scold him. Busy very embarrassed want to back away a little, but Tao Ruizi super hard who out of the breath. Cough. Song Jingqing, who didn't have any defenses in place, was violently choked, half rickied, holding his knees with one hand and slamming his chest with the other, coughing in a shocking manner. Digging for fun. It was really killing him. After a long time, Song Jingqing raised her eyes, which were reddened from coughing, and pointed her finger at Tao Ruizi. Her voice sad. Tao Ruizi, are you still a girl? What kind of girl uses the tone of eating durian to attack people? After saying that, a breath of excitement on the ground does not come, and began to hold the knee crazy cough. For a time, the entire scene was terrifyingly silent, leaving only Song Jingqing's earth-shattering coughs. Tao Rui blinked innocently. In fact, she had just eaten snail powder-flavored dried tofu. Chapter 39. Where did the thunder come from? Silence. Bullwinkle my resignation. Choking off every possible scandal with its own toughness. Suddenly I see the shadow of a single dog. I'm sorry, on behalf of our female goose. I apologize to Song Jingqing's fans. It was too much Fans will not be held responsible for the actions of the main owner, dog's head, reacting so much. It can't be that Song Jingqing happens to be the kind of person who doesn't eat durian. Upstairs, you're hitting the nail on the head. Help, although my life is miserable. I want to laugh so much The scene is still a silence. At first wanted to take a balloon to hit Song Jingqing Fan Sijing heart in the crazy burst of laughter, but then in the hold back, a time are not jealous of him. After all, people cannot be in stupid dogget. Director Liu, who had been notified by Tang Miao, hurriedly broadcasted. The groupings are now announced in no particular order. The members of the inheritance team are Tao Ruju, Tao Chu Chu, Song Jingcheng, and Mang Xianghan, and the members of the promotion team are Gu Qinju, Zhou Yan, Fan Sijing, and Wang Lin. Evening. Tao Rui and Tao Chu Chu, as the people who won the program's grand prize in the last program, now announce the content of the grand prize as making a request that the program and the guests unconditionally obey. Wow, that's great. Rhetoric, you guys are really great. Zhou Yan finally found a chance to talk to the two Taoist sisters. Tao Chu Chu lowered her head and quietly discussed with her good sister before turning back and announcing, we request that our heritage team set off into the village first to carry out their mission, and that the Hiroshima team re-enter 4 hours later. And that the Hiroshima team prepare a dinner that will satisfy all of the guests within those 4 hours. The Hiroshima team's face changed at once. 4 hours to enter the village. The yellow flowers are cold, right? Gu Qinju spoke up at once. That's not good. Xiao Tao, you guys are bullying our team a bit with this request. It's a little bit. Why don't you? Sister Chu Chu, let's discuss it. How about changing it to 2 hours? Fan Sijing also felt that the time was too long. Then their team wouldn't have any display footage. Wang Lin Evening didn't say anything because he felt that this privilege was something that Sister Chu Chu and Resignation had gotten through their own efforts in the last program. and since this request had been made, they should have to do as they were told. Tao Chu pretended to hesitate, and a second or two passed before she nodded her head shallowly. 2 hours then. Only Tao Chu knew that her sister had originally wanted to fight for 2 hours. Zhou Yan glanced at Tao Chu's expression, and then began to persuade Gu Qingzhu, who still looked a bit disgruntled. Sister Gu, it's good to let them go into the village first and explore the depths. It might be easier for us to prepare dinner outside than them. Moreover, this program shooting can't be completed in one day today. There's still a lot of time left. Gu Qingzhu remembered Fan Yuxi's instructions, so she could only reluctantly nod her head, indicating that she agreed with the program. Tao Chu is indeed rushing 2 hours to go, so that the time is not too long and not too short. Will not be too much impact on the recording of the program. After all, many people are rushing to another team of guests. Their footage is too little will affect the number of viewers, so that it will not be able to complete. The bureau wants to promote the original intention of materialism. LU Director, respecting your final choices, the clock will now start and the heritage team will be asked to enter the village now. Please ask the promotion team to prepare the dinner for the guests outside the village. Friendly reminder, a certain guest is a big eater, so you have to prepare enough food to reach the requirement to satisfy all the guests. Laughing to death. Tao Ruiji, why don't you report my ID card? Luck guiding, holding a grudge. JPG, that's fine with me. It's not like the two teams are competing for anything this time. I'm more interested in the sinister dragon. What do you guys know? Mr. Lu clearly favors rhetoric and is afraid that she won't be satisfied with her meal. Do your best. Tao Chu 4 people, each with an accompanying follow-up cameraman, then entered the village. The first task is to find the traces of Shimu and Lei Ke. Tao Chu gave her and rhetoric's followers a wink. The two cameramen will understand, while adjusting the camera angle, so that Tao Chu was able to bring from Tingmiao the Shimu and Lei Ke's worn worker's license plate, and hand it to Tao Rhetoric to smell the smell. Tao Ruizhu nose shrugged, then an okay gesture, said she remembered. Seeing this, Tao Chu immediately put the work permit back into his pants pocket and put it away, but also in front of the camera very deliberately handed her good sister a large handful of dried walnuts. Why not other snacks? Because Tao Chu on the body is only dried walnuts. Tao Rui didn't know that her sister was pretending to try to cover up what she had just done. She was happily eating the dried walnuts while sniffing the air for the smell left behind by Shimu and Lei Ke, and following the traces of the smell emanating from her. Her feet took a spontaneous step forward. Tao Ruizi, where are you running to? Song Jingqing saw it with his sharp eyes, fearing that Tao Ruizi and Tao Chu would leave him behind. He had heard before he came here that the village the program team was looking for was very spooky. Song Jingqing, if you want to follow, just follow obediently. What resignation do you don't care? Oh. Tao Chu took a stride and stood in front of Song Jingqing. Her expression was clearly gentle, but cold sweat broke out on Song Jingqing's back for no reason. He knew it. Tao Chu couldn't be messed with any more than Tao Ruizi. All you can do is nod dutifully. Okay, I'm being a good boy. Tao Chu was satisfied and turned to follow resignation. Tao Rui didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. She smelled something more interesting now. It was actually the undead with too deep of an obsession that were playing tricks on her. There was a black aura, but it wasn't evil. Now she's afraid she won't be able to eat without a valid reason. Sister, come quickly. I found them. After walking almost 200 meters, Tao Rui suddenly beckoned excitedly. Tao Chu heart wondered. 200 meters of distance, and not very deep into the village, and the array has been lined up in advance. There is no existence. Tang Miao, how they cannot find people? But rhetoric doesn't make mistakes. Rhetoric, is there something fishy here? Something that the instruments can't monitor? Tao Chu decided it was better to ask directly. But it's interesting, an undead, with too much obsession, formed an illusion here. Those two unlucky guys probably triggered the thing that enters the illusion, and were locked in chanting, but the people are still fine. Let Sister Tingmiao rest assured. Tao Chu looked at resignation with surprise. Is this Boss Bai's peppermint oil working, or is it the dried walnuts that Mom gave her that worked? Her sister suddenly became so knowledgeable, making her a little surprised and relieved. Tao Ruizi finished, directly 1 foot over the jump. Do not know what stepped on. The people present heard click sound. 2 people fell out of the clearing in front of them. One of the girls still super cranky and cursing and waving her hands around, and 2 or 3 streaks of lightning suddenly stabbed down from the otherwise bright sky. Audience, people in the field. Holy, where's the thunder coming from under clear skies? Chapter 40, Geographical Knowledge of the District. Frogger, with this thunder, you can tell me it's a special effect. Is this ing scientific? Appearance with thunder and lightning. Are these 2 men the thunder goddesses? Correction. These are 2 girls. It should be Mother Thunder and Mother Electric. God. Mother of Thunder and Mother of Lightning. Doesn't that sound good? This generation of netizens is too good at naming names. Lei Ke is cursing. was already reacted to the Shimu swoosh pop up from the ground. A scissors leg on the Lei Kur toppled to the ground. Lei Curl was confused for a moment, then instantly rose up and roared, "Little green snake, what the hell are you doing to me?" Shimu busy reaching out to cover Lei Curl's mouth. Blame her, a moment of passion. Actually rough in front of the camera. Go back to Sister Meow, will have to train the two of them for 10 days and half a month. You quickly shut up. There is a camera na. Camera. Mirror, what head? I'll twist your head off first. Lei Curl frantically went over the top with Shimu, his mouth frozen shut. What? Lens? Ah, the lens. Lei Curls as if struck by lightning, suddenly frozen immobile. Finished, broke the law. Her bonus will certainly be Meow sister deducted. Lei Curl tremblingly twisted his head to look at the camera and smiled curtly. Tang Meow in front of the monitor is bad and happy. These two guys can be so neutral. It seems that there is no injury. It is this blue sky thunder. How to round up? Song Jingqing stretched out a hand that trembled visibly to the naked eye. These two people, how did they appear out of nowhere? Why was there thunder when they appeared? What did you just do? Tao Ruizi? His mother, He followed Tao. Resignation is right or wrong? How to feel more dangerous? Tao Chu calmly patted the dust on his shoulder that was raised by the battle between Lei Curl and Shimu, and looked at Song Jingqing with a face that said, "You really haven't read a book, didn't they teach you geography in geography class? Atmospheric air movement is nothing more than that. Thunder on a sunny day without rain may indicate that the cold and warm fronts are meeting at the top of the troposphere or at a place far away from us. It means it's raining far away from us." Turning his head towards Meng Shanghan, Xianhan is preparing for the college entrance exam, so he should be well aware of it. Yes, this one does have it. Meng Shanghan, who was suddenly cued, stammered and nodded in response. Tao Chu glanced at Song Jingqing, who still had a bad brain signal, and her tone was full of pity. Then there's an idiom called thunderbolt from a clear sky. You should have heard of it. Song Jingqing, heard is heard, but witnessed is very shocked. Tao Chu, what eyes? He is a university graduate, okay? Then what do you think? How did the two of them appear? Song Jingqing just couldn't believe that this could be explained as well. Meng Shanghan weakly spoke up. This, I think, maybe because just now there was a big rock in front of us blocking our line of sight, coupled with the fact that our attention just now was on Sister Resignation. So it's not as if these two appeared all of a sudden. Tao Chu appreciatively glanced at Meng Shanghan. Good boy. This cannot also be the secret stakes arranged by the white boss. There's one thing to say, although Tao Chu has a point, but this is too much of a coincidence. There's something I don't know if I should say. This is the end of metaphysics, even science. Do you believe it, family? I don't believe it. What just appeared is clearly superpower. Are you guys locals here? Tao Chu asked Shimu and Lei Curl with a warm and gentle smile. Shimu and Lei Curl were super well behaved and stood on the side. When they heard Tao Chu's question, they were busy shaking their heads. No. We're not locals. We're here to have fun too, We just got lost. I'm very sorry for disturbing you guys. We'll go first. After saying that, the two turned around and started to run wildly outside the village. Sister Meow, we've come to ask for forgiveness. Tao Rui ignored the farce that had just occurred between the two Shimu, although she was also very curious about the skill of the Lei Curl to be able to release thunder. But now she was even more curious about this undead that had the ability to create illusions. How much of an obsession it was to be able to have this kind of energy. Should say no. This live camera is really in the way. Tao resigned with a face of annoyance. From the pocket pulled out a tinfoil wrapped honey chicken thigh. Tear opened the package and gnawed up. Tao Chu keenly perceived her good sister's emotions. This was the first time that Rhetoric showed such curiosity about something other than food. Tao Chu quietly snapped 3 times on her earphone. Tang Miao understood and turned off the sound of the radio equipment for both Chu and Rhetoric. Rhetoric, if you want to do it, do it. Sister will cooperate with you. Tao Ruizi heard. Heart immediately happy flowers, or sister love her. Immediately 3 times to eat a chicken leg clean. Chicken bones are directly chewed and swallowed. Sister. NPC. Tao Chu understood. Resignation was trying to have someone to assist in the cover-up just like last time. Chu. I'll immediately have Shimu return to the stage to cooperate with you guys. The audience won't find it strange since she's already shown her face anyway. Seeing her sister nodded, Tao Ruizi immediately jumped up and down. The left side of the jump, the right side of the jump. The crowd at first thought that she was in a good mood to jump randomly. Time a second or 2 seconds passed, only to see Tao Ruru's hand and foot movements more and more rhythmic. There is a kind of hidden to the ground as a platform. Jumping out of the ancient sacrificial ceremony, solemn and esoteric feeling. Tao resigns to this dance. The more I see, the more I feel like an elf dancing on the land. What's going on here? I didn't blink. I didn't say I thought this was an ancient ritual dance to beg the gods. I'm afraid to speak. What a sacred scene. Not only did the pop-ups become quiet, the people watching Tao Ruizi dance live were also excessively quiet. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly the sky poured down rain. Crowd. No, is this closing the loop? Tao Chuchu just said the place where it rained was far away. And now it's raining? Reasonable suspicion that this is Tao Ruizi begging for rain. Materialism firm believers in this said. Just Tao Chuchu popularized the knowledge you are forgetting again. The sun does not speak of strange powers. Yes, yes, yes. Tao Ruizi stopped dancing in the rain and smiled prettily. Rain is right. She was indeed begging for rain. Only when it rained, letting the aura of nature wash over this land and break through the boundary of the illusion, could she catch the scent of the owner of the illusion? Just like now. What a delicious flavor, like the taste of thick chocolate drizzled over popcorn. In the pouring rain, the crowd was busy hiding from the rain and setting up equipment to shield from the rain. The live camera could not see the action of the crowd on the scene. Taking advantage of the great opportunity, Tao Ruizi ghosts from the crowd in front of the body swept through. Only Tao Chuchu know the direction she left. Her sister made a move. She had to stay to round up the scene to do it now. Hey, got you. You delicious little undead with such a deep obsession. Chapter 41, so much for the past. The transparent soul with a face like a hibiscus turned back in horror and saw Tao Rui's face with 8 teeth smiling out, so scared that she wanted to flee immediately, only to realize that she couldn't move from where she was. Who are you? How could you find me? The spirit was so scared that he couldn't speak properly. I'm Tao Jichi. I've come to eat you. Obviously all drenched by the heavy rain, like a wretched puppy Tao Ruishi, but the terrifying aura that came out of nowhere made the soul feel like it was about to be dispersed. Her sister's voice suddenly came from the earphone. Resignation. No playing too much. If the other party is not a bad person, you will catch the person on the book. The book is the latest device developed by the authority. When the soul is attached to it, it can effectively preserve the soul for a day, and the book will automatically record the words that the soul wants to elaborate. Here, that's how it is. Come in yourself. If I do it, you won't smell as good. As soon as Tao Rui told the spirit about the matter, the spirit very voluntarily entered the book. It was really voluntary uhu. If she didn't get into the book, Tao Ruizi's saliva was going to drown her uhu. The rain wasn't even as powerful as the saliva Tao Ruizi was craving out. The rain stopped. Song Jingqing just cleaned himself up, then found Tao Rui did not know where to come out. All the people present in the time just changed into dry clothes. Just her a wet puppy look. So conspicuous. Tao Ruizi, are you a thief? Yes, sis. Look, I picked up a book behind that rock. Yay. Tao Ruizi joyfully ran to her sister. Tao Chuchu was heartbroken as soon as she pulled Tao Rui over. She pulled into the program group's temporary changing area to change clothes, although her own child let go and let her grow up to experience life, but she was still heartbroken by such heavy rain. When they came out, Song Jingqing and Meng Xianghan all gathered around. Rhetoric. What are you talking about, Benzia? Tao Ruizi looked up with a haughty face. Yo. Just now it was Tao Ruizi, now it's Ruizi. Man, you're so fickle. Song Jingqing, he endures, not with the thighs. With a very smelly expression on his face, Tao Rui raised the book in his hand and continued. See, how seriously I'm completing the program's mission. The rain washed away some of the soil so that I could pick up this book. Last time on the program, it was also Tao Ruizi who picked up a book that became the key to breaking the game, right? Yes. Our female goose has a bit of luck on her side. Fart. Definitely scripted. Live broadcasts can still be scripted, so why don't you get wet and go look for it? That said, no one's paying attention to the magical rain anymore. Tell me, what does the book say? What does it say? Is it a clue to the sinful dragon? Shimu sneakily followed the follow cameraman on the sidelines. Sister Meow told her to watch the right time to act as an NPC. When the hell is the right time? Tao resigned very high people style to turn over the book, written. Dig fun. Words so much it. The little undead is suffocated for how many years did not talk to people. So many words. If she reads one word at a time, she has to die of exhaustion. Have to how many big chicken legs to make up for it. Decisively, she reached out and handed it to her sister. Sis, why don't you and they take turns flipping through it? Tao Chu helplessly took the book. Did not expect her good sister Anorexia to read a book or not happy. Mom seems to have a headache. The end of the task. She went back to ask the family has children's colleagues on the child anorexia of the problem to take the experience it. Tao Chu finished reading it with a complicated face. Song Jingqing finished reading it with a complicated look on his face. Meng Xianghan read it with a complicated face. Tao Rui looked at his sister on the left with a clear-eyed ground, and then looked at Song and Meng on the right. What's wrong with this? The little undead said something so difficult to understand? What's being said in there? You guys squeal. Song Jingqing, Z. Betting on a chili bar. Tao Ruizi is going to beat him up. This dude is getting more and more loose since he's been on the show. Hey, she's got a temper. She needs a beating. Seeing that Tao Rui was about to roll up his sleeves and beat him up, Song Jingqing only hastened to say, "You don't know if you don't look at the people. We look at the people who have a very complicated mood on now." After exhaling deeply, Song Jingqing slowly said, "This is the story about the inheritance of this village's sinister dragon skills. A long time ago, the appearance of the evil dragon caused a pest infestation in the village, resulting in the loss of rice crops and the displacement of the people. Soon after, a god appeared and informed the villagers that the agricultural pests were caused by the appearance of the evil dragon, and told the villagers to take action to reform the evil dragon in order to eliminate the disaster. Later on, the evil dragon was reformed and became the protector of the villagers, and since then the winds and rains have been smooth. Since then, the villagers will have the custom of dancing Sin Dragon. Sin Dragon body strange, dragon head snake body fish tail. The villagers reference made with gimlet paper mache dragon head snake body shape props. The Sin Dragon dance is when one person holds a gimped papier mache prop in the shape of a dragon's head and snake's body in their hands, while the other holds a gimped dragon pearl in each hand, and dances back and forth to the accompaniment of percussion. The main character narrated in this book is a girl. She worships the Sin Dragon, and has wanted to learn the art of Sin Dragon dance since she was a child. And from her narration she can learn that the Sin Dragon dance performance is divided into 3 levels of expression, such as starting the dragon, dancing the dragon, and delivering the dragon, and that the main techniques include 4 kinds of the green mountain ox swinging its tail, the yellow dragon wrapping around its waist, the harrier turning over, and snowflake capping the top of the roof. Nah, she doesn't possess the qualifications to learn even if she knows more. The village was closed for a long time, and for a long time it was only passed down from male to female, from within to without, and only from the original family name to the outside. The girl knew that if things went on like this, the Sin Dragon technique would be lost sooner or later, so she tried desperately to convince the village elders. Unfortunately, in the feudal era of that time, how much could a woman's words do? And the girl spent her whole life trying to convince the elders to teach her the Sin Dragon dance, and finally died with a grudge. That's the story told in the book. Song Jingqing finished speaking and returned the book to Tao Rui. Tao Ruizi was incredulous. Just this? Such an obsession was not enough to support this little undead to create an illusion, right, sis? Is there such a thing as lying without lying? Tao Rui suddenly came out with a sentence that had no beginning or end. Tao Chu Chu. However, understood, yes. Sometimes not finishing the truth is also a kind of lying, but in a broader sense, she didn't lie, she just didn't tell you the whole truth. The strength of Tao Rui's hand pinching the book silently became bigger. The little undead is really not honest, eh? Meng Xianghan looked up in doubt and spoke. If that's all there is to it, why did the program team issue a mission for us to find anomalies in the village? Chapter 42, Losing the Black Air Snacks. Xianghan is right. We can't just believe the information on a book either. Song Jingqing stroked his chin. Anyway, now that the rain has stopped, let's hurry up and walk inside. The 2 hours that Sister Chu Chu fought for can't be wasted. Tao Rui nodded. She is to go in the village to see. The little undead is too strange. Although she is in the way in front of people, cannot wantonly release the ferocious beast pressure, but just so a small point. An undead is not able to resist awe. What is the secret that can let her firmly cover her mouth not to say it? Song Jingqing said as he walked forward. You guys, could it be that the main character in this book fell in love with someone he shouldn't have, and then a lingering love story arose, and the sinful dragon technique was learned by someone with a foreign name? I don't think so. You've been in the entertainment industry for so long, even if you're a singer. Then of all the movie and television productions that you have access to, have you ever seen a sinner dragon perform? Tao Chu Chu gently tilted her head to look at Song Jingqing. Being asked this way, Song Jingqing really thought back very seriously, and replied in the middle of the day, there really isn't any. Tao Chu Chu, who received a positive reply, continued on, that's right, if it was learned by a foreign name at that time, the sinful dragon technique would have been widely spread, or at least it would have had a larger scope of knowledge than it does now. According to the extent that not many people know about it now, as well as the rapid development of social modernization, the Sin Dragon technique may be in danger. We've been walking for so long, how come we haven't met a single person from the village yet? Meng Xianghan, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Speak of the devil, that person in front of us should be someone from the village. Big brother, towards the person who appeared. Meng Xianghan dabbled in the past. Originally walked behind him. Tao Rui looked up, exempted, grinned, sent the door of the black gas snacks. Meng Xianghan was originally running past, but the result was a sudden gust of wind behind him. Tao Ruizi rushed in front of him far away, and immediately accelerated to catch up. Waiting until the side of Tao Ruizi, saw Tao Ruizi crying with a face, scratching his head in bewilderment, and do not know what to do. so he had to wait for Tao Chu Chu to come over in the same place. Resignation? When Tao Chu Chu arrived, her good sister swooped into her arms, burying her head and not speaking, looking aggrieved. Sister, this black chi dim sum can't be eaten either. Without waiting for Tao Chu Chu to ask in detail, Tao Rui said it all in a small, cerebral voice. It turns out that there is black gas on this person, but this black gas is passed down from the previous generation. The person himself did not do anything to hurt the world, and the black gas is vaguely mixed with golden merit, so Tao Rui does not dare to eat this kind of. She is afraid that Bai Zai will know and then pick her Tao Tai skin. Tao Chu Chu suddenly realized, but the ancestral black chi? Yes, the previous generation must have killed a lot of people. Sister, let's look again. Tao Rui had a feeling that this was definitely not an ordinary black chi morsel, that it might be a group of black chi morsels. Tao Chu Chu changed into a neighbor's simple young lady smile, went up to chat with this man. Big brother, we are here in the village to record the program. Just wanna help the village publicity. You and the village chief. The village secretary is not familiar with it. Can you take us for a stroll? You came to my village for publicity? Why didn't I hear my village branch secretary say pinch? You won't be a fraud T? The naive man's eyes flashed vigilance. Is a liar cannot be spared. Have to call the police No it's not. Look this is our account. Now there are 20 million people watching it. Big brother want to say hello to our camera Song Jingqing went forward and took out his cell phone and showed the program live page to Hanzi. Aya. To me whole shy T. Hanzi grinned. How to say hello? Say anything. Then, hello viewers. I'm on TV too. The Hanyu scratched his head, suddenly remembering Tao Chu Chu's request just now. Then I'll take you to the village branch secretary now. Han led the inheritance team of 4 people while introducing. You see, our village can be poor in the past. Thanks to the national policy is good and now every household with natural gas. Dangerous houses are remodeled, and now they can live in a comfortable house Really yeah. The slogans on this fence are well done. Meng Xianghan touched all the content of universal law propaganda, positive upward, can be said to be read. That's right, our hearts go out to our country, and we firmly support our motherland. In the past, our ancestors even fought the devils. The man held his head up and was very proud. The place to fire. We usually have nothing to do like to gather here, chatting and playing cards, listening to the theater chess, everything. Tao Ruizi strangely probed to see. Young people are basically not. Are some middle-aged elderly people mostly. The body is really all black gas with a little gold color. So strange. Tao Rui picked a tea stall, and went over to squeeze in these 3 or 4 old men who were drinking tea, not bending at all. Sin Dragon Dance. Do you know it? How to listen to the word Sin Dragon 2 words. These old men were obviously surprised for a moment. One of the fastest back to God. The first to speak, girl child. How do you know the Sin Dragon Can't I know? Tao resigned himself to sit down, picking up their refreshments to their mouths. Chestnut filling. Not bad is too sticky. Master, give me a cup. This cake's sticky mouth point. You are not polite. I'm a good tea. Cheap for you. Mouth said heartache. Hand but not ambiguous pour a cup to Tao resignation. Tao Ruizi naturally took. Directly drank most of it. Good drink tea. Moncler outlet store you this cake with tea. Really much more delicious. When I go, send me some chanting. I also send you. Tao Ruizi pulled out a piece of chocolate from his pocket. Lou director in front of the monitor to see the moment of this chocolate directly into the exploding sea urchin head. Good guy. Take his chocolate to do business is not it. Tao Ruizi, you are really good. You little girl. To my temper. No money. Go to my house later. This is made by my own mother-in-law. I'll fill a bag for you to take away. So what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Tao Ruizi stood up in a hurry, and made this opening Moncler outlet online. Inexplicably, also followed the anxious, and waved goodbye to a few companions, and then was Tao Ruizi rushed home. Tao Chu Chu and a few others were uncertain, so they had to follow. In this regard, Tao Rui said, of course, anxious. This person on the body of the heaviest black gas, gold color is also the heaviest, cannot let go Chapter 43, Chu Chu's heart broken. 2T. The Moncler outlet store all the way to walk that called it anxious This little girl is afraid of a wind and fire will reincarnation If it is not usually have exercise, on the strength of this feat, can be people directly tired of syncope past. Wife, what are you screaming about screaming? It's like screaming. From the house came out a woman wearing a green hairband and a fresh floral dress. Tao Rui's eyes instantly went straight. Woohoo! Pretty auntie. Do not need to be greeted. Tao Ruizi himself floated up. Auntie good. I'm Tao Ruizi. Auntie you are beautiful Ruizi a little fancy you. Tao Chu Chu. This line is damn familiar. This eyes are damn familiar. This is not the scene when resignation and her first meeting. Her good sister is actually a philandering face control monster. Chin Kite was instantly amused. Where did the old man go to find such a quirky little girl? Resignation. It's me, pretty auntie. I've come to your house to pack tea and snacks. Put. Chin Kite was really amused. You called me auntie, what are you calling my husband? Grandpa. The grandfather at the door saw his wife amused by the little girl he had brought back, and addressed himself to a different generation, and his eyes mourned for a few moments. Tao Chu Chu, Meng Shanghan, and Song Jingcheng, who were also standing in the doorway, all looked as if they couldn't bear to look at each other. This resignation. Still remember what you are here for? Why do you think about people's cakes? Tao resigned with great difficulty to struggle out of the beauty of the pretty aunt, turned back to drag her sister over to introduce, pretty aunt, this is my sister Tao Chu Chu, trouble you to pack 2 portions for me, otherwise it is not enough to eat. Oh, Tao Chu Chu smiled with rare embarrassment, looked down at her good sister, and was about to say something when her palm was tickled several times by her good sister, and the person froze. Is this writing? What is this delivery of rhetoric? 5 strokes? Tao Ruizi is indeed writing. After writing also raised his head and looked at her sister expectantly. She and her sister so tacit understanding. Her sister must understand what she means. Tao Chu Chu nodded and twisted her head and walked out. Resignation. Don't worry. Sister will definitely fulfill your mandate. Seeing her sister walk out, Tao Rui was relieved to follow her pretty aunt through the door. At the door with Tao Chu Chu go also not. With Tao resignation and also not Meng. Song 2 people. Anxious sweat on the door of the brain are coming down. These 2 people in what dumb riddle? Help! The 2 of them to how to go and finally also by the Moncler Jackets outlet warmly invited to enter the door. Tao Rui just walked into the house, and at a glance saw the incomparably conspicuous God platform in the center of the house. Chin Kite took the initiative to come over and introduce. This is the God's platform that my old man has been setting up since the last generation, for sacrificing ancestors. Really? Then why is there golden merit on Pretty Auntie too? Pretty Auntie, do you know the Sin Dragon dance too? Tao Rui saw the prop in the shape of a dragon head and snake in the corner of the room and walked over to pick it up with his hands. Don't move. Chin Kite nervously rushed forward to stop Tao Ruizi's action. Carefully put the props into Tao Ruizi's lifted hand. Can't touch the position to go. Back to smile. Ruizi, don't you mind. This is the old man father handmade. There is only one left. Broken will be sad. Tao Rui frowned. The black chi on it. There is no golden merit. How can it be like this? Cannot figure out. How come her sister is not back yet? Then she wants to eat a small snack appetizer, pretending to turn around to appreciate the furnishings of the house. Her hand quietly sucked the black chi on the props in the shape of a dragon head and a snake to eat all of them. Oops, what a pity. Just this much. Eat all at once. And there is nothing else in the house. Later set the words of the Moncler outlet store well, to see where exactly stained with the black gas. After Tao Chu Chu had almost finished strolling around the house, Chin Kite had packed 2 large bags of cakes, and Meng Shanghan and Song Jingcheng had accompanied the grandpa to finish a cup of tea. Tao Chu Chu finally came back, carrying 2 large cups of Zhang Ma's brand super milk tea in her hand. Wow, is milk tea? Yeah. Tao Ruizi joyfully went up and took it, very smoothly inserted the straw, tons and tons of drinking almost half before snapping back to attention. Not right. How her sister went to get the milk tea back. She wanted the booklet. The book she wanted. The book developed by the authority. Her used to pretend that the little undead used up. She has to take the book to sneakily load away the black chi from the grandpa and the pretty aunt. Otherwise, if she did it herself, both the black chi and the golden merit would be eaten by her. Before Tao Chu Chu was dragged out by her good sister, her heart was filled with the sense of pride that only she, her older sister, could guess and perfectly fulfill her sister's request, until Tao Ruju asked, "Sis, where's the book I want?" That moment completely disappeared. Benji, what book? Isn't it milk tea? Ben, milk, vocal, all 5 strokes. Tao Ruizi speechless looking at her sister. She is rare so seriously to do the task. Sister actually only associated with milk tea, although it is indeed very good. Thinking about, Tao Ruizi lowered his head and began to tons. Really don't say. Zhang Mom boiled pearl is chewy, but also large. Pearl milk tea half a cup is pearl happiness. Woohoo. Tao Chu Chu face calm heartbroken. From the jacket out of the book handed her good sister. Took aside Chin Kite packaged 2 bags of cake. Twisted his head and walked toward the door. Resignation to collect the black chi. Cannot disturb resignation. She went out to cry for 2 minutes on her own. Tao resigned a hand holding milk tea tons. A hand-sharp collection of black gas. Black gas was collected away instantly. Moncler outlet online surprised out loud. How do I feel lighter on the body of a lot of awe. Maybe it was brought by this little blessing of mine. Tao Rui waved in front of Chin Kite with a smelly face. Tell me, Moncler, where that sinful dragon prop of yours has been lately. Asked about this, there is nothing that cannot be said. Just a while ago I brought to the end of the village to hang around. This is not planning to teach disciples to learn the Sin Dragon dance. I will bring over to show well. Moreo, why don't you take us for a walk? Tell me the story of the sinister dragon on the way. Okay, wife. I take the girl child and a few of them to have fun. Dinner late to do tea. Moncler Outlet Online, put your coat on at the door and set off with Tao Rui and the girls. Pretty auntie. See you later. Tao Rui waved vigorously with Chin Kite in the room. Daylight shone down. Chin Kite smiled faintly, her face half bright and half dark. Her beauty seemed to have become mysterious for a little while. Moncler, you guys often have discomfort in your body? Tao Chu Chu heard that sentiment of his just now, and always felt that it was a point of entry. It's okay, everyone in the modern age is a little bit sub-healthy in their bodies. Sub-healthy, you all know tea. Tao Chu Chu glanced at her good sister, not knowing where she learned the accent. Anyway, it doesn't affect our lives, so we don't take it seriously. Isn't that what you guys say online? Crunchy shark. Crunchy and hard to shark, ha ha ha. This is the end of the village. Moncler, it's quite close to your house. Song Jingqing felt that it wasn't as far as the distance they had traveled at the beginning of the village. The village is not big in the first place. Moncler Outlet Store. He cheerfully picked a clean piece of tree head and just sat down on the ground. Tao Ruizi followed and sat down, looking at the place in front of him as if he was dazed. Turns out there's more than just the little undead. Chapter 44, one of our own. Hey, little undead, what are you hiding from me? Tao Rui looked at the scenery in front of him for a while before pulling out his book and gabbing about it. Okay, blah. Later, if I still can't figure it out, I'll just eat you. If I eat it secretly, no one should find out, blah. Tao Ruizi's small plan in his heart was playing loudly. In front of me there are hundreds of undead like the little undead. Because of the obsession is still lingering in this village. The black gas and golden merit intertwined with each other. Tao Rui always feel that in the previous emperor which book has seen this kind of situation, but can't think of it for a moment. Forget it. Things that require brains are better to talk to your sister. Sis, there's a thing, oh, it's such and such and such. What to do now, ah? Tao Rui finished saying that he was relieved to open the cake that Chin Kite had just packed with the second cup of milk tea that his sister had just brought, and just sat under the tree, admiring the undead in front of him, and ate it beautifully. Sweet smelling. I'll ask for instructions. Tao Chu Chu immediately sent a message to Tang Miao. It didn't take long for Tang Miao to convey Bai Zai's meaning. The black and gold colors are fighting with each other. Let resignation smell if the black aura on their bodies is from the origin. If not, it might have been tainted by malice. And the golden merit should be protecting the master. Resignation. Do you smell a black aura on the undead caused by them? Ha! Tao Rui was busy straightening up as soon as she heard this. When she met the first person in the village, the information she received was that the person had created a murderous sin in the previous generation, resulting in it. Now that Bai Zai raised this question, then she had to feel it all over again. Tao Rui twisted around to the next side of the same sitting Moncler Outlet Online head of hair, quickly out of the pola plucked one. Live audience has not yet seen her action. Heard Moncler Outlet Online cover ouch screamed up. How do I feel my head suddenly hurt under the ah? Tao Chu Chu faced calmly from the Moncler Outlet Store head to take down a walnut in the heart of the hand to show, may not know where. Ah, walnut, smashed you it. Ah, too suddenly, by hand from the pocket out to smash to her good sister to eat walnut up. Shocked her words are stuck. Oh walnut ah. Also quite a large tea. Then I am really great. Head so quickly do not hurt. Moncler Outlet Online. He continued to chat with Song Jingqing and Mang Shanghan. No Moncler, you this all believe. Really a good person ah. Tao Chu Chu looked Moncler Outlet Store at the eyes immediately become extremely mild. Tao Rui, who got Moncler Outlet Online the hair on the side, rubbed the hair frantically with his right thumb and forefinger, and after closing his eyes and sniffing it close, he stood up in place with a face of acceptance and incompetence. Oh convex, asterisk dish. Shameless, the heart of the scum. She had actually placed a spell to cover it up, making her believe that the black gas was produced by the killing sins of her own ancestors. She had really relaxed herself for too long after committing herself to the human world, and as a Taotai she hadn't actually smelled the nature of the food in the first place. Shame on you. Shame on you. No, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She had to get this back. Tao Rui took out the small book containing the undead in his left hand and swung it in a semicircle and flung it out vigorously, smashing it on the ground and spreading the undead that were originally staying inside like a ball after it fell out in a ball like a ball. The undead's whole body was bubbling with puzzled question marks. What in the world did this horrible person want to do? Ah, not waiting for her to react, she felt that her neck was being pinched by someone to pick up her whole ghost. Why? She didn't understand why being a ghost could still feel the feeling of suffocation. Ah, put down little Shannon. If something happens, come at me. Right, put her down and come at us. Those hundreds of undead, who were originally floating very leisurely, were shocked by Tao Ruizi's action and surrounded them at the first opportunity. Tao Chuchu was quietly pleased in her heart that her little scheme had succeeded, but on her face she smiled crookedly like a TV villain. What? You guys finally stopped pretending to be blind? Tao Chuchu couldn't help but glance at her good sister. This overbearing and greasy tone, it couldn't have been learned from Tao Feng. The golden light on the leader's undead body was already blurred to the point of being unreadable, but his words were still sober. Female child, we can see that you're not something we can deal with. Show us mercy, release little Shanglan, and let us do whatever we want. No, big brother, we've held on for so many years, we can't just give up, and Shannon must think the same way. That's right, Grandpa Tai. Xianlan is already dead. There's no fear of what she'll do. The undead whose neck was still being choked by Tao Rui was actually able to desperately shout out a sentence. The potential of ghosts is truly immeasurable. Tao Ruizi thought anachronistically. We've held out for so long, but our power can't hold out anymore. I can't do anything about it. The person called Grandpa Iron by Xianglan suddenly had an incomparably vicissitude in his tone. Female child, what exactly do you want to do? Old master, look at my sister. You can see the golden light on her, right? She's a good person, right? Tao Rui knew that undead like Grandpa Tai, who had a certain number of years, had this ability. Elder, please believe us, we want to know why you exist here. What exactly are you hiding, and what can we do to help you? Tao Chu Chu, who had been empowered by resignation on the spot and whose eyes could completely see the scene, immediately picked up the conversation and cooperated. Grandpa Iron and the surrounding undead looked at each other in a circle and seemed to be in agreement, nodding heavily before saying to Tao Chu Chu, you have to take out a token to prove that you are someone worthy of our trust. Tao Chu Chu waved her hand. The cameras all avoided her movements. In addition to the pre-camera staff, there is an employee with the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, has already in the resignation of the fall of the book when the release of the setup the illusion of the Moncler Jackets outlet store. Song, Meng sitting under the tree. Do not have to worry about there are not in the knowledge of the scope of the people to see it. Tao Chu Chu pulled out a badge and showed it to Grandpa Tai and the other undead. It was the mark of the man who had come to their rescue that year. Grandpa Iron's group of undead eyes were all red at once, and some of the undead even whimpered and cried. Tao Rui tilted her head in confusion. The seal that her sister took out, wasn't it the insignia that the emperor used in the divine realm? How come there was one here as well? Female child, you said earlier that you are the benefactor's person. Is their own person well? We still need to be so wary of you. Grandpa Tai touched the little fragrant orchid head that had been put down by Tao Ruizi. Then tell me quickly. I can't wait to hear it. Tao Rui was already sitting on the floor with 3 flavors of melon seeds in front of him. Chapter 45, The True Face of Beauty Under the Skin. Except for little Shannon. We all died in that battle with the ghosts back then. Yes, I actually died earlier than Grandpa Tai and the others. What I said in that book is really not a false thing. Back then I wanted to learn the Sin Dragon dance but couldn't. I never married anyone in my life. I died of depression at a young age, and after I died I didn't go to reincarnation. I just circled around the props of the Sin Dragon dance every day. Shanlan floated to the midair, turned around and floated back again. Her eyes were full of memories of the past. So day by day, I do not know how long, just watched the air to the Sin Dragon dances less and less. I was more anxious on the fire. I gathered around the village chief at the time, that is, Grandpa Tai. Want to enter the dream to persuade him, but I am a lonely soul, and no ghosts to teach me how to enter the dream. Until then the war broke out. At that time, the brats came a team of people, led by the brat officer. I do not know where to know our Sin Dragon dance this thing. They want to learn to go. Our things is theirs. We refused, so they killed many of us. That bastard brat. Inhuman. The blood that flowed in the village dyed our river red. They arrested many of us, tied up our mothers-in-law and children, and threatened to force us to ask who was the heir to the sinner's dragon dance. Grandpa Tai then continued. All the people of our village are good. Not a single one of them squealed. We don't read much, but we understand the righteousness of the nation. Even if the Sin Dragon dance is lost forever, we won't let the brats take it away. National hatred, never forgive, Grandpa Tai said, excitedly dancing with his hands, itching to shark a few ghosts on the spot to take out his anger. The audience of the live interface will not be able to see Grandpa Iron them, so Tang Miao, in order to allow the audience to hear Grandpa Iron's narration, let Shimu instead of Shanglan's role, from a group of borrowed Wang Gang instead of Grandpa Iron's role, using the whole nine-tailed fox bloodline and technological power, reconstructed a page that can be accepted by the audience to play. The nine-tailed fox cameraman on the scene synchronized the change Moncler outlet online in Meng and Son's illusions. Moncler outlet store listening to the early tears. He is the last name of the Iron Digging for fun. The little devils deserve to die. Each and every one of these things. The ghost country is a real tumor on the planet. We have to value our own country's cultural heritage and not let it be stolen by other countries. Guard our treasures. What happened afterward? Tao Rui became anxious when he saw Grandpa Tai start wiping his tears as he spoke. Later, the benefactor, the owner of the seal you just took out, sneaked into the ghost camp alone, kaboomed the head of the ghosts, and let our captured people go. We begged our benefactor to help us protect the heirs of the Sin Dragon Dance and the women and children, and our group, who were capable of going into battle, one by one, sneaked up on the devils in the night. Unfortunately, our village was too close to hook up with the anti-Japanese forces, so we could only rely on our own strength to physically fight with the ghosts. And the limit 1-for-1 thing was done quite a bit, but the ghosts died more than we did. Ha 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 ha. Here, 108 undead, took away 230 ghosts. Grandpa Tai proudly puffed out his chest. It's that we still remembered if any of the remaining ghosts came back to steal, so we never left. When Grandpa Tai and the others first became ghosts, my benefactor returned with the hidden village people and found me. A lone ghost, so he taught me to gather Grandpa Tai and the others to create an illusion. If we found people who were out of place, we trapped them inside. That way we can still continue to protect the sinister dragon dance technique. As Xian Lan said this, she stole a glance at Tao Rui, who knew that she had encountered such a terrifying person. Tang Miao, you're mice. This can't be broadcast, pinch it off. Just kidding, illusion or something, super outline feed. Hearing this, Tao Rui's eyes flashed. Not right if it is the emperor to do these things. Bai Zai's reaction does not look like remembering the appearance of the grin, in the middle of what must have happened to the change. Oops, there is no hurry, time will let her know. However, Grandpa Tai said here, but can explain how these undead and the golden light merit on them and Xianglan came. Protect the family and the country, guarding the crystallization of culture. Are all superior on the good things? The blessing can be blessed descendants. As for the black aura on them and the people in the village, Tao Rui turned around, towards the back of the big tree, and shouted expressionlessly, Pretty auntie, the story has been heard here. Are you still not coming out? What's the situation? Cheen Kite? The crowd of ghosts looked in surprise, only to see a beautiful woman turn out from behind a tree. The gentle smile they had seen so often had turned into an icy curve of the mouth. What are you talking about, you wench? I was just watching my husband come out for so long and followed him over to see what was going on. The few of you are really strange. Listening to them tell a story, you believe it. Confused by the nine-tailed fox's illusion, Cheen Kite also thought that Shimu and Wangang were telling stories. We are just listening to the story. Pretty auntie, what are you so resistant to do? Is it insulting the ghosts? Make you feel uncomfortable? Tao Ruizi pulled out a chocolate from her pocket and patted the grandpa, who turned back strangely and took the chocolate Tao Ruizi handed him with a confused face. Eat some sweet energy to replenish it. She was afraid that later Moncler outlet online she would not be able to accept it and pass out. What's going on? Why does his beautiful wife suddenly look like a different person? Grandpa, do you have children? Tao Chuchu already understood the current situation, instantly turning on the battle mode. Her body tensed up like a cheetah before hunting. No, it hasn't. Moncler outlet online replied the confused man with the chocolates. Why did he feel like his life was about to be turned upside down? Just now. Grandpa Tai, you guys have one more thing that you didn't say. Right. In recent years, does it feel that the power of the ghost body is getting weaker and weaker? The village people are more and more reluctant to learn the Sin Dragon dance. On the contrary, a lot of tourists like it. Tao Rui unwrapped a chocolate bar for himself as well. He had to grab a bite to eat. He was about to get into a fight soon. Grandpa Tai's ghosts were busy nodding their heads. Yes, but isn't it because young people like to run off to the big city to make a living? Learning the Sin Dragon dance takes time and patience, and it's normal for people to be reluctant to do it. So, pretty auntie, after so many years of not going back to the ghost country, aren't you missing your hometown? Tao Rui's eyes twinkled, and Cheen Kite's goosebumps rose when she looked at them. This little girl, how did she see it? Tao Rui's mind was now filled with the need to retrieve the scene, and when she got serious, the aura of the district's ghost country's foreign arts could not escape her perception. Female child, don't you talk nonsense. My wife is a native Xiangxi people. How can she be a ghost? Moncler outlet store a hand to throw away the chocolate given by Tao Rui, a face of unbelievable injury. Looking at Cheen Kite did not deny the first time. The heart is half cold. His mind all of a sudden back to the usual perverse place. For example, every year the National Day flag raising, she did not sing the national anthem with him. Someone in the village to get into the establishment. Never like to gossip about the parents of the short of her will bring fruit to people's homes to ask. The beautiful name of the family has a relative's child is also preparing to take the examination of the public. Please ask for advice to learn. But he has never seen the relatives in her mouth. Also, for example, now the times have developed. Boys and girls are the same. Sin Dragon dance is no longer limited to gender. Every time he teaches his disciples, she will be followed by the side. but also from time to time to ask questions, is very modest to learn. Wind and rain do not ever stop. He felt sorry for her. Let her go home to rest. She said she loved him too much. Worship him, want to stick to him all the time. Nowadays all sorts of memories are chilling. Taorui glanced at the grandpa with dissatisfaction and ran over to pick up the chocolate and unwrap it and eat it. Really? Talk, just talk. Angry throw, what chocolate? Waste of food is really shameful. What's going on? Did the show set this up? Or did they really record the program to find out a spy? Really? Spies are all around us? It's scary. Do you still want to steal the Sin Dragon dance technique? You're a thief. Whoa. Call the police. Chapter 46. Let's eat. Let's eat. The program group's screen appeared in the upper right corner in time. The program group has been reported to the police. The follow-up, please pay attention to the content of the official briefing. The program group advocates that viewers watch rationally. Do not believe rumors and do not spread rumors. The words, the program has been reported to the police. Please pay attention to the content of the official announcement. Right, oh right. Rhetoric. We need to have evidence. Mang Shanghan hid at the side, but still couldn't help but raise his voice to prompt Tao Ruiji. So annoying, oh. How to speak with these humans, this beautiful ant, they're people under a lot of spells. Spells produce energy into black gas and the constantly devouring the essence of the entire village. Devouring Iron Grandpa, they created merit, and the vast majority of this spell is directly under the Iron Grandpa they body, using the connection between the dead and the offspring, to suck up the chi of the descendants. And with the passage of time, the black gas was getting more and more, coupled with the fact that Pretty Auntie had obviously moved when she appeared. The speed of the black gas devouring the golden light accelerated as far as the eye could see. Tao resigned to look at the sister who was still in contact with Tang Miao. Very good. The attention is not on her. Hey! Swish from the pocket out of a half-face mask to cover the entire upper half of the face. The mask. She directly switched Tao Tai dining mode. Vertical pupils of the red light resigned out. There is no patience to wait for her sister and Sister Miao to go to consult by Zay. She first opened a stomach to eat all the existing black chi in the village. She does not believe that the spell origin cannot be forced out. Later she will beat up the spell origin ruthlessly to get back the scene. She is the beast of China, and she cannot tolerate the trashy stuff of the ghosts. Tao Chu Chu's attention is always a point in Tao Rui. See Rui's action. Cannot help but gratified sigh of relief. Her good sister is really progressive. Will also directly cover the face. Save Ting Miao their aftermath. Really sweet little cotton padded that is. How to choose the mask and the bureau produced Tao Dai sticker pattern is a bit like it. Tao Ruiji, yes. The most handsome figure is her own body. Tang Miao took a look at the monitor and knew that Tao Chu Chu wasn't going to interfere with Rhetoric's actions again, and breathlessly propped up his forehead. Lay curl, when you turn around and type the summary report, don't write that Rhetoric acted alone. To give Rhetoric a ride, then together. Black gas morsels, round and round. You are finally coming into my stomach. In the heart of the crazy laughter of Tao Rui, with a six-parent pace, he turned to the back of the camera, opened a small bit of firepower, was instantly wrapped up by the raging black gas. It should be said not to say, by Zay let her eat the compulsion ghost king by herself last time, really let her improve a lot, and now only a little bit of strength. The speed of absorbing the black chi is higher than a little bit and a half. This feeling of black chi SPA is really never get tired of. Shin Kite saw years of painstakingly black chi is about to be Tao Ruishi sucked dry. Suddenly fierce and vicious to Ruishi rushed over. Was Tao Chu Chu a big stride to block? Tao Chu Chu words did not say a word. Come up to direct 16 style takedown fighting techniques on the show. Shin Kite made I visible difficult to get back to the hand. With her around, there was no sense in letting a commoner near her good sister. Moncler Outlet Online, seeing that his usually gentle and lovely wife suddenly became capable of martial arts. He finally couldn't deceive himself and crouched on the ground and cried bitterly. Song Jingqing and Meng Xianghan also crouched on the side. And you and I comforted the weeping Moncler Outlet Online with tears and snot all over their faces. How can you be fine? Shin Kite looked at her hands in shock. She had just clearly placed a spell on the other party. So why did Tao Chu Chu seem to be fine at all? Tao Chu Chu tone with hidden pride. Ayu Kung Fu is not good. The brain is not good. This Shin Kite also upside down. Oh, who will tell the enemy what their secret is? Tao Chu Chu quietly touched the Tao Tai gold talisman on her wrist. Her good sister would never let her be attacked by any non-humans. But a dozen moves. Shin Kite was backhandedly clamped to the ground by Tao Chu Chu. Tao Chu Chu did not wait for Shin Kite to speak to quickly open his mouth. Nah, the national audience has seen it. It was you who attacked me first. I was in self-defense. Shin Kite, Cam, treacherous, the words are all hers. So what else can be said? Moncler Outlet Online, seeing that his past pro-wife and current brat was under control, he angrily got up and pointed his finger at her and growled. The Sin Dragon is something we worship every year, and during celebrations, and it's something that has been passed down from generation to generation. And you've been with me for so many years. You're not unaware of how important the Sin Dragon dance is to us. How can you guys be so shameless and try to steal it? It's abominable that all these years of affection are fake. Its heart is punishable. The people watching the livestream were also extremely angry and the pop-ups were going crazy. A kid is a kid, always sneaking around with no good intentions. Resolutely protect our intangible cultural heritage. Right. We'll get something good like this out of this village. Making it accessible to as many people as possible is the biggest help. We can't let the non-heritage that our forefathers gave their lives to protect and pass down disappear. I plant flowers, home of the non-heritage. We plant flowers, people themselves to protect it. Hello, we are law enforcement officers from the relevant department. According to the information from the public alarm, we are now taking Chin Kite away for investigation. Please cooperate. The public security comrades came quickly and took Chin Kite away in full view of the public. Teng Miao side will send someone to dock with the relevant departments. This does not need to worry about her. Tao Chu Chu hurriedly ran to see her good sister. Exempt. Good guy. A look is to eat cool. The whole person is lying on the stone chair under the tree drowsy. There is the sunlight shining on her face. A warm and comfortable. Resignation. Resignation. Wake up. Still recording the program. Tao Ruizi woke up in a daze. Saw her sister's delightful face. The beauty of the heart straight bubbles. Really, under the sky your sister is the most beautiful. Before the program ended, the topic of China's Sinosaurus on the microblogging hot search list had already exploded, and director Lu looked at the hot searches with relief, even though the task they set at the beginning, save the whole village, was to say that there are too few people learning about non-heritage nowadays, and that they need to call on more people to learn and promote it to save the village. They had set up mission 2, save the village, to say that too few people were learning about non-heritage and that more people needed to be called upon to learn about it and carry it forward, thereby saving the village. Now that they've caught the spy by mistake, it's really an unexpected good thing. Director Lu, are Mission 1 and Mission 2 considered completed? After inquiring into the camera, Song Jingqing slapped his face to clear his head. He felt as if he had dreamed a dream. He had actually been involved in the discovery of the suspected spy elements, and had also discovered that there seemed to be a terrible conspiracy hidden behind it. Yay! 2 hours over. Dinner! Tao Rui jumped in front of the camera. After jumping still feel not enough to fully express their own desire. Holding the camera dislike their own face to stick. The voice was squeezed low. Lu director. Dinner. Hungry. Ah no. He heard it with both ears. You're hungry. The Lu guy didn't have the good sense to open the loudspeaker to broadcast. Congratulations to the Heritage team for completing Mission 1 and Mission 2. Please go outside the village to enjoy the dinner prepared by the Hiroshima team for everyone. Yay! Tao Ruizi had just made a good sprint when her sister picked her up by the back of the neck. Ah, sis? Tao Chu Chu helplessly pointed to the group of undead at the back, and the big man who was crying his heart out. We have to give them a result. Tao Ruiji, yeah? What is she going to do? Tao Chu Chu took one look at Resignation's big, clear eyes and knew that her good sister hadn't thought of going that way at all. Send the undead to hell. After saying that, she turned to the departed souls and said, your wish, the country will help you fulfill it. The flower planting family will not let their non-heritage be lost. After that, the staff of the Non-Heritage Protection Bureau will come over to assist the village in carrying forward this non-heritage of the Sinner's Dragon Dance. So don't worry about it and go. Good. The undead, their eyes brimming with tears, gradually dissipated in the air after Tao Rui pinched her hand and pointed. Sister, don't worry, the merit on them will give them a good place to go. Speaking of the golden light merit, Resignation, didn't you say that if you do it, both the black chi and the merit will be eaten by you? How come they still have it? Tao Rui took out 3 books with an indifferent face. Filtered with them? Quite good. The filtering rate is quite high. I just ate a little bit of merit, as the hard work fee to send them away. This book, scrap? It's over. Tang Miao is going crazy. This thing is so expensive to reimburse. Yes, the amount is too large. Filtered after the waste. The Bureau invented this thing really good. The disadvantage is disposable. Used up is gone. Sister, things are not all dealt with. And what can be done later not. Want to eat. La Tao resigned in place, twisting around, trying to pamper early off work dry rice, although just finished eating black gas afternoon tea, but the serious dinner is also to eat. Go. Tao Chu Chu, sister ah. A one-time is not a disadvantage invented by the Bureau, but your sister to be annoyed by Tang Miao's urging post. Think about the brain want to blow up. Chapter 47, eat this after work? Outside the village, the Hiroshi team was looking confidently at a table of food, waiting for the Heritage team to come out. I heard that Resignation's team has already completed missions 1 and 2. Fan Jing was chatting with Guqin Zhu. It's not like it's a competitive race this time. They're done when they're done. Zhou Yan stroked the end of her hair on the side, looking at Fan Jing in a good mood. What? You're worried that if you don't get involved, you won't get a shot? We do dinner so seriously. Rub out the sparks are also quite a lot. Lu director will not favor one over the other roar. Is not it Qinju's sister? Good Qinju smiled. Xiao Yan is right. We will just do what we are responsible for well. Isn't there still mission 3? Mission 3 is for the whole staff. Tomorrow you work harder and perform well some on it. Fan Sijing busily said. No, I just casually lamented a sentence. Did not think of this aspect. This Zhou Yan, a day does not give her dig a hole under the eye. The heart is not comfortable right. Director Lu took a cursory look at the dishes on the table, turned his head and said quietly to his assistant. For people who don't usually cook. I'm really looking forward to Tao Rui's reaction when she sees it. Assistant. Expecting what? Expecting Tao Ruizi to be dissatisfied and then storm up to snatch all your chocolates and eat them? Said Resignation. Resignation 2. The crowd far from here Tao Resignation full of gas shouting. Guide acting the back is also far adorned with running up and down breath suspected to be Song Jingqing and Meng Shanghan silhouette. The originally seated Hiroshi team collectively stood up. What's with this damn serious atmosphere and tension of participating in a food competition about to be scored by an authoritative judge? Tao resigned. A person ran out of the effect of 10,000 horses. In front of the dining table break footsteps when raised the dust on the ground. Scared Hiroshi team busy hands and feet to take the cover to protect the vegetables Take the tablecloth to cover the cover. For a time the scene has become chaotic. Tao Ruizi's eyes only had the food on the table. Without even looking clearly, he directly laid his hands on it and tried to grab the big chicken leg in the center. Tao Ruizi, not allowed to eat first. Teng Miao look at Tao Ruizi like this. Fire is miso on the head. Holding the speaker do not wait for Lu director to speak. Directly open the microphone to stop this bare child. Waste her 3 books still want to eat first? Think beautiful. The little Tao Tai was Teng Miao loud stop shivered. Immediately closed his hands in place at ease and stand at attention. Good guy. Just thought that her mother came to the scene. Scared to death Tung Tai. Resignation. How come you're alone? The Honyang team finally placed the meal. Fan Sijing was the first to open her mouth to inquire. How is this not coming back together? Where is Chu Chu and the others? Here. Tao Chu Chu elegantly got out of the car, politely nodding her head to thank the Hanyu who had specially driven her back, and was seen by Song Jingqing and Meng Shanghan, who had just run over and were tired and huffing. Song Jingqing, Tao Chu Chu, how do you have a car to sit in? The two of them, he and Meng Shanghan, were about to run and vomit in order to catch up with Tao Chu Chu. Okay, let's not talk about other things first. The two boys have such poor physical strength, they can't even outrun Resignation. And they still have the nerve to ask others how Chu Chu came back by car? Zhou Yan walked over to Song Jingqing's side and looked up and down, sked twice and walked back to her original position with a face full of disgust. Song Jingqing gritted his teeth. Zhou Yan, you do not bar a day is not going to die. It's okay, it's just a personal preference. You respect it. Zhou Yan looked at her new manicure. It was beautiful. Tao Chu Chu looked strangely at the standard posture upright Resignation. She is afraid of delaying Resignation dinner, only to ask the village people by the way to drive her out of the way. How Resignation did not eat on the meal was also punished to stand like. Director Lu exploded to his fullest potential to avoid Tao Chu Chu's line of sight, took back the speaker from Tang Miao and started broadcasting. Please have all the members of the inheritance team take their seats and start tasting the works of the Hongyang team, and at the end of the dinner, please put in the voting box a small slip of paper with the most preferred dish written on it. For the producer of the highest voted dish, the program will award a surprise gift. Hearing this news, the Hongyang team had a smile on their faces, thinking that there was nothing to be gained from just cooking dinner today, but they didn't expect to have this surprise. For a while, they all looked at the people of the inheritance team with expectant eyes, especially Tao Ruizi who received the most attention. After being startled for a moment, Tao Rui had been able to restrain herself a little bit, and seriously went to look at the food on the dining table. As she probed and looked, the rest of the inheritance team, who had already taken their seats, also began to observe the dishes. This, scrambled tomatoes and eggs with grapes? Is that outrageous? This pumpkin soup and seaweed mix and steamed meatloaf seem pretty normal. Yeah. How about Tao Chu Chu, Song Jingqing, and Meng Shanghan look at each other, confirm their eyes, and be the first to eat the safer seaweed bibimbap first. What is this? Song Jingqing tears suddenly cannot control. 2 on the head. Hu TM put mustard in. Tao Chu Chu is still calm, just slightly red eyes. Meng Shanghan open mouth, desperately big mouth breathing. As for Tao Rui, Tao Chu Chu snatched and stuffed a bunch of big meat buns brought from home, and was sitting in the corner quietly and obediently taking a bite of a big meat bun, eating while looking eagerly at her sister and the girls tasting the things on the table. Sister said she didn't know if these meals could be eaten. Let her be patient, she will wait and see. Although these are not a problem for her at all. Why don't you give her some? Give her some. Choo-Choo was right not to give resignation food. Look at the three of them with tears in their eyes. So scary. Song Jingqing this fast mouth how not yet say what is put inside so curious After eating the wasabi version of the seaweed bibimbap, the three of them were obviously a little mentally exhausted. After all, they had just gone through a spy-catching campaign, and eating a meal like this right after doing their job was a huge shock to the body and mind. Did you guys put a lethal amount of mustard in this? Song Jingqing's tears were still welling up in her eyes. Because it feels that simple seaweed is a bit boring. Fan Si Jing's tone was weak. Was it so strange? She herself reached out and took a piece to eat. The first bite went down. Vocally, it felt like the sky was washed away by the wasabi. My bad. You guys eat the rest. Seeing as going on the show was a mission, Tao Choo-Choo picked up her chopsticks as if she were dying and continued to fight. Pumpkin soup with peppers. Tired. Really tired. Tao Choo-Choo thought that after she came down from the secret execution team, she wouldn't have to live that kind of life where she couldn't eat normal food anymore. But as a result, life still gave her a big slap in the face today. And if she's guilty, please let the bureau punish her by not letting these things wreak havoc on her taste buds. A bite of braised chicken wings. Meng Shanghan expression suddenly changed. Held back, or could not help but turn his head to avoid the camera. You out. It was not easy to slow down a breath before turning back to leisurely said, Director. In fact, this is a punishment link right. This chicken wing seems to have been put 3 days of expired stinky tofu to brine out. Looking at the expressions of the two teammates, Song Jingqing decided to try to look normal. No strange side dishes of garlic vermicelli steamed scallops. Hey 2A, just bit down and before he could chew, he frantically poo. What the hell? A mouthful of sand. Yuck. Director Liu was already laughing behind the screen. Please pay attention to the guests of both teams. You can't waste food or you'll be penalized. The Hiroshi team, who couldn't believe how bad their handiwork was, also hurriedly picked their dishes and started to give them a shallow taste. It's good. The steamed pork cake with sour soup. The stewed beef brisket that can't be bitten. Why the steamed egg with durian? The bubbly noodles with crushed Oreos and ice cream. The most normal is actually the steamed corn, TT. Although it's tasteless, but it's just the best. Sister Choo-Choo, we can't waste food. Why don't we let resignation try it? Maybe it'll suit her taste. Fan Sijing asked tentatively, and the eyes of the crowd also looked at Tao Choo-Choo with super anticipation. How can her good sister eat these strange foods? Tao Choo-Choo wanted to refuse, but the corner of her coat was pulled, turned around and looked open. Her good sister's saliva was almost flowing out. Her eyes were shining, just wanting her to nod her head and agree. Tao Choo-Choo asked uncertainly, Resignation, you want to eat Tao Rui nodded his head frantically. Not to eat and see not to die Okay. Tao Choo-Choo voice just fell. The crowd saw Tao Rui figure quickly came to one side of the dining table, began to locust transit momentum. One hand picked up the plate, one hand holding chopsticks pickpocket, 3 times 2 to 5 a dish into her mouth, also did not see how to swallow, quickly began to empty the next dish. The flow of operations from the left side of the table to the right side of the table to carry out CD-ROM action. Awesome. The pop-ups in the crowd's heartbeat at this point were all about those 2 words. Chapter 48, Little Thing Still Wants to Run Away? Lu director at first behind the monitor gloating to enjoy Tao Choo-Choo their pain mask. Wait until Tao Ruizi on the stage. Lu director's smile is lost. His jaw has not closed. He now thanked Tao Ruizi last time to take his chocolate to take so little. Really polite. After eating, Tao Rui said that the flavor is not bad. Not as bad as the group of bugs in the magic world. And then again, not wasting food is one of the good qualities of their Tao Tai. However, a new problem had now arisen. Director Liu, so what about our dinner now? We can't be left to starve. Although Gu Qinju felt happy that she didn't have to be punished anymore, their stomachs were empty and they were starving. Director Liu, guests have the option of buying the show's boxed lunches, but something has to be exchanged. What about? Wang Lin raised his hand in the evening to ask a question. There will be a learning assessment tomorrow after learning the Sin Dragon dance, so please take your scores against today's boxed lunch. 1 point against $1. There are a total of 100 points in the assessment. 60 points pass. Now the program team has 3 sizes of box lunches for you to choose from. They are 100 to 90, 90 to 85, 85 to 63 intervals. If tomorrow's final exam score doesn't match the interval you chose today, you will accept the program team's punishment. And if the score doesn't reach a passing score, you will also accept the punishment. What if it matches or even exceeds the chosen interval? Song Jingqing barbs now. Then congratulations. You've earned the applause of the entire program crew. As Director Liu's words fell, sparse applause from the program staff rang out. Crowd, you thought it was humorous, didn't you? Tao Choo-Choo was the first to take a stand. Sin Dragon dance in a group of 2. I'm with rhetoric. We choose the 100 to 90 range. The crowd was shocked. No, Tao Chu still eat the boxed lunch. To choose so good? Tao Chu does not pay attention to the eyes of the crowd. Tube. She stayed for her good sister to do the night snacks cannot. Then I'll team up with Xiang Han. Let's go with 85 to 60. Song Jingqing felt that with the performance of the two of them running just now, it would be better to choose a little bit of insurance for the physical activity, and eat almost as much as they can. 90 to 85. Ni and Lin Night Group. Fan Sijing was very confident. She came from practicing dance, and Wang Lin Night was also a singing and dancing idol. They still had an advantage. Then of course we're 85 to 60. I'm not like the younger ones. It's better to be conservative. Good Chinju looked at Zhou Yan with a smile, and Zhou Yan could only nod with a compensatory smile. Good. Now distribute everyone's dinner. After eating it, go back to the room arranged by the program team to have a good rest, and tomorrow morning go into the village to study. Director Liu finished broadcasting and then let the people filming all go off work. Looking forward to tomorrow's program. I wanted to see if he could eat the boxed lunch. I'd love to see what a $100 boxed lunch looks like. Quickly go to Twitter. Song Jingqing uploaded photos of the boxed lunches in each section. Returning to her room with her boxed lunch, Tao Rui watched as her sister began to cross-dress. Sister, what are you doing in camouflage? The root cause of the black gas is not yet found. We have to go in with Tingmio and the others to check and inspect. Tomorrow is the official Sin Dragon dance publicity. We can't afford to mess up again. Your clothes are on the bed. Change into them after you eat. Tao Chu opened her share of the boxed lunch and ate it in a whirlwind. And when she was full she had to go to work. Tao resigned in the Tao Chu speech on the time to solve their own boxed lunch. Take the clothes on the body to set. Do not say, really fit. A camouflage good sister stood there valiantly. Tao Chu looked at the heart cannot help but be proud of. Not ashamed to be her good sister. This body of clothing is really appropriate. Go, gather up. Outside the village, Tao Chu, Tao Rui and Tang Miao. Lei Curl two people meet. Determined by the Tao Rui lead the way. The three people followed by the vigilance of the formation to set off. To the end of the village in the morning, Tao Rui sniffing everywhere in the same place. Wandering around to and fro. And then with a face of unhappiness came running to talk to her sister bara 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 bara. Sis, the roots of the black aura are gone and the village is now clean. Oh yeah, a new smell has appeared. Tang Miao, someone has come? Tao Chu's face became grave. What kind of person could silently get the root of the black chi away from under Tang Miao's deployment? Chu, the matter is serious. I'll go report to boss by right away. Tang Miao turned around and was about to leave when Tao Rui called out. Sister Miao, I mean, if you're willing to give me a bite to quench your thirst, I'll yank the root of the black chi back to you. A bite? Tang Miao's face was as colorful as earth, stiffened a little bit and turned back, asking incredulously, Hua Zi, I knew that your thieving heart still misses me. Tao Chu knows that her good sister won't really bite down, and Lei Ker looks at each other for a second. The two of them go up in unison to surround Tang Miao, opening a frantic brainwashing. Miao, it's just a gentle bit. Let the child relieve his craving. It won't really be less of a piece of meat. Right. Sister Miao, your sacrifice alone, we will always remember in our hearts. Turn around and I'll let Wu Yang make you some tonic soup. Miao, just give in to resignation. Sister Miao, it's a matter of a moment. Close your eyes and it'll be over. Tang Miao, together not you guys. Stand and talk is not waste pain is it? Tang Miao looked at Tao Ziqi. Tao Ziqi was looking at her with both eyes and flies rubbing their hands together, and after meeting her eyes, the arc of Tao Ziqi's mouth became even more pronounced. No eyes. Melon child A, really want to slap her on the brain. Okay, come on. Tang Miao looked like he was about to be killed, trembling and stretched out his left hand. Line ah. This is more than a minute Say good Pottery resignation you give me loose mouth Tang Miao's heart has been hanging on not on and off. Looking at the pottery resignation mouth to move, she even thought of the last words. If it is not Chu in, she really cannot hold this stimulus When she was ripped off by Tao Chu, Tao Rui still looked fondly at the teeth marks on Ting Miao's hand that were bitten out by her. Oh, it's so hard to be a human being. There are so many rules to follow when you're a human being. Woohoo. Resignation. Do business. Tao Chu took out beef jerky from her pocket and gave it to her good sister. Sister let's not think of others. Eat something that can be eaten. Tao Ruiji humming times chewing beef jerky, 5 fingers and claws stretching into the air. Mouth read a sentence. Come. Originally peacefully stayed in a man in cycling clothes back box in the root of the black gas, violently trembling and struggling up. It seems to be horrible things marked on. Save black life The man in the cycling suit was almost thrown off his mountain bike by the struggle, and he hurriedly yelled to the SUV pulling his bike along in front of him. Stop. Braking hard. 3 men in jackets stepped out of the SUV and came running with an anxious look. Brother, what's wrong? This thing doesn't seem right. The man in the cycling suit unhooked the case using all his strength to barely grasp it in his hand. Why is it suddenly moving? Didn't the master say there was no problem? After Tao Ruizi shouted come, he realized that he was not immediately in place, and deeply felt that he had failed in his attempt to pretend to be a bully. So his face was wrinkled, and he fiercely increased his output. The box pang exploded in the hands of the man in cycling clothes, and the roots of the black gas flew away quickly in the direction they came out of like a kite on a string. Ha! Big brother Day. The thing has escaped. Shut up, I have eyes to see it. It's all your fault, big brother. You don't take a good airplane. You have to experience riding. You don't have the stamina and you let us brothers drive and pull you away. Now it's good. The master is sure to get us killed. What's the use of blaming me now? If you guys were useful, you would have gotten that thing out a long time ago. It's still not by my 5 ghosts carrying. Hurry up and think of a way, you guys. Bunch of losers. Still talking back. The cycling suit man stormed up and crashed everyone's brain. Those 3 jacketed handsy were immediately beaten and lowered their heads like a quail, silently spitting in their hearts. What 5 ghosts carrying? That is not relying on the master's power to add up before it is not detected. Tao Rui looked at the root of the black gas that flew towards them with satisfaction, reached out and grabbed it, picking it up to check and examine it with a smelly face. The little thing still wants to run out of my hands. It really doesn't have any points. Regardless of how shivering the root of the black chi in her hand was, she took it and showed it to Tang Miao. Sister Miao, I didn't lie to you, right? Is this something you're going to recycle for interrogation or are you going to let me eat it? She didn't mind eating some more of the night snack at all. Lei Curl was busy taking out a special box to put the black chi root in it. Tang Miao saw the black gas root in hand. His face was finally a little happier. After the interrogation is useless and then give you as a snack. This black chi root is obviously born a little spiritual intelligence. This trip harvest is not small. The child bear is a bear, but still obedient and understanding. Let's go. Let's go. Back to prepare for tomorrow's study. Tao Chushu proudly took her good sister's hand and slowly walked towards the outside of the village. Resignation. You marked early? Yeah, I was going to eat it after dinner. Not marking it for fear that it would run away and then I wouldn't be able to eat it. I didn't expect that someone actually snatched it. I'm going to curse that person's car to have a flat tire. Well, curse them. Resignation is the best. His sister is also the best. The night was long, and the 2 sisters walked all the way back to their place with laughter. At the same time, the man in the cycling suit got up and beat up the 3 boys. Why didn't you guys bring a spare tire on your trip? Now we're sleeping on the side of the road. Dumbass, dumbass, all dumbass. The 3 men who were beaten didn't dare to say anything. They had obviously just checked the tires and there was no problem. Chapter 49. Grandma and Grandpa are here. Today's weather is really nice. Song Jingqing stood at the door of his room and stretched. Everyone then followed suit and walked out of the room. After a night's rest, the guests were obviously much better in essence than yesterday. Tao Chu Chu had already returned from her morning jog, with breakfast for her good sister in her hand. Song Jingqing looked at her in shock for a moment. This are you so early? My god, are we going to fix our own breakfast? The program team has an arrangement. This is my extra meal for resignation. Tao Chu Chu's face carried a hidden superiority. People like them who didn't raise a sister wouldn't understand this. Song Jingqing. No, just one with breakfast. What is this show-off look in your eyes? Ah, sister, I'm coming. Tao Rui's little cannonball came out. Song Jingqing raised his eyes, and the breakfast in Tao Chu Chu's hand disappeared. In the room, Tao Ruju quickly unwrapped the package and took a look. Not bad, not bad. Bean-coated spring rolls, fried sweet potato chips, bowl-shaped oil poi, pigeon noodle, beef noodle, and her heart's desire for social rice and coronary leaf poi. Eat on. The Shanxi cuisine that she didn't have last time. Woohoo! Dessert after dinner is not seen? Look what name is written. Oh, ice sugar Hunan lotus. Sounds delicious. Sister is really superb. Tao Chu Chu watched her good sister eat with a satisfied face. Her face unconsciously rippled with a smile, which was seen by Song Jingqing who was passing by. Sister Chu Chu genuinely smiles. A little hooked is what's going on. Song Jingqing just heartbeat a little. Was Tao Chu Chu a knife in the eye smashed? Just living heartbeat. Deer spread hooves immediately ran away from home. Hold can't help it ha. He's a waste of material. Still have to hold Chu Chu's sister's thighs. Ha ha ha. Awkward laughter too. Song Jingqing hurriedly slipped away. Director Lu's announcing voice sounded. Please ask the guests to gather and depart after breakfast. Moncler Outlet Store too sad still resting at home ah? Originally set to teach the master was yesterday's Moncler Outlet Store. But nay with this incident, it can only be taught by the Moncler Outlet Store's eldest disciple on the field. This prop is quite heavy. Song Jingqing thought he could easily pick it up with one hand, but in the end, he almost fell down and was busy cupping it with both hands. Remember everyone, one person holds the dragon, one person holds the treasure. The dragon should follow the treasure. Watch me move and pay attention to the main points, haha. The teaching master began to demonstrate step by step. Wow, it's so awesome to juggle. It's so cool to roll over 360 degrees with a dragon. Choo-choo is so strong. Can you do it right from the start? Oops. Fan Sejong is actually very good at it. The guests are not a drag, so serious it's so hard to give up. If only the Spring Festival could move this up to the show. This installment is almost over, and I'm starting to look forward to the next installment. Director Liu watched with satisfaction as the guests received high scores on the assessment and picked up the loudspeaker to announce, I declare this installment of the program to be over. The theme of the next program will be announced on Weibo 3 days in advance, so please pay attention in time and get ready. Warm reminder, those who don't follow the program group's tips to get ready may be a bit miserable. I finally get off work. Choo-choo, you in resignation, this is going to leave soon? Fan Sejong just wanted to come over and tao choo-choo tao resignation contact feelings. Found that Liu director just announced the end of the program. These two people have already packed things ready to get on the car to go. Right. See you later. Tao Choo-choo dropped a sharp sentence, and took her good sister to the car and left. Fan Sejong, this anxious as if something big has happened. Indeed, something big happened. Tao Choo-choo received 2 minutes ago Tao Feng's 1,000 miles of distress message. I do not know how this old brother this time so unreliable. The message said unclear, only let her in resignation quickly home. But also fortunately this side of the work is almost over. Teng Miao can deal with the rest of the work. Otherwise it is really uneasy to take resignation to leave. Sister, old brother didn't send any new information? Tao Rui was confused in the back seat eating the local ice cream that Fan Yoshin had lined up to buy that was said to be very delicious. Fan Yoshin on the passenger side had wanted to say something, but was shocked by Tao Choo-choo's cold aura, and froze and didn't dare to open his mouth at all. Teng Miao, yes, we'll go back first. Debriefing, yes, okay, I understand. Don't worry. Tao Choo-choo hung up the call with Teng Miao, and smoothly jerked Tao Rui's head. There's no new information. Asked a colleague who's near home to go back and check. Said there's nothing unusual. Tao Feng is up to something. Still with a tangled face, Fan Yuxi spoke up. Choo-choo, your latest popularity has risen very quickly. There are other programs and advertisements looking for you. Do you think you'll take them or not? Besides, old Fan, you should know that resignation and I don't really want to mix this circle. I've already mentioned it to Chu Mu. You can use the popularity that resignation and I have created to promote the newcomers that you see, and make a name for yourself as a gold medal agent. That's one part of your remuneration. Oh yeah, I approve the doubling of your annual salary. Fan Yuxi excitedly stood up. The result knocked on the roof of the car, violently bounced back to the seat to endure the pain and cover his head. His eyes were flooded with tears of emotion. His speech was fast and impassioned. Thank you, boss atmosphere. I wish the boss and the resignation of the heart of the success of all the best. Wow, the Tao family's two sisters are his nobles. Tao Choo-choo waved her hand, looked at the time, there was still an hour to go before arriving at the airport, and took out the chocolates from her bag that she had scrounged at Director Liu's place and stuffed them into Rhetoric. Rhetoric, eat whatever you want first, and then go home and let Zheng Ma make a big meal for you. Tao Ruizi took it with glowing eyes, and like opening a blind box, he removed all the chocolate packages at once, and then ate them like throwing peanuts. Well, old Fan, the matter of blocking the two of us from our whereabouts will be left to you. Rhetoric and I will leave first. If there is something that you can't contact me, be bold and look for Chu Mu. He has a way. Tao Choo-choo before getting on the airplane suddenly remembered that before going out on a mission, both she and Rhetoric ignored the matter of Fan having interest in the news, and specially explained about it. On the plane, Tao Choo-choo looked at the heartless and happy eating airplane food good sister. With a hand pressed the heart. I do not know why. The closer to home the more nervous heart. Always feel very bad look. Tao family door. Tao Feng is waiting very anxiously for the return of his too good big sister. This Choo-choo did not say that half an hour to it. This is 27 minutes. How a little shadow did not see it. As Tao Feng looked on, finally a car slowly drove up at the end of the road and suddenly stopped 5 meters away from Tao's house. Resignation? Why did you make the driver stop? Tao Choo-choo was unsure. Sister, not right. Very wrong. Old brother actually out of the door to pick us up. The point is that he is actually wearing a shirt. Tao Rui had already tried to get out of the car around her sister to escape, being conditioned to Tao Choo-choo grabbing the collar at the back of her neck. The shirt? What's wrong with the shirt? Is not right. When has Tao Feng ever worn a shirt at home? Which time is not a deep V. As soon as Tao Choo-choo's brain reacted, she followed Tao Rui's footsteps and got out of the car. intending to hide to see what the situation was, when she was stopped by a middle-aged female voice. "It's Choo-Choo," called. Tao Choo-Choo shocked turned around, saw a full-body pink grandmother and a full-body light green grandmother from the door of the Tao family running sprint over. "Tao Ruji, oh exempt. Finish the ball. It's grandma and grandma coming ah." Tao Choo-Choo watched as her good sister gave herself up against the car and flowed like she had turned into a mollusk. "No, what's going on? Can someone please explain what's going on right now?" Chapter 50, Failure to Jump Out the Window. The two elegant elderly ladies ran in front of Tao Choo-Choo Tao Rui. Their breathing didn't even rise and fall greatly, as if they had discussed in advance. Each of them selected a target and shot at the same time. The old lady in light green went up and directly picked up Tao Ruizi, who was spread out on the ground pretending to be dead. Picking up and shaking madly, Ruizi ah, what's the matter with you? Don't you recognize grandma ah? Tao Rui woo. In the heart silently wailed, can't fight and fight back the day to start again? Stinky old brother, why do you want me to come back ah? Also thought it was flying air sickness only smelled near the home of grandma and grandma's breath. Actually is true. Tao Feng, what do you owe me to take what back? Woo. The elderly lady in full pink color came forward and gave Tao Choo-Choo a tight vigorous hug, her head also madly rubbing Tao Choo-Choo's face. Tao Choo-Choo, a person who has experienced many years of training, was strangled by this impact and almost wanted to backhandedly wrestle someone out of the way, dead restraining their impulses. The person who didn't even resist with her resignation must be a big deal, and she couldn't move. Luckily, the two elegant elderly ladies' movements didn't manage to last long, as Tao's father and mother had already rushed out of the house to save the day. Mom, let's talk in the home. In the home, right mom? Choo-Choo and resignation just came back. They must be tired. Let them go wash and rest first. Tao father and Tao mother scrambled to free their two precious daughters from the hands of their respective mothers, frantically making eyes for the two of them to back off and back off. Aya, you guys are right. Shin ah. Let's take Choo-Choo and Rhetoric into the house first. They'll go and recuperate, and we'll go and see if we've prepared enough food. The older lady who was all light green said to the older lady who was all pink. Okay then, River ah, do you think the two of us are scaring these two little ones? The older lady who was all pink covered her mouth daintily, and holding the hand of the older lady who was all light green, the two of them twisted their heads and walked slowly back to Tao's house. Tao Choo-Choo and Tao Rui followed behind, the two leaning their heads to signal frantically and whisper. Tao Choo-Choo, who are they all? Tao Ruizi, grandma and grandma. The light green color is grandma. Meow meow. Pink is grandma. Chin. Tao Choo-Choo, you are afraid? In fact, Tao Choo-Choo wanted to ask why so her good sister looked like a self-loathing unbearable. Tao Ruizi, it's hard to judge. Rhetoric, don't talk bad about us with Choo-Choo. Grandma Tao didn't turn around. She just dropped a sentence, and Tao Rui immediately shut up, only giving her sister a look that said, "You're on your own. I can't save you." Doorway Tao phoned good manners and dignity to the grandmother and grandmother into the door. Ah, his good big sisters are back. Great. Originally from the same root. To be fried to be together only right. It's been up there for a while now, hasn't it? Why don't these two girls come down? Grandma was walking around the dining room. The food was getting cold. Chin. I'd better go up and take a look. The grandmother who was leisurely sipping tea put down her teacup and waved her hand. You still don't know about that skinny kid of resignation? Quasi is encouraging her sister to jump out the window. Go to her room and wait under the window. At this time, squatting by the window, Tao Rui is persuading her sister, you believe me. Grandma came to be fine. But grandma and grandma came to be really scary. They really love to play house and play with children. You dance with me. Oh sister, you believe me. Tao Choo-Choo face with a difficult color. Not that she does not believe her good sister. Just the first time to see the real grandmother and grandmother. So run away is not like her style, and she thought back to just when the grandmother hugged her warm hot feeling. If she really ran away from the old man will be sad right? Tao Ruru took a look at her sister's look and knew that it was hopeless to run away. A small adult general melancholy sighed a long breath. Just, eat more to treat their spirit. Rhetoric ah, how come this child of yours chooses to jump out the window every time? Every time your grandmother catches it. Tao Ruizi looked down. Exempt. Grandmother and grandmother are tilting their heads to look at her, next to a watchful old brother. Let's go sis. Tao Rui jumped down and hung her head, pulling her sister towards the restaurant, hoping that this time she had brought her favorite iced hawthorn and iced strawberries. Just arrived at the stairway on the first floor, Tao Choo-Choo's hand was pulled by a pair of warm hands. Grandma couldn't stop looking at her. Her eyes reddened as she watched, and her voice carried a small choking sound. Choo-Choo. For so many years outside, Grandma knows it all. All of it. It's not easy. Meow meow don't cry. Let the child see the joke. Grandma came to take a look. Ika, this big girl looks good. Handsome and beautiful. Grandma came up and turned Choo-Choo in a circle. Come on, The food is getting cold. I heard your mom and dad say you're not picky about what you eat. Your grandma and I watched ourselves before we came here, so you can see which ones you like to eat. Tao Chu Chu was surrounded by grandma and grandma on the left and right. Her hands didn't know where to put them. Tao Feng was snickering madly in the back, and took a cell phone to take a picture of it. Same hand, same foot. Ha 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 ha. Let you last time and mom said to see me have a girlfriend. This photo killed me, not delete. Turning out from the stairway, Grandma Tao and Grandma Tao looked at the table that had been eaten up with not even a single bone or kernel left, clean and dry, and looked at Tao Ruji, who was touching his small stomach with an insatiable face. Grandma, River, we just forgot to talk to dictionary. Grandma, luckily, we have more than enough backup. In the end, the Tao Ruizi warped a little foot shaking. The mouth has been blah blah blah, crazy in the two thunderbolt bounce. Milk you this time to bring the pea yellow too sweet. My sister does not love to eat so sweet. The next time you tasted it and then brought over ow. And grandma, I ate it know that the fried noodles are you behind grandpa secretly cooking their own fried sauce. Right, next time milk if you still pull me shopping, you do not help me. I will tell grandpa oh. Bear, I'll let you bear. Grandma rolled up her sleeves and wanted to reach out to grab Tao Rui's ears, and was held by Tao Chu Chu. How did this storm out? You guys wouldn't have not left a copy for my sister and old brother. Tao Ruizi was shocked and stood up from the stool. Her heart started to panic a little. No way. Didn't grandma and grandma always back up a lot of them? Well. Chin Yua don't always move your hands. Resignation eat up doesn't mean she still like what we both prepared. Eat up I can be happy. Grandmother smiled with a gentle and kind face, reaching out to touch Tao Rui's little head. Rui, it's okay oh. We just intend to introduce the food we prepared to Chu Chu before you even start eating it. Tao Rui came energized upon hearing this. This I will Come, Zhang Ma, quickly bring up the things grandma and grandma prepared for my sister. Where are they? I'll come too. Coming. Tao Chu Chu let her good sister push her to sit on the main seat, and then stood at the table and began to introduce one dish after another. Sister, these are the sweet and sour pork, fried liver and noodle tea that grandma made. They are all old Kyoto dishes. And this is the fried noodles with grandma's deep fried sauce that I just mentioned. And there are also pea roe and donkey rolls. These are the usual ones you've seen before. I'm going to focus on one, and that's, my oldest brother and I both really enjoyed it. The red wine braised brisket. This dish must have been simmered on low heat for over an hour. Extremely flavorful, but the meals here, grandma and grandma prepared too much la. Don't worry sis, I'll be right next to Ao. I can fix what I can't eat. Tao Feng. Sister is it possible? This table is prepared for him and Chu Chu two people's portion of it. There is no reason why he behaved so well today. Not even a meal can not mix it. Picked a seat near the red wine stewed beef brisket, sat down the moment Tao Feng received the four women's attention. For a moment it was like sitting on pins and needles. Fortunately, his gentle grandmother is still on his side. Little win to come. This is your favorite sand ginger stewed potatoes. Tao Feng squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying and accepted the sand ginger stewed potatoes with both hands, only daring to frantically lift the table in his heart. Intentionally, absolutely intentionally. This was the dish he hated eating the most without a doubt. It must be that Granny and Grandma hold a grudge against him for not informing them both of Chu Chu's preference for not liking sweets in the first place, and resignedly bursting out to make them embarrassed. There's really no place for him in this family. Even on the table did not have the opportunity to get on the table. Tao father, Tao mother. What did they say? Brat, at least you have something to eat, okay? Chapter 51, pick the one who gets beaten lightly. Mom, you guys this back just to see Chu Chu? Tao father finally rely on Tao mother squeeze on a position leaning on his mom's side, thought quietly asked. In fact, the presence of all can hear his voice. Grandma Tao's face was calm. Otherwise, who made you guys go so long without bringing Chu Chu back to your hometown to take a look? Picking up a soft but not rotten brined hoof flour and putting it into the bowl of Chu Chu beside her. I don't believe it. I've said that we'll go back in 2 weeks after Chu Chu and Rui are done. I don't believe that you can't wait for this amount of time. Tao's father had a look of lying to a child on his face. Tao mother is also asking her mom. Fro's mouth strict, a little words did not say. On the side eating after dinner dessert. Sitting quietly waiting for the final. Everyone cannot finish eating when on the CD-ROM. Tao Rui suddenly raised his head from the caramel pudding with a bad smile. Milk. Grandma, if you agree to go out shopping later without me, I will not expose you. He want to seal the mouth. Don't take her shopping. Also don't know from where the hobby. Other noble women grandmother or letting people send clothes at home to choose. They both like to go out on the street to shop on their own. Treat her and old brother as a Barbie like dress up. Said so that there is a sense of shopping experience. That said, her cell phone still has a lot of pictures that her grandmother and grandma took of her and her brother when they were little, and they took her and her brother out to dress up, and her brother's women's clothes. But if grandma and grandma agreed not to toss her, she could go out with them. After all, She would love to see the Barbie version of her sister. She would be super pretty. Grandma is old. Her ears are not good. You say it again? Obviously Grandma is still smiling gently, but Tao Rui just feels that the dinner table is suddenly overflowing with murderous aura, and immediately shut up in a well-behaved manner. She no longer wants to go through the experience of listening to the looping book of literature and copying the disciple rules at the same time, and also staying in front of the silent video of the food playing to copy the book. T to the power of T is a Taishang nightmare. Resignation. You say, your mom and I will protect you. Tao's father just didn't believe it. Under heavy money there will be a brave man. Yanaf resigned, quietly twisting to the other side to turn her back on her dad. She could still see who was higher and who was lower in this family. Tao father had no choice but to turn his attention to his kissing wife. Relying on you all wife honored. Tao mother heart laughs. Tone is light without half a smile. Resignation. Do not say. Last year you do things it. I will share with grandmother. Oh, the little boy can still fight over your mom? Was it the time last year when she smashed one of Grandpa's handmade iced tea cups? One of the love tokens Grandpa gave Grandma? Or was it the time she secretly chewed up and ate one of Grandpa and Grandpa's white jade chess pieces? A souvenir of their relationship? Whichever it was, she couldn't say it. Tao Rui speed back. A face to please run to Tao mother's side. Mom, you old adult generous. I say. She said out just will be Grandma and Grandma teamed up to toss. She did not say, that is grandparents 4 people teamed up. Which one is more important? Still need to choose. Grandma and Grandma Tao narrowed their eyes suspiciously. So let's ask Xinshin, Mother Tao's maiden name, later. Every year when I go home in the spring festival, I will leave the Tao Tai Tuin on my grandparents' to keep them safe and healthy. And this time when Grandma and Grandma were just at the door, I sensed that the Tuin's breath on their bodies had become shallow, and they must have met with something, but I don't know the details, and you'll have to let Grandma and Grandma say it on their own. Tao Rui said that she can't be blamed for not knowing what happened. After all, Emperor didn't teach her the skill of counting back then in the God realm. That's just it. I was going to say that we just came here to lighten your mood for a couple days, and we'll go back home together to deal with it. Resignation this child since he has said this, then we don't have anything to hide. Grandma Tao put down her chopsticks and sighed. Tao Rui was rarely embarrassed. Unwrapped an apple mousse cake, stuffed a bite into his own mouth, and stiffly quipped, Milk, you're really good at buying this cake. It tastes so apple. Why? Grandma Tao looked down at Tao's father and mother breathlessly, with eyes that read, Dictionary is so stupid. Is it because you didn't teach her well? Knowing that it is resignation trying to ease the atmosphere to make her and Meow Meow a little happier. But this praise is not as good as not praising it. The old family has been gloomy lately, always feeling that it makes people's hearts furry. The oldest to his family has also been unusually bad lately. We invited the master of Yuntai Mountain to come over to see. Just said that we are thanks to the chart marks left by rhetoric. So the 4 of us old ones are fine. And then said a heavenly secret. He cannot help. Before leaving the master did mention a mouth that rhetoric can come back to play when you have time. Our 4 old one discussed. Also not wait for you to bring Choo Choo resignation home. I and Meow Meow came over first. After Grandma Tao finished speaking, her heart obviously put down a stone, and with a relaxed face, she picked up her chopsticks and continued to eat her favorite osmanthus lotus root. But the master who said back then that resignation had extraordinary human abilities and told us to be more tolerant? After Tao mother heard what Grandma Tao said, her heart started to get a little nervous as well. It's that master, grandmother said immediately after. After all, there's no big deal at the moment, so you guys don't need to be too nervous. It's just that things aren't going too well on Tao Lauer's side. Grandmother's words just fell. Tao Choo Choo put down her chopsticks and got up. This matter I have to report to the bureau. Rhetoric of the Tao Tai pattern how good to use. The bureau used all no. Can let rhetoric hand down the breadth of the chart seal or shallow. Certainly a big problem. For safety reasons, or and the bureau to report. Send people to check first. In the middle of the day, Tao Choo Choo returned to the table and picked up the chopsticks. Grandma, let's eat quickly. We'll go back to Kyoto after eating. Grandma Tao and Grandma Tao heard Tao Choo Choo's words and both froze for a moment before reacting. Is the eldest granddaughter so thunderous? It's a bit handsome. Still froze what to do. Quickly eat you also have to follow back. Eat in hurry to go to the company's things to deal with. We go first. You deal with the company's things to follow. Tao father violently patted Tao Feng's shoulder. Tao Feng originally mouth-stuffed with no time to join in the conversation. Was his dad so pat? Almost choked 4 on the spot. He really is pro-life. No doubt about it. Chapter 52, There's more than sticky bean buns in your heart. I knew you didn't like the hustle and bustle, so I told your grandpa that we'd have a small, simple family dinner at home when we got back. As a result, your grandpa was so happy that he wanted to organize a whole family party with your grandpa, and people from the side branches will also come. But Choo Choo, don't worry, It's not that high profile, it's just everyone eating and chatting. Grandma Tao looked at Resignation, who also wanted to sit close to her sister on the airplane, and sighed quietly. In fact, there should have been a grand banquet, calling over all the dignitaries in Kyoto to see the return of her Tao family's eldest granddaughter. Only Resignation as a child to participate in the banquet for the first time. All the food was robbed and eaten in public. Since then the Tao family has never organized a banquet, and even when the participating families were scared of 2 or 3 years did not do, for fear that Resignation to sabotage, even if it is not intentional, their nemesis Shu family, but also united then subordinate forces. Everywhere spread the Tao family's granddaughter is a hungry ghost reincarnation of the news. They spent a lot of effort to suppress. Resigned that year. No, also Angry Storm wanted to go to the right family to eat the people. For the sake of their children's education, they really dug into their hearts and minds to make Resignation become a good young man who was now developing morally, intellectually, physically, socially and aesthetically. Rhetoric masterpiece, coupled with Choo Choo does not like. In short, the party is not to do a little bit. Not to mention Choo Choo so protective of rhetoric, if you know how angry it may be, or go along with the children's hearts, so that the children happy on the good. Besides, kids are older, and even if Resignation is still a bear, you have to give her some face. You can't blow out your childhood pants in any color. I'm happy, Grandma, you don't have to be too careful about my emotions. Tao Choo Choo understood that the elders always had guilt in their hearts towards her, but she preferred them to be unburdened and more comfortable getting along. Besides, wasn't a family gathering a very good opportunity to see what problems were happening in the old family? The gate of the Tao mansion slowly pulled open. Tao Choo Choo sat in the car with a wooden face, her face facing outward as she looked at the scenery along the road, knowing that the Tao family is rich. I didn't expect to be in the Kyoto of the inch of gold. Well, here even if it is not in the center of Kyoto, but the old home in the mouth of the adults is a manor house. This is also too much, as if the movie and television drama of the royal residence, but also to drive to the main residence. Straight face. So what's the reason that mom and dad have been hanging out in the provinces and only come back for the holidays? It can't be because the house is too big to move around. Ouch. Grandpa, I'm back. The car just stopped. Tao Ruizi couldn't wait to get down, and rushed into the mansion with all the wind and fire. She smelled it. It's sticky bean buns. It's something that only the old family cooks can make. She's had delicious sticky bean buns. Grandpa Tao and Grandpa Tao heard Tao Ruizi's voice, excitedly walked out from the hall quickly, and were about to open their arms to embrace their good granddaughter, but Tao Ruizi rushed back to the hall and ran away without a trace. Silence. The arms of the two old men stayed stiffly in the air for 2 seconds and immediately dropped, and both of them looked at each other and laughed as if it had never happened. Old Tao. Resignation. This child is really as energetic as ever. He has the aura of the one-man army I had on the battlefield back in the day. Grandpa Tang stroked his white beard and smiled with a folded face. Grandpa Tao glanced at his old brother disdainfully. Che, I remembered to order the chef to make the sticky bean buns that Rhetoric loves to eat. Did you? In terms of knowledge of Rhetoric, you're the one. Clenching his fist and extending his thumb, he made a thumbs down gesture, just as the two men were about to fight each other with fists and feet. Grandma Tao and Grandma Tang walked in slowly, and with just a look, the two old men immediately stood at attention. When they saw Choo Choo following behind them, the two old men's eyes turned red. Choo Choo, I'm your grandfather. I'm Grandpa, and it's okay to call me Grandpa. You can call me whatever you like. Tao Choo Choo was surrounded by two old men, Choo Choo long, Choo Choo short, concerned about this and that. His heart was hot. Yo, it's still the real phoenix that gets the favor. A mountain chicken is still a mountain chicken. To the right of the hall's entrance, a well-dressed woman in her early 30s suddenly spoke out, drawing everyone's attention. Tao Yen, your brain didn't bring out the door. Don't talk if you can't talk. Otherwise, sister-in-law, I can let your brain go back to the oven and rebuild it. Tao mother followed behind, although her tone was soft, but the words were chilling, as if Tao Smoke would have to pay the price for saying one more sentence. Tao Smoke bites the back of the teeth, but it is a good life married to her big brother. Gas what gas? Although the heart thinks so, but verbally it is respectfully a little dare not offend. It is a small Smoke said the wrong thing. Sister-in-law do not blame. Tao Choo Choo glanced at each other. Came before mom gave the family portrait information she looked at. This person, the name Tao Smoke, is the side branch, quite distant room. According to the generation of her and Resignation should be called its. Yeah, also little Smoke it, call you a cousin aunt? You dare to return me. Tao resigned from nowhere. Right hand holding a sticky bean bun with her face in general and eating. Left hand leading a small yellow hair clay dog. Go, small yellow. You and small Smoke ant play to go. The hand loosened the rope. Little yellow arise to Tao Smoke pounced. Tao Smoke scared the hand of the fan fell. Humph. Let you bully my sister, and take a fan to pretend. Tao Rui saw that it was almost time. whistled and called Little Yellow back, handing it over to the keeper to take away. Tao smoke hair in the just escape everywhere in the process has been unable to see the traces of the morning carefully dressed, angry teeth, voice sharp, uncle, you do not even care about a little Tao resignation? She's young, you as an elder should let her go more. Grandpa Tao infinitely sided with his own little granddaughter, making Tao Yen angry and immediately flinging his hands away. Thank you Grandpa, why is this nuisance back today? Tao Chu Chu ate the sticky bean buns and went up to playfully amuse her grandfather and grandpa. Tao Chu Chu held back, but still couldn't help but pull out a handkerchief to wipe her good sister's face, and didn't know how to eat it. Her face was covered in white sugar. Later is the family banquet. Resignation, you will not be allowed to fool around later. Grandma Tao waved her hand and greeted the people to go into the hall to talk. What's the point of standing at the door? Tao Rui slipped back behind her sister and secretly made a face. I'm not fooling around. That nuisance is obviously jealous of Mom. Every time she shows up, she has to make a gloomy face, and then only after being cleaned up by Mom or Dad. She really can't understand her. Back to business. Rhetoric. Do you see anything wrong with Grandpa and Grandpa, as well as the family? Recently, the manpower is insufficient. The bureau sent people to only shallow check. Did not find something wrong, or she in resignation to probe deeper is more appropriate. Oh, this Tao Rui hadn't even started to say a few words when he was interrupted by Grandpa Tao. This stinky fart child can remember what? I see that she only has that sticky beanbag in her heart. As soon as Tao Rui heard this, she became energized and immediately stood up and objected loudly. I don't just have sticky bean buns in my heart. Grandpa Tao and Grandpa Tang happily waited for the rest, wanting to hear their little granddaughter's sweet words, only to have Tao Rui say, then I still smell the cooks making 7 eats of duck and sauce, 3 eats of king crabs, iced flat gourds, stewed snow pears with peaches, snow clams and papayas, lobster noodle, beet and celery tart, buffalo cheese wontons, and braised beef brisket in red wine, which my sister also fell in love with yesterday. There are others that I won't go into, but you should know that I have them all in mind. Don't stop him, don't even stop him. Today he's going to show this pissed off little granddaughter what her grandfather is made of. Chapter 53. The mouth has not been idle. Okay, how old people, but also in small children to calculate. Tao grandmother a word, Tao grandfather on the calm down, but the beard is still a warped one. Obviously still did not calm down it. Tao resignation also do not care. Continue to cheerfully gnawing sticky bean buns. That's right, don't pay attention to your grandpa and also your grandpa. Resignation, you slowly answer Choo Choo's questions. Grandma Tang picked up a plate of mung bean cake and put it next to Choo Choo. It's not time to start dinner yet. Don't starve the child. It's quite good. Let's talk about it later after lunch. Tao Rui sneaked her hand onto the green bean cake next to her sister and gently picked up a piece. Being cut off by her sister, she took the opportunity to draw 3 quick strokes on her sister's hand. This was the way she and her sister had agreed to do on previous missions, meaning that there were words that needed to be talked about privately. Tao Chu Chu understood, and following her good sister's words, she said, yes, it's not long until lunch, so grandparents and grandparents will take me to recognize people again. Good. The first time the eldest granddaughter opened her mouth to ask them to do something, the 4 of them old ones had to fulfill. Saying that, they cheerfully brought Tao Chu Chu towards the banquet hall. From the door, since the presence of Tao father Tao mother, they too do not have much presence even if, said the next generation, the 4 old ones are afraid that they did not realize that their big grandson Tao Feng has not yet come. Xiao Feng said that he can make it to lunch, so let's leave him alone first. Let's hurry and follow over to take a look. We haven't been back for so long. I'm afraid that some people's hearts are fluttering, and they have forgotten about you. The Tao family's son. Tao mother finished saying that she herself was amused. Wife, you're laughing at me again. Tao father wrapped his arm around his wife's waist, and the 2 of them followed to the banquet hall together. On the way, Tao mother also asked, but you regret leaving Kyoto with me? Never repent in this life. Tao Ruji, who ate a mouthful of dog food at the very tail of the team, TSK, adults are just meaty. After eating the last mouthful of sticky bean buns and watching her family walk a bit farther away, she stood still, looked up at the ghosts on the eaves and spoke softly. You and others have good guts. Seeing that I'm here, why don't you come and pay your respects quickly? Raising her hand and gently tugging, the ghosts on the eaves fell to the ground in response, lying on their backs and shivering in front of Tao Rui. Lord Tao Tai, we didn't know that this was your old man's territory. We didn't do anything bad. We're just passing through. Please let us go. We'll leave right away. Ain't never harmed my family, but it ain't never harmed nobody. Honestly, what are you doing here? Squatting? Tao Rui squatted down and looked at the ghosts in a good way. The black gas is full, stained with a lot of human life. Ask the matter and immediately eat it. Another day to do good deeds for heaven. Speaking of which, By Zeos, the wages for the big meal has not yet been paid. Your Excellency, we're really just passing through. It's the recent rumor amongst the ghosts in this vicinity that the Tao family has treasures that the ghosts can greatly increase their abilities if they eat them. So we came over to take a look. Treasures? Wasn't she the only useful treasure in the house? This little Tao Tai? Could it be that someone was trying to deal with her? Thinking about this, she smoothly stuffed a ghost into her mouth and ate it. Looked at the remaining ghosts in front of her, picked the one that had just replied back the most positively, and ate all the others. Lunch was about to start and she had to get there. You're all that's left. Know what you're doing, know what you're doing. Go round up all the ghosts in my house and meet me in my room at 12 tonight. The house was too big for her to bother looking for them one by one, so she'd let the tool ghost do the work. Lunch, here she comes, shaking like a sieve of ghosts. Looking at the companions one by the eyes of the beast in front of the eyes do not blink to eat. The heart of that regret today should not have followed over to join in the fun. After hearing Tao Ruizi's command, is not a moment dare not delay, and immediately floated away to find a ghost to go. For fear of moving a little bit late, the ghost body was Tao Ruizi eaten. In a hurry to rush to the banquet hall, Tao Ruizi a slippery shovel, smooth to their seats, pretending that they have been sitting obediently. Never come late. Tao father next to the Tao too, looked at his own little niece, speechless pinched the heart of the eyebrow. How big brother and sister-in-law still did not let resignation into a little lady Yo, second uncle, the body of the black gas is quite heavy I bring it as an appetizer. Tao Rui turned back to see Tao Air. While saying that, his hand grasped in the air, and threw the black chi into the cup to make black bubbly water tons and drank it down. Burp strong enough? Tao resigned to a set of actions down. Tao Air suddenly feel the body relaxed a lot. The heart of the big surprise. This. The little niece really have a few skills The teacher seems to have not fooled their family Tao's father had been concerned about the interaction between his brother and his youngest daughter. Seeing this heart also relaxed a lot. After all, is a sibling brother? His mom told him that his brother's family is not very good thing. He was really worried. Picked up the wine pot to his brother, poured a cup. Tao father voice emotion, the last time I came back or Qingming. We two brothers have not seen for a long time. The old home this side of hard work for you. Tao Air was his big brother said tears. Busy pick up the wine glass and big brother clinked. Voice suppressed choking, not hard. I did not take good care of the family. Out of this. Sorry for your expectations big brother. When mom and dad things are busy. He is a big brother brought up. Big brother too is good. He is in the heart between brothers. Let's not talk about it. Drink. Drink. Grandpa and Grandma Tao and Grandpa and Grandma Tang saw the two brothers' strong feelings and smiled with relief. Grandpa Tao stood up with a wine glass. Today is a good day for Choo Choo to come home. Everyone, let go and eat. Eat and drink well. Good. There was a sense of harmony and joy, and the table was filled with drinks and laughter. As for the biggest threat to the party, the child Tao Ruizi. After the party had begun with a spell of drinking and false socializing in the grown-up world with the crowd of relatives, she had left the burden of subsequent socializing to her own oldest brother and sister, who had already arrived, and she had quietly slipped away into the back kitchen, where she had her own little throne. Upon seeing resignation, the chefs in the back kitchen immediately and enthusiastically embraced her, welcoming her to the exclusive seat, where the dishes prepared by today's chefs, as well as the chefs developed new dishes, waiting for resignation to come back to taste and make suggestions to make their craft even more refined. Well, all the food was good today. It felt better than the last time I was home for dinner. Thank you Miss Rhetoric for the compliment. Miss Rhetoric, my flower-carved drunken pine leaf crab. How is it? The fire is good. Just not enough time for the flower carving to get drunk on flavor. What about my xiaolong bao? My new molecular cuisine. That one is good. The soup inside is very fresh. It's a high soup that has been stewed for a long time. Right. Yes. It's worthy of being Miss Resignation. Where's my lane? Miss Resignation. And me. One by one. By the time Tao Rui finished eating and answering the chef's questions, the banquet hall was just about over, and when the old butler came in to notify Tao Rui, he saw the lovely Miss Rui drowning in a wave of tall chefs. Miss Resignation. Master said that if you don't come over, he's going to give all of old Madam's handmade osmanthus cakes to young Master Tao Feng. No, I'll come now. Tao Rui became anxious at the sound of this, easily poking a path through the crowd, stomping his legs and darting away, leaving only the chefs with regretful sighs. What are you sighing for? A great day. Miss Resignation is staying at the old mansion for a long time this time. There are plenty of opportunities. The old housekeeper was simply going to be laughed at by this group of cooks. Also yes, who doesn't care about such a lovely Miss Rhetoric? Of course Miss Choo Choo is also excellent. The eldest young master is really blessed to have such two good daughters. Master, I'm coming. You leave me some of Grandma's osmanthus cake to eat. People have not yet arrived voice first. Grandpa Tao touched his beard in a bad mood. Just thinking about that mouthful of food. Thought his old Tao family really hungry for her. Yo, my god, cousin. You and the second aunt on the body of the black chi, then the second uncle is even heavier. It just entered the door. Did not even have time to sit down. Resignation in one hand to take cinnamon cake. One hand to catch the black chi. Today home is really busy. Mouth really cannot spare a moment. Chapter 54, Stunned Curse in Marriage Threads. Dictionary. What did you say? Tao Er stood up from the stool in a panic. Walked over and grabbed Rhetoric's arm with both hands. Rhetoric, your cousin and second aunt. What happened? Eldest, take it easy for now. Let go of resignation first. Tao's father hurriedly stepped forward to free his youngest daughter, letting her sit obediently on the stool to eat. Since Rhetoric said it, there must be a way. Don't scare the child. Right. It's Uncle Tu who's excited. Tao Er sat down next to his wife and excitedly held his wife's hand. You, Xiao He, do you guys feel more comfortable? Tao He's face was pale and his tone weak. A whole fine dog-like. Dad, I feel that after resignation just waved my hand. My body is much more relaxed and not so stagnant and muddy. Being pressed by his own father in the chair obediently eat. Tao Rui blinking eyes. Looking at her sister. Inquiring can speak of the small eyes is really obvious not. Tao Chu Chu just before the luncheon officially began to socialize. Has seized the opportunity to exchange information with her good sister. And now after receiving the good sister inquired about the small eyes. She lowered her head and deliberated for a while. Then waved her hand to let the old housekeeper to go to serve some western ginseng tea up to the various elders. Ginseng tea is a good thing to protect your chi. The ginseng tea has arrived. Old butler, you go back to rest first. Today also worked hard for you. The old housekeeper willed it, and closed the door to the hall when he left, leaving space for this family to talk at ease. Resignation. You can speak now. Tao Chu Chu stared at her second uncle's family as they drank the ginseng tea before she opened her mouth for her good sister to recount what she had sensed. Actually, I don't have a lot of information right now. My cousin was put under a substitution spell, and he was forced to pull the line of marriage with my sister. My second aunt is being held in a nightmare, and my second uncle's condition is the least serious, just that he has stayed in the Yin environment for a long time and is a bit short of yang energy, so his body is a bit weaker than it used to be. The current situation is like this. After Tao Ruizi finished speaking, she looked at her sister with an expression of "Am I not superb?" Tao Chu Chu saw the situation and took over the end of the words and continued. Yes, the specific I and resignation still need to further understand. There are new situations and then talk to you guys. Finished jerking the resignation of the little head. Her good sister is the best. Right, what right? Tao's father slammed the table, his tone terrified. What in-laws line? Chu Chu, you already know? What is it? His eldest daughter knows why is still so calm. Could it be that he entered menopause early to be so calm? That's right. Such a big thing. Why are you only saying it now? When Mother Tao took a look at the expression of these two sisters who didn't take it seriously, she was anxious and angry in her heart. What? Old man, am I getting old and hallucinating? What's the substitution spell? There's still a marriage line between Shua and Chu Chu? And what's a nightmare? Grandma Tao was so shocked that she knocked over her teacup by mistake, and poured a table of tea without bothering, grabbing Grandpa Tao and shaking him frantically. Chin, calm down. Resignation didn't even freak out. Calm down. Grandma Tang busily got up and went over to pat Grandma Tao's shoulder. Under her and Grandpa Tao's pacification, Grandma Tao finally calmed down a lot, and was resigned to the words of the shocked Tao Tu family. Has long been and stone general stiff at the scene, Tao resigned to playfulness. The past poke her cousin, and poke her second uncle, but also want to poke her second aunt, was too painful and awake Tao Tu a hand to grab the small hand of the mess. Small resignation. We are not passed out. You, this force poke is not a general pain. He felt that the poked piece of flesh must have been green. His wife is delicate, cannot be resigned this little troublemaker to poke injury. Put, ha, laughing his ass off. Finally someone said his little sister was strong. Wrenching strength could never wrench on his own sister's pain. Who understands that? So good at laughing. Why don't you go sign up for the comedian's audience? Grandpa Tang glared at this eldest grandson without any good reason. How could he laugh at his own sister? That's it. Tao Ruizi foxed and frantically helped. Congratulations. Tao Feng, who failed to hold back his laughter, managed to harvest blank stares from the others present. Tao Feng, aggrieved, but the baby won't talk about it. Chu Chu resignation things you guys expand on, especially since this solution hasn't been told yet? Grandpa Tao's face was all anxious, but in order not to scare his granddaughters, his voice was clipped to ask. I only said it after it was resolved. Tao Rui continued to sneak up to his seat, still holding the apricot blossom pastry that he had just shunned from Tao Er. Ever since my sister returned to her home, I've been by my sister's side, and I've also printed the Tao body pattern on my sister's body. So this kind of in-laws line that little children play with can't possibly come close to my sister's law. So at the beginning, cousin on the marriage line is crippled. By mistake. Cousin was originally placed under the substitution spell and the marriage line is a package spell. The marriage line is crippled, so that the effectiveness of this substitution spell is weakened. So I came back this time to see the cousin is still the original cousin. What? Lu Yu hugged Tao He in fear? Her voice choked and hoarse. Who is it? Who wants to harm our family so much? I actually almost lost my son. The hands holding Tao He trembled unceasingly, and the tears could not stop flowing. Tao Er stroked Lu Yu's shoulder, his face full of heartache. Resignation. You continue. What's going on with this substitution spell? There are also many kinds of substitution spells. This kind on cousin is quite advanced. Of course, in the eyes of this resignation are all childish things. Good, good, good. Resignation is the best. Resignation first finish explaining. Okay? Grandma Tang naturally complimented her with a wave of compliments, and even put the chestnut cake in her hand over to Resignation's hand, coaxing Resignation to continue speaking with a smile on her face. This double spell is one that will first allow another soul to receive cousin's complete memories, and then cousin's soul will be completely absorbed by that soul, and after it is completely absorbed, the physical body where that soul is located will become exactly the same as cousin's current appearance. That is to say, if this substitution spell is successful, there will be someone who has no blood relationship with us who will become Tao Hua, and the line of marriage with my sister will be grafted onto him with it. Tao He and Chu Chu are both future candidates for the head of our two families, and the person behind this is wanting the entire Tao and Tang families. Truly their hearts are in the right place. Grandpa Tang stroked his beard, his eyes glazed over. In that case, the ones with such obvious motives are no more than those few who have long been harboring illusions about our two families. I agree with what you said, old Tang. Some people think that the two of us are old and useless. Grandpa Tao was furious to the extreme but instead calmed down. Resignation. So is the oldest two's family safe now? Yes, Now cousin is already fine. Looks weak just because his body was almost emptied out. After that it will be fine if he replenishes it. 20-something years old is the easiest to recover. As for second uncle and second aunt, it's the same. Don't go out to play at night recently, just rest well at home. He. The substitute spell and nightmare had already been eaten by her just now as a savory snack with cinnamon cake. As for the bad marriage thread, before she pulled it out and ate it, she also found the traces left by the person who put the spell on her. So she went along and traced back to the source and moved a little bit, so she thought the other party should be aware of her existence. What? Afraid of spooking the snakes? She was a Tao Tai who didn't care, just thinking about the other party's horrified expression after being devoured to find out the cause and realizing it was her. She was going to die of pleasure. Besides, tonight, she had a big meal ahead of her, and those who conspired behind her back were in for a treat. Like a cat stealing fish, Tao Rui is really giggling and happy too obviously, causing Tao Chu Chu to look again and again, and finally shook her head helplessly, letting her good sister be happy. Second uncle. Later on, I and Resignation will follow you and second aunt, cousin home. In the home to arrange some gathering sun to drive away evil things, can help you quickly recover the body. Tao Chu Chu had a serious face, completely unable to see that what she was going to set up in Tao Er's house later was a portrait of her good sister's original body. Boss Bai said, exorcism? Which props in the bureau are not as convenient and useful as the portrait of the body of the Resignation? Let the resignation to the picture seal enchanted. You take some over to paste enough to deal with those things. With other props you are not afraid of scaring your second uncle's family. Chapter 55, is this so exciting? What? Master Huang vomited blood and passed out, and before he passed out he was babbling nonsense with a frightened face? In a mansion in Kyoto, the man wearing a customized suit worth a lot of money broke the wine glass in his hand in anger. It was really bad luck. It was so close to success. How come the Tao family was suddenly so capable? It was really damn. Go, have Master Huang wake up and come over to me quickly. I want to discuss my next move with him face to face. If he doesn't come, I'll let him never see his granddaughter again. Understood. The subordinate answered and left. The man in the suit took the new glass of wine handed over by the secretary, and as soon as he pulled over the pretty secretary to sit in his arms, his voice was ambiguous. Lassie, do you think the ultimate winner of this game is me? The winner will only be you, master. The woman with a classical and soft temperament lifted her face coquettishly with a fawning expression. Boring. The man in the suit said, flipping out, pushing the woman to the ground. She'll just never look at me with those eyes. Looking out the window, the man smiled a smitten smile. She'll come to me someday. The woman on the ground secretly spat at the man in her heart. Bah, pervert one. Concave, what deep love persona. At the same time, come to Tao Er's house. Tao Ruizi seems to have come to the happy old home. cheering cheerfully in all corners of the house, slipping and swaying. Tao he turned his head and asked his dad with a black line on his face. Dad, if I remember correctly, didn't you come to our house to play last time when Resignation came back? How come you're so excited this time? It was like a baboon back in the big forest shaking a cane in exuberance. But Taowa didn't dare to say that the strength of his resigned cousin's hands was horrible. Tao Chu Chu's heart is like a mirror. Although she doesn't have the ability to see the black chi as clearly as Resignation. But after the experience of these several missions, she has been able to capture the exact location of the black chi. Her good sister is grabbing little treats to eat all over the place. She'd better grab and stick the Tao Tai diagram. Take out the Year My Sponsorship Support Real-Time Orientation Display Machine. Tao Chu Chu began to diligently follow the machine-prompted position paste Tao Tai figure. Tao Er and Lu Yu did not dare to make a sound to disturb the Tu Chu Chu in dictionary, and kept taking out good food and drink from the kitchen and putting them on the coffee table. The two of them took Tao He and sat obediently on the sofa waiting for the two of them to finish the work. Capture the house black gas cuties Tao Rui every time she passes by the coffee table. Will take a handful of snacks, fruits, inconvenient to eat. She will stay still. Anyway, the sister who has already eaten lunch won't eat it. The food on the coffee table will still go into her stomach. There was no rush. She'd finish catching the black breathers first. Resignation, why are you running all over the house? Tao Chu Chu had already finished pasting the drawing sharply, and also sat on the sofa to watch her good sister jumping around. After watching for 5 minutes, she couldn't hold back or asked. After all, before Rhetoric was able to summon the black chi to turn on the automated feeding by gently lifting her hand, Tao Ruizi jerked to a halt and replied with a serious face. I watched Animal World yesterday. So, the four men on the couch spoke in unison. I think that the look of the minions grabbing the cane and jumping around is a bit handsome, and the internet has recently become popular with the minion emoticons, so I want to keep up with the times. Tao Rui took out her cell phone and showed a few monkey emoticons, such as a minion's life is also a life. Good night minions, tomorrow you'll still wake up as a minion. A minion can be tired as a dog, and so on. 4. You're happy. The four of them continued to wait quietly on the sofa for Tao Ruizi to play a trick, Bushi, and the work, square root, was over. Automatically pushing the food on the coffee table to Tao Ruizi's hand the moment she sat down on the sofa. The kid should be tired from bouncing around so much. He needs to eat more to make up for it. Tao Ruizi's favorite pie is made by her second aunt, using fat and thin pork, mixed with fresh fish, plus finely ground bean paste. She can eat a whole basket of it. Second uncle, second aunt, the drawing I'll paste. Within a month you guys don't go out at night, even if you have to go out. Try to go home before 9 o'clock in the evening, and don't go near the park, Riverside, this kind of water chi heavier place. After a month it's random. Tao Chu Chu pulled out 3 jade pendants engraved with Tao Tai patterns and handed them one by one to second uncle's family. Carry them with you. We'll go back first. Before she came here, she said that there was an action tonight, so she had to go back and let her grandparents and their grandparents finish their dinner and rest early, leaving space for her and her resignation to act with peace of mind. Don't worry, then we won't keep you guys. When we arrive in the group, send a message to report peace. Ha. Lu Yu is thankful from the bottom of her heart to her big brother's family, although Chu Chu has not been back for long. But the magic is that there is no estrangement at all, and she has put Chu Chu and Resignation in her heart as her own daughter to love and care for. Dinner is not as lively as noon, so many people. Just 4 old people and mom and dad old brother to eat. Tao Chu Chu said, this is much more comfortable than noon. As usual, the back kitchen was prepared separately for Tao Ruizi, and 3/4 of the food on the long dining table was hers. Every time I watch Rhetoric eat, I feel like my appetite is much better. Grandpa Tao's favorite thing was to watch Rhetoric eat for dinner. Just the sight of it was something he could follow and pick up a bowl of rice. Then you don't eat. Give me that pepper stewed pork belly. Grandma Tao is not used to him. Eat white rice. Eat white rice. Chopsticks in hand still pull her favorite soft and rotten pork belly to do what? What for? It's not like there's not enough cooked for you to eat. I understand. Grandpa means that the dish is to grab to eat only fragrant na. Tao Ruizi also raised his head from his own rice bowl in the middle of the busy day to chime in. Was Tao Grandma ribs thrown over? Tao Ruizi hand chopsticks precise clip put into the mouth to chew 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 chew. Tao Ruizi, joke. She is the first place of chopstick magic skill, okay? Alright, after dinner, you guys go play with yourselves. We 4 old ones are going to get some rest. Yes. Tao Ruizi bobbed his head and dragged her sister down the path to turn to their building. Tao Chu Chu, during the day has not been free to understand. It turns out that she and Resignation 2 people live in a building? There are still 4 hours until 12 o'clock. Tao Rui took out the flatbed and lay on the bed, shouting towards Tao Chu Chu, who was doing exercises in the yoga room. Sister, I'm going to play a game first. Tao Chu Chu swish appeared, picked up the tablet, began to finger wildly point, even if it is a vacation. Cannot play 4 hours of games? I give you to implant some software first. finished, quickly returned to her good sister. The person dashingly continued to go to the gym. Tao Ruizi at first did not understand what her sister got into the game. Immersed into the game, playing to the most intense time. The tablet suddenly black screen flashed a line of big words, 1 hour of game time. Now need to carry out an hour of accounting basics quiz. More than 80% of the questions answered correctly in order to unlock the game page. Ah, sister. Eyes lost highlights. Instantly hard dead Tao Rui resignation incarnation of minions. From the second floor of their own room out, jumping and bouncing rushed up to the 4th floor rooftop, barking a bit on the downward jump, and then halfway through the air a variety of rotating jumps and poses, and even took out the mirror to admire their own body posture. Really? Physicists are going to be pissed off and laugh when they see it here. Tao Feng, who was playing Tai Chi on the open space on the 1st floor. Tao Chu Chu, who was also on the 2nd floor and then followed rhetoric up to the 4th floor. Whose good child will be excited to go to learn hello swing ah? Learn to learn. Midway is not the operation is slightly too much personality ah. If not know their own resignation is a capable Tao Tai. Not normal people. The two of them on the spot can be scared to death. Okay. Chapter 56 The Wonderful 12 o'clock. Tao Ruizi in the 1st floor to see her old brother and sister's fierce face. Know that they cannot escape. In line with the idea that can escape more than one will be more than one. Turn around and want to run to the grandfather's building to avoid the wind. Wait until almost 12 o'clock and then come back. At that time, in the sake of doing business, her sister will not seize this matter not to let go. Unfortunately, Tao Ruizi just took a step. The road ahead was blocked by Tao Feng, who knew his sister's character well. Tao Ruizi immediately turned around, and behind her was really her sister's face that was super pretty even if it was sorrowful. Woohoo! It's over 2 hours to 12, and there's a little Tao eye going down. Tao Chu Chu sank her face and grabbed the back of Tao's neck, dragging it all the way to the living room on the 1st floor. Stand still. Tao Rui was released after being well behaved as if nothing had just happened. Standing in front of Tao Feng and Tao Chu Chu, who were sitting on the sofa, not daring to move a muscle. At this moment Tao Feng and Tao Chu Chu reached a high degree of consensus. Their children cannot be taught. Must give some lessons. Tao Feng, wrong? Wrong. Tao Feng, what's wrong? Wrong everywhere. Tao Chu Chu gave a big blank stare. Is this how you used to teach your sister? What can you get out of this kind of questioning? Tao Feng was embarrassed by what was said and rubbed his nose, his voice slightly weaker. Then you demonstrate the correct teaching, specifically unfolded to speak about where it is wrong. Timed for 5 minutes. The time of speech jam and pause is not counted. Tao Chu Chu turned on the timer of her cell phone. Oh yes, if we can't speak, we'll just wear out. More than an hour. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. If you don't memorize the knowledge points, you're not allowed to eat. After saying that, she slightly raised her head to signal that she could start. Tao Ruji. Seriously, sister, you might as well beat me up to the point of pain. 5 minutes on the spot confession. It's killing me. Faced with the threat of not being able to eat, Tao Ruizi, obviously sweating, but also do not dare to spend time to think, opened his mouth. Well, I was wrong in the big night noisy everyone rest, wrong in not study properly, wrong in addicted to the game, but also wrong in the help. Tonight seems to have done all this right. This is less than a minute to finish. 5 minutes how to speak ah. Tao Rui anxiously scratched his ears. The Tao Feng on the side couldn't bear to look on, and voiced a reminder. Expand to say, exactly how wrong. Specific? Specific is, Tao Ruizi eyes bright, confidently opened, should not play bungee jumping, not bring brother and sister together. The family should play together with happy. I'm happy you a. Tao Chu Chu stormed up and wanted to pull her good sister over to beat the ass. Was Tao Feng dead pull half body? Don't Chu Chu. You usually are not the most pain. Resign. What are you doing so excited today? The child knows the wrong is not good. Tao Feng, let go of me. Is this a joking matter? Resignation has not yet realized what kind of consequences will be brought about by being reckless and capricious at home. The people who saw it today are you and me. It's fine. But if it is grandparents' parents they see it, bad. They may not be able to stand the heart on the spot. Because of this elders have some accident. At that time resignation will have how painful. Can you imagine? Tao Chu Chu roared after also calmed down. She did impulse. Education way is not right. Resignation has always eaten soft but not hard. Tao Feng was silenced for a moment after Tao Chu Chu's burst of anger. Chu Chu was indeed right. They couldn't keep indulging resignation. If he really raised a person who didn't know the suffering of the world and didn't know the heights of heaven, he would first have to slap himself. In the Tao Chu Chu stormed up. Tao resigned to know that this is more serious than she thought. After listening to the Tao Chu Chu words, Tao resigned to go forward to pull her sister's sleeve. The tone of caution in a pitiful, sister, I know wrong, you are for my good, I will not in the future. and in the future to do things will be more before the brain. Tao Chu Chu, a burst of guilt surged to her heart. Resignation. I'm sorry, sister just fierce you, sister, and you apologize. But resignation. Sister also do not want to detain you to change. I understand. In the future outside I still should do what? In the home I will converge to pay attention to some. Tao Ruizi crosses her waist. She is smart, and it's a piece of cake to get the right balance. Tao Chu Chu knew that her good sister was the best. Well, this turned the page. I first go back. You two early rest. Not to stay up late. Tao Feng got up and stretched. He missed his 2-meter-5 big bed, and his limited edition deep V silk pajamas. A few days ago when grandma and grandma under one roof, he can be suffocated. Back to the old mansion he lives on his own. He can let himself go. Tao Feng just walked out the door, heard Tao Ruizi wail sister said good turn it, how I still have to memorize Tao Feng shrugged his shoulders. Good self-care cluck little sister, related to the study of things. Brother this time will not help you pluck. After being painfully stared at by her own old sister for 2 hours of memorization, Tao Rui finally welcomed the liberating 12 o'clock bell. Woohoo! The tool ghost that was sent out to work by Tao Rui in the morning had just drifted to the first floor when he heard the big fury's excited cheers, so scared that his ghostly body trembled, and his figure all blurred so much in an instant. Watching Tao Rui happily scurrying all over the house, Tao Chu Chu was really helpless, saying that it was memorizing. It was better to say that she was coaxing her good sister to memorize with pastries and snacks. Loving mother, times, doting, square root, little ghost, haven't seen you for so long, you smell like you're even more delicious. Tao Rui was in a good mood, and even this little dessert tool ghost looked much more pleasing to the eye. All here? Ha ha ha, your lordship is joking. The tool ghost tried to squeeze out a smile as he replied. It's all back here, and they all came over when they heard your summons. Lord Tao Tai. Tao Rui closed his eyes slightly to feel it, and laughed to death. Fooling who? Our home place is not big. Actually big and small also have 30 or so ghosts but that 5 big evil ghosts it, so have the courage not to come The tool ghost snapped from midair to kneel on the ground, his voice fearful. My lord, it's really not that I didn't invite them, it's that they didn't want to come. It's none of my business. Tao Rui nodded his head. Indeed, this tool ghost did not have enough Taoism to summon the big evil ghosts. It would be good to gather more than 30 of them. You're very understanding and capable. I reward you by sending you to meet the King of Yen. As to whether or not you have a chance in the afterlife, that's up to him. Without waiting for the tool ghost to react and make a sound, Tao Rui sent him away with his fingers. Sent to meet the King of Yen. He really earned thanks to meet her mood. As for the more than 30 ghosts, eat the count. Tao Chu Chu raised her hand and was about to send the ghosts into her mouth in one go, when a sudden change occurred. One of the ghosts with a slightly higher level of moral skill stormed up with the surrounding ghosts and rushed over to Tao Chu Chu. By the time Tao Rui let her eyes look around, Tao Chu Chu had already surrounded 2 big evil ghosts, and one of them showed signs of evolving into a ghost king. Very well, Tao Ruizi hooked up the corners of his mouth. Surprisingly, it was a barrier that could be hidden from her. Chapter 57. Aside from the descending White Zephyr Emperor, who else could this one be able to conceal from her senses when she was serious? Tao Rui couldn't figure it out, but it didn't matter. Just ask Bai Zhe later. He must know everything. For now, let's deal with this bunch of unintelligent and obnoxious ghosts in front of us. It doesn't matter if you mess with her. If you dare to mess with her sister, this Tao Tai will make you regret being ghosts in this world. Hashtag. Surrounded by green-faced fangs, ugly-looking ghosts. Seems to have been trapped in the range of ghost hostage. Tao Chu Chu face calm, and even a little bit of the heart want to laugh. These do not know how to live things. Did not see her good sister to storm out. Tao Rui, who had vertical pupils of red light, directly opened the Tao Tai Dharma phase, and after invoking the Tao Tai protective light shield that remained on her sister, she commanded the Tao Tai Dharma phase to rush over to the largest half-ghost king, tackle the thief. She said she's smart. Half-ghost king was up to fight. Tao Tai phallic punched, directly blinded, reached out to grab Tao Chu Chu to threaten Tao Rui. The result was Tao Chu Chu body shield piercing pulls, scalded palms, pain wailed, but also busy avoiding the incoming Tao Tai phallic. A time in a terrible mess. You guys are standing still as wanting to die. The master's task cannot be completed. You and I or all the souls will be scattered. As soon as he was yelled at by the half-ghost king, the big evil ghost, who had been floating motionless on the side, took the little ghosts with him to avoid the Tao Tai phantom's attack range and rushed towards Tao Zichi. Tao Chu Chu's side was instantly empty, so she went into the house and moved out a large coffee table and began to carry good food and drink back and forth so that after her good sister cleared these ghosts later she could proceed directly to the outdoor late-night scene. Tao Ruizi looked at the ghosts that didn't fight with Tao Tai Dharma phase, but rushed at her instead, tisked twice, shaking her head and feeling pity for them. There is no door in hell, but you come here, so she will. but she will not do it. When the big evil ghost floated to a meter away from Tao Ruizi, it found itself uncontrollably starting to compress its ghostly body, taking the small ghosts behind it with it and squeezing them into the form of whirling potato slices as they transformed into primordial black gas and flew towards Tao Ruizi's mouth at a rapid pace. Tao Rui chewed it for a bit. It's true that the black cheese snacks made in the shape of whirlwind slices have a better taste than directly inhaling them. It's not bad for her to eat it more than once. This time, the Tao Tai Dharma phase, who hadn't exerted much effort, grabbed the half-ghost king and dragged it on the ground before stomping over. A very obvious sense of excitement still visible in his figure. Tao Rui took the half-ghost king from the Tao Tai Dharma phase's hands, gently threw it up, and then smashed it to the ground with a punch. The others are all small shrimps. I directly ate them dry. As for you, not so lucky. Tao Rui and Tao Tai Dharma phase squatted beside the half-ghost king. I'm asking you, who taught you the eyeshadow technique? Why did you directly target my sister as soon as you arrived? The half-ghost king covered his stomach, grunted for half a day. Half a sentence cannot squeeze out. See this Tao Ruizi heart suddenly happy, slightly hooked the corner of the mouth, struggling not to say is interesting, otherwise let it disappear too dry. She will not be happy. The half-ghost king lying on the ground raised its eyes to look. At this moment, Tao Rui's eyes in its eyes, as if the devil king of hell was approaching the world. It was wrong. It should not listen to its master's words to mess with this ferocious beast. The half-ghost king was about to open his mouth to speak, but Tao Ruizi and Tao Tai Dharma phase didn't give it the chance anymore. Tao Ruizi directly punched out with both hands at the same time, whacking the half-ghost king into a thin sheet of paper. Then one person and one Dharma phase each picked up one side of the half-ghost king and started to exert force in the opposite direction, just like tearing an A4 paper from the center. Tao Chu Chu, who was watching the battle, sipped his tea beautifully regarding the wailing of the half-ghost king. This is the pour given by Grandpa today. It deserves to be the top quality. The flavor is very beautiful, Tao Rui said while tearing. What are you screaming for? Anyway, it's just me and my sister who can hear you here. You scream and see if the other ghost kings come to save you. Swish dash. Tao Rui intentionally slowed down his movements, but it was still the time when the half-ghost king was completely torn apart. The half-ghost king cried out bitterly, I'll say everything. Auntie Lord let me go. It truly could not have imagined that after being a great ghost for so long in all its splendor, it would actually end up in such a state. Hey, I said you still feel aggrieved? How many sins on you have no count in your heart harmed the lives of so many people and ghosts before you got today's Tao? Tell you what, if I sharked you, the heavenly Tao would have to give me a round of applause. Tao Rui threw the half sheet of paper in his hand to the ground with displeasure, and even went up and stepped on it several times. Say it, I said. Is today a ghost probe to say? You and Tao Chu Chu too inseparable. We discussed. We thought to pick the weaker Tao Chu Chu to start to threaten you to tie your hands. The master gave me the task is to take you away. Take me? Who is your master? My master is. The words did not fall. The half paper on the ground and the half paper in the hands of the Tao Tai Phantom suddenly spontaneously combusted without wind, and in an instant there was no trace of it. Tao Chu Chu hurriedly ran to her good sister's side, squatting to the ground immediately with the authorities' instrument began to probe. Half a long time, shook his head to Tao Rui. Tao Ruizi was furious. This is under the ban to this half-ghost king. So angry. No, cannot endure a little. Endure Downshi today will Tao Tai 2 words upside down pronunciation. Sister, you watch for me. Tao Rui directly sat down cross-legged after saying that, using the Tao Tai secret method to track the traces of the ban in the ghost body of the half-ghost king that had just been there. It was night. The man who was wearing a black bathrobe in his own backyard, lying on a toffee chair leisurely blowing the night breeze and sipping tea, was listening to his subordinate's report. Oh, that little Tao Tai was actually so powerful that he wiped out the half-ghost king and a few of them? The half-ghost king has a restriction placed by you, master, inside his body, and it shouldn't have exposed your existence. There are just a few big evil ghosts left. Should we support them again from it? Oh, let me think. A visitor. The man looked up as a pocket-sized transparent golden light tauntaun came flying down from the roof, bouncing towards him with great speed. Little thing, it's not time for us to meet yet. Keep the rest of the evil ghosts for you to play with. Take it as my meeting gift to you. Tao Ruyue returned to her senses with only these words from the man left in her mind. So strong, it just swatted her avatar away with a straight swipe. Tomorrow, she will go to find Bai Zhe to complain. Let Bai Zhe Emperor to clean up his. She does not believe it. Bai Zhe Emperor out of the hands of the Emperor still cannot handle her. Resignation. How are you? Tao Chu Chu had a worried face. Tao Rui stood up and did some warming up. It's fine, sis. I'm going to go find the rest of the evil spirits to eat now. You wait for me. I'll be back soon. Okay, take care of yourself. Chapter 58. Who said she was weak? Are you crazy? Damn. How did Master mess with such a crazy beast? Staying up in the middle of the night, running around like sheep, herding us around. Shut up you. Don't grab and run. Those dozens that went over to shark her didn't come back. Don't you know she's powerful? Aw, do you think we can run away? It's annoying. I'm not running. A big evil ghost stopped running away, turned to face Tao Ruizi, who was happily parkouring and sneaking on the roofs of various buildings, released its green fangs and long nails, and rushed out with a glare of its legs. I won't tolerate it. I'll die if I want to die. Mother asterisk 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 her. I don't want to be a ghost. Tao Rui drove them like sheep, not really bored in the middle of the night and crazy looking for fun, but not wanting to eat a small snack in one place at one time. It's too unenjoyable. She wanted to gather them all in one place so she could eat them all at once. What kind of a gift is this? This is all her own snacks, and it has nothing to do with the mysterious person behind the scene. Thinking about it is angry. There is this kind of evil ghost that does not cooperate with her centralized plan to make trouble. Tao Ruizi punched the evil ghost face, hit a small punch mark left on it. Both hands rolled this unlucky ghost twisted into a towel roll, and then lifted in the hand to continue their own ghost driving action. Vocal. This crazy beast mentioned the evil ghosts in his hands to chase us. The ghost saw this and fled even more ghostly. Tao Rui leisurely leaped after him. Hey! Finally made it to the place. The ghosts were driven to a place that said Resignation Amusement Park and gathered in a huddle, cowering. That's right, Tao Ruizi surrounded the entire ghost group by himself. Welcome to my amusement park. You guys resist. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Resignation Amusement Park, a place exclusive to her personal use, where no one from the house would come over at any time without her consent, meaning she could vent her anger without fear. I'm really sorry. I can't your master for the time being, so I can only take it out on you guys. Oh. Tao Ruizi gave a cute crooked smile. He. Did not sacrifice Tao Dai Phantom? Tao Rui directly bare hands and bare fists on the charge. A punch a small ghost, 2 punches a big ghost. Beat them is the pain of the wailing. The more screaming, Tao Rui on the hit harder. But is to control the force is not dead hand. Played so about half a clock. Tao resigned for fear that his sister waited for a long time, only resentful to close. Looked satisfied with a bit of regret. Today this meal will be here first. Next time to meet the mysterious person's power. She then continued to out of gas. Standing in place, Tao Rui gently lifted her hand, and the ghosts that were all beaten up and lying on the ground instantly turned into black chi and surged towards her. After absorbing it, Tao Rui sighed sardonically with satisfaction. Phew, what a relief. Turning around, she walked away without a trace of lingering resignation. Back, Tao Chu Chu saw her own good sister come back with a smile on her face. She knew that she was happy playing outside. She went over and took her hand and led it to the front of the coffee table that she had just set up. Here, it's all the food that you love to eat. Let's hurry up and go to sleep after we're done eating. Hoo, sister is great. Tao Ruizi raised her hands in the air and cheered, looking down with an excited face as she tried to pick the first food to eat. Tao Chu Chu just watched. Her good sister lowered her head for a moment, so head down, straight down, too sudden to cause her body to react in time to catch the resignation, but the brain has not reacted. Eyes straight. It was only until the temperature in his arms suddenly became lower that Tao Chu Chu, as if waking up from a dream, looked down with a panicked face and probed resignation's pulse. What's going on? How come the pulse is so strong, but the body temperature is decreasing? This was completely different from the reaction after eating the Compassion Ghost King last time. Shirasawa, who was working late at night at his Kyoto residence, felt a sudden panic, and was wondering about it when the authorities' special communication device rang. It was a video request from Tao Chu Chu. Did something happen to little Tao Tai? Immediately connected. Boss White, look at rhetoric. Body temperature is dropping. Pulse is strengthening. People are unconscious. Just 2 minutes ago. I'll be right there. Izay got up and put on his clothes. The situation is very wrong. You will set off immediately to the location I sent you. The current situation of rhetoric cannot be known by anyone, not even family members. We'll leave at the same time before we have time to suppress the riot in rhetoric's body right now. This little Tao Tai in the end suffered what stimulation actually used Tao Tai's secret method. Really reckless batch. Roger that. Tao Chu Chu didn't hesitate for a moment, hanging up the phone and sending Tao Feng a message stating that he would help cover tomorrow. After a quick lookup of Kyoto's driving restrictions, Tao Chu Chu picked up resignation on her back and rummaged through the garage to find a motorcycle, securing her own good sister in the back seat with straps. Tao Chu Chu sped out of the Tao mansion as soon as she put on the gas. What eyes will not drive. Don't kill yourself. Looking for death to catch up with the reincarnation. Tao Chu Chu thought apologetically. The matter of speeding can only be left to Grandpa and them to deal with. Now, on the basis of paying attention to driving safety and protecting other people's lives, escorting resignation to arrive at the destination is her first important thing. Tao Rui was just like this, senseless and peaceful behind her sister, completely unaware that her sister was fighting for her life. Tao Chu Chu drove his motorcycle quickly through the traffic, then drove on the cold and clear small road. Winter turned west, and was stopped by a bunch of evil ghosts on the wild highway 2 kilometers away from the positioning of the White Zephyr Hare. Get out of the way. Tao Chu Chu frowned impatiently and braked handsomely, bringing the motorcycle to a swinging halt in the middle of the road. Target, Tao Rui, go. The evil spirits obviously wouldn't listen to Tao Chu Chu. In their eyes, Tao Chu Chu was nothing more than a mortal, and mortals had always been unable to defend themselves against evil spirit attacks. So the master's mission this time, they were bound to accomplish it perfectly. Tao Chu Chu was already anxious, and now there is something that doesn't know how to die that wants to block her action to rescue her sister. Gently untying the rope and letting Resignation lie down on the motorcycle peacefully, turning around, from his waist, he pulled out a soft whip emanating thunderous electricity, and the end of the whip snapped and threw it on the ground, bringing up stars of electricity. It was true that she didn't have psychic powers to deal with these evil spirits directly, but it wasn't her psychic powers that got her into the authority, and there were plenty of props to deal with evil spirits. The authority had plenty of them, and there was never a shortage of them. So it's really hard to understand who the hell is rumoring that she's weak and can't fight at all. A decade of learning 18 martial arts and all kinds of assassination methods suffered, shed blood and tears, can let her protect her sister in this moment. Tao Chu Chu feels super worth it. If someone could pass by this place at this moment, they would see a flower girl flinging her whip with a vicious maneuver. The whip swung as if it had an autonomous consciousness swimming snake, flashing with blue and silver lightning light in the dark night. Beautiful and dangerous. The evil spirits that were attacked were instantly disintegrated and dissipated directly into the air. Boss, bye. I'll be right there. After Tao Chu Chu cleaned up the evil ghosts blocking the road and getting in the way, she tied up her own sister once again, and took advantage of the fact that the night was already deep and no one was on the road, and directly raced her car to the highest speed. One more second of delay and Resignation wouldn't know what to expect. The unknown, that's what's scary. Chapter 59, Secret Methods and this side effect of it? Here, I'll take over. Baizé took Tao Rui from Tao Chu Chu's hand and quickly walked to the ice jade bed he had prepared long ago in a princess carry position and gently put it down. The moment he touched the ice jade bed, Tao Ruizi was wrapped in the ice jade bed's fleshly aura. Tao Chu Chu looked in her eyes and was anxious in her heart. Boss, bye. Is this enough to treat Resignation? The same obvious anxiety lingered between Baizé's brows, and he deliberately controlled his speech to reply slowly. The ice jade bed can moderate the riotous aura in Resignation's body. Mere détente? From the information fed back from Rhetoric, I can only perceive that there are side effects to the use of the Tao Tai secret method, and after Rhetoric used the secret method and ate a large amount of ghost chi to feed on, there was a momentary conflict of energies, which is why he fell unconscious. Originally, after using the secret method, the side effects shouldn't have appeared so quickly. I can only guarantee that the ice jade bed will allow Rhetoric to wake up, but at the moment you and I don't know what kind of after effects will occur after Rhetoric wakes up, so we can only wait quietly. After Baizé finished speaking, he sat on the edge of the bed and took Tao Ruji's pulse. Tao Chu Chu was afraid of affecting Baizé's pulse diagnosis, so he had to stand quietly on the side. An hour passed and the meditating Baizé finally reacted. The pulse has stabilized and the body temperature has returned to normal. It should be 5 minutes before Resignation wakes up. Tao Chu Chu immediately pulled out her watch and set the countdown before sitting on the edge of the bed and squeezing Baizé out of the way, looking intently at her own sister herself. You have to see your sister the first time she wakes up to be a duck. Tick dash the countdown ended. What's the situation? Boss, bye. What happened to saying that Resignation would wake up? Tao Chu Chu looked at Baizé with dissatisfaction. Baizé was dumbfounded by the questioning look, and went forward to use his spiritual power to probe the movement of Rhetoric. White Zephyr. Baizé held his forehead. It's fine. She fell asleep this time. Probably because the ice jade bed is too comfortable. When she wakes up from her sleep it should be tomorrow. Tao Rui, who was having a beautiful dream, felt that she was back in the divine world. So comfortable and familiar bed feeling. How she also saw the scene of Baizé Emperor preparing pastries for her. Little Tao Tai, come over and try the rose jasmine cake I made. Tao Rui fartily ran over, reached out and grabbed it and bit down. Blah blah blah, how is this inside a stone? Forget it, the Emperor must have the Emperor's reasoning for doing so. Ouch, and swallowed it, only to look up and see her oldest brother and sister holding a calculus textbook, trying to force her to do the problems. Tao Zichi sat up from the ice jade bed with a jerk. Tao Zuji, who was still immersed in the dream just now, looked at her surroundings in a daze. Wasn't she dreaming just now? Where is this place? Could it be that this is a dream within a dream? What did she just dream about? Why couldn't she remember? Forget it, if you can't remember, then you can't remember. Speaking of which, Why did she feel a little uptight right now? She'd been drinking? There's no way Tao Tai could be drunk. It's like he's forgotten something. Rhetoric, you're awake. Bai Zhe walked in with a fruit plate in his hand and saw Tao Ruizi, who was sitting on the bed smiling strangely. What is this little Tao Tai up to again? Tao resigned to see the white zephyr come in. Two eyes bright. The heart cannot resist the urge. Dig fun. This is where the aura so strong. Eek. Cannot see through the body. No matter. Looks really good. Want to eat With a push from both legs, Tao Rui jumped off the bed and rushed over to Bai Zhe with his teeth and claws open. White Zephyr, how dare you attack him? When Tao Chu Chu smelled the sound and came in, she saw that the room where Rhetoric was in a mess. Bai Zhe was pressing Tao Rhetoric on the floor, and both of them were disheveled. Especially Tao Rhetoric was being super courageous with his hands, feet, and teeth, tearing the hem of Bai Zhe's clothes. She came in at the wrong time. Tao Chu Chu didn't know whether to go in to stop, or walk out and close the door. This scenario, how to look like my sister initiated the attack, and then by the object of the attack force subdued after still not dead, in the dying struggle still want to take advantage of others. It's not like she can stop her own pig from marching over someone else. Tao Rui, who had been subdued by Bai Zhe, was the one whose eyes, which had been gray because he hadn't been able to get his way, suddenly glowed after Tao Chu Chu entered the door. Sharply perceived Bai Zhe, not good. Chu Chu, you have to go. Tao Chu Chu? It's too late. Tao Ruizi broke free from Bai Zhe's shackles with a fierce force and rushed over towards Tao Chu Chu, his mouth still yelling, beauty, beauty, beauty. Want to eat. Tao Chu Chu, who was completely unguarded against her own sister, was pounced on by Tao Rui so straightly, and when she saw her own sister open her mouth and really want to bite down, she only reacted to the fact that Rui was talking about really eating. Dig fun. Resignation, what are you doing? Worthy of being a woman who set records in the assassination camp, Tao Chu Chu actually broke free from under the mouth of this ferocious beast with a deft effort, and rolled with her hands and feet towards Bai Zhe's side. Shirazawa barely straightened the hem and sleeve of his torn shirt. This is a side effect of resignation. She doesn't remember you or me and does things by instinct. Fortunately, she doesn't show too much of her animalistic instincts. It's all about cannibalism and it's still not considered showing animalistic behavior. For the first time, Tao Chu Chu felt that Boss Bai's filter on resignation was no less than that of her sister. And not right. She just shouted me beauty. It won't be the beast that looks at the face to decide whether to eat or not. Tao Chu Chu followed Bai Zhe and started to dodge Tao Rui's attack in the room in various ways, associating it with the usual Rui's face controlling and committing obsession attribute, and asked a question super breathlessly. Bai Zhe, your judgment is right. I'm reading Rhetoric's thoughts right now, and the only 6 words in her head are beauty, good looking, want to eat. How can the Tao Tai secret method still have this kind of side effect? Too damn speechless. How long is this going to last? Boss Bai? Does going on like this have any effect on resignation's body? Tao Chu Chu was panting from the chase and managed to hold back such a sentence. Her old swan the storming Rhetoric was faster than usual, and it always felt like it was teasing them. No effect. Let's play with her for a little longer. After releasing the agitation, she'll be back to normal. Bai Zhe was forced to the corner of the room by Tao Rui, and he couldn't make a move to hurt this little Tao Tai. He could only frantically find an angle to escape. Tao Chu Chu emerged ahead from behind the cabinet and carefully observed the current battle situation. As the saying goes, it is better to die a poor man than to die a friend. Boss Bai, you can rest assured that you will go. Tao Chu Chu snapped on the face of a mess of black stickers, but also took out the portable lipstick. Towards their own face began to smear. If the resignation is to look at the face to decide the target of attack, she became ugly, is not it? Theory should be combined with practice. Tao Chu Chu's entire body stood out from behind the cabinet, exposing it to Tao Rui's field of vision. Tao Rui glanced at it. Turn your head, don't look, and stare at this handsome mobile eater. Bai Zhe, dig fun, cannot see Tao Chu Chu, you this usually serious a batch. Encounter and their sister hostile things. You so play, is it? Good wow. This month? No, 3 consecutive months you have doubled the tasket. Not the slightest idea that he was wearing small shoes to increase his workload. Even if he knew it, he didn't care about Tao Chu Chu. Turned around and picked a comfortable stool by the door of the room and sat down. Tao Ruizi so continued to run after Bai Zhe all over the house, chased to the hand crazy tearing clothes that can be touched. The mouth is still open to try to bite down a piece of meat. And then in the white ZE suppression of crazy struggling to succeed and then continue to run after Bai Zhe all over the house. Tao Chu Chu just watched this process cycle over and over again. Don't know how many times when, exempt, the sky outside the window or dark, Tao Rui finally quieted down, snapped and fell softly to the ground. Bai Zhe, who had accompanied and played all day, also collapsed on the ground. The little Tao Tai is really capable of making a mess. I hope resignation really wakes up this time and is back to normal. From the common voice of the 2 people on the scene, Chapter 60, I know you're in a hurry, but hold on a second. Stretching a lazy waist, Tao Ruizi refreshed, jumped down from the bed and looked around. Where is this? Isn't she having a midnight snack with her sister? Standing at the door of the room, Tao Chu Chu took a deep breath, reached out and touched the evil ghost mask on her face, making sure that the binding rope was fastened properly before pushing open the door of the room with a burst of energy. Tao Ruiji? My sister was playing something she didn't know about. Why didn't she ask her to join her? Looking at Tao Rui's puzzled and still a little aggrieved look, Tao Chu Chu finally let go of her heart. Her lovely good sister came back. While taking off the mask on her face, she couldn't restrain herself from saying happily, Rui, how do you feel now? What's wrong with me? Tao Ruizi spread her hands and looked at herself in confusion. Have I not always been fine? Eating well. That's good, that's good. Tao Chu Chu passed happily holding her good sister's hand to go outside. Have been messing around for more than a day. Her good sister have not eaten anything. Surely starving. Hurry to take her to eat good food to be able to do so. Tao Rui was unsure. The free hand raised up in wonder and scratched his head. Sister, what's wrong with you? Why did you just come with a mask on? Tao Chu Chu turned back in shock. Yesterday's events you don't even remember? Tao Rui didn't understand, but honestly nodded. Yesterday was just a late night snack, and then I was here. Hearing the sound rushed to check the white zephyr. Just happened to hear these two conversations. Suddenly a nameless fire in the heart of the miso burning. Very good yesterday on him and scratching and biting and chasing. And now people wake up from sleep and don't remember anything. Don't remember good Since rhetoric has woken up, Chu Chu you two should hurry home. The family should be quite worried about you as well. Bai Zai didn't even wait for Tao Ruizi to speak before waving his hand to drive people away. Tao Ruizi? Being led by her sister to leave the house. Only then did she ask her sister as if she had just reacted in surprise with a bit of gossip. Sister, boss Bai Zai this is eaten explosives. How to speak a stream of yin and yang also a bit on fire feeling Experienced the whole and pit the top boss of the Tao Chu Chu dare not say. Mouth just perfunctory 2 sentences, maybe you did not eat something hallucination. Go I hurry to take you to eat something. In the heart, but silently spit, sister you yesterday but almost made crazy the bureau of the full strength of the war Hearing to go to eat Tao Ruizi. Instantly what doubts are forgotten. Gleefully and obediently follow the sister to find food to go. Tao family, Tao father, who was constantly sighing, was eating breakfast at the dining table with his wife and son. Tao grandparents, Grandpa and Grandma Tang, Tao father, Tao Feng. Chu Chu didn't say how long it would take for her in resignation to go out on a temporary mission this time? Tao Lingxiu, you don't chirp all day. You have asked your son this question several times. Chu Chu in resignation have a mission to carry out is a very normal thing. You don't drag their legs. Grandma Tao heard Tao father ask again. Couldn't help but gasp, splitting his head and face a lesson. Mom, I just ask. As to call me by my full name. Tao's father said. Children traveling thousands of miles father worry. Is not a very normal thing. Grandpa Tao, not to mention him, I'm very worried. In the middle of the night to rush out. The two little girl words cannot leave a few sentences. Don't not out of something. Take out the task as an excuse to fool them a few old The old butler hurried in through the door, and before he could catch his breath evenly said, back, both little ladies are back. Swish, all the people on the dining table stood up, and Grandma Tao, who had just taught Tao's father a lesson, rushed to the door and ran the fastest. Choo choo, resignation, back things are done is it, hard or not? This little face haggard. Grandpa Tao and Grandpa Tang were busy embracing Tao Chu Chu and Tao Jichi to sit down at the dining table, and hurriedly pulled the delicious food in front of them. Tao Feng, who was just sitting in this position, was ruthlessly pushed away by the crowd and stood alone on one side, which was very miserable, and was also said by Tao's mother, why don't you wake up a little bit, and hurry up to ask the back kitchen to add food so much on the table is enough for your sister to eat a few bites. Chirp, order, 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 he'd better go run errands. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, ugh. After all, he was relieved that his two sisters were able to return home safely, and with that in mind, he happily ran off to ask the back kitchen to add more food. On the way back from the back kitchen, Tao Feng's cell phone rang with the exclusive ringtone of his kiddo. This guy is not a few hundred years, do not give him a phone call once. There is something to do, WeChat message is good. Hey, Du Ruan, what's the matter that reminds your young master of me? Don't be a jerk. I'm in trouble. Are you in Kyoto? Yes, what's wrong? Tao Feng raised his eyebrows in surprise. How did the usually dangling Du Ruan's tone of voice become so impulsive and anxious this time? Did he really run into trouble? I seem to have met something dirty. Is resignation there? You bring resignation over to save me in a hurry. Du Ruan's voice is tired and anxious? Hearing Tao Feng finally put away his joking demeanor. See you at the usual place then. Tao Feng was about to hang up the phone when he was interrupted sharply by Du Ruan. No, 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 I can't go out right now. There is an exorcism pattern in my house that Rhetoric has set up for me before. I'm safer. You and Rhetoric come to my house to find me. Hurry up, or your buddy will have to report to the Western Heaven. Understood. Take care of yourself. But I know you're in a hurry. But Resignation hasn't had enough yet. So you know. Okay, okay, you guys hold on tight. Tao Feng hung up the phone with a preoccupied face. Although things were urgent, he had to wait for Resignation to finish eating before he set off. Otherwise no one would be left in the lurch. While there was still time, he would first seek help from his good big sister Chu Chu. Chu Chu was not very hungry. When Tao Feng came in to find her, she had already finished eating on the side and was busy pinching food for her good sister. When he was called out by Tao Feng for a private chat, he still had a disgruntled look on his face. What's the matter? You don't see me getting meat sandwiches for Resignation? Du Ruan, do you remember? Just the one you saw before. Checking up on Rhetoric, that hairy guy of mine. Remember. What? Something's happened to him. He just called me in a hurry, saying he's met something dirty. Do you think you could help check it out first? After all, Resignation hasn't finished eating that quickly to go over and help him. Wait for me for a moment. Tao Chu Chu turned around and called ear mice. A few moments later, Tao Chu Chu turned back, with a bit of a subtle shriveled look on her face. The instrument detected that his home should be protected by the things that Resignation had set up before, and it's fine for the time being. It's just that there is a very strong abnormal magnetic energy fluctuation around his house. Although it's not a formal report, but human life is at stake, the Bureau still accepted it, and will send people to closely follow up things. As for the frontline task of going to probe the situation clearly and protect Du Ruan, it's officially handed over to me and Resignation. It's so nice. I just got back and I have a task to do. It's a full day. Tao Chu Chu, full of happiness and energy. JPG. I just don't know what this Du Ruan could have gotten into that made him such an enemy. Chapter 61, Don't pick up stones given by others. What happened to Brother Du Ruan? He called us over to help in such a hurry. Didn't he tell us anything? Tao Ruizi was bored and half lying on the back seat, playing with a snowflake pastry in his left hand, and biting into a salted egg yolk flavored seaweed roll in his right hand without taking a bite. Alas, so heartbroken. This morning was attracted by the strange reaction of the sister and the white zephyr, followed immediately by the sister dragged to find something to eat. For a moment actually forgot and white zephyr to claim her reward for doing good things. Blundering. Heartbreaking. The mouth of the seaweed rolls do not smell good anymore. Bai Zhe, who was being read to, was explaining things to Bai Shi, the leader of the second team who had returned from a business trip, when Achio sneezed, causing Bai Shi to cast a shocked look. No, she had only been on a business trip for how long, and two interesting colleagues had come to the bureau, and one of them was a famous Taotai bloodline. Not to mention that according to the bureau's sources, this Taotai also liked to eat Boss Bai's cuisine. Now that Boss Bai would actually sneeze like a mortal, she had missed too many exciting things even on her business trip, right? And Bai Zhe, who was looked at by Bai Shi with shock, calmly wiped his mouth and said to Bai Shi, remember what I said to you, it's to find out who supported the ghost that attacked Tao Chu Chu on the road that night, but you also have to be careful, and retreat in time if the situation is not right. Heart silently muttered, must be that kind of little Taotai don't know how to make up chance in his heart. He just sneezed. Tao Feng, who was driving the car, frowned, I don't know what's going on. Say, do you two feel as if it's getting colder and colder? The air conditioning in my car isn't on very low. Tao resigned. Of course cold. Here from the Du Ruan brothers' home is only 200 meters. The closer to the Du Ruan brothers' home, the ghosts are appearing more and more dense. That is, she put their own Taotai breath to the astringent, or else to be detected by these ghosts, then her snacks may run away. Tao Feng drove to the place, was about to reverse into the garage, suddenly remembered something. How Chu Chu you do not drive. I remember you driving skills are very good. Tao Chu Chu with a numb face looked at the back of Tao Feng's head. This old brother is which pot is not mentioning which pot. Tone cool, really sorry about it. According to Article 42 of the Road Traffic Safety Law of China, I was fined for speeding, and also almost revoked driver's license. So now my little heart is a little fragile, also a little sad, temporarily cannot drive, can only work hard old brother you. Tao Feng, blanched, believe your nonsense about being fragile. If you want to make him work, just say so. Tao Feng took Tao Chu Chu Tao Ru, two people familiar as if they were their own home, to brush the face recognition. From the underground garage directly take the elevator to go up to the tea room on the first floor. Du Ruan, who had been fidgeting and waiting in the tea room, immediately greeted the elevator when he heard it coming up. As soon as the elevator door opened, Sigma, Tao Rui was shocked. My god. Du Ruan brother, how much you are thin. Skin and bones. Her least favorite so thin, looks like not a few two meat can eat something. It is really unattractive. Hurt eyes. Du-Ruan, who was disliked just after meeting. Sister Ah, don't dislike me. You don't even know what kind of days I've been living these days. There's not a moment of peace. I haven't been able to close my eyes and have a peaceful sleep for a long time. Seeing Tao Ruizi's Du-Ruan's spirit obviously relaxed a lot. Not as tense as at the beginning. Is Chu Chu here too? Tao Feng? I can't say what's going on with this, but it's definitely not safe. Why did you let Sister Chu Chu join as well? Only then did Du-Ruan notice Tao Chu Chu on the side. Tao Feng disdainfully glanced at his good buddy, his tone proud. Trust me, Chu Chu alone can top dozens of you and me. That's right, my sister is awesome. Tao Rui couldn't stop nodding her head, agreeing with Tao Feng's statement with both hands and feet. Getting down to business. When did you start feeling out of place? Tao Chu Chu took out her instrument and scanned around the tea room, showing a little bit of small abnormal fluctuation, but no conclusion was drawn. Actually, it was a month ago. Tao Feng, you also know that my dad likes to study those godly things. This time I don't know where to know a Taoist, but also invited to come to the house to look at the feng shui. When that Taoist came, my dad just happened to be on a business trip, so he let me go to the reception. Du-Ruan said and smothered a cup of tea in one mouthful. I'm sorry, it's been too long since I've slept. I really can't top it without some strong tea. Now that I think about it, it's a blessing in misfortune. Luckily my dad's business trip this time is too complicated. Otherwise maybe the ones who suffered for a while would be him and Mom. Originally I thought I'd think I might get better on my own after hanging in there for a while. After all, I'm a medical student myself. This time, I called you in dictionary for help. Firstly, I really can't find out what's wrong with me, and I can't hold on any longer. Secondly, my parents are coming back next week. I can't let them suffer too. Things are urgent, that's why I'm bothering you in rhetoric. Tao Feng disgruntledly filled Du-Ruan's tea. So raw. If I had known that I would not have come if I had resigned with Chu Chu. Don't blame me, brother. I'm just seeing how much you guys have been up to lately. Hurry up and continue. Tao Feng still looked unhappy. Du-Ruan smiled. Under the eyes of the green and black more and more obvious line. That person came to the home time is not long. I now recall that he looks very concerned about the resignation left by the evil spirits pattern. Words want to let me dismantle, but I did not willing. Later he moved the layout of the home and yard. I'm not sure what doorway. When I left, I also gave me a stone. Let me carry 3 days later. Put into the yard fountain pool. You did it? Tao Chu Chu was shocked. No, all feel that the Taoist is unreliable, but still do it. This Du-Ruan is not a fool? I don't want to. It's not my father insisted that I do this. I think there is no problem. The body will not lose a piece of meat. Du-Ruan also feels so stupid. Said the voice also has no bottom. As a result, you've really lost weight. Tao Rui felt that he had lost at least 20 pounds. Tao Feng, Tao Chu Chu, Sister Ah. Ju did not feel this sentence as so cold. Ah. Well, I'm really stupid. And that's what was wrong with me from the moment I put it in the fountain pool. Then you didn't take that stone out and throw it away in the first place? Tao Feng was also shocked. His brother's brain was fine. I also want This is not thinking of the implementation of the requirements of a little more thorough. I buried the stone into the fountain pool underneath the well. You also know that my fountain pool underneath all the stones and soil. I later could not find which piece of it. Du-Ruan said with vigor. Then you won't dig up the whole fountain pool and throw it away. Tao Feng also came on strong, and one of the two buddies was louder than the other. He dug and lost. Tao Chu Chu and Tao Rui had already run into the courtyard at some point, and Tao Chu Chu's cold voice traveled into the ears of the two in the tea room. Tao Feng immediately ran out to see. Really, the original location of the fountain pool has been filled in. Rhetoric, what do you think? Tao Ruizi was squatting on the ground, observing the environment of that fountain pool location with great interest, and only raised her head when she heard her brother call her name. It's no use doing anything behind Du-Ruan brother, because the bad man setup has worked. Although I don't know why the bad man wants to harm Du-Ruan brother's family. Resignation unfolds to say. Tao Chu Chu took out her book and started to record. Well, because she had to turn around and make a report to the bureau. Originally, what I set up in brother Du-Ruan's house was a pattern that repels evil and brings good fortune, but that bad guy changed it to a pattern that gathers yin and absorbs water. I didn't see that stone, and I don't know what it is, but I can feel from the residual smell that it's a yin nourishing good thing. Brother Du-Ruan originally had a bit of yin in his destiny, not as pure yang and positive as his brother, so it would have been easy to attract bad things. As a result, that Taoist man asked his brother to bring that yin-raising stone for 3 days, sort of tying brother Du-Ruan and the stone together. The place where the fountain pool is located has been changed into the eye of this yin-nurturing formation. Brother Du-Ruan personally placed the stone in the water of the fountain pool, which is water and yin, and as soon as the stone was placed, the eye of the formation was activated. So even if brother Du-Ruan had dug up the stone in the fountain pool and filled them in, it would still be useless, because the formation is complete. What happens when it's done? Why was resignation still selling out? What was wrong with his good brother? Older brother, you don't rush. Do-won brother, I say good first. I help you to fix this matter. All the restaurants under your banner I want to eat for free for a month. Tao resignation's smile can be lovely love. See in the eyes of Do-won is to let him almost 2 eyes black pass out. Resignation with your skills, even if you change one family a day, I could still be eaten bankrupt by you Do-won attempted to haggle over a price, and his eyes couldn't stop drifting to his good buddy Tao Feng and the seemingly warm-hearted Choo-Choo girl, begging for help. Tao Feng rare feel a little pity for his buddies, kindness to help bargaining, sister or we compromise, how about 2 weeks? When the old brother of face, Tao Rui nodded her head cheerfully, she was just teasing brother Do-won, after all. She didn't like the atmosphere that was a bit condensed right now, although she knew that even a month wouldn't make brother Do-won go bankrupt. Resignation is the best. Do-ruin cheered. Okay, resignation, you say it quickly. What will happen to Do-won when the formation becomes a reality? When the formation is complete, it is using brother Do-won's destiny to nourish a shadowy soul, and that nourished shadowy soul and brother Do-won's life will grow and die. What's even more powerful about this formation is that if someone who is related to brother Do-won's bloodline steps into this place, they will take over from brother Do-won from the moment they step into it, and when brother Do-won's life energy runs out, it will be the turn of the Do family member who stepped into this place to nourish him. Damn it, what kind of blood feud does the other party have with us to put us to death like this? Do-won was so angry that he was about to punch the window next to him, but Tao Ruizi caught his fist with a flash. Don't brother Do-won, if you bleed, it will speed up the passing of your life. Speaking of which, the payment for these 2 weeks of random food really isn't a loss. After all, if I hadn't left so many Tao eye patterns here before and you hadn't torn them off, according to the viciousness of this nurturing formation, you'd be just about karma'd off in another week yet. Now just week, later slowly can make up. After all, your family is a medical family. Well, Tao resignation suddenly a little regret just nodded to agree to compromise. Forget it, Tao Tai a word. Team of horses difficult to catch up. Resignation, we understand things. If you have a way, hurry up and use it. Whatever we can do, you just say it. Tao Feng looked nervous as he helped his buddy, who he thought was already as fragile as glass, to sit down on a side chair. Durango, big deal. He's not vain at all. Tao Ruizi bounced in place. Hoo-hoo, Operation Save Do-won. Let's get to work. Chapter 62. What's the next word for indecisive? Then for the first step, I'll start by eating the brats around me. Tao Feng and Do-won looked up in shock at the same time. Wait, what around brats? Eat what? Did they just hallucinate? Tao Choo-Choo twisted her head. Oh, exempt. Her good sister said leakage. Tao resigned with an innocent face. How didn't I just say that the basic function of this nurturing formation is to gather chi? Then isn't it normal for ghosts to be attracted to it? Then why isn't the first step destroying this formation? Do-won was puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to destroy the root then? Because I'm here, brother Do-won won't continue to be weak. I'll leave this formation first to attract the brats to make snacks. Tao Rulan felt that the black chi version of the whirlwind potato chips he ate that night was very good, and wanted to revisit it. Thought there would be serious reasons, but never thought it was this reason. Tao Choo-Choo, from the mouth of the resignation, seems to be very reasonable. Look, never mind. She is a good girl, happy on the good. Dim sum? What snacks? Tao Feng and Do-won both wondered if they were too nervous and hallucinating. For the time being, not thinking about the word snacks just mentioned, Tao Feng asked with nervous eyes, then Do-won won't be weakened anymore means? Okay, you guys don't worry about it. Tao Rui waved her hand to let her oldest brother and Do-won brother relax, and was about to go out to solve the brat when her sister pulled the back of her neck collar, pulling it to one side and whispering. Tao Feng and Do-won just watched as Tao Rui couldn't stop nodding and blanching. What is there that the two of them as brothers can't listen to? Full of overflowing self-confidence, Tao Rui shook back. To Do-won is a meal output. Do-won brother, not I say you before the body out of the problem. You only think of from the medical point of view to solve. How do you not think of from other scientific means? Come on, you answer me a question. What era is it now? Medium technology era. Earth 2 Blue Star era 333 years. Do-won was confused but answered quite quickly. Right, so why haven't you thought of a phrase? Come on, answer my second question. What's the next phrase for not deciding when things are going wrong? Do-won looked at Tao Feng and Tao Choo-Choo for help, and received a unanimous and synchronized twist of their heads. Good, none of them could be relied on. Just have to shake my head honestly. When in doubt, quantum mechanics. Tao Choo-Choo, did she just teach her sister that? This free play freely made her a little flustered. First of all, this raising array, its basic principle is also skillfully used between the magnetic field, the relationship between the quantum, chi, Ghosts are also a manifestation of an abnormal magnetic energy. Just a lot of people don't understand the scientific reasoning contained in this. Tao Chu Chu gratifyingly looked at his own good sister. Really good. The authority science pamphlet content memorized very familiar. And we are very powerful professionals. We have specialized equipment that can eliminate the harm of this abnormal magnetic field to Brother Du Ruan. So Brother Du Ruan, just put 100 hearts. There is me. Oh no, there is my sister. No accidents. Tao Ruru emphasized again and again. Her little look was very serious. Du Ruan, if he didn't lose his memory. Rhetoric just said something about eating the brats, right? Tao Ruiji said righteously, physics you do not learn, language you do not understand? It's just a metaphor, a technique. To say that eating it is also a metaphor. It's just a way to destroy those abnormal energies. It's very scientific. Crossing her arms, she was tired of talking so much. Science, science, science. Awesome, awesome. Tao Feng frantically made eyes at his best buddy. Du Ruan managed to receive it, although he didn't understand it, but now that the atmosphere was here, he could only reply forcefully, right, rhetoric has a point. It must be because I read too little. Tao Rui nodded her head in satisfaction. Very good. The progress of science and technology work is on another level. Today she is another good in Great Tao Tai. Reward for doing good +1. I continue to say the second step, that is, old brother go to find a decoration team. To reload the layout of the house once again, do not pay attention to, we play a main surprise, casual, this is not in a hurry, old brother, you can start tomorrow, so where am I going to stay? No, dude, you've got so many villas and stuff in your name, whatever, anyway, don't come to my house. Tao Feng was speechless, on this kid's style of casual womanizing, he would not let this buddy go home, and then bring back his two sisters will be miserable. Du Ruan who still really wants to go to Tao's house to live, okay bah. Then I'll tell my parents that the house is being renovated, so they won't come back first. Tao Rui pulled her sister quietly to one side and whispered, sister, then you'll sneak the Tao Dai sticker produced by the authority to Brother Du Ruan at that time. Tao Chu Chu nodded her head, she definitely struck out without God knowing. Step 3, now all of you except me and my sister. Get out of here. That's right, the third step is to get rid of the people. They can't just be exposed when they work, clear the area before they start. When Du Ruan was pulled away by Tao Feng, he still heard Tao Rui's super loud voice behind him. Brother Du Ruan, read more books and newspapers ow. Being exported by resignation so repeatedly, he really didn't feel much fear anymore, and decided to go back to study the field of physics. And the person left after Tao Feng with a relaxed body. Before Du Ruan left, Tao Rui, who had silently eaten the black aura from his body, smiled faintly and hid his work deeply. The infrared light shows that there are no more living things nearby. Resignation we can start working. Tao Chu Chu pulled out 3 instruments from her incoming backpack and placed them on the ground before clicking the automation work button. The instruments instantly wove a semicircular cover with a radius of 800 meters. The magnetic field energy isolation cover is set up. Rhetoric you can start. Okay. Tao Rui happily ran to the fountain pool there, gently stepped on the formation eye. Instantly the huge black gas rushed up to the sky, was blocked by the energy cover Tao Chu Chu had just set up, only to scatter in a spreading rush within the energy cover. Tao Ruizi gently tore open an opening in the energy shield, his right hand stretched out and slightly closed, as if the ghosts around Du Ruan's house had received some kind of strong call. The ghostly bodies were involuntarily pulled towards Tao Ruizi and flew over, slightly back 2 steps. Tao Ruizi let the ghosts through the mouth. A time Du Ruan home yard is a ghost crowded ghosts full of people. See this Tao Ruizi excited. Come on, her whirlwind potato chips, she is going to begin to cackle. Tao Chu Chu did not expect. Her good sister actually eat black gas also ate a new pattern. Looking toward her good sister a steady stream of cyclone potato chips, she really hate to take a camera to shoot down as a souvenir. The next time or ask the ear mice to ask if there is such a device it. Hiccup it was pretty good. Tao Rui looked up at her sister with an insatiable look on her face. The neighborhood, as well as the house is cleaned up. Tao Chu Chu instantly withdrew the energy shield and recycled the machine. So are we going home now? There's no hurry. Sister, we're going to find the Taoist. There's a clue in those just now? Yes. Tao Chu Chu looked at her good sister's face the stinky and dejected. Knew that person could not get well. Chapter 63, we've met an ancestor. Resignation. Are we heading northwest? Tao Chu Chu pulled Tang Miao, who happened to be in the neighborhood, over to help, and sat in the passenger side and probed back to ask her good sister. Opened the window. Lying in the window Tao Rui's nose for a moment shrugged. Well, Sister Miao you continue to drive forward. Go forward and then that is the funeral parlor side of the wow. Tang Miao more and more open the more speechless. This small rhetoric said accurate or not. It is difficult not that Taoist himself cannot think of their own buried himself. No, not until there. just a mile ahead and stop. As soon as the car stopped, Tao Ruizi jumped down, ran into the roadside grove, took out a small shovel and began to dig. Tang Miao while taking out a large shovel from the back box, distributing one to Tao Chu Chu, and taking one for himself, while his heart kept spitting out, "Really owe these two sisters in their previous life. I'm doing a good job of investigating the case and looking for someone, and had to come and say that the person they're chasing right now and the one we're investigating may be the same set of people, and the leader of the group just so agreed to loan me out to help out. Forget about it. Who let me be a good person who is passionate about the cause? Why don't we dig deeper? Just dig a shallow layer, and then change the place to dig again? Little rhetoric, do you want to give me a hint?" Tang Miao wiped the sweat from his head, his mouth dry. "Sister Miao, it's not that I don't want to say I don't know exactly what it is. I'll find out later. You can dig further to the right. It's not deep, just about 20 centimeters. Miaozi, I know you're tired, so I'll treat you to dinner later." And you're so embarrassed to be smiling. You weren't even a little embarrassed when you called me here. You, sisters talking about this hurt feelings, dinner or not, eat. Tang Miao grunted in displeasure. She went to eat with Xiao Rui and it would be nice to fish for a fan to eat. Sister Miao, don't move. This is it. Tao Rui fiercely scurried over from the left, shielding Tang Miao, and the Tao Tai breath instantly poured out, suppressing the reptile that had burrowed out from underneath, causing it to stagnate and not move, as if it had instantly entered hibernation. In a hurry I forgot. Dealing with reptiles, Sister Miao, you are an expert. This is not your specialty. As soon as Tao Rui reacted, she instantly felt that her sister was really prescient. Actually invited over to help the person who was Sister Tang Miao. Tang snake lineage can be said to be their old ancestor. Miao sister to deal with some mortal reptiles. This is not a small meaning in a small meaning it. She'll just be secretly lazy. He. Sister Tang, this direction is the Qian position, which represents the sky. The other party is bold enough to actually arrange this kind of reptile in the Qian position. Then the Kuan, Jun, Sun, Can, Li, Burgundy, and 2A positions in the back. There must be all of them. The other party must be not small, to make such a big bureau. She had seen such a diagram once before in the divine realm, and wanted to steal to learn it but was also arrested and punished by the emperor for copying the book, saying that it was incomparably evil, and could not be stolen without authorization, and then the emperor taught her in person. Resignation. Is this kind of reptile very unusual? Tao Chu Chu looked at the reptile that had already been grabbed by Tang Miao and put into a special transparent jar. This thing looked like it was very poisonous. Qian represents heaven. Kuan represents the earth. Jun represents thunder. Sun represents wind. Can represents water. Li represents fire. Burgundy represents mountain. 2A represents Zay. These 8 are formed according to the yin and yang changes of nature, and this in the place of the dead long sleep, to suck the yin chi for living reptiles. Living people encounter non-death or injury. If you get to put into this 8 trigrams orientation, this reptile will become an excellent tonic. The yin energy of the reptile itself will cooperate with the formation, supplying it to the formation's designated object, the counterpart, while the formation will suck the anger of another person, forming a yin and yang cyclic momentum, and in the end, the person who is sucked up will live eternally as the puppet of the person who is being replenished. The other party is really too careful and too safe. Right, Brother Du Ruan's family's formation already has this function, so why is there still one set up here? Can't figure it out. Brother Du Ruan's family's Qi and Yin time destiny, is it that good? How many people can be supplied to use it? To have such double insurance? Tao Rui felt that her brain cells were running out. She really wanted to go home and lie down. This kind of thing that couldn't be solved by eating and eating was too unsuitable for her. Tao Chu Chu had been silent since a while ago, and only after rhetoric had finished, did she hesitantly raise a sentence. What if the person behind this is not trying to target Du Ruan? Maybe it's the Tao family that they want to target? When Tao Rui, who was already about to lie down on the tree, heard this, he immediately straightened his back with an incredulous face. Rhetoric, can you tell from this formation now that the other party is locking onto the Du Ruan family? Not really. Formations aren't my area of expertise. Boss White Zephyr knows it better. Tao Chu Chu did not hesitate for a moment, instantly hit the video communication over. By Zay seconds to pick up. Resignation. What happened? Tao Chu Chu and Tang Miao's brains went blank for a moment when they heard Boss Bai ask this in the first sentence. Bai Zay reacted in time to the fact that there were still Tang Miao around, and busily adjusted his tone. What happened? Oh, so the white boss is feeling resigned to make a mess. What to him to clean up? Tang Miao scratched his head and laughed a little. Only Tao Chu Chu feel a little strange. Resignation. What mess that is also her Tao family to deal with. Off the white boss. What things. But now the situation is urgent. Tao Chu Chu suppressed this strange feeling. Thoughts turned back to the main event. Boss bye. Take a look at this formation. Can you lock on to whose scent is being sucked? Bai Zai straightened up and got close to the video page, his brows tightening the more he looked at it. Chu Chu was right in her suspicions. It's not the Du family that's locked here, but the Tao family. You guys recover that formation of the Du family and send it to me. I'll get back to you guys later. Tao Chu Chu immediately sent it over. And then Tang Miao grabbed all the reptiles in all directions and shut them up, leaving the black chi for Tao to absorb and digest. When Bai Zai called, Tao Rui had just finished eating and wiping her mouth with a pleasant look on her face, and seeing as her sister was still busy, she reached over and answered Bai Zai's communication request. Looking at Tao Rui's heartlessly happy face, Bai Zai's tightly wrinkled brows suddenly relaxed a lot. Where's Chu Chu and Tang Miao? Call them over to listen together. Boss White, we're all here. The Du family's formation is bright, and the formation here is dark. In actuality, bright is false and dark is true. What the other party really wants to do is to first utilize the Du family's chi to nourish it, and when something happens to the Du family, the Tao family, which has been friends with the Du family for generations, will definitely intervene. The moment the Tao family stepped into the Du family, this formation in the woods began to operate. What they ultimately want is the Tao family's monstrous chi. Only the Tao family's chi can satisfy their energy needs for nourishment. The current information, at least, is this. The Tao family members who stepped into the Du family. Is that old brother in danger? Tao Rui finally heard and understood. Then isn't her old brother going to be finished? She has to hurry back to save him. Don't worry. It's not that they didn't expect that the person who stepped into the Tao family also had you. The Taotia's own pressure has a natural restraint on evil things. Plus you immediately broke the Du family's array, and also found your way here to the grove to capture the energy reptiles of the array. So now these two arrays can be said to be completely useless. But you guys have to be careful. The man behind the curtain must have gotten the message, and there's no telling what he'll do next. Tao Chu Chu slapped the car. Those who can anticipate every step the Du family takes must be extremely familiar with the Du family. Let's start here. She doesn't espouse the rule of inaction. She goes with the rule of man. Chapter 64, Rhetoric, without me? Leave the investigation of the Du family to me. Tang Miao looked up in surprise. Wasn't Boss Bai very busy? How come he would still take the initiative to take on tasks? Tao Rui immediately nodded her head. Yes, sister. We haven't gone to catch that bad Taoist yet. Tao Chu Chu nodded. Then there's no time to lose. Resignation. Miaozi, let's set off right away. Tang Miao had already started the car and was waiting. You two are the most abrasive. Get in the car now. 2 more kilometers to the left. Turn left. Then go straight for 5 kilometers. Tao Rui looked at the direction, while frantically ingesting the snacks and dried food prepared for her by her sister. Now she is very experienced. Usually in this case out of the mission, 100% cannot eat a serious meal. Can only be inserted into the air to eat something? It's not easy to work part-time. Resignation sigh. Oh, carrot, oh, arrive. This? How come Kyoto still has this kind of abandoned warehouse? Tang Miao took out his equipment and started scanning it, and Tao Chu Chu took out her pocket drone and put it in. Look at this image. There are quite a few people here. There are 2 more floors in the warehouse basement. Resignation with me or with you? Tao Chu Chu warmed up in place and looked at Tang Miao with an amused expression. You let me off the hook. Xiao Ruizi will still be craving for my worthless shell, and you're letting me be alone with her? If you want to send me away, just say so. I don't blame you. Tang Miao felt his hands itching. Occasionally he really couldn't suppress the urge to punch these 2 sisters. Tao Chu Chu cat body into the warehouse. Tang Miao slipped to the side, quietly hit a hole and drilled in. As for Tao Ruizi, on the face of a confused look at the 2 sisters, so went in, raised his hand and wanted to call, but the shadow of the people have not seen called back. Tao Rui, sisters, haven't you ever considered one thing? She, an ancient Tao Tai, did not accept the modern latent body method to go in. How is not one with her to bring in? Then forget it. Then she free play. Anyway, can go in to catch people on the line. Possibly paralyzed by Tao Rui's usual high force value performance. None of Tao Chu Chu and Tang Miao really remembered this. By the time the 2 of them remembered, a rushing sound came from the main door of the warehouse. It's broken. The 2 returned at the same time. Where's Rhetoric? Tao Chu Chu frantically prayed in her heart that the noise at the door was not created by her good sister. Although she knew in her heart that it was a very remote possibility, she only hoped that her good sister was safe. Tao Chu Chu and Tang Miao came to the door. We saw the courageous little Speech was surrounded by 24 men in black. Speech a punch to fly a fist to fly a fist. Even after 3, feel not too much, but also from the side of the pile of debris lifted up a diameter of 1 person can embrace a wooden pillar, and then bang a pillar smashed away. Several people. Tang Miao, the image of the little dwarf violently beating up the strong men is too beautiful, and Tao Chu Chu in the distance to the eyes, your sister do not go down to help her? Tao Chu Chu returned a look of who are you looking down on, and turned her head towards the basement. Rhetoric in the front door attracted the majority of the firepower. The instrument shows that the basement is suspected of someone tied up. She must hurry down. Tao Rui was keenly aware that her sister and Miao's sister's aura were far away, which meant that by default she was talking with her fists. In that case, let's make it bigger. I am here. Why don't you come out? After Tao Rui knocked down the last man in black, he would put his hands behind his back after a heavy pressure, trying to stifle his laughter and act like an inscrutable, worldly man. Laughing rats, munchkins, thinking she won't know if you hide on the second floor. Unbridled. The old Taoist is here. Where did the junior come from to pretend to be a god? A middle-aged Taoist leapt down from the second floor, a thick black gas still lingering around him. Exemption. It's a bit interesting. Is this the bad Taoist who tried to harm Brother Duluan and their Taoist family? Chapter 65. Rhetoric storms out. What's your name? The old Taoist's name is Huang, a name you are not qualified to know. Oh, old Huang Dao. Taoist Huang was Tao Rui's angry white beard floated upwards, was about to have a fit, and then try to put the fire pressure down. The eyes cannot help but measure. The heart secretly think, this little girl single-handedly, a person to wish the general arrangement of the bodyguards basically dry waste. The hand of the Shinmen Kung Fu seems not bad. I do not know if there is no backhand. He is still careful for the top. Tao Ruizi was also sizing up the yellow Taoist. The black chi around his body was thick. His hands were stained with a lot of human lives. Even if he wasn't the one who harmed Du Ruan's brother in Tao's family, he must have been a purely bad person, and the blackness of his seal hull was the right thing to do. Encountered her. Can this yellow old Taoist not have a bloodbath? At this point in time, Tao Chu Chu and Tang Miao had already finished exploring the underground floor and found many chemical instruments, including no less than 5 distillation devices. The scanner that Tang Miao carried also scanned out the residual blood reaction on the glowing white operating table. Damn! What the hell did these guys do? I also don't know the situation on Resignation's side. Let's grab the probe, Tao Chu Chu said and ran down the stairs at a fast pace ahead of the others. Hey, why did you stop? Not anxious? Someone you cannot beat? Can't be, just all the way over. You are not all one move to fix it. I am happy to be idle, Tang Miao said turning out from behind Tao Chu Chu, also froze on the spot. A man was covered in blood, half kneeling and locked in the middle of the room, with a pungent chemical odor still surrounding him. What's this? 3 groups of chilblains. Shilu, quickly wake up. Tang Miao rushed forward and hurriedly stuffed an emergency medicine produced by the authority into his mouth. Isn't this waif on vacation? Why is he here? Well, Shilu opened her eyes in a daze, and when she saw the person in front of her, her pupils widened violently, her tone carrying unbelief and hijacking. Sister Miao, it's you. It's me, silly boy. What's with the vacation mix-up? Tao Chu Chu carefully observed the surroundings and after confirming that no one was around, she immediately took out her soft whip and broke the chains on Chilu's body with 2 swishes. Hurry up and go. I'll break the back. Tang Miao directly picked up Chilu in a princess hug, and Chilu's face instantly burst into red as she stammered. Meow. Sister Meow. There's no need for this. I can walk by myself. At this rate you're going, it's better if you don't slow us down. Oh, Chilu had a face of a grieved little daughter-in-law like, looking at Tang Miao, forehead black line straight down. How is this person's character still like this? Making it seem like she's forcing Liang to be the bad guy for that or something. Oh, the moment Chilu was rescued, the yellow Taoist immediately sensed it and became furious, pointing at Tao Rui's nose and spraying. The vertical sun is insolent. How dare you take away the person I want? Saying that, his hands quickly formed a seal, wanting to set up an attack formation to deal with Tao Ruizi. Tao Ruizi pouted and tilted her head. Obviously this person does not know how to be polite. Pointing at her with his hand, as a good citizen, Tao Ruizi decided to teach this old man how to do the 2 words love the young. The yellow Taoist nodded halfway, felt a piece of black shadow above his head quickly cast down, surprised to look up, and came face to face with Tao Rui's evil smile, and a solid stick. The stick was replaced in passing as she rushed forward, smaller and accurate in the face, staring at a clearly visible red stick mark. Taoist Huang was furious and raised his hand to cut his palm. Even if I can't beat you, you guys won't be able to snatch the person I want so easily. Before Tao Rui could react, the warehouse suddenly shook the ground. Sister, this old Taoist wanted to smash the warehouse. Damn! Tao Rui's eyes instantly turned into vertical pupils. His body's aura skyrocketed. With a fierce and vicious face, he instantly moved towards the yellow Taoist, his hands floating with golden light and black chi, swinging out with a thunderous momentum. She was going to crush this old Taoist. Huang Laodao looked at this red-eyed Tao Rui, couldn't care less about the offense rushing towards him, was shocked by the red eyes and stayed on the spot. You're not a human being. Damn! That man in black said he can't be hard with the girl with red eyes and vertical pupils.
It's really too late to remember now. Tao Chu and Tang Miao, who had brought Qilu with him, escaped from the underground staircase with great difficulty, and when they appeared in Tao Rui's field of vision, old Taoist Huan was already lying on the ground in a dying state. Sister! Tao Rui was the first to notice her sister's location, and darted over to Tao Chu's side, burying herself headfirst into Tao Chu's embrace, grunting in aggravation. Tao Chu heartbreakingly touched her good sister's head. Resignation must be worried bad. Even the transformation of the eyes cannot be collected back to normal. Dig fun. This person actually managed to stay alive? Tang Miao went up to check it out, only to realize that it was a body protector. Where did you get a protective artifact that is so powerful that it can block Resignation's storming blow? Tang Miao had one hand free to contact the other members of Group 2 to come over and clean up the aftermath. Chu, you and Dictionary will watch over this old Taoist here. And later on, my group leader Baishi will bring a team over to meet you. I'll first take Qilu back to the station to heal his wounds. Okay, be careful on the road. Chapter 66, More arrogant than her? Yada yada yada. You're Chu in rhetoric, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Baishi, the leader of the second group. The heavily armed and tall woman slowly walked over with the second group. Shimu and Lei Curl walked over to Huang Lao Dao. The two of them carried the stretcher and put the still breathless Huang Lao Dao on it. It looked like the two of them were walking away with inner peace, but they were actually making frantic eye contact, digging for fun. Resignation is so strong. Fortunately, we have a good relationship with the Chushur sisters. This time the credit is our second group. A group can only spoon some soup. What are you fooling around for? Work hard. The two were each sent ahead of chestnuts by the perceptive Baishi. The ear mice are scanning in all directions, and when they walk to Tao Ruizi's side, they still wonder when Ruizi has become so introverted, and doesn't even raise his head to say hello. Just as she was thinking about it, her team leader Baishi spoke up. Resignation is actually a shy nature? This is really different from what I've heard. Little cici. Raise your head and say hello to your sister. So annoying. Tao Rui was enjoying being pampered in her sister's arms, and one or two of them were annoying her. The white quail bloodline, not that she hadn't eaten it before, actually dared to molest her as well. Make more noise and I'll eat you. Tao Ruyue raised his head impatiently, and the red light of the vertical pupils that hadn't yet changed back to normal eyes scared Baishi, who was probing curiously, into backing away sharply. Baishi patted her chest in shock. She believed that Tang Miao was almost eaten by this little Tao Dai. The palpitations brought to her by those eyes just now were still slow to dissipate, and the prey suppression was truly terrifying. Don't be rude, Tao Rui was told off by his sister, and then he aggressively shrunk back into Tao Chu's arms and continued humming. Team leader, the follow-up is taken care of, so we can go back to the station and interrogate that old Taoist. Don't forget, there's also Qilu, who also needs to get a good understanding of the situation and what's really going on. When Baishi walked out of the gate, he purposely stayed a distance away from Tao Rui, fearing that he would get in a hurry again. In the authorities' medical room, Qilu was lying on a bed, his essence noticeably better than when he was first rescued. Tao Chu stood aside and assisted Baishi in the conversation. Didn't I apply for a vacation? My brother is about to take the entrance exam, so I thought I'd go find him and give him a pep talk. Qilu just started to say it with a bereft look on her face. As a result, when I went to the school, his classmates said that he hadn't come to class for 3 days and hadn't asked the teacher for leave, so I suspected that something had happened to my brother. I made excuses to stay at the school for a day, and finally I found a clue. My brother was taken by extraordinary human means, and I followed the trail to the warehouse where you guys rescued me. I was thinking of coming back to the station to get backup when I lost consciousness, and when I woke up I'd been locked in that room. It's like I'd been injected with something. I'm groggy every day. I just feel like a syringe has been inserted into me every now and then, and it feels like I'm having blood drawn. Exempt. Team leader, asked about that old Taoist. It turns out that he captured Qilu for the power of Qilu's bloodline. Bloodline power? Tao Chu looked up in confusion. Tao Rui was obediently eating the homemade energy blueberry cranberry cookies that Baishi had sent in order to strike up a good relationship with Rui, and raised his head to answer his sister when he heard this. Qilu was from the red quail lineage, and the red quail is a kind of foreign fish from ancient times, with a human face, and a voice just like that of the mandarin ducks, so it can be eaten to cure illnesses. Resignation knows so much. Tao Chu's face was proud, and her hand naturally renewed the cookies for her good sister. Tao resigned with a face of stinky-ass look up to accept the sister's praise. That's not. She has eaten it before. Baishi, so, the old Taoist is trying to cure the disease? Yes, team leader, he has a granddaughter who was born weak, and he captured Qilu to cure his granddaughter. Nope. What about posing to harm the Tao Hindu families? He didn't say anything about that? Tao Chu's brows furrowed. This person didn't tell the truth?
Bai Shi and Tao Chu Chu glanced at each other and said in unison, "What about the matter of Qilu's brother?"
"Oh, he didn't even say."
"Ah, this means that the bad old Taoist is going to eat Qilu and his brother in order to save his granddaughter?" Tao Rui's brain finally came online and reacted. This is simply more arrogant than her ah. In contrast, she is really a law-abiding good citizen ah. Tao Ruizi proudly crossed her waist. Tao Chu Chu was speechless. "Sister, can we not compare ourselves with trash?" She was right. Her good sister was just great. Great, great, great. "Qilu, get some rest. We're going out." Walking to the safety of her office, Tao Chu Chu looked at Baishi. "You found out too, right?" The crowd was puzzled. What kind of riddle was this? Baishi laughed and spoke out to clear up the confusion. "Qilu betrayed us." "What? Qilu? Impossible. I didn't realize that the excited person was actually Tang Miao." "Right, oh. If I'm tied up, sister will definitely be worried ah." Tao Ruizi uttered a sentence with a simple face, causing Baishi to look twice more. Could it be that little Ruizi is the type that is as wise as a fool? "So what do you guys say? What do we do next?" "That old Taoist refuses to keep recruiting again." Tang Miao sat down disheveledly in his chair. "Since Akaru mentioned school, let's go along with him and check out his brother's school." Hoo! Wrap it up. Let's eat." Tao Ruizi stuffed all the cookies in her hand into her mouth and rushed to Baize's office, remembering to collect her reward for her good deed this time. Chapter 67 You tricked me. Yes. Tao family dinner table. Tao Grandpa and Grandpa Tang constantly sighing. Tao Grandma endured and endured. Still did not hold back. Reached out and poked Tao Grandpa's shoulder hard. "Sigh what? You say sigh what? Granddaughter is not back. Go out and busy a few days you two have been sighing. Make me and Meow Meow cannot eat." "Really? Pouring appetite you two. What Chin Chin said is right. If you two can't eat, go to the side. Don't touch people's mold here." This time Grandma Tang wasn't gentle anymore, coldly glaring at Grandpa Tang, her hands vigorously tearing open the bun. "Don't meddle ah. I'm not looking at resignation and Chu in. I eat all fragrant." Grandpa Tao pleasingly started to pinch Grandma Tao's shoulders and hands, and then turned his head to look at Father Tao and Tao Feng. I say you too. Why do you stay at home all day? Tao Lingxiu, how do I see you are not as career-minded as your daughter-in-law and your two daughters? You see you let your daughter-in-law worry every day. And you, Tao Feng, you're getting old. When are you going to bring my granddaughter-in-law back to meet people?" Just after saying that, the gazes of the four old men on the table all looked at the two of them, Tao Lingxiu and Tao Feng. It's definitely a case of anger. The hand that deflects conflicts, Grandpa/Dad he, forever doing so skillfully it. Tao Feng just wanted to say something, did not expect just in the same victim camp. Tao father immediately changed his face, that is, Tao Feng, not I say you cannot every day in the company is busy. I see the Du family that boy knows a lot of beautiful women. Let him introduce you to introduce ah. Dad, you traitor, ah, Chu. Resignation, you guys come back quickly. Tao Feng could not resist, wailed and covered his ears and fell on the table. Weak, pitiful, want sister. Tao Rui, who was being read by Tao Feng, was sitting in the authorities' dining hall, wiggling his feet with anticipation, waiting for Bai Zhe to make the meal and bring it up. On the side were the members of Team 2 and Tao Chu Chu who were eating normal meals produced by the dining hall. The speed of the food in Baishi's hand was creeping up. She had to eat faster so she wouldn't miss the spectacle of watching Xiao Ruizi eat Boss Bai's cooking later. Coming. The crowd instantly looked up. Too excited did not control the volume of the voice of the year mice instantly cats down to the bottom of the table. Quietly probed and found that everyone's attention is in the walk over the white boss body, before gently exhaled a breath. So close, almost social death. Tao Rui watched Bai Zhe actually come up with both hands carrying a dish tray. And there were actually 3 dishes on the dish tray. Tao Rui rubbed his hands together. So looking forward to it. Against this little Taotia's regal and excited eyes, Bai Zhe put down the dish plate with a calm face and very calmly lifted the cover from left to right in turn. The light in Tao Rui's eyes just gradually, went out with Bai Zhe's movements. Silence in the room. The year mice who had just taken the best seat for the show made an effort to stick their heads out and look at the food. This, so plain, cold zucchini, cold fungus, cold skinny eggs. This is a little bit different from the big meal that Rhetoric has been looking forward to for a long time. The year mice looked at Tao Ruizi with both hands clenched tightly into fists, and her mind had already begun to think about her escape route after Ruizi stormed out. Tao Chu Chu and Baishi, who also saw the color of the dishes and others at this time, were not daring to breathe loudly and not daring to move their eyelids a bit. Splat! The stainless steel dish cover had just been flung to the floor by a small hand, the twisted look announcing that it had reached the end of its useful life. You tricked me! Super loud. Disgusted that he wasn't tall enough, Tao Rui stood up on the chair and condescendingly pointed a finger at Bai Zhe. I'm pissed off. Bai Zhe looked at Tao Rui, who was so angry that his hair was about to explode.
he almost laughed out, and narrowly held back. Yes, Rui, is this going to hit me? Chapter 68, Explosive Modification of Muscleman. And you laugh. Tai is going to be furious. The color of the food is plain even if Tao Rui resignation is not a picky eater, but this contains the spiritual chi are not 1/10 of the previous tonic soup. Perfunctory. This is a proper perfunctory her. Hot gasp. What to do? She can't fight. Cannot endure. Not steamed buns to fight for breath. Today she is going to fight for her life. Looking at the person being teased by him to blow up. Bai Zai only spoke out to explain, you will also have to accompany your sister to go on a mission later. The last time so complimentary is not suitable for you, or else you will have to fall asleep again after eating it, and not be able to help your sister to be busy. Won't you be sad? Tao Rui, who had just decided to rush a hand to sneak a slap at Bai Zai, was instantly smoothed over. After thinking about it for a while, it seems like it makes sense to talk about it, right? If I can't help my sister, she won't be happy. Then you can't. Don't worry. What's not enough today? I definitely won't forget in the future and make up enough for you. Bai Zai passed his chopsticks to Tao Rui, trying to suppress the curve of his mouth. Eat first. I'll bring you some more ordinary meals. Eat your fill before you go out. That's fine. You remember, otherwise I won't work. Tao Ruizi took the chopsticks and buried her head to start eating. So speechless. By the white boss shameless to the white stream immediately lowered his head and Tao Chuchu to say in the ear, this sister of yours, as if not very smart look was sold and also counted the money. Looked at his own good sister with so smooth hair and also eat very happy Tao Chuchu. Her stupid sister really reassuring it. White boss something teasing her good sister with teasing kittens like, look at the situation is very skillful. Resignation every reaction was pinpointed to death. The reason is also so sufficient. Let her want to be angry to resignation to get back the scene are unable to do so. Boss White, is it usually like this? Tao Chuchu decided it was better to ask the bureau's old man and gossip king. Ear mice answered in seconds. White boss absolutely hold bat it. Usually our official business. There is humanistic care is also the boss of the subordinates. It's hard to believe that the white boss think it's rare to meet a child who can appreciate the charm of his cuisine. As a forgotten friend? Forgotten friends? Bai Zai, who was in the back kitchen, instantly pinched and popped an onion. Very well, ear mice. Where is he old? He's obviously young and strong. I'll give your second group a processing later. By she who suddenly had a coldness behind her back. Why do I feel that something is not right? Forget it, it's probably because I've been too nervous lately. Well, hurry up and finish eating. Let's go to Cho Ainan's house first. Ottoman, the leader of the third group? Tao Chuchu looked sideways, her eyes puzzled. Yes, I thought that Akaru was at least a member of their group, and if something happened to a member of the group, the leader of the group should know about it. As a result, I couldn't get in touch with this guy since just now, so I guess he's addicted to his art again and can't get out of it. We'll just go directly to his house later. Bai she shook her head breathlessly and picked up a glass of sparkling water and drank it ton. This is Cho and Anne's home? Just after getting out of the car, Tao Rui was so shocked that she almost sprayed the cola in her mouth. Did he sleep in an art gallery? This looks like an art gallery. He says it's his personal preference. We can only respect it. I'm looking forward to it. It must be a gentle and temperamental artistic beauty sister. Tao Rui held her sister's hand and followed the crowd in with a look of anticipation. Beautiful sister? Tao Chuchu, who had read the crowd's files, but smiled. As soon as you enter the door, you can hear the 3D stereo loop of the piano, sometimes high-pitched and impassioned, sometimes crisp and thin, and finally gradually low and soothing, so soft that people want to fall asleep on the spot. None. The sound of the zither stopped abruptly at the sound of Baishi's voice. Yeah, it's Baishi. Opening the door from the house, a 1'9" muscle-bound man in a tight undershirt appeared in front of the crowd. Come on in and sit down. I must have not heard from you guys again this time for you to come up to my house looking for me. What is it this time? Xiaowen invited the crowd into the room, greeted and sat down, and had the robot serve tea. From just a face of confused Tao Rui resigned, sat down to drink a cup of tea, only as struck by lightning, stumbled to stand up and grabbed Baishi shaking. What did you say? You said who was the Ottoman? Ottoman pointed at herself. Ottoman, me, unable to bear the burden. Tao Ruizi covered the small heart flopping to the ground. Hopeless, she is hopeless, her careful heart is broken all over the place, sticking not to come back. Oh, tea to the power of tea, her music genius gentle temperament sweet beauty sister burst changed into a big tall muscle man Chapter 69 Grandpa Tao waved his hand and engaged up. What are you saying? Qilu isn't like that, he must have some hard feelings, hiding something doesn't mean he's really betraying. Maybe the person behind it held his brother hostage and threatened him. Xiaoanan's face was hurt, and the tea in his hand turned cold. Just like his heart right now. Baishi, don't be anxious for a while. We also hope it's like this. But things have to rely on evidence. Next we are going to his brother's school to investigate. What do you say on your side? I'm fully cooperating with your operation. The vice president of Chilu's brother's school happens to be a relative of my most recent blind date, so I'll ask her to help me out and let you blend in. There's a problem. It might be harder for me in resignation because we've been on variety shows, so there might be some students who recognize us. That wasn't a boast. Fan Yue said that their fan base was not a small percentage of the student population. Then the others will be exchange students, inserted into different classes, and you in resignation will be teacher intern assistants. Could be. The crowd unanimously approved, and Xiao Anan immediately went out to call and make arrangements, returning a few minutes later to say, "It's done, so you guys can report tomorrow. As for Chilu, I'll go talk to him again today." When she walked out of Xiao Anan's house, Tao Rui whispered to her sister, "Sister, we're going to continue to work tomorrow. Are we going home today?" "Back. Going out is going out. We'll go back when we can." The family is definitely worried. Tao Chu Chu, who had been on a mission alone before, felt that having this feeling of having someone at home thinking about you really made the world feel beautiful. "Come on, go back soon and you can still catch dinner. I'll send a message to my old brother to ask him to prepare something delicious." Tao Ruizi was as happy as chicken blood when she heard that she was going back. Received the news Tao Feng, the corner of the mouth directly grinned to the back of the head. "Hate to take the speaker everywhere blah 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 resignation back Chu Chu come back but in the end still pretended to be reserved to go to find the grandfather. Very calmly said a sentence. Chu Chu said that he would be back for dinner tonight, so he won't be going out tonight. Wifey, move it. Old Tang. And you, Tao Lingxiu, Tao Feng, quickly go and talk to the back kitchen." It was as if the Tao family had suddenly turned from a calm lake into a hot and bustling night market. Yes, the real night market. When Tao Ruizi and Tao Chu Chu went home, the car drove all the way through the main courtyard without stopping, and Tao Ruizi was still wondering, "Don't you want to eat in the main courtyard today? Two little ladies, please get out of the car." Tao Ruizi just got off the car. What wonder, all left behind. Her eyes see is a whole night market. The long night market stalls, the colorful stall light signs, the various large and small banners, the enthusiastic yelling of the vendors, and the four old men and Tao's father and mother, Tao Feng, who were already dressed as tourists. Sister, charge! Holding Tao Chu Chu's hand, Tao Rui spread her feet and ran over furiously. "Wow, Grandma and Grandpa and Grandma and Grandpa, you guys are really awesome. I'll have this, and this." Tao Ruizi frantically ordered food. Iron plate big squid, baked durian with cheese, popping spicy crawfish, octopus small balls, baked king crab legs with green mustard, grilled cold noodles, fried rice cakes, through and through. "Okay, you'll see, right away." Today, the backroom chef is also very devoted to being a hawker. A few people huddled together at a small table with a tabletop full of food, eating feverishly and uncontrollably. "Really don't say. I haven't eaten octopus meatballs with such big octopus legs outside nah." Tao Feng, who loved octopus, had already eaten 3 plates of octopus dumplings. Tao Ruizi drizzled the 20 skewers of roast beef in his hand with a bit of wet hot sauce, and finished them all off in one bite with an ow wow. Eating meat in one big bite is awesome. "Boss, hurry up with the garlic eggplant and tinfoil mushrooms." Tao's mother, who loved green vegetables and barbecue, ate a lot, and her forehead was sweating. Tao Rui did not say anything. She was buried in eating baked sweet potatoes, wet fried beef river, chopped pepper fish head, hot and sour bullfrogs, roasted pig brain flour, spicy loose leaf crab, charcoal grilled lamb ribs. Taro head are going to be rinsed hot full of taro lax, oversized portions of stinky tofu, salted and sweet soybean flours, mandarin duck sesame seed paste. Tao Chu Chu just ate a bowl of noodles and ate a papaya stewed bird's nest before stopping eating, and quietly kept handing her good sister freshly made food on the side. Next door, Grandma Tao was eating the incredibly tender fooding pork slices. Grandma Tang, on the other hand, loved desserts and ate 3 bowls of taro ball and peach gelatin snowy rice stew. As for the 4 men, they were already enjoying small dishes with wine, and started chattering about the south of the world. After a long time, this night market was finally Tao Ruizi to close for business. The people only hit the road back to rest. On the way, Grandpa Tao pretended to ask without thinking, "What's the arrangement for tomorrow?" "Still have to be busy, but we'll be back when we can in the evening." Tao Chu Chu supported Grandma Tao, her expression all full of the satisfaction of having her family with her. "Good, don't worry about going about your business. Don't worry about the house. A good night's sleep." "Sis, is this Chilu's brother's school?" Tao Rui, who was standing in front of the school, raised an eyebrow. "Interesting. This school, the black aura is hidden. 100% there are powerful characters yet." Chapter 70, A Delicious Sounding Goose. Say, Sis, what are you bringing me that looks like a camera? Ha, why it's in the shape of a pink kitten. Not even a thousandth as cute as her main body. I also just received the notice. Because the schedules of the program's guests didn't match up. And because the bureau used too much manpower and resources to do maintenance during the previous 2 live broadcasts, the program team changed the format of the program to a taped broadcast. The other groups of guests were chosen by the show's team as a theme for them to explore and uncover. And the 2 of us just happened to use this mission as an opportunity to record some footage. And as for how to manipulate the editing, that's not something we're going to have to think about. Now all we have to do is put the hidden camera guys on. Do you like it? Broach this. Sister picked out the pink cat for you. Just also in 100 dislike of Tao Ruishi instantly changed face. Crazy nodding. Like. The original sister picked I said how so good looking it. Just like it. The rest of these you watch yourself wear. Just hide it on your body. After Tao Chu Chu handed the camera to Tao Rui, she herself started to equip it. There is a say Tao Chu Chu and her have thrown speechless. The bureau to the 2 of them configuration of the camera is not really a little more. In front of the monitor with a cold face, the ear techie mouse, who was once again seconded for use by the second team, considering the Taoye's destructive power. She'll be satisfied if there are 2 or 3 left in the end that can be filmed, painfully touching her hair, which has just been treated with hair growth solution. Sis, I'm fine. Go in then. And remember, our status is that of teacher's assistants here for internships. Oh, Tao Rui nodded her head. Assistant or something. I do not know if the food is good or not. If it is not good, you can only add your own meal. According to the distribution map of the school's internal location sent by Shi, Tao Chu Chu brought Tao Rui just stepped into the senior teacher's office. Sorry for the disturbance. We're in the wrong place. The 2 Tao Chu Chu Tao Ru synchronously bowed their heads and turned around to exit in one fell swoop. Looking up at the sign, it says senior teacher's office. That's right. What's going on in there? Men and women in hot, tight cheerleading uniforms, posing in all sorts of positions, and chanting earth-shattering slogans. They thought they'd gone to the wrong club performance room. You guys are the new teacher's assistants, right? What a surprise. Come on in. Just as the 2 were wondering if they had opened the door the wrong way, a woman in the office wearing heavy makeup walked out, speaking in a tone of voice with a light shyness. The scene that was just chaotic and enthusiastic has returned to calm, and everyone is fleshly a little embarrassed, being misunderstood by the new assistant. It's really a little bit of social deficit. You're Tao Rhetoric. It's Chu Chu and Rhetoric. A cheer broke the stalemate. Tao Chu Chu just watched as a woman in her early 30s rushed over to her, arms outstretched as if to hug her good sister. Without thinking through her brain, Tao Chu Chu's hand had already taken the lead in reaching out to block the woman's charge. Don't get me wrong. She was just afraid that her own good sister would respond too enthusiastically and accidentally crush the other party's bones, which would be bad. This feels right. The woman who was blocked was obviously more excited. This is the sister control imperial sister Chu Chu and her internet girl Goose Rhetoric. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the language teacher of the 2nd class of senior high school. Wong Ling Ling. Call me Sister Ling Ling or Ling Ling. Female Goose. Can we get a picture together? I didn't realize the new assistants were you guys. What goose? Tao Ruizi craned his head. Exempt. Finished. Usually say the habit. Too smooth. Play to the front of the main master. Wang Lingling's heart has dug out a villa, and also gave herself a good cover. Very peaceful to close her eyes. Tao Chu Chu, who had been viciously maligned by Fan Yuxi in rice circle terms, pretended not to hear and changed the topic. Isn't it a group photo? Come on. Tao Rui was a bit sad, but still tried to match her sister's movements, and was going to ask what kind of goose it was. It sounded so delicious. Tao Chu Chu cooperated with posing for a photo for a group picture while continuing. Yes, we have credit rewards for coming here. Wang Lingling who got the group photo with satisfaction. Let me introduce to you. This is the senior class director Zhou Guangwang. This is the senior class teacher Chen Chen Chen. The class teacher of the 3rd class is also me. The class teacher of the 4th class Li Yuan Yuan. The class teacher of the 5th class Yi Zhongji. The class teacher of the 20th class He Yumming. The teacher of class 1 to class 20 is also the teacher of class 21 to class 40. And these are the list of teachers of each subject. They all went to class. You two can first look at the list in photos to recognize. Lingling's sister. What were you guys doing just now? Tao Ruizi familiar with himself on Wang Lingling's shoulders. Tao Chu Chu heart funny look at his own good sister. Ruizi this is in the collection of all kinds of beautiful women's stickers? By her good sister to play by herself. Tao Chu Chu began to talk to the class teacher with ease. Not long to blend in. Everyone laughs and smiles in a harmonious atmosphere. The aside Wang Lingling heart is swinging madly. The female goose and I paste. And I paste. Oh, close up to see the female goose is more lovely and more beautiful. This blowing milk skin. This standard 5 senses. This perfect goose egg face. Smile can be cute and loving little face. Good wantarua. Sister Ling Ling? Sister Ling Ling? Are you listening to me? Tao Rui saw for the first time that someone could talk and still be distracted. The one who could be the homeroom teacher shouldn't be a little cutie, right? Wang Lingling just came back to her senses. She saw Tao Rui's eyes as if she was looking at a retard. Her heart was immediately pierced by an arrow. She immediately managed her expression and transformed into a reliable sister with high IQ. Her tone of voice was much more calm and steady. We were just rehearsing a cheering program for the senior students. Recently, we always feel that the students' minds are fluctuating. Their learning energy has somehow dropped a lot, and the atmosphere in the classroom is very depressing. So we feel like we can't breathe when we walk into the classroom as teachers. So just wanted to find a way to cheer them up. You guys, this performance, in addition to letting them have fun and happy for a while, can play what role, duck? Tao Rui faced disapproval. As a school dregs, she understands the most. The study pressure is from learning not to be able to test well. The performance can't relieve her pressure. Oh, eating delicious food can. How about letting the students choose their own way to decompress? Make an anonymous questionnaire. The question set to write. Tao Chu Chu frowned, raised his hand to find a piece of paper and a pen. Swish and write down. The crowd probed to see. The paper read, what has caused you to have negative feelings recently? 2. What do you expect to do about that negativity? 3. What would you most like to see happen? Tao Rui glanced at it, and quietly gave her sister a nod in her heart, so that she could fully map out the student's thoughts once more. After all, there are so many negative emotions. Even if it's a student, it's not always caused by the college entrance exams, right? I hope I can feel out any big melons. Teaching director Zhou Guangguan took a look and expressed high praise and affirmation to Tao Chu Chu, worthy of being a high achiever. Then Chu Chu, this matter will be handed over to you. You'll be responsible for releasing the collection statistics. How about it? Tao Chu Chu showed the flattered feeling of a new employee being praised by the leader to be very much in place, patting his chest and saying, don't worry, director. I will definitely finish it beautifully for you. And rhetoric will also help, right? Chess. Being fed by Wang Lingling, Tao Rui, who was busy trying various snack flavors, hurriedly nodded her head and followed her sister's example of patting her chest and giving an okay gesture. Director of Instruction Zhou Guangguang is very satisfied with the attitude of these two newcomers. New employees are good to make On the way to the copy room, Tao Chu Chu observed the layout of the surveillance around the corridor and found that there were many surveillance dead spots here, and some empty classrooms were even without surveillance. Rhetoric. Is there a black aura here? There is. It's just not noticeable or concentrated. A wisp here, a bit there, scattered. Anyone we've met? The head instructor had some on him, but it looked like it was caused by prolonged exposure to something. Good. Then let's grab the questionnaires and send them out to retrieve them and see what's useful. Meet up with Baishi and the girls later to exchange information. Chapter 71, Digging for Fun. It can't be a group crime. I say, there is a heavenly matter. Also eat lunch before saying it. You call us a few all here. What is such an urgent matter? It's fine for you to starve us. You can't starve our little resignation. As soon as Baishi came in the assistant lounge, her mouth blared. Tang Miao, who was already lying on the table with his head buried in the statistical questionnaire, didn't raise his head, pointing to the other side, his mouth still chattering. Team leader, didn't your old man smell any fragrance? Baishi twisted his head to look. Good guy. A table of delicious. Tao Ruiji, one person in the dry rice. Eat thief, pull incense. There are a total of 40 classes in senior high school. A total of 120 people. More than 2,000 people's questionnaires. If you don't grab the statistics now, how can the two of us, Rhetoric and I, get it done quickly and find out the clues so we can act at night? Tao Chu Chu reached over a thick pile of questionnaires. Baishi resignedly took it. Alas, so miserable. No food. Don't sigh. Our meal has already been reserved by Chu Chu. It's your favorite Tian Pinjio. When resignation finishes eating, we can eat. After all, we can't snatch food from resignation. Shimu similarly did not raise her head and continued to work hard. On the side of the lay curl did not even say a word. The hand that turned over the rolls was almost turning over stumps. After all, that is a per capita consumption of 10,000 Tianpinjui. Rich sister sticky. Go to work. Okay. Baishi resolutely settled down to work. The super hard kind. Before the release, Tao Chu Chu could not have imagined that the leader of the second group was actually such a living treasure. Tao resigned to the end of the dry rice, lazily lying on the chair, measured everyone's student dress, surprised. Wow, so how's it? You guys are actually really like high school students, eh? Even Sister Miao, such refined muscles, healthy, enchanting, feminine, can become so pure and untouched by the world. Anne's makeup skills are one of the best in the bureau. Baishi tossed her ponytail. She had admired it for a while when she left the house in the morning. Man, what a skillful and amazing man. Team leader, Chu Chu. Look, this questionnaire. Lay Curl picked up a questionnaire.
and before the group could take a closer look, Tao Rui snatched it up and put it under her nose to smell it. It's so strange, sister, there's no black chi on it, but on the other hand, it smells like black chi emanating. Tao Rui felt like her CPU was going to burn dry again. Resignation, there's no rush. Let's look at the contents first. Tao Chuchu took it and looked at it together with Bai Shi. 1. What's been giving you negative feelings lately? A good friend is missing. 2. What do you expect to do about this negativity? Good friends never come back. 3. What would most like to happen? I hope the penny promise comes true. This person said what pen fairy? Good friends missing sad. Why also good friends never come back Lay Curls said really do not understand. Is it too long I graduated? Now the student boys thinking so forward thinking difficult to understand? This, Chu you arrange anonymity. How do you know who wrote it well? The handwriting of the entire school can be found in the library. Wouldn't it be easier to have the mice compare them? Shimu glanced at the group leader who had asked that question. Was the group leader starving and stupid? Right. Tao Chuchu and Shimu thought of one thing and took out a bunch of lunchboxes from the cabinet. Let's eat first. It's good to work when you're full. After dinner, the crowd formed an assembly line mode. Chuchu plus the second group of 4 people, each responsible for 424 questionnaires, feel that there is a problem. Then handed to the resignation perception, smell, resignation feel that there is a problem all stacked together. Well gee whiz, I'm finally done organizing. Shimo stood up and took a long stretch, looking at her watch. Dig it, it's almost 2:30, I'm going to be late for class. The lounge was immediately chaotic. A few people wear shoes to wear shoes. Hair tie. Baishi roared hurriedly finished Chu. Something newsletter chat. We go after, and the other 3 people scattered to avoid monitoring and quickly disappeared. But what a few living treasures. Tao Chuchu shook her head in amusement, picking up the questionnaires that resignation had folded and laying them on the ground one by one to check them out. Rhetoric. Look, the questionnaires that are out of place here almost always mention penmanship or the disappearance of a friend. Could it be that Chilu's brother is not the only one missing from school? How could a disappearance of this magnitude go unreported? And what's the matter with the pen fairy? Is it hard to believe that it's a group crime? Tao Rui pointed at herself. Me? Sister are you sure it's me you're asking? Little Tao Tai was puzzled. Hadn't she always just been in charge of eating and fighting? Since when did she get to play at the table in a high-end game? Good girl. I still have snacks hidden in the cabinet. Quickly bring them and eat them. Tao Chuchu lovingly touched her own good sister's head and lowered her head to send a message over to Bai Shi and the girls. Bai Shi, who was in the middle of a class of nervous chicken poaching, received the news at that moment. His eyes widened. 200 people mentioned pen fairy. On average, that is, there are 5 people in a class involved in pen fairy. This percentage is too high, right? Baishi continued to look down. 49 questionnaires mentioned the disappearance of friends. Baishi almost didn't control her emotions and stood up. Luckily the teacher on the podium just turned around and didn't notice her difference. Baishi lowered her eyes to hide the shock in her eyes, which meant that there might be 49 people missing. And if she thought optimistically that these people filling out the questionnaires were talking about their friends, and that they were the same person, then the situation might not be so bad. Things got big. Baishi didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately summoned Bai Zhe to inform him of the current situation, requesting the bureau to keep a close eye on it and be ready to provide support at any time. Sweets, can we go home after class this afternoon? As soon as the bell rang, Baishi immediately asked her deskmate who had just struck up a good relationship today. No way NOI. We only get 1 day off a month. The rest of the time we have to be in school. After all, it's senior year now and time is tight. So you can't go back even if there's something going on. A family emergency? I think it's possible. I haven't tried it. You can ask the head teacher. Usually if he agrees to grant the leave. Not asking the homeroom teacher? No, it's not. Classroom teachers don't have the right to approve vacations yet. You can read the school rules. Oh, here. This was just updated and issued last month. Baishi took the school rules booklet, thanked her and then read it in her seat. The more she read, the tighter Baishi's brows wrinkled. What kind of bull asterisk school rules is this? It's clearly a prison code plus brainwashing book. No wonder Chilu's brother disappeared for a few days and Chilu didn't even notice. There's something wrong with the teachers and students at this school, isn't there? Everyday CPU students. Only grades are most important. Without good grades there is no way out. Without good scores it's not worth resting. Without good scores you are sorry for the expectations of your family and teachers. And without good grades you don't have the face to connect with your family. What kind of bull asterisk logic is this? No, we have to remind Chu Chu and Dictionary to watch those teachers carefully. Normal people will always feel strange when they see students not coming to class for a few days, right? And there are so many teachers in a class. Could it be that not a single teacher noticed anything unusual? If dozens of students disappeared without anyone feeling strange, Baishi rubbed the goosebumps on his body.
Mama, yeah, the thought is terrifying. It can't be a group crime. This is a school. Chapter 72, choosing between running and eating nervously. How to say.
Tao Rui ate her egg tart while trying to probe and glance at the communication in her sister's hand. Baishi told us to pay more attention to the teachers, especially the head teacher. Tao Chu had a heavy face, hoping that the results of the final investigation wouldn't be the same as what they thought.
Come on, let's go back to the teacher's office. I hear you two have collected the questionnaires? Come up with any programs yet? As soon as Tao Chu entered the door, Director of Instruction Zhou Guangguan walked over with his hands behind his back. Director, it's being organized, so I'll report back to you when I figure out a plan. Good. I'm very optimistic about you. Tao Rui, you learned from Chu.
When he was opening a box of nuts that Wang Lingling had just fed him, Tao Ruji, who was suddenly called by his name, said, after reacting, he didn't raise his head, continued to eat the nuts, and also looked perfunctory and impatient. Aha. Hey, what kind of attitude do you have? Zhou Guangguang took a look at this. His heart was on fire, was stopped by Wang Lingling. Director, resignation is still small. Do not understand. Teach more will be good. Patience. Alright, over to you. Zhou Guangguang turned around and left. Out of sight, out of mind. Can't blame Tao Rui for his general attitude towards him. Which school scum likes the head teacher? Sister Ling, is it so pathetic that none of our students can go home to rest? Then teachers and assistants can go home, right? Of course you can. Even though senior year is now heavy and time critical, married teachers choose to go home. For unmarried single teachers, the school has arranged for teachers' apartments to live in. So are there a lot of empty classrooms and empty rooms in the school? Chu, why are you asking? I thought about figuring out if there was room for any kind of relaxation place for the students. So, I'm not really sure about this, but you can ask Mr. Feng, the librarian. He's usually more available and spends more time wandering around the school than I do. Oh, thank you Sister Ling. By the way, Sister Ling, I've put a little bit of money in your card. Don't be polite. After all, rhetoric has eaten a lot of your food. After Tao Chu finished speaking, she took Tao Rui in the direction of the library. To meet that librarian, Mr. Feng. After Tao Chu walked out the door, Wang Lingling was confused to open her bank card details. Wow, directly hit 100,000 in. This is what heavenly fortune. This is what immortal colleagues. Chu, you still lack a sister. A little older than you sister cannot. No, she went back tonight to stock more. Tomorrow to resign to eat, or too sorry for the weight of this thank you gift. You two little girls, don't hang around when you're not usually doing anything. Go. I still have to count the equipment. Don't delay me from work. Tao Chu had just opened her mouth to ask a question when she was driven out by this man dressed in gray. Tao Rui exploded her hair like a furious lion cub, and was about to go up and owl the other party to give her a punch, when her sister stopped her. Excuse me teacher, we'll leave first. Tao Chu no longer said more, holding her own good sister's hand and forcibly dragging her away. Sis don't say anything yet. After walking away a bit, Tao Chu quietly whispered, that man stole and slipped me a copy of something. What is it? A handwritten map. Tao Chu kept his eyes open and lowered his voice. After saying that he took 2 steps, Tao Ruji's hairs that had just smoothed down for a short while immediately exploded again, turning back to protect in front of her sister, and with a wave of her small hand, she grabbed the sneak-attacking ghost spirit directly in her hand. Go find Baishi. Tao Chu immediately led resignation to speed up her steps towards the restroom. Baishi received the message, immediately sneaked out of class to find Chu Rui. Just stepped into the lounge, saw Tao Rui hand pinched the neck of a ghost spirit, a flinging to play, but also took the ghost spirit stretched to do a flipping rope to play. The ghost spirit played with the eyeballs almost fell out. You can come. You guys ask questions. I can't help but eat it. Throwing the ghost spirit to Baishi, Tao Rui directly covered her eyes and shrunk down on the sofa to pretend to be autistic. Who sent you? My master said to mind your own business or I'll be rude to you. Who is the master? I can't call my master by his name, said also proudly, raising his head arrogantly. My master is powerful and handsome. You weaklings had better hurry up and let me go back, or else when my master comes, you're a dead. Hey, weak chicken? Rhetoric, hit it for me. Baishi also proudly raised her head. I have Tao Tai. Does your master have it? Who's making noise there during class time? Dig it. How come it's the head teacher's voice? How can he hear the ghost spirit howling? The three of them looked at each other in dismay. Immediately quiet as a chicken go in the restroom, did not dare to make a sound. Thinking that this ghost spirit couldn't say anything valuable, Baishi signaled with her eyes for dictionary to eat and clear the room. Tao Rui's eyes instantly glowed. and the ghost spirit whose mouth she had forcefully covered looked at a pair of bright, wet eyes staring excitedly at it before it was grabbed and rolled up into a pancake. Who's hiding in there? Don't think I don't know there's someone in there just because you keep the door locked. The head teacher was still at the door, and his hand was still banging hard on the door. She had already sent a message to Tang Miao to come to the rescue in the first place, but the time waiting for Tang Miao to come was really a bit hard to bear. She hadn't felt the pressure of the head of the teaching staff so much in years. Tao Ruizi is also, as a scum, she is now also very nervous. How to do? The knock on the door is more and more urgent, as if there is also the sound of looking for the key. The mouth of the ghost spirit pancakes are a little bit unscented. Doesn't it smell good? Tao Chuchu looked at Tao Rui speechlessly like a little hamster, both hands grasping the ghost spirit pancakes and biting quickly, not slowing down the eating action at all. So her good sister was choosing between running and eating nervously, was it? Director, what are you doing here? There is a student in the next class who is not feeling well. The homeroom teacher asked me to come over and find you to hurry over. Tang Miao's voice. They were saved. Forced uncomfortable lay curl, very good. The bed in the school nurse's office is very soft. Please call on her again next time for a scene like this. What? Okay, I'll go over there now. Crisis averted. No discovery of the three of them staying together. Phew, scared me to death. Thought I was going to leak. Baishi patted her chest, looking like she had just escaped. After eating the ghost spirit pancakes, Tao Rui immediately smelled the same scum from Baishi, and the two of them looked at each other. Excited, people, shake hands. Baishi, have you asked about the pen fairy yet? Tao Chuchu unfolded the map she got from Teacher Fong's hands and placed it on the table, greeting Baishi to look at it together. Ear Mice has already sent us the list of students who mentioned penmanship in the questionnaire. Shimu and one of the female students are already acquainted with each other, and that female student promised to bring Shimu along to the penmanship activity tonight. When the time comes, a few of us will lurk around and take a look at the situation first. Okay, did the location say? There, right here. Baishi pointed to a place marked by a red triangle on the map unfolded on the table, and the note in the lower left corner of the map reads Danger, Red Triangle. Chapter 73, Superior Ingredients Don't Need Too Much Cooking. I say, do students play such exciting games nowadays? It's the middle of the night, and I don't even need to take a serious look at this place to feel gloomy. Lay Curl rubbed his hands together and exhaled a mouthful of hot air. This group of students are really eating leopard's gall. The said pen fairy is actually really summoning pen fairy. I thought it was some kind of game. She almost rushed out and was pulled down by Tao Chuchu with one hand. She looked over in doubt, only to see Tao Chuchu slowly shaking her head. Her voice low, there is resignation in. They can't make much of a mess even if they mess up again. Shimu won't be fine. Don't worry, and watch first, don't startle the snakes. In the empty practice room, 10 students, including Shimu, sat in a circle with a few scattered candles lit around them, and in the center was a piece of white paper with a pen held in place by a thin string. Alright, we can now place our two hands crossed behind our backs. When the pen fairy speaks later on, we can only open our mouths to answer whoever we point to. Mess up the rules and the pen fairy will never ignore us again. The female student who had brought Shimu into the game spoke up first, sounding like she was the one in charge here. Sweets, is there any danger? Shimu timidly opened her mouth and was immediately glared at by Sweetness. Don't talk nonsense in front of the pen fairy. Don't blame the pen fairy lord. Shimu doesn't know what she's doing for the first time. Now, on the count of 1, 2, 3, everyone cross their arms and let go of their backs. 1, 2, 3. Sweet's words just fell. At the moment when everyone crossed their hands back, a gust of wind blew. The candles were blown out a few times, and the already dim environment instantly made it even more difficult to see things. Who summoned this immortal? A muffled voice with its own reverb suddenly rang out amidst the candle shadows brightening and flickering. Tao Ruizi also instantly spirited up. The head of the hairs of the dorky are stubbed up. You, Tao Chuchu, the first time to sense the excitement of their own good sister. Judging the degree of excitement, instantly understand that came to her good sister is very like the taste. I do not know why. Rest assured a lot of it. The conversation continued in the center. It is I, honored Lord Pensive. It is we 10 who have summoned you to come. Summon me for what? I hope that Lord Pensive will grant us our wish. Oh, you go ahead. I hope that on the next monthly exam, I can get first place in the whole grade and squeeze Lu Fanya out. What goes around comes around. Would you be willing to trade your best friend for it? Willing. I am willing. She's the good friend I brought today. Shimu, Lord Pen Fairy, you take her away. Sweetness suddenly pushed Shimu out as if she was obsessed. Shimu, Sigma, eh? Thank you. Are other people's wishes as well? Sacrificing one to this fairy in exchange for your wish coming true? I'm willing too. I'm willing too. Lord Pensive. The remaining 8 scrambled to answer.
afraid that their words would be missed, hiding in the dark by Shi, Tao Chu Chu and others. This so-called disappearance is their own friends sacrificed, is it? Friends sacrificed to the heavens' magic power boundless? A small age to engage in this inhuman dead out. Tao resigned madly to his own sister-flung eyes. Sister. Line. Can be out of the way, can be out of the way? Tao Chu Chu can only touch the resignation head soothingly, signaling to be calm and wait a little longer. Good. This immortal will accept your offerings, and your wishes will come true. A gust of wind blew by, and Shimu disappeared from her spot. Shimu! Why, she exclaimed and rushed straight to the center, sending the 9 students to the ground in shock and paralyzed. Looking around and seeing no one, Bai Shi angrily grabbed Sweetie's collar and said in a vicious voice, "If anything happens to Shimu, you guys are murderers." Bai Shi, calm down. Tao Chu Chu stepped forward and pulled the person back and pulled him to his side, lowering his voice and saying quickly, "Don't panic." Rhetoric rushed out to follow at the first opportunity, with Xiao Ruizhi as a guarantor. Bai Shi's heart finally returned to its normal beating speed. At this time, Tao Ruizhi followed the so-called pen fairy, just ran all over the campus, circled around in a big circle, and finally stopped at the entrance of the school's biopark. Who are you and what are you following this immortal for? There was no one around here, and no cameras, so that was good. Tao Ruizhi nodded in satisfaction. Why are you nodding your head? Tao Ruizhi instantly flashed in front of this pen fairy, snatched the unconscious Shimu in its hand with his left hand, and directly blasted his right hand into its face. I'll let you pretend to be a bully. Ah, how could you possibly hit my spirit body? Tao Ruizhi gently put Shimu to one side, clenched his hands into fists, and flashed forward to the pen fairy's face and continued to bombard. I am Tao Tai. What's wrong with hitting you with just a mountain cream? I'll even eat you later. Ah, you poisonous woman. %UN hashtag. And UN %at. And hashtag UN and asterisk hashtag you still hit. I'll fight. Fight you. Let you do bad things. Let you rob humans. Tao Rui didn't need to worry about someone seeing. Punching to the flesh to hit very painful. Besides, hitting a dozen flesh is more powerful. %UN hashtag. And UN %at. And hashtag UN and asterisk hashtag. Mountain anointing is mountain anointing. No matter how you pretend, you can't change your thievish nature of loving to curse. The moment mountain anointing opened its mouth again, Tao Rui disgustedly withdrew his hand and lifted the mountain anointing that had been dispersed to cover up the spells in his hand. I didn't expect to see mountain anointings form in this world that doesn't have enough spiritual chi, even though it's a spirit body, but it's still very good. Seeing that you taste good, I forgive you for speaking out of turn. I would like to make you partly braised and partly steamed first. What do you think? And UN %at. My master is much more powerful than you. When my master comes, you are nothing. Tao Rui disdainfully sent Mountain Bomb a blank stare. Then you let him come. Little Red Pig had a backstage, but she didn't bah. Bai Zai Emperor is the strongest. Forget it, you asked for it. In order to avoid a long night's sleep, she'd better eat this little red pig directly on the spot. After all, its mouth is stinky and poisonous. She's afraid that she won't be able to wait until it's ready to be roasted and steamed, and its speech will step on her thunder points, causing her to freak out and explode its entire spiritual body, which wouldn't be good. Anyway, this time the ingredients are good. Directly eat is also very delicious. Tao resigned, just ready to tear the mountain cream to eat. Hand movements suddenly emergency brake. And not right. Before departure sister and what she said to. Oh, right. Let her follow the clues to find clues to. So close, almost lost it. I say, little red pig, tell me honestly, what are you pretending to be a pen fairy for? And UN %at. I'll talk if you want me to. I don't want to lose face. I'm dead anyway. I'm not eating you. I don't believe it unless you swear on the name of Tao Tai. I swear. Anyway, she was Tao Rui in this world. And what Tao Tai did in his name was none of her Tao Rui's business. Our master made a deal with the principal of this school. We help him steal students and he does things for my master. I don't know what exactly. And UN %at. Can let me go. Wow, is that actually the principal? What's a principal doing stealing students if he's not immortal? Those students are not ordinary people. Refining blood can extract the aura ability. The use is great. Not you this. And UN %at. Tao Ruizhi, Che, my sister's brain is better than your master's. Is little red pig finished? Nothing to add? If not, then she'd start the meal, right? No, you can let me go. The mountain cream was looking forward to Tao Ruizhi's grip on its neck, relaxing a bit, but when he raised his eyes, he saw a bloody mouth pouncing down towards its head. And UN %at. Ah, the sound disappeared as much as it could, and Tao Ruizhi contentedly patted his little stomach. Oops, the little red pig tastes as good as ever. It's really natural enough and premium enough to be just delicious. Resignation? Shimu, you're awake. Let's hurry and find sister and the girls.
Rejoice you put me down, I'm dizzy being carried on Tao Rejoice's shoulder and running back at a fast speed. Shimu, feeling that her heart, liver and lungs were about to be turned upside down. Chapter 74 Deep Feelings. You, Shimu, drink this quickly. Shimu bent her head without lifting, directly took what Lei Curl handed over, poured it into her mouth and smothered it all. Petrified Sigma, asterisk. TM, you take patchouli asterisk gas water to me? Lei Curl, you want to send me away, just say so. Good medicine is bitter. Why don't you know better? Besides, who told you to smother it all in one gulp? When sparring you, tonight's night snack treats you to Tian Pinjo. Tao Chuchu led Tao Rui back slowly. Yeah, I'm good, really. Shimo suddenly came to life, excited for less than 3 seconds and then vanished. Seriously, I thought we couldn't get out? There's a bed check at night. It's still easy for a teacher's assistant to order a takeout. Woohoo! Keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you. She twisted her head and made a shushing gesture, and she Trojan covered her mouth and nodded frantically. Assistant's lounge. Why Chuchu, you can book the Tian Pinju at any time. As far as I know, this one, even if you have the money, you have to make a reservation, yeah, because it's opened by Sister Tao Rui smothered his head and dried his rice, only shedding a second to look up when he heard this question. Choo choo. Tao Choo Choo immediately surrounded by 4 puppy dog legs, pinching the shoulders, whacking the arms. We've been on several missions. We're all on our own. You're still so low-key. It's not appropriate. That's right, Choo Choo. With our relationship, in the future we eat a Tian Pinju is not able to make a fracture or something. Tao Choo Choo looked around at these 4 people in amusement and took out her cell phone to send each of them a WeChat business card. Who is this? Tang Miao, who was the first one to pull out his cell phone and click on the application for friend verification, opened his mouth to ask only after doing the application action, while the others were still holding their cell phones in confusion. If you want to eat, just talk to this person. It will be arranged for you. No money. Tao Choo Choo shook her head in amusement. She could even provide for the amount of meals that Resignation had. Could she still lack the money for the 4 of them? Is this the joy of having a rich co-worker? Team leader, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Shimo and Lei Curl hugged each other with an intoxicated look on their faces. It hurts. Shimo and Lei Curl touched their arms at the same time and laughed even more happily. Woohoo! Woohoo, rich co-worker wrapped me up. I'm so happy. Okay, finish eating and get down to business. The principal hasn't even shown his face since we joined the school. According to the information that Rhetoric poked around tonight, where would this principal hide someone? That's not right. Choo choo, how are you sure their lives aren't in danger? It's not that Sister is sure. It's what I perceived. That little red pig didn't have the dead sins of the students on it. The students were all grabbed by its hands. So if the students were already dead, it would definitely be tainted with the relevant scent even if it was an indirect murderer. But I didn't even perceive it after eating and digesting it. So currently those students are definitely not alive. But whether or not their lives are in danger, then I don't know. Tao Rui's serious face actually looked quite a bit like Bai Zai's shadow, and for a while Bai Shi in a trance. Tomorrow the 4 of you will continue to go to class, and Rhetoric and I will find a way to go and get the Dean of Instruction to take us to the principal's office to meet the headmaster. By then, yes, Director of Instruction. Tao Rui suddenly thought of something and interrupted Tao Choo Choo with an excited face. Sister, do you remember that I felt that the Director of Instruction had a black aura that wasn't his own before? Resignation. You mean, it's the principal's black aura. Bai Shi was enlightened. That's right. From what we've found out, as long as the head teacher can approve a vacation, it's usually the head teacher who can meet with the principal. According to Anne, the principal of this school has been claiming illness for a long time and not attending school board meetings. This explains why the people from the outside world haven't discovered anything strange about the principal after so long. Tao Choo Choo stood up and walked around the room twice. Lei Curl, talk to the people in the bureau and immediately go and find out what family members the principal has outside the school, whether he has been in contact with anyone lately, where he has appeared the most often, and whether there are any abnormalities. Send the results to each of us as soon as you find out. Choo Choo, you mean? I checked before I came here, and the principal, when he was an ordinary teacher before, had a noble character, a passion for charity, a very high level of teaching, and a very good reputation before he was promoted to be the principal here. This is the reason why many parents are willing to send their children to this school. We were checking the Du Ruan family's formation before we made it all the way here. I'm worried that the principal might be a victim as well. You're saying that the principal might have been replaced with the same effect as the Du Ruan family's formation. Anyway, let's probe and see first. Exhaust our investigative means. What we find out in the end is what we find out. Tao Choo Choo sighed a long breath, being pressed by Tao Rui with one hand on her brow. Sister, sighing and frowning too much will easily turn into a little old man. Ugly, not good looking. Pfft, die laughing.
So let's the four of us go back to class and then keep poking around the students. When Bai Shi and the others left, Tao Chu Chu sent a message to her home that she would not go back tonight. And then she made a bed in the lounge and lay down with her own good sister. Resignation. The environment here is not as good as at home or in a hotel, so I can only sleep on it. If you can't sleep well, my sister will give you. Before the words were finished, Tao Chu Chu saw her own good sister start to snore a little. Wow! She was the one who was overthinking it. Tao Chu Chu tucked her good sister in and went to sleep as well. Outside the door of the lounge, a shadow wanted to break into the door, but the hand that touched the door was ruthlessly stabbed by the light of the Tao Tai golden seal, and looking at a large corroded wound on his hand, the shadow could only helplessly retreat in a sorry state. Inside the door, Tao Rui quietly opened his eyes, smiled with a stinky face and pinched a gesture. The black shadow that hadn't gone far suddenly looked like it had received a violent blow, shaking violently before violently dissipating into the air without leaving a trace. Tao Chu Chu, ha ha ha, having been hit by her Tao Tai seal and still wanting to get out in one piece. Too underestimated her, right? Pulling over Tao Chu Chu's hand, Tao Ruji held her own hand and her sister's hand together, and once again fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the weather is really nice today. Resignation is a lot cuter again today. Wang Lingling just stepped into the office and saw the internet female goose she was longing for. Immediately came up. Rhetoric. This is the breakfast I bought for you. There are steamed buns and congee, soybean milk and donuts bun snacks. Quickly eat while it's hot. Thank you, Sister Lingling. Tao Rui wasn't polite at all. Even though she had already eaten once in the dining hall, she still very happily took it and continued to eat. After all, what gourmand would mind eating more than they could eat? Sister Lingling, can I ask you something? Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one else in the office this time, Tao Chu Chu sat down next to Wang Lingling. Chu Chu, what is it? Because of yesterday's 100,000, Wang Lingling's favor towards Tao Chu Chu was unprecedentedly high. When we were tallying the questionnaires, we realized that there were over 40 students missing compared to the list of grade-level students. Do you know what's going on? You said this. Wang Lingling immediately lost her face full of smiles and became careful and grave. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient to say? Tao Chu Chu looked around. There's no one here either. Don't worry, we're all doing it for work. We won't say anything. Wang Lingling still hesitated. Chapter 75, Go to the Rooftop. Sister Lingling, just tell my sister. Tao Rui also joined the persuasion camp. Okay, in fact, these students are going to the training camp. We teachers do not dare to talk to the parents of the students, just afraid that some people will think it is not fair, and it will not be good to make trouble at that time. What boot camp? I don't know. It's said to be the latest approach to teaching, and it's being experimented with because it hasn't matured yet. Experimenting on students? Why do you say that like it's scary? And have you seen the students who go into the camp? No, not just me. None of the other teachers, including the director, have seen it. So you guys aren't surprised? No, it's all for the promotion rate. Can understand. Anyway, it's a good thing. We just need to teach our students well on it. Wang Lingling smiled with a happy face, but Tao Ruizi finally detected the existence of black gas from her brow. Finally, by her Tao resigned to see it, revealed the cloven foot is not it. Understand a fart. Normal people cannot understand at all. I said it. How the school. Here a little bit of black gas, there a little bit of black gas, so that I suffocated. Do not dare to eat, for fear of eating no clues. Turn back to be hung up and beaten by the emperor. A pocket Tao Tai in the heart of Tao Ruizi forked over and laughed crazily in the sky. Hey. The original was brainwashed. Wang Lingling looked at Tao Rui suddenly eating steamed buns and smiled a lewd face. Cannot help but doubt. Her internet female goose will not actually bad brain. Nodded. See you later. Tao Chu Chu didn't look at it, dragging Tao Rui towards the door, dragging the packed breakfast that Rui just didn't finish in her hand. Let's go, sister. We are still looking for what director of instruction on the rooftop sister. Rooftop? Tao Chu Chu couldn't figure it out, and could only just be dragged towards the rooftop by Tao Rui and rushed towards the rooftop. Rooftop. It's great to stand tall and see far. Tao Ruizi excitedly shouted from the rooftop. Tao Chu Chu. Sister can say up what? Sis, let's do a big job, and then naturally the principle of whatever that is might come to us. What a big one. Look. Tao Rui opened her hands against the wind, letting her Tao Tai breath leak out all over the sky, plucking and biting back the gray mist in the air, and in no time at all, an oversized gray marshmallow accumulated around Tao Rui's feet. This is the Dream Demon. Dream Demon. That's what the principal uses for brainwashing? Jingle bells. Hey, Baishi, Chu Chu, did you and Resignation do something?
The teacher in class suddenly went crazy asking several students' names,
asking where they went and how they disappeared. The situation is the same in several classes next door. Now it's a mess. And the teacher called the police. He.
Tao Rui saw her sister looking over and smiled a heartless smile.
Hang up the phone, Tao Chu Chu. Sister,
this time things directly to get big piles.
Dry beautiful. The headache covered the head.
Tao Chu Chu helplessly waved his hand.
Continue to play it, sister. Anyway, so, let her think about how to get the follow-up. Tao Rui, who didn't get gripped right away,
immediately became active and followed Miss Universe's pose,
opening her arms and shouting, "Come on, my snack." Instantly the gray fog in the school thickened,
condensed and rotated towards Tao Ruizi. From a distance can only see a humanoid object wrapped in gray gas.
It's actually sweet. It's really worthy of being an ancient dream demon.
It's much tastier than the last time I ate Auntie Tu's nightmare.
Tao Rui, who was in the center of the gray mist, licked his mouth in satisfaction. So it's a little Tao Tai.
Your poor brother and I are old acquaintances. Why don't you give me this face and you leave this matter?
A man suddenly appeared on the rooftop, dressed as a pedant with a beard, looking quite amiable.
Tao Chu Chu immediately made a good attack posture. Her heart was shocked.
Where did the man come from? She actually did not feel anything at all.
Tao Rui glanced at the man and continued to eat gray mist to himself.
Are you not giving me face?
The amiable smile on the man's face slowly disappeared and was replaced with a fierce look.
It's not like the Porky is here. So how am I supposed to know if you're bluffing me?
I haven't heard that Porky is still on good terms with A.O. Vicious.
Tao Rui finally gave a little reaction out.
Have to take care of this person. Otherwise, not enough time to eat this gray mist marshmallow. I don't know where to get such a wide range of dream demons.
Large quantities of tube full of cost-effective really high really want to ask the import channel.
Thinking this way, Tao Rui really asked this.
And before opening her mouth, for fear of delaying her food,
she even sent her Dharma face to transform into a pocket-sized golden light Tao Tai to hide in her clothes and eat together.
If you like it, little friend, I can give you this face of the Tao Tai clan, and in the future, when you come to Uncle's place, you'll have enough to eat.
Teaching a man to fish is not as good as teaching him to fish.
Thanks to you being a principal, you don't understand this point of reasoning.
I think you're a cheapskate, refusing to share even the channels of purchase. The principle of the heart of the fast gas explosion. Give this little girl 3 colors. She also opened up a dye house, is not it? This dream demon he brought to the lower world is not easy.
She is really Tao Tai. Big opening. Yeah, finally finished eating. Well, I said the principal.
Although we are here to intern for a few days, but the internship certificate of these days you still have to open to us. Wow.
And not right. I say with you, what's the use? Think you also can't guarantee. After all, you're not really the principal. Well, Tao Rui has been able to determine that the person in front of him is A.O. Ruthless. You little waif. Honoring wine but not eating punishment wine. Suffer death.
The principal ripped open his shirt to reveal his tendon meat, and rushed towards Tao Rui.
Turn around and don't say that I bullied the little waif. Ferocious beasts against ferocious beasts. Come on, let's see who's powerful.
Tao Rui threw a shield onto her sister before charging up against it as well. The two collided together. Suddenly the sky and the earth changed color, the wind and clouds rolled and surged, and the speed of the two people's overtures was so fast that Tao Chu Chu could no longer see the extent of their fight.
How can this man rhetoric fight?
Chapter 76, Shocked. A teenage girl beats up an old man in public.
Laughing my ass off. No, Sister Meow, you think I can't beat him?
Tao Rui flashed over and stopped beside Tang Miao, who had opened her mouth to ask a question with an incredulous face.
White Zephyr Emperor can't beat it. Last time that black-clothed villain doesn't count. That one she hasn't formally fought yet. She's a Tao Tai who's still growing. How come this district A.O. Ruthless has people questioning whether or not she can beat it? So angry, Tao Rui flashed over and proceeded to fight A.O. Ruthless. Bam, hit A.O. Ruthless in the face. If you don't be a good human being, what do you have to do bad things for? A left hook hit A.O. Ruthless face again. Don't be too arrogant. Little girl, just hit you. What's wrong? Bam bam bam, several consecutive punches. Tao Ruizi slowed down the action for a while and then a big burst will A.O. ruthlessly knocked flying into the sky. A.O. hard to reach the highest point at that moment. Tao Ruixian a boost up a high leg directly to the A.O. hard to the ground, followed by Ruthless and the A.O. hard body crazy stomp. Tao Chu Chu. By she and the others just watched as a cute and lovable young girl fiercely and madly stomped hard on the ground with her feet, hissing in shock. So wild. Love it. Resignation. Almost line. Don't break people. Quickly ask him where he hid the students. The sound of the police siren came. By she hurriedly opened his mouth, grasping to ask to hand over to the relevant department's colleagues to save people is the most important. Did you hear me? Where did you hide the person? Tao Rui squatted down and grabbed A.O. Ruthless' hair, questioning loudly. Come on, I'm super mean. If you don't tell me, I'll keep beating you up.
Being beaten by the little Tao Tai that he thought was very weak was not recognized by his parents. Ao Ruthless only felt humiliated. Hanging his head was not wanting to speak at all, and was punched hard by Tao Ruizi before he spoke out. I won't say anything. Before my lawyer comes, I am not going to say a word. Oh, you think she can't do anything about it, do you? When you, the head of the ground is gone. 10 miles and 8 miles of little ghosts randomly grabbed one over to ask. She did not believe it could not be found. Rhetoric, it's not really possible. Shimu quietly whispered in Tao Ruiji's ear. All the ones in the neighborhood were eaten by this guy. And we looked for them, clean and dry. This is embarrassing. Tao Rui gave another punch to Ao Ruthless on the ground. Speak up, or I'll let Baizé get you killed. White Zephyr. Ao Ruthless looked like he had suddenly revived. Struggling to look up at Tao Ruizi. Are you saying Baizé is here? Good he was deceived to death. Ben is to say that Baizé is not here. He is so unscrupulous to cooperate with the other party. In that case, that all do not live law. The back door of my house is 50 miles west, then 2 miles north into the wine cellar in the mansion. Then the floor tiles in the doorway are the third from the left to the right. Press down, and those students are in there. So good. This is my sister's reward for you. Ao Ruthless looked down. Oh, exempt. A pair of conjoined silver bracelets. Ao Ruthless was taken away, and the school matter authority also sent someone over to deal with the follow-up. The crowd was finally much more relaxed now. Now Chilu can be relieved. Oh yes. Resignation. You go back to eat the dream demon in Chilu's brain. And then went to talk the other day and came back to say that Chilu was hypnotized and that's why he's so abnormal. After you finish eating the dream demon, we'll do the test on him again. And if there's no problem with the test, then he'll be able to pass it. Good. Don't worry. Sister Meow. The person you like shouldn't be wrong. Tao Ruizi waved her hand indifferently, indicating that eating is a small case. What I like? Where do I like the chibi type? I like muscular and powerful men. Okay. Tang Niao instantly became anxious, causing the surrounding people to rise up in an uproar, especially by Shi who was the loudest. Hey go back to the station and get some rest. Someone at the station has taken over the follow-up. Yeah, Tao Chu Chu just walked out of Baizé's office. The white boss just promised her a few days off to let her spend time with her family, but also let Tao Rui can relax and go on vacation. The heart is happy, ready to find Rui to say the good news. The result is that the next second to receive the phone call of Chu Mu. Chu there's nothing to do. What is it? Chu Chu sister help. Manhwa is at least yours right? You and resignation back to help me a small favor. The phone came from Chu Mu's very flattering voice. It seems to be really anxious. You come to the capital. We'll meet at the usual place tomorrow. Chapter 77 Jungle Adventure equals stepping into the comfort zone. I am Chu Chu sister I say in the future can we change our old place? Pick a more mysterious place okay? Don't be a fast food restaurant every time. Fast food restaurants are crowded, talk is loud and cluttered, and talking about things is not abrupt. But you're no longer the old Tao Chu Chu, now at least a little bit of mass popularity okay? After Chu Mu's super protest on the phone, the old place ended up being changed to one of Tao Chu Chu's private villas. Wow, sis, even if you don't rely on the Tao family, it's still more than enough to support me Tao Ruizi from entering the door began to be super happy at the beginning of the villa wandering around, and finally lying in the pool air cushion floating casually. Next to the also sporadically set up a number of snacks and sodas, enjoying themselves to no end. Chumu looked at Tao Ruji who had a face of enjoyment. My boss what am I trying to do? Oh, I came to the door to say things. Blanche, almost being brought off by little rhetoric thinking that he was here on vacation. Quickly talk about things. I'm still in a hurry to go home and teach the old man to practice the 5 birds. Just with a gentle face, he replaced the soda for Tao Rui who floated over to the shore, and then turned his face to Chumu with a look of impatience. A master of changing faces? You, fickle woman. Back when she saved people was not such a fierce look. Chumu cupped her hands in a small handkerchief. To Chumu. Of course, Tao Chu Chu will not be as patient as to her own good sister. What's more, Tao Chu Chu glanced at Chumu who was wearing a deep big red suit, vaguely revealing her robust pectoral muscles, and also had a face of a small daughter-in-law aggrieved Baba, glancing over her eyes in disgust. It hurts my eyes too much. Chumu, what kind of eyes? Even if you don't agree with his aesthetic dress, his face put out as even the top stream can't spell good. Come on. Well, in fact, it is the recent Chumu's market is a little bit not so good, was a few opposite to the target. It's hot artists because of being splashed with dirty water things to avoid the wind. In order to take over the right to speak, Fan has interest in fighting for a jungle adventure variety show. The director Curry is very big, is temporarily unable to find a suitable artist on. You and Rhetoric are already getting a lot of traffic now. And with your abilities, jungle survival adventures and whatnot will certainly not be a problem for the two of you. So,
so you want us to get on it, get huge traffic, and help manhwa raise its stock market price. Manhwa is yours, boss. It's the equivalent of helping yourself, but you also know that I don't like this company under my name, and I can also use the Tao family's power to help manhwa get through this time. Tao Chu Chu's eyes were cold and stern. Besides, you're not someone who can't even solve this simple problem, right? What is there to hide from me had better be explained now, or if I find out, you know the consequences. Dare to lie to my sister, I'll chop you up. Tao Rui, who floated by in the pool on the side, raised her upper body and made a movement of cutting her neck and spitting out her tongue. Well, angry what well? You two still scare people. People are afraid. Chumu patted his chest as if, in fact, it is the behind-the-scenes investor specified to choo-choo you on the program. Resignation is incidental. This behind-the-scenes investor will likewise participate as a guest in the recording of the program. Hoo-ah, specified to my sister? Yo, there is the flavor of gossip. Oh, Tao Ruishi perked up his ears, vigorously paddling the air cushion twice, so that he floated a little closer to his sister. Mao Chun-nan, your sister saved a person in a foreign country when she was on a mission. He fell under your sister's pomegranate skirt after that, and was so charmed by your sister that he didn't know what was going on, so infatuated, so dedicated. Then what? Tao Rui's hands were almost picking up Chumu's face, with a face that begged for knowledge. Then your sister mercilessly left people behind, no news for many years, and now on TV, people saw it, so they chased after each other for thousands of miles. Chumu shook his head, very much for the other side of the pity look. Oh, how normal that is. My sister is so good looking. It's not normal to have no suitors, right? Tao Rui stood up with a proud face. Besides, if this person dares to be dishonest, I'll stomp on his face. How can a child's family be so violent? Boss, that's how you educate resignation. But resignation is wanting to go to this program? Tao Chu heard this past event. Her face and heart didn't have any ripples at all, but instead noticed the interest in this program in her own good sister's tone. Kind of want to. Mostly, I wanted to see this guy who was trying to woo her sister. He. Then Chumu, you arrange it. We'll go home and wait for your news. Arrangements made. Plane tomorrow morning. Direct flight to the rainforest. The corner of Tao Chu's mouth raised an arc without a smile. Very good. Chumu courage is getting bigger and bigger. First note down, turn back and then teach a lesson. Speaking of which, though, the rainforest? Going there would indeed be considered a vacation for her and rhetoric. Chapter 78, Strength doesn't allow her to keep a low profile. Welcome, my dear friends, welcome to our beautiful rainforest world. I am your director, Fu Shanghai. Director Fu said to the drone camera, this is the mysterious rainforest. Our guests and friends are going to live here self-sufficiently for a week, and when the 7 days are up, we will provide supplies. Below, I'll introduce our guest friends to the audience. Tao Chu, Tao Rui, Mao Chun-nan, Ding Zichuan, Zhang Yuhai, and Lei Xiaolei. Director Fu took out a box. Please ask the 6 guest friends to come up and draw the initial tools for living in the rainforest. Wow, sister, this director's pace is so fast into the theme. I like it. Tao Rui was very happy as soon as she came to this rainforest. After being reincarnated on Earth for so long, she hadn't come to play in this kind of scene yet, and it wasn't on a mission. So happy and looking forward to it. I'll go first. Director, I'll go first. Tao Ruizi bounced in place and raised his hand. Oh my god, I can't believe I can see choo. A new dinner variety show is booked. That Mao Chun-nan is a vegetarian. I have not seen it. Rather, it's Ding Zichuan, the jungle explorer who was quite out of the loop before, right? The program group invited him to ensure the safety of the guests, right? Agree with the upstairs. Zhang Yuhai, Lei Xiaolei is an actor, but also a martial arts actor origin. It should be practiced. They are quite resistant to build it. Lei Xiaolei is delicate at first glance. Words this Tao Ruizi cannot. In this group she is the smallest. Small potatoes and big groundnuts Adventure Road Upstairs, the last time I said Tao Ruizi was short, I was unlucky for a week. Dig fun. No way. I'm withdrawing my withdrawal. Tao Ruizi is the highest and strongest. Director Fu, very good. Our friend Tao Rui is very active. Then you come up and smoke first. Tao Rui reached in with anticipation and grabbed a random note out. Please read aloud the instrument you drew. Infinite fire. Tao Rui saw the words on the note and was overjoyed. This is great. Cooked food is ready. Sister said before she came that it's dangerous to eat raw things in the rainforest, although sister can also make fire. But with fire, sister's food will be in order. Director Fu, wow, that's great. Rhetoric is very lucky. Who's next? Ding Zichuan, I'll do it. Goes up and draws a fly swatter straight out. Ding Zichuan, let out a bitter laugh. Director, is it too unreasonable to set a fly swatter in the tool? What are you counting? I'm drawing a balloon pump here. What do you think you're doing with a pump in the jungle? Jiang Yuhai was equally speechless. Yeah, I drew a small knife. Mao Chunnan let out a happy laugh and made a point of running over to Tao Chu Chu. Chu Chu, I can share it with you. No need. Tao Chu Chu indifferently turned her head away. She in resignation didn't need any knife. Sis, what did you draw? Tao Ruizi took the note in her sister's hand and read it out directly. Unlimited energy flashlight. Wow, it's really great. With her here, she and her sister can't have bad luck. Fire and lighting things are solved. Then she can feel free to play. Mine's useful too. It's a tent. Lei Xiaolei cheered excitedly, her eyes looking in Mao Chunnan's direction for a moment. I heard that Mao Chunnan was the Mao family's eldest son. Although his business was focused on foreign countries, if she could join the Mao family, she would still need to mix with the entertainment circle. Guests and friends are invited to come here to pick up their initial tools, after which they will be led into the rainforest by a guide. After entering the rainforest, the guide will immediately exit, leaving only the drone to film. The first day of the rainforest adventure time is at your disposal. Tomorrow the official release of the mission will begin. Every day you need to complete the task in order to obtain the corresponding points. Through the points can be exchanged with the program team for the corresponding food or living supplies. Specifically, you can check the equipment that everyone is wearing on their hands. Then the adventure begins. Waiting for the 6 people to go into the rainforest range, food director said to the audience in front of the camera, guests into the rainforest is after the application. The state approved access to the simulation area. The plants and animals inside are revitalizable resources. The program group will do a good job on the maintenance of the rainforest environment. Viewers do not enter the rainforest without permission. Not only easy to jeopardize their lives, but also easy to destroy the rainforest environment. If the rainforest environment to cause a devastating blow, it will bring about the extinction of the human race. It's official. So looking forward to it. The program team is so well thought out that they even made a note of it for fear that we would follow suit. So curious about what to do with that fly swatter when it enters. Hitting bugs and mosquitoes along the way? Ha 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 ha. Resignation. The rainforest environment is complicated and scary. And you're still wearing short sleeves. It'll be dangerous. After the guide left, Ding Ziquan finally didn't hold back and spoke to Tao Ruizi. Yeah, if you don't say it I almost forgot. Tao Rui took out a 4-square thing from his pocket, put it to his mouth and blew on it, and bang, it rose into the shape of a jacket. Traveling essential pocket-sized small jacket. Big brother, thank you. Tao Rui thanked very politely, making Ding Ziquan embarrassed for a moment. You're welcome. Tao Chuchu also increases her good feelings towards Ding Zichuan quite a bit. Thanks for the reminder. Although resignation doesn't have to worry about long and short sleeves. After all, where she is, mosquitoes and insects won't even come close. Brother Quan is a very experienced jungle explorer. With him around, we're much more at ease. Lei Xiaolei covered her mouth and smiled daintily. Right, Brother Quan. Well said. We're all doing each other a favor. You guys just take care of yourselves. Don't bother about me and resignation. Tao Chu-Chu looked around at these people. Sometimes more people get in the way instead. Chu-Chu, I can take care of you guys. Mao Chunnan had been following Tao Chu-Chu since he came in, and several times he tried to interject but couldn't. No need. Thanks. Tao Chu-Chu helped her own good sister to organize her clothes. Her heart is now only pondering how to get food for resignation. After all, when she came in addition to the clothes on her body and initial tools, nothing was brought in. Rhetoric hadn't eaten in an hour, and she was a little worried. Brother Chunnan is just being kind. Chu-Chu, why don't you sympathize? Lei Xiaolei looked like she was not worthy for Mao Chunnan, looking at Tao Rui, blinking her eyes in wonder. Ha, what a nice smell of tea. Messing with her a bit. Sister, I want to drink some tea now, and I want to eat something to go with it. Tao Chu-Chu immediately tensed up. Okay, you wait for your sister. I'll go find you something to eat and drink now. After saying that, she held Tao Chu-Chu's hand and left. But, is resignation saying that Lei Xiaolei's speech smells like tea? Laughing to death, ha 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 ha, directly to the face to open big ah. Lei Xiaolei instantly blackened her face. What an ungrateful pair of sisters. Aren't we going to act together? Zhang Yuhai stretched out his Erkong hand in an attempt to stop Tao Chu-Chu from leaving. On the first day, everyone is unfamiliar with the situation, so it would be safer to act together. Right, and both of you drew tools that are more practical. For the sake of the tool, right? It's not for the sake of thinking about each other's safety. Upstairs, don't think so darkly, okay? Watch, can't we just move freely if we want to? Why do we have to be together? Tao Rui, who didn't have anything to eat, was stopped twice and thrice. There wasn't much patience left. Or do you want the tools in the hands of my sister and I? Ah, no, I'm just saying. Zhang Yuhai choked at once. No is good. Not to mention that my sister and I just temporarily left to find something to eat. Even if we walk away, We don't have to report anything to you. The tools are also what we drew. The rules before recording the program are not. You are not clear about the personal free time to act. What kind of moral abduction are you playing with me now? Tao Rui splits his head and directly outputs. Choking Jiang Yuhai's face bursts red. Sister, let's go. Tao Rui grunted and twisted her head and left with her own sister. Brother Yuhai. Resignation is just young and speaks directly. Don't worry about it. When I come back later I'll talk to Chu Chu about it. Chu Chu will definitely understand your good intentions. With a step, Jiang Yuhai immediately went along with it. If only the two of them were as sweet as you. Xiaolei, I think rhetoric is right. Why should people give up the tools they drew with their skills? And there is no mission today, belonging to the novice protection period given by the program group. A few of them do not hurry to explore and do a good job of the groundwork, but instead here to morally kidnap Chu Chu is only strange, right? The two of them have no sense of community if they break away from the team. Upstairs, this is an individual game, not a group cooperative game. Sis, what do you think we're looking for to eat? Resignation, you wait for me. Tao Chu Chu picked a few vines and started hand rubbing them together. In no time, she tied a swing on a short tree. Rhetoric, you sit on the swing and wait for sister for a while. I'll go get you something delicious. Long live my sister. Wait, how did Tao Chu Chu just make a swing? I'm thinking I didn't blink, either. I didn't see upstairs either. +1. If I hadn't been able to see and understand what they were carrying before going in, I'd have suspected her of entrapping her personal belongings. An ant, 2 ants. Lying on the swing board looking at the leaves counting ants. Tao Rui, hand also turned a leaf to play. Sister, when to come back? Ah. Resignation. Just chanting it, Tao Chu Chu's voice came back, with pheasant and 2 fish in his hand. I went for a drive in the distance. The environment is not bad. The place chosen by the program group has water flow. There are fish inside that can be eaten. Picked some flowers for you to make tea to drink. Eating roasted chicken and roasted fish is just enough to be used to relieve fatigue. Sister is great, said Tao Chu Chu. Began to hands clean out the fire belt. In the rainforest, fire must pay attention to fire safety. Tao Rui has been staring at the 2 fish and the pheasant ever since they appeared, and the pheasant rolled its eyes and fainted. Oops, scared the lovely future roast chicken. Also do not know whether it will affect the meat quality. Tao Rui turned his head sheepishly and hurriedly jumped off the swing. Sister, can I help with anything? Grind a slab out for the barbecue. Yeah. When Mao Chennan, Ding Zichuan, Jiang Yuhai, and Lei Xiaolei came over, what they saw was the image of Tao Ruishi splitting a large rock with his bare hands alone. What's going on? There are still hallucinogenic things in this rainforest? In this regard, Tao Rui can only say that there is no way. The strength does not allow her and her sister to do a low profile. Chapter 79, Catching Fish with a Fly Swatter. You're really talented. What are you looking at? Never seen a person work before? Tao Rui speechlessly looked at the few of them who were making a fuss, picked up a small stone and began to polish the large stone that had just been broken off. My resignation. Awesome. No wonder I said I couldn't use a pocket knife. Open your mind. Isn't it possible for a stone to grind a stone knife out? Resigned look. A group of people who have never seen the world. Upstairs. You're scolding me. +1. Are you guys in? Jiang Yuhai asked in a tentative whisper. We should be cooking, obviously. Tao Chu Chu was busy killing fish and slaughtering chickens at the moment, and took the time to reply before continuing her work. Chu Chu, let me help you. No. Tao Chu Chu reacted fiercely, blocking away Mao Chen Nan's hand. I'm sorry, what's here is the food I'm going to make for my own sister. If you help out, we might have to share a portion of it with you so that resignation will go hungry. So I hope you can keep yourself busy with your own. Mao Chen Nan's face was hurt. Chu Chu was so cold from the beginning of the meeting. Already is not remembering it. Why are you like this? Chen Nan brother is also just trying to help. It's not like he wants your food. Lei Xiaolei exasperatedly stepped forward. We can catch it ourselves. You wait and see. Is it hard for them to catch fish? It proved difficult to get. The few people standing next to the water stream, Ding Ziquan, looked at me and I looked at you, a little embarrassed. The water is a bit deeper. Let's try it. Ding Zichuan turned to Mao Chennan. I'll go find a stick and tie your knife to the stick to make a simple harpoon. I don't know if you can make the knife. Oh, feel free to use it. Mao Chennan smiled brightly and handed the knife over. Oh yo, go for it. Tao Rui came to the water's edge after making the stone baking dish, and when she saw that a few of them were about to zap fish into the water hand in hand, she couldn't help but cheer. Tao Rui, you scared our fish away. You have to pay for it. Lei Xiaolei hadn't stretched for several years, and suddenly with such a large amount of exercise, she was feeling sore muscles, and when she saw that the fish Ding Zichuan was about to spear was scared away by Tao Ruizi's voice, she immediately sulked in her heart, and her words were also very nonchalant. Being so daintily stomping his foot and lifting his hand to point his nose, Tao Ruizi rarely did not get angry, sheepishly touching his nose. After all, he was the one who was at a disadvantage. It's my fault. I'll fork a few for you as an apology. Don't go to my sister later to complain.
Tao Rui finished her sentence and looked around for something, looking for what tool to catch fish to make her look more normal.
Tao Tai sighed.
If it is not afraid of scaring people, she where to find tools so troublesome. Yell a few times, the fish will be her breath scared to jump on shore by themselves.
This is a nice tool you have. Lend it to me and return it to you after catching fish. Tao Rui's eyes suddenly glowed. She saw Ding Zi Quan's fly swatter. Fly swatters are good.
They're flexible. They have a swatting surface.
They're definitely good.
Ding Zichuan only think it is a little girl love to show off to pretend to play then.
Fly swatter can catch fish.
Then he mixed so long explorer is really mixed in vain.
However, Ding Zichuan hard vaguely on the pottery resigned to store a small expectation.
According to just the strange force, pottery resigned to say may also really line ah.
How can a woman say no? Said the little gourmand.
Tao Rui held the fly swatter in one hand and grabbed the vines on the tree by the water with the other hand and started to wiggle.
Whoa, so exciting.
Ha 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 ha, she loves this feeling of swaying so much.
Tao Rui, is this swinging on a water swing? Jiang Yuhai was dumbfounded as a whole. What a strong core power. Hey, go you. The moment Tao Rui swung back, a fly swatter in a flash of lightning,
swoosh made a cracking sound and slapped the water.
An arm-length fish just turned up its belly. Dig the groove. Ding Zi Quan and Jiang Yuhai's jaws were stunned in unison. That's alright. Even Lei Xiaolei, who had loved choking since a while ago, was too shocked to speak. Awesome. Familiar flavor. Familiar rhetorical style. Fly swatter. Never in my life did I think I could catch fish. Oh good lucky fish oh. I caught the first fish or sister to eat it, and then catch other compensation to them. Tao Ruizi Jia laughed. Ha 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 ha, I'm coming. Fish. Tao Ruizi so as to swing around on the surface of the water, excitedly shot several fish belly at once. The entire surface of the water in Ding Zichuan a few people's ears are Tao Ruizi Jia shooting fish villainous laughter. One after another. Three-dimensional reverberation. It was not until Tao Ruizi felt almost done and joyfully withdrew his hand that the water returned to calm. Yo friends, I fat come. Tao Ruizi made a leaping step and stood steadily on the bank. Oops, I won't fish the fish over. You guys wait for me, I'll look for my sister. Not waiting for a few people to say anything, Tao Ruizi ran away in a puff of smoke. Not long after, Tao Chu Chu followed Tao Resignation came over, holding a fishing net-like thing. Where did this fishing net come from? Ding Zi Quan felt that his heart had been shattered by the blow, and if he was told that it was made by Tao Chu Chu on the spot, he might not be able to withstand the blow. My sister just made it up on the spot ah. Tao Rui looked at Ding Zichuan with a face that took it for granted, and added, don't you have jungle survival experience? What? You don't know how? Poof Ding Zi Quan staggered back a few steps, overwhelmed to the ground on his knees. He is going to, but he is the premise of the tools ah. Tao Chu Chu, how can the two of them be so strong? Oh, he has no face oh. Do you want to help? After all, you have your fish. Ding Zi Quan immediately ran over with full blood. Coming. There is a big brother in the team. Then why is he still crying ah? Where he fell down. Where he hugged the big leg. This is the most important ah. After Tao Chu Chu threw the fishing net out, she picked up the first fish caught by her own good sister just now. The rest is resigned to compensate you. Remember to return to me when you're done with the fishing net. We'll leave first. La. We're going to eat roasted fish and roasted chicken. Tao Rui followed her sister with a bounce, and also sniffed the surrounding scent secretly. Why there are mushrooms not far away. Later she went to pick a little to grill and eat. Barbecue and eat grilled mushrooms. The most classy. Yikes. Sis, I forgot to pick the coconut shell. Sis wait for me ow. Stump. Tao Ruizi back to the water's edge, mouth while saying you busy, while hands and feet quickly climbed the tree. Climbed to the top of the tree. Clang smashed nearly 10 coconuts, picked a leaf and her height, jumped down to the coconut, dab, 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 will be wrapped in the coconuts, carried on the shoulders, carried away, and the coconut, and then the coconut, and then the coconut. They were wrapped and carried on their shoulders and carried away, leaving behind a few people from Ding Zi Quan who witnessed the whole process. Brother Quan, Shin, collect. Oh. No matter what missions he had in the next few days, he was going to hug the Chuza sister's thighs, shaking his fist. Chapter 80b, please dance with me, sis, coconut shells, okay, resign yourself to wait beside me for your sister. She'll be quick. Tao Chu Chu took out a coconut shell cracked open, gave the coconut water inside to resign to drink cleanly, took the mint leaves to dry the water stains inside carefully, then threw in the plants she had just picked up that could be used to make barbecue seasoning. Took resign to just grind the stone mortar to start grinding. Sis, it smells so good. What does this taste like? It's similar to the cumin you usually eat. but a bit spicier. Tao Chu Chu snapped out a sentence as she pounded it. If there was honey, the grilled fish and grilled chicken made should be closer to the sweet taste you like. Honey? This is a great thing to hear. Tao Ruizi's eyes glowed as if he had seen a rich hobo on the ground, and he stood up with a swoosh. Sister, stay here and don't go away. I'll go and come back. Tao Chu Chu looked at her good sister who instantly ran away with a stunned face. Bad. Resignation can't be going to look for honey. Busy putting down the things in his hand, he grabbed the infinite spark and hurriedly accelerated in the direction Tao Rui had left. Messing with wasps in the rainforest is a recipe for death. When the anxious Tao Chu Chu found Tao Chu Chu, 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 Tao Rhetoric and the bees are doing a ballroom dance. The drones around them were still playing the round dance BGM, and the bees were swarming up and down in unison with the movements of Resignation's hands. Upon closer inspection, it's writing the word asterisk 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 in the air. Isn't that the secret to bouncing? What the hell are you doing here? Tao Chu Chu, we'll play, or you guys will play. What? Is this some new way of bonding? Yeah, sister, you're here. Not only did Tao Rui not stop dancing, the amplitude of her movements became even greater. Sister, don't get me wrong. I'm not dancing now. I'm confusing these bees. It's a hypnotic dance a bee I knew before taught me. With this you don't have to fight the bees. After all, it's so hard to catch this thing. By the way, that bee also fought with monkeys. As soon as he spoke, the bees that were flying in midair all fell to the ground with a swish. Without a moment's hesitation, Tao Ruizi immediately went up the tree and picked a whole hive of bees. Sister, let's go. Tao Chu Chu looked at his own good sister with a doting face. Resignation to have fun on the line. Later on the roasted chicken on the more honey-coated for her. I'm done with school. Just went out and fought the bees in front of my house for 300 rounds. Thank you very much. And now I'm in the hospital. I'd like to call it Tao's special magnetism. Remember the mantra. Science, this must be science. Tao Chu Chu returned, then grabbed the chicken skin on the baking dish. Small fire with the chicken skin roasted out of the nuisance oil after the use of leaves to touch the chicken oil evenly on the baking dish, and then sliced chicken fish meat arranged on it, sprinkled with spices and mint leaves. Aside, but also set up 2 coconut shells. 1 coconut shell to cook flour tea. A coconut shell is the original coconut water, plus the fish bones and chicken bones to cook. Sister, it smells so good. There's no salt here. I can only put in some seasonings that are close to salty. Fortunately, the ingredients here are very fresh, and roasting them just like this is also extremely flavorful. Tao Chu Chu said while using the simple brush she just made to carefully apply honey. Seeing the roasted charred and sizzling, then hurriedly turned over and carefully applied honey again. Alright, Resignation. Come on. Tao Ruizi wailed and pounced off the swing, ignoring the hot hands, directly grabbing a piece of chicken and putting it in his mouth. The outside is charred and the inside is tender, blended with the flavor of wild seasoning and sweet honey, with sweet and mellow coconut chicken soup, and sweet and sour and delicious and unctuous flour tea. It's just one bite after another. I can't stop it at all. After Tao Chu Chu simply finished the portion left for herself, she began to think about what to make for her own good sister for the next meal. After all, it's only a few fish and chickens. How can Resignation be full? It would be nice to see if there are any other meats like pigs and cows. I also don't know if the program put any of this type of livestock in. Just as he was thinking about it, his thoughts were interrupted by a voice. Chu Chu, you guys made this? Jiang Yuhai looked at the ground of food in surprise. Tao Ruizi had accelerated the speed of his eating since he saw them appear, and Jiang Yuhai had only finished speaking the words he had just spoken, and all the food he saw in his eyes had been wiped out by Tao Ruizi. No way. Do a couple of them look like they want to rob something? Tao Ruizi nodded silently. It's hard to say, just in case. Jiang Yuhai was furious and wanted to dislike people but couldn't. After all, he relied on others to catch the fish in his hands. Taking people's hands is short and eating people's mouths is soft. That's what it says. The two were facing each other when the drone suddenly went off. Congratulations to our clever guest friends for completing today's first hidden mission, completing a meal in the rainforest. Guests who have completed it can get a chance to ask the program team for supplies, and the guests who have completed it so far are Tao Chu Chu and Tao Ruizi. Please ask the other guests to complete the task before 12 o'clock tonight, otherwise you can only regretfully lose today's chance to ask the program group for supplies. Fu Xinghai's voice was very polite, but it sounded very beaten up. Sis, what do we want? Tao Chu Chu didn't have to think long before giving his answer. A list of all the food we can catch in this rainforest. Yes, she wanted the list. Rainforest survival was nothing more than food, clothing and shelter. Clothes could be replenished tomorrow. Today she could build a simple waterproof shelter. Transportation in the rainforest was on foot. She and Resignation's shoes were specially made, so she didn't have to worry about it. so only food is of the utmost importance, and being a sister, you can't let your sister go hungry for a meal. She needed to get a handle on the food their guests had access to, and was going to just ask for a map of the food distribution, but that would be less for the show to look at and wouldn't be happy to give it to her. Backing off and agreeing to just give the list, she and Rhetoric would naturally find what they needed. It took a long time before the audible clenching of back teeth came from the drone. Agreed. 1 hour to drop via drone. Woohoo! Go, resign. Tao Chu Chu tidied up the area. We'll leave for a while. You guys can use our baking tray if you want. It's just the swing. You can't break it. If she broke it, her good sister would have to sit on the ground, so she would be unhappy. A broken swing, so precious. Lei Xiaolei irritably picks at it, and is stopped by Mao Chunnan. Are your hands cheap? The owner of the swing has told you not to do it, and you still do it. No, brother Chunnan. I'm just curious. Lei Xiaolei gently pouted, putting on the innocent look of a little white flower. On the other side, Tao Rui was holding a super straight stick that she had picked up from the ground, in front of Tao Chu Chu, waving away all kinds of plants to clear the way. Sis, what are we going to do? Get you some snacks to eat and build a place to rest tonight. We're going to find a spot on high ground, a couple of trees that can make a bed, and more banana leaves to overhang the bed to use as a roof. Banana leaves? Suddenly I'm craving guavas and bananas. Tao Chu Chu. Sister to find food for you. Cannot think of one out as one out Your sister is not a wishing pool Where to find guavas and bananas to you? At least wait to get the food list well. Eyes closed face. Chapter 81, Searching and Searching. I found a Bai Xiaoza. Tao Chu Chu, please pick up your food list. A drone flew in front of Tao Chu Chu with a pamphlet hanging from it, and the cover read, You're good. Thank you. Food Guide Atmosphere. Tao Chu Chu couldn't wait to flip through the pamphlet and find out what was in the meat first. Chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, pigs, sheep, oxen, donkeys and snakes are all very conventional meat. It seems that the program group on the food control is very strict. There is no very let a person play the space it. Wait, what was she thinking? What does it take to go over the top in the rainforest? Is she really assimilating her brain with rhetoric? How is it, sister? Delicious more not much well. What we find next well. Tao resignation in the side jumping up and down, and hold back not to grab the sister in the hands of the pamphlet to see. Anxious head of the hares are fried up. How about frying you a steak for dinner? Yes, come on, walk deeper. Find a place to spend the night as we go. Tao Chu Chu took the stone knife to separate the plants that blocked the way and continued to walk forward. Tao Chu Chu, on the other hand, was bouncing here and there, turning over the grass here to have a look, lifting the soil there to have a look, all without realizing how many ants were disturbed. Moo dash, sister, is beef. Tao resignation ears sharp, far from hearing the sound of cattle, excitedly wailed and rushed up. Tao Chu Chu want to pull her good sister's hand cannot pull. Sister, Kong hand, you're wearing a red top today. Mom insisted that the first day of the trip to wear a red shirt. For good luck. This is good. It will evolve into a bullfighting arena. Tao Chu Chu followed, and sure enough her good sister was already imitating a matador, relying on her nimble stance to frantically provoke the big bulls grazing at the water's edge. Moo dash, Mom, there's a human here. Tao Ruizi took a few steps closer in front of the cow, almost close to the cow's horns, and arrogantly crossed her arms. Come and hit me Moo dash the big cow slammed with its horns. Tao Rui jumped up in time, did a backflip to avoid the attack, and continued to laugh with his arms crossed. Ha come on, can't hit me ha. Slightly, you're just a scummy cow. Be my steak. Moo dash Tao Rui tilted her head and mooed like a big cow, and with a dejected and stinky face, she twisted madly in place. Instantly, the cow's eyes reddened. The cow got angry, and with a long moo, she frantically toppled over towards Tao Yujie with her cow's horns. See the scene of Tao Chu Chu helpless cover forehead. I had known to let the mother to resign on other colors. Anyway, the cow is color blind. Resign so provoked it. How will be angry. Wearing red, she wanted to sing a Spanish bullfighting song on the spot for everyone in the audience. Stump, stump, stump. Tao Chu Chu surprised to look at the drone. She did not order a song? Yikes, it's not the sound from the drone. Then, Tao Chu Chu looked at Tao Rui suspiciously. Holy, this kid is playing his own music while he's bullfighting. The program's crew actually doesn't put a BGM on it right away. It's so blinkered. That is, with our matador's own music. Laughing not alive. First time I've seen it. Is it better to eat a bull that fights itself? Did not play for a while. The cow was Tao Ruizi exhaustion of physical strength. Bam fell to the ground. But unfortunately its companions in the Tao Ruizi just over the time when it was scared away. Isolated and unsupported. It can only fall into the Tao Chu Chu's meat under the knife. Tao Ruizi had a very happy time. and after leaving the cow to her sister to take care of, she skipped around the neighborhood on her own. What's that smell? Tao Rui walked closer and closer to the depths of the simulated rainforest. She wasn't smelling it wrong. Was this Bai Zai's scent? How could Bai Zai appear here? Tao Rui's footsteps unconsciously accelerated, running quickly towards the place she sensed, leaving the following drone behind for a while. Here, taller than Tao Rui's head, the vines occupied the area to the fullest. Tao Ruiz can only use her hands to break off the path as she walks. Blanche, even the grass grows taller than her. When Pishi and Peixi fought, how come they didn't kick her into the embryo that can become a big tall man in the future? After spitting and breaking off another one, Tao Ruiz found the scent she had sensed proper on the ground. 1. Hand-sized white zephyr? Dig. Interesting. Tao Rui bent down to pick up this little white zephyr and put it in the palm of his hand and couldn't stop poking and prodding. Is this fake? There is body temperature. Hot. The breath is also right. Could it be real? Another manifestation of the Emperor? Or is it Bai Zai's doppelganger? Or some kind of puppet? How did you pass out? Wake up nah. Little Tao Tai. If you keep slapping, I guess I'm going to be slapped into mush by you. Who's a good guy waking up people with so much force? Bai Zai rubbed his eyes and yawned. Are you the Shirazawa I know? White Haze nodded. My old swan dash. What's wrong with you? Tao Rui almost threw the white zephyr in her hand. This is the real white zephyr. How many slaps did she just give to the Emperor? This is me. White Haze just spoke. He was then interrupted by Tao Rui's excitement. I know. You're feeling too bored, so you're changing your form to game the world. No, White Haze spoke again. That is, you don't want to go to work. You suddenly get smaller and disappear, making your men anxious and angry. And then you make a surprise appearance at the end, and they'll be thankful to you and cheer loudly, long live White Zephyr, long live White Zephyr. Won't they? No, I was going to. Earlier. That would be. Shut up. White Zephyr couldn't bear it anymore and directly cast a shut-mouth technique on Tao Rui. Phew. Suddenly refreshed. Looking at the obedient and coquettish Tao Rui, Bai Zai finally unfolded a gentle smile. I'll remind your sister to pay attention to your reading books in the future, and for the sake of your brain development to be better, read less of this kind of trash in the future. Changing his position to sit in Tao Rui's palm, Bai Zai straightened his clothes and hairstyle that had just been messed up by Tao Ruiz before slowly speaking. I found out where the master behind the previous sacrificial array was, and looked for him to fight. He was not lightly injured, and should not be able to be a demon lately. As for me, I got hit by a spell, so I've temporarily become smaller for a while, and I'll recover by myself. Tao Ruiz pointed to her mouth, signaling that she wanted to speak. Bai Zai just untied it. Tao Ruiz came up and asked, you'll take the enemy lightly? You're not hiding something from me, are you? Then why are you here when you've gotten smaller? This rainforest was simulated for us to record the program. How come you shouldn't be here? Did that closed mouth spell just now have a side effect that could make one's brain grow? And how did Resignation suddenly ask questions that would hit the nail on the head? How is he going to answer? Is it possible to say that before he fell under the spell and passed out his thoughts were of wanting to see her? And then he transported himself over Blanche, he'd die before he'd say it. Chapter 82, he won't share any meat with him. Okay, if you don't want to say it, just don't say it. What are you glaring at me for? Tao Ruiz secretly slandered. Really? How come the person has become smaller and his character has become so childish and petty? Hearing the heartbeat. White Hazel. He can't hear anything. Really? Then what are you going to do now? You can only come with me. Otherwise so small. Later come a little frog and snake can swallow you. Tao Rui puts pocket White Zephyr on his shoulder. What trick can you cast on yourself to keep you from being seen? The drones will broadcast you even if they see you. Don't worry. No need to know how. White Zephyr pulled out a small square from his pocket and gently pressed a layer of film tightly attached to him. With this on the line, no one can see me except you. Alright, then hurry up now. My sister and Beef are still waiting for me. Tao Rui made sure Bai Zai had a firm grip, and immediately accelerated his sprint back to find his sister. Resignation. You're back. Sit on the swing, just tied it up. Tao Chu Chu had already processed the whole cow. The grill pan from before is probably being used by several of them. Let's just burn it here where we are. This time we can use it by setting up a wood pile. Clearing out the fire separating belt, Tao Chu Chu had already set up 2 triangular wood piles, and took out the beef ribs and 2 large hind legs from the processed whole cow. Rack the whole beef ribs on one of the wood piles and start them over a charcoal fire. Sister, you use charcoal fire. Why did you also find so much grass like straw? For making bed? Tao Rui squatted on the ground and picked up all kinds of things. Sister, where did you get so many fragrant smelling seasonings again? It's not the same as the grilled fish and chicken just now, eh? In the rainforest as long as you know them. Isn't it easy to get them? Tao Chu Chu turned the cow ribs over. There are also a few potatoes baked for you in the fire. When the meat is ready later, I will be able to dig them out for you to eat. It's just that the flavor may not be as good as the baked sweet potatoes at home. Yummy yummy, everything my sister cooks is delicious. Asterisk carrot carrot asterisk, Tao Ruizi beautifully sat back on the swing. Her sister is the world's most powerful sister. Everything will Tao Chu Chu continued to turn and grill the beef ribs, and when the charcoal fire grilled them until the surface was slightly brown, Tao Chu Chu immediately transferred the beef ribs to the burning straw and smoked them over a large fire. Putting the cow's ribs and waiting for them to be smoked and roasted by the straw, Tao Chu Chu put the cow's legs on another wooden pile, sprinkled them with all kinds of spices, and added charcoal to roast them over a large fire. Resignation. You watch the fire first. I'll go get some wild vegetables for you. Rolled wild vegetables with roast beef. Meat and vegetables are nutritious. Oh. Tao Rui thought her sister was going to be gone for a long time, but she didn't expect her sister to come back in less than a minute. Her hands full of a lot of green vegetables and bananas. Banana, eh? Her sister is the best sister in the world. She casually said bananas and her sister got them for her. Oh wow so happy Tao Chu Chu's tightly wrinkled brows loosened. Fortunately, it came back in time. The beef ribs are ready. The beef ribs roasted in this way, just sprinkled with a bit of simple pepper with a bit of savory seasoning, were very tasty. Tao Rui was already squatting anxiously next to him. His hand wanted to reach over several times to pinch the meat and eat it, but was stopped by Tao Chu Chu's eyes. I'm in a hurry. The meat is all roasted and oily. Why can't I eat it yet? You haven't washed your hands. Tao Chu Chu picked up a side of boiling cold white water. Come here. Wash your hands before you can eat. Tao Rui finished washing her hands quickly. Her small eyes were staring at Tao Chu Chu, and Tao Chu Chu bared her teeth and laughed out. You can eat, little greedy cat. What cat? She is the honorable Tao Tai. Tao Ruizi, who got the permission to do it swiftly, picked up a whole beef ribs and directly on the mouth to bite. That ferocious strength, the white zephyr sitting elegantly on the shoulder, all aroused the gluttony. And I wonder if resignation can share some with me, no? Bai Zhe thought optimistically. After all, he'd just eat a little now that he'd gotten smaller. Ooh sis. This meat is so delicious. This smoky flavor. The family has not done this kind of food before it. Thanks to the gift of nature. I knew it. There must be a reason why outdoor eating is so hot. Tao Rui, who had finished gnawing on an entire beef rib, happily wiped his mouth and continued to squat down to stand guard next to the cow's hind leg in front of Tao Chu Chu. Do you want something to drink? Tao Chu Chu was also satisfied and happy. The fact that her own good sister could eat so cleanly showed that she had raised her well. The cow's hind leg is bigger. It's not that fast to get well yet. To be. Tao Ruizi head nodded like a pile driver. Sister good to give her face actually asked her to be or not. At this point the pop-ups were brushed numb, all kneeling and begging God for a good sister's words. The Tao family members who are also watching the program. The Tao family elders. Chu Chu is not too much pain. Resignation xin. Did you say to Chu Chu before you left? Don't give so much meat. Resignation to eat. Told you. It's not like you guys see. There's greens. Besides, just these meats. Just where to Tao's mother had a look of don't talk nonsense. I've explained this. Tao father. Yesterday also had the nerve to say Chu Chu drowning. Obviously he is also a kind. Tao Feng. Not. How can you worry about resignation? Need eat more indigestion. She ate the plate or fine. Besides, if my little sister could see the pop-up screen, she would definitely say with a face of stinky dejection. That's right. My sister just spoils me. So what? Grandpa Tang, who was trying to tug back his jacket. Wifey, don't bite me. Let the kitchen serve you roast beef when you're hungry. Roll. On the side looking at Tao Chu Chu continued to feed the resignation of the white zephyr face black. We are saying, Tao resignation. You do not remember the depths of the rainforest picked up a certain white zephyr Tun drinking the unctuous flower tea that her kissing sister had cooked for her. Tao Rui finally felt the cold air on her shoulders. Damn. Forgot about the emperor's death. Bai Zhe, don't be angry. I'll share a little bit of meat with you from the hind leg of the cow later. Don't find fault with me after you recover. Tao Rui took the opportunity to raise his head to drink water and finished quickly in a small voice. Bai Zhe's face finally eased a bit. Still counting on this little Tao Tai having a bit of a conscience. Tao Chu Chu was just about to pull out the sweet potatoes under the fire to feed her own good sister when a drone flew close and started broadcasting. Congratulations to all the guests and friends who have been given the opportunity to ask the program team for supplies today. The latest situation is as follows. Mao Chennan asked for a tent. Agreed. Zhang Yuhai asked for a warm sleeping bag for each person. Rejected. Only one person can be provided with a sleeping bag. Ding Zichuan asked for insect repellent tools. Agreed. Lei Xiaolei requests a sleeping bag. Agreed. Sister, isn't it true that mine is still useless? Tao Rui's eyes twinkled. Director Fu, there's no rule that says I can't keep the opportunity to ask for supplies, right? No, you can keep it. Paymaster's response came from the drone. That's good, Tao Rui said.
With her sister around, she couldn't think of anything she needed for the time being yet. The drone continues to broadcast.
Next mission. Please keep your guests and friends safe through the night. What it means. Chapter 83, it's about to get dark.
Prepare to close your eyes.
Sis, is the director going to attack us tonight? Most likely yes. Don't worry about that. Resignation, you come over first and eat the baked potato and beef while it's hot.
Tao Chu Chu put up the portion she was going to eat already and waved her hand for her good sister to come over and eat the roasted beef hind leg.
Okay.
Amazed face. Tao Ruizi happily began to tear into the roasted beef meat, eating too much to remember what he had promised Bai Zai.
Bai Zai on the side.
He knew that he was not even a slice of beef in the heart of this little Tao Tai.
Alas. Long sigh.
He had better be self-sufficient. Jumping over towards the baked potato that Tao Rui hadn't had a chance to lay his hands on yet to one side, Bai Zai was just about to peel the skin off and start eating. Tao Chu Chu swoosh threw out a piece of leaf, with a fierce sound of breaking the air straight into the position where Bai Zai originally stood.
Good risk. Good risk.
Bai Zai patted his chest.
This Tao Chu Chu how to sense so sensitive
if not to avoid in time, on his current size minutes to be zapped in the head
Tao Chu Chu, what is it? Come out. Don't want to die is not it.
Dare to move her good sister's food. Being startled by Tao Chu Chu's loud reprimand, Tao Rui looked up from the roasted beef hind leg meat in confusion.
What is it?
Why is the sister fire suddenly so explosive? Following her sister's gaze, her baked potatoes on how to tie leaves
why is Bai Zai standing on the ground?
Being looked at by Bai Zai's slightly resentful eyes for a moment, Tao Ruizi was jolted and finally reacted.
Sis, it's boss Bai Zai coming.
Tao Ruizi hurriedly close to her sister, while whispering while giving her sister a thin layer of chip on the eyes. She said that she wanted to explain to her sister, but now there was a misunderstanding.
It is really the white boss.
Tao Chu Chu saw the villain standing on the ground, face color unchanged.
The heart is a shock. In the live camera is not good to ask more questions.
The white boss is sure to come at this time, have a task in the body. She or wait and see what happens.
Actively cooperate with the white boss, action it.
Tao Chu Chu walked over to the face of calmly pulled out the leaves on the baked potato and threw it away, but also intentionally toward the shooting of the drone said, oops, the wind heard the wrong sound.
Nothing. Resignation, you continue to eat.
Oh, looks like Bai Zai chose to eat the baked potato, so she'll just finish the baked meat in peace. Today was another good day for a good gourmet who treasured all the food.
While it's not dark now, let's pack up after eating and go up to the high ground to prepare something to rest on this night.
After Tao Chu Chu put out the fire, she also ate her share of food.
When Tao Rui went out to play,
Tao Chu Chu roasted the rest of the beef, and when Rui finished eating, she wrapped it in banana leaves and tied it securely with a rope made of vines,
intending to leave this for Rui to make dinner.
After all, it would take quite a bit of effort to build things for tonight's rest later, and she was afraid that she wouldn't have enough time to cook something delicious for her good sister.
The two of them are here.
Tao Chu Chu brought resignation and prepared to leave this place when from behind came Ding Zi Quan's shout.
Tao Chu Chu and Tao Rui turned back to look at the visitor in synchronization.
There you are.
Making us look for you.
Jiang Yuhai panted and wiped his sweat.
Looking for us for what?
Wasn't the task given by the program group to get through this night safely?
There wasn't any teamwork task, was there? The genuine doubt on Tao Chu Chu's face was revealed, causing the four people who came to find their sisters to be embarrassed. We are kindly coming to find you guys to spend this night together. After all, there is strength in numbers.
And right now it's just Brother Chen Nan and I who have tents.
Just one for each gender. It's just the sleeping bag we can't share with you two.
Lei Xiaolei looked embarrassed. You guys should be able to understand.
Why should we understand? The puzzlement on Tao Ruizi's face was even more intense than her sister's. How can you guys go so far? It's not enough to share the tent for you to sleep in, but you actually want to rob our sleeping bags?
Lei Xiaolei is really anxious. The space in the tent is big enough to sleep 2 or 3 people are not related.
She just came over to pretend to be a generous and warm-hearted good persona. Did not want to let their sleeping bags out. The rainforest is so cold at night. Without a sleeping bag she can how to live.
My sister and I will find our own place to spend the night.
We can't use your tents or your sleeping bags. So what are we to understand?
You alone 2 girls spend the night. This is not good. We at least have boys together. Put down the heart of the Lei Xiaolei, look at them to spend the night by themselves.
Instantly in anxious eyes. You do not sleep together.
Just by their several fighting strength.
Can top a hammer.
Yeah. How unsafe for you 2 girls alone.
Not with us. Jiang Yuhai hurriedly agreed.
Tao Rui tilted her head. She really didn't like talking to these people who smelled like they had bad intentions.
Oh, except for Ding Ziquan, who smelled okay.
Looking down at her sister who had no intention of opening her mouth, then it was better for her to say it. The ability of my sister and I.
Those of you who have eyes can see it, right? Those of you who can't see it.
The grill pan you used for the fish you ate today. You should know that my sister and I don't have to worry about spending the night at all, right? You guys might not be able to eat today without me and my sister. So what? You guys don't worry about spending the night. We worry. You and Choo Choo are willing to share the baking dish to us. Can't you bear to see us in danger tonight now? Before she could say a few words, Lei Xiaolei's eyes filled with tears that looked like they were going to fall or not. I see. So you're one of those people my oldest brother said like to stomp their noses and get an inch. It's really quite ungrateful. As the old saying goes, there really is truth in the saying that people are bullied and horses are ridden. Look at us sending you fish and a baking dish. And we even sent out a grudge. Tao Rui was in full aura, staring at Lei Xiaolei with an expressionless tilted head. If you're like this, you'll definitely have bad luck. Oh. The black dot quietly flew past Tao Rui's hand and disappeared into Lei Xiaolei's body. Kiss, Tao Tai never jokes. Tao Chu Chu held Tao Rui's hand and turned around, said without looking back, the program contract clearly wrote the danger of the rainforest. Before you go on the program to sign the contract, if you do not have a serious understanding of the preparedness to cope with it, then you sign the contract. What danger you encountered in the rainforest, that is all your own fault. Adults do things, they have to take their own responsibility. In the eyes of the law, neither I nor I have the responsibility to protect you. In other words, we are all human beings. You don't have such a big face, much less that princess life, so don't commit any princess disease. Looking and listening to it, it's all disgusting. You. Lei Xiaolei's tears instantly fell as she looked at Mao Chunnan accusingly. Brother Chunnan, won't you say a fair word? Mao Chunnan stared obsessively at Tao Chuchu's distant back. Chuchu is really handsome. Although Ding Ziquan had followed them to find the Chu Chu Rui sisters, his purpose was not the same. After all, he also belonged to the category of those who did not have a sleeping bag and intended to find a place to spend the night on their own, and he had only come over to simply thank the Chu Chu Rui sisters. Now seeing that it had gotten like this, he could only helplessly say, I'll also find my own place to spend the night. You guys take care of yourselves. Wait, Brother Quan, you're the only one amongst us who has experience in rainforest exploration. We'll panic even more if even you're not there. Ding Ziquan looked at Lei Xiaolei's tearful eyes and sighed in his heart, pulling out the insect repellent spray that he just got and handing it over. Then this insect repellent tool you guys can take and use. I'll leave first. Thank you, Brother Quan. Lei Xiaolei smiled happily and turned her head to Mao Chunnan and Zhang Yuhai. Then let's hurry and find a place to prepare for rest. Sis, don't worry. I've cursed her with bad luck. Tao Rui chirped in anger as she walked. Humph, carrot, white blind sis, you let them use the baking pan. Resignation is the best at helping sister out. Tao Chu Chu stood under a tree and patted it. This is it. Rhetoric, get up the tree. Come on. Chapter 84. I'm not here to destroy you. I'm here to join you. It's getting dark. Tao Rui was lying on the hammock her sister had arranged, swaying a little, looking at the banana leaves above her head, her eyelids slowly closing, and in no time her breathing became long, as did Tao Chu Chu on the side. A drone quietly flew close. Seemingly after confirming that the two had gone to sleep, it quickly flew away. Bai Zhe looked at the drone and silently shook his head. Playing with Tao Chu Chu was not on the same level. Director Fu, the guests are asleep. The hypnotic agent sprayed by the drone worked. Have the raiders move in immediately. Fu Xinghai's eyes glowed with excitement as he held the walkie-talkie. Go over to Tao Chu Chu and Tao Ruji first. Humph. He was going to avenge his anger for wanting the food list today. Aside of the assistant. So childish. Oh, never mind. The boss is happy. The 6 raiders followed the location given by the drone, and all fell suspiciously silent under an 8-meter tall tree. What the hell? Why would any guest choose such a tall tree? Is this treating yourself like a bird to build a nest? How are they going to climb up there? Director, we have to add money. What? I'll send the ladder over for you. Wait. After Fu Shanghai finished speaking, he immediately said to his assistant, arrange for the machine. Send it over within 2 minutes. What's a tree in the district? The raiders took the ladders that had finally been brought over to them, formed up and began to climb up them one by one. Tao Ruizi, who noticed the scent of a living person, instantly woke up and followed the source of the smell and poked his head in to see. I'm not sure. Rub my eyes and look again. Is she hallucinating because she ate something bad today? Why did she see such a big cockroach climbing the tree? Are there cockroaches this big in the rainforest? Southern cockroach species? Sister. Tao Chu Chu had already woken up, wanting to wait for the stranger to get closer before firing back, but as a result, she was shaken by her good sister and almost fainted, so she was busy getting up and answering back. What's the matter? Resignation. Sister, look, there are big cockroaches climbing the tree. Definitely not northern cockroaches. Rhetoric. That's a human being, wearing a cockroach suit. Tao Chu Chu was practically laughing out loud. What the food director was previewing was sending big cockroaches? Are these able to scare people? Or can they attack people? Really? If Director Fu had been there to see the light released from Tao Rui's eyes, he would have immensely regretted his choice to let the raid team be the first to attack the Chu Chu Rui sisters. The raiders were halfway up when a cute, cuddly hello sounded behind them, causing their hands to shake and they almost fell off. Take it easy. The lead raider turned his head with difficulty. It's the Taoist rhetoric. Tao Ruizi hooked his feet to the vines, half hanging in the air looking at the raiders in cockroach suits, his voice with a leap of excitement. What are you going to do to me and my sister? No, nothing. We're leaving. People have been discovered. What else can they do? Hurry up and go. Don't go. You guys don't be afraid. We won't do anything. Tao Rui was half hanging. The moonlight hit her face, half bright and half dark. Her grin was originally cute, but at the moment in the eyes of the raiders it was undoubtedly a rainforest demon reappearing on Earth. Please let us go. We really don't intend to do anything. We're just passing through. Oh, no. Tao Ruizi hand took out an unknown picked up enough adult fitness man arm thick wooden stick. Just right hand gently pinch. Bam, a moment on the shattered into wood shavings, spilling down on the bottom of the raiding team members crawling on the body. We were wrong. The leader of the raiders, if it were not for the fact that people climbed the ladder halfway up, his hands could not spare. He could perform a live show immediately kneeling down and singing Conquest. Pick one of you to take your clothes off and give them to me. Here? Bewildered. What is this ant going to do? Don't worry. I don't want to do anything to you guys. I just want to join you guys. Look at my hands. Isn't it very suitable for you guys, this job? I promise. What is your mission? I'll do what? I will never destroy your work. Everyone is out to make a living. I understand. Tao Rui was still raising the wood shavings in his hand. Deal. Little C. You take off. The leader of the raid made a snap decision, pointing at the smallest member of the team underneath. That's him, Auntie. You see where to change clothes. I'll take it up and change it. Tao resigned to get the clothes on the joy to find their own sister. The raiders looked at Tao resigned from the ground easily on the tree, but also a word did not dare to say more. The clothes are a bit too big. Resign, you wait a bit. Sister will change the clothes for you. Tao Chu Chu sat down with the cockroach suit, and didn't see the action in her hand. She had already changed the size of the cockroach suit. The conditions are limited. It's still a little big, but it doesn't affect your action anymore. Sister will wait for you here. Don't worry about playing. Thank you, sister. Sis. I'm off. Leaping straight down from the tree, a freshly minted Tao Limited cockroach permanent Taotia resignation, with her raiders, set off. Weaving through the rainforest, Tao Ruizi was so exuberant that she couldn't help but keep chirping. What's your mission? Are you planning to attack all the guests? How? Are there any rewards for attacking? Are there any penalties if the guests are attacked? What's your attack tool? Are there any rules for recognizing attacks? Where is the person? Tao Rui spoke for half a day without seeing anyone respond before stopping, realizing that the person had been thrown off by her, and hurriedly returning to look for the person. Auntie, we're not as fast as you. Wait for us a little bit. The 5 big cockroaches were panting like dogs that had run a marathon. Sorry, the first time to be a big cockroach. A little excited. So did you guys hear the question I just asked? Do you want me to repeat it again? Tao Rui scratched her head and accidentally bumped into Bai Zhe, who was scratching the big cockroach whiskers on her head. Bai Zhe, really thank you. He was uneasy to follow him here, and he even got his forehead reddened by this little Tao Tai. No need to repeat. We have a chalk in our hands, and if the attack hits the guest will be left with a mark on his body. When we check the results tomorrow, the marks will receive the size of the punishment according to how many. But in itself, with our costumes, it can be quite intimidating. So what are you waiting for? Just this little piece of chalk in my hand, right? Hurry up. It's getting light out. The 5 large cockroaches looked up at the sky, dark and numb, where it was going to be light. Lei Xiaolei, Mao Chunnan, and Zhang Yuhai were in the tent when the snoring sound that showed that their masters had gone into a deep sleep came from inside the tent, and outside the tent, the shadows of 5 large cockroaches and 1 cockroach with a smaller stature were imprinted on the tent cloth. GGG, Tao Ruizi didn't hold back a villainous laugh. Here comes the big evil cockroach. Little darlings, Chapter 85, Why don't you believe me? Cockroach Lei Xiaolei's scream pierced the sky. In the other tent rushed out Mao Chunnan and Zhang Yuhai, who couldn't get dressed in time and had terrified faces. What? The other 5 big cockroaches looked at the cockroach resignation with a speechless face. You said that people sleep well. You have to wake up people. Said what woke up with resistance struggle to stimulate. Good perverted. A cockroach is not too adapted to the identity of the present. Come on little baby. It's me. Lei Xiaolei just woke up from her sleep. Saw a big cockroach Jie strange screaming towards her, flying over. Scared her as 3 souls flew 7. To pass out before being suspicious. Point to make people awake. Points. Want to faint, cannot faint. You quickly run. You do not run, we are going to eat you. Tao Ruizi see this person was scared stupid standing, hurriedly out of the voice to remind, or stay standing who accompanied her to play Fu Shanghai in front of the monitor was furious. It was called a rage. It was called a seven-blooded smoke. Looking at Tao Rui playing with his cockroach whiskers, the more he looked at it, the more he was on fire, who agreed to her joining the raiding team generals outside the military orders. Not to mention, director. After Tao Rui joined the raid team, the broadcast volume of our program has increased dramatically. The assistant held the tablet and read the data in a tone as undulating as a robot's. After listening to the data, Fu Shanghai instantly calmed down. Good. Who said she can't join? It looks good to me. Picking up the walkie-talkie. Attention all raiders. Attention all raiders. Please hurry up and carry out your operation. The team member who attacks the most guests will receive an extra commendation from the program. Hear Fu Shanghai words of the 5 big cockroaches. Director. You want to stimulate, Tao Rui said straight. They are 5 hired to work. The program awards what is useless to their 5 well. It is better to say that the processing of wages. Looking to the left, the already exuberant cockroach resignation was really as if it had played a reinforced version of concentrated chicken blood. The pace of excitement began to become ghostly, twisting left and right in place. Because the figure was so fast, it looked as if the computer malfunctioned and flickered. The chase is on. Tao Ruizi, it's you. Rhetoric didn't expect that the first person to recognize her after waking up at midnight from shock and being in such a panic state would be Mao Chennan. I wanted to scare Lei Xiaolei to get out of the way, but since I was recognized, I'll change my goal and be the first to chase after Mao Chennan. With a stomp of his feet, Tao Rui sped out like an arrow off the string. Demon. See if I, Lao Tai, don't arrest you. Mao Chennan's pupils shook dramatically. Why was Chu Chu's sister attacking him? It was too late to figure out what the current situation was. The fear of being targeted by a ferocious beast made him turn around and frantically run away. You run ha 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 ha, can't run away ha ha ha. Tao Rui intentionally slowed down to precisely control the distance of 1 meter behind Mao Chennan, making sure that the sound of his voice speaking could be heard by the other party. The harder you run, the more excited I am ha 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 ha. Mao Chennan's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. This fear of being targeted by a ferocious beast, as if he was going to be torn apart and eaten in the next second, firmly controlled all of his senses, and his breathing became unstable. He couldn't see clearly how to escape on the road in front of him, and he just desperately ran as fast as he could, running when he saw the road. Tao Ruiji? Hey, this guy is going to run over to the side where she and her sister are resting if he runs any further. No, the game has to end. Finish him off. An acceleration. Tao Ruizi a skidding shovel handsome block in front of Mao Chennan. Mao Chennan was forced to stop urgently. The inertia is too strong, a zipper to the ground knocked down. Was Tao Ruizi in time to come forward to hold the head? Mao Chennan, looking at the cockroach hand in close proximity. Tao Rui, you might as well just finish him off. The cockroach hand. Tao Ruizi looked at the man's maniacal appearance after she touched his face in a puzzled manner, and the chalk in her hand didn't know whether or not to smash it up for a while. Tao Rui, give me a dry spell. Mao Chennan was devastated. Why was his sweetheart's sister so wild? Tao Ruizi vainly touched his head, and smashed by Zaya forehead corner. Hey, she did because she heard that this person like her sister. So the heart of a little bit 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 of a little bit, and only so tossed him. Count it. Good son does not count with the area of human. Bam 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 swish swish with chalk in Mao Chennan clothes left attack marks. Clap hands handsome left. She didn't know how the other 5 teammates were doing. She had to hurry back and help. Don't you come any closer. I have bug spray. Lei Xiaolei's voice was so shrill that it could be heard from 2 miles away. You put down the bug spray and we'll give your teammate back to you. A large cockroach held Jiang Yuhai hostage with an attack chalk, and Jiang Yuhai was so dumbfounded that he snapped out of it when another large cockroach next to him slapped his hand on his face. Ah, hooray! Help me! The familiar panic of cockroaches finally surfaced on Jiang Yuhai's face. Director, why did you arrange such a big cockroach? He's from the north. Where has he seen this kind of battle? The cockroaches in the south are really big. They can also fly. Looking at the cockroach that flew over in the distance, Jiang Yuhai was so horrified that he lost his voice. Why would this cockroach that could only fly still make the sound of Tao Rui? Hey, 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 yo, you're being held hostage. Tao Rui's face was interested. Seeing that there was no place for him to play, he held his hands and stood aside to watch the drama. Hey, you put down the bug spray. The big cockroach twisted his head around and turned back to business. Really? The show was set up so that they were an automatic out if they were sprayed with bug repellent spray. Even though this bug repellent spray was useful against real bugs and snakes. Do you guys think I'm stupid? If I put it down, you guys will just as easily finish him off as you will me, and neither of us will be able to escape. Lei Xiaolei let out a cold laugh. Really think she doesn't understand anything? Tao Rui marveled. Wow, can't see that you're quite bold. It's useless.
Even if you escape our attacks, you'll still be unlucky. Tao Rui looked at the marks on Lei Xiaolei's body that were laid by her and Bai Zhe at the same time, and silently spat in her heart. Alright, then you go. The big cockroach looked down at Tao Ruizi's eyes, and inexplicably felt that he didn't need to cling to this guest. Ginger whispering, see, what about me? You? The big cockroach dryly scribbled with chalk. You're done. I'll wail the howl. Zhang Yuhai exaggeratedly kneeling to the ground. You guys said so scary. I thought to really it. Just this, that he struggled early what? Directly lying flat is not good, but also can sleep early. You're real smart. Tao Rui bounced in place, sending a genuine compliment to Zhang Yuhai before setting off in search of the next guest. Ginger whispering, see. Thanks. I don't feel like I'm having fun listening to it at all. A scream rushed up into the clouds. Crowd? Tao Rui and the other 5 raiders were just about to move when they heard such a piercing scream. Lei Xiaolei's voice? Quick, go over there and take a look. The big cockroach in the lead was the first to act, running towards where the sound was coming from. Don't think something was wrong. Tao resigned to follow closely behind. She is also very curious about what happened. Anyway, according to the degree of her and White Zephyr down, certainly not out of life. After all, to protect the safety of human life is the first thing to do. Zhang Yuhai also bumbled over. He was trying to watch the show. After all, Lei Xiaolei had just relentlessly abandoned him. He wasn't exactly a saintly fatherly heart. It was always not too much to look at the action, right? While the first one to arrive, Tao Ruizi, let out a small whisper of emotion. The crowd that arrived at the place right after them couldn't help but let out the same sentiment at the same time. Wow! Only to see that within the sight of the crowd, a banana tree was split open and fell to both sides for some unknown reason. Lei Xiaolei was supposed to have tripped and fallen, and her whole body plunged straight into the center of the banana tree, with a discarded bird's nest of an unknown bird buckled back on her head, and with strips of vines of varying sizes on her clothes, and her repellent spray was thrown out of the far side of the tree. Squeak! The overburdened banana tree completely ripped open to both sides. Lei Xiaolei, after a scream after screaming, she fell straight down, plunged into the mud, and smashed out a lot of mud flowers, similar to the release of ground fireworks. Where did the mud come from under the banana tree? The crowd didn't understand, and at this moment, they just wanted to sigh. Wow, what a magical scene. Tao Rui spread his hands. I told you it would be bad luck. You don't believe me. This is good. Be happy. When the free mud beauty bath, Lei Xiaolei struggled to raise her head from the mud. Tao Ruizi, you big shot. Chapter 86, Food comes to your door. Tao Rui looked at it breathlessly. All in the mud. The mouth is still unforgiving. It's no fun. She'd better go and find the next guest to play. Hurry up. Big cockroach, where's the next person's position? Haven't you gotten it yet? Tao Ruizi's eyes revealed the meaning of no way. You're so incapable of being a raid team leader that you can't even get a position in a red and fruity way. Sorely lost his real name. Even the original team members began to call him a big cockroach. Zhang Lei. Have. Give you. Call me my real name, okay? The first face in Tao Rui said his real name. Okay, big cockroach. Tao Rui wrote down the address and then turned around and ran. Call you a big cockroach, how affectionate. Lei brother, you say yes. The other team members burst out laughing madly to follow Tao Rui's footsteps, leaving Zhang Lei alone in the wind. Chilling nah. Tao Ruizi, who had already run away. The closer he got to Ding Ziquan's bearing, the more he felt that something was wrong. How could he smell something poisonous? Not good. Tao Rui pressed the intercom. Director, send a medical machine over here. At the same time, she quickened her pace. She smelled human blood. Ding Zichuan. Tao Rui has excellent eyesight. Saw Ding Ziquan, who fell on the leaves of the shrub, immediately rushed to his side, squatted down and began to check. It's all over. Why is this person's face white like this? And his lips are also purple. Bai Zhe, you quickly help look. I don't know how to heal people. Tao Rui stated where Tao Tai had ever healed anyone, without the need for Tao Ruizi to greet him. Bai Zhe had already jumped down from the cockroach whiskers on top of Tao Ruizi's head and began to inspect Ding Ziquan's body. It's snake venom. Ding Ziquan's ankle was bitten. It shouldn't be. How could poisonous snakes appear here? The program team should have cleared it out long ago. Bai Zhe always felt that this was not right. But the most important thing at the moment was to save people. Resignation. You attach your hand to his wound to suck the poisonous gas out of his entire body. Be more careful. Bai Zhe stood next to Ding Ziquan's wound. Let go of your hand in time after you've sucked it out. I'll take over and perform the decontamination. And there'll be enough time to wait for the medical machine to come over and wrap things up. Without a moment's hesitation, Tao Rui reached out and began to absorb the poisonous gas. Since Bai Zhe didn't say that it would harm her, it definitely wouldn't harm her. As soon as Tao Rui's hand was retracted, Bai Zhe immediately put it up, and Ding Ziquan's face improved with the naked eye.
After absorbing the poisonous gas, feel as if they have been in a tonic. Tao Ruizi is very happy.
It is really an unexpected night snack. Harvest it. That being said, doesn't Ding Ziquan have insect repellent spray? Could it be that Lei Xiaolei's insect repellent spray was given by Ding Ziquan? Then Ding Ziquan being bitten by a snake could be a really unexpected situation. The medical machine is here. Bai Zhe left the location of Ding Ziquan's wound in time and jumped back on top of Tao Ruizi's head. White Zephyr, are you not feeling well? Rhetoric cares about me? The curve of Bai Zhe's mouth had just risen a bit when Tao Ruizi said, I definitely care about you. You're Bai Zhe. It caused his brain to go dead. Care because I'm Shirazawa? Rightfully so. One suddenly doesn't know what to say. Bai Zhe lowered his head and smiled helplessly. This little Tao Tai was so impossible to deal with sometimes. The treatment was timely. Ding Ziquan's life is not in danger. Tao Rui, you will hand him over to the medical machine. The medical machine will take him out to the paramedics. Fu Guide's voice came out from the medical machine. Tao Rui nodded, turned around and left, meeting the other raid team on the way. He told them about the situation. In that case, then our raid team's mission is complete. We'll withdraw then. Zhang Lei finished standing still, and so did the other 4 large cockroaches. Tao Ruizi, aren't you guys leaving? Return our clothes. Zhang Lei spread out his palms. His face had an expression of how can you leave our work clothes uncovered? You're too much. Tao Rui was very reluctant inwardly. She really liked this dress. She also wanted to bring it back to her grandparents, mom and dad, old brother. The Tao family, Tang family members who are watching the live broadcast, buy 100 sets for rhetoric. In the end, the 5 large cockroaches followed Tao Ruizi back to where she and her sister were staying, and under Tao Chuchu's persuasion, Tao Ruizi finally returned the raid team's overalls. Good boy, ha. I'll buy you more fun male clothes when we get home. Now the night is late and the temperature is low. It's better to wear our own clothes to keep warm. Oh. Tao Chuchu touched her own good sister's head. Looking at this appearance, tonight must be playing very happily. Go to sleep. The show is going to appease the frightened guests tonight. They shouldn't be looking for us to do anything very early tomorrow. So let's sleep easy. Aha. Chuchu Rhetoric sisters are sleeping soundly. Fu Director is busy sleepless night. The next day topped with huge black circles under the eyes. Grievances thick. Xiao. You say yesterday why I cannot think of letting the raid team to go to the first to attack Chuchu Rhetoric sisters. If I hadn't been the first to attack them, the guests behind me wouldn't have been frightened so badly, and I now have to think about who I'm going to find to save the day and continue to participate in the program. Assistant Xiaosong. Smile. This is the boss. She has to smile. Director. You've repeated this sentence 230 times. This is the 231st time. I'm answering you for the 231st time. If it wasn't for Tao Rui had found and rescued Ding Ziquan in time last night, now we would have had a program accident. I know. That's why I have mixed emotions right now. Love and hate at the same time. Do you understand that? Song? I don't get it. Director. You'd better think quickly about who to get as a savior. Forget it. Let the Chuchu Ruizi sisters and the other 2 play freely this morning, and send out a bulletin announcing that there are no missions today, and that they are free to move around. Tomorrow, I'll announce who will replace Ding Ziquan and Lei Xiaolei. Okay. Tao Rui, who received the announcement, had a very nice day in Tao Chuchu's company, cooking. The beauty of it was that Bai Zhe had a very unhappy day, as his attempts to cook were stopped by Tao Chuchu 3 times, surprisingly, on the grounds that no strange cuisine could appear in front of the drone's camera. Blanche, what do you mean by strange cuisine? Tao Chuchu, you are committing a crime. Obviously the resignation is very much like it. JPG. Sister, it's evening now. What are we going to have for dinner and snacks? Are you tired of barbecue rhetoric? Tao Rui, who just wanted to say, sister's roasted meat never gets boring, suddenly stopped talking, inhaled deeply, smelled the wonderful scent in the air, and suddenly smiled. Sister, don't worry about it, I've got new food coming to my door automatically. Tao Chuchu, what? What is the good sister talking about? Chapter 87, Monkey is so cute, how can you hit him? Sister, here comes the fun. Tao Rui began to warm up in place, then put Bai Zhe from his shoulders to the top of his head and smiled evilly at the drones. Sorry about that, but the next one won't be able to be watched. Clenching his fist hard, the drones around him fell to the ground. Director, a magnetic force has just affected the drones near the Chuchu sisters, and now we've lost contact with them. Assistant Xiaosong's face changed and hurriedly reported to Fu Shanghai. Send the other drones over. Have the technical team grab the overhaul. Fu Shanghai anxiously walked around the tent. Don't panic. Tell all the frontline colleagues to calm down. Nothing should have happened to them. He would rather believe that Tao Rui had mistakenly injured the drone in a fight. He didn't believe that anything could have happened to the 2 Chu Rui sisters. Taking a deep breath, Fu Shanghai roared. Let the technical team grab it. Pulling out the heart-saving pills and putting them under his tongue,
Fu Xinghai's heart rate only slowly returned to normal. This Chuji sisters really don't let him save his mind.
Don't sell me short. At least tell your sister me what the enemy is.
Tao Chu Chu slightly bowed her steps, her body tensed up like a cheetah ready to strike.
Squeak dash a long whine, and one after another.
Primate creatures with glowing eyes emerged from the trees around them.
Sis, don't you just see it? A mandrill? Bright red and blue monkey faces, but they have glowing eyes. Is this the mandrill I know?
Tao Chu Chu put her hand on her waist, where there was the accompanying soft whip that she had brought in without the show's crew's knowledge.
There's nothing wrong with saying it's a mandrill. Bai Zai leisurely grasped Tao Rui's dull hair, lest he throw him out in a fight later.
The world's largest monkey.
Mandrill. Muscular. Explosive.
Adult men without tools in their hands under the premise of one-on-one with them is very difficult to beat.
But they are distributed in Africa, and there are none in the country.
So what you see now is nothing more than ghosts and monsters shaped like them.
It's all recorded in ancient books, with different accounts. But one thing is certain.
What? Tao Chu Chu slowly drew out her soft whip, and the lightning rays clung to it, hitting the ground with a pia and scorching the ground.
That is ugly. Not a thousandth as handsome and cute as me.
Tao Ruizi finished following Bai Zai's words and suddenly moved.
As soon as Tao Rui moved,
the mandrills on the trees around them moved in response, and pounced towards the three of them with their teeth and claws and horrible descriptions.
Tao Chu Chu's whip flung,
jerking away a mandrill that pounced over from the back to sneak attack.
There are too many of them. Is this intended to be a sea of people? What human sea tactics? Sister, are you playing stupid?
This is ghost sea tactics. Tao Ruizi fight is more and more on the head. In the middle of the stop to put Tao Dai Phantom released, swinging round strength force a fling.
Tao Dai Phantom far flung to the middle of the mandrill, landing immediately smashed a few mandrills. The golem that was smashed instantly dissipated in the air.
6
Landing into a box is so used is it? Epsilon epsilon epsilon, hashtag, rhetoric.
They are heading towards you.
Tao Chu Chu whipped away another one.
The whip flinging was getting more and more powerful, and slowly realized that the golems were deliberately avoiding her attack range, and pouncing forward and backward towards her good sister, even if the battle damage on that side was far higher than hers.
Bai Zai. No, to be precise,
the purpose of these golems
is him.
Look down because of play and happy little face of Tao Rui.
A time Bai Zai actually do not know to say something. Forget it, in order to be able to play a little more. The little Tao Tai did not open the big absorption of these mandrills. He do not want to spoil her fun. Play it. Anyway, Tao Chu Chu body he is already under the shield. Horizontal and vertical no danger.
Whatever.
Sister, if you're tired, rest for a while. I'll play for a while longer and eat them all.
Tao Ruizi's eyes became brighter and brighter.
It's too much fun.
These mandrills are really interesting.
Knowing that they can't beat her,
they still rush over like moths to a flame.
It's like playing live CS. It's too much fun to take one away with one punch. Oh yeah, CS is a gunfight. She doesn't have a gun then.
Bai Zai just looked at Tao Rui, who had been attacking the mandrills with her fists as well as her Dharma phase, and suddenly stopped, synchronized his right hand out in the same gunshot gesture,
and shouted BIU at one of the mandrills. Boom, a huge airflow jetted out from the fingertips. The mandrill that was swept in instantly flew away, and for a time it actually cleared a vacuum. Outrageous. Human, you hurt my clan. I want you to pay in blood. Rumble, rumble, rumble.
From the back of the mandrill slowly came a mandrill king that was 5 times bigger than the mandrill figure that Tao Rui and the girls saw now. His voice was like a loud bell, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he was asking for Tao Rui and the 3 of them to die.
Tao ruler. Here comes another giveaway. Tao Chu Chu. Sister you are right. Really ugly This mandrill king opened his bloody mouth when he spoke, and that breath,
she felt that she could smell it from a long distance.
Your breath stinks to my sister. Looking for a fight.
Tao Ruizi's face was fierce, her feet stomped hard, and she ejected like a small cannonball,
and kicked at the mandrill king's face with a bam leg. Boing, how can you hit me too? People are such a cute monkey face. How can you bear to lay your hands on me? Oh. Master loves this face of mine the most.
After the mandrill king received a kick from Tao Rui, he actually covered his face and oing cried, and after 3 seconds of crying he immediately changed his face, and fiercely rasped, I'm going to beat you all to death. Roar after a long howl. The mandrill king bang with heavy steps. The posture of the mandrill king trotted over in a delicate manner.
Tao Ruji, sister.
It runs like the oversized beer-bellied bald uncle that I met last time I went to play and drunkenly rushed over to you to ask for WeChat.
Yak. Tao Ruru.
You're not mentioning which pot is which pot, are you? Tao Chu Chu was instantly disgusted by this description, reversing a kick to the tree to utilize the power to charge, leaping up high and throwing up the lightning soft whip to slap down hard. The mandrills that were gathered densely blocked in front of the mandrill king, swallowing all of this attack by Tao Chu Chu. Furious that Tao Chu Chu's whip in her hand was flung with tiger-like force,
the mandrills that attacked them were immediately eliminated. They have gone so far as to spare their own ghostly lives for the sake of the Golem King. After exterminating the last mandrill around, Tao Chu stood in front of Tao Rui and wiped the sweat from her cheeks, her eyes glowing with a cold light. Rui, I'll leave it to you to wrap up. Don't worry, sister. Since it's time for the midnight snack, I'll take this enthusiastic roasted meat. Tao Rui smiled a sinister smile. Come on, little mandrill, get in my mouth. Your Tao Tai Lord won't mind you being ugly. Chapter 88. Thanks for the invitation. Waking up in an airplane. Recalling the Tao Tai Dharma phase, Tao Rui took a few steps forward and flung his sleeves, becoming uncharacteristically lively, his voice becoming not evil but stern. I am Tao Tai, an ancient beast, and ghosts and monsters should bow down to me. But now you dare to do something offensive. I sentence you to be the food in my plate, the food in my stomach. Can you serve? Tao Rui swung out with one hand, and a powerful mighty pressure instantly poured out, pressuring the running mandrill king to kneel on both knees. I ask you if you are convinced. The hand once again exerted strength. I'll leave you a little mandrill to go back, and convey to the bad guy behind me that sooner or later, I, Tao Rui, will be able to find him to settle the score, and when the time comes, I will definitely choose to finish him off in the way of exploding fry. See, the mandrill king still does not make a sound. Tao Rui face a light-hearted indifference. It's okay, do not answer even if it does not serve. It does not matter. The old patriarch is only entangled in this. I'm not the same. Eat to the stomach of the things. Why do I have to continue to ask for advice? Mandrill King, Blanche, why don't you let go of the pressure and let me talk? Labor wants to talk. Can I? Start the meal. Tao Rui and the Tao Tai Dharma phase behind him simultaneously opened their hands and closed their eyes, and the Mandrill King who had been kneeling on the ground was subjected to a frantic squeezing by an irresistible spiritual force. Dying. Master, Shan is useless. There is no your favorite monkey face to show you in the future. Oh, Master. Not waiting for the Mandrill King to finish lamenting, it was completely transformed by Tao Ruizi into black gas whirlwind potato chips, swirling in the air towards Tao Ruizi's mouth. Well, comfort, sure enough, the black gas small snacks eat up and normal human meals is different. All delicious. She wants to eat every day. Children do not have a choice. Adults do not make a choice. Let's go. Sister, let's go home and sleep. Tao Rui was the first to turn around and go back. Bai Zhe glanced at Tao Chu with a blank look. I say, sister, you should eliminate the drone's magnetism. The people from the program should be here soon. Sister? Tao Chu put her hand on her forehead and measured her temperature. She didn't have a fever. Oh, it was Boss Bai's tawdry operation that scared her into thinking that she was too tired from the fight and hallucinating. Well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Now that I have become so small, it is more appropriate for me to follow resignation and call you sister. Bai Zhe's face was like, what's wrong with that? So righteous that no one could say anything to criticize. Tao Chu. Boss, you are happy. Returning to the tree bed, Tao Ruizi was looking at the top of the tree in a daze when he heard Fu Xinghai's heartbreaking voice coming from the drone underneath. Tao Ruizi, you compensate me for my machine. Oh, no, did they find out she broke it? Tao Chu looked at her own good sister speechlessly, although she wanted to stand on the side of resignation. But obviously she and Boss Bai had eliminated the traces on the machine. But resignation ran to leave a message on purpose. Can the director not find out? It's really strange not to be exasperated to death. This wave, she pitted the director. By Xiao Zhe, you looked for someone to fight, and then the bad guy you beat up sought revenge and had someone come after you. Tao Rui was fuming, and accidentally set out the nickname he usually gave Bai Zhe in his heart. You said that you aren't a good mixer. Why don't we go find someone to give him trouble? Why don't we go find someone to make trouble for him? You're our boss. Hearing the name by Xiao Zhe, still a little happy that he is in the heart of the resignation of the different status of Bai Zhe, heard the latter sentence. Really want to give Tao resignation of a closed mouth. Chu is right. This little Tao Tai is really very good at where the pot is not open to mention where the pot is. We are serious unit. Do not do things in gangsters like good. Bai Zhe sees Tao Ruizi head of dull hair. If anyone who does things are so no rules and regulations random, but also the law of the country do? Other people do not comply. We also do not comply? Can't it be that we have to become as shameless and nasty as the other party in order to win? That's not how things work in this world. You have to have faith in us. Without that kind of dark means, we are also able to protect everyone. The devil is 1 foot tall and the road is 10 feet tall. Evil can't defeat good. How many times have I taught you that you say that? White Zephyr just finished speaking and froze himself on the spot. Has he, taught rhetoric these truths many times? Oh, I know. You've said it many times. I'm just asking. Sleep. I'm asleep. Tao Rui closed her eyes and started to play dead. The Emperor really, even if he went down to the earth or liked to give her axioms, it is really difficult for Tao Tai. By the time Tao Rui's little purr sounded, Bai Zhe was still frozen in place. The drones are flying far away. Boss White, you're not at all the not-so-small heart curse the dictionary was talking about. Honestly, are you injured and won't get better for a while? Tao Chu Chu's voice was a calm batch in the dead of night, causing Bai Zhe to reveal a helpless smile. When you joined the team, your former captain told me that I couldn't underestimate your observation skills, and now it seems to be true. Bai Zhe let out a bitter smile. I can't tell you in resignation about the man behind the scenes right now, because I'm currently the only one who mentions the man, and the man won't perceive it. If you guys venture out to discuss him, he will catch the fluctuations and go after you. So right now your abilities are not enough to grow up against him. Knowing about it will only add to the troubles and dangers. The injury I'm suffering now needs some spiritual medicine to heal it. I wanted to wait until you guys finished recording the program before I said anything, but since the words have come to this now, it's good for you to know about it. Tao Chu Chu's face was anxious. What are you waiting for? Recording the program is just a way for me in resignation to take a vacation and relax. Now healing your injuries is the most important thing. We'll quit the program when it's done. I'll talk to the director first now. Ha! Shirazawa panicked for a moment. This isn't good. You guys defaulting on your contract, and the viewers who are waiting to see you? A mere breach of contract. Why take it to heart? As for the audience, in this age of entertainment to the death, they should quickly find new pleasures. And the people who like us must be very wise. I think they will understand our sudden departure. Tao Chu Chu did what she said, rolled over and went down the tree, pointing at the drone. Director Fu, prepare yourself. It happens suddenly. Resignation and I are ready to leave the program tomorrow. What? Fu Shanghai ate the second heart pill. This Tao resignation does not allow people to rest assured. Tao Chu Chu how to directly zoom in as soon as he came on. You'll have to pay for breach of contract. It's already been credited to the program group's public account. Check it. Assistant Xiaosong checked it and nodded that it was true. Fu Shanghai, from your family? Yes. She in resignation had always known that the adults in the family were keeping a close eye on her in resignation, so they must have been the first to support both of their decisions. Dawn. Tao Ruizi rubbed his eyes and looked at himself already on the plane. Ha, so sudden? Sis, where are we going with this? Toward the southwestern part of the country of China. Sis, what are we doing? Play somewhere else? Yeah, how about some beef buns? Eat. What for? To find medicine to cure Bai Zhe? Of course. Question: what does it feel like to say go? In reply to thanks for the invite. Sleepy people in airplanes. Small gourmet dry rice. JPG, Chapter 89. Almost got his pants ripped off when we first met. Wow, is this Spring City? Just out of the airport. Tao Ruizi felt the refreshing scent that came to his face. Took a deep breath. Even the air smelled so good. It felt like every pore opened up cozily. Rhetoric. Chu Chu, a humanoid creature, dressed very flamboyantly, all colorful beckoned towards them. Tao Rui shot an eye out. Yikes. Hu Ming. Resignation. Tao Chu Chu looked at her good sister and Hu Ming, two people, so open hands in both directions to the tears on the spot. Do not know thought it was not decades of relatives recognized tears, going forward to mercilessly tear apart the two people who were hugging and crying in pain. Tao Chu Chu turned her head and stared at Bai Zhe. The condemnation in her eyes was very strong. You don't care about your subordinates at all. Just let the two of them play like this? It's unseemly to cuddle in public. Tao Rui didn't notice her sister's anger and dissatisfaction at all, but it was Hu Ming who was slightly more beguiling, restrained his behavior, and didn't exaggerate so much. Hu Ming, the beef jerky you gave me when we left last time was so delicious. Did you bring it for me this time? Tao Rui's big eyes blinked and blinked, as if the next second Hu Ming said he hadn't brought it, he would immediately karma the other party. Hu Ming, bring it. This time there are more flavors, but you have come to Spring City. Can you still have less delicious? Hu Ming pulled the suitcase in Tao Chu Chu's hand. Go. I'll take you three to eat and drink. Old brother me. I'm already very familiar here. Tao Rui took the bag of snacks in Hu Ming's hand and immediately unwrapped it and ate it. Ha ha. Bai Zhe had a calm face. Laugh if you want. No deductions from your paycheck. Ha 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 ha. Hu Ming burst out laughing, covering his stomach in front of the airport and causing passers-by to look sideways as he laughed. If you've laughed enough, then hurry up and take resignation to eat. Can't you see that she's already finished the snacks in the bag and is staring at you? Bai Zhe was speechless. Subordinates are too lively and free, sometimes it really makes people a bit bitter and hopeless. Right, sorry, a white boss. This is not the first time to see you in such a mess. Not to mention, a small strange cute. Remember to bring the equipment to hide the ears, otherwise tomorrow will be on the headlines. Hu Ming wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes that came out of laughter. Go. Small resignation, you don't stare at me. Immediately take you to eat delicious food. Chu Chu, can you stop putting cold air? I promise not to hug little resignation next time. Hu Ming put the suitcase into the trunk. His mouth is still chattering. You say you this one the sister. I and the small resignation that is a lifelong friendship. Revolutionary friendship. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so we just hugged each other to express our excitement. It's normal. Besides, Boss Bai didn't say anything. White Zephyr had a face of nuclear goodness and thought to himself, yes, I'm keeping that in my mind. Tao Chu placed her hand on the soft whip at her waist. Fox, you'd better change the topic. Don't force me to sharpen you. The hybrid nine-tailed fox's battle power was average. Get in the car. Hu Ming ran to the driver's seat in a puff of smoke, and did not dare to put one more fart, for fear that Tao Chu would get mad on the spot. Boss Bai, what transferred Hu Ming to Spring City? Tao Rui was rummaging through the second snack bag that Hu Ming had put in the car, and in passing, he curiously poked Bai Zhe, who was sitting on his shoulder. Hu Ming did a good job last time with Xiangxi, so I wanted to give Hu Ming a reward. Bai Zhe swallowed the laughter that almost went out of his throat. Hu Ming then chose to want to transfer to Spring City. As for the reason, let him talk to you guys. Cough cough cough. This resignation you are really good at asking, but sooner or later you guys will hear it from Wunyan's mouth, so it's better for me to say it myself. Hu Ming's voice suddenly became very embarrassed, with a face that was too shy to speak. Tao Chu originally did not have much interest. Were this expression hooked appetite? What? What else can be hidden? Boss White, it's better if you say it for me. It's too embarrassing for me to say it myself. It's too much to affect my safe driving. Hu Ming's voice was a batch of shame and indignation. Good you asked for it yourself. White Zephyr laughed with his eyes narrowed. After the end of the Xiangxi matter, Hu Ming because too bored to open a section of online dating, he relied on as the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, thought that the charm is invincible. Beautiful sister hand to hand. As a result, he himself is a love brain. The other party has not yet said anything, he is on the head to not be able to. Wu Yang have stopped several times, hard to persuade. After I offered to give him a reward, he babbled and asked to be transferred to Spring City, saying that he wanted to end his long-distance relationship, face-to-face with his sweetheart, and from then on, he would live in double life and love the world, and I agreed. And then, Tao Rui was so mesmerized by what she was hearing that the speed of snacking in her mouth increased. He didn't tell the other party about his arrival in Spring City, wanting to surprise them. As a result, when he looked for the address according to what the other person said, he found that there was no such place, let alone the person. Hu Ming, the love brain, thought that the other party was afraid of danger, so he did not tell him the real information. He then sends the other person so many messages on his cell phone, all kinds of love, dissecting his heart and lungs. The other person. How's the other side? The other party may be the first time to meet such a sincere person. Right, conscience, told him the truth. The other party is actually a boy. The address is just he made up. As for the real information and so on, or did not tell Hu Ming. Hu Ming was hit hard and refused to believe it. Or the ear mice went out to check the other party's information and confirmed the other party's words. The other party is just bored to chat on the internet. I did not expect to play to sincere people. Oh my god, Hu, you're so miserable. Tao Ruizi felt so pitiful even listening to him. I'll cover today's one day's consumption. Hu, you all take care of it. Hu, you can order whatever you want. Thank you, little rhetoric. But this has been a long time in the past. Your Hu brother is not that fragile. I have recovered well. Hu Ming smiled with a bright face. Tao Chu saw Hu Ming smile in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but be stunned. Brother Hu, you actually do look quite good. Chu sister Paper, you actually praised me. Of course I'm good looking, or else I'll fall short of my bloodline's reputation. Hu Ming laughed with a smug smile on his face. Tao Chu really want to take back what I just said in a hot flash. There was also a Bai Zhe who couldn't look away. The truth is that Hu Ming was addicted for 2 months, and then nearly screwed up a mission for the second group. In a fit of rage, Bai Shi and Tang Miao carried out an operation to help desensitize Hu Ming, specifically for the second group to hire a lot of individuals to find Hu Ming on the internet for online dating. Oh yeah, there were 30 people, I think, men and women, from 50 years old down to 18. Hu Ming's smile disappeared cleanly all of a sudden, and he begged for forgiveness. Boss Bai, it's okay, it's really okay to talk about it. It's too unbearable. Just hearing the names of these 2 demons makes me want to become a monk on the ground and purify my 6 roots. Worthy of being Sister Shi and Sister Miao. Brother Hu, you wouldn't put yourself into it every time, and then have your heart shattered every time, right? Tao Ziqi was shocked. No way. Is there really a love brain like this? Being cheated once or twice, even if 30 times every time you are in a way, you're kind of a capable person. Tao Chushu even wanted to applaud. Don't worry, I cannot be the past Hu Ming. Now I seal heartlock love. Hu Ming, a face of no desire. Arrived. Get off the bar, bosses. Do not pickpocket me, gossip. To the rest of the place. But Tao Rui still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Hu Ming in annoyance. Little Rui, 18 meals of mushroom hot pot, deal. Quietly exhaling a long breath, Hu Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. That was a close call. Just met and almost had my pants stripped clean. Chapter 90. This rice isn't poisoned, is it? Go go go. My sister and I have all our things put away. I haven't eaten for half an hour, you know. Tao Rui rushed to the hall in a hurry, ripping up Hu Ming who was sitting and waiting, pushing him outside. I'll go by myself. Food court. Wow, Tao Rui's eyes widened. So many people, so much food. Oh, boss, you this fried all give me too. Tao Chu followed closely to sweep the code to pay. Tao Rui get his hands on immediately, cannot wait to bite down. Wow, this wrapped in egg liquid small shrimp fried is really delicious. Finishing the things in his hand in 3 times, Tao Rui bought a bunch of rose steamed buns, rose osmanthus cake, bait block, milk fan, flour cake. Rui, you quickly eat the milk fan. You have to eat it while it's hot, or else it will become hard when it's cold, affecting the taste. Hu Ming followed behind with a big bag and hurriedly spoke out to remind. Good. Tao Rui picked it up and ate it. Really? Eat up milky milk flavor. Hot and delicious. Ah. Rose osmanthus cake is also delicious. The texture of glutinous gibberish. Rose steamed bread flavor is a little light. Not rose osmanthus cake sweet, but it is also very fragrant to eat. Rose aroma is really strong. Resignation. You finish eating quickly. I'll take you to eat the mushroom hot pot made by an acquaintance. If you come to Spring City and don't eat this, it's really a wasted visit. Hu Ming was also eating with a rose osmanthus cake in his mouth, while Tao Chu was holding a bowl of osmanthus tofu flour. By Xiao Zhe. Try this bait nugget. It's a pancake on the outside and meat sauce on the inside. You'll definitely like it. Tao Rui couldn't help but take the bait nugget in Hu Ming's hand and stuff it to Bai Zhe. As for her, she was holding the bait nugget in her hand to speed up her eating. Hu Ming, even if the piece he bought was smaller and suitable for Boss White to grab and eat, but there was no need to grab his. No human rights. White Zephyr, who was smiling with a contented face, glanced at Hu Ming with a threatening look in his eyes. Hu Ming immediately withdrew his voice and stopped chirping. Oh, he really was the bottom of the food chain in the team. Tao resigned tons and tons of 2 cans of baked milk down, wiping his mouth. Well, you can go eat mushroom hot pot. Old Joe, quick, I brought my friends to eat your hot pot. Hu Ming led the crowd to an alleyway, and when he pushed open the door, he saw flowers of all colors vying for attention in the courtyard, a springtime color that was eye-pleasing to the eyes. From inside the house pocketed a smiling young man. Who? Long time no come. Ah, quick, please sit down. I will serve you tea. You can be too good to come. I just received the flower tea yesterday. Then we are truly blessed. Hu Ming greeted the crowd. Sit. He'll be serving the food later. Don't look at him as a young man, but that craft is a family heirloom. The hot pot is fragrant, and the hand-caught rice is also a masterpiece, and the environment here is good, so we don't have to be afraid to talk to Boss Bai. Tao Ruizi has been sitting steadily. The little hand is also taken by the sister alcohol disinfection cleanup. Just wait for the food. Tao Rui is waiting for the food to be served and waiting for his butt to sit unsteadily on the stool. Tao Chu on the other hand is from just now on to ask a question. Boss Bai, isn't your injury in a hurry to find medicine? How can you still bring resignation and play with her like this? Bai Zhe jumped down from Tao Rui's shoulder, grasped the teacup with both hands and tasted a mouthful, exclaimed, it's good tea, good fragrance before raising his head and saying to Tao Chu, sister, you don't have to worry about it. I'm injured this late one day and slow one day. The medicine isn't as good to look for. Come here all the time. Don't take a walk and see how bad it is. Ah, put. Hu Ming spewed a large mouthful of flower tea sideways. Sister, am I having trouble with my ears? Say that again. Boss White? What did you call Chu? Hu Ming was so incredulous that he even kind of wanted to knock himself out. When I enter the country, I've become small, so naturally I have to follow the least senior resignation here. Is this the way to explain when you enter a village? In that case, then, Hu Ming said with excitement in his eyes and a voice that was still vaguely expectant, then you call me brother Hu? By the way, I heard that Bai Shi and Tang Miao also want to come to Spring City for a business trip for fun. What do you think, Hu? Bai Zhe was smiling, but Hu Ming felt that his days were over. I was wrong. Boss Bai, you're the brother. One brother and another. Only you're my forever brother. Hu Ming couldn't wait to kneel down for Bai Zhe, just begging to never transfer those 2 female demons over. Ah, serve the food. Why are you crying? Hu, is the tea not good? Big question mark on Boss Joe's head. It's so good that I cried. Hu Ming raised a big smile, and Boss Joe was relieved. Mushroom hot pot, preserved pork ribs hot pot, stone pot blueberry fish, old milk taro, red 3 chopped, fried yak meat, fried beef with pu'er tea, fried rice intestines, bean flour rice noodles, rice cloth for dessert, and the extra large version of the handheld rice that who specially instructed me to make. So eat slowly and call me if you need anything. Wow. This is the first time I've eaten baked fish made of blueberries. Tao Ruizi had a chopstick of the stone pot blueberry fish that he ate first. Yummy, sour, spicy and fresh. So characteristic. Oh, indeed delicious. This mushroom has never seen these kinds before. The flavor is really good. Tao Chuchu's chopsticks silently reached out to the mushroom hot pot many times. As for Tao Ruizi, he has already thrown away his arms in a frantic dry. The rice cloth is delicious. Seems to be very thick milk. Oh, fragrant. The flavor of fried yak meat is really special, different from the usual fried beef. Poor tea fried beef this way is also too delicious. Right, tea flavor overflowing. Tao Ruizi's favorite thing should be the handheld rice. Finally, she can use her hands to grab the rice to eat. Will not be told by anyone. La. Ha 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 ha. A meal was cleaned up by the wind and clouds. Come to clean up, the boss Joe's jaw is going to fall to the ground. This clean feel don't even need to wash it. Even the hot pot soup was cleaned up. Have such a guest also let a person too much sense of accomplishment, right? No. Rhetoric, how did you become two? Tao Chuchu shook her eyes and realized that rhetoric was still too rhetoric, and the remnants of her sanity told her that things were a bit off. Not at all. Rhetoric is clearly dancing, or the bungee dance of our nine-tailed fox lineage. Hu Ming stood up and started dancing with his hands. Rhetoric, you're not dancing correctly. Who teach you? Tao Ruyue? What's wrong? Why did Hu and sister start babbling? This rice isn't poisoned either? Chapter 91, One True Feeling, One Heartbreaking Hearing. Boss, come quickly. It's going to eat people to death. Tao Rui panicked and called the boss in various ways. Bai Zhe, who was squatting on her shoulder, had a guess in his heart, but he'd see what the boss's reaction was first. What's wrong? Boss Joe was also called by the heart panic. What dead people? After coming over to take a look at the two people who were obviously poisoned, and then asking Tao Rui how long the mushroom hot pot had been cooked and eaten, he was dumbfounded. Who didn't even instruct you guys how long to cook for? He saw that Hu was an old acquaintance, so he didn't specifically instruct the girls, which would have thought that something would really happen. It's fine. I have experience in this matter. A few hours will pass and they will naturally be fine. In order to reassure Tao Ruizi, Boss Joe specially opened a room for them to rest, and also brought Tao Ruizi all kinds of delicious food, and also turned on the TV, so that she could pass the time. By Xiao Zhe, is sister and Hu like what Boss Joe said? Can they really get well on their own? Tao Rui is holding a big chicken leg in her mouth, looking worriedly at her sister and Hu Ming, who are going crazy. Really don't need her to go up and take drugs or something? Bai Zhe, Boss Joe is right. Looking at the situation now, it'll be back to normal in about 2 hours. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Don't worry about it. Look how well these two are suddenly playing. Of course it's not. If he hadn't given the antidote to these two in time, it's estimated that they would really have to lie down on the board. Right-o. Tao Rui stuffed a milk rose pudding into her mouth and began to watch in peace. The two of them are really playing well together. Hu Ming is pulling her sister, frantically trying to teach her the correct way to jump dance, waist twisting as if the nine-tailed fox is really in the world, enchanting and charming without losing the English. Jumping also jumped on the table in the middle of the room. A second to change the 3 dance poses. Do not satisfy. It changed into 9 dance poses after the dance is a crazy spinning 30 laps. The back of the dance poses is a more than a twisted, a more than a crazy, more than a test of the limits of the human body. The latter dance positions are more twisted than one another, more crazy than one another, more than one another, more than one another. The downside is that it nearly knocked over Tao Jiqi's food. Degree. In order not to interrupt such a wonderful performance, the little Tao Tai could only work super hard to protect the food at the feet of the crazy Hu Ming. Whitesea couldn't help but look at it, so he used his spiritual power to help move all the food to the stool so that Hu Ming could have the space to interact with Tao Chuchu and let the little Tao Tai have a good time watching. Hu Ming should be dissatisfied with his teaching object, is not serious about learning. Angry to the other hand of the thing thrown to the ground. What things are hard and heavy? You quickly learn. So stupid. Even a dance will not be your wife dislike. Your home nine-tailed fox lord did not teach you? Be elegant. The hands of the good girl was thrown away. Tao Chuchu suddenly burned with rage. Also do not remember that they have a soft whip. Bare hands and empty fists on the pull-up Hu Ming's hair and clothes. Hu Ming is also on fire. The two people then came to the force, to each other to tear up. Tao Ruizi, it's so rare and beautiful. Bai Zhe snapped one hand to cover Tao Rui's eyes, but unfortunately the hand is too small. Cover and did not cover, no difference. Good boy. You continue to eat. Adults crazy scene you don't see. Anyway, I'm here. Can't get into any trouble. Tao Ruji, speechless, pulled down the hand covering the eyes. Really? This time Bai Zhe, guilty of what delayed her to watch the drama under the meal. 2 hours later, the two really returned to normal as Bai Zhe said. Tao Rui sighed regretfully. There is no more to see. Can only say that within these 2 hours, the two experienced their own crazy pull each other's head flower. Tao Chuchu was not convinced on the spot to perform the split waist. Hu Ming think each other is too bad so started to dance. Finally, the two appreciate each other and start to dance together. Dance together is so wonderful that Boss Joe came to knock on the door, and was even invited by Tao Ruiju to sit down and enjoy the show together. Of course, the ticket money is double the homemade rose cake. Tao Ruizi applauded wildly plus and ate snacks. And finally Bai Zhe's hands were numb from recording the video. The two of them are finally back to normal. Congratulations! Tao Chuchu looked at her own foot half hooked. Hands to do the flower like folded Dunhuang nymph flying action. Frozen in place. This is what happened. On the side, the hands are holding on the waist of Tao Chuchu Hu Ming. Oh exempt. His hands, what is this doing? He's going to die here today. Sister, who? You guys are thinking about it? Tao Rui had a face that couldn't get enough of it, so he wanted to give them another meal of mushrooms. Hu Ming. Looking down at the hand on his waist, Tao Chuchu's face expression instantly changed from a daze to a face of murder. Without any thought, his right hook swung out directly. Hu Ming exploded with an unprecedented desire to survive, narrowly dodging, his voice carrying the celebration of a life after a robbery. Chu. This can't all be blamed on me. I also don't know what happened. Look at my clothes are not neat. Surely you also took advantage of it, to blame it on not cooking the mushrooms before eating them. So much nonsense. You leave your hand behind today. Tao Chuchu made a sweeping leg kick. Hu Ming screamed and bounced up, running to hide behind Tao Rui. The big deal is that you don't have to eat it afterward. You can just let your resignation eat it. Look, little resignation doesn't react at all. Tao Rui, who was swept by Tao Chuchu's death sight, immediately stretched out her chest and collected her stomach and put her hands to her side, and obediently took 2 steps to the left, making way for Hu Ming behind her. Sister, please. Little rhetoric resignation, you're so out of place. No conscience. Hu Ming began to ghostly cry and howl as he was closely pursued by Tao Chuchu, scurrying around the room in all sorts of ways, scaring Boss Joe into even excusing himself out and thoughtfully closing the door behind him. A quarter of an hour after Boss Joe went out and left, Tao Chuchu and Hu Ming stopped moving at the same time, and both of them calmly sat down at the table and took a sip of tea in synchronization. Tao Chuchu, gone far away. No one's there this time. Can you be sure it's his problem? Human, okay. Tao Ruizi, huh? Tao Chuchu carefully took out the soundproofing equipment and turned it on before speaking out. Hu Ming and I have been trained to be resistant to general neurotoxins. It's not possible to be poisoned by ordinary mushrooms so easily. And after we were poisoned, Boss Bai must have detoxified us in time. And under such a premise, the two of us were still able to hallucinate for as long as 2 hours. Which means that things aren't simple at all. Hu Ming, it's so wrong. And the only person who has a chance to poison is Boss Joe. But the suspicion is too immediate and obvious. Tao Ruiji, oh so you guys just pretended. Tao Chuchu, a coli flew out. That's not true. The district true feelings just. Hu Ming, boing boing. He's so miserable. It's really sad to hear and sad to see. Tao Ruizi, huh? No, you two just woke up. Can you react so fast? Can you think of so many things? Even if you think of it, how come you work together? Do you have such a good understanding? Sis, aren't I your most taciturn good sister ever? Oh. Chapter 92. What kind of curiosity are you? How dare the curve of your mouth be the same as mine? Tao Chuchu naturally reached out and started smoothing her own good sister's hair. Hu Ming, the only person Boss Joe touches is you. What have you been doing lately? Hu Ming stroked his chin. I didn't offend anyone. Lao Zhou has known me for 3 years. If it wasn't for the fact that things were done too obviously, I wouldn't have suspected him at all. Tao Chuchu slammed a cup over and was caught by Hu Ming. Think again. When was it abnormal? Where is it wrong? Recall the details, stupid fox. To say something's wrong, a breast fan. It's the milk fan. Old Joe hates eating milk fans the most. Hu Ming stood up violently, bringing the stool over in his excitement. According to his previous habits, there wouldn't even be a milk fan within his line of sight. But now there's a milk fan in the snack that little Rhetoric is eating. The snacks were given to me by Boss Joe. Little Tao Tai was super happy that she was finally able to interject. ********. You mean, someone disguised as Boss Joe to harm us? Tao Chuchu frowned. Do Wan families kind of double formation? But what's the figure? We don't have anything to be rarefied. Not just an injured Boss Bai. A Tao Tai. A 9-tailed fox hybrid. An immortal? Hu Ming. Not. You are at least rich. It is possible to look at you. Want to kidnap for money? Tao Chuchu rolled his eyes. Stupid fox. You at least look at who among us is more valuable. The possibility of the person behind the scheming you are greater than the possibility of kidnapping me. Draw your blood or something. After all, the blood of the 9-tailed fox hybrid is also very complimentary. Besides, you do not bring me before. Who knows I came and how to know in such a short period of time I am rich tie a fart frame. Hu Ming, nah, you rich people show off your wealth don't you? Admit it, you're just a rich sister. Tao Chu Chu is really going to be pissed off by this stupid fox. How can he be the head of the region if he's so stupid? Is the point this? We were attacked in the rainforest before we came. This time 90% is for the white boss The question is how do they know that the white boss will come here? White boss, what do you think? Hu Ming decisively asked the boss. There is a problem to ask the leader well. Do not small soldier boy himself blind discussion. I think that I can answer the questions you guys are asking. Tao Rui began to frantically destroy the food within sight. Eat quickly before it's too late. Little rhetoric. Not to mention what your answer is. How do I see you acting like you're going to run away? Hu Ming was a bit flustered by this big stance. Was there anything that Little Rhetoric and Boss White couldn't solve even if they were there? The resignation is to eat it all quickly so that no food is wasted in case of a fight. White Zephyr finally spoke up. Tao Ruizi, who was busy, stole a moment to extend a hand and give Bai a thumbs up. Hiccup. Finished eating. I sensed a large number of ghosts and goblins swarming over just now around 500 meters. Oh now it's 200 meters. There's about this many ghosts that have surrounded us. Tao Rui stretched out her hands and drew a large circle in the air. What we've acted like this and Lao Zhou can still find out that we're not right? Wouldn't it be a waste of time for him and Chu Chu to put in so much effort to act? Is there a possibility that he's not in the same group as the ghosts out there? The purpose is also different from what we are guessing now. Bai Zhe frowned. His mind-reading abilities were all impaired after he was injured and made smaller. He could only barely perceive that this boss Joe was asking for something from them. He just didn't know what. Whatever. White Zephyr and I are both here. What plotting and scheming are useless in front of this absolute strength? Anyway, there is no one here. Isn't it convenient to pack up the ghosts and goblins? After collecting the ghosts, then go directly to ask that Boss Joe is not just good, one by one to solve. How simple things. Tao Rui really wondered. Sister and who together? How the IQ dropped so much actually not as sober as her? Tao Chu Chu's face was reddened by her own sister's look, and she was about to rush out to kill a few ghosts to lower the temperature of her face. Crunch! The door was pushed open. The person who came was actually Boss Joe, his face still panicked. Outside the courtyard Brother Hu. Boss Joe rushed up and knelt down to hug Hu Ming's thighs and howled. Brother Hu, I know you're not ordinary people. There are so many ghosts outside. You have the ability. Kill them all. I beg you. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Liang, what's the use of begging them We won't let your girlfriend back. She should have been refined into a ghost servant by our ghost king by now ha ha ha. Outside the courtyard a relatively large-sized ghost was leading the maniacal laughter. Tao Ruizi, unhappy, very unhappy. There was actually a ghost that dared to laugh out in front of her. She didn't even laugh. Without waiting for Hu Ming to reply to Zhou Liang's words, a gust of wind blew through the room and Tao Rui's figure was gone. Hu Ming and Tao Chu Chu hurriedly looked outside, and Tao Rui, who had White Zephyr squatting on his shoulder, had already flashed and rushed in front of the big ghost that was leading the maniacal laughter. One-handed strangled the big ghost neck of Tao Rui, laughing hair I did not laugh. You what curiosity, actually dare to laugh What kind of person are you? Actually can. Tao Rui's hand exerted force. The big ghost suddenly words could not be said, was pinched straight rolled his eyes. I want you to laugh now. Look at me. Tao Rui grinned. Ha 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 ha, laugh with me? You're not allowed to stop until I say stop. Ha 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 ha, do it! Tao Rui relaxed the force on his hands, and the big ghost immediately doggedly began to follow the ha 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 ha, laughing fart You what curvature? I what curvature? The curvature of your mouth actually dare to be the same as me? Tao resigned to change face speed with the June day-like, take back the smile with a ferocious face directly broke the big ghost's neck. Roll it stuffed into the mouth and swallowed. The big ghost before dying. How to meet such a fatal ferocious beast? Tao Rui had a quick look on his face and hooked his finger at the ghosts that had become surrounded. You guys, together. Chapter 93, QQ bouncing Tao's Tao Tai little pills. Too crazy, form a formation. After being provoked by Tao Rui, a second big ghost popped out to yell there. Little girl, let's show you the power of the 10,000 ghosts ghosticide formation, and after you die, seeing as you're still quite individualistic, Grandpa, I'll be merciful and allow you to have the honor of becoming my ghost servant. This is wild? Key just, one what ghost what array, did not hear clearly, does not matter, direct hit is, Tao Rui said talking to himself. Then again, today's fried yak meat is really good, make now a little want to eat beef meatballs, that texture, QQ bouncy, one bite down and bursting with juice, scratching the hairs on his head. Why don't we make the ghosts into balls for dinner today? What did the master at home who makes delicious beef balls say about how to beat the meat into balls? Kind of can't think of it. Forget it, just go with your feelings. hearing all the whispers Shirazawa. Next time he'll pay a visit to the Taoist chef to ask how to make the croquettes okay. All the ghosts are outputting their own power to supply energy for the 10,000 ghosts ghosticide formation, with the big ghost who just spoke as the center. A huge red formation on the ground is gradually taking shape, and a horrible murderous aura envelopes all the people present. Zhou Liang maintained the position he had just knelt on the ground, looking at the formation patterns that were gradually becoming clearer on the ground. His eyes then grew desperate. Even you guys can't do anything about them? Ha 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 ha. Laughing, tears raged in his eyes. My Xiao Xiao, my Xiao Xiao ah ah ah. Tao Chu Chu frowned. Not good. Immediately squatting down to take the silver needle. Grabbing Zhou Liang's hand, it came straight to a bloodletting before letting out a sigh of relief. This is fine. Something almost happened. Boss Zhou, you're so sad and frightened. It's very easy to die. I suggest you don't get excited first. First watch my sister properly, how she defeated these ghostly spirits. I will slowly clear things between us with you later. Zhou Liang looked down at his zapped fingertips, and a bitter smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, and believe you. Raising his head, he looked seriously at Tao Rui. Tao Ruizi is doing warm-up exercises in place. A group of small trash. See me not submit, but also dare to make a big fuss. Ghost servant? Tao Ruizi lowered her head and laughed coldly. Her eyes glowed with red light. She reached out her hand and gently held it. The magnetic field around her was instantly stirred up, and the starry lights that decorated her surroundings became uncertain, and the golden light of the Taotai Dharma slowly emerged from behind her back. Warming up is over. Start the game. I am Taotai. Leaping up and punching the big ghost in the center with a direct violent punch. The 10,000 ghost scene slayer formation was interrupted from forming in a blink of an eye, and the violent airflow leaking out from Tao Rui's fists lifted all the surrounding ghosts off at once. Ghost servant, your grandfather, ah. Tao Rui half squinted his eyes and looked at the circle of ghosts on the ground. Sked, so unbeatable? I've told you all to go on, ah. That pile at the back. Go on. I'm not even addicted to it. The master of the hand-beaten beef meatballs said that the meat doesn't taste good until it's loosened. She's going to eat ghost pills to her heart's content today. The ghosts, whose eyes were almost red from Tao Ruizi's provocation, all accelerated and surged over, waving their long fingernails one after another, just like the zombie siege in the movie. Ha ha ha, yes, that's it. Tao Rui and the golden light Dharma phase behind him let out a laugh to the sky, their evil red-eyed vertical pupils staring at the ghosts floating over in the sky and on the ground, and with a push of their feet, they also popped up and ed with the ghosts just like that. Hu Ming looked at the ferocious rhetoric in the air with a fistful of ghosts, and sighed slowly. Our little rhetoric is quite evil. Ah, for a while I couldn't tell which one of her and the evil ghosts was the ferocious one. It's really worthy of Tao Tai. Zhou Liang's eyes just watched the ghosts in the air one after another by Tao Ruiji to fly to the ground. The bright light in his eyes is more and more regal. She is so powerful. Is not my smile saved? Ah. Chapter 94, Hopeless, Another Love Brain. Ha 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 ha, all die for me. Tao Ruizi rushed across the room and sent all the ghosts and spirits close to her, flying, grabbing a ghost's head as a stick and sweeping it away. Only Tao Ruizi's happy laughter and the ghost's ghostly cries and howls could be heard on the spot. After knocking down all of the ghosts and goblins that rushed up, Tao Rui returned to the ground with a sigh of relief, glancing at the ghosts and goblins that were hiding and didn't dare to come forward. By Xiao Zhe, you said that they wouldn't think that if they didn't attack me, I wouldn't count them in my food for today, right? How naive. After all, they're all here. How could I let them go? Ah. Bai Zhe's eyes contained a doting look that he himself didn't even notice. Then what does resignation intend to do? Of course I absorbed them all and made them into my favorite little balls. The words just fell. With Tao resignation as the center, the strong air current rises up from the ground. We'll be around and far away from the ghosts, and spirits are all rolled into the storm vortex, and constantly squeezed and finally turned into a thick black gas. And then was Tao resignation grabbed with the play with the mud as the kneading and kneading. Not for a while. One by one, a small pill popped out of the hands of the Tao resignation. So those who play beef meatballs master, so not easy it. I must eat more cleanly in the future to stand up to the hard labor of the masters. Ah. Wiping the tears she didn't have, Tao Ruizi swallowed her saliva. She couldn't help but want to eat it all. White Zephyr, is not your own wanna play before hands of their own pinch it? Obviously can use the idea of pinch finished, and before which time to eat you eat not clean. Master are going to be moved to cry, do not remember their own last name well. Tao Ruizi himself fake cried for a short while. Was Bai Zaya done all done? Do not get the pills finished? Encouraged to, and then fake crying to 7 or 8 on their own back to normal. Gently waved his hand to all the black gas into small pills, and then found a chaise lounge slowly lying down, holding the black gas into a large pot, holding a spoon, a look over, small pills in line to jump into the pot. Hey, it's still convenient and easy to automate. Eat up, tasty little balls.
Zhou Liang went from being excited at the beginning to having a numb face at the back. Could he really believe that this gluttonous little girl in front of him could save his beloved Xiao Xiao? He looked up to see Tao Chu Chu, who had just lent him a helping hand, to inquire about it, and then was shocked to find that the other party was already brewing tea, with a skillful batch. What's the point of making tea at this hour? Is it possible to enjoy her sister's meal while drinking tea? No. How did she use his own home tea set so familiar look? Zhou Liang's doubts were answered by Hu Ming. Hu Ming, still looking like a brother and sister, squatted down and took Zhou Liang's shoulder. Buddy, Chu Chu's tea is definitely brewed for Xiao Ruizi to drink after meals to relieve fatigue. And, as far as our Chu Chu's rich experience is concerned, what's wrong with using your tea utensils? What's all the fuss about? On your eyesight, still want to beg people to help you? Tao, I'll do it. Zhou Liang rushed straight up with a jolt, his hand trying to snatch the teapot from Tao Chu Chu's hand, but found that the teapot was not moving. Tao Chu Chu's expression grew colder and colder. Seeing that Zhou Liang was still unresponsive and grabbing the teapot and not letting go, she could only speak out. Making tea for my own sister is my pleasure as a sister. Are you sure you want to grab it? Hu Ming slapped Zhou Liang head. Ouch. Big brother what is wrong with you Usually do not see you greet guests so not resourceful Do not let go. I cannot save you Chu Chu hands, that is something you can rob? Tao Ruizi has all finished drying the small pellets. The black gas big pots also Chu Chu eat. Wipe his mouth on the face of happy and satisfied towards her sister's arms rushed over to ask for a hug. Asterisk. Tao Chu Chu naturally began to jerk her sister's head, handing over the brewed tea. But does resignation want to help Boss Zhou? Well, I listened to my sister. Tao Rui took a small sip of tea, her eyes darting around to look at her sister and Hu Ming. Hu Ming looked as if he had made up his mind, his eyes staring straight at Zhou Liang. Since when do you love milk fans? Zhou Liang was confused. When did I love that stuff? Hu Ming, then why do you have so many breast fans here? Mentioning this, Zhou Liang looked like he remembered something sweet and smiled in a way that gave people goosebumps. My girlfriend loves it. She especially loves milk fans. No, I should say that she loves all dairy products. She said that because dairy products smell like me, it fascinates her. Crowd, you. What kind of divine speech is this? Shirazawa eked and said to Hu Ming in shock. Hu Ming, you said that too? Hu Ming, huh? Nope. He didn't say dairy His version was grass-flavored Hu Ming suddenly froze on the spot, suddenly remembering that all the details of his previous online romance had been raked out by the year mice and then accidentally exposed to Tang Miao and Bai Shi by himself. What's the situation Meaning that Boss Bai has also seen it. If he hasn't seen it, how does he know Ignoring a face of frantic Hu Ming, Bai Zai skimmed his mouth. Know it. He is not so boring it. The heart voice emotion is too excited. He is going to be heard passively well. Tao Rui's big eyes flashed and flashed, gossiping, wanting to hear. Tao Chu Chu was speechless. The friends of Love Brain were also Love Brain. Hu Ming, alright, Chu Chu. And Xiao Ruru, you don't have to look at me. I'll be straight with you. Boss Bai, can you see if you can help Zhou Liang a little? Bai Zai, the matter of your poisoning hasn't been clarified yet, and you want to help Zhou Liang. Don't you suspect him of having ulterior motives? Upon hearing this, Zhou Liang hurriedly stepped forward to take a stand. I really didn't mean to do this mushroom thing. I just wanted to put you guys in a coma and then use this to beg you to help save my Xiao Xiao. I'm sorry Hu. I'm sorry for you guys. I'm begging you. What kind of logic is that? You want to beg us, so you poison us first? Tao Ruizi didn't understand. Do all humans think in such a complicated way? Zhou Liang glanced at Hu Ming and bowed his head apologetically. I know that Brother Hu and you guys are both from the authority and are not small in their abilities. And from the moment Brother Hu said that he would bring you guys for dinner, I was thinking about how to get you guys to help me. I just thought that if you guys were poisoned by the mushrooms and I gave you a timely helping hand to wake you up, you guys would do your best to help me save Xiao Xiao because of your saving grace. Hu Ming face hate iron not steel. Not, I say Zhou Liang. I am the kind of see friends have something not help people. You hold this out? I haven't seen you for a few weeks. Where did you get your girlfriend? And you're still in love with her? And what about those ghosts? Did they come for you? What happened to your girlfriend being taken away as a ghost servant? Tell me. Zhou Liang was just about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Tao Ruizi, who was about to nibble on a large mango. Not at all. His girlfriend isn't going to be a ghost servant. What did you say? Zhou Liang's pupils were shocked, and a bad feeling suddenly surfaced in his heart. Tao Rui's next sentence directly shattered his already fragile mind. Because his girlfriend is the boss of the ghosts and goblins that I just ate. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Xiao loves me so much, and she has body heat. It's hot. How could it be some ghost boss? Zhou Liang was in a state of shock and anger. His expression crumpled as he grabbed his hair. It can't be. Where's the evidence? Zhou Liang was like a drowning man grasping for the last piece of driftwood. his eyes looking hopefully at Tao Ruizi, hoping that she would say that she was joking, that she was getting back at him for poisoning her sister.
Evidence? I don't have any, but I can take you to her.
Tao Rui swallowed the mango meat and spread both hands with a, I can't do anything if you don't believe me look.
Tao Chu handed out a cup of tea to Zhou Liang. Drink it. Zhou Liang drank it distractedly,
his mood slightly better. Although my sister likes to play a little bit, she has never been able to distinguish between right and wrong, and she will not tell lies to deceive you when it comes to matters concerning your girlfriend's life.
So can you really take me to her? Holding his teacup, Zhou Liang regained a little hope. Seeing her, he would ask, in person, the truth of the matter. Can
you tell my chef the recipe for the rose cake as payment for my help?
It's a deal. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Tao Rui jumped down from the stool,
and even unwrapped a packet of flour cakes and stuffed it over his shoulder to Bai Zhe.
After fighting and playing with her for so long and not eating much,
he must be hungry. Wait, old Zhou, you saw Xiao Xiao. What if the situation is really the same as what little rhetoric said?
Hu Ming chased out and pulled Zhou Liang back, his expression serious.
Then I'll ask her why she approached me and if she really loves me?
Zhou Liang seemed like he was about to break when he said this.
Yes or no? What's the difference? Listen to me, Lao Zhou. I've been there, and it's times like these that you have to walk out. You're right, it doesn't matter if she loves me or not.
What matters is that I love her, and if there's anything in me that she wants, then I'll find her now and give it to her, and it won't be worthy of the fact that we love each other.
Tao Rui was dumbfounded, unintelligible, but greatly shocked. What kind of absolute lover is this heck?
Tao Chu eyes almost rolled up to the sky.
Get, hopeless, love brain real hammer, life do not want, let's go.
Zhou Liang broke away from Hu Ming's hand and quickly ran forward to urge Tao Rui who was frozen in place.
Chapter 95. Saving lives? Jump in the grasshopper hole. Are you sure your Smiley is here?
Hu Ming had 4 big words etched on his face, you're playing with me.
Not sure, but it's very likely.
I followed the evil spirits that kidnapped Xiao Xiao that night all the way here, and then they disappeared before my eyes.
Zhou Liang swore with conviction. Ah, the world of you adults is really complicated. Evil spirits, eh? You're not me.
Even if you have eyes that can pass through yin and yang and can see evil spirits. But you've been following the evil spirits for so long and the other party is still the murderer who kidnapped your girlfriend.
You actually didn't get eaten by the other party. That's strange, right?
Tao Rui stroked his chin and twisted his head to look at Tao Chu.
Sister, this person is definitely a spy, luring us here for a showdown. Boss Zhou, my sister has a point. Haven't you ever wondered why the evil spirits let you off the hook? Do they have any demands on you after they take Smiley away?
Zhou Liang lowered his head and thought for a while before shaking his head.
I can't think of anything. It's also possible that someone doesn't want him to think about it.
Bai Zhe flicked a finger at Zhou Liang's forehead. A golden seal flashed across Zhou Liang's forehead, as if the shackles of memory had been opened in an instant, and he raised his head and said in a trembling voice, yes, why didn't I think of it? Why didn't I think of it? Before the evil ghost disappeared it said. Tao Rui cocked his head.
Said something? How interesting.
The golden seal that blocked the memory.
This Zhou Liang really wasn't a simple person.
Let me come here in 79 days and bleed to save my life.
Ha!
3 different voices sounded at the same time.
And Tao Chu,
Hu Ming, and Tao Rui looked at each other. This ghost turned out to be greedy for Zhou Liang's blood. Tao Ruiyue, why don't you leave here first and put a drop of blood for me to see?
Without seeing it, she can't make a judgment, can she? This isn't good. We aren't very close.
And the family has an ancestral tradition of not exposing one's blood in front of people who aren't close to them.
Zhou Liang had a difficult face.
Tao Chu, your family is quite particular.
The ancestral training also specifically say this. That is to say that you yourself know. Your family's blood has a special place to go.
Tao Rui shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands.
Definitely. Or else he can be seen.
And then by that evil ghost designated to come to this grasshopper hole.
Hu Ming, in that case, it seems like you've never participated in the blood donation charity event we organized. Snap slapped Hu Ming's head. Tao Chu glared at him, so grasping at straws.
Hu Ming scratched his head and laughed nervously with that soft and delicate fox face. It is really strange. How is it that this Chu is strange and good looking when she is fierce?
Tao Rui keenly perceived,
opened his hands to block in front of her sister,
staring viciously at Hu Ming. This person, just very wrong. Very wrong.
Hu Ming was surprised by the sensitivity of Xiao Ruizi,
but he didn't know what was wrong with him, and touched his nose. Don't be mean. It's important to do the right thing.
Yeah, right. Zhou Liang brought them to the front of a caddisfly hole in the park grass that was no different from the usual caddisfly holes.
Hu Ming, buddy,
really not a few of us feel very speechless, even if we just said that you have a golden seal blocking the memory in your forehead heart. But you all remember this grasshopper cave.
You don't think more about it. Really don't think that a normal person can be hidden in so Hu Ming stretched out his hand and pointed to his fingernail. Such a small hole. Ah, a rabbit can't even drill into it. Old Zhou, you're afraid your brain hasn't been eaten by that damn love. Tao Ruizhi added. I thought you would be very empathetic. After all, they're all love brains. Zhou Liang, big brothers and sisters, I beg you, stop being poor. Can we talk about something serious? Okay, what can I say? Let's just fight our way in. Tao Rui bristled. After all, I asked you to give me a drop of blood to look at, and you weren't happy about it. Can we win if we fight straight in? Zhou Liang hesitated. In fact, the ancestral training is not impossible to change a little. After all, the young people have their own ideas. Tao Chu Chu's single eyebrow. The tone became very sad. It's not good to say the enemy in the dark, we in the open. Not clear situation. Not to mention can save people. Maybe we will be planted directly. We all together life or not get to cackle. Hu Ming immediately understood Chu Chu's meaning, and cooperated in a very uptight manner. Old Zhou, do you still want to save your Xiao Xiao? Maybe your Xiao Xiao is suffering underneath this grasshopper hole, and if you hesitate for one more second, she may be in a little more danger. Oh, give. Now, immediately, right away. Zhou Liang rolled up his sleeves swish all the way up and disliked his arm directly in front of Tao Rui. MS. Tao, please don't be polite. No, you make it seem like I'm a man-eating maniac. You're a real talent. Oops, come with me. Let's leave the confines of the grasshopper cave first. Tao Rui disgustedly picked up Zhou Liang's clothes and dragged the man away. Zhou Liang crouched on the ground. Miss Tao, do we need to be so far away? Is it far? Tao Rui looked at it. It's okay, it's only 500 meters. It's reasonable to say that we'd be better off after a kilometer. But with me here, it doesn't matter. Then you're still dragging me for 500 meters? Zhou Liang angrily got up. I just saw someone selling sweet fried chestnuts and potpourri here. Tao Rui pointed to his stomach. I didn't eat enough. I don't have the strength to save people. As for dragging Zhou Liang away, it was because he had given a kilogram less of rose cake and was looking at him in a bad light. Hu Ming hurriedly rounded off the scene. Well, old Zhou, small resignation is our main combatant. You do not let her eat enough. Later the first to eat your smile. Oh, many years of feelings. You believe me. Small resignation to do things with certainty. Certainly will not hurt innocent people. No kidding. If your Smiley is an evil spirit, she will really eat it. Without saying a word, Zhou Liang turned his head and went to the stall owner to buy 10 pounds of sugar-fried chestnuts and wrap down a box of pottinger cake, and came back to hand it to Tao Ruizhi. For you to eat. Tao Ruizhi quickly ate the chestnuts that her sister peeled for her, and at the same time, she mentally spat at Zhou Liang. His face was so stinky, and if he saw with his own eyes that Xiao Xiao was a big evil ghost later on, then would this Zhou Liang not go crazy? Brainstorming that scene, messing with it, it was scary. It was better for her not to join in on something as troublesome as dealing with humans. It was decided that she would hide and watch the show later when she finished off the ghosts and demons, and leave the Shura to Shirazawa and her sister. Had enough? Zhou Liang subconsciously looked at the time on his watch when he saw Tao Rui finish eating. It had only been 5 minutes. His smile should be okay. Come on, quickly see what's so special about my blood? Tao Rui had just eaten his fill when Zhou Liang disliked a drop of fingertip blood over to him. Blanching. So fragrant. Rhetoric. Can you control your saliva? Hu Ming wanted to go up to her and wipe it off. This greedy little eyes. Zhou Liang was about to explode from her. Yes, I can. Wiping the corners of her mouth in a messy manner. Tao Rui said that as a quality little Tao Tai who had been taught by Emperor Baizhe for many years to be well read in poetry and books and to seriously receive a read education, she wasn't the kind of impeccable Tao Tai who couldn't control herself and rushed up to her. Resignation. You've seen Zhou Liang's blood. Now what do we do next? Hu Ming squared up. Still very serious. Jump in and just start fighting. What? Jumping in that grasshopper hole? Crowd, except White Zephyr, are you serious? How can a few of them get in as adults? Chapter 96. Your wife doesn't want you. The 4 of them, plus one White Ozawa, stood in a circle around the grasshopper cave, looking down at it in unison. First of all, I want to affirm that just now drooling over Zhou Liang's blood, that can't be blamed on me. That's because Zhou Liang's blood smells too good. Tao Rui stated that she was very innocent, but I figured out that this evil spirit didn't directly lay hands on Zhou Liang, because it couldn't do so. By Xiao Zhe you continue. No, she still had to slow down a bit more. She was really impressed with herself for being able to hold back on that scent just now. Tao Tai crosses her arms. JPG. Bai Zhe very naturally picked up. Zhou Liang's ancestors should have had someone with a high level of Xianmen Taoism who placed a protective ban on their lineage. The scent that Rui said came from the very essence in Zhou Liang's blood that can greatly enhance the Taoist skills of ghosts and monsters. So if I didn't judge wrongly, someone from Zhou Liang's family's lineage should have served 1,000 years of polar Ganoderma in their ancestry. Tonic. Great tonic. Tao Rui recalled that when she was in the divine realm, the emperor had also made this soup for her to drink, and the flavor was much more fragrant than what she was smelling now. If that stew was there, she would not be able to endure it as well as today. This mortal realm that lacks spiritual chi, to be able to appear such a 1,000-year-old branch of polar Ganoderma. Zhou Liang's ancestor was also a person with great fortune nah. What about my ancestors being so bullish? Zhou Liang's mouth opened slightly with a surprised expression. Ancestral cow, that's your ancestors matter. What does it have to do with you now? Don't you still want to dedicate this blood? Tao Chu Chu shook her head. Hu Ming, in a way, you really have to thank Tang Miao and Bai Shi for desensitizing you. Humant, be nice and say what he's doing duck. Act. Tao Rui made a move to hit Hu Ming with a kick, which Hu Ming narrowly avoided. Little rhetoric. What are you kicking me for? Send you down here in addition to me and Bai Zai. You cannot go down by yourself. A face of innocence. Full of you this person how not cooperate with the work. Tao Rui also pretended to be aggrieved to pull her sister's clothes hem. Sister, you look at him. Hu Ming. Tao Chu Chu only glanced over slightly, her voice flat but strangely effective. Hu Ming immediately raised his hands. Okay, then wait for me for 2 seconds. Pulling out the wireless devices and distributing them to everyone, he signaled for all to bring them on. Zhou Liang followed Tao Chu Chu's example of wearing the wireless device on his ear bone. Then what? Was this some sort of necessary ritual before cutting down the demons and removing the devils? Hu Ming smiled slightly, clicked on the music to play. The righteousness of the red song dang 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 prelude to a sound. The crowd only feel that the whole body essence of the spirit for a revitalization. Little rhetoric. Come on. Hu Ming closed his eyes and opened his hands, waiting to be kicked down. Tao Rui was moving to the rhythm of the red song without being able to help it, and sent Hu Ming down as a striker with a kick. She guaranteed that she absolutely did not entrain selfish retaliation. Then after gently helping her sister to send her down, she looked at Zhou Liang whose eyes were clear and intoxicated with the red song. Unable to extricate herself. Be conscious of yourself. It's hard to believe that you think you can be treated the same as my sister? Let's go. Bai Xiao Zai. Bai Zai sat on Tao Rui's shoulder and swung his feet, nodding his head as Tao Rui entered this grasshopper cave. At the same time, the surveillance that happened to be filming this grasshopper cave outside abruptly disappeared. The entire section of footage from the time Tao Rui and the others appeared to the time they disappeared. Crowd descending to grasshopper cave. Wow, there really is a new world down here. Not to mention the other things, just the fact that it is so bright down here is different from what they expected. I haven't asked yet. Is this playing of red songs some very powerful trick of yours? Of course, this is just curiosity on my part, so don't say anything if it's not convenient to answer. Hu Ming smiled cheerfully. Ha, this is a super powerful trick. Positive energy exorcism no not. I still learn from one of my colleagues it. Effective against love brain and those strange and unorthodox things yo. Upon hearing this, Tao Rui turned his head to Bai Zai, his eyes frantically inquiring. Really? Bai Zai nodded his head. In all things in the world, evil is invincible and unchanging. Ji. He. Queen Sama, the prey you've been eyeing has indeed come. What man wouldn't submit when our Queen Sama strikes? You're looking down on our Queen Sama with that statement. My subordinate knows his mistake. Two voices that seemed to be speaking with pinched throats and pinched noses suddenly resounded in the cave, in all directions, with echoes superimposed. Hu Ming was disgusted. Eek mess. The evil ghosts here are not as good as the ones that attacked us in old Joe's yard. At least those direct fights are refreshing. The tone of the ghosts here is too goosebump-inducing, right? They really don't talk properly. They have to learn from the eunuchs in the palace, but also the queen. What kind of role-playing is going on here? The Qing dynasty has been dead for more than 100 years. Where did the little fox come from that dares to talk big in my place? Scattered peach blossom petals floated down from the cave, and a weird aroma poured out, surrounding Tao Rui and the others. The little fox is so good-looking, stay with a Liang and accompany me. Yo little fox, Tao Rui cheaply raised his eyebrows. She called you a little fox, Zhou Liang She called who a little fox, your wife doesn't want you la. Zhou Goodlike completely did not hear Tao Rui. She's juggling. Only eyes are not blinking, staring at the woman, and the whole slowly manifested. Mouth slightly open, voice trembling, slightly open hands seem to be to go forward to embrace the woman. Xiao. Is it you? Xiao. It's me, Arian. You finally came to pick me up. I've waited so hard for you. With her figure fully revealed, the coquettishly smiling woman twisted her waist and slowly walked towards Zhou Liang. Tao Ruji. She had restrained her aura of pressure. Yes, but her sense of presence wasn't so weak, was it? This beauty is not even looking at her. Taking a few steps forward to block between the woman and Zhou Liang, Tao Rui looked dissatisfied. I say, pretty sister, how come you don't share your eyes with me at all? Don't you take a look at me? Quickly look at who I am. Yo, little sister. You this is like sister? I'm sorry, I don't like you. I only like pretty boys bypassing Tao Ruizi. The woman covered her mouth and laughed, waving her hand as if she was driving away flies. If you know what you're doing, just go to the side. Don't get in the way of my sister. Hey, angry. The last one that told her to step aside seemed to have been eaten by her. Tao Rui was about to slap this bad female ghost to death with one hand when he was stopped by Bai Zai's quick eyes. Bai Xiaoza, what are you doing? Resignation is good. Let's see the play first. The little Tao Tai instantly settled down. And rightly so. The dog blood drama has not yet been seen. Almost on the head to ruin. Chapter 97, the ability to grasp the key point is really excellent to fly. Smiley, smiley. I won't listen to them. I'll listen to you. Okay. You tell me that you didn't lie to me. That you've always loved me. Zhou Liang looked with pleading eyes at Xiaoxiao who was slowly walking towards him step by step. I did lie to you. My name isn't Smiley. My name is Flirty Book. And I didn't lie to you. I do love you. Only you're not the only one in my heart. Charming Book paused and tickled the crushed hair in her ear. After all, I have such good looks. Wouldn't it be a waste for heaven to let me love only one person? Tao Ruizi, who found a place to sit and get high on melon seeds, spat out a mouthful of melon shells with a yuck. Not 1,000th as good looking as my sister. Human, who can't share a melon and pretends he's high. You're right. You love me. I knew you loved me. Zhou Liang was ecstatic, grabbing Hu Ming by his side and shaking him frantically. Did you hear that? Hu Ming, did you hear that? Smiley, oh no. Flirty, she said she loves me. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Zhou Liang who laughed out tears. Hu Ming, buddy, should listen to the words, you are a sentence not into the brain. Ah, tisk. I can't imagine I was like that before. Licking like that? I'm definitely better than him. Choo choo. You think so? Tao Choo Choo sneered, laughing at me to death. What good is it to you? You even dare not hold the little hand of other girls. Can be so love brain? This to really say you are not as good as Zhou Liang. Instantly, the fox face drooped. Step by step, Charming Book finally walked in front of Zhou Liang, who finally held his soulful lover. Charming, I'll take you out of here. Charming Book's eyebrows were seductive. One hand slowly placed on Zhou Liang's chest, her tone deep and loving. Ah Liang, will you stay here with me forever? As soon as the words fell, her 5 fingers became claws and dug towards Zhou Liang's heart. In a flash of lightning, Tao Rui put away his uneaten melon seeds and raised his hand to strike out with a chi energy. Ah, charming! Zhou Liang's eyes were filled with panic as he tried to hold Charming Book, who had been shaken away by Tao Ruizi, but as a result, because Tao Ruizi's chi power was too powerful, the two of them both flew to the ground. Tao Ruyue, eek mess, the two of them engaged in this. I seem to be the bad guy who beat up the lovebirds. Ah, don't say it, it's weirdly refreshing. I should have known that I would have pushed a little harder just now. Flirty, how are you? Where are you uncomfortable? Zhou Liang embraced Charming Book in his arms and looked at her handily. Yoshi, who is she? It hurts so much to hit me. Charming Book looked petulant as she stroked her heart. Truly aic pity. Hu Ming sighs. Learned. Zhou Liang angrily turned his head to question Tao Ruishi. Ms. Tao, I asked you to come to save people. Why are you hurting my Charming? Tao Rui rolled her eyes widely. Auntie, I don't want to talk to people who are blind. Tao Choo Choo took half a step forward. A cold and chilling aura came out. Boss Show, if you want to die, you should have said earlier, we don't bother to save you. Just now, if it's not resignation, your heart should be in your Charming's hand at this moment. Hu Ming was equally furious. Old Zhou, deceiving yourself and others like this. Don't force me to slap you. Wrongly accused of small resignation. This is even finished. He turned back and had to give this buddy on the record. Zhou Liang looked down at Charming Book incredulously. Charming, did you really want me dead just now? As soon as she pushed Zhou Liang away, Charming Book stood up gracefully and patted the dust on her body. I didn't want your life, just your blood, but you're too enamored with me. This is delaying things. You want my blood, you take it. Charming, I just want to be with you forever. Zhou Liang's heartbreaking roar came from behind him. Ha 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 ha, forever together. Zhou Liang, did you say the same thing to my sister 1,000 years ago? Charming Book suddenly turned to stare at Zhou Liang, his eyes as sinister as if he had just come out of hell. What? Zhou Liang was baffled by a question. What 1,000 years ago? Yo, it's still a past life grudge. Tao Rui pulled over the still angry sister and Hu Ming as soon as they sat down. Come and eat. Let's eat melon and watch melon together. Hu Ming was flattered to take the melon with both hands and knocked up. Xiao Rui resigned to share him. So happy. It's true that melon seeds match the play. It feels right. Little Tao Tai, it's just a melon. She's not cheap. Ah yes, oh, I actually forgot about it. You have been reincarnated as a human being and don't remember things from 1,000 years ago. Charming Book's pretty face was now twisted. The only person who remembers is the victim, while the murderer can happily be a human. Ha 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 ha, what a goddamn thing this is. Charming, what are you talking about? 1,000 years ago, You are as human as I am, aren't you? Where is the talk of 1,000 years ago? Zhou Liang's eyes filled with anticipation grew dimmer and dimmer under Charming Book's resentful gaze. Lord Queen, this kid is really deeply in love with you. Even after all this, he refuses to believe that your true identity is not human. A slender figure appeared beside Charming Book, and the crowd fixed their eyes on a man wearing white short sleeves with a clean and feminine appearance. Ah, Liang, did you hear what my little sweetheart said? Charming Book put away the resentment on her face and changed back to that coquettish, beautiful and delicate look. Lord Charming Book, you really are. You didn't call the two of us out for so long. There are many of them, but there are also quite a few of us. The man who looked exactly the same as the white short-sleeved man just now, but wore black short sleeves, appeared on the other side of Charming Book. At the same time that the black short-sleeved man appeared, densely packed ghosts and evil spirits appeared and surrounded Tao Rui and the others. Wow, the Queen's people set up properly then. Tao Rui's eyes were full of excitement, and in her heart, she quietly planned how to eat these little treats after watching the play. Come on, the more evil spirits the better. Charming Book glanced at the three people who were quietly eating melons and watching the show on the side, satisfied that they weren't meddling now. As long as you guys stay out of it, I won't let anyone do anything to you. Hu Ming silently spat in his heart. Still want to do something to us? This Charming Book is afraid that it is not a 7-second memory. Just now little Rhetorica Palmer slapped to fly her. Forget it. First quietly spectate down. The play is not finished. Let a person scratch his heart and lungs. Charming, both of them, are your little sweethearts? Zhou Liang had an unacceptable face. What about me? What am I? Snapped Tao Rui, Tao Chu Chu, Hu Ming. Three people, all together with a hand on their forehead. This big brother, grasped the key point, is always so excellent. How? It's hard to believe that you still want to spend your life with me after what happened. Charming Book sneered. It was a big joke. Lord Flattery and the two of us can make peace with our days. With you, that's really bad luck. The white short-sleeved sweetheart manifested a fan with her black chi and attentively fanned Charming Book. That's right, brother. This kid thinks so beautifully. Black short sleeve stepped forward and took Flirty Book's arm with a look of attachment. Tao Ruizi. Three people, wow. The picture of these twins of feminine and beautiful men, paired with enchanting beauties, is so friendly to the eyes. Oh, Charming Book, I really didn't expect that. Hearing my words, you wouldn't be curious at all about what happened 1,000 years ago. Tao Rui grabbed the answer and raised his hand in excitement. I'm curious. Chapter 98, Melon Seeds are going crazy. There's something about you, little bitty thing. Charming Book looked past him faintly and withdrew his eyes. Hu Ming's hands were busy pulling back the little Tao Tai who was about to storm out, and with Bai Zai's pacification, Tao Rui then continued to watch the show quietly. Charming, you can say whatever you want. I'll listen to whatever you say. The deep love in Zhou Liang's eyes was about to overflow. Don't look at me like that. Looking so deeply in love that I'm sick of it. Charming Book averted her eyes and sat down on the beauty chair that the white short-sleeved man had conjured up. Thousands of years ago, when I was a new soul not long dead, I was nearly devoured by an evil spirit while out for a walk once, and was saved by the great spirit of the time. My sister. Charming painting. The way you look now. I watched you do it to my sister 1,000 times back then. Charming Book's expression gradually changed from nostalgia to resentment. It's ridiculous to show that look to me now. Charming, I don't have half a memory of what you're talking about. How can you put the things of the previous generation on my head? Zhou Liang realized that this was about the him and Charming's sister from 1,000 years ago. And on your head. Can't I still wrong you? Charming Book laughed in anger all of a sudden. Good, little dot, you're a bit capable. Come on, from the moment I appeared, is the line of sinful dead on Zhou Liang attached to me? Tao Ruiji, who was suddenly cued, huh? If you have to ask me, it's not like I can't answer, but I need money for my appearance. I'll remember the payment first, and remember to give it to me when you're done. Like eating her subordinates or something. Here, say it. How can a small person have so much heart? Good. Oh. Tao Rui looked happily at Zhou Liang. It's indeed like what she said. Oh, you're carrying a good weight of sins about her. Finished, you continue to talk about what happened 1,000 years ago. Don't stop. Tao Rui continued to sit happily in a row, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at the Flirty Book. Even so, but that's him, not me. I love your heart as heaven and earth can tell. Zhou Liang was unconvinced. From the moment my sister saved me, she was my pillar of living. You destroyed my pillar and you expect me to love you? What an ass to your father. Breathless enough to roll her elegant eyes, Charming Book continued to stare at Zhou Liang. 1,000 years ago, my sister and I would have lived happily, sucking in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, never harming anyone. Everything changed from the moment my sister met you. You ruined everything that was beautiful for me. You were a famous scholar. Once my sister was taking a nap by the river, and you met by chance. The two of you fell in love at first sight, and from then on my sister's heart and eyes were all you. I also had thought that the two of you can be cultivated. After all, Sister is not an unusual ghost spirit. A breath of pure is a rare ghost immortal talent, not subject to that human ghosts have other restrictions, will not harm you, but the mortal life is limited. Sister day and night agonizing how to be with you long time. I cannot bear sister worry. Then went to kneel 7 days and 7 nights to beg the gods. Finally let me know the end of the sea of clouds there is 1,000 years of polar Ganoderma lucidum, can help mortals to prolong their lives. As soon as my sister found out, she immediately told you. The three of us then set out together to look for it. Who knew that your mind would change so quickly, and that you would change your heart just by bumping into the Emperor's princess on the road? Thin-skinned lover, not only do you want to prolong your life, but you also want to enjoy power and wealth. Hiding my sister and that princess to make a private marriage. The princess had a Taoist priest of extraordinary ability by her side, and gave you a poisonous plan to coax my sister to go and pick that 1,000-year-old polar Ganoderma for you. On the night you came back, you guys used a trick to distract me, and just like that, you set up a regicide formation, harmed my sister, and took away that 1,000-year-old polar Ganoderma lucidum and my sister's cultivation. Charming book was surrounded by resentment. If it wasn't for you, how would my sister have suffered from the poison? She was originally a ghost immortal who should have ascended to heaven. You and that princess are fine, and from now on, you will be happy. Charming book was resentful, but how could I let you two adulterers go? Although that princess is protected by a Taoist priest, she doesn't follow her around all the time. I just provoked the maidservant beside you, and she repudiated you. Ha 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 dang the scholar's son-in-law's sidekick. Shame on you. When you had no one to protect you, I desperately wanted to find you to take revenge, but unfortunately, my ability was low. And with the 1,000-year-old polar Ganoderma on you to protect you, I actually let you escape, and I have not been able to find your whereabouts since then. Think, now you must not know, that the princess since the repudiation of you, they looked for a lot of face head. Each face head's name has your shadow it, but each face head is finally the end of the body head separation. Human, wow, is this hate born of love? The melons are all stoned out of their minds. Heaven have mercy, how much effort and energy I spent to find your bloodline. Now, we finally meet and tell everyone about it. You are just a piece of trash. Charming book's eyes were disdainful as he watched Zhou Ling's head ache violently. I'm not. You're not talking about me, Charming. Zhou Liang was busy screaming. How could that kind of villain be him? He had never dared to harm anyone's life in the 20 years he had been alive. Tao Ruiji? You forgot about poisoning my sister and who so quickly? Villain. Garbage. Grab it. Charming book raised his eyebrows upwards. Oh, he also harmed you guys. Really, a dog can't change his ways. Reincarnating as a human can't change the rottenness in his bones. How could it not be you? Back then I went through a lot of cultivation to collect my sister's residual soul, and have been warming it for so many years. I've been staring at you for 1,000 years. 1,000 years, ah. You are finally reborn as a human. Before you reincarnated into a pig, a dog, a livestock road. I took your blood to warm up my sister, did not work. Fortunately, a few decades ago a high person informed me that it was to be the blood from the time when you were a human in order to bring my sister back to life completely. Now, I'm finally going to get what I want. Ah Liang, since you love me so much, then give me all of your blood. Willingly, okay? Charming book stood up from his chair, followed by the black and white clothed man. The three then slowly surrounded Zhou Liang. Hu Ming silently poked Tao Chu Chu with his elbow. Chu Chu, are we just going to watch? Tao Chu Chu shook her head, tapped the headset, and turned on the secret language mode. Stupid fox, ah, do you want to conspire out loud? Quickly turn on the secret language mode, ah. Of course we can't just watch. Even if he's guilty, he should be handed over to the state to be judged. When we do it later, those evil spirits will surely surround us, so we'll leave it to resignation. Hu Ming, you go and take charge of controlling Zhou Liang. Don't let him go crazy for love and hinder us from doing our work. Tao Chu Chu silently compared her own and Charming book's battle power in her heart, and decided that she should still take the most cost-effective way, calling the boss on. I'll take care of the two people around Charming book. As for Charming book, leave it to boss Bai. Even with injuries, you can't just eat and not work, right? Bai Zai seemingly smiled and looked at Tao Chu Chu. Oh, exempt. His heart for the little rhetorical resignation seems to be the sister adult perceived some of it, began to dare to make him. It is hard to say that it does not look at the eyes of him it. Tao Rui obediently nodded his head, put away the melons in his hand, clapped his hands and stood up and twisted. His warm-up exercise completed, waiting for his sister's order. The remaining light of Charming book's eye tail saw Tao Ruishi's three people's movements, and with a gentle swing of his hand, the surrounding evil spirits slowly tightened their encirclement, and the battle was imminent. They have my subordinates to deal with. Yoshi, let's just settle our business. Zhou was as good as struck and lost his will to live, completely ignoring Hu Ming's frantic eye gestures. Charming book's fingernails slowly grew longer and sharper. With a flirtatious and seductive smile on her face,
She took Zhou Liang's left hand without refusal, and her nails were planning to gently scrape down to make him explode in blood, only to be interrupted by a female voice screaming, "Book, no!" Charming Book turned back in shock, looking at the familiar figure that was rapidly coalescing and molding in the light, and involuntarily bursting into tears. "Sister, is that you back?" Chapter 99 Charming Painting appears. "Shoo shoo, it's me, I'm back." The figure in the air coalesced and took shape, and a woman with a gentle temperament slowly landed. "Sister, is it really you?" Charming Book took a few steps to make a quick step forward, and with a trembling hand, she tried to touch the cheek of the woman in front of her, but timidly withdrew it. The moment Charming Book's hand was about to be withdrawn, it was gently but firmly held by the woman, her voice like water. "Shoo shoo, I'm back, it's me, it's sister, you are not dreaming." Charming Book at that moment tears like a dike, like outside suffered a great deal of aggression. Finally home and family to talk about that. The swallow back to the nest into the woman's arms, tightly embraced the woman, let go of the voice of the cry. "Sister, sister, sister." She really misses her sister so much. The woman gently responded to each of Charming Book's calls, and after a long time passed, Charming Book finally calmed down and raised her head unwillingly from the woman's embrace, tearful eyes hazily looking at the woman. He was about to open his mouth, but was interrupted by Zhou Liang. "Charming, is this the sister you were talking about?" Zhou Liang felt that the woman in front of him was familiar, giving him a feeling similar to the one he had when he met Charming. Is this the woman that Charming said she fell in love with him 1,000 years ago? "Hello, Zhou Liang, I'm Charming Drawing." 1,000 years have passed, it's really been a long time. Charming Book tenderly patted his sister's head in his arms, calming Charming Book's emotions before he spoke leisurely. "Sister, what do you care about this scum? Why did you just stop me from taking his blood?" Charming Book raised her head, her eyes filled with incomprehension. "It's been so long since the events of 1,000 years ago. You are the sister I hold in my heart with 1,000 pains. I don't want you to carry a new sinful debt, not to mention the fact that your life is linked to his. If you kill him, you'll die. We've only just met. Can't you bear to leave me behind and go? Promise me that you'll always be good, okay?" Charming Painting's voice choked. Tao Rui, who was squatting on the side and finishing his melon seeds and was being bored, came to a sudden realization. "No wonder from the moment you appeared." The karmic thread between Zhou Liang and Charming Book turned from the original black thread to red and black, and it even got a little thicker. "So that red color, it's the same fate thread." Tao Chu Chu sidled her head. "What same lifeline? Ah, sister, the line of the same life is to live and die together. As long as one of them dies, the other will die with them." Tao Rui shook her head. "In that case, things would be complicated. What are you guys talking nonsense about? In these 1,000 years, he has reincarnated so many times. I have killed him I don't know how many times. Am I not still fine?" Charming Book pulled out a stiff smile. "Sister, you must have just woken up not long ago, and your cognition is a bit skewed. It's fine, I will properly recuperate you, so that you can recover your original ghost immortal body as soon as possible." "That's right, it's not easy for us to find our sister, but you guys are babbling nonsense. It's annoying as hell." The two black and white short-sleeved men waved their hands at the same time. Their chi energy hit Zhou Liang's body at the same time, shocking Zhou Liang and spitting out a mouthful of blood. While Zhou Liang spat out blood, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Charming Book's mouth and slowly flowed down. "Shoo shoo, shoo shoo." The compassionate and gentle as water look that Charming Painting had maintained since her appearance finally cracked, and she hurriedly supported Charming Book, and without hesitation raised her hand to pinch the lotus gesture, inputting ghost chi for Charming Book to heal her injuries, while her own silhouette instantly blurred a little. "Sister, no." Charming Book stopped Charming Painting with an anxious face. "You've just coalesced and formed. This is just a small injury in my area. You don't need to take it to heart." "Lord Charming Book, we were wrong." The two black and white short-sleeved men slapped themselves in unison, looking at Charming Book with a face full of self-reproach and heartache. Zhou Liang suddenly laughed like a madman, looking at Charming Book with eyes full of infatuation and fascination. "Charming, you and I share the same destiny. We are a match made in heaven." Without parting with a single glance to Zhou Liang, Charming Book glared viciously at Tao Ruoshu. "Since you can see the change in the thread of karma between us, then tell me what's going on, how to unravel it." Tao resigned a small hand. "I do not know. I just can see. Does not mean I will. I heard that this thing cannot be solved. You might as well think about who gave you under it. Under this first of all to one side voluntarily, plus both sides of the blood of the heart, the full moon when the two unresisting situation in the casting of the spell, which can only be successful at." Charming Book turned to look at Tao Chu Chu, who smiled bitterly. "You can't even figure it out yourself, so how could a few of us passers-by be clear about it?" However, I think that since it was only after your sister appeared that your karmic threads changed, that likely means that your sister's resurrection came at the cost of you and Zhou Liang, so you can figure out what the exact cost is yourself. Charming Book took a step back, puzzled. Who would give me and this scum the same fate line? Can't it be that princess back then? Have to think of a way. Eyes a turn. Tao resigned to poke the shoulder of the white boss. You also say something? Bai Zhe. Have begged him to call him white boss is it? Nothing white Xiao Zhe is it? Shaking his head, Bai Zhe transmitted his voice to Tao Chu Chu. This charming painting is not simple. There are two wills in her spirit body. It cannot be determined whether she is a friend or foe, so you guys be careful. What can be ascertained is that charming painting has not fully succeeded in recovering at this moment, and may dissipate at any time. Hu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. No way, boss Bai. We all saw Charming Book her sister isn't this already alive? It's over. How did we suddenly switch from watching the theater mode to having to use our brains? Bai Zhe continued. This one of her sister is only momentary and does not last. It could be that the moment Charming Book was about to kill Zhou Liang in this life just now, something was triggered that allowed Charming Painting to be able to temporarily show itself on Earth in a spirit body state. Tao Chu Chu picked and chose to relay what she could to Flattery Book. Charming Book looked at her sister incredulously. Sis, is it true what they say? You really could disappear at any time? The hand holding her sister got harder and harder, fearing that if she let go, she would never see again, and not bothering to think about who actually gave her the same lifeline. Tao resigned to touch the small chin, thought for a while, tiptoe quietly, and Tao Chu Chu said, Sister, not right how do I think seems to be where not right it? If this charming painting does not appear, they will not start this life and death and that black and white short sleeves, knowing the possibility of the existence of the line of coexistence, did not hesitate to take a shot at Zhou Liang. How come it feels like that flirty painting and that black and white short sleeve aren't good people? Tao Chu Chu, I feel the same way, but being the same sister, I can feel that Charming Painting's love and care for Charming Book is not fake. Let's wait and see what happens first. Resignation's intuition was rarely wrong. She and Hu Ming had to be on their toes. Charming Book turned to look at Zhou Liang with a sad expression and firm eyes. Sister, I'm able to see you once again. I've already fulfilled my lifelong wish. If I were to let one of my lives be exchanged for yours, I'd be willing. We will continue to be good sisters in our next life. After speaking, she raised her hand and attacked Zhou Liang, who had just been seriously injured, without hesitation. No, Charming Painting's face was anxious, and she tried her best to stop Charming Book, but she didn't know what kind of power blocked her movements. And just a little bit slower, Charming Book's attack reached Zhou Liang, and both of them spat out a large mouthful of blood at the same time. Luckily, Hu Ming had stepped in time, but only eliminated part of the power of the flirty Book's attack, so that the two of them didn't immediately lose their lives. Finally let me wait for this moment. Charming Painting looked at Charming Book, who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries. Her eyes were no longer gentle, and she raised her eyes to look at the crowd evilly. Crowd, what the hell? Oh, Chapter 100. Sister is not a sister. Sister? Charming Book lay dying on the ground, covering her heart in severe pain, looking incredulously at Charming Painting, who seemed to have changed into a different person. That's a really nice name for a sister. Too bad I'm not your sister. Not the flirty painting that loves you and spoils you and hurts you. Oh yeah, almost forgot that your memory was deleted by me. You never had any sister all along. The sister was you off flirty book. Sheen, chess, calligraphy and painting. This order cannot be messed up. The woman's face is evil. Smiling is incredibly innocent and cute. Look at the crowd of goosebumps wildly. Right, I'd a flattery painting on the time is not long, but to my noble identity, when a piano should be more than enough, so they named themselves Flattery Chin La. Charming Chin specially changed the tone of her voice and said in Charming Painting's voice, Shushua, do you like this name? Ha, laughing her head off. Tao Ruizi was frantically searching for any more melons in stock on her body. This story was really developing more and more to her surprise. Here, feeling a weight on her shoulder, Tao Rui was pleasantly surprised to find Bai Zhe handing her a packet of caramel-flavored melon seeds. Woohoo! Her favorite flavor. Bai Zhe is the best. Who the hell are you? Where is my sister? Did you put the same lifeline together? What do you want? Charming Book braced herself to stand up, red blood covering her eyes. Yeah, a lot of questions People from where to start to answer. Well said that you are the sister. Really, do not listen to people's words into the brain. Charming Chin laughed. No wonder you were so stupid to fall into my hands 1,000 years ago. You, looking at the angry Charming Book. Charming Chin laughed even more cheerfully. Book, you can't stand it anymore? Then if I tell you that the person who fell in love with Zhou Liang 1,000 years ago was you, what are you going to do? Tao Ruiji and Hu Ming, holy crap, so exciting? How can it be? I remember clearly,
this 1,000 years? Charming Book spoke sharply, but was interrupted by Charming Chin. How has it been for these 1,000 years? In order for Charming Painting to coalesce into a ghost immortal's body again, you've been staring at Zhou Liang for 1,000 years, and finally this life has allowed you to wait until you've inherited a reincarnation that has 1,000 years of polar Ganoderma essence. It's not just you I've also waited for so many millennia I'm waiting for the two of you to fall in love with each other in this life. Waiting for you to use your killing move on Zhou Liang and then wake me up. Wake you up? Hu Ming really couldn't help himself. I'm sorry, Lord Charming Chin. I just couldn't help but be curious. Waking you up. So how come it was that Charming Painting that just woke up first? Yo, pretty little brother. I like it. The little mouth is so sweet. I like it even more. Well then, for your sake, across the board, the two of them will be like this. Can't escape me. I reluctantly let them die to understand, but also to satisfy your pretty little brother curiosity. Charming Chin threw a wink over. Hu Ming's first reaction was to look at Tao Chu Chu, and seeing Tao Chu Chu looking at him rather appreciatively, seemingly affirming his approach, he somehow lost some of his heart. Charming Chin sure sat down, and the two black and white short-sleeved men came forward to offer all sorts of attentions. Things are actually quite simple. 1,000 years ago, there was no such thing as Charming Book being saved by Charming Painting when she went out for a walk, nor was there any such thing as Charming Painting and Zhou Liang falling in love at first sight, and Zhou Liang plotting to kill Charming Painting for the sake of the 1,000-year-old polar Ganoderma. All of the things that Charming Book remembered were false, except for one thing, and that was that there was indeed a Princess Royal. That would be me, and those memories were all set up by the Taoist priests I had around me after I died, in order to bring me back to Earth 1,000 years later. If those are false, you tell me what's true. Charming Book's breath was disorganized, and she leaned helplessly against the wall. What's the hurry? Can't 1,000 years make your nature a little more stable? Isn't this what I'm talking about? Geez, this palace is really a rare and kind person. Tao Ruizi already finished melon seeds. From the backpack began to pull out Zhang Ma brined big chicken legs humming eating. Nowadays you have to eat meat to be worthy of this story development. Where was it said? Fluttershy held her forehead and began to think back. Human positively raised his hand. Speaking of you being a princess, well yes, pretty little brother is a big plus with me Charming Chin evilly hooked her lips. The truth is, the one who was saved on the rainy night 1,000 years ago was Charming Painting, and the one who saved her was you Charming Book. You and Zhou Liang didn't fall in love at first sight, but you went to the gods to ask for the whereabouts of the 1,000-year-old polar Ganoderma in order to raise your cultivation for Charming Painting and to consolidate the ghost spirit. And on the way to look for the 1,000-year-old polar Ganoderma, you met Zhou Liang, who was also looking for the 1,000-year-old polar Ganoderma. The two of you knew each other and fell in love on the way, and then after finding the 1,000-year-old polar Ganoderma, you both returned home and joyfully told Charming Painting that you were about to be married. Then when you saw Shang Liang, you tried to break them up. Charming Painting sacrificed herself to protect her sister. Charming Book took revenge, and you died. Is that right? Hu Ming had learned to snatch at the answer. His hands were not raised. Little brother, for the sake of your face, I'll forgive you for blindly guessing once. Charming Chin's eyes seemed to carry poisonous hooks as she looked at Hu Ming with a leathery smile, and Hu Ming silently hid behind Tao Chu Chu. He's not a scholar boy. This palace doesn't like this kind of folk mundane man, and he's just average in this posture. How could I look at him? This palace just wants that 1,000-year-old polar Ganoderma. It's a shame that none of them want to fulfill me. What this palace seeks is to prolong life. They are only there to cultivate. Why can't they be given over to this palace? Charming Chin smiled innocently, her tone light. So, just don't even live. I sent a multitude of people to besiege you, and I wanted to destroy you in one fell swoop, but unfortunately, the power of Charming Painting's self-detonation was too great, and I wasn't able to get my way yet. I can only say that it is worthy of having a body with the potential of a ghost immortal. Back then, in that situation, Charming Painting was able to survive to seize the main soul of this body, so that I had no choice but to hide in the corner and quietly recuperate for 1,000 years. And even if I awakened, I came out with a hard time it. No, it's obviously you who deliberately let Charming Painting come out first, luring Charming Book to lay a deadly hand on Zhou Liang in order for Charming Painting to completely recover, right? Tao Rui spat out a chicken leg bone and tilted his head to correct the other party. Little Dot is smart. How did you know? My sister taught me that people like you can only be half believed. Chapter 101. You wait for me. I'll be quick. Tao Chu Chu silently raised her head and chest. Her good sister was smart. Curiosity flooded Charming Chin's eyes. Oh, tell me, where is what I said true? Tao Rui let out a cough and cleared his throat. I'm not good at this kind of thing. I'll send someone who was good at it to talk to you. Shirasawa suddenly had a hunch that the little Tao Tai was trying to get him to say what was going on. Tao Ruyao, Boss White, go! Shouldn't you say no? No shame in being two sisters. The stance of calling the boss is so skillful. Zay covered his head and spoke in resignation. The truth is, you coveted the 1,000-year-old polar Ganoderma and brought people to set up a regicide formation to besiege Flirtatious Book, Flirtatious Painting and Zhou, although Charming Painting is the younger sister. Because it possesses a ghosty mortal potential physique, its cultivation is higher than the other two, and at the moment of life and death, it used self-detonation to save Charming Book and Zhou. While being on the verge of death itself, Charming Book and Zhou fought to the death to escape, but because Zhou was immortal, he suffered the most damage. In order to save Zhou life, Charming Book placed the same lifeline on herself and Zhou, taking most of the damage for Zhou. Although you had a high person to protect you, the power of Charming Painting's self-detonation was too great, and you were dying from your injuries, so the high person fused you and Charming Painting into one in order to let you live, and sent you to Charming Book to nourish you. Naiha Charming Book and Zhou already have the same lifeline between them, and trying to nourish Charming Painting with all of your own cultivation is just too much to ask. Therefore, your higher power modified Charming Book's memories. Let her think that it was the Zhou change of heart that harmed the two sisters, so that in her heart there is only hatred for Zhou and the idea of nourishing Charming Painting. More than that, your highness has also modified the same lifeline between Zhou and Charming Book. Hu Ming raised his hand to interrupt. Didn't resignation say that the same lifeline couldn't be lifted? Tao Ruizi blankly stared. Boss Bai is talking about modification, not disbanding, okay? Discharged and modified is the same meaning? You won't have worse grades than me, right? How did you get to this position in the bureau? Hu Ming was short of breath and shrank away in resignation. Bai Zai watched Tao Yuji obediently sit down before continuing. Only the reincarnation of Zhou, who possesses a 1,000-year-old polar Ganoderma lucidum bloodline, can activate the same life thread, and at the moment when Charming Book makes a killing move, supply Charming Painting with the energy of the same life thread reaching its peak to gather its shape. Flattering drawing polymorphs equals you polymorphing. If you're right, what you really want now is to make Charming Painting disappear. How to make her disappear? It's actually not difficult. The two of you are one and the same. This is the same as the other. As long as you absorb the energy of the 1,000-year-old polar Ganoderma lucidum, you'll be able to make Charming Painting disappear. And as the energy of the 1,000-year-old polar Ganoderma has been locked by the same lifeline, only if Charming Book and Zhou both go to their deaths in front of you will you be able to condense the essence of the Ganoderma and enrich yourself at the moment of their deaths. Hu Ming let out an "Oh, I see." So although Charming Painting can't accurately perceive that you're in her ghostly body, her subconscious mind keeps her from preventing Charming Book from killing Zhou. TSK, Hu Ming then said, you guys are so vicious and evil for reversing people's sisters and making up stories. Why doesn't heavenly thunder strike you to death? Hearing this, what is there not to understand? Charming Book has an unbelievable and hard to accept face. This 1,000 years of mine, it's all a joke, ha 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 ha. Not being able to save your own sister, and killing your lover so many times with your own hands. Charming Qin, you are unjustifiable in heaven. Charming Book looked at Zhou, still having trouble believing that she had ever fallen in love with the other party. More than this lover, she wanted to know how she could resurrect her sister and how she could kill this evil spirit that had taken over the nest. Please help me. I'll pay any price. I want my flirty painting back and I want this evil spirit gone. Oh, even if you fall into an abyss and can't be reincarnated for 100 lifetimes? Tao Ruizi cocked his head. I do. Add one more condition. Why don't you just be direct? Just finish it all at once. It's already that time of the day. Still being abrasive. Flirty Book's forehead veins were about to burst. These evil spirits under you have harmed people. So can you eat them for me as my little treats? Charming Book didn't hold back a laugh. I thought it was something. If you can eat it, just eat it. Those of us in the evil spirit business know that we have to pay back sooner or later. Deal. Seeing as this Charming Book was also a sister who loved her sister, she, little Tao Tai, would be merciful and help her out today. Charming Book's face was wary. This little girl seems to be quite capable. Little black, little white. You have been lurking around Charming Book for many years. Today it is time to return to my side and serve me. Subordinate leads the way. The two responded in unison. Charming Book suddenly realized. No wonder they suddenly attacked Zhou just now. Together she was completely and utterly a pawn. A tool ghost. Zhou, charming. It feels like I'm quite a failure as a human and you as a ghost. But it doesn't matter. I'll always be by your side. In life and in death. Charming Book didn't hold back and rolled her eyes. Man, if you can't comfort a ghost, don't open your mouth. Okay, over there. When the black and white duo answered Charming Qin's words, they each used their ghost power to manifest a sword. And with the sword in hand, they rushed towards Tao Ruizi and the others. Tao Rui's eyes instantly soared red. His vertical pupils flushed with excitement. His hand blocked back. Sister and who? You all don't make a move. I'm a grown-up. Grown-ups promise other people things to be accomplished on their own. Commitment are heaven and earth oath. When a good Tao Tai have to do what they say, so that they can eat those ghosts and demons with peace of mind. Tao Chu Chu understood in a second. Instantly put away the soft whip that had been drawn out, pulled Hu Ming to sit to the side, let her play well by herself. Being a parent has to let go appropriately. Let the child go out on his own. Understand? Hu Ming nodded with a baffled look on his face. Ming for experience sharing, in fact, is to show off their own good sister powerful and capable of bearing the Tao Chu Chu. Boring? This reaction is really boring. How not to pick up the words to praise her good sister? Tao Ruizi dodged the black and white two people's attack with a sidestep, and scurried between them with nimble footsteps. And while scoffing madly, yeah, are you guys weak in the kidneys? Why are you so slow? Outrageous. Is this how your lord taught you to speak? The black short-sleeved man freaked out, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Annoyed. You broke the defense, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Your little white didn't even make a sound. So you're the only one who can't? It's useless to sow discord. Look at the sword. The white short-sleeved man's moves were quite vicious, but it was a pity that his opponent was Tao Ruizi. Tao Ruizi was like a cat teasing a mouse, as the old saying goes. When you see a ghost, you talk about ghosts. Haven't you ever heard of that? That's right. You ghosts are so old. You must not have received any education. Even if you are a ghost, you still need to study more, but you don't have the chance. Tao Ruizi leaped up and strangled the black and white two people's necks with each hand. Give you guys a chance to say a last word. Tao Rui stated, indicating that she was now in a good mood and could play with them more. Farting. Click. Tao Rui sent them both away without hesitation, rolled them into 2 burritos and stuffed them into her mouth. Really, when they are given a rare opportunity, they don't even know how to seize it, and it's really in bad taste to spout obscenities. Tao Rui shook his head regretfully. Dick Chin, wait for me. I'll come and mess with you after I've cleaned up these little evil spirits. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Chapter 102, by Zay. Not a single person remembered his death, did they? If you say I should wait for you, I'll wait for you. Don't I want to lose face? Charming Chin felt quite unable to understand what this little girl was thinking. With a wave of his hand, all ghosts attack me. The crowd of ghosts swarmed up, so densely packed that if someone with a dense phobia were here, they would have fainted. Tao Ruizi is immediately excited, released the golden light Tao Dai Phantom, grabbed the horn of his phantom in place and swung horizontally in a circle. The influx of ghosts over the first layer of the ghosts directly into the mouth of the food. It's been a while since I've eaten the original flavor of Ghost. It's actually not bad, so let's eat something with a burnt flavor next. Tao Ruizi lowered his head and muttered to himself. Decided. In the palm of the release a bit of lightning, swoosh, thrown into the evil spirits. Exploding crackling aroma. Hu Ming, why do I smell burning too? It's weirdly fragrant. It's just a pity that I can't be like little Rhetoric and be able to eat these evil spirits. Sighing regretfully, he was thrown a breathless look by Tao Chu Chu. What kind of person would even think of grabbing something to eat from her good sister? Zay secretly transmitted his voice, resignation. You need to move faster. Zhou Liang's injuries are not going to last much longer. Even if Zhou Liang was suspected of intentional injury, they would still have to bring the person back for trial. Roger, right away. Tao Rui stood to a place farther away from her sister. Hands open. Gently hold. The horror of the pressure breath from her body to vent out. Pressure wherever crushing evil ghosts directly dispersed form into a thick black gas floating in the air. The raw material of black chi is ready. Come on, my black chi caramelized little treats. Tao Rui opened her mouth and recklessly absorbed the black chi that became the shape of a cookie cutter. Hu Ming sighed in awe. Honestly speaking, every time I see the image of little Rhetoric feeding on the black chi, the words of praise inside my heart are like the waters of the Yellow River. They are unending. Shirasawa eyed him sideways. Ha, hypocritical fox. What's clearly in his heart is to never eat him one day. With his little quality of fox meat, little Tao Tai wouldn't be able to look at him. Burped. Tao Ruizi patted her small stomach and burped. Turning her head, she looked at the terrified Charming Chin. Dachin na, after you're done with them, isn't it better for you to take the initiative and go into my mouth? We can both save ourselves some trouble, right? It's a win-win situation. You are unbridled. This palace has been planning for so long. How could it be ruined in your hands? Charming Chin roared in a frenzy. Tao Ruizi drooped his big innocent eyes. It's useless for you to struggle anymore. You might as well not struggle anymore. This will give you the priority to choose a more comfortable death. After all, I think you this 1,000 years is not easy. How naive. Do you think I'm as easy to deal with as these shrimp soldiers? With a confident smile, Charming Chin quickly stepped aside and pressed a button in the hole. Tao Chu Chu, not good. She is trying to destroy this hole and bury us here. Tao Rui didn't move in place, letting the stones on the roof of the cave fall down, indifferently hooking up the corner of his mouth. According to the principle just mentioned by Boss Bai, as long as you die, Charming Painting will be able to come back, right?
I hate it when my foodies don't appreciate the opportunities one give them. Doing evil, harming people's lives, and scheming for their money. In the name of my Tao Tai, I sentence you evil spirits to become food in my belly. Extinguish. Tao Rui shouted out a word in a domineering manner, and the pressure directly locked onto Charming Chin, who was trying to escape. Fluttershy struggled wildly, screaming and cursing angrily, after Tao Rui completely transformed into black gas in a pinch and burst gesture and was eaten clean by the golden light Tao Tai Dharma phase that ran up. A ghostly body with an even more transparent body appeared where Charming Chin had originally stood. Charming, it's your Charming drawing that's back. Zhou Liang shook Charming Book, who was about to faint. Charming Book's spirit lifted, and he hurriedly opened his eyes to look at the ghostly spirit, crawling and rolling closer. Shoo shoo, I'm back. Charming Painting was still so weak that she couldn't even speak clearly. Charming Book was overjoyed, and hurriedly turned around and knelt down, gratefully kowtowing to Tao Rui. Little Dot, you're my benefactor. I'll remember this favor, and I'll repay it when I have the chance in the future. Now allow me to say 2 more words to my sister, and I will let you take me to Abyss. After saying this, he kowtowed again. May. Without avoiding the kowtow of Charming Book, Tao Rui sat down and began to eat Zhang Ma's brand of spicy fries. Sweet and spicy mouth. Especially tough, thievishly fragrant and delicious. What are you saying? It's because of me? That Abyss, you know what it is you're going to go. Charming Painting was emotional. I know, but I also deserve it. I've committed too many killings. But Painting, you're different from me. Your hands are clean and you still have a chance to be reincarnated as a human again. Charming Book tenderly stroked Charming Painting's cheek. Promise your sister, okay? Could it be that you want your sister to go to the Abyss and not even be able to walk with peace of mind? Charming Book laughed with tears in her eyes. Good. If I have the chance to reincarnate, I will be a good person and accumulate virtue for you, sister. Although Charming Painting's tone was weak, her eyes were firm. Zhou Liang let out a light laugh. Charming, you've left me behind again. You go 1 step ahead, and I'll follow you afterward. There was no remorse in his eyes. Hu Ming cried with snot and tears all over his face, messing up his good-looking fox face so much that he couldn't even look at it. Here, Tao Chu Chu handed over the tissue without looking away. Oh, thanks Chu Chu. Hu Ming frantically wiped his tears with a tissue. Alright, let's not delay the benefactor. Charming Book stood up with support, her face full of relief. Little Dot, you can start. I'm really thankful to you this time. Good to say. Tao Rui made a pinch, and Charming Book's figure slowly became blurred. Charming, wait for me. Zhou Liang desperately shouted these words over and over again, just hoping that his lover could hear them. At the last moment of disappearing, Flirty Book thought, maybe she really was in love with him back then. Tao Rui continued to pinch without stopping. Charming Painting, yo, your merits and demerits will be handed over to Yama. Go you. Thanks a lot, guys. Charming Painting's voice dissipated into the air. In a moment, only Zhou Liang and Tao Ruyue were left in the cave. Let's go. Lao Zhou, sending you to the station. Wiping his tears clean, Hu Ming was a good-looking little brother again. Brother who? Thank you words can only be said this time. We won't be able to see each other in the future. MS. Tao, there's no way to give you the mushroom hot pot that I owe you. I have a roster of delicious stores. Take that as a compensation. Who? When Tao Chu Chu and Hu Ming finished the follow-up, they came out of the authority branch and saw the fuming Tao Rui and Bai Zhe. What's going on here? It's rare to see you guys so dazed underscore? Tao Rui sat on the front doorsteps and looked up in confusion. Sister it seems like our main mission here was to find medicine for Bai Xiaozhe. But everyone, including Bai Xiaozhe, seems to have forgotten about it. Slap your forehead in unison. It's still true. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and get going after dinner. Chapter 103. How can we stand still when new foods have appeared? Tao Ruizi, so, what are you taking me to eat? Hu Ming scratched his head in agony. Right, I can't take you to eat mushroom hot pot again. If you dare to eat it, Chu Chu and I can't top it. Tao Chu Chu took out her cell phone. I just received the list of Zhou Liang's tasty stores. Now I'll take you to have a papaya chicken and seasoned cake and lotus root noodles first. It just so happens that it's not far from here, so she can't let her good sister starve for too long. Yeah, sister is the best. Tao Ruyue swept away the stagnation she had just experienced and was filled with excitement and anticipation. White Zephyr. No, didn't you guys just discuss getting me medicine? When Tao Rui sat down in the store and ate the first bite of papaya chicken, bean flour rice noodles, waxed pork ribs, and fish wrapped in vegetables, only then did Tao Chu Chu ask out. Boss Bai, you've been refusing to say anything when I asked you before, so now you can always tell us what the medicine you're trying to find is? Where is it? White Zephyr, who was grasping a rib with his hand and was gnawing on it with his head buried in his hands. An ice flower that absorbed the essence of the moon, condensed in the deepest cavernous land of the southwest dense forest, the Moon Blue Valley.
Sounds like that place is so complicated and dangerous. Boss White, this injury of yours is so hard to treat. Oh, anyway, you're tiny and look cute. How about this? Hu Ming gabbled, not daring to say it out loud. Bai Zhe spat out a piece of bone with a cold face. You don't play well in part-time jobs anyway, so why don't you just lower your salary a bit? What do you think? Hu Ming immediately kneeled down, super loud. Boss, I was wrong. Tao Chu Chu. Really can't understand the brain circuit of some people. Know that it is not possible, but it is just to be it. I've looked and there are no more flights to the nearest one near there. Come directly with me after dinner later. I've arranged for a helicopter. Tao Chu Chu finished speaking with a normal face, and sure enough, she gained Hu Ming's envious and jealous little eyes. Yes, sister, this stone pot fish is so delicious. Hu Ming and Tao Chu Chu body a jolt, reflexively pick up chopsticks on the fast down. Fast eat. Have something to say after dinner, otherwise a grain of rice cannot be eaten. Lesson learned from several times when the meal was in front of you but you almost starved to death, because rhetoric says which one is delicious, and the next second that plate will be all gone. Hu Ming's narration. Helicopter parked at the airport. Tao Chu Chu boarded a helicopter with her own good sister and Hu Ming, as well as White Zephyr, who was squatting on Resignation's shoulder. Tao Chu Chu sat in the driver's seat, and Hu Ming exclaimed, Chu Chu, you can still fly an airplane? Just a little bit of previous experience in the field. So sit tight folks, let's go. Without waiting for Hu Ming to react, an extremely strong feeling of pushing back attacked the crowd. Whoa, Chu Chu, you're so fierce. Hu Ming let out a soft "you" and pinched himself in the center of the human body and the tiger's mouth. Chu Chu, I'm Seka dash. In the midst of Hu Ming's various painful and exaggerated wails, Tao Rui and his group finally arrived at the deepest cavernous blessed land in the southwest of, next to roughly 30 kilometers away in a straight line. What? You mean you want us to go in on foot? Hu Ming screamed, and Tao Rui suspected he was going to show his fox ears in shock the next moment, though he didn't. No, Tao Chu Chu shook her head. That's good. Hu Ming patted his chest to suppress his shock, and before he finished taking a breath, he heard Tao Chu Chu continue. It's that we have to hike 5 kilometers, then 5 kilometers by boat, then 5 kilometers on foot, and finally just over a mountain. Tao Chu Chu revealed a kind smile. Is it hard? Is your physical strength that bad? Hu Ming shook his head frantically and said loudly, It's not difficult at all. It's a piece of cake for me. I missed the buggy that was reimbursed by Boss White last time. The terrain is complicated and we have no other means of transportation. Luckily, you don't feel very tired, because neither Resignation nor I feel that this amount of exercise is a problem for us. Tao Chu Chu unloaded the travel supplies that had already been prepared in advance from the airplane. Each person had a copy, and after distributing it to everyone, Tao Chu Chu took out a map. Let's go, boss. Bye. You have to say something in time if we're going the wrong way. After all, you're the only one among us who knows the exact location. White Zephyr nodded, signaling for reassurance, then sighed silently. After delaying for so long, they could be considered to be officially on a journey to find a cure for his injuries, and he was afraid that if his injuries dragged on any longer, the man might recover before he did. Then he wouldn't be able to shield what he wanted to shield when the man swooped in. Sitting on Tao Rui's shoulder, Bai Zhe looked at the sky with a melancholic expression. Hu Ming just happened to turn his head and saw it, and was overjoyed. I say, boss Bai, why do you like to look at the sky at a 45-degree angle like that middle-aged young man? Have you taken the route of the Prince of Melancholy? Scratching his head, Hu Ming's face was genuinely puzzled. There's no little girl in the people I know who likes this kind of melancholic temperament. White Zephyr instantly lost all thoughts of hurt feelings and only wanted to wait for his injuries to recover to teach this fox a hard lesson. Tao Chu Chu, don't be poor. Don't you guys think it's getting hotter and hotter as we go? Tao Ruji, who comes with winter warmth and summer coolness. I don't feel it, sister. Hu Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out his watch to take a look at the temperature. Whoa, 32 degrees Celsius. The temperature is still soaring. Are we walking near a volcano here? The map doesn't show that there is a volcano here. There must be a demon when things are out of the ordinary. Everyone be careful. Tao Chu Chu's hand had already been placed on the soft whip at her waist. Tao Rui shrugged his nose. I do smell a very fragrant and aromatic flavor. Hot, hot, hot. Super warm in winter when you eat that bite. It's just that I haven't eaten it for too long. I can't recall it. Give me some time to recall it. Lowering her head and meditating for a long time, Tao Ruishi finally turned up a species from the depths of her memory. Her voice exuberant. Ah, I remember. Roar, a black super large dog appeared from the side, blocking Tao Ruizi and his group's progress. Resignation. I think we should all know without you having to think about it. Hu Ming's hands and feet were shaking a bit. This thing, I've read about it in my ancestral Divine Beast Chronicle booklet. This is, damn it, Bane Du. Right.
Tao Chu immediately took out his small notebook and began to record new knowledge.
So this is a Bane bucket, ah? No wonder the temperature soared.
But how could a Bane dough appear here?
Tao Ruizi's saliva dripped madly. No, this isn't the real Bane bucket. If the real Bane bucket appeared, this place would be full of fire. After all, the stink it pulls is all fire. But it's just a little warmer here now, which means it's incomplete. And from what I can smell, it's got at most 1,000th of Bane Dew's blood in it, with just a little bit of a return to its appearance and abilities. But it's okay, I am not going to mind it. A mosquito is still meat even if it's small, not to mention that it's so big this time.
I don't know if I want to eat the original flavor or the barbecue flavor. Tao Rui struggled for a while and finally made up her mind.
Looking at Tao Chu,
sister, it's been a long time since I've eaten your barbecue meat.
I've decided to make it barbecue flavored.
Hu Ming shivered.
Dictionary. Is it considered a protected animal? Don't be so hasty in your decision. At least make sure you know what you're getting into. No way. This one can't be considered a living animal. Someone should have sacrificed it. Even though it's just a spirit body, it tastes fine. The big black dog seemed to understand Tao Rui's salivation for it, and angrily pawed the ground, letting out a long roar.
Hu Ming, oh come on.
It's angry. Chapter 104, being approached by someone to collect debts. Come on, big dog, come into my arms.
Tao Rui doesn't care why this Bane dough appeared here.
Since it's here, it's her food. No one can snatch it away. From the initial roar,
after Bane dough sensed Tao Ruizi's ferocious beast aura, his bark slowly weakened and turned into woof.
Put.
Hu Ming hid behind Tao Rui and poked his head out to scoff madly. The one that appeared at the beginning was still so bluffing. I thought it was so powerful.
In the end, it's still a puppy dog that only barks.
Bane dough understood and showed his teeth madly towards Hu Ming.
Tao Chu but has been frowning. Not right. How to single a Bane bucket. Appeared here.
According to this son said, this is being sacrificed words.
Then the person behind it? Did they come at them? Or did they come across them by chance?
Bai Zai sensed Tao Chu's worry and turned his head to comfort.
Sister, sometimes it's good to think a lot, but there are times when you have to learn rhetoric, and rushing directly may seem reckless, but it may not be a good way to break the situation.
Tao Chu's brows relaxed a little. Since Boss Bai had said so, she would try to relax a little. Just as she thought so, Tao Chu saw her good sister carrying the two hind legs of that poor Bane dough, spinning in a crazy circle on the ground. The big dog's tongue was out and it looked like it was about to roll its eyes and burp.
So weak cannot even play a back and forth with resignation.
Chu, JPG. I don't know if it's because of the attack and shock on Scourge Dew, but the ground temperature has spiked to the limit of what the human body is about to be able to withstand.
Tao Chu and Hu Ming's clothes were all drenched in sweat.
The two of them looked at each other. No way. If they let resignation play on, it would be the two of them who would be finished.
Resignation. Stop.
Tao Chu struggled and quickly stepped forward to stop her good sister.
Hu Ming, on the other hand,
pulled out a barbecue plate and immediately lit a fire to heat it up.
Rhetoric, come on.
The barbecue plate is all ready for you /o /.
Little ancestor.
Just hurry up and put down the bucket of woe you're holding and eat it.
Tao's face was intent,
as if she still wanted to play spinning circles with her new food. But her sister was right with Hu. Food is best when it's fresh.
After thinking about it,
Tao Rui reached out and dryly ended the Scourge Dew spirit body, applying a slight amount of pressure to slice it into pieces and throw it into the barbecue dish.
Boss Bai, I've done another good thing today. The rewards you owe me are getting bigger and bigger.
Tao Rui said quietly to Bai Zai as she obediently sat and waited for her sister to show off her cooking skills,
twisting her head.
If we don't get rid of the scourge, it'll be a big deal if so many plants here start a fire when the temperature gets high. How damaging to the national interest. I did such a big good thing. This corresponding reward should be a little bigger, right? Little Taotai extended his tentative little Giorgio.
Bai Zai smiled dotingly. It's the right thing to do. When we go back,
we'll give you all the rewards to make up for it, so you can eat your fill at once.
Okay? That has to be good.
Hearing these words, Tao Ruizi's eyes glowed.
Okay, you can eat.
Hu Ming proudly crossed his waist. He brought out this barbecue plate as the best partner for outdoor travel. Greatly shorten the cooking time, but also the truest lock the essence of the food. Carry it is not heavy. Superb. Tao Chu. The person in charge of the kitchen is not her. This fox is proud and self-satisfied. What things? Coming. Tao Rui made a gourmand's pounce and ate the roasted meat in the blink of an eye, wiped his mouth, and said with anticipation, if only I could eat a section when I walk a section in the next road. What a beautiful thought. Hu Ming side-eyed. But it's fine. Even if no fresh food shows up, the dry food we brought with us will be prioritized for you, who made you our favorite little sister. After a few more miles of hiking, the group finally reached the place where they were to take the boat.
Is this a dock? Can we put our boat down on it?
Hu Ming scratched his head, his face full of worry.
you mustn't let Mouse hear this, questioning her invention like that. You'll be beaten to death by her, Tao Chu said to Hu Ming while opening the button of the convenient ship, scratching his chin sheepishly. Hu Ming, then don't tell her, ha ha ha. Tao Ruiji on the side, he. Sister won't, but she will. After a few people sat on the boat, Hu Ming grabbed the control of the boat's driving position. Chu I'll do it this time, otherwise I'll get seasick again later. Alright, you can drive if you like. Tao Chu was speechless. How come this fox's tolerance was so poor? Tao Ruizi also sighed. Cut. To enhance the ability of this area, why not let his sister more exercise him? Save every time she ate at the sight of the U nonstop. Too much influence on the appetite. She could have eaten 10 bowls of noodles. In the case of the noodles can be affected to eat only 9 bowls of noodles. Hu Ming, Blanche. That's because the remaining bowl wasn't noodles. It was soup noodles. Okay. Hu Ming driving the boat traveling to the halfway point. Looking close to the land, the underwater suddenly waves up. The boat immediately unstable, shaking, to fall them a few people into the water posture. What's going on? Is there something underwater? Hu Ming's face was full of panic, but his hand was still steady on the driving handle. White Zephyr, yes it is. There's something. It's the owner of the Bane do that resignation just ate coming. What? Isn't that people coming to seek revenge? Not necessarily. It's also possible that the bait is thrown out and then the light is on to find fault with us. Tao Rui crossed his arms. Who are we afraid of? We are removing the evils for heaven. We are justified. What a funny way for a little girl to talk. So you're the one who ate my lovely subordinate? A delicate male-like voice came out from underwater. Chapter 105, Beautiful to the Core. Several people immediately muttered under their breath. Sirens? What are you talking about? In my opinion, it's clearly a shark. There are still sharks these days? A spiritual body is still possible. Or maybe it's a talking underwater creature. A water monkey or something? That won't happen. I've heard the water monkey's voice. It's weirdly unpleasant, and it's a world away from this one. But how do you guys know for sure with just the sound? What if it's a water ghost? Hu Ming glared. Resignation. You're wrong. The voice is so nice. How can you say it's a water ghost? Tao Ruizi defiantly glared back. What's wrong with water ghosts? There are good-looking water ghosts. I've eaten them before. They're beautiful. She took 2 bites and ate them with pleasure. Tao Ruizi disdainfully raised his head. No wonder you were cheated in online dating. Just listen to the voice. How can you make a judgment? Do not show your face or all fraud, understand? Hu Ming's face turned red and smoke came out of his head. You, little resignation. You bully. How come you mention that one every time? Didn't you say you'd turned the page before? I didn't. I'm just telling the truth. Not bullying. Tao Ruizi all started to cross her arms and wave her fists. See, the next second the two are going to fight. Tao Chu hurried to play Tai Chi to ease the scene of the crossbow. Well, what is noisy? All give me good sitting. Is not please come out to see a little do not know well. There are still outsiders here. What's the point of infighting? Every time these two fight and get into a fight, they lose their brains in the water, don't they? Tao Chu looked down into the water and shouted. Can your excellency come out to meet us? Beautiful young lady invited. Where is the reason for me not to come out to meet? The voice became more and more crispy and nice. Paddle. With the sound of breaking water, Hu Ming's face grew more and more expectant. Finally, the owner of the beautiful voice appeared in front of the crowd. This, Bungbu lived. Tao Ruizi and his party all froze on the spot, as if the temperature suddenly plummeted to -18 degrees Celsius, freezing them. They would never have imagined 1,000 guesses. Actually appeared would be a fish head and human legs of the creature. Hu Ming felt at this moment, it would be better to appear a water ghost. What's the matter, my beautiful young ladies and young brothers? You invited me for a glimpse. Now that you have seen me, you are not speaking. Are you shocked by my beauty? This fishman beautifully stared at the huge fish eyes, cute, also ruffled like seaweed, but completely no luster, very dry long hair. Hu Ming struggled and wiped his face. Aching. Little rhetoric. You're right. Tao Rui similarly wiped her face. Right, what? I also did not think she also really wanted a pretty sister to come out and take a look at Blanche. What a choice to have choices. She has a face value requirement for food too. Tao Chu barely maintained her composure. Not that they had appearance discrimination. Mainly because the monsters they encountered before were no more strange. There were no human features in their entire body, so they didn't feel any discomfort when they looked at them. But this time it's the one that has elements of a human body. The hideous fish head with human legs. It really takes a little time to get used to the visual impact. Tao Ruizi muttered to himself. General deep-sea fish is not good looking. Probably maybe too dark in the deep sea. Casually long, forget it. I just don't know if it tastes good. Forget it. It's okay. She's a good feeder. She's not fussy at all. After doing the mental construction, Tao Ruizi had already begun to calculate in her mind how to make sashimi.
but considering that her sister still didn't like this kind of form-featured creatures too much, she'd better choose to just swallow it. Another very sweet and nice sister today yet. Little Tao Tai pride. JPG, you guys say something? The fishman was not happy, calling people out and not talking, and when they did talk, they didn't talk. It was really rude. After waiting for 3 seconds, Tao Ruiji and his party still didn't speak, visible to the naked eye. The fishman's face gradually turned sullen. Ah, he's angry. I can't see straight even more. Hu Ming covered his eyes in pain. It would be better if he simply outsharked us, so polite that we don't know whether it's good to fight or not. Tao Ruizi volunteered. I'll do it. Stepping forward to look at the fisherman. Have you eaten, pretty boy? Chinese people use the phrase have you eaten as an introductory phrase, and it's a good one. Tao Ruizi was confident. The fishman quickly blackened his face and became furious. Seeing how cute you look. Why do you speak so rudely? You think I'm not capable of hunting, don't you? Ha! Tao Rui was confused, twisting her head to look at her sister and Hu, then at Bai Zhe. What's going on? How come you met your Waterloo right out of the gate? Could it be that it's an offensive thing in the fish people's triad to ask if they're eating or not? Bai Zhe frantically stifled his laughter. Resignation, this ability to step on the thunder with precision every time. Which pot is the wrong pot? This is something that makes him very marveled. Use it well to literally kill 1,000 enemies. Don't be angry. I'm just following the custom of human interaction to greet you. Tao resignation expression is really too innocent and lovely. For a time the fishman actually did not continue to be angry. It's also that you and I are different species, and some communication misunderstandings are understandable. I am also very reasonable. The fishman's tone relaxed a lot, but in an instant his voice turned cold again. But what about your eating my subordinates? Ha! I didn't eat it. Tao Rui's expression was even more sincere and innocent than earlier. Fishman, mud, ran into a human who can act. In this regard, Tao Ruizi said, people in the world floating in order not to be stabbed you must be able to act a bit of theater Hypocritical human, how dare you deceive my honorable shark race? The fish head suddenly bared its fangs and looked hideously at Tao Rui's group. I just didn't eat it. I just didn't eat it today when the Heavenly King came. Tao Rui was equally angry. If you have the ability to find evidence, how can you recognize without evidence? Do you think that Tao Dai clan has no brains? Tao Chuchu felt unusually familiar with this set of processes of the good sister, and after thinking for a moment finally remembered. It's the same way she denies it every time her mom confronts her after stealing food from the kitchen. Smile. Tao Chuchu decisively stand in line her good sister. Joking. Now on the water. In a fight, the few of them who hadn't grown up near water, especially Hu Ming, the dry fox, were pretty much out of their league. Even if resignation could take care of one, it would be hard to take care of two. It's all about stalling for time now to get the ship ashore. Tao Chuchu will look. Resignation understood. You are the noble shark race. That no reason. I want to go to the toilet, you do not give me on it. I now. Very urgent. You get out of the way. I want to go ashore to find a toilet. Come back to continue chatting with you. If you won't let me go ashore, then you're a shameless, immoral, and despicable shark. And it's a disgrace for the beautiful shark tribe to have someone like you. Fishman was fuming. You're full of. Then the voice is loud, right? This point Tao Ruizi can never lose. Yelling back in a voice louder than the fisherman's. Then get out of my way and get me to shore. Just go. The fishman was so angry with Tao Rui that he lost his mind, forgetting that his plan was to intercept them in the water in the first place. Got out of the way just like that. Hu Ming quickly steered the boat and rushed to the shore. Several people worked super fast to get off the boat and organize their gear. Hu Ming quietly bit his ear with Tao Chuchu. This fish head man. Resignation can fool him. It feels like he has a very low IQ. Can't we just kill him in seconds? Finish it off earlier and go looking for medicine earlier. Tao Chuchu was speechless. No brain does not mean no force, big brother. Chapter 106. One wave has just subsided and another wave has arisen. You guys lied to me. You didn't even want to go to the bathroom. The fishman realized that Tao Rui had just tricked him, and his hair floated up in anger. I'm not. How can you watch a girl go to the bathroom? You didn't see it. How do you know I didn't go to the bathroom? The little Tao Tai roared out super loudly, and the surrounding trees were shaken. The fishman seemed to have his brain short-circuited by the roar all of a sudden, and Tao Ruizi was even more excited to see this, and the more he played, the more energized he became. You're shameless. You play hooligan. Tao Rui grabbed a wooden stick on the ground, and with a hoo-hoo-ha-hee-hee in his mouth, he juggled the stick like Sun Dishang's movements on TV, unbridled, as a noble shark. I am not someone who can be insulted like this by a lowly human like you. The fishman's fingernails suddenly lengthened, revealing his fangs as he quickly swept through the water's surface to attack Tao Rui. Tao Ruizi became more and more excited, picked up the stick and played a handsome pose. Fixed point pose, duh. Don't want to hurt my family, eat my old Tao Tao a stick. Leaping up from his spot with the stick, Tao Ruizi nimbly sidestepped the attack of the fishman's claws and backhanded the fishman with a blow to the head. First blood. The first batter hits. Hu Ming was very excited watching from below and clapped his hands. Good. Resignation is the best. Hit his calf. Upon hearing this, Tao Ruizi immediately made a gesture to hit the fishman's calf, and the fishman urgently lowered his waist, trying to let his leg escape Tao Ruizi's stick. As a result, Tao Rui continued to hit him on the head with a stick. Clang a loud sound. The bottom of the battle watching Tao Chu Chu and Hu Ming felt that the fishman's head to burst open. You actually swindled me. The fishman was enraged. Tao Ru, slightly. At a glance. You haven't studied the art of war of our country of China, right? You don't understand that war is not about deception. Tao Rui realized that since coming out to play, the monsters he encountered all had a rather low level of knowledge. This makes her a scum in this area. Strange sense of achievement. Lu suddenly want to go home and continue to read a few more books. Hypocritical and cunning humans, I will eat you alive. Come and feed me. Ha! You're finally showing your true colors, aren't you? Tao Rui returned to the ground, tossed the stick aside, patted the dust on his hands, and craned his neck and twisted his feet to warm up. Then let me teach you one last lesson in this life. Want to eat her? That depends on who actually ends up eating who. The fishman increased his speed, as fast as he could, and sprinted towards Tao Ruizi. Tao Ruizi did not move in place, waiting for the fishman to rush to nearly a meter away from her, abruptly raising her hand and gently clenching her fist. Forbidden! The fishman's movements were instantly imprisoned, kept low and motionless on the water. What have you done to me? How come I can't use any of my energy? The fishman's face was terrified. Who was this girl and how could she be so powerful? Oh no! He was really going to fall this time. He shouldn't have listened to that man and come here to look for the treasure. Now you've lost your wife and your army. Watermelon, sesame seeds, all gone. Crying face, Tao Rui walked up to the fishman, and was going to reach out and pat his face, acting all high and mighty. After barely glancing at him for a few moments, he decisively abandoned that intention. Putting his hands behind his back, he raised his head, with a condescending look. I am Tao Tai. For you to fall into my food today is a blessing that you have cultivated for 100 lifetimes. Don't worry, I'll eat it dry and let you go without pain, so you don't have to be thankful. It was only at this moment that Tao Rui released the Tao Tai pressure, and the fishman finally felt truly afraid, and just as he wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy, he was sharply finished off by Tao Rui, swallowing an entire fishman's spirit body directly into his stomach. Yay! Afternoon tea get. Tao Rui contentedly walked to her sister's side, holding her sister's fragrant and soft hand, and said happily, Sister, you see I was right. Sure enough, if you walk for a while, there's a stretch of food. Tao Chu Chu dotingly scraped Resignation's nose. Resignation is awesome. Then let's continue on our way. We're going to climb the mountain after walking for a while. Maybe there's some mountain treasure in the mountains that you like. Sister's equipment carries Zhang Ma's special seasonings, so whatever mountain treasures you catch can be made into something delicious for you. /carrot. Yeah, sister is the best. Tao Rui raised her hands in the air and cheered, almost lifting Bai Zhe, who was sitting on her shoulder, out of the air. White Zephyr, smile. Forget it, the little Tao Tai after all this is kind of on the way to get him medicine, isn't it? It's just a district that was almost knocked off. What does he have to be angry about? Hu Ming, I say, Chu Chua, did you forget that a few of us haven't eaten yet? Tao Chu Chu gave a merciless sideways glance. If I remember correctly, you seem to have dry food in your pocket, right? I was wrong when I didn't say that. Hu Ming made a gesture of zipping his mouth shut. Sure enough, if you want to eat Chu Chu's handiwork, you still have to rub off on Resignation. A few people continued to set off, and after a long walk, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Ha! This foot of the mountain, how beautiful, purple and red. Flowers bloom quite beautiful. Hu Ming was surprised. Just on the way here there are no flowers and trees. Even the weeds are very few. White Zephyr, be careful. There must be a demon when things are out of the ordinary. Tao Rui closed her eyes and sniffed. Bai Xiaoza is right. I smell a very large amount of malice in the air. A small amount, but a lot. White Zephyr, it's these flowers and plants we saw. It's probably planted here by someone who had the intention to prevent someone from crossing this mountain. After all, not many people could know about this place, and even fewer could come here, and the possibility of accidentally injuring an ordinary human basically wouldn't exist. If an ordinary human is actually mistakenly injured, it means that this person is really unlucky, and you say that there is a great opportunity in this person. After all, there's a lot of truth in the saying the rich and powerful are at risk. Bai Zhe looked at Tao Chu Chu. Chu Chu, you can listen to Hu Ming's advice more here. Having a nine-tailed fox bloodline has a better sensitivity to illusions than others. Hu Ming, who felt a sudden weight on his shoulders. Don't worry, oh happy face, oh, I'll be sure to remind everyone in time. Resounding,
since everyone is ready, let's keep going. Tao Rui hurriedly rushed ahead of her sister to be the first one to step on the border of flowers and grasses, stopping to perceive, why don't I put out the pressure? Any creature with a bit of spirituality would have to bow down when they encountered her pressure. Who dash ground? Tao Rui slightly released some of the pressure out, and the flowers and plants under his feet instantly shriveled up a bit. Ha! It works! Hu Ming was pleasantly surprised. Then I'll push harder. Tao Rui had just increased the release of her mighty pressure, and the flowers and plants underneath instantly all shriveled and withered. No good. Hu Ming was instantly creeped out. The wilting of the flowers and plants was actually the key to the real opening of the illusion. The previous beautiful flowers and reds were all a bluff. It's too late. Tao Rui, Tao Chu Chu, Bai Zai, and Hu Ming were all pulled into the illusion at the same time. Chapter 107, Little Taotia's Illusionary Realm. In the blink of an eye, the scene in front of Tao Ruizi's eyes changed to a completely different one. Ah! Tao Ruizi looked down at her hands. It was more delicate and smooth, and more importantly, it was also glowing with a hidden divine light. The tail finger of her left hand still had the marks left after she had been cut by the branches of the immortal godwood when she had been naughty as a child and fought with Pixie. This is not a body on earth. Tao Rui was shocked as she continued to look at the clothes on her body, touching the left side, touching the right side. This luster, this texture, this is her scholar's uniform when she was studying under Emperor Bai Zai in the god realm. Yeah, Hu Ming that unreliable. Didn't he say that he would remind them in time where there was an illusion? Ha! No! Did she enter the illusionary realm? Or did she return to the divine realm by chance? Was the earthly realms just an experience? A dream? Just when Tao Rui was about to burn out his brain cells and couldn't come up with a clue, a man with a long body, dressed in a gold-stranded god's clothes, wearing an emperor's crown on his head, and tying up 3,000 green silks, walked up to him in front of him. Rhetoric, what are you doing staying? Been slacking on your homework again today? Emperor Bai Zai, no need to think. Tao Ruizi's body memory response is directly a whole big backflip, sliding shovel to her own desk and pick up the book, topped with a good smile, a face of I'm seriously memorizing. You come over to disturb me look. Alright, Ben Jun won't catch your little tail today. Come over here. I've brought you the 100-flower cake made by the flower goddess. 100 flowers cake. Tao Rui's eyes suddenly light up. Heaven, if this place is really an illusion, she can be too thankful to the person who made it. Immediately flinging the book away, Tao Rui ran over with a doggy face. Emperor is the best. Emperor loves me the most. Can't wait to extend his little hand to the 100 flowers cake. There's also spirit honey for you. Eat, don't choke. Bai Zai shook his head, truly helpless against this gluttonous and uneducated little Tao Tai. Aha, good. Nodded perfunctorily. Tao resigned immersed buried head humtimes to eat. That eat is called a face full of red satisfaction. Ah, Auntie Flora really knows her stuff. It's big and sweet enough. Gotta be strong. Seeing that Tao Rui was about to finish eating, Emperor Bai Zai only opened his mouth. After you finish eating, this monarch will take you back to the Tao Tai clan land for a trip. The old matriarch sent a letter saying that he missed you. Grandpa clan chief? Tao Rui had just finished eating his last bite when he heard these words from Emperor Bai Zai and looked up in super surprise, and then her nose was sore. She had gone to Earth for so long, she hadn't seen Grandpa Patriarch for a long time. She really missed him a little. Grandpa Patriarch must have missed her too. I wonder if she still has the precious snacks she hid in her Patriarch's grandfather's treasure chest. White Zephyr Emperor, who fully sensed Tao Rui's heartbeat. So are you thinking of your Patriarch's grandfather? Or are you holding on to that precious snack that you haven't finished eating? Tao Rui, Emperor, then what are you waiting for? Let's go quickly. Waiting for what? Waiting for you greedy little gourmets to finish your food. Resignation, come here. Emperor Bai Zai pinched his fingers and a cloud rose under his feet, beckoning to Tao Rui, signaling to hurry up and stand up. Woohoo! It's a flying yay that I haven't experienced in a long time. Tao Rui jumped above the cloud in a flurry of jumps. Rack, take off my cloud. Bai Zai Emperor, it's only been how long since I've seen anyone, and my nature has become even more jumpy. In a matter of tea, Tao Rui returned to the Tao Tai clan land. Just after jumping down from the cloud, Tao Rui couldn't wait to yell out, old man, I'm back, little brat. Did you learn to be such a monkey by following Emperor Bai Zai every day? The Tao Tai Patriarch appeared on his crutches exasperatedly stroking his white beard. Grandfather Patriarch, it's your favorite Tao Tai cub who has returned. Why don't you act a little happier? Can't it be that you didn't miss me at all? Tao Rui glared at the old patriarch in dissatisfaction. Missed you, super missed you. I want you to come back and make a mess of the clanland and follow your Tao Tai uncles and uncles up to the roof. The old patriarch blew his beard in an ungraceful manner. What you said was already the old me. It's all in the past. The current me is not like this anymore. Tao Rui resigned with a fierce downhill pounce over and hugged the old patriarch tightly. Egu, my old waist Stinky cub, the force is quite a bit longer than before.
The old matriarch was Tao Ruizi rushed backward and retreated 2 or 3 steps.
After stabilizing his stance, he gratifyingly touched the ceramic porcelain's small head.
Going out to learn and experience a little bit has always grown my abilities a lot.
After giving the old matriarch a shocking hug, Tao Rui's thoughts finally eased a bit. Once she eased up,
she remembered her precious snack.
Emperor, you go ahead and chat with Grandpa Patriarch.
I'm going to go find my several uncles and uncles to chat. Tao Ruizi waved his hand perfunctorily to the old patriarch with a face that said, I'm going to go and get busy, and ran off in a puff of smoke.
Destination, the clan leader's grandfather's treasure trove. Skillfully kicking open the door of the treasure trove, Tao Ruizi went straight to the corner,
finding the mark he left behind at that time.
Not easy to immediately start digging.
Tucked away at the bottom were all the food distributed to her by her matriarchal grandfather and uncles,
ranging from the meat of a tang snake to the beef tendons of a fire rhinoceros. All colors, all kinds. If she hadn't hidden it in the clan leader's grandfather's treasure trove,
she'd have been sure that Pixie would have come to sneak it while she was away. This time she was in the earthly realm, and the most useful phrase she learned was,
what you eat in your stomach is your own. So now when she digs in,
she's going to eat it with an open stomach. When the old patriarch and the White Zephyr Emperor realized that something was wrong and rushed over, what they saw was the completely head-eating Tao Rui was frantically hawking the contents of the treasure trove. Yes, she didn't feel up to it after eating her own and started to hog her matriarch grandfather's treasure trove. The old patriarch, emperor, or not this child to send back. The old man was angry, heart, liver and lungs a little pain, covering the heart with a face of pain. This loser child as much as Hua all unique treasures in heaven and earth.
You're a good eater. You've learned from Tao Tai. White Zephyr Emperor, the old matriarch calmed down.
The little Tao Tai is thinking that she is still in the illusionary realm.
According to her brain circuits, not eating for nothing. After all,
he said leakage once her earthly name it. Although the little Tao Tai mouth does not say,
heart must be like a mirror.
Tao Tai clan rules state that Tao Tai must grow to be 500 years old before they can be given their own name.
And rhetoric is 399 years old.
Otherwise it wouldn't be as hard to eat every meal as if it were your last. It's just that the little Tao Tai couldn't have imagined that he and the old patriarch were using the illusion to appear to see how she was doing. The little Tao Tai still has his split soul Yuan Shen aura left in her, so I'm sure Bai Zhe in the earthly realm should have taken good care of her. With tenderness in his eyes, Emperor Bai Zhe walked over and gently picked up Tao Rui, who had fallen to the ground in a drunken stupor,
and said quietly, little Tao Tai, let's go. Your sister on earth is still waiting for you. Let's go. I hope everything goes well for you. Chapter 108, Hu Ming's Illusion.
Hu Ming still had a panicked expression on his face when he was pulled into the illusion. He couldn't be bothered to look at what kind of scenery was in the illusion. There were only 3 words in his mind right now, used for either sex when the sex is unknown or unimportant. Entire, up, finished, I'm finished Hu Ming spun around in place with a devastated face, scratching his hair frantically with his hands.
Choo just handed me such a task, and I ended up messing it up My image, it's gone. How did things get to this point? How can I still have the face to be the bloodline descendant of the nine-tailed fox? Can't even warn everyone early enough about an illusion. Woo, I'm so useless Yahoo pi_pi. Just as Hu Ming was crying and pounding his chest, a clear and sweet female voice rang out. Little brother, what are you doing? Sisters, come on. There's a handsome little brother who can't think straight and is crying. Hu Ming stopped wailing, wiped his tears carelessly, and looked up. Holy, 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. 12 ancient beauties in different dresses and types. Is his illusion actually the 12 golden hairpins? Hu Ming began to reflect on what had given this illusion such misdirection. He was obviously a very decent fox. He's never even held a girl's hand. Now that this illusion had come out, was it trying to mess with his heartstrings? He was not going to let the illusion succeed. He had to quickly find a way to break through this illusion. The mates are waiting for him outside. The warblers and swallows are all floating clouds. All floating clouds. Hu Ming closed his eyes and began to psychologically hypnotize himself, and also recited the mantra of clearing the heart twice in the process. Good. Self-construction complete. Come on, let's see what tricks we can pull. Sisters, this handsome little brother looks like a cutie. Lu, crying and laughing and talking to himself. Blue has a point. I think we'd better avoid him. I've heard that retardation is contagious too. Hu Ming, didn't you want to seduce him? Why did they all go away? There must be a backstroke. It was his illusion. And who else could the characters in it target if not him? See you, great king. It was the 12 golden hairpins that hadn't gone far before they suddenly bowed in abundance. The king? Hu Ming looked over in confusion, only to see a group of soldiers embracing a tall man walking over, who only looked handsome from a distance. When the man came closer, he turned out to look 7 or 8 times like himself, only this one was a bit more heroic. Are you the heavenly star that the state master said would appear today? Hu Ming was dumbfounded. Ha! I am the state master of this squeaky kingdom. Huing Jun, seeing you today, you really do have the extraordinary demeanor that the state master said you had, especially with your looks. I think it's very eye-catching. Huing Jun cheerfully laughed up to the sky. Humint. Ha? What? Z country? Huing Jun, is it so sketchy to name things in the fantasy world? Come, Lone invites you to Lone's palace. We'll sip tea and watch the moon and talk about life. I actually have things to do, or I won't go. Hu Ming's head shook halfway and saw the soldiers around him looking angrily at him, weapons in their hands as if he would poke him to death if he continued to shake his head. Immediately, he changed his words. Respectfully, please, Lord of the Kingdom. You're really to my liking. After Hu Ming experienced a period of agonizingly dizzy carriage time, he finally arrived at the Squeaky Kingdom's royal palace. How is it? Isn't the palace of the Lone King glorious? Very nice. Very tasteful? Hu Ming painfully covered his eyes and couldn't stop his mouth from responding. Yes. It's really too good looking. It's so good looking that I can't even look straight into my eyes. It's definitely not its problem, it's mine. It's my eyes that don't deserve to see it. What a strong golden light. Obviously carved everywhere is a golden statue of a nine-tailed fox. Why taste so much like the dragons who like bright and shiny? Huing Juan's heart blossomed and was filled with pleasure at Hu Ming's unusually affirmative praise. You, classy, please come in quickly. I have already prepared a song and dance. I heard that you are unmoved by the lone 12 golden hairpins, and for that reason, I have prepared a cloud of beautiful women for you, so you can definitely pick your favorite. Hu Ming was forced to enter the palace right after him. Could he say that he didn't want any beauty at all? He wanted to hurry home now. By the time he was pressed into the seat and started to drink the first sip of the liquid, Hu Ming's thoughts changed from I want to go home to I'm here now. Why don't I experience it here for a while? A fine wine for a misguided fox. Take a good look. This is the most famous dancing girl in the Squeaky Kingdom. Chu Tao Tao. What? Hu Ming's hand shook, and the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground with a pop. Chu Tao Tao. It can't be what he thinks. Can this person really be? Hu Ming's eyes did not blink for a second as he stared at the beauty on the stage, watching the beauty's various lower back splits, dancing with a very elegant posture reminiscent of Dunhuang Feitian. Abruptly, Chu Tao Tao spun and spun continuously, jumped to Hu Ming's table, leaned back with his back to Hu Ming, and picked up the wine glass on the floor with his hand. Then with a spin she sat in Hu Ming's arms and winked delicately. Fine wine is rare. Guests should not waste it so easily yo. This voice. Hu Ming froze as a whole, not daring to move. This voice was clearly the sweet version of Chu Chu. He's done. The illusion had actually come up with this one trick, so it was really trying to keep him here forever as sustenance for it. Hu Ming frantically recited the clear heart mantra in his heart, only to see the beauty in his arms gently remove the veil, and his stunningly beautiful face, which was usually cold in its Englishness but not without tenderness, was now looking at him with seductive eyes in a moody manner. Swallowing hard, Hu Ming was about to pinch his thighs blue. Guests are afraid to look at me? I think you still like the 12 gold hairpin, Sister Morit. Chu Chu, this bit of posture is not able to enter the eyes of the guests. Knowing that this was an illusion, Hu Ming still couldn't be bothered to look at Chu Chu's face and frown. No. You're beautiful. Am I not good enough for you? Brother, how can you say that about yourself? IZ country. The whole country up and down the beauty you can afford. Hu Ming forced himself to think about Chu Chu Ruizi and Boss Bai who were waiting for him outside, and after a long time, he finally made up his mind. I'm sorry, Lord of the Land. What I like is actually men. Blanch your ass. Get out. The last thing Hu Ming saw before he was kicked out was Chu Tao Tao's angry face. The moment was reassuring. Sure enough, it was the way Chu Chu was angry and cold towards him that made him most comfortable and at ease. Chapter 109 by Zay, so close, almost died of cuteness. Charez watched with a black line on his head as Human panicked and warned the group. When this was over, he might as well organize training for the abilities of the descendants of the nine-tailed fox lineage. By such a late warning, the yellow flowers are cold. White Zephyr looked around at this illusion. It's okay, this illusion ability just illuminates the things that the heart of the person who enters the illusion desires, and tempts the person who comes to stay in the illusion forever in order to become the sustenance of the illusion. It wasn't considered powerful among the illusions he'd seen, but he'd better explain to the instructor in charge to focus on Hu Ming at the training camp organized behind him. There's nothing wrong with sharpening a precious sword. White Zephyr contentedly continued to observe the scenery in front of him. When he came to the cave Heavenly Blessing Land before, there was no such illusion, so he thought that it was because the people later discovered the wonders of the cave Heavenly Blessing Land that they laid this illusionary trap to protect the cave Heavenly Blessing Land. Roba, I guess everyone into the illusionary realm is not so fast to get out, especially the little Tao Tai, maybe even happy to not find where the southeast and northwest are. Although the injuries on his body weren't too promising right now,
and he could use his abilities as little as possible. He could still tear through this illusion to get out and find everyone, White Zephyr thought, and was about to make a move to tear the illusion apart when a small Taotai prototype suddenly appeared before his eyes. It's so familiar. Of all the Taotai he had ever seen, the only one that was this young in years was Resignation. Hooking up an amused smile, Baizé slowly approached the little Taotai that was humming and crawling while nibbling on the tree root spirit grass. Having come all the way here, he'd begrudgingly see what else this illusion could conjure up. He could have broken through this illusion and left at any time anyway. The little Taotai, who was eating the spirit grass in a mesmerized manner, sensed that there was an aura approaching, and looked up at the comber with a vigilant face, his mouth not stopping for a moment, still chewing on the spirit grass. Sip, 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 sip sound. Little Taotai, ouch, I'm going to go out for a snack today. Met a strange person. 1 step, 2 steps. The little Taotai began to cautiously back away, not forgetting to nibble a few more mouthfuls of spirit grass before retreating. She wasn't like those unenlightened Taotai in the clan. As the most talented Taotai in the clan according to the clan leader's grandfather, she understood very well the importance of avoiding danger. For example, right now, the man in front of her who was making strange noises from his mouth had a powerful aura, and she couldn't be hard on her feathers. The 36 stratagems. Go first. Anyway, she made a note of the place and came back to eat up all the spirit grass. Baizé had a helpless and bitter smile. This style, this thinking, this logic, who else can there be besides Resignation? I also wonder what period the little Taotai that the illusion conjured up was from. Can you understand what I'm saying? Baizé saw that although the little Taotai was cautious, his speed of backing up and escaping was not slow. He was only out of his mind for a short while, and the little Taotai was almost 10 meters out. The little Taotai hesitantly stopped backing up to escape. This strange man, can talk wouldn't be passing by asking for directions, then she could still answer a thing or two. After all, grandfather matriarch had often taught her to be polite. Ow. The little Taotai answered with a soft, tentative sound. Put. The White Zephyr didn't hold back the laughter that hurriedly turned around and pressed his fist against his mouth to stifle it fiercely. Help! Little Taotai is so cute, so tempted to go up and hug and jerk off hard. Shock. The little Taotai immediately sensed the aura of danger and took 2 steps back in shock and unease. As if Baizé's next step was any more wrong, she would immediately turn around and pull out her legs to run. In terms of terrain familiarity, she was sure this outsider couldn't outrun her. Realizing that the little Taotai was out of sorts, Baizé immediately turned around and spoke with a serious face. Hello little Taotai. I just arrived at this place. I'm not very familiar with it, so I wonder if you could take me on a tour? The little Taotai disdainfully snorted through his nose and spoke. Ow 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 ow. Translation, Che. This Taotai peddler's trick, Grandpa Clan Chief taught me long ago. You're too cheap for this one. Baizé immediately looked innocent, his tone weak and pitiful. As a Taotai, you must be able to perceive that my abilities are much stronger than the current you, right? It would be hard for you to resist if I tried to do something bad to you and abduct you, wouldn't it? But do you see me doing anything bad to you right now? Then why can't you take my word for it? The little Taotai was lost in thought. The man was quite good looking, one of the best looking she had ever seen, and what he said did make sense. She really couldn't beat him now. When she grew up a bit she was sure she could beat the crap out of her opponent. In that case, she'd take him to Grandpa Clan Chief. I'm so smart. The little Taotai happily bounced in place at the thought. If there's something to find a parent, it's definitely right. Every cub is told this over and over again before they leave the house. It's the first rule of how cubs do things. Ow ow ow. The little Taotai turned around and greeted Baizé with one of his claws. Translation, hurry up and come with me then. Strange good-looking man. Baizé frantically covered his mouth, ruthlessly resisting the urge to go up and jerk her little head, and with a well-behaved face, he followed the little Taotia's footsteps. Ow 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 ow. The little Taotai explained something to him as he walked. Translation, I'm going to take you to see my clan chief grandfather. You have to be polite when you see him later. Do you know that? Otherwise he'll eat you. Then don't blame me for not reminding you after you've been eaten. The one who couldn't beat him was this little Taotai of hers, and Grandpa Clan Chief could definitely kill him in seconds. White Zephyr smiled gently and nodded. Okay then, little Taotai, please don't worry. The little Taotai led Baizé for a long distance and finally returned to the Taotai clan land. White Zephyr, so, resigned when Taotai cubs, when they would already leave the house on their own and run out so far? Ow ow ow. As soon as the little Taotai returned to the clan's land, her guts fattened up and she began to run wildly all over the ground, her mouth wailing for her patriarch's grandfather to come out. Ha ha ha, back in the clan land. She's got Tai backing her up, just walked all the way here, sensing this dangerous aura of his. Really?
Her legs were shaking. "Child, are you injured? The breath control isn't very stable yet." A white-bearded old man slowly walked over. When the little Tao Tai saw it, he excitedly pounced up and hugged the old man's leg and just swayed in midair, with a vague wail in his mouth. Interpreter, Grandfather Patriarch, this is the man who said he had just arrived in this place and was not very familiar with it and wanted us to give him a tour. The old patriarch gave a cold laugh in his heart. These words would only be able to fool the little Tao Tai who had not yet entered the world. Chapter 110, It's Still My Sister Choo Choo. How would a normal creature dare to mess with the Tao Tai clan, let alone have the Tao Tai take him on a tour? The breath was a bit unsteady from the injury, but it was clearly perceived as a very powerful creature. The old patriarch frowned slightly. He couldn't even directly see through the other party's archetype? There seemed to be a very powerful prohibition protecting him. I'm the patriarch's grandfather in this little Taotia's mouth. Little friend, where are you from and what's your name? The old patriarch tried to be as amiable as possible. Look at his situation. Is to the small Tao Tai goodwill. He cannot screw up. One more friend is better than one more enemy. Hello old patriarch, my name is Bai Zai. Bai Zai kept his mouth shut about where he was from and just smiled. Shirazawa? Was it the same Shirazawa he knew? The old patriarch's expression was instantly high and deep. In fact, his heart was frantically spitting out. Wow, Tao Tai Pop went out for a trip. How did he bring back such a big character? He's grown up. Make friends, you must make friends. Don't be offended at all. The old matriarch made up his mind in an instant, and asked with a cheerful, amiable, and approachable face, Little friend White Zephyr, where do you want to go for a tour? This little cub of ours is very familiar with this place, and is good at eating, drinking and playing, so it's no problem at all to be a tour guide. Ow ow ow. The little Tao Tai hanging onto the old patriarch had a head full of questions and wailed in dissatisfaction. Translation, Grandpa Clan Chief, how can you reveal my old self in front of outsiders? Even if I'm the smallest in the clan, then I still want to save face. Clunk, the old patriarch manually let the little Tao Tai closed wheat. Face smile unchanged, haha see laugh, cub lively some, there's no harm in it, I like little Tao Tai a lot, how cute he is with his lively nature. Knowing the other party's heart, Bai Zai's smile widened. He was willing to give the other party a little more kindness for the sake of the little Tao Tai. Upon hearing this, the old patriarch looked seriously at the other party, confirming again and again that the other party's eyes did indeed show a true and genuine fondness for the little Tao Tai. Then he was relieved. At least this great god wouldn't harm the little Tao Tai, and he hoped that the other party loved the house and wouldn't do anything harmful to the Tao Tai clan. The old patriarch turned around with the little Tao Tai in his arms. Little friend, excuse me for a moment, allow me to explain something to the cub. Ow ow ow. The old patriarch began to talk to the young Tao Tai in Tao Tai. Translation, this guy is awesome, take him good, there's a chance you can eat something delicious. Ow. Eyes suddenly glowing. The little Tao Tai stood up on its hind feet and patted its chest with its front paws, with an expression of you can rest assured that I'll do my job. Old patriarch, originally not worried, suddenly saw cub this expression. The mood became a little seven. The old patriarch, who had a lot on his mind, kept a calm smile on his face and handed the cub in his hand over to Bai Zai. Have a good time, little friend. Looking down at the Tao Tai pup, who was a bit uncomfortable because he stayed in a different place, he reached out and touched the pup's little head, saying in a serious tone, play nicely. Bai Zai, who had finally hugged the little Tao Tai, was in a happy mood. After bidding a friendly farewell to the old patriarch, Bai Zai walked out for a long distance holding the little Tao Tai, the entire time jerking the little Taotia's head with a contented expression on his face. Only after noticing that little Tao Tai was a bit unhappy about being touched on the head, Bai Zai lowered his head and inquired, where does little Tao Tai want to take me to play first? The little Tao Tai, who was interrupted just as he was about to go into a rage, heard the question. His eyes gurgled, and it was only after a long time that he raised his head, with a cute and cuddly face, his actual heart written all over his face. Ow. Translation, there's a place that's especially fun, I'll take you there. This person's ability was stronger than her, and there must be something good in that cave, but it hadn't been able to open the seal of the cave. She didn't dare to go and ask her patriarchal grandfather for help, so she might as well let this man do it. Ow ow ow. This is the place. The little Tao Tai pointed at the seal of the cave with his claws with an excited expression. Is the little Tao Tai trying to get me to open this place? Was trying to use him as a free tool man, was he? Bai Zai saw through it and had to save face for the cute little Tao Tai, nodding frantically, and prodding him with a paw on his shirt. Put. Bai Zai finally couldn't help but laugh out loud at the cuteness. Enduring the discomfort of using his powers, White Zephyr waved his hand to open the cave seal. The moment the seal was just opened, the little Tao Tai rushed in at the smell. Shirasawa, who was shocked by the recoil of the little Tao Tai jumping out of his arms. Little heartless, use it and dump it. Ow ow ow. She was right, wasn't she?
It's full of good food, degree. A cave full of the carapace remains of ancient beasts must be a treasure trove left behind by someone. Ha 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 ha. It's cheap for her to be a little gourmand. When White Zephyr walked in, he searched the entire cave and didn't find the little Taotia's figure, and only realized it after sensing it for a while. The little Taotai buried his entire body into the divine beast's carapace and ate a lot, leaving only his little tail that kept twitching on the outside due to excessive excitement. I want to pull its tail and play with it. Oh. White Zephyr felt his hands itching. White Zephyr was about to go up and grab a hold of it when he suddenly sensed that resignation. Choo and Hu Ming were all there outside the illusionary realm. With a heartfelt sigh, it seemed that the time had finally come for him to leave. Walking up and squatting down, Bai Zai gently and softly said to the little Taotai, "Little Taotai, you should also eat well and grow up in this world. Oh, I'll leave first. We'll see each other in the future when we are destined to meet." Getting up and sending a message to the old patriarch of the Taotai clan land to come and pick him up, Bai Zai quietly walked away and hid at the side. Seeing the figure of the old patriarch who had come to pick up the little Taotai before turning to leave, the little Taotai, who was eating with devotion, was suddenly grabbed by his own patriarchal grandfather by his little tail and pulled out. Oh, ha! The two grandchildren looked at each other with a thieving smile, and at the same time plunged into the great matter of eating and eating, both forgetting Bai Zai to the back of their minds. Bai Zai, who broke through the illusion and came out, still regretting in his heart for not having grabbed the little Taotia's little tail, looked up. Oh, yeah, what a low-pressure scene this is. Tao Ruji and Hu Ming stood in front of Tao Chuchu with a weak and well-behaved face, not daring to say a word. What's going on here? White Zephyr, who had come out of the illusionary realm, turned into that tiny appearance again, bouncing and sitting on Tao Rui's shoulder with a curious face. Boss Bai, did you also know that this was an illusion? But you indulged in it and didn't come out in time? Tao Chuchu had a cold expression and fierce eyes. Bai Zai suddenly understood what Tao Rui and Hu Ming were vain about. White Haze stammered, unable to get a word out. The three of them bowed their heads at the damned crushing suffocation. Chu, did you come out all at once? After half a day of silence, Bai Zai finally held his tongue. Ha, I knew it was an illusion when I first went in. The hallucinations must be because the plants here secrete neurotoxins that can cause hallucinations. So the first thing I did was give myself an antidote to suppress the neurotoxin. Need I remind you? This antidote is in all the gear I've distributed to you. Not bad for a sister. Sister knows whether there's anything or not when she strikes. Tao Rui just wanted to pat a few lines of horse's ass, but was quenched by a look from Chu, and continued to bow her head obediently. Come on, summarize your illusions, Tao Chu said in a good-natured manner. Tao Rui, joyful. Hu Ming, 1,000 beauties. White Zephyr, cute and invincible. Tao Chu, can't bring it, really can't bring it. Sister, we'd better hurry up. I promise to break out in time next time. Tao Rui raised her hand and was close to swearing to the heavens. Tao Chu was always irresistible to her good sister's pampered eyes and nodded. Let's go, gentlemen. Climb the mountain. Tao Rui took Bai Zai with him and ran as fast as he could. Hu Ming, good hard heart. Keep me to bear your sister's residual anger, is it? Chapter 111. A rarely polite little Taotai. Hu Ming carefully peeked at Tao Chu's face, and was caught cold by Tao Chu. After a glance, Tao Chu turned her head away without a good mood. She felt that it was not good for her to be too vigilant sometimes. Forget it, just pretend that she didn't see that stupid fox's wimpy and pitiful little eyes. Sighing, she worked harder and paid more attention to these members of her team. Sis ah. Tao Chu was just thinking about how to strengthen the team's defense when her good sister's soul-calling voice came to her ears. Let her take a look at her sister. What's wrong? Tao Chu raised an eyebrow and signaled for resignation to continue speaking. Tao Chu immediately crackled with her mouth like a pony released to spread joy. Sister, we're almost at the top of the mountain. Is there anything else to eat? Mainly, maybe there's a view of the sun shining on the golden mountain? Sister, it's rare for you to even make such a trip. Won't you stop at the top of the mountain? Tao Chu, if your expression is not so obvious to tell me there are delicious things on the top of the mountain. Sister, you quickly say stop words. She really want to let her see the sunrise. I'm not going to be able to do that. That said, it's only afternoon. What sunrise to watch? It's only right to arrive early and get your medication. Tao Rui could see that her sister's workaholic personality had taken over, full of not-so-reluctant looks, and the alarm bells were ringing. No way. That delicious thing on the top of the mountain has legs that can run. Not many people can really find its trail. Thanks to her good nose she can smell it. Kudos to myself. And the whiskers of that thing, sister, are edible and can prolong your life. So if she misses it, she'll cry in her dreams. Pi_pi. Sister ah. Just stay at the top of the mountain for a little while more. Well, Tao resigned to see her sister or no sign of letting go of the mouth.
decisively opened the pampering mode, blinking bling bling big eyes, the corners of the mouth slightly downward, topped with a well-behaved cute and exquisite face, to cry without crying straight at Tao Chu Chu. Tao Chu Chu, to hell with it. Spectators White Zephyr, +1 to life. Who the hell can top that? Okay, I promise you just. But said can not be too long. Here also do not know what the next step of the danger it. To avoid the day-long dream more, we still hurry to act O. Yeah, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. After raising her hands and cheering, Tao Rui turned around and immediately accelerated to sprint up the hill. Hu Ming let out a wow. Sometimes our resignation is so action-oriented that it's amazing. Who's with you we? Don't take advantage of resignation in me? Can't you see that Boss Bai is already looking at you a bit unfavorably? Even she wanted to punch Hu Ming once in a while. After saying that, she didn't even look at Hu Ming and increased her speed to follow her good sister's footsteps. Hu Ming followed behind in aggravation, not daring to say a word. He knew that he would be the one to suffer the hurt in the end. Harm. He looks away and everyone is happy. Hu Ming followed to reach the top of the mountain. Saw Tao Chu Chu expression complex frozen under a tree. Just wanted to speak to ask what happened. It was Tao Chu Chu stopped. Tao Chu Chu used her index finger to make a sh gesture, and then used her hand to point to the open space in front of her, signaling Hu Ming to look over. Looking in the direction of Tao Chu Chu's fingertips, Hu Ming's eyes slowly widened and his chin moved uncontrollably closer to the ground. Sigma, winky face. How come resignation is fighting with a thing again? What is this thing? Too fast to see the figure clearly. Tiny, with a very pure breath. Then what's the fight between rhetoric and the other side? Aren't they the righteous team that eradicates evil? That little gadget had quite a mouth and kept chattering during the fight with resignation. What are you bothering me for good reason? Tao Ruizi, eat you. You're out of your ing mind. You came all the way over here just to eat me? Tao Ruizi, eat you. What else would you say but the words eat you? Tao Ruizi, you give a reason for me not to eat you all. Labor stayed here peacefully every day, never did anything bad. Why should they eat me? Tao Ruizi, you make up for it. Blanche, the little thing stalled in its movements, and could sense from its breath that it was speechless and angry. I'll fight you. Tao Ruizi, finally playing for real? Ecstatic. She finally pissed off the other guy. The goal was achieved. Bring it on you. Tao Ruizi also stopped pretending, accelerating his action. He fished his right hand so far into the air that he choked the grimacing gadget directly into his hand. After Tao Rui grabbed the little thing, Hu Ming and Tao Chu Chu had the chance to be able to see its true colors, and hurriedly went up to surround him so to see. Ginseng? Hu Ming scratched his head. This place can actually have a heaven-bred ginseng elf? When Tao Rui heard this, he immediately cut. Not all the ones that look similar to it are ginseng elves. It's much more valuable than ginseng, which is a bunch of farmed, which it's not. Shaking the small thing that continued to struggle in his hand, Tao Rui looked smug. This is a rare wild ginseng elf shaped like a human body. Look at this color. Look at this shape. Smell this flavor. Touch this feel. Feel this breath of his. Tao Rui was mesmerized as he stayed close to the wild ginseng in his hand. Bai Zhe. I don't know why, but I always feel that this expression of resignation is not too serious. Rhetoric, learned from her Taoist brother. Yo, Jumi. Frantically struggling wild ginseng. Shucks. Bad woman. Get off me. Tao Ruizi turned a deaf ear, but instead continued to turn it upside down. Right, little wild ginseng. Am I right? Have you figured out how to feed me yet? Tao Ruizi disliked the wild ginseng from a distance. Let's talk to you, okay? Can you give my sister that ginseng voluntarily? If not for the fact that this wild ginseng has not been tainted with any sins and is too pure, I am afraid that my sister will directly eat it and damage her own virtue. She does it old school. She just grabs it and shoves it in her mouth. Wild ginseng, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You have a pit in your head. How much do I want to give you guys my body to eat? What's wrong with giving a little food? When Tao Rui heard this, her face stunk up. Warning, you don't give face aw. I back in the day casually grabbed and directly ate many, do you know? It's just a rare sight here. And you're posing? What's wrong with eating you for a bit? Won't you still grow back if you leave a root? Wild ginseng, you're noble. You're capable. I'll eat part of you too so you can grow back. Hey, you're still quite stubborn. Tao Rui frowned. Don't think I can't take you. Chapter 112, Little Tao Dai, Polite Hammer O. Directly dry. Hu Ming quietly asked Bai Zhe from the back. Boss Bai, why did resignation provoke that wild ginseng? Bai Zhe glanced meaningfully at Hu Ming, who had asked this question. TSK. The facts are really getting to justify the need for him to give Hu Ming a special training camp to make up for his mistakes. The science pamphlets inside the authority were compiled with great effort by several erudite and talented special professors with extensive experience. It contains detailed accounts of thousands and thousands of abnormalities and inhuman creatures. Inside the booklet, 8, on page 139, there is information on wild ginseng. Hu Ming Na. I didn't think that resignation could know more than you. sweating from Bai Zai's hateful look. Hu Ming hardened his head. So what's the answer to this question? White Zephyr, very good. Still persistent in his learning. This fox can still be saved. The purpose of angering the wild ginseng is to activate the essence within it that can nourish the human body. In other words, the angrier it gets, the more tonic it is to the human. Of course this sentence. Bai Zai intentionally increased the volume of his voice to say it to the wild ginseng. Wild ginseng, you shameless people, coming to someone's house with no manners at all and eating the host's house. Surely it's because I haven't been out for too long that all humans are like this? Tao Ruizi can be smart at this time, and can react quickly. Yo. Moral abduction is useless. Isn't it normal for the weak and the strong to eat in my world and yours? When he finished, he tilted his head and gave the wild ginseng a wink. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. You just said you had a plan. Come on. I'll see what you can do. If you can, let me be eaten by your sister involuntarily. I'll make sure she dies a violent death on the spot. If you want to die, you'll die together. No one will live. Tao Chuchu inexplicably appreciated the wild ginseng a bit. Not to mention, this little wild ginseng's state of mind. It's a bit interesting. Oops, it's a pity. She can't help it. After all, in Rhetoric's world, the weak and the strong are the unbreakable natural rules of heaven and earth. Not to mention the fact that this time it was mainly for her sister, that resignation did it. When she thought that just now, in order to go up to the mountain, her good sister had pampered and played tricks of all kinds, and it turned out to be just for her to find the tonic. She was so hot in the pit of her heart, being provoked by the wild ginseng. Tao Rui handsomely tugged and smiled. Then you watch it. Of course she has a way, but it's just a little more troublesome, and will also use up a little bit of her precious Tao Tai heart blood aura. Tao Rui sighed in a small way. There was no way. It wasn't easy to meet such a wild ginseng elf. She had to keep its little life and use it for recyclable development. Back. She'll have some more to make up for it. Bai Zai, who sensed what resignation was about to do, hesitated or didn't stop her. He silently made a mental note that after this incident, he would collect more tonic, find more ghosts, and cook more times for resignation to eat. Sister, you guys back off a little. After Tao Rui made her decision, she planned to do it right away. Yes. A little further back. That tree there. After Tao Rui made sure that they were out of the range of her hands, she repeatedly urged. I didn't say come over. You guys mustn't come over no matter what happens. Only after receiving affirmative replies from her sister and Hu Ming did Tao Rui feel relieved. The wild ginseng will be replaced to the left hand pinch, the right hand 2 fingers and poke into the heart. Mouth recited the words, ouch mama really a little pain. That spell is what the thing to come. Just how a little can not remember. White Zephyr. How did he just think that resignation would be reliable? This is all inserted into the heart. The spell actually gave forgotten? Bai Zai couldn't help himself just as he wanted to use his origin energy to strike, when Tao Ruizi's tone changed to a chirpy one. Come to think of it. Bai Zai's heart finally dropped a little. I am Tao Tai, and I take my essence to dispel evils and protect the righteous. Kai. As the words fell, a Tao Tai totem surfaced in Tao Rui's heart, and a drop of black blood with a faint golden glow floated out. The moment Tao Rui pulled his hand out of his heart, the floating golden light and black blood also finally identified its target, and irresistibly merged into the ginseng body of the wild ginseng and disappeared. Witnessing everything, Tao Chu Chu was incomparably anxious, but just ruthlessly resisted the urge to run over. Because her good sister hadn't said she could move, she wouldn't move. She couldn't understand the ritual, but she knew what resignation must have paid for. The wild ginseng just watched in horror as the drops of black blood with a golden glow merged into its own ginseng body. This bad woman who opened her mouth and said she would eat it, she called her a Tao Tai, and the wild ginseng watched as the wound in her heart just recovered on its own. Well, this time it has really kicked the iron plate. If I had known, why would it struggle, just a few whiskers? It screwed it right off and gave it to her sister to eat. Tao Gya-sama. The wild ginseng no longer struggles. In Tao Ruizi's hand thud kneel. I was wrong. You have the generosity to forgive me. Leave me a little life and I'll be willing to provide whiskers for your sister to eat indefinitely. Tao Rui looked over unsatisfied. Now I don't need your willingness. My Tao Dai secret method can already guarantee that eating you won't damage my sister. But the secret method can't stop the wild ginseng from blowing itself up. If it does, there's nothing left. Yes. Lord Tao Tie's feats are invincible. So naturally he has great magical powers. I will voluntarily become your subordinate, Lord Tao Tai, and work as an ox and a horse, all at your word. Well, this wild ginseng is pretty good at kissing ass. Good. And the essence within it activated, and the damage done to her sister was removed, and it agreed to voluntarily become her pony boy. Perfect. It's true that brainstorming and politeness are too tiring for her, so she should just do it from now on. It's very effective. Sister, Come over here, Tao Rui greeted happily. A grand introduction. This is my newest pony boy. I have a new name for him. Everyone will call him Little Mountain from now on. Xiao-san? Hu Ming frowned. Resignation. Not brother, doubt you this name ability. This name is not slightly not good. Is a little easy to cause others to misunderstand. Tao Chu sneered. Even if you don't distinguish between flat and warped consonants, people with hearts really feel dirty when they listen to anything. Her good sister was just giving a name for the little brother she had worked so hard to take in, and the stupid fox actually dared to chew her tongue. It turned out to be Xiao Shan. Hu Ming smiled sarcastically. Ha ha, it's brother who's too tired to have a good ear. The name Little Rhetoric Resignation is quite a good name, plain and simple. Nice to hear. Applause. The wild ginseng was also happy to have a name and clapped along with the piece. Hu Ming was not ashamed to ask. Resignation. What were you doing just now? Tao Rui was full of unconcern. It's just a little secret method of our Tao Tai. It's not enough for outsiders to know. White Zephyr's side-eye. Yo-ho, the little scummy Tao Tai is still tugging up the bag of books. Tao Chu checked Rhetoric's body before and after, looking worried. Rhetoric, I just seem to see you put your hand on your heart. The wild ginseng was so arrogant before, but now it's so obedient. Are you really okay? Tao Rui jumped in place and demonstrated a bit before Tao Chu reluctantly let go of her heart. It's just that. Resignation refuses to say certainly have her mind. Do sisters in the future and then take good care of her more. Hu Ming, resignation. Since the wild ginseng obeyed after realizing that you are a Tao Tai, why do you still need to do that secret method to eliminate the bad effects? Tao Ruizi, if it backfires, won't my sister be in danger? Who wasn't this stupid before? He wouldn't have taken the wrong medication. Chapter 113, reduced to a food-seeking tool. Tao Rui's sentence was like flipping some kind of switch, which led to a flurry of emotions from the crowd. Tao Chu, I remember when I just met this stupid fox. Professional and responsible, hard-working, smart and alert. The curve of Hu Ming's mouth had just lifted a little before it was lost in Tao Chu's next sentence. Alas, sighs heavily. Now look at this. It's more like a pure-blood husky. By say, Chu you're not right. Talk just talk. Pulling others husky for what? Husky's IQ is not low. You have to apologize to the husky. Tao Chu readily accepted good advice. I'm sorry, huskies. It's my fault. It won't happen next time. Hu Ming, don't crowd me. I don't feel like my IQ has gotten any lower. Besides, some of the questions I'm asking you guys don't know. It's your mouths that do the talking. Fox aggrieved calling. Tao Rui added one last stab. Older brother said that drunk people never say they're drunk. Tao Chu held back the laughter that reached her lips and cleared her throat with 2 coughs. Since the matter is done, let's get going. The temperature at the top of the mountain is low at night, so we'd better go down the mountain before it's too late. Tao Ruizi, who went to the mountain and didn't eat anything, shook off the wild ginseng that he held in his hand. Xiao Shan, quickly say what's good to eat all the way down the mountain, and lead the way. Geez, I don't know what's good to eat. I usually just drink some dew. The wild ginseng covered its face, if that was a face, with 2 whiskers. Tao Ru. I do not know why. Look at such a small thing, twisted, strange, disgusting Lu. Just talk. Don't get all pretentious. I'm hungry. If you can't talk, I'll just eat you. Well. I lead the way is. Don't be so fierce. We are all on our own. Although the wild ginseng knows that Tao Ruizi won't eat it, but just in case, it's better to be obedient and well-behaved. That's more like it. Tao Rui immediately changed her face and smiled as she came up to her sister. Sister, let's go. Tao Chu tenderly touched her good sister's little head. Resignation is awesome. Later want to eat what flavor sister will do for you. Yeah, equals carrot smiley face. Sister world's best. Sitting on Tao Ruizi's shoulder. Because Tao Ruizi was too happy to run in all kinds of spinning and jumping. By Zay, who was turned upside down. Inside, it seems that Xiao Ruizi seldom said so to him. Suddenly a little bit of emotion. Sister Tao. There's a 1,000-year-old wine hidden. The wild ginseng screamed in excitement as it passed by a place, pointing frantically in the direction with its whiskers. I'm not sure who buried it. When I heard the grass in the mountains say that the wine was brewed with dozens of fine herbs, it's super invincibly fragrant, but it's protected by a forbidden layer, so I couldn't open it and didn't get to taste it. Little mountain. Well done. Tao Rui was satisfied with the performance of the wild mountain ginseng. Quickly pacing over, Tao Rui cracked the ban with a single punch, then greeted Hu Ming and came over to start digging with a shovel. I got it. Stripping the earth clean, the crowd, senator, gathered their heads together to look at the dugout wine jar. Wah dash. Big deal. The wine smells so good. You don't even have to open it to know that it's very complimentary. Good wine. Then now the question came. Tao Ruizi's eyes rolled a turn. Maybe the reason that she is not very good at drinking. Before her sister did not let her how to drink. Now how to get her sister to give her a drink to drink it? After all, This wine was so tonic. The only one present who could absorb and digest it in large quantities besides her was Bai Zhe. There's no reason not to give her a drink when it smells this good. Chapter 114, all cooked up, all cooked up. Sis Tao Rui fluttered towards her sister with a flattering face, her voice sweet as if she had eaten honey. Stop. Tao Chuchu took 2 steps back and reached out against her good sister's pouncing little head. Bai Xiaozi, you say, as a Tao Tai, I can't possibly get drunk. If I don't get drunk, I won't get into trouble. Tao Ruyue couldn't do anything about it, then twisted his head to look for help. White Zephyr, well, although the words are so, although the reason is so, but no one can guarantee it, that is to say, or we still listen to the sisters right. Just kidding, how could he possibly offend Tao Chuchu? This cold-faced and vindictive sister controller. Tao Chuchu watched her good sister pouting and playing tricks, even attempting to start laying down and rolling on the ground, helplessly slapping her forehead, dizzy face. Tao Chuchu still compromised. Then wait a bit, I'll think about what would be good to make for you. Well, then a drunken pickled seafood and make a drunken chicken. It just so happens that I have a concoction of antidote pills in my bag. You take one and my sister agrees to let you drink straight up, but not more. Incorporating the essence of the wine into the meal should cushion it appropriately. Well, Rhetoric, you find a place to sit first. Later sister, I'll go look in the water and hunt for some meat. Tao Chuchu reached out and Rhetoric immediately handed over her food hunting worksen. Hu Ming, let's go. Tao Chuchu turned around and took quick steps in the direction the wild ginseng was pointing, leaving Tao Rui in place. She happily ate the dry jerky and dried food given by Hu Ming and waited for her sister to return. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Tao Rui pulled out her watch and looked at it again and again. Half an hour had passed and her snacks had finished long ago. How come her sister and Hu hadn't come back yet? Next to this wine fragrance, sister is not there. No one to watch. She is about to resist, swallowing frantically. Tao Rui's little eyes stuck to the wine jar and couldn't even tear it off. Bai Zhe, TSK. When did his prestige and presence in the little Taobia's heart drop so much when the little Tao Tai said he was unattended? If Tao Chuchu was there she would have said of him, Che, what's the use of you being there? You don't care at all. Maybe you'll even help resignation reach its goal. Tao Ruizi was struggling frantically inside. How about she just drink a little? It shouldn't matter if it's just a little bit, right? She's helping her sister to taste the wine so that she doesn't ruin her sister's hard-earned cooking. How sorry I am for my sister's good intentions. That's right, it's just a happy decision. She'll just take a spoonful. Just a spoonful. So Shirazawa just watched as the little Taotai pulled out a spoon as big as an adult's hand from inside his bag. Cow, how did Chewy get the little Taotai? A big spoon. Into his backpack? He's got a real talent under his belt. Tao Rui carefully uncovered a small corner of the wine jar wrapper and tremblingly reached into her large spoon, her eyes still darting around, alert at all times, just in case her sister came back at this very moment. Finally succeeded in spooning up a large spoonful of wine. Tao Ruizi was full of excitement and cherished as she buried her head and started drinking. The spoonful of wine didn't seem to stay on his tongue for long before it slid down his throat with a thud. It smells so good. It's just too little to even savor. Shall she have another spoonful? Bai Zhe held back, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't stop Tao Ruizi's actions. Uncertain thought, Tao Tai, drinking, should be fine. In this situation of no one stopping and someone indulging, Tao Rui drank 15 large spoons one after another, and the level of wine in the huge wine vat all of a sudden lowered quite a bit that was visible to the naked eye. Tao Ruizi was a bit tipsy from drinking and didn't want to stop at all, but what was left of her sanity told her that she had smelled the return of her sister and Hu. If she didn't want to be lectured by her sister by the ear, punished for copying her books dozens of times, or memorizing the key points of her exams for days on end, she'd have to call it quits. At the point of life and death, the little Taotai erupted with amazing self-control, quickly restoring the seal of the wine jar the second before she came within her sister's line of sight, stowing away her big spoon, ducking to the side and lying down, pretending that nothing had happened. Rhetoric? It's been a long wait. We ran into 1 or 2 mountain ghosts on the way and it took a while to solve them. But it's fine, we collected them and gave them to you as a little snack. The supplies inside this mountain are quite abundant. I found you some wild chickens, wild boars, and wild rabbits, and the shrimp and shellfish inside the water are also very fertile. This place really does have a lot of aura. Tao Chu and Hu Ming both hands are big bags. Once back to hurry to take the pot to take the pot. Take the seasoning to take the seasoning. Tao Chu was so busy talking to Rhetoric about her harvest that she didn't even notice Tao Rhetoric's abnormality for the first time. Thinking that he had disguised himself well enough to escape, the little Tao Tai secretly and happily laughed in the corner, completely unaware that his brain had started to get muddled. Sis is so nice. Sis, I still want to eat grilled mushrooms. The kind with Zhang Ma's special seasoning. Bai Zhe twisted his head, unable to bear looking at the little Tao Tai who was grinning an idiotic grin. Tai,
if you don't stop talking nonsense, your sister will find out that you've been stealing drinks. Okay, then I'll pick some more mushrooms. Wild Ginseng quickly volunteered. I'll go. I know where there is one. Strive to perform well and become the #1 horseman under Lord Tao Tai. That's fine. Xiaoshan, you take the basket and pick more. Resignation eats a lot. Tao Chu very naturally handed over a basket for picking herbs that only adults carry. Hu Ming just watched the tiny wild ginseng carrying the basket, which was as big as an elephant to it, and left with difficulty with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Small body, big will, really touching and tearful. Hu Ming wiped the non-existent tears from his eyes and continued to devote himself to the construction of the busy boiler. When all is said and done, the job can't be left behind. I heard that resignation almost gnawed Tingmio when he couldn't get enough, and Tao Tai seems to be quite fond of eating fox roars as well. Tao Chu started distilling water out and cleaning up the ingredients after explaining the people. Tao Rui on the side looked like her eyes were watching her sister's various busy work, but in fact, she had already begun to lose focus and enter a state of letting go. White Zephyr, oh wow, it's over. Seeing that Tao Chu had handled the ingredients and Hu Ming had built the boiler, Tao Chu was about to come over and open the wine tank. Gulp! Shirasawa's throat slid and he swallowed nervously, his hand unconsciously reaching out to try and stop Tao Chu's movements. But it's too late. Tao Chu, in order to make a good meal for her sister to eat early, the action than usual, do not know how much cleaner and more skillful. Swoosh and one go to the wine jar sealing paper to lift. Aha! Tao Chu picked up the wine jar with a skeptical face and estimated the weight. Good. The weight was lighter than it had been before she'd set out in search of ingredients. Turning his head sorrowfully, his eyes glowed a horrible red. Tao, resign. Ha! The little Tao Tai responded in a dull, cute and cuddly manner. By Zay and Hu Ming, no eyes. White Zephyr silently slid down from Tao Rui's shoulder and Nuisance ran to hide behind Hu Ming. It's done. Little Tao Tai, you're on your own. One of the two of us has to run away to keep the fire. Tao Rui was still looking stupidly at Tao Chu, and at a glance, he knew that he was drunk and delirious. Grabbing Tao Rui's small ears, Tao Chu roared, how much did you drink? Tao Rui obediently pulled out his own large spoon and compared it to 5 fingers. 5 scoops? Shaking his head, Tao Ruishi compared 3 times 5 fingers. 15 spoons? Tao Chu's voice split in the air. White, old, putting down this little drunkard. Tao Chu was filled with anger and sought out by Zay, who was hiding behind Hu Ming. Pulling him out of his backpack, Tao Chu pinched the collar of little White Zephyr. Boss White, letting you watch people, is this how you watch? Bai Zay was innocently aggrieved but dared to talk back. You put good food with Tao Tai. She didn't give you a clean drink and she's considered to be worthy of your instructions as a sister. Good. How dare you talk back? Just at this time, the wild ginseng returned carrying a large basket of mushrooms, gleefully wanting to claim credit, but found the atmosphere of the scene was cold. Putting down the basket and shivering, he stepped around Tao Chu, who was covered in a horrible aura, and similarly hid behind Hu Ming, then poked his head out. It's human nature to see what's going on, and so is sin. Human, no, 1 or 2 want me to die first, right, all hide behind me? The culprit who triggered all of this, Tao Rui, was blissfully unaware of the atmosphere at the scene, and ignorantly walked up to hold her sister's sleeve and dragged her towards the boiler, directly interrupting Tao Chu's movements to painfully kill Bai Xiaoza. Bai Zay covered his eyes with his hand and stared outward from the cracks of his fingers in a thievish manner as Tao Rui dragged her sister away. Woohoo, irritated. Sis, come on, want to eat? Pointing to a floor of ingredients, Tao Rui wiped her saliva, her eyes half unfocused and half expectant. Tao Chu helplessly rolled up his sleeves to start work. Angry, first feed the meal, and then go to educate the child. Tao Rui, satisfied to see someone began to cook, looked around. In addition to the ingredients on the ground, this is not still 2 or 3 fragrant ingredients have not been dealt with? Just let her help her sister. Chu helped dash under excessive panic. Hu Ming couldn't even shout a complete sentence, leaving a perfect parabola in the air. Biu flew down into the pot. It's burning me. Hu Ming covered his butt and popped out of the pot. Damn, little rhetoric really want to cook him, crying face. Tao Chu. She just boiled water, waste. Tao Rui, who had thrown Hu Ming out, was eyeing the wild ginseng and Bai Xiaoza next to the wild ginseng intently. GGG3 sinister laughter. Tao Ruizi hungry to pounce on food. A hand grabbed a. Go you. Chapter 115 Scream. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. After being thrown out, the White Zephyr flew through the air with a bemused look on its face, gracefully turning itself around and flying down and towards a cozy-looking bird's nest in a tree. And then look at the poor wild ginseng. The whole panic scream, save, life, along the parabolic route straight toward the pot in front of Tao Chu fell in.
just a little distance away from falling into the boiling water in the pot. There has been an experience of Tao Chu Chu in time to grab its ginseng whiskers. Thank you to heaven and earth. Thank you to Tao's sister Ohu. Save my ginseng life. The wild ginseng hanging upside down in Tao Chu Chu's hand after the robbery. It was called a gratitude. Now it is looking at Tao Chu Chu as we're all beautiful, we're all good. The whole person exudes the light to save a ginseng life. Thought. A ruthless from their own body bark a few times. Pulled down 3 ginseng beard. To Tao Chu Chu hand stuffed. A little thank you gift. Don't reject it, sis Sama. Oh. Wild ginseng cried too pitiful. Tao Chu Chu had to accept. Wada stuff into the pocket when the wild ginseng was stopped. And then by the wild ginseng a lightning fast momentum. To stuff into her mouth. Thank you, Xiao Shan. Tao Chu Chu, who almost choked to death, choked out a sentence, and was wrapped in the nourishing essence contained in this ginseng beard after falling to sit aside. It was obvious to feel that his entire body's meridians and muscles were being nourished, and the dark injuries he had suffered earlier were slowly being repaired. Tao Chu Chu inwardly lamented. No wonder her good sister had spent so much effort. It was really a great tonic. The confused Tao Rui couldn't see clearly what was happening to her sister at the moment, and only noticed that the 3 ingredients she had thrown over to be eaten weren't in her sister's pot. And heckling on the side, the ingredients ran out. How is this going to work? The food that the Tao Tai sees can still run away. That's not a big disgrace. It's simply the Tao Ye's shame. Back to the clan to be laughed at for 500 years. Tao Rui's complexion abruptly became serious. His pace was steady, and he dabbled and sprinted in the direction of Hu Ming's trio. Hu Ming and Wild Ginseng's sweaty hairs stood up behind their backs as they turned back in horror. Whoa! Tao Rui's eyes began to be red and ghostly, and his vertical pupils were almost fully visible. No one said anything about her drinking and opening up a hostile hunting moment. A man and a ginseng spread their legs and ran like crazy. White Zephyr was still sitting gracefully in his bird's nest, and even wiped his clothes more than a little with the residual bird feathers from the nest to cover his scent. It still works, at least for now. Tao Rui just chased after Hu Ming and the wild ginseng, and the louder the other party's mouth shouted, the more excited she became. Ow ow ow. Even she instinctively used Tao Tai language. Translation, don't struggle, let me eat, ha 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 ha. Choo choo, get a grip on your sister. Pi_pi. Oh sister Tao, didn't you promise to leave me a little life? Pi_pi. One person and one ginseng just ran circles around Tao Chu Chu, and Tao Rui didn't speed up, as if he was deliberately letting them run. Tao Chu Chu was still in the process of absorbing the ginseng whiskers, has not fully recovered the ability to act, and even words cannot speak, can only have the heart to look at that one person and a ginseng crazy escape. On, you first seek your own good fortune. Resignation should not cite ferocious directly eaten raw, as long as her pot is not good. The last this person a ginseng should still fall into her hands to dispose of. Taking a step back, with Boss White around, there shouldn't be any fatalities/seniors. Thinking of this, Tao Chu Chu felt relieved and continued to close her eyes to absorb the ginseng beard essence. Watching Tao Chu Chu close her eyes, and then looking back at Tao Rui who was in hot pursuit, Hu Ming and the wild ginseng felt a despair that had been missing for a long time. I was wrong. The wild ginseng was also starting to go insane. If time could be turned back, I definitely wouldn't have stuffed the ginseng whiskers into my sister Sama's mouth just now. At least there are still people who can save us at this moment. Cry. I hate it so much. I'm such a stupid ginseng. Hu Ming, Sha, you stop feeling sorry for yourself. You are the local senator here. Familiar with the terrain, you quickly think of a way. Before the wild ginseng could say anything about what could be done, Tao Rui suddenly stopped, stood in place to observe and wait for a while, and hammered out, enough exercise, joyfully flashed in front of Hu Ming and wild ginseng. Vertical pupils are this person and a ginseng expression of horror and despair. Tao Rui's a smile, one in one hand, and then ran to the front of her sister's pot, being pressed on the ground and unable to move. Hu Ming looked up at the sky in despair. Tang Miao, I can really empathize with you this time. It was only this time that Tao Rui saw clearly that her sister was busy, and lowered her head in thought for a moment. Anyway, she could eat the stuff whether it was cooked or not, so she wouldn't bother her if her sister was busy, and as a well-behaved sister, he'd do it himself. The water in the pot was gurgling and boiling, and one could feel the heat on one's face just by being slightly close to it. Tao Rui was just planning to throw Hu Ming and the wild ginseng directly into such a pot. A man and a ginseng were shivering, both feeling like they were going to be accounted for here today. Oops, how there is an ingredient still wearing clothes. So too choked mouth. Broken good, Tao Ruizi thought in his head, and his hands did the same. Tao Chu Chu finished absorbing the essence of the ginseng beard and opened her eyes to see the scene. For a moment she didn't even know if she was crazy or the person in front of her was crazy. In short, her breathing stopped for at least an instant at that moment. Tao, rhetoric, resign, chuckles, no, can, 2, white zeal, The little Tao Tai had just easily shattered Hu Ming's top with one hand, and was about to make a further move to shatter the rest of her clothes when she suddenly heard both the roar from the tree, the white zephyr in the bird's nest, as well as her sister's voice coming from behind her. Doubtfully stopping the movements in her hands, Tao Rui turned back with an innocent face and looked at her sister lovingly. "Sister, you've recovered well." Dragging the upper half of his body bear in his hand, with a disheveled and self-absorbed face, Hu Ming pinched the wild mountain ginseng in his hand, and with a face full of offerings, he came forward. "Sister, sister, this is a new ingredient I just caught. All for you, all for you. Resignation, so hungry, oh, want to eat rice, for all." Damn, Tao Chu Chu was about to explode inside. How could her good sister be so cute? No, 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 this bear child has caused so many things. Not educated. This time she couldn't condone it. Tao Chu Chu glanced at Hu Ming, who was in a state of hopelessness, and the wild ginseng, whose face was filled with the expression, "Sister, you saved me once again," and was very touched. "Carrot, now go under the tree and stand there like a good boy and face the wall, and I'll call you when the meal is ready." Oh, although Tao Rui couldn't figure out why her sister told her to do that, she heard that she would have food later, so she cheerfully went over to stand under the tree. Looking at Tao Rui, who was full of happiness, Tao Chu Chu and Bai Zai simultaneously felt heartfelt. It's a long way to go. Chapter 116, Little Tao Tai, eating and beauty are the only things you can't live without. After a series of intense operations by Tao Chu Chu, a rich lunch was finally ready. "Rhetoric, the rice is ready. Boss White," Tao Chu Chu bellowed. Bai Zai immediately took action, using his virtual shadow to pick up the back of Tao Rui's neck. "Little Tao Tai, I'm sorry, I'm not the boss now, and I can't disobey the words of my sister Sama." Tao Rui struggled for a bit, didn't break free, glanced sideways to see whose sinful hand. Wasn't that one of the ingredients she just threw in that didn't work? How dare you tackle her, man? She'll have a good fight when she's had enough. That's right, with food in front of him, what gourmand would put down a good meal to fight with the ingredients? "Get off me, I want to eat." A fierce tone of voice, trying to shock the other. "If you don't let go, she's going to get real, and don't think she can't fight." Tao Chu Chu took over the back of her good sister's neck and lowered her head warmly and tenderly. "Will resignation still drink behind my sister's back in the future? Next time for sure." The mouth was hard. Tao Chu Chu forehead veins jumping. Drink some wine is actually nothing. After all, resignation is also an adult, but a drink to get things this point. Very should not. Hurting her fellow man was even more wrong, and she would have to make Rhetoric realize that this was a problem before she could do anything about it. In this way, Tao Chu Chu was ruthless not to look at her good sister's pitiful little face where tears began to gather because she couldn't eat. Oh, sister actually does not let her eat. Sister does not hurt her. After drinking, the little Tao Tai instinct slowly revived. Eyes and heart only eat food. Sister said what? That she is not a word into the brain. Bai Zai, who noticed something wrong in time, stopped Tao Chu Chu's educational action in time. "Chu Chu, quick, let resignation eat. She's going to lose control." Tao Chu Chu was worried and agitated, and her hand automatically loosened Tao's resignation. As soon as she got free, Tao Ruizi immediately jumped on top of the delicious food her sister had made. That smells good. It's drunken prawns, and wine-steamed scallops, fragrant wine-stewed chicken, stewed pig, stewed rabbit, and chili rabbit head. Hu Ming looked at it and was shocked to realize that something was not right. Not right, Chu Chu. The strength of Rhetoric's wine has only dissipated a little bit, and the cooking that you did, wasn't it still done on the basis of wine? Then wouldn't resignation be? After saying that, Frightened immediately turned around and ran wildly in the direction of the mountain, not forgetting to piggyback on the wild ginseng that was shocked by Tao Ruizi's meal size and frozen place. "Koyama, you're kinda nice." Hu Ming, who was running for his life, "Don't talk about it, I'm exhausted from running. Why don't you give me some ginseng too? Not too much, just one will do." "Wild ginseng. Yuck, I knew you were up to no good." Craving for my ginseng whiskers. Lowly, Tao Chu Chu, who was barely able to keep a smile on her face as she watched Hu Ming's faraway disappearance. "Careless, I forgot that the meal I made also had alcohol in it." Since Hu Ming and Xiaoshan, who were recognized by Rhetoric as ingredients, have both run away, there should be no danger. Right, and Rhetoric eats it, so he eats it. Boss Bai. This instinctive resignation that she can't control when she's hungry. I'm worried that it will become her weakness in the future. I think maybe the people around her are more to worry about. Turn around, the training camp of mine can add one more course to strengthen the speed of escape. At least when resignation goes berserk, one of you can secure your own life, right? You have a point. Bai Zai, Chu Chu. After all, Rhetoric is not an ordinary human. You can use the rules of the human world to teach her, but Rhetoric will not be completely detached from her instincts. After all, in the ancient era, Tao Tai survived to dominate by virtue of his instincts.
We only need to make sure that we can make rhetoric have right and wrong in her heart, and that she can firmly guard the rules and regulations of the human world and the moral bottom line.
So that will be enough. Any more than that, and it would be counterproductive, allowing her to restrain her powers, instead of exposing her and those around her to darkness and harm. Finishing the above words with a serious face, Bai Zai laughed and eased the atmosphere. Besides, it's more important for us to think about how we can help resignation dissipate the effects of the alcohol now. According to my observation, after she eats her fill, she may be satiated, and think about that. Choo-choo, you just sacrifice a little bit. After all, I can't do much with the appearance of a tiny little person right now. Tao Choo-choo didn't reflect on what Bai Zai meant by that for a moment, and just subconsciously looked at her good sister. Well, the resignation is drying out obediently. There's nothing unusual about it. Before the thought was withdrawn from her mind, Tao Choo-choo saw resignation insatiably stuffing the last bite of chicken into her mouth, happily wiping her mouth with a small handkerchief before turning her head and staring at her with a thievish face. Tao Choo-choo instantly scalp numb. This eyes, this expression, let her instantly dream back to the first day she just arrived at Tao family. Resignation look at her. The subsequent action of that eye is, Tao Choo-choo panicked to look at Bai Zai, trying to seek help. The result is only to see the other side of a closed tail. Good guy, this person is squatting on the tree bird's nest again, and this time, he also used the bird's hair to put on his own head. Boss White, you pitiful bastard. Beauty sister. Sticky Tao Ruizi small expression greasy. Small hand holding her sister's hand. A love, addicted to the beauty incense cannot pull themselves out of the prodigal son action. Hu Ming and the wild mountain ginseng waited for a long time at the bottom of the mountain, and when they saw Tao Choo-choo's figure, the one man and the one ginseng were the ones who saw such a sight. Tao Ruizi a whole or directly hanging to Tao Choo-choo's back, side of the small face intoxicated buried in her sister's shoulders. The whole person exudes a immersed, who come to disturb who hit atmosphere. Along the way don't know how many times pick off salty pig hands are unsuccessful. Tao Choo-choo, full of numbness. Si Hu Ming and Xiao Shan also said in a light tone, don't look at it, and then after a while resignation of the alcohol will be dispersed more or less. Won't eat you guys. Let's go. Bai Zai lead the way. Went to find medicine. Bai Zai. As for that, Boss Bai doesn't even shout. Tao Choo-choo a cold knife flew over. Ha, still dare to mention. Change you to try resignation sticky. Bai Zai raised his hands in surrender. Okay, you're the older sister. You're the biggest. Bai Zai squatted on Tao Choo-choo's shoulder, pointing in the direction to lead the way while quietly saying to Tao Choo-choo, actually, you know right, resignation won't really lay down a hard hand to do bad things even if it's affected by alcohol. So what? My sister, I naturally have confidence. On the contrary, I really want to know who the person who can teach her to keep her heart so well is. Bai Zai stopped talking. For some reason, ever since he was injured, some vague scenes would appear in his dreams from time to time, and there was only one thing he could confirm, and that was that both he and the little Tao Tai were in them. Unfortunately, the scene never becomes clear. There's no hurry, it's natural in heaven. Sooner or later, we'll know what we need to know. Right now, they had finally arrived at the destination of this trip, the Cave of Heavenly Bliss. Chapter 117 Mushroom Casserole, do you want to eat it? This is the Cave of Heavenly Bliss? Hu Ming exclaimed. It's simply the creator's favorite. The Peach Blossom Garden is nothing more than that. It was rare for Tao Choo-choo to agree with Hu Ming's words. Indeed, this place had beautiful mountains and dense vegetation, and although she couldn't tell if the aura was abundant or not, the air here smelled soothing and refreshing. Can't wait to settle here. White Zephyr shook his head. The more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. And don't you guys forget that. Tao Choo-choo nodded her head with a serious expression. Indeed, with so many dangers appearing before, we can't afford to be careless at the last moment. Hu Ming, so, where is the entrance to the cave? Tao Rui, who was lying on Tao Choo-choo's back, had come to his senses under the impact of the aura of this place. Leaping down, he took a big deep breath and stretched his waist. Sister, Boss Bai, this place is also too comfortable. Such a good place. Boss White, why don't you bring me here earlier? Stay for so 10 days and half a month. My strength must be greatly improved. Hu Ming cheerfully came over to him. Xiao Ruizi, you can finally wake up. When you got drunk, Xiao Shan and I almost lost it. So, you know, it's only right to make up for it, right? The wild mountain ginseng also looked at Tao Jiqi with an expectant face. Tao resigned to shock. I want to eat your heart's true thoughts exposed? Will not. I hide very deep. One person and one ginseng immediately smile disappeared. Expressionless turn around. Walk without even bring back to look at Xiong resignation. Tao Choo-choo wore a smile on her face. Alright, stop it. Boss Bai. Where's the entrance? Complex and precise runes emerged in Bai Zai's hands.
This is only the periphery of the Cave of Heavenly Blessings. The real Cave of Heavenly Blessings is protected by a magnetic field. To use the words of the past, it is a closed small world that is not visible to the naked eye of outsiders. Later, I'll open the entrance and you'll enter right away, because the entrance closes in 3 seconds. Yes, in unison. The glow of the runes in Baize's hand was strong to the top. Open, now. Tao Rui immediately took his sister in his left hand and Hu Ming in his right hand, squatting Wild Ginseng on his left shoulder and White Zephyr on his right shoulder, and accelerated his speed to rush into the entrance doorway. True Tao dragged boat taunting resignation. It couldn't be helped that she was the fastest of the fine young men present. Now that we're all in, Boss White, where is the thing that can heal you? Hu Ming looked east and west and froze, not realizing any particularly powerful treasures. It just seems like there are so many mushrooms here, not only in quantity, but in variety. Not bad for a spring city. Nice characteristic vegetation. It's hard to tell the poisonous from the non-poisonous. Toxic fly umbrella, yellow boletus, white boletus, milky slurry, snow mushrooms, chicken longitudinal mushrooms, green head mushrooms, grain ripening mushrooms, white onions, chanterelles, coral mushrooms, sea hand green, and cordial filamentous membranes mushrooms that he could recognize. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such a purple mushroom. Tao Ruizi was unusually excited. His eyes were glowing. You have to carefully identify before eating. Some purple mushrooms can be eaten, some with highly poisonous. Little rhetorical resignation, you don't mess around. Hu Ming was scared out of cold sweat. Tao Ruizi, well, even though she wouldn't die from eating anything, who was so worried about her, she'd give him a face. Hu Ming saw Tao Ruizi nodded, although it was a little perfunctory, but it also showed that little Ruizi listened to a little bit of his words. Right, and that reassured him a little. Everyone be careful. I've been here before. Back then there wasn't the complex composition of auras that there is now. I'm afraid that many new sentient creatures have been born. Baize carefully instructed. What I'm looking for is the weathered phoenix egg. Yeah, phoenix eggs. Weathered? Tao Ruizi was puzzled. What good is it if it's all weathered? Baize smiled without saying anything. In this era of aura scarcity, it was at least enough to be a medicine guide for his injuries, drawing on the phoenix's power of nirvana to fuse other medicinal properties, thus allowing him to fully recover. As soon as Tao Ruyue saw that expression on Baize's face, she couldn't help but skim her mouth. Shay, don't say it. Just don't say it. Start acting like a pretender again. The white zephyrs of both the divine and earthly realms are all one and the same bird. Then what are we waiting for? Let's all start moving and grab what we can find. Hu Ming grinned broadly and took big steps towards the front. The change came out of nowhere. Mycelium from all sides with very fast speed to the crowd. Instantly will become a net, surrounded by the situation. Tao Chu Chu, it's those mushrooms on the ground firing out. As soon as the words left his mouth, he hastily dodged to avoid the attacks of several mycelium thunderbolts. Hu Ming, you're more familiar with these mushroom types than us. What are your thoughts on how to break through them? Toughly weaving and dodging the thousands of mycelium attacks, Tao Chu Chu finally got a little closer to Hu Ming, and used all her strength to get her voice through. Damn! This web of mycelium has a certain sound isolating effect. Chu Chu, you quickly hit the medicine that inhibits the neurotoxin. I've tried it. The mycelium emitted from a poisonous mushroom is poisonous. The mushroom itself is non-toxic. That emitted mycelium is just fast enough to cut a person's skin. Hu Ming was likewise yelling super hard. Tao Chu Chu, who received the message, decisively found a gap time to give herself timely prevention. Help! It was Sayama's voice. The crowd looked for the sound. The small wild ginseng has been tightly wrapped by the mycelium. Almost cannot see the whole body of the ginseng. I'm coming. Compared to everyone else's wretchedness, Tao Ruizi was clearly swimming with ease. To deal with these mycelium means, Tao Ruizi said, very simple, is to come a grab a stuffed mouth. Rely on eat open a road. Tao Ruizi stomped backward and popped out at speed like a small firecracker charging into the sky. Bullying my little brother. It's time for you to die. Tao Ruizi stopped in mid-air stagnation. 5 fingers into claws. Fiercely to the entanglement of wild ginseng mycelium scratched down. A golden light-out eye claw appeared along with Tao Ruizi's action appeared. Instantly shattered open the entanglement of the mycelium. I'm saved. The wild ginseng looked gratefully at his Taosu's sister. Following Sister Tao's good Sister Lord and Sister Taos don't know how many times they have both saved it. Little rhetoric. Why don't you help me and your sister too? Hu Ming, who had just been sneak attacked by the mycelium, causing a large hole to break in his pants, was frantic. Tao Ruizi immediately answered. Coming Tai Z guys. Both claws scratched out at the same time, and 2 golden light-out eye claws that were even more gigantic than the wild ginseng they had just saved were revealed, tearing apart all the mycelium on the scene with monstrous momentum. After the mycelium was wiped out, Chu Chu and Hu Ming obviously breathed a huge sigh of relief.
Tao Ruizi felt as if something was missing, looked around. His brain was full of question marks. Where is Bai Xiaozi? It won't be eaten by the mycelium, right? Here. The voice of Bai Zhe came from the ground, and as the crowd followed the sound, a large, already boiled pot had been set up. Rhetoric. Do you want to eat the mixed mushroom casserole? Chapter 118 Changes. Hu Ming's crisis. Eat, eat, eat. Tao Rui quickly took her place, sitting on the small sitting stool that Bai Zhe had prepared, both hands obediently placed on her knees, completely unable to see that the person who was ferociously fighting against the enemy a moment before was her. Tao Chu Chu. Boss Bai. You and yen and hashtag %. I can't believe I prepared a small sitting stool for Rhetoric. They fought to the death against the mycelium, and you actually prepared the food in a nice way. White Zephyr, who noticed Chu Chu's inner activities, tilted up a face that had become smaller and was still invincibly handsome, and made an expression of a small white flower that was watering. What's wrong, sister? Is it because White Zephyr didn't do anything right? Resignation and you guys are all tired from fighting. Isn't it good to eat some enemy fungus to replenish your body? Tao Chu Chu's forehead veins rippled. With a swing of his fist, he wanted to make a move, was rushed to Hu Ming blocked the waist to hold. Calm. Resignation has food is good. Good thing Chu Chu. Calm. Moreover, we cannot beat the white boss. It will also be misunderstood by resignation. So you can't be tough against the green tea version of Boss White. It makes sense. Tao Chu Chu walked away 3 steps to calm her mood, came back to see the attentive cooking soup by Zhe. The gas still does not hit one place. How could she meet such a dog's boss? Heart and eyes are only with the front of the mushroom pot of Tao Rui resignation. Completely do not know her sister and White Zhe between the dark current surging. Sparks, why isn't it ready yet? Impatiently, she prodded. It had been 5 minutes. Was a mixed mushroom casserole so difficult? If Zhang Ma were here right now, 5 minutes would be enough to make her 2 dishes and a soup. The White Zephyr who was stabbed by the little Tao Tai stiffened his smile for a moment, coming to a place with abundant aura. Although it could ease his injuries, the ability to listen to the voice of the heart also recovered a good deal with it, and because his injuries had not fully recovered, instead it was not quite under his control yet. Right now, for example, he was hearing the tirade he didn't want to hear from the little Tao Tai. It's not cooked a little bit so it doesn't look like the last time. Tao Rui nodded her head, then spoke. But sister and the girls have just taken the antidote in order to avoid the harm of the fungus. So doesn't that mean they don't have to worry about being poisoned by eating it? Tao Chu Chu cool. Really have to be her good sister shot. See the white boss face constipated look. Her heart is really smooth. Okay. Now you can eat. Shirazawa was helpless as the cooked mixed mushroom casserole was placed on the pot and he distributed the bowls to everyone. Tao Rui was the first to start eating, instantly driving the eating speed of the rest of the people, including the wild mountain ginseng who was shocked at first but now well adjusted, even at a speed far exceeding Hu Ming's. Burp. Really energizing. All the mushrooms here taste more fragrant and sweet than the ones outside. Hu Ming wiped his mouth in satisfaction. After eating their fill, several people all lay down on the ground, squinting comfortably and drifting off to sleep. Tao Chu Chu vaguely feel wrong. Usually eat how full have never appeared after meals sleepy situation. How even resignation are a very sleepy, immediately about to fall asleep look. A string in the brain abruptly taut. Tao Chu Chu forced himself to fight, took out the oxygen absorbing equipment and breathed violently a few mouths. The mind instantly clear a lot. The surrounding area is no longer the sunny, bird-speaking, flower-scented peach blossom model that we just saw. The head is cloudy, the surrounding cloudy wind gusts, and it always feels like it's being stared at by something. Tao Chu Chu a mouthful of oxygen to Tao Ruizi exhale on. No reaction? Try Boss White. Boss White is awake. But what's the point of waking up with this shrunken version of Boss White who is still seriously injured? In desperation, Tao Chu Chu said loudly in her good sister's ear. Tao Rui, someone stole your treasured tang snake meat. Who? A carp jumped up. Tao Ruizi's eyes were clear, even burning with rage. Tao Chu Chu, who had narrowly escaped the headbutt of her own good sister, dropped her heart. Good. The strongest combatant on her side was normal. Everyone's safety was at least guaranteed. Tao Rui, still immersed in anger, stomped her foot, and the huge golden light Tao Dai phantom appeared from behind her and sprinted out, standing in midair and looking down on the crowd. Find me, who's up to no good? At Tao Rui's command, the golden light phantom suddenly looked up to the sky, and a burst of manifested golden light shockwaves dispersed in all directions. For a moment birds and animals screamed and flew in all directions. You villains, how dare you come here to act recklessly? A huge tree face appeared above the crowd. You guys, damn it! As the voice fell, swamps of varying sizes appeared around the ground where the crowd was. Retreat, retreat, retreat! Tao Chu Chu took 3 sharp steps back to avoid the swamp range. Although Bai Zhe's face was calm, he was starting to get anxious inside. This tree was not a spirit.
It was just a defense and attack means shown by a spell formation left behind by an unknown person. He and Rhetoric could protect themselves, but he could not guarantee the safety of Chu Chu and Hu Ming. The current development of things had already exceeded what he had expected. Chu Chu, Hu Ming, I'll open the formation with all my might. You guys go out first. There's resignation to help me find medicine, so feel free to rest assured. Good. Dryly winning. Both of them knew that this kind of inhuman tactic was not something they could intervene and solve now, so they might as well simply quit and let Resignation and Boss White have no worries. Eat my fist. Up above, Tao Rui and the Golden Light Tao Tai Dharma phase swung their fists out at the same time, their powerful attacks forcing the opponent to retreat back and forth. It also gave White Zephyr an opportunity to open the loophole in the spell formation. Annoyed at being repelled, Treeface accelerates the formation of a new swamp on the ground and increases the size of the original swamp. Tao Chu Chu and Hu Ming were about to jump out when they had just leaped up and a swamp formed under their feet. In a flash of lightning, Hu Ming rolled over to face Tao Rui with a handsome smile. Chu Chu, you have to believe that Rui can save me. After saying that, using himself as a pedal, he pushed upward with both hands, so that Tao Chu Chu's right foot could use the force to step out. Tao Chu Chu, who hadn't reacted to Hu Ming's movements at all, followed Hu Ming's movements and managed to go out just like that. And Hu Ming fell down that way powerlessly, completely swallowed by the swamp, with no vengeance or resentment on his face, only peace and contentment. No, Tao Chu Chu stood unbelievably frozen at the entrance of the cave of heavenly bliss, her mind replaying over and over again what Hu Ming had just sacrificed his life to save her, and Hu Ming's satisfied smile lingering in her mind. No, she couldn't panic now. Just because a swamp can suck out a person's essence and corrode their flesh doesn't mean it can't be saved. Tao Chu Chu immediately contacted Zhou Wunyang and asked her to send elite rescuers over. There are quite a few spirits here, so there must be something that can help. She fished out the wild mountain ginseng in her pocket. Xiao Shan, there's no time to lose. Immediately take me to find an elixir that can cure my injuries with the best effect. Good. This way. The wild ginseng nodded its head. It would definitely try its best to help Sister Sama get the people back. Chapter 119. Did it enter again? Sister Sama. This way, quick. The wild mountain ginseng anxiously pointed out the direction for Tao Chu Chu. Roger. Tao Chu Chu, who was speeding through the bushes, made a sharp break and immediately reversed her direction to attack on the other side. Since watching Hu Ming fall into the swamp, Tao Chu Chu had not slept a minute, and the moment her eyes closed was the image of Hu Ming's sacrifice before her eyes. In all the years of going on missions, there hadn't been a single time when the sacrifice of a teammate hadn't been seared into the back of her mind. This time, she would never let such a thing happen again. She would definitely find the elixir to save Hu Ming. Now she and wild ginseng are after a bishin grass, which wild ginseng says nourishes the body, and she must capture it. Hey! Tao Chu Chu borrowed the cane and flew over. A borrowed kick to the tree trunk, landing handsomely on half a knee. Bishin grass retreated back and forth in terror. It dripped off. These humans are too scary. As a result, the ginseng whiskers were wrapped around his body and he was unable to move. Can't imagine. Let's just say that a grass like you doesn't have the intelligence of a ginseng like me. Sister Sama is only in the front to intercept your escape. The person who is really in charge of catching you is me in the back. Yo! Tao Chu Chu sharply put the bishin grass into her backpack. Don't get carried away. We've only found so many 2 or 3 herbs, and we don't know exactly how many of them can be used. Tao Chu Chu looked at the message sent by Zhou Wunyang with a heartbreaking look. The doctor who can save people can't get there now. He's still on his way. We'd better hurry up and find some really powerful elixirs. The wild ginseng nodded its head furiously with a Don't worry, Sister Sama. Let's continue on ahead. I feel that there is a particularly powerful spirit medicine with a particularly powerful aura hidden not far ahead. It's just that. Sister, do you want to take a rest? In order to catch the spirit medicine, you have quite a few wounds on your body, and you haven't rested. I'm afraid that before Brother Hu Ming can be saved, you'll fall down first. Tao Chu Chu waved her hand indifferently, holding a bandage in her mouth and treating her wound with one hand. No harm done. Let's go. When he finished, he put the wild ginseng on his shoulder and commanded, hold on tight. Then he ran forward at full speed. Just as Tao Chu Chu was running with all her might, the wild mountain ginseng suddenly called out sharply to stop. Stop. What's wrong? Tao Chu Chu was puzzled, but immediately followed the advice and stopped sharply. As soon as the words fell, a severed hair of Tao Chu Chu slowly floated down from in front of her. His Tao Chu Chu sucked in a breath of cool air. What's going on? The wild ginseng scratched its head with its ginseng whiskers. I don't know. I just felt that this place was strange and dangerous, so I made you stop. Sister Sama, wealthy and dangerous. This also shows that we've found the right place. You're right. Just how are we going to get past this dangerous barrier? Tao Chu Chu pondered in place for a while and saw on her hand the Tao Tai totem that Resignation had drawn for her earlier.
I still remembered that at that time. Rhetoric said that this was a more advanced painting method than the others, and used her unique golden light to brand it on. I don't know if it would work on this barrier. Try it, maybe. After all, everything in this cavernous place was beyond the pale, and her rhetoric had always been king when it came to things that were beyond the pale. Tao Chu Chu pasted the Tao Tai brand on his hand onto the invisible barrier in front of him. Wild Ginseng screams, "Sister, don't kill yourself. What are you doing?" In the split second when it was pasted on, the Tao Tai totem emitted a blinding golden light. Tao Chu Chu and Wild Ginseng could not resist and covered their eyes, feeling that when the golden light dispersed, Tao Chu Chu only then put down the hand that was covering her eyes. Tao Chu Chu let out a shocked exclamation. It really worked. The scene after this barrier shattered was actually completely different from the warmth and spring that he had seen when he entered before. The ice and snow were spectacularly white. So, was this a mistake for her to find another entrance and enter the cave again? Chapter 120, Whoever harms my loved ones and teammates will be executed. Sha Shan, do you think we're entering the cave of heaven once again? I feel like yes, except this side might be the other half. The place I entered before was warm, but this side is cold and icy. Yin and yang harmonize, cold and warm. I think it's very likely that this is the other half of the place. Yo, Tao Chu Chu took out the warmth equipment from her backpack and dressed up. She also took out a small heat-generating warmth pouch. Xiao Shan, you go in. You were living in a warm environment before. I think you might not be able to adapt to this cold polar environment. Boing boing, Sister Sama is treating it well. It's not going to be uncomfortable with the snow and ice, but it's certainly not going to let her down. After Tao Chu Chu watched the wild ginseng happily pop into the bag, he received it into the top pocket in front of his heart and put it away, making it easy for the wild ginseng to show its head. In any case, coming in is always better than being outside, and we'll be able to give the medicine directly to Hu Ming once we find it. I also don't know how Resignation and Boss Bai are doing now. Tao Chu Chu struggled to hold the handlebar and stepped into the snow with one foot. The snow was too deep. The walking speed directly dropped a lot. Sister Lord, don't worry. Sister Tao, she is invincible. That's right. Even though our little wild ginseng has been abused by Tao Rui so many times, but in his heart he is still a diehard fan. Rui blew the actual hammer. Shoo! Something snow white and transparent flashed past them. What was that? A man and a ginseng looked at each other in shock. Could it be the elixir they were looking for? Who are you? Tao Chu Chu shouted out as hard as she could, hoping that whatever had just flashed by would stop and give some response. And who are you? Cute, 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 milky voice. Is the other person still very young? I'm Tao Chu Chu. I have a friend who's sick, and I'm trying to find a way to cure him. Tao Chu Chu looked around when she finished speaking, and suddenly a snow-white glowing thing disliked her face. Wild Mountain Ginseng silently pulled out Tao Chu Chu's device, filming and recording this scene of Tao Chu Chu's cockeye because he was too serious about trying to see what the other side was. I even admired it for a second after shooting it. The beauty of my sister Sama is really unrivaled, and her doe eyes are looking good. Wait, isn't that a snow lotus? Wild Ginseng looked at the photo and suddenly reacted with a whoa. Catch! Tao Chu Chu immediately stopped obsessing about seeing the other party and reached out to grab the other party. As a result, the other party's speed was faster than they even thought, and flew away with a swoosh. You guys are really bad guys who want to capture me too. Not playing with you guys anymore. Turning around, they flew towards the depths of the snow. Don't let it escape, sister. With it here, even if Brother Hu Ming's flesh is corroded by the swamp to the point where a piece of flesh is gone, this snow lotus can flesh white bones with just a piece of flower braid. Brother Hu Ming is definitely saved. Tao Chu Chu was in full pursuit and did not answer the voice, only that the speed of his feet accelerated a lot more. Snow Lotus ran for a while and stopped to look back. Ha! This human is so persistent. By all rights, it's so hard to walk through the snow. She should have hurt her feet. How can she still chase it? Tao Chu Chu took advantage of the fact that Xue Lian had stopped to look at the situation and boosted her speed again, shortening the distance between them by much more. Sheridan, what's with the sudden onslaught of crisis? No, it had to run seriously or it really got caught up. Just wanted to turn around and run. Tao Chu Chu took a weapon and sprayed out a bullet, which abruptly morphed into a large net when it approached the snow lotus in the air and tightly clasped the snow lotus. Sheridan, treacherous human. Not good. The snow lotus has a backstroke. A smile just surfaced on Tao Chu Chu's face, intending to go forward to collect the snow lotus, only to be reminded of the danger by the wild ginseng before he could even get close. The snowflakes mixing with the wind in the air under the snowdrops swirled rapidly into a small tornado that swept the snowdrops away with the net in one piece. Chase! Tao Chu Chu immediately followed. The speed of that snowflake tornado was too fast, and the walking path was extremely unstable. Tao Chu Chu followed for a long time, and couldn't care less about paying attention to the surroundings. Amidst the screams of the wild ginseng, Tao Chu made a leap and finally grabbed the snow lotus in the tornado, but at the same time stepped on a foot and fell straight down a 10,000 feet cliff. Other side, White Zephyr had no time to spare his energy when he opened the exit, and when he saw Hu Ming fall into the swamp, he was anxious to use his spiritual power to try to rescue him, but he was one step too late, and Hu Ming was eventually swallowed up by the swamp. Resignation. Bai Zai turned back to the sky and shouted, "I am." Tao Rui also saw what was happening. His hair flared in anger, his aura surged around him, his eyes glowing with a red light that was even more regal than before, and he swooped down from the air with an irresistible momentum. The second before he was about to enter the swamp that swallowed Hu Ming, the golden light Tao Dai Phantom automatically wrapped itself around Tao Ruizi's mortal body, and just like that, he threw himself into the net and rushed into the swamp. It's still a bit slimy in here, kind of like spuds. Tao Ruizi moved twice in the swamp, and found that his ability to move around was confined to a huge part of his body. Annoying, Hu Ming wouldn't really be gone, would he? That's not good. Their Tao Tai clan is very righteous, not really, but Xiao Rui is. They can't let anything happen to their own teammates. Besides, if Hu Ming, who sacrificed himself for her sister, were to really die, her sister wouldn't die of sadness. For the sake of her sister, for the sake of Homan, she has to cheer. After Tao Rui strengthened his conviction for a moment, he immediately gave up on the idea of eating the entire swamp. All laws are added to my body. Rise. Once the mantra was recited, the little Tao Tai said that she could do it again. After flinging her arms and legs in the swamp, Tao Rui separated into dozens of tiny golden light Tao Tai phantoms and raised her arms. Go, find me, his grandfather. This broken swamp is actually so big. Obviously she came in towards the same place. How come Hu was gone? After dozens of small golden lights flew out, Tao Rui himself grabbed and searched for them, and in a short while, a small golden light phantom in the northwest direction sent a message. Stick! Finally found it! Tao Ruizi accelerated and dashed a path through the swamp to speed forward to reach his destination. This, Tao Rui, who had found Hu Ming, was a bit flustered. This, what to do? How Hu was corroded body, not a few pieces of good meat. This is too fast. That good-looking face is only half of the face in. Are you still alive at this level? Tao Ruizi was nervous and afraid to go up, and used the power of Tao Tai to wander around Hu Ming's whole body to check his breath, and found that there was still breath of life, and then used the power of Tao Tai to protect his heart at the first time. Fortunately, the heart vein is there. It can be saved, and with so many talents from White Zephyr and the authority, they must have a way. Not daring to delay, Tao Rui commanded the tiny golden light Tao Tai phantoms to protect Hu Ming, and she opened the way. The rise was so fast that it caused the marsh to actually turn over. White Zephyr waited anxiously outside the swamp, finally sensing the breath of the two when Tao Rui and the others were almost close to the surface of the swamp. The big stone in his heart was finally put down. Hu Dash cracked the air. Tao Rui brought Hu Ming back to Bai Zai and carefully put Hu Ming down. Boss Bai, what should we do now? Tao Rui had just asked these words, and before Bai Zai could answer, an unknown object suddenly fell from the sky. It was also accompanied by voices that sounded familiar to them. It's Sha Shan. Tao Rui looked up in surprise. It must have been her sister that fell. With a forceful stomp, the little cannonball Tao Ruizi rushed up into the sky and received her sister in a perfectly elegant princess hug position. Tao Chu, who thought she was going to die on the spot, opened her eyes and was pleasantly surprised when she felt a strong familiar aura. Quiz. It's me, sis. You're safe. Tao Ruizi accelerated back to the ground and set her sister down. Sister, how did you come in again? Why are the wounds on your body so serious? Coming out from the surprised and happy emotions of just seeing her sister, Tao Rui immediately discovered the unusualness of her sister's body. There were surprisingly dozens of large and small wounds. Who hurt you? I'm going to take it out on you. Resignation. Don't panic. Take a look at Hu Ming first. Tao Chu, who was sure that her sister was fine, hurriedly took out the spirit medicines she had picked. Boss Bai, see which ones can be used? After checking Hu Ming's body, Tao Chu forced back the tears in her eyes. Fortunately, the person is not dead. Everything is hopeful. White Zephyr, Snow Lotus, did you guys go to the other side of the cavernous blessed land and came in from there? The level of danger over there is even higher than here. Chu, I really admire you this time. These are all useful for Hu Ming, especially the Snow Lotus. Resignation. You go ahead and deal with these swamps and giant trees that keep attacking around you. Chu, you go ahead and heal yourself. I'll give these herbs to Hu Ming first. When we get out, Zhou Erlang has the ability to heal Hu Ming. Good. The two men responded. Tao Rui no longer reserve. Flying into the air. Will Tao Tai power full release. The huge Tao Tai phantom of golden light appeared. Even more than the huge tree that covers the sky momentum. Harming my sister. Harming my Hu. I should have wiped out all of you from the start. Not a single one of you. The first one is you. The big ugly tree that can't match my family's fortune tree in a single leaf.
Tao Rui pointed forward with her right hand.
Execute. Leaning up to the sky and hissing, the 4 claws of the Taotai Dharma phase plowed the ground, and then violently sprinted out,
destroying 2/3 of that giant tree with just one claw. Seemingly embarrassed that his attack went wrong,
the phantom looked back at Tao Ruizi, and was poked by Tao Ruizi with a finger in the air, immediately turned back, rushed over even more fiercely, opened its bloody mouth, and ate the rest of the tree form with a whoa.
The swamp on the ground slowly disappeared with it.
For a moment, silence returned to the surroundings.
Tao Rui returned to the ground from the air and touched his small stomach.
Not to mention, it tasted okay,
like the flavor of green salad.
Boss White, how's who? Chapter 121, The Blinding Little Bald Head Was Born. Bai Zhe frowned.
I wanted to let Hu Ming take the medicine, but his body is all damaged like this,
so he can't take the medicine at all. Tao Ruiji, huh? You can't take medicine, so how can you save it? Tao Chu Chu rubbed her brow.
The successive physical exertion made her a bit tired. Boss Bai superimposed his ability on top of your original Tao Dai power,
so Hu Ming's vitality has been strengthened,
and his life is safe for the time being. Now is the time to let Hu Ming absorb the snow lotus first,
and through its healing ability, let his flesh return to normal before using the other medicines, or else it won't last until Zhou Erlang arrives for treatment.
Got it, Tao Rui stated. It's just that this snow lotus doesn't cooperate, right? If it doesn't cooperate, just beat it.
Don't hurt the snow lotus too much.
Bai Zhe sensed that the little Tao Tai was about to use violence and hurriedly stopped it. This place is divided into 2 parts, with the phoenix egg and the snow lotus as their respective cores. Right now, I'm too much due to using my abilities. If both of their energies are out of balance, I won't be able to balance the entire cave of heavenly bliss.
Oh, Tao Rui nodded plausibly.
White Zephyr.
Blanche, whether you understand or not Tao Ruiji, the power of the snow lotus is not on the line?
Then where?
Not in
Sis, where's Sheridan?
Here.
Tao Chu Chu had just pulled out the snow lotus as well as the net that trapped it from her backpack.
Just saw the sun.
The snow lotus in the net of deadly struggle. Left burst right burst.
Tao Chu Chu for a moment actually some offhand. So skinny?
Tao Rui grabbed the snow lotus and, ignoring its screams, pulled off most of the petals and stuffed them into his mouth.
Gulp and it slid down his throat.
Sheridan.
Tao Chu Chu.
Eat it. White Zephyr.
I knew it.
They are jealous of you.
But I will not.
Little snow lotus. Now you are not the only one who has the power of the snow lotus to maintain the balance here.
Tao Rui had a villainous look on his face,
pinching the snow lotus in his hand sometimes forcefully and sometimes gently,
just like playing with Play-Doh. Now, immediately, voluntarily hand over a petal, or I will eat you whole and sacrifice you. Is it drop a few petals or a whole flower life do not want? You will not choose? Don't think I don't know you flower harden. The petals will be able to grow again, right? Your petals and the ginseng whiskers of the hill are the same as human hair, so why do you look like you'd rather die than give in? Shuelian, then I'll shave off your hair. Can you accept that? People are very beautiful. No hair, rather die. What? Shave and you give? Tao Ruizi got serious. Shuelian, right. If you dare to shave your head, I'll give you, not to mention a slice, as much as you want. Ominous premonition instantly surged Tao Chu Chu heart. Will not her good sister really want to shave her hair, right? What's up with that stupid and vaguely hyper-expectant little look in Rhetoric's eyes? In a flash, Tao Chu Chu recalled the time when she followed Tao's mother to watch TV before, and Resignation was very interested in the bald look on TV. At that time, the Resignation said that I think it is very cool and personalized, but also can save the trouble of washing hair. And then by the mother of Tao threatened to dare to shave the head, then eat 100 days of vegetarianism. The move forced to suppress the attempt of the small hand. Tao Chu Chu had just returned to her senses when she saw Bai Zhe's shocked face, and the little man jumped up in a hurry. Tao Chu Chu was shocked and hurriedly looked at her good sister, and sure enough Tao Rui pulled out a razor and was heading for her head. Hands up. A brand new little bald head was born. Tao Ruizi took out the mirror, satisfied with the mirror to appreciate. Not worthy of her bald head modeling really is also good looking extremely Silence, a collective silence fell around them. Whether they were people or flowers or ginsengs, Snow Lotus sharply tore off a petal and threw it to Tao Rui, his voice as if he looked away, bland with a bit of numbness and also a bit of admiration. The petal you want? Well, I'm going back. Can I trouble you which one of you to throw me back to the place where I came from? Tao resigned to hurry to the hand of the Snow Lotus petals thrown to the white Ze. Joyful up, small Snow Lotus, give all give, and then give a few pieces of I good spare. Shocked by this person's shamelessness, Shuelian just wanted to open her mouth to spray. Then she saw Tao Rui's clean, bright and piercingly bright little bald head,
and she held back any words, leaving only one sentence and 3 petals. Here you go. No more. Bugger this one. It goes back and I don't know how long it's going to take to raise it. Tao Rui hurriedly took it and told her sister to keep it well, and she would make it into a medicinal meal for her family later on. With the large portion of the snow lotus she had just eaten, she dared to say that the effects of the snow lotus were absolutely fidelity. Hurry up and send me back. Snow Lotus impatiently urged a few times. It no longer wanted to see these sweeping troublemakers. Coming. Tao Rui held the Snow Lotus in her hand and assumed a discus throwing position. What do you say? Throw you straight up into the sky? That's right, to throw myself up to the highest point and break through the barrier so I can go home. Get ready. On the count of 3-0, Tao Rui threw an invincible hard spinning throw. 3. The Snow Lotus is like a shooting star from the ground, cutting through the sky, swooshed and disappeared. Just turned around and walked a few steps of Tao Ruizi suddenly feel wrong. Rubbed his nose. Hey, how do you feel? Someone scolded her. Not right. She recently can be obedient and well behaved. It must be a hallucination. Because he was thrown too hard by Tao Rui to fly over his head. He directly planted into the end of the snowy area and blew out a crater of Snow Lotus. Blanche. Tao Rui topped her little bald head and smiled heartlessly as she circled around Bai Zhe and her sister to see how to save Hu Ming. Tao Chu Chu thought for a moment. This was her own sister. She had to endure. Bai Zhe, however, held back for a bit, but couldn't help himself. Rhetoric. Why don't you move your head a bit first? It's too bright. We can't see where Hu Ming's mouth is. Oh. Crouching down to Hu Ming's side, Tao Rui took out the loot he had just scavenged after smashing the giant tree, all kinds of plants that he couldn't say the name of, and started eating them as snacks. It tastes crunchy, like potato chips. Collecting his thoughts, Bai Zhe concentrated on giving Hu Ming the Snow Lotus. As soon as the Snow Lotus was imported, Hu Ming's broken body began to repair itself. The 3 of them then stood at ease, quietly waiting for him to recover. Tao Ru, crunch, click. No way. Her sister's injuries haven't even recovered yet. Tao Rui sneaked a step or 2 back. Seeing that no one cares about her, she turned around and ran. She had to go and find her sister something to heal her injuries. White Zephyr. Silly Tao Tai. With such a bright bald head, it's hard to do anything without attracting attention, right? By the time Tao Rui returned from finding the medicine, Hu Ming's body was just about repaired. Tao Rui quickly poked the herb in her hand and stuffed it into her sister's mouth. Sister, you should eat it quickly, or else Hu Ming will wake up and see that you're injured and think that his sacrifice is useless. Tao Chu Chu obediently swallowed. Her good sister's peace of mind. How could she not eat it? Bai Zhe checked. Hu Ming's physical appearance is better, but the damage to his essence is too severe. He's now hanging on with Shangji herb and Niu Huang pill for now. Go back to Zhou Erlang and take over. Tao Chu Chu, Shingji grass. Niu Huang pills? Bai Zhe picked up the 2 in his hand. It's these 2. You picked them, you're not sure? Tao Chu Chu, Xiaoshan guided me. At that time was urgent. I didn't ask that much. Tao Rui, actually, I've never understood why the Shangji grass isn't called the broken chi grass. It's obvious that the Shangji grass sucks up vitality. Tao Chu Chu, Bai Zhe, calm down. That's why it has to be used together with the warm and nourishing Niu Huang pill. One fights poison with poison, and the other protects the heart chakra to supply energy. Tao Rui gave a sound. By Xiao Zhe. Then why are you still dawdling? Hurry up. Touching his own little bald head, Tao Ruizi felt that he was now simply going to be handsome and inflated. Chapter 122. It's not too much to make a snake soup, right? White Zephyr. Okay, you little baldy. How about you? Tao Rui immediately took 3 steps back. Or you come. Just kidding. If she goes on and wastes brother Hu Ming, what then? She's not an all-rounder. She's got a specialty. A tea time passed, and the injuries on Tao Chu Chu's body healed. 2 teas passed. Tao Rui ate all the delicious ones around, including not limited to all kinds of birds' nests, all kinds of bees' nests and so on. If Tao Chu Chu didn't demand that every race seed must be left behind, Tao Rui might want to eat this place to extinction. The little Tao Tia's face was all innocent. When the Tao Tai crosses the border, not a blade of grass grows. She's already done the math, not to mention the fact that she just picked the race that attacked them to eat. So at most it's payback for payback. So, when the hell will Bai Xiao Zhe get it right? Leaning up to the sky and letting out a long sigh, Tao Rui really felt bored now. Cough. You heartless little Tao Tai. I was already injured and performing this life-saving technique. It's good to be able to talk to you right now, but you're still rushing my progress, oh? White Zephyr's voice rang out abruptly, frightening Tao Rui, who was mentally spitting out whether White Zephyr was good or not, to jump up in place. I'm scared to death. Tao Chu Chu was overjoyed. Is this a success? Bai Zhe nodded. Don't worry, you're here to guard him. The nearby dangers have all been gotten rid of by rhetoric. You guys can rest assured here. The injuries on my body have worsened. I can't delay any longer.
Now Rhetoric and I will go out to get the phoenix egg. Don't worry, Tao Chu Chu solemnly nodded. Resignation. Be careful with everything. Take care of Boss Bai and yourself. Of course, remember not to exterminate this place in vain. Touching his little bald head, Tao Rui squatted down and picked up Bai Zai and placed him on his shoulder, striking a handsome turnaround pose. Sister, don't worry, I'm on my way. Leaping up, he flashed straight forward and sped. The little Tao Tai rushed with all his might, and within a few breaths, he arrived at the hinterland of this place. This is the phoenix egg? A weathered rock? And not a whole intact egg? The cuts on it are still neat, like they were cut with a sharp blade. Tao Ruji, Bai Xiaoza, is this incomplete phoenix egg still useful to you? Shirasawa was weak to the naked eye. I did the cut above. I just can't remember what it was for. All I remember is that I put this phoenix egg here. Resignation. This time, still according to the size of that incision. Just cut a little out for me. Well, you old watch it. Tao resigned a hard jump. Just jumped to the mid-air. Was a tongue of fire surprise attack. And hastily dodged back to the original position. What sneaked up on Auntie Me and I didn't even notice? White Zephyr, it's using the magnetic field of this place to mask the breath. Dang, a pleasant cry rang out, and a huge, snake-like creature with 4 wings slowly crawled out from around the phoenix egg. Its icy snake eyes staring tightly at the two of them, Tao Rui and Bai Zai. Yikes, this is the song snake? Tao Ruizi froze. Doesn't this stuff show up where there's a drought? Why doesn't it look like there's a drought here? White Zephyr, it should be the phoenix egg's vitality that has suppressed it, and it should be here for the same purpose as us, to covet the nirvana vitality in the phoenix egg. I see. Fighting. Tao Ruizi instantly turned on the fighting mode. What are you looking at? You think I don't have vertical pupils? The vertical pupils glowed with red light, glaring back ferociously with full vigor, and Tao Rui even sent out the Dharma phase, 4 eyes staring together. The crowd is strong, being pressurized by Tao Ye's aura in such a way. The song snake visibly shrank back in fear for a few moments. It seemed that the temptation of the treasure was too great. The song snake hardened itself against the fear of the Tao Tai fierce beast, hissed and flapped its wings before flying over to attack. Tao Ruizi disdainfully hummed a bit, tone of leaping excitement. Bai Xiaozai, you say I fight so hard. For you to find medicine consumed so much essence. I play a drought snake, and then you give me to do a snake soup to make up for it. This request is not too much, is it? It's not too much, but please hurry up. 1. It's going to hit you in the face, and 2. I feel like I can't hold it up for a bit. Coughing weakly, Bai Zai directly took out a clasp to tie himself tightly to Tao Rui's shoulder. There was nothing he could do. He didn't have the strength to immobilize himself and had to rely on physical means so that the little Tao Tai wouldn't get high and throw him out. That's a real risk of falling. The songbird understood their conversation and his wings flapped faster in anger. The snake is angry. As the head of the snake here, it does not believe that it cannot get dead these two people, beasts and so on. The aura is weak. The other side is just a little bit of bloodline. Naruto felt proper when he put it all together like that, just so confidently charged up. Then he was dumbfounded by Tao Rui's golden light Tao Tai Dharma phase with a claw. And Tao Rui himself was even still in the same place without moving. Naruto? That doesn't seem to be what it was thinking. Tao Ruizi, so weak? Did she become more capable after becoming a little bald? The legendary I'm bald, but I'm also stronger? Du Ruan, who was studying quantum mechanics in the distance, suddenly sneezed superbly and rubbed his nose in wonder. Who is chanting about me? Just don't think about it. Better think about what this proposition is about. Unbelieving Naruto Snake continued his onslaught upwards, because Bai Zai time is limited. Tao Ruizi this time do not drag the mud. Directly let the phantom open the mouth. A bite will bite the neck of the song snake. 2 claws grabbed the song snake's 4 wings. Hiss, pulled out. At this point, Tao Ruizi's snake soup ingredients were ready. Swoosh sharply cutting off a small piece of the phoenix egg. Tao Rui carefully held it, then handed it to Bai Zai. Bai Xiaozai, I won't be able to do the rest of this, so pay attention to yourself, haha. Just wait for me on the sidelines. Resignation. You've already done a good job. Thank you. After saying that, Bai Zai closed his eyes and absorbed it. Don't know why. Bai Zai suddenly decent. Strange pretentious. She goosebumps up. So boring. Or she might as well count how many bites of this songbird snake she could finish with. Chapter 123, First Meeting. Quite amazing. Bai Zai, you have become an adult. Tao Ruizi is bored. Feel beside the breath is not right. Hit the eyes to see. Yo, White Little Zai did not. I've recovered a bit, but I'm still missing other medicines, and my form and abilities are a bit uncontrollable right now. Bai Zai smiled and looked over at Tao Rui. For the rest of the time, I'll trouble you, little Tao Tai, to protect me more. Yo, Bai Zai stretched out his bony hand and began to straighten this long hair. Yes, Shirasawa now had the appearance of a grown man, but instead of the short black hair he had before, his hair was long and white in its original form. Taoruji, crap, except for the tear mole at the end of his eyes, the white-haired version. There's too much overlap with the Divine Realm Emperor. For a moment, she thought the Emperor had chased her here to collect her debt. Yes, the little Taotai remembers eating up people's heavenly treasures before coming down. Resignation? Seeing that the little Taotai was dumbfounded, Bai Zhe spoke out again to urge him on. No way, doesn't the little Taotai say no? Oh. Tao Ruru returned to his senses and patted his chest. I'll take care of it. It's done. Madness was secretly happy in her heart. Ouch. Ouch. One day, it was actually her turn to cover the Emperor. What a ing meow of excitement. Shirazawa took the grass he pulled from the ground and gathered his hair, letting his long hair hang loosely down his back. The teary moles at the end of his eyes combined with his smooth white hair flatly added a touch of sultry awesomeness to his smile. Bai Zhe looked at Tao Rui staring at him without blinking his eyes, and smiled in his heart for a moment. Very good. Continued to keep the infatuation in his eyes. Unexpectedly, resignation returned to normal in the next second. He touched his little bald head. Sure, master, please don't feel free to seduce me. My current persona is the handsome little bald war god. Bai Zhe, #goddamn handsome little bald head. Let's go. Hu Ming and your sister are still waiting for us. Bai Zhe lifted his foot and headed out. Ha, what about my snake soup? Such a big song snake. If she doesn't give it a cook, she'll let the phallic phase swallow it directly. Oh, in short, it can't go to waste. Aren't you the little bald war god? All war gods are omnipotent. Take care of it yourself. Words don't count. Bai Zhe watched her jumping to her feet. The depression in his heart only dissipated a little. What are you waiting for? Don't go and fetch your sister and Hu Ming to come in. The boilers are put at their place. Immediately, Tao Rui sniffed and stormed out, not even waiting for Tao Chu Chu to ask out a sentence. The person was Tao resigned a hole put on the shoulder to carry away. Oh, the little Taotai armpit under the clip also a Hu Ming. Coming. Tao Rui was on fire and pushed her sister over to the side of the song snake, pointing at the song snake in a very anxious manner. Sister, let's eat it quickly. Tao Chu Chu looked dumbfounded at the huge and four-winged snake in front of her, opened her mouth, and couldn't speak for a long time. It was hard to organize the language. The brain's first reaction was actually, well, the wings ripped out can be made into two flavors, two barbecued and two brined. The snake soup can just be made from the snake body, and the bones can be drawn out and fried. It's just, like the pot isn't big enough. Tao Ruizi, wrap it up on me. Go ahead and bop, 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 bop and swoosh, swoosh. The way the little Taotia chef handled the ingredients was so beautiful that Bai Zhe couldn't help but applaud. Wonderful. Choo choo. Let's do it. Let's get it done early so that resignation can eat it and we'll take Hu Ming back. White Zephyr's sleeves were already rolled up. Oh, originally his clothes were in tatters because he had gotten bigger, and he didn't have sleeves to roll up. Tao Chu Chu was shocked for the second time. How did the white boss suddenly turn into a white-haired, long-haired handsome man? Hypnotizing herself a bit about how receptive she was, Tao Chu Chu took out the boiler and got to work feverishly. Tao Rui, on the other hand, ran to Hu Ming and fed him the dew collected in passing. People, it's always good to drink more water. After a while of bing bing clang clang, Tao Chu Chu brought out her barbecued and marinated wings, and Bai Zhe brought out his snake soup. Tao Chu Chu was shocked 3 times. Boss Bai, what did you add? How come it's purple for good reason? Unable to control the expression of disgust, Tao Chu Chu inwardly purple slimy, what is it la? This thing can eat. Can it be that Boss White has recovered his figure but has brain problems? White Zephyr, seeing as the vegetables here are growing well, I casually picked some and put them in. Tao Rui came up to sniff. Beetroot, eggplant, purple kale, and carrots. Pulling out her big spoon, she cheered. Dinner is served. Tao Chu Chu decisively took out her own dry food to eat, resolutely not eating anything produced by Boss White. Since it was indeed very tonic, Shirasawa ate a little bit of it in order to give himself some extra energy. One sip and a sudden change of face. Bai Zhe, you, heartbroken. So this pairing is so hard to eat. Watching Tao Rui eat cheerfully, he had already finished the snake soup and was devoting himself to nibbling on the roasted wings. Shirasawa instantly felt his little broken heart was whole again. Hiccup finished eating. Tao Ruizi quickly put away the boiler and handed it to her sister. Hey yo, and carried Hu Ming on her back. Let's go. Go back. After the few people exited the cave, White Zephyr properly closed all the entrances. The message shows that Zhou Erlang's positioning is clearly nearby. Why can't we see the silhouette? Tao Chu Chu was puzzled and asked Bai Zhe. It suddenly occurred to me that Zujiro likes to roleplay when he travels. Let's see if there are any anime characters around. Shirasawa, who had actually sensed Tsujiro's location but chose to give the other party a leg up anyway because it was too humiliating, smiled. What you're talking about? Can't be the one with a bare upper body, wearing a frog head. lower skirt and pants, and wearing a knife on his waist? Tao Rui didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. Bai Zhe had an exaggerated expression of surprise. Is resignation so great? You found it in a flash. Tao Chu Chu. So fake and poorly executed. Zhou Erlang over there also spotted the location of a few people and happily waved his hand as he walked towards them. It was only when he got closer that he realized he was also carrying a small suitcase in his hand, the color and style of which was of a level that would be overlooked if you didn't pay attention to it. Tao Chu Chu, it's really the first time I've seen how to cut and wear a man with a personality. Ha 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 ha. Hello everyone. Boss bye. This new look of yours is pretty cool, finally keeping up with the trend. I told you that your previous look was too monotonous and was not able to attract girls. Goo. This is Chu Chu right. I've long heard Wunyang say that you have superb abilities, but today I see that your beauty is also superb. It's on par with me. Zhou Erlang turned his froggy head, but his voice was as cheerful as a husky. Ha! Where's rhetoric? Where is the long famous Tao Tai? I've admired it for a long time. Tao Rui slowly hooked up a smile. Very good. Think they are high and do not look down. Right. I top. Ah. Zhou Erlang tilted his head back in pain as he was hit in the jaw by a vicious headbutt from Tao Rui. Not only was the frog's head toppled off, but Zhou Erlang's body also fell back uncontrollably. Pa dash. Bai Zhe looked at paralyzed on the ground, rolling his eyes just short of foaming at the mouth. Zhou Erlang helplessly stroked his forehead, sinning ah. Chapter 124. Have you never heard of a meatbag beating a dog? Doctor collapses before he can save a life. Who to talk to about this? Chu Chu. Give him a sobering potion and help him up so he can slow down. Thankfully there was no one around and no surveillance. Tao Chu Chu sighed skeptical life. This Zhou Erlang how to look and Wunyang are not a family style ah. Bai Zhe, no need to doubt. Wunyang is pure-blooded. Erlang is the offspring of Zhou Wu combined with the immortal god tree. Although the bloodline is meager, but if you listen to the name of the immortal god tree, you will know how heaven-defying the existence of their clan used to be. That's why I dare to give you a packet of money to say that Zhou Erlang can save Hu Ming. So that's how it is. Then she's definitely relieved. Tao Chu Chu reached out and patted Zhou Erlang's cheek. Wake up, or you'll be lying in the street. In fact, there was a sentence he hadn't said just now, which was that the lineage of the immortal god tree were all a bit of God's neurotic sutra subversive. For example, now Zhou Erlang opened his eyes. The first thing is to Tao Chu Chu through a wink, and then tartly one hand propped up his head, lying on his side. The first time we meet, Chu Chu let people sleep on the street. Oh, that I still how to save Hu Ming this kid ah, really chilling. Tao Ruizi is not accustomed to this tart. With a bright shiny bald head close to Zhou Erlang, you are not looking for me. Looking for me for what? Laughed half-open wide eyes fixedly looked at Tao Rui 2 seconds, and then continued to burst out laughing. Ha 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 Tao Tai eh? Can't think of the bureau's reputation. Let people scared of Tao Tai. Actually is such a lovely look? Ha 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 take pictures. Time is running out. Cherish the time to hurry up and leave this record. Tao resigned expressionless looking at Zhou Erlang holding a cell phone to her various angles camera, but also constantly small resignation smile. Look at this look here. Then a yes. The actual fact is that the actual person is not a person who has been in a position to do so, can be tolerated by the gourmets cannot be tolerated. Bai Zhe decisively confiscated Zhou Erlang's cell phone. Stop it. Do the right thing to save people is important, or else later resignation really take a shot at you. What state I'm in now you can see. I can't save you. Be careful. Zhou Erlang afterglow glanced at Tao. Resignation behind the feint seems to come out to beat his phantom. The opportunity to put away the smile. Respectfully tone became very normal square. Resignation little beauty hello. Trouble Hu Ming resistance on. With me. A sedan came roaring in as Zujiro pressed the button. Get in the car. By the time they arrived at the destination, all the anger Tao Ruizi had just felt was already gone. Who would have thought that when it comes to seriously pleasing people, this Zhou Erlang is really quite good at it. In his private medical cabin, he actually prepared a lot of snacks that Tao Ruizi likes to eat. This is 100% inquired with Zhou Wunyang, because there are several cold brands that the average person picking snacks would not pick. Tao resigned to nod in satisfaction. Decided to adults do not remember the small man over. Let this Zhou Erlang a horse. Snap to open a packet of explosive spicy crayfish flavored shrimp chips. Okay, you busy to go? There is something to help straight say. Zhou Erlang, who had already tidied himself up, smiled haughtily and nodded to a few people before pushing Hu Ming into his healing pod. Tao Chu Chu looked at Zhou Erlang, who was wearing a white lab coat, half-tied with long red hair, wearing gold half-rimmed glasses, and had a slender figure, and lost her concentration for a second. So it became more normal when she was working? She really doesn't know the authority well enough. Normal, other than the former personnel minister and myself, no one else, not even Wunyang, has a full understanding of just how many people there are in the authority and their respective abilities. Shirazawa patted the couch. Have a seat. It's probably going to be a while. Tao Chu sat down. Speaking of which, boss Bai, how is your recovery after absorbing the phoenix egg? Bai Zai shook his head heavily. My injuries are worse than I expected, and with the enemy in the dark and us in the light, the other party's men have a lot of power and are hiding deep. I need to find a place to digest it and then grab the second medicine. A small bald head slowly rose between the two. Why don't we, go back to the Tao family? I kind of miss my grandparents and mom and dad's oldest brother. The Tao family has me in charge, and the place is familiar to me, so I'm sure I can protect you. Boss Bai. Sister, what do you guys think? Although Tao Chu has always been unable to resist her good sister's expectant pampered little eyes, but this time her good sister's suggestion does have some sense. After the last time, the home's defenses had also been strengthened a lot, and I didn't know how the elders and the Du family had joined forces to deal with the Zhu family, so I would go back this time to see if I could help in any way. Bai Zai nodded. Good. White Boss promised so fast. How to feel where not right. Tao Chu fell into contemplation. In addition to this point is not right. How does she feel that she also ignored what it? Still trying to keep thinking about it. The door to the treatment bay pushed open. The three of them looked up in synchronization to Zhou Erlang, who came out and was stretching his legs. The movement froze. Zhou Erlang. Want to not eyes are so terrible. Don't worry. People can wake up at night. Now is too weak in the sleep. It's okay. The back more recuperation can be. A little hidden trouble did not leave. Ladies and gentlemen, are you satisfied? Satisfied. Tao Rui had already finished off all the food. Your brand of macadamia nuts is really good fried. You have a vision. This is all yours. At those words, Zhou Erlang couldn't care less about resting. Swish and pulled open the door of a room. Look, this is the delicious storehouse I've collected for you. It's full of food for you. Tao Rui's eyes were glowing. Really? Zhou Erlang was also excited. As long as you give me. Before he could even finish his sentence, Tao Ruizi had already flashed into the room and opened up the food, and just as he watched, his warehouse inventory continued to dwindle with the passage of time. Dwindling. All that's left at the end of the day is packaging all over the floor. Zhou Erlang, resignation. Why instant noodles you did not soak? You can eat it all. It's not scientific. The little Taodai tilted his head in confusion and looked at Zhou Erlang, who was kneeling on the ground as if he had lost his soul. Sprinkling dry powder is also very tasty. You haven't tried it? Then you should try it sometime. Oh yeah, before I started the meal. What did you say you wanted me to give you? Zhou Erlang slightly beat up. Oh, I want you to give. Forget it when I didn't speak. Tao Rui crossed her arms. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm not the kind of person who eats other people's things and then is petty and doesn't give anything in return. Really? Zhou Erlang, who had regained hope, looked at Tao Ruji joyfully. Then can you give me a drop of your Taotai essence blood? Just one drop. I want to study it so badly. Tao Rui instantly became expressionless and turned around indifferently. I'll add that I'm the kind of Sony who eats other people's things and then is petty and doesn't give anything in return. So, my answer is no. Finished lying on the sofa began to sleep. Eating, drinking and sleeping is the normal life of her little Taotai. Tao Chu stepped forward and patted Zhou Erlang's shoulder. Have you ever heard of a meat bag beating a dog? Essence blood you also dare to think about. Not to mention resignation. I may even beat you. Zujiro, boing boing. Chapter 125, what did you say you took me to eat? As Tao Ruizi fell asleep, the crowd became quiet, each going about their own business. Bai Zai was busy recovering himself, Tao Chu was busy organizing the information materials for the next trip, and Zhou Erlang was busy chatting with the wild ginseng to improve his relationship. Xiao Shan, how can you say that now that there is a good opportunity in front of you that can give you a retirement? You actually have to think about it and consider it? Zhou Erlang let out an incredulous exclamation of shock. Wild ginseng? What do you mean? Can you give me a pension? Didn't you just say that I should join your healing team and work for you? I'm by my Taosi side, with good food and drink, and supplements galore. Why would I want to be your little brother? Zhou Erlang shook his head. Xiao Shan na, this is where you've got it wrong. I'm asking you, what is the end of the universe? Wild ginseng? What a strange one. Why does a ginseng have to think about the end of the universe? Why is Sister Tao still sleeping? Wake up and save it. Don't want to keep chatting with this person. Zhou Erlang was frantically playing a little scheme inside. Little Rhetoric's Taodai essence blood couldn't be obtained, and he couldn't develop any new life-saving products. Then this wild mountain ginseng is also excellent. On this work reaction speed, flexible handling, innate sensitivity to medicinal herbs. He saw such a ginseng talent, and let go if he is still. He is simply going to be struck by heavenly thunder. Today this wild ginseng must be made a member of the bureau and shine with him for the great cause of saving the world. Listen to me analyze it for you, haha. Zhou Erlang lifted the hem of his white lab coat and sat handsomely on the sofa, holding wild ginseng in his hand. Xiao Shan. First of all, what about what I said about joining our team? I'm not talking about being my little brother, but formally joining our authority. Your sister Tao is also a member of our authority. She is still outside the establishment. But you are different. You are a special talent. We are very optimistic about you. With your talent, your ability, the district exam that is not a minute to take it, a piece of cake. Think about it. After you pass the exam, then you'll officially be in the same unit as your Taosi sister. Isn't the relationship a step closer? The wild ginseng was starting to get a bit of a heart attack, and his voice was starting to rise. It's like a roar. Zhou Erlang see this. Then again, nah, I just said what is the end of the universe? The answer is the end of the universe is the establishment. If you come in our unit, you 5 insurance, retirement benefits, pension benefits, etc., etc., all for you to protect. You may have just come to human society. You don't know how important these things are. Let's put it this way. Just for the annual preparation unit exams, 3 to 4 million people across the country sign up to compete. Surprise! Equal smiley face so many people. The wild ginseng whiskers flew up. It hadn't seen so many people since it was born. It's scary. And you come in, usually is to study the study of herbs, analyze the pharmacology. For you a little bit of work difficulty are not well. What's more, we basically don't go out of town. Your body safety can also be guaranteed, is not it? We also have a lot of non-human members of the bureau. Do not you want to make some good friends? Life in the world. Do not have a few friends. Really lonely as snow. You can't always follow your Tao sister, can you? You have to make a career for yourself and give her a long face. Zhou Erlang this series of combinations output that hit the small wild mountain ginseng is unable to find the southeast and northwest. The heart cannot wait to go to the examination now. Tao Chu Chu raised a meaningful smile. Poor little mountain. By Zhou Erlang this rhythm with. Soon it will know what is the new era of working seniors hardship. Of course, she is also very supportive of Zhou Erlang snubbing Xiaoshan to come in. Talent is naturally more good law. When Tao Rui woke up from his sleep, the wild ginseng was already good enough to call Zhou Erlang brother and sister. What's the situation? Zhou Erlang, you abducted my little brother while I was sleeping? Tao Rui immediately had a fierce look on his face. How dare you, Xiaoshan? Speak for yourself. Zhou Erlang raised his hands in a surrendering gesture. The wild mountain ginseng hopped to Tao Jiqi's front and put the ginseng beard and whiskers into Tao Jiqi's hand, his voice pleading, Sister Tao, I was born to be your ginseng, and I will never recognize a second boss. I'm going to take the exam to enter the authority, and when I break out later, I'll be able to help you better. Tao Rui let out an ow and cupped the wild ginseng with both hands. Xiaoshan, you're really the best little brother I've ever had. A Tao and a senator are embracing each other in a touching moment. Drip 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 urgent sound rang. Zhou Erlang immediately rushed in, leaving behind the words, Hu Ming is awake. In less than a minute, he was pushing Hu Min out. The crowd gathered around them and spoke in tongues. Hu Ming, is your brain okay? How many is this? Brother Hu Ming, do you recognize who I am? Hu Ming, you said before that you would give me 3 sets of reforms. Now that you are awake you can proceed to give them to me. Hu Ming, although I am very happy to be able to come back to life and see everyone alive and kicking, and I am also very touched that everyone cares so much about him, and I am even more grateful for the efforts everyone put in to save him, but he is seriously injured. Not amnesia, yeah, my brain is okay. That was the answer to Tao Chu Chu. That's 2. Besides, where's your hair? Rhetoric? This was in reply to Tao Ruiji. You're the hill I want to eat but can't. Boss White, I never promised you not to just assign me jobs. I'm still a patient. Zhou Erlang interjected at the right time. Strictly speaking, you're not a patient anymore. All the problems in your body have been solved, and now at most you just need to rest to regain your energy. Hu Ming smiled. Erlang, sometimes you'll be more graceful and handsome if you don't talk. Tao Ruizi touched his little bald head. Anyway, who woke up is the best result. Wake up. Just don't ask me how I got my new look. All you need to know is that it's awesome and fits my war god vibe. Oh yeah. You also need to know that you need to treat me to a meal because my sister and I, along with Bai Xiaoza, will be returning to the Tao family soon. Hu Ming was stunned. Not taking me with you? Bai Zhe, Erlang and Xiaoshan will accompany you here until you fully recover. Don't forget, you're in charge here. How can you accompany us all over the world? Lowering his head in dismay, Hu Ming's just bright mood was all gone. Tao Chu Chu consoled. How about you still think about what to treat resignation to? After all, resignation's little bald head, but it was pushed for you. The last sentence was whispered by her as she leaned over and whispered in Hu Ming's ear, in order to divert Hu Ming's attention. Sure enough, Hu Ming no longer thought about the parting thing. His eyes began to flood with tears. Small resignation. In the future, my brother will definitely treat you better than his own sister. Tao Ruizi was irritated by the look and got goosebumps. It wasn't until they arrived at the hotel that Hu Ming had designated that Tao Rui felt a little better. Ah, what are we here to eat? Hu Ming, don't worry, this meal will not be the same as the last time the thing that happened to Boss Zhou, because the boss here is the people of our bureau. Since we're leaving Spring City, of course we can't let it go. What I'm taking you to eat today is this famous whole worm feast. Zujiro screamed. What did you say? Eat what? Ah, now. Immediately. Right now. I want to go home. Grabbed by Bai Zai. Come all the way here. Try it. Chapter 126. Only certain Tai gets happy in this house. Tao Rui chimed in. That's right. You haven't even eaten yet. Why are you beeping? That's not good. How sad Hu would have to be. Zhou Erlang covered his heart. Xiao Rui. Haven't you thought that your Erlang brother, me, is unable to bear this meal? Tao Chuchu did not change her face. Resignation is right. You eat first. No, I'll look at the menu. There are other dishes here. Satisfied, Hu Ming took his seat and greeted the boss. Lao Zhang Na. All the classics on one. Oh no. 2. Thinking of resignation's meal size, Hu Ming once again changed his words. Old Zhang Na. It's better for Shallow to serve 5 servings first. Zhang soon walked over. People holding a big belly. Smiling eyes are curved into a crescent moon. Looks particularly festive. I heard that the resignation of the amount of rice is not 5 servings can handle it. So, 10 servings, 10 perfect. The moral is also good haha. Tao Rui looked at the other party in surprise and couldn't help but compliment. Old Zhang Na, your face is really good. It gives me a really comfortable feeling. I will bless you to have a prosperous business and more wealth oh. Ha ha ha. Thank you resignation ah. You guys sit down for a while and have some snacks. I'll bring you the dishes right away. Zheng soon walked away with an even stronger smile. After all, he was the first one in the bureau to receive the blessing of the little Tao Tai. Back to showing off. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Erlang was dissatisfied. Resignation. You didn't even bless me. It's easy to get something that looks like I'm not precious at all. Tao Rui had a haughty look on her face. Humph. The person who laughed at her little bald head when they met. They don't want to bless him. Hu Ming, resignation. Later ah. That dish must be eaten while hot. Cold tends to be a little fishy. A few people lively talk for a while. The dishes on all. Full of a whole big table. Cannot put on a few carts on the first. Whoa dash the little Tao Tai was shocked. So there were so many ways for the bugs to eat? She seemed to be a bit wasteful before. Zhou Erlang felt like he was going to pout over. Hand holding chopsticks tremblingly pointing to a plate. Hu Ming, tell me, what is this? Question marks covered his forehead. Tao Ruizi, ah, aren't you fond of studying creatures? Can't you even recognize a spider? Of course I know it's a spider. The question is why would you serve up a plate of fried spiders? Ah, and fried dragonflies? Tao Ruizi, why not ah? It is said to be very high protein. You see this menu introduction has written no. Eating methods are deep fried, pickled and sour, sweet fried, wrapped and roasted, sauced and cold. Who just said to eat it while it's hot? So get yourself tangled up first. I'll start the meal first. Tao Rui took her chopsticks and immediately reached out to the fried scorpion she saw at first glance. One bite and the crunch sound is particularly loud. Tao Chuchu, honestly, listening to the sound, it feels okay. Then, she also picked up a fried bamboo shootworm and put it into her mouth. Her face stiffened for a split second, tasting the fishy flavor in her mouth. Tao Chuchu felt that she might have chosen the wrong dish, or she might as well try the safest fried bee chrysalis. Eyes firmly put into the mouth. Tao Chuchu after a bite, immediately picked up the hand side of the teacup slammed. Sends service swallow. After not out of the mission, taste buds have not been challenged for a long time. A little bit from luxury into thrift difficult it. Tao Chuchu picked up the menu. She had better see what other dishes can be chosen. Bai Zai's eyes disdainfully looked at Tao Chuchu, who had put down his chopsticks, and Zhou Erlang, who had not picked up his chopsticks to look at him. Handsomely, I picked up a fried centipede, put it in my mouth and chewed it. It felt okay. Confidently continue the challenge, and then eat a good what? Tao Rui, who was eating happily, happened to raise his eyes to see Bai Zai's entanglement, so he strongly recommended, this, boss Bai, try this big ha bug and this big oil grasshopper. The taste is absolutely amazing. Since little Tao Tai recommended it so much, then he definitely had to try it ah. Bai Zai happily laid down chopsticks, and then ate the dahab bug into that moment. That burst of taste, Bai Zai faced directly green, forcing himself to swallow. Bai Zai felt that in comparison, the snake soup he made that day actually seemed to be even worse. Tao Chuchu's eyes are penetrating, laughing dead, have not seen resignation say what is not delicious. On this, the white boss can also believe, really convinced. After Tao Ruizi finished half of the table dishes, everyone did not eat much, rather regretfully said, you all are not very good at appreciating the charm of the food here ah. Obviously each dish is very personalized. The boss is also good at craftsmanship. Deep fried crispy. Pickled is also very flavorful. Sweet fried is even more delicious. Sweet and salty, absolutely good. Clip up a fried centipede, click bared eat. Variety is also rich. You see chrysalids are several kinds. What black bee chrysalis, silkworm chrysalis, tiger bee chrysalis, golden chrysalis, big chrysalids and so on. Eat up the texture of the batter. And the previous very hot batter cake. What is the difference between? If you really can't, you guys try this bamboo worm. It tastes very similar to the texture of sandworms from Guangdong province. It's delicious. Wow. No way. The famous sandworm winter melon soup. You guys haven't heard of it? Little Tao Tai was shocked. This soup, when on fire, Cantonese Amma would cook it. Right, isn't it very famous? Crowd, for crying out loud. She's so loved. Really? Cake Pop says, do not queue. Thank you. Hu Ming was all smiles. He. It's good that you're happy with your food. Little Rhetoric, giving a thumbs up. Tao Ruizi continued to eat furiously with her head down. Very good. Fragrant and delicious to the extreme. Brother Hu, you have a good eye for it. In that case, Lao Zhang Na, please serve another table of dishes. Just simple handheld rice and beef hot pot. Tao Chu had already finished studying the menu and decisively reordered. After all, they were going to be on a plane home later, so it was better not to go hungry. Waiting for Zhang Sun reopened a table of dishes. Tao Rui also almost finished those 5. Not yet finished shouting, old Zhang Na, all on 5 more. Inside that fried barley worms, on 10 plates. Zhang Sun smiled even more. Who would not like such a patronizing diner? Then he not only gave away a lot of cold cuts, but also took a picture with resignation on the spot and printed out the photo to post in the middle of the lobby. Ha, I'm so happy that Resignation likes my food so much. Bai Zhe sneered, silently spitting in his heart. Don't think he doesn't know. Obviously a large part of the reason is to put the picture of Resignation here to attract wealth and quell evil spirits. After the crowd had eaten and drank their fill, Hu Ming reluctantly eyed the departing airplane. Zhou Erlang, yo, to cry out. Xiao Shan, quick, take a picture of it and send it to Chu to see. Hu Ming, get out. And on the airplane, Tao Chu was meditating on something. Something she always felt she had overlooked but could never remember. It wasn't until they were almost close to the Tao family's parking lot that Tao Chu looked at her good sister stroking her own little bald head in triumph and came to her senses. Oh, exempt. The thing she forgot is that mom will see the little bald look of the Resignation. Tao family, Tang family. The elders did not know how happy they were when they received the news that they were coming back. But she forgot to say something about the new look of Rhetoric. The elders who weren't a little bit mentally prepared to see them. Tao Chu's heart rate spiked for a moment, not daring to imagine the scene after getting off the plane. Chapter 127, New Year's Greetings, Chinese New Year Special. Viewers, today is the 30th day of the Chinese New Year, and I'd like to wish you all a happy New Year's Eve first. Tao Feng looked at this little sister sitting on the sofa leisurely shaking her little feet, beautifully dazzling sugar orange, and then watched TV. That comfortable, that cozy. Instantly the heart of 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 the heart unbalanced. Look at that, Tao Ruizi. Not that I'm talking about you. What day is today that you don't know? Look at how busy your brother is. Why don't you take the initiative? Can't you just come over and help out with a little eye candy? How to be a sister. Yo, you just sit there and watch TV. What's so great about this New Year's Eve program? The skits are boring as hell. Don't you know you have to finish the ancestor worship before lunch? If you don't finish it, you can't start the meal. Do you still want to eat? Tao Feng's loud voice muffled the sound of the TV. Tao Ruizi innocently looked at her brother. Out of the remaining sibling love, reluctantly returned a sentence. Adults, let me sit and play on the line. What's more, in the morning, Grandma and Grandma had given her a small meal, and she still had so many snacks and fruits to eat, so why should she worry about lunch? Besides, there's not much to do at home anymore. So many people are helping out. And brother, you are not busy. Grandpa is not just explained to you to paste a couplet well. You are how old? This also want their sister to help. Oh, little Tao Dai, there's no point in looking down on you. Oh, Tao Feng's eyebrows were raised. Aya, Tao Rui, what's your tono? What do you mean by putting up a couplet? This is many couplets. Okay. The servants in the house had all taken leave to go home for New Year's Eve, and the ones left here for New Year's Eve had also gone to work on other things. Grandpa said that sticking couplets, this kind of special meaning of things, to do it yourself to have meaning, but all together, to a cart so much good. He did it alone. Busy until next year's spring festival cannot be finished. The one who is most free here is you. Good sister, help brother. Tao Feng clasped his hands together. Brother just spoke in a loud voice. Brother is wrong. You help brother. Tomorrow I'll give you a big red packet.
Tao Rui finished dazzling the last granulated tangerine on the table before raising his chin slightly with a haughty face.
Okay, you are indeed sincere in this attitude. Of course, the big red packet is something you have to give even if I don't help. That's certainly. Come on, that's all. Tao resigned confidently out of the door. To the old brother pointed to the place to see. Wow. Oh, Grandpa, this is how much to prepare to paste things. Here is not just the couplets. Right, obviously there are a lot of other things it. No wonder Lao wanted her help. Tao Rui immediately regretted it and twisted her head to go back to the house. Is she not a good TV anymore? Or is there no more sugar oranges in the warehouse? What is she doing out doing hard labor? Tao Tai backtracking is a puppy. Tao Rui made a handsome turn to carry the entire cart with one hand. His voice combative, say, where to start? She would defend the Taoya's honor to the death. By the time the two siblings had painstakingly finished all the couplets, Lucky Charms, and window decorations in the old mansion, several hours had passed. Geez, we've been getting it since 5 and it's taking so long. Rhetoric thanks to you, Tao Feng gasped under the tree, his hand trembling as he poured himself some tea. Tao Rui's nose suddenly shrugged. I can smell the flavor of the ancestors' incense offering. Quickly, old brother, what else are you drinking tea for? If we are late, won't Grandma pluck the hairs of both of us? Hurriedly put down the teacup in his hand. Tao Feng followed and ran wildly outside. Old sister, can you say a little earlier next time? The one who is punished will only ever be me. Tao Rui, I'll be punished too. It's New Year's Eve. How many good food and drinks are waiting for me? Because if I'm late for helping you, I'll lose it all. Luckily, the two finally arrived at the last minute, sneaking cat-like inside and finding a good spot to stand. Tao Chu Chu made a mouthful. Grandma just asked you too where you've been, so it's a good thing you weren't late. Tao Rui lowered her head and quietly made a face to her sister, indicating that she was steady as a batch. Tao Feng snorted, and wondered who was just running wildly outside. He couldn't even catch up even though his shoes almost ran off. After the ancestor worship procedure, Grandpa Tao came out to speak. All family members, today is New Year's Eve, the day of our reunion. New Year's New Year, countless blessings to all of you. I won't babble on about other words, young people like to be direct, so I declare, everyone eat well and drink well. Dinner. Tao Ruizi was the first to respond, cheering super loudly. Grandpa is the best. Of course, during the meal, Tao Rui sat at the kids' table, and Tao Chu Chu was there as well. Because of the drinking problem, no one would agree to little Tao Tai drinking on a big day like New Year's Eve, and Tao Chu Chu took on the burden of looking after the little Tao Tai. Tao Mother came over and touched Tao Ruizi's head. Ruizi, this time in Chinese New Year, your grandparents specifically let the back kitchen prepare the North and South New Year's dishes, so that you can eat both flavors. Grandparents love you so much. Remember to go over to your grandparents to honor a T.O. Aha, Tao Rui, with a big saucy elbow in her mouth, couldn't speak and nodded her head vigorously to show that she knew. Tao's mother smiled, took her glass and started to go on her rounds of toasts. Sis, it's your first New Year's Eve at home. Don't worry, I'm here. None of these relatives will dare to come over and gossip about you. Tao Rui scooped the soup with her left hand and ate the roast duck with her right hand, trying to give her sister a peace of mind while eating with her mouth. Don't think she can't see the gossipy little eyes of the relatives around her. Tao Chu Chu stifled a laugh. It seems that her good sister had given these relatives a good time before. After lunch, the afternoon will be free. We'll go set off firecrackers later, and then the evening's reunion dinner will be without these relatives. What about after dinner in the evening? Tao Chu Chu was curious. She really hadn't experienced it before yet. Watch the Spring Festival Gala. Unforgettable Tonight is definitely a must-see. A classic every year. Tao Feng just happened to toast passing by. Heard Tao Ruji this, came over to interject. Chu Chu, you do not know. Little sister she sings can be good. Tonight must let her sing for you. The family every year classic show program. Tao Chu Chu smothered a smile and answered. Then she was really looking forward to it. After Tao Rui finished drying out the table and then ran to the back kitchen to finish his own little meal, he took out the big bag he had prepared for a long time and carried it on his back. Departure. The journey of congratulations and red packets has begun. Chu Chu, when will you bring a boyfriend home? When Tao Rui returned to the dining room, her sister was actually pestered in her absence. He rushed up and squeezed through the crowd, his voice sweet and honeyed. Hello auntie, Happy New Year. Congratulations and good fortune. Did your child get first place this year? A relative left and a bonus arrived. Hello third aunt, Happy New Year and congratulations. Did auntie buy a Ferrari or an Audi this year? The third aunt who hadn't bought a car and was still worried about the company's financial chain stunk up the place, and another red packet arrived. Tao Rui just killed it in the group of relatives, leaving Tao Chu Chu looking dumbfounded. So that's how her good sister dealt with her aunt and uncle? I feel like she's learning. Tao Ruiji happily counted the red envelopes in the big bag. It's nothing. Practice makes perfect. Finish counting and call it a day. Go go go. Sis, we're going back inside to play. Just leave it here for the adults. Evening. At the reunion dinner table, Grandpa Tao, dictionary. Where did you take your sister to play today? Tao Rui was so nervous that she almost stammered. Nowhere just casually walk around. Take sister to feel the atmosphere of the new year. Oh, our resignation is so well behaved. Grandma Tao took her chopsticks and slowly picked up a cinnamon lotus root with glutinous rice and ate it slowly and methodically. Then the walnuts that have been coiled in your grandfather's house for 2 years. Did a passing mouse take them? Tao Rui echoed quickly. Too hateful. Tomorrow I'll bring a cat back. Catching mice this kind of thing or let the professional cats on. Alright, you little loser brat. It's only been coiled for 2 years, and you can't eat it next time. Grandpa Tao feigned anger and glared at Tao Rui, who fortunately locked up the walnuts that had been coiled for 8 years. Tao Rui immediately climbed up the pole, worthy of being my grandfather. This belly, this bosom, how many grandfathers in the world can be compared? No one. My grandpa is the best. The table burst into laughter. There's food, and it's still gagging. Grandma Tao laughed and scolded. After the fireworks at night, during the New Year's watch, Tao Ruizi snuggled up to her sister and asked quietly, Sister, are you feeling happy? Tao Chuchu looked out the window and replied softly, More than that. It's best when the family is well. Big year. Dang it. Here's wishing the audience a happy new year. Tao. Rhetoric. You put the TV on so loud early in the morning. Oh. Tao Feng sleepily came down from upstairs. Old sister, why are you so energetic? Yesterday's New Year's Eve vigil. Everyone obviously went to bed very late. Yesterday you watched TV obsessively. Today you are still watching TV. You are not young anymore. How can you learn from other children to be addicted to TV? Not right. You do not even sleep in my building. You come all the way to turn on the TV to noisy me. Deliberately you. Tao Rui looked at her brother through her nostrils. It means you're getting older. Your energy is not working. Your body is weak. Besides, why I don't quarrel with other people, but come to quarrel with you. It shows that I love you deeply. Brother. New Year's Day. Early in the morning you and I say this is it. Skin itchy is not it. See hit. Tao Feng was instantly angry spirit. Took the slippers and chased after Tao Jichi to rush. Don't run away if you can. No running, I'm a cutie. Tao Rui shouted as she ran. Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, Sister, Brother, to hit me, dragging out a long tone. Tao Rui roared with a mid-air O. Instantly roars of anger came from all directions. Tao Feng, you've gotten fat with guts, daring to lay hands on your sister. Tao Feng, who was furious and helpless, twisted his head and left, knowing the time. Go back to sleep. Sleep and then battle through with this old bear sister. Tao Ruji, who was making all kinds of ghostly faces, was anxious when she saw her oldest brother leaving. Brother, good new year. Congratulations on your fortune. I wish you all the best. Yesterday said big red packet, you have not given me it. Tao Feng looked at Tao Rui, who caught up with him and was still smiling, and pulled out a super thick red packet from his pocket without any good sense. I've prepared it long ago, and I've brought it with me. I must have done a lot of good things in my past life to have a sister like you in this life. Take it. Your brother, I'm going to go to sleep, and then noisy deduct money. Holding a large red envelope, smiling with a face of satisfaction, Tao Ruizi, full of mouth should be down. That's. I wish my brother a dragon and tiger. Sleep quality is great. Now it's a sweet mouth. Go play. Tao Feng stroked his own little sister's head, and the corners of his mouth never came down. Okay, Tao Rui stated as she admitted that she had come to annoy her brother on purpose. It was still early in the day. Go back. Get ready. We have to give grandparents formal tea to pay respect to the new year. In the main hall, all the juniors were fully dressed, and at a glance, they were all red and hot with each other. Mom, look, this is the red headdress my sister bought for me. Tao Rui was wearing a furry red ball hair band on her head, and she was wearing a customized red lab coat embroidered with the word fortune from Grandma Tao. Tao mother looked at her own pair of sister flower daughters with satisfaction. Beautiful, too beautiful. The older one is dignified and cold. The younger one is lively and spirited. The first day of the new year is really soothing. Grandpa and Grandma Tao sat on the main seat. I wish Mom and Dad good health, blessed life, and a happy new year. Tao's father bowed slightly with his teacup in hand and led the way in congratulating the new year. The juniors in the back followed. Wish grandparents good health, blessed life, and a happy new year. Good. Everyone is good. Come. Take the red envelopes. Grandpa Tao and Grandma Tao were smiling from ear to ear, their faces beaming with joy as they handed out red envelopes to everyone. After Tao Rui took the red packet, she went around with a face and went to her brother. Her voice was not too loud and not too small, just enough for everyone present to hear. Brother, when can you bring your sister-in-law home to take a look at? happily become the center of the topic of Tao Fong backgroove teeth instantly clenched. Good you Tao Rui, is not just breakfast time robbed you of a siu mai, as for now so excessive. Tao Ruizi finished immediately slipped to the side corner, eyes curved to eat rice cakes. There is a saying that this year's rice cake has many flavors, and the sesame and red bean flavored rice cake tastes really quite good. Tao Chu Chu sympathetically glanced at Tao Fong, and sighed in her heart. It's true that how dashing and powerful people outside have to accept the elder's concern when they return home, but since he is the older brother, he will work a little harder and help his sister with the pressure first. Holding back the smile on the side of her mouth, Tao Chu Chu walked over to Resignation. Sister, are we going to Grandma and Grandpa's house tomorrow? I'm going back to my mom's house on the second day of the lunar month. Grandpa's stuffed dumplings are a masterpiece, but Grandma should be the one who cooks the main meal. Just think about it and look forward to it, yeah. What about the day after tomorrow? On the third day of the lunar calendar, we went to visit our relatives, followed by parents to eat all kinds of delicious relatives. I tell you, the most delicious to count the seventh cousin's family. Their family-made noodles can be strong. Chapter 128, The Old Housekeeper's Maiden Heart. Yes, and the old butler. Tao Chu Chu urgently sent a message to the old housekeeper of the old mansion, and also used the 3 red exclamation points that indicated that the situation was very urgent. The old butler, who was helping Grandpa Tao collect the peanuts that had been tanned, picked up the phone and took a look. His eyes instantly widened, his expression changed, and his expression management failed to the point that even Grandpa Tao, who was obsessed with imagining his granddaughter's adorable and satisfied appearance after eating the peanuts, realized that something was wrong. What's the matter, old Chang? What happened? The old housekeeper with strong professionalism quickly did a good job of psychological construction, thought of a good reason to answer, and did a good job of expression management, said in an unusually calm tone, it's fine, just now it's the cell phone that reminded me that there's still one more thing I haven't done, which is not prepare the sweet milk that she loves to drink for the little miss resigned. I'll go over there in the back kitchen now to give an account of it. Goo, then you go quickly, there's plenty of manpower here. Resignation will be home later. You'll check one more time, huh? There's also things that Chu Chu likes. Don't miss anything. Yes, milord. After bowing gracefully and slightly, the old butler quickly turned around and left in quick steps. What he was going to do now was really nothing less than saving little Miss's life. Tao Ruji, who was still happily eating on the airplane, swept the remaining light of her eyes and found her sister's brows locked and heavy. What's the matter, sis? It's almost time to go home. How come you're bitter? Did anyone mess with you? Said the words and wanted to roll up her sleeves to go to the fight. No, you quickly sit down. The airplane. Tao Chu Chu's quick eyes and hands held down Tao Rui, who was about to stand up, trying to calm the restless little Tao Tai. JPG, I just haven't been home in too long and I miss my family. So, I miss my family too. And I don't know if the fried peanut rice Grandpa said he'd make for me last time is ready yet. Tao Chu Chu weighed the wording and tried to be a bit more euphemistic, saying, Resignation. There's something you can promise your sister later? Promise. Our relationship. Sister, you just say it. Touching his own little bald head, Tao Ruizi waved his hand like Tao Feng's handsome appearance. Sister is researching a thing, which is the decorative effect of wigs on people. So can you help sister and be her experimental model? Tao Rui's 8 teeth are exposed. Wow. When sisters research modeling, good. So, sis, what am I going to do? Her little sister had just agreed to everything, but hadn't she understood what she was trying to do? She was happy for nothing. Forget it, just say yes. That is, later the old housekeeper will give you a wig. You give to bring. After wearing a wig, at least you can delay for a few days not to be found by the old mom resignation ball thing. Then let the white boss to speed up the speed of absorption and recovery. Earlier leave home and set off to find medicine. When you come back, everything is the same as the original. It wouldn't have started a world war within the family, although it might have been a one-sided war. As a result, Tao Chu Chu just finished speaking. To her surprise, Tao Rui reacted suddenly and fiercely. That won't do. Sister, I'll see my grandparents, mom, dad, and oldest brother later on, and I miss my backstage kitchen friends a lot. I still want to be complimented by them on my bald war god look. She had been looking forward to everyone's compliments for a long time. She didn't want to miss it. Sister, your research is not in a hurry. It's not something that needs to be done at a moment's notice. When I'm free, I'll put it on again and show it to you. Tao Chu Chu usually do not see her good sister react so quickly. The brain turns so smart, so flexible. What do I do? Tao Chu Chu cast a pleading look at Bai Zhe, who signaled with his eyes. Payment for help? Tao Chu Chu's eyes narrowed, her eyes fierce for a split second and then quickly hidden. Let you have a chance to go out and cook. Deal. Bai Zhe smiled pleasantly. Resignation. This research of your sister is still very important.
What if you promise her to wear the wig that the old housekeeper gave you?
I can cook for you one more time. Oh, deal. Resignation immediately responded, fearing that Bai Zhe would back out. That eager look to see Tao Chu Chu heart-stuffed.
Tao Chu Chu, white boss this black-hearted goods, obviously very want to give resignation to cook and eat, actually make it seem as if it is her good sister begging him to cook. Her good sister is too unprincipled for a mouthful of food. Tao Ruizi heart thought can be beautiful. She is not stupid, only promised to wear a wig. Where how long? Sister cannot ask. The plane finally arrived, and as soon as I stepped off the plane, I was greeted by the old butler. It's just, why is the wig he's holding? It's like long pink curls. Tao Chu Chu choked. Strong condemnation of the eyes shot to the old housekeeper. What is going on? How is the pink? How important do not have a point? What free play? Black long straight hair cannot. The old housekeeper was quite proud, completely unable to read Tao Chu Chu's condemning eyes. Pink? How nice. What a cute little girl little Miss Chu Chu is. A little public figure for all of us forever. Of course she has to match the pink color. Little Miss Chu Chu has such intense eyes on this one. She must be praising him for doing it. Hey, 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 hey. The old housekeeper spoke a little shyly. Little ladies and guests, please come with me. Master and the others are in the square collecting peanuts, and asked me to come and pick you up first. Then he also handed Tao Ruizi a small crown hairpin in his hand. Tao Chu Chu's choking sensation became heavier. Tao Rui, who didn't know her sister's mental activities, could be happy. Collecting peanuts. Go go go. Tao Ruizi's eyes were glowing. Fresh and hot peanuts. Yeah. Chapter 129 Hanging Hearts finally snapped. By the time Tao Rui and the other four arrived at the square, the peanut collection was nearing its end. Grandpa! Passionate shouts. Grandpa Tao heard from a great distance, turned around and saw nothing, just a pink unidentified creature quickly scurrying over from the distance, heading straight for the sack containing peanuts in his hand. Tai! Where did the demon come from? Give me! Typed before he could say it, Grandpa Tao saw his good granddaughter's cute little face. Ouch! It's my own grandson. Though look, well, can't figure out what young people like nowadays. Never mind, as long as his good granddaughter likes it. After looking kindly for a while at Tao Rui's action of starting to harvest peanuts all over the field and throwing his own mouth in the process, Grandpa Tao turned his head to look for his oldest granddaughter, Chu Chua, Tao Chu Chu, who just approached, nervously observed his grandfather's expression after seeing the resignation powdered hair, and only after confirming that it was normal did he put his heart down and easily greeted his grandfather. Grandpa, I'm back, tired or not? Take a break. I'll do it. Good good good. Grandpa is not tired. Grandpa Tao's face was full of smiles as his eldest granddaughter helped him to sit down to the side, and the old housekeeper got to say, in fact, I'm really not tired, it's just that this child Chu Chu is too filial. The old housekeeper suddenly thought of his granddaughter who hadn't come home from her school trip. Chu Chu and Rhetoric are back. Grandma Tao's voice arrived before her arrival. Stinky old man, why didn't you tell me about this? Causing me and Xin Xin and the others to wait in the main hall to meet someone, only for you to abduct them here. Grandma, I'll be right there. Tao Rui jumped and jumped, waving to her grandma to show her position. She finished the peanuts confiscated on the ground in no time. As for the collected ones, she had already taken them to the back kitchen to make fried peanut rice. Grandma Tao, what the heck is that? Is that her well-behaved, cute and smart little granddaughter? It's over. Is the child's rebellious period arrived? But look at this greeting of good behavior. It does not look like Tao Chu Chu's heart hung in the air from the moment her grandmother appeared. After going up to her grandmother and greeting her, Tao Chu Chu began to pray, praying for her good sister. Milk, I'm coming. Tao Rui came up and gave Grandma Tao a warm and suffocating hug. Quit, my old wasto. Grandma Tao face pain mask. Quit it gently. Let go of Grandma. Grandpa Tao and Tao Chu Chu on the side were so frightened that they hurriedly pulled the two apart with 7 hands and 8 feet. Tao Rui stepped back in embarrassment, touching her head out of habit, her wig nearly ripped off by the strength of her hand. At that instant, Tao Chu Chu exploded with extreme speed, and quickly pulled up, carrying her grandparents on her back, facing Tao Rui, quickly organizing her good sister's wig with both hands, and still playing cover-up with her mouth. It must be that Rui hadn't seen her grandparents for too long, and missed them too much, and forgot to collect the strength of her hands in a moment of excitement. Ha ha! The old housekeeper hurriedly covered up. Little Miss Resignation's filial piety really touches me. The peanuts have also been collected. Why don't we all move to the main hall first? It would be rude to keep the guests waiting for a long time. Bai Zhe spoke up at the right time. There's no harm in it. It's my honor to experience the Tao family's harmonious family atmosphere up close. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's go to the main hall.
Grandpa Tao took the lead and led the crowd to the car and set off. Tao Chu Chu dragged away. Tao Rui stroked her chin. She always felt that her sister was not quite the same as usual. Where exactly was it wrong? Old Tang waited long. Grandpa Tao had just arrived at the main hall and compensated Grandpa Tang with a salute. Wah. Old sister, what kind of secondary costume are you wearing? Tao Feng was the first to exclaim. It's so nice. Tao's mother was shocked in place. How did she not know that her youngest daughter had this hobby? What secondary you on? This is the sister's research. Tao Rui didn't finish his words. Was Tao Chu Chu reached out and covered her mouth to force the mic to close. This is Resignation's latest hobby. We have to be enlightened parents and respect our children's hobbies. Tao Chu Chu was righteous. Except for Bai Zhe, who knew the hearts of all the people present. No one knew that she was actually nervous as hell right now. Tao's father was puzzled. But I seem to have just heard Resignation say that this is your yen what? My face orientation Yes, I can like Resignation. Dressed up so cute. Who would not like it is not Old brother you say right. Sweat drenched Tao Chu Chu do not understand why usually mom yells as if deaf like dad. Now how the ear so sensitive. Tao Feng? Sensing that something was wrong with his big sister, Tao Feng decided to cooperate and take a look first. Yes, it can look good. Respect. The crowd was confused by Tao Chu Chu this out. That sentence how to say. Right. Do not understand but respect. Then hurriedly out of the statement. Right. Resignation awesome Tao Chu Chu felt as if she had snubbed over. And just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief and drink some water to take a break. Tao Chu Chu this tea has just entered the mouth. Heard her good sister. Of course I am the universe invincible cute Cute is nothing. In front of my invincible god of war look. That's all floating clouds. Tao Ruizi swish pulled off the long pink curls on her head, revealing her shiny little bald head after she had taken care of it. Watch, my new bald war god look. The little Taokia's tone was even full of pride, and his eyes faintly flickered in anticipation of the crowd's praise. Tao Chu Chu, a mouthful of tea sprayed all out, then peacefully closed her eyes and slid off the stool to the ground. It's okay, just a heart she's hanging on to, finally dead. Let her lie quietly for a while, the storm will come later. The people in the room. The smartwatch warning of a heartbeat exceeding 120 goes tick, tick, tick. Tao's father hurriedly looked at his kissing wife's wrist, and it was really his wife. Finished. Shinshin is going to be furious. Tao. Rhetoric. Resignation. I'm going to chop you up today. Tao's mother pulled the watch on her hand that was dripping and screaming annoyingly and threw it aside without looking at it. Tang Xin, Tao's mother, exuded a bearish anger, drew the chicken feather duster from the drawer, and holding it, she was about to rush up. Then he was stopped by Tao's father, and the people around him. Tao's grandfather, Tao's grandmother, and Tang's grandparents all gathered to persuade him. Xin, the baby is still young. The hair can still grow. Rebellion. Let's give her more tonic. Hair grows fast heart. Don't be impulsive. It's not a big deal to break the child. The problem is that our daughter's physical strength. You can't hurt her. Why do you want to get angry and break your body? Tao's father just finished speaking. The surrounding voices of persuasion all stopped. Tao Lingxiu, Tao father's name. What do you mean? You mean you want to break my granddaughter? I'm telling you, if you lose a hair, I'm not finished with you. Grandpa Tao was furious with his nose. I don't believe it today. Tao Rui, you stand still for me. I don't believe it. I hit you and you dare to run. Dare to fight back. Tang Xin originally had an anger value of only 80. Now that she was persuaded by Tao father, her anger value directly soared to 111. Tao resigned people also a little confused. Do not understand to ask, you just said not respect my personal preferences? Do not praise my new look even if. Mom, why you still angry? Tao Feng squatted down and poked Tao Chu Chu who was pretending to be dead on the ground. Quickly think of a way out. Escaping is useless. Both of our little sister is almost nothing. Tao Chu Chu waved away Tao Feng's annoying hand. I'm lying on the ground. Can't you play a little? Tao Feng instantly understood for a second and shouted super pompously. Chu Chu. What's wrong with you? The crowd's attention was instantly drawn and they ran over. Grandpa Tao, quick, call a doctor. Tao Chu Chu struggled to get up. His tone weak. It's okay, Grandpa. Director Bai also knows a little bit of Qi and Huang magic. Gave me a look. Said that I was overworked and needed quiet recuperation. At those words, Tang Xin also calmed down a lot, glaring at that awful little daughter, walking over and picking up her eldest daughter in a princess hug. Chu Chu, I'll take you back to your room to rest first. We'll clean up that leather monkey later. Tao Rui looked unconvinced and wanted to argue a few sentences, but was forced to close the microphone by her oldest brother. Tao Feng, good girl. You forget that mom said the most unacceptable thing is that you shave your head. Oh. Tao Rui pulled her brother's hand over her mouth. Why? Tao Feng wanted to shut up and not say anything, but seeing that Resignation was really nervous, he had to say it.
It should have something to do with that old monk who wanted to take resignation as his disciple back then. As a mother, how can she accept that her good daughter is away from the world and never return home?
Tao, resigned to hear, immediately panicked. What to do?
I did not think so much, old brother.
Now how to do? You go to the adults. How should I know?
He and Choo Choo had done their best.
Little Tao Tai finished the ball. Looks like it's not something that can be fixed by not eating meat for a week.
Chapter 130. Sister's words are as accurate as an oracle.
Mom just took the duster look.
Really like the sister with a whip to whip the ghost spirit of the look. Oh,
handsome batch.
I can't imagine that my mom, who is usually soft and gentle and weak,
can actually pick up my sister effortlessly. Wow. Her mom, so charming and attractive.
By Zay, capitalized speechless.
At this time, the little Tao Tai should not hurry to find a remedy. Well, here in the nonsense what? Underscore. Really can't stand to watch when up to poke Tao Ruijie.
What kind of nonsense are you thinking about at this time?
Your mother doesn't look generally angry. Don't you want to think of a way?
Tao Rui instantly sat down on a chair with a sad face, looked around the circle of adults with different faces.
I'm a poor little kid. What can I do?
The adults at home can't stop it, especially my dad,
adding fuel to the fire,
looking as if he didn't think mom was angry enough and wanted her to erupt. If it wasn't for my sister's haste to lull mom away,
I'd be up to my ass right now,
said while looking condemningly at her dad. Tao Lingxiu turned his head to the side,
pretending to look at the scenery. I can't help it.
I'm sure I'll take your mom's side between you and your mom.
It's just hard to be a sandwich. Humph. She's angry now too.
Tao Rui felt that she had to have her own attitude.
It's not like I'm killing or setting fire to anyone. Every single day I'm trying to do the right thing. Now it's just a shaved head. It's not a big deal. Mom is angry for a reason. I can understand that. But Dad, it's just outrageous. I declare, I'm angry now too. With that, he went out the door in a huff. The crowd of old men who had wanted to ask Choo Choo about the true state of her body now didn't dare to utter a single breath. Look at each other. And so Tao resigned to go far away.
Tao grandfather was the first to open his mouth. This talk about what is called what is going on. Originally 2 granddaughters out of the mission hard work.
The 2 good end of the back. This is how happy things.
Resignation also so happy to show us her new look.
Even if it is out of the ordinary a little bit, special a little bit, there is no need to be so angry. So overreaction. Tao Lingxiu, you really did something wrong this time. Grandpa Tao just finished speaking. Grandma Tao continued. You two as parents.
These years, resignation for you do not know how many changes in nature.
You usually obviously love resignation. This time, you all reflect on reflection. Grandpa Tang, you two as parents are not doing as good a job as her brother and sister. Let's go. Let the kids take a breather. Let's go back and check on Choo Choo and resignation later.
Grandmother Tang rose gracefully and walked out with Grandmother Tao's hand,
not giving Father Tao a single glance. The old people have gone away. Tao's father tried to talk to his eldest son. As small wind.
Tao Foam also got up. Dad,
this time, you guys shouldn't have overreacted like that. Don't you know resignation's character well? She doesn't eat soft food. What's more,
she didn't do anything wrong in this case. It's you guys who have forced your thoughts and fears on her.
Tao's father was so deep in thought that he didn't even know when Tao Feng left or when Tang Xian walked in.
It wasn't until a cup of tea appeared in front of him that Tao's father looked up as if he were waking up and saw that it was his wife.
Xin, how is Choo Choo? Tang Xian sat to the side. Do you think I don't know that she's pretending?
At that time,
that situation, I also happened to go down this step. Otherwise I would really do something irreparable. Lingxiu, this time, really we were wrong. Tang Xian's gaze was distant.
At that time, when I saw her little bald head, I was instantly pulled back to when that monk came over 10 years ago.
The fear of resignation leaving took control of me. And I've never lashed out at resignation as much as I have this time.
As she said this,
Tang Xian's tears couldn't stop dripping down. Tao's father patted Tang Xian's shoulder soothingly. Then let's go and apologize to resignation? You're right. Tang Xian couldn't be bothered to wipe the teardrops on her face.
And the person suddenly became excited.
I'll go to the back kitchen now. Preparing good food to apologize for sure works well.
Do not know her father and mother planned to give her an apology. Tao resignation at this moment is in the room to her sister long and short sigh.
Tao Choo Choo.
It was quite rare to see her good sister so distressed. It's just that the sighs are so frequent and there's absolutely no delay in eating it. Tao Choo Choo looked speechlessly at the chicken wing bones piled as high as a small mountain on the table in her room. Hey, she also wanted to sigh with resignation.
If the white boss is good,
at least can share a little bit of her good sister's troubles.
Sis, I feel as if today's chicken wings don't have quite enough flavor. Is it possible that the chef in the back room, like me, had something to think about today, so he put in less salt?
Tao Choo Choo,
not delicious. Then you have not eaten less it. Good boy. Resignation. Mom is definitely not really angry. You see, she did not give me a doctor. That means she knows I am pretending. Looking for a step down it. Maybe later on figured out. To find you and good it. Tao Chu Chu ultimately could not bear to see her good sister so worried. Trying to find words to comfort. Tao Ruizi's eyes light up in surprise. Really? I'll believe you when you say so. Tao Chu Chu heart pressure suddenly increased suddenly. Her good sister is still really. She said anything to believe it. What the two people didn't expect was that it wasn't more than 10 minutes after saying this. The door to Tao Chu Chu's room was knocked on. Chu Chu, is the resignation here with you? Tao Rui looked up from the chicken wing basin in surprise. It was Mom's voice. Yeah. Sister's words are as magical as an oracle. Tao Ruizi hurriedly scratched the chicken wing bones on the table to the trash can, and hid the chicken wing pot on the table under the table, covering it with a tablecloth. Then he wipes the grease off his hands with alcohol wipes and makes sure he's fresh before snapping the door open. Tao Chu Chu then crossed her arms to her chest to watch her good sister perform. Mom, you asked for me. Tang Xin, who was just about to continue knocking on the door, had her hand stopped in the air like that, her face expression momentarily at a loss. Mom? Tao Ruizi's small bald head shone more and more in the light. After indulging for a minute, Tao's mother, who had finally gathered herself, piled up a smile on her face. Mom came over here to ask if you were not eating the potter's chicken. Eat. Tao resigned to nod as if pounding garlic. Tao Chu Chu watched from the sidelines or for her good sister pinch sweat. Don't point the head off. So Mom will take you to the back kitchen? Making too much. The back kitchen can't find a suitable pot for it for a while. It's still in the pot. Seeing her youngest daughter smiling so happily, the smile on Tao mother's face who was finally relieved could be considered to have become relaxed. Tao Chu Chu followed the two slowly in the back. After walking for a while, she finally couldn't bear it. Dad, how long have you been trailing? Just such a straight road. Everyone is not blind. Ha. Tao's father laughed nervously. I'm not worried about the two of them? Tao Chu Chu secretly speechless for a moment. Dad, the two of them, a heartless everyday happy, a good understanding love children. How can there be overnight hatred? On the contrary, you, Dad, you add fuel to the fire. Resignation but really hold a grudge. Sis, keep up. Tao Ruizi took Tao mother's hand and turned back to greet her sister. Tao Chu Chu saw the situation. Immediately accelerate the pace. The heart silently spit. In fact, this family, the bottom of the food chain is not the brother, but the dad it. Chapter 131. So, you can eat in this? The two mothers and daughters made up. The whole family was relieved. With the internal problems solved, it was finally time to work on entertaining guests. In order to entertain Bai Zhe, and to show the high importance attached to this matter, the crowd changed from their usual civilian clothes. The old folks took out their crushed Zhongshan suits and Chongsams. Tao's father, Tao Feng, was dressed in a full customized suit, while Tao's mother wore a delicate but not ostentatious little dress. Even Tao Chu Chu and Tao Rui were asked to dress grandly and formally. Tao Chu Chu chose a modified suit dress, very much in line with her elite persona in front of Boss White all her life. The little Tao Tai, on the other hand, did not tell what costume was chosen, and even her sister did not pry. And so the whole family was filled with anticipation, nervousness, for the welcome dinner for Shirazawa. Bai Zhe, who had received Chu Chu's message, had long ago dressed himself properly and checked himself before leaving the house. Very good, hair tied up, clothes buttoned up, ready to go. When Bai Zhe arrived, except for Tao Ruji who hadn't arrived, everyone else was sitting in the main hall drinking tea and chatting, and as soon as they saw him come in, the four old men took the lead in rising to welcome him. Grandma Tao and Grandma Tang secretly sized up Bai Zhe. Although he was simply dressed, his hands and feet were permeated with the temperament of a superior person, and he looked like a person of honor and dignity. It wasn't that they hadn't checked it out, but they couldn't understand half of the in-depth information. Such a mysterious and powerful person was going to stay in their house for a short period of time. They didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Bai Zhe's back unconsciously raised when he noticed that the young Taotia's elder was sizing him up. What's the point of standing around dryly? Sit down everyone, Grandpa Tao said looking towards Bai Zhe, seemingly torn on how to address him. Bai Zhe hurriedly said, it's not a serious workplace. This is home. Grandpa Tao and all the elders just call me Xiao Bai. Ha. Little Bai. I'll take advantage of it then. Grandpa Tao warmly greeted Bai Zhe and sat down. There's been a lot going on at home these past few days, and I feel rude apologizing for not being able to welcome you first. Just now resigned this little leather monkey let someone bring a message over to say that her clothes are not good to wear. She has to arrive a little later. Really sorry. Grandpa Tao lifted his teacup and toasted. Blame me. I told everyone to dress a little more grandly. After Bai Zhe calmly returned the favor, he gently sipped his tea before slowly speaking. It's fine, Grandpa Tao. Resignation is lively and active, and this time I definitely paid too much attention to your explanations, and I don't feel that everyone is slacking off on me. The clothing, food, Housing and transportation are all arranged very thoughtfully. I'm very grateful. Grandpa Tao was coaxed in his heart not to know how satisfied with this junior. As soon as he was happy, he greeted Bai Zhe one by one and drank tea. Bai Zhe thought as he sipped his tea, no, there must be something. According to the little Taoye's usual temperament, if it was a small dress, or a suit dress like Choo Choo's, it certainly wouldn't have stayed away for so long. After all, this was a dinner event, so it was usually impossible for the little Tao Tai to be late. Those who thought the same way were Tao Choo Choo and Tao Feng. The hearts of the three of them were hanging in the air at the same time, always feeling like resignation was going to give some kind of surprise later on. Speak of the devil. The voice of resignation came from the doorway. I'm coming. I'm coming. Accompanying her voice was the sound of clanking. The crowd raised their eyes to the door. Then the next second, in unparalleled unanimity, reached up to cover his eyes. Ah, that stings. Because of the importance of this welcome and hospitality dinner, the lighting effect in the main hall is very, very bright. As a result, none of them were spared from having their eyes stunned when Tao Rui struggled to step through the door. Bai Zhe was the first to ease up, dropping his hand for a closer look. Tao Choo Choo was the second, and then the others followed. So, after the crowd's initial screams of ah dash from the stinging eyes, everyone was now silent. Tao Feng struggled to give his little sister, then a thumbs up. Sometimes I really don't know who taught resignation's brain circuits. Anyway, he and Choo Choo, as well as Dad and Mom, certainly don't want to admit that they taught them. Grandpa said to dress up. But, oh old sister, why have you come in armor? Tao Feng asked the heartfelt doubts of the people present. The point is, in just one day's time, where did she go to get such a set of armor that fits so well and is brand new? This luster, this style, this stitching, this quality, surely it couldn't be made in a day. Ah, Tao Ruizi ah a sound, touched their own small bald head. Expression sincere to let a person's heart ache. Grandpa said to be grand. I tried the small dress in Cheongsam. I always think it's not good, too inconsistent with my new look nowadays. I want to think about it. I am now the persona of the god of war. Isn't the god of war the most suitable with armor? It's impossible to argue with such a sincere question. Tao Choo Choo, actually, it's really quite good looking, wearing armor of resignation, not open mouth. A momentum is really like a female god of war descending to earth. Small bald head is added a few points of solemn majesty. Sensing that her sister was genuinely complimentary, Tao Ruizi's tail was going to be happy up in the sky. Tao Feng couldn't help himself. Resignation. This armor looks good, but you still have armored gloves on your hands. Wearing this, can you eat? Those who didn't know thought that what they were organizing was not a dinner party, but a comic show. Tao Rui was deliberately maintaining the unsmiling expression on his face ever since he put on the armor, and even though the laughter in his eyes was overflowing, he still held back the corners of his mouth from having any amplitude. Hearing this doubt from her oldest brother, Tao Rui confidently walked over to the dining table and demonstrated how to sit on a stool while wearing armor, and how to pick up chopsticks, spoons, and pots with her armored gloved hands. After the demonstration, Tao Rui stood up and walked over to Tao Feng, lowering his voice line. Brother, do you know what it is that strong people never complain about their circumstances? How could a mere suit of armor stop me from eating? This stinky kid. Tao Feng's hand was vaguely itching to punch something. Ahem, old Tao Ah, everyone's here. Is it time to start dinner? Grandpa Tang cleared his throat and spoke at the right time. Ah yes, dinner is served. Xiao Bai, please sit down. Chapter 132. Next, Tao Rui demonstrated what it meant to have real dry rice strength with practical actions. Armor and whatnot were nothing more than atmosphere-enlivening props that reflected and refracted to stimulate everyone's eyes from time to time during her high-speed dry rice. The current direction of the meal is that the adults are talking and laughing and the hosts and guests are happy. And Tao Feng was still the Tao Feng who couldn't snatch a beansprout from his little sister. Tao Xiaozhu, I'm your brother. Tao Feng used his chopsticks to ruthlessly clamp down on the last passion fruit roasted ribs on the table. Tao Dafeng, I'm your sister. You have to let me. On the other end of the passion fruit roasted ribs were Tao Dafeng's chopsticks. I didn't get a single piece. You ate it all. It's the last one. You can't let me have a piece. Tao Feng's whole body strength was used up. His neck veins were exposed. Hideous. No way. Chef Big White in the backroom doesn't like passion fruit. How rare that there are passion fruit baked ribs this time. I haven't had enough. Usually, there are more honey sauce ribs. Why don't I see you grabbing them? Tao Ruizi was equally red in the face. Tao Xiaozhu, if you love passion fruit so much, then you should just go and eat a whole box of passion fruit. What's the point of grabbing this from me? Tao Dafeng, you think I'm stupid, aren't you? Is meat the same as fruit? Then why don't you go and eat fruit instead of meat? Ah, you're the older brother. You set the example. Tao Xiaoshu, don't go too far. So what? You can't beat me. I'm going to morally kidnap you, aren't I? Ha, old brother, bye. It's just kids fighting. Don't worry about it. After a few cups of wine,
Tao Lingxiu had already changed his address to Bai Zhe from little Bai to older brother Bai.
Bai Zhe tried to get up. Not too good. It looks to me like the two of them are already going to fight. How bad would it be to hurt the peace on such a good day? It's okay. Oops, let's keep talking. Keep talking. Tao Lingxiu pressed Bai Zhe, who wanted to get up to reconcile. Down Bayu. Sit down. Sit down. Children's matters. We adults should not interfere. Let's continue talking about this.
The smile on Bai Zhe's face remained unchanged, but the villain in his heart was already scratching the wall like crazy. What white old brother?
Good and proper. Why is his seniority higher? He will be a little white just fine.
His mouth was still trying to struggle a bit.
Uncle Tao, just call me Xiao Bai, and I feel as if resignation is about to storm out.
Tao Lingxiu filled Bai Zhe's wine glass again. What do you call uncle?
If you don't mind, call me big brother Tao.
The two of them are often like this.
Chu Chu is here. Even if they really fight, it's okay, don't worry, let's chat about us Bai Zhe helpless.
I can't imagine that resignation father's alcohol capacity is so poor. This is only a few cups up, people are drunk. It was also too completely different from the rumored mysterious president's personality style, and there was no way he could reason with the drunken man.
So let's just go with it for now. On the other side, Tao Rui's strength in clamping the chopsticks was violently loosened,
and Tao Feng Li Dao lost his balance and fell backward with a panicked look on his face. Tao Rui took this opportunity to rush a hungry gourmand to pounce,
biting into the ribs, and backhandedly pushing her oldest brother away with an elbow. Tao Feng couldn't stop his expression of shock,
and his body that fell backward was steadily held by Tao Chuchu's palm.
After stabilizing his body, Tao Feng angrily questioned, Tao Xiaozhu, you use this trick every time. Aren't you tired of it? Didn't we agree not to use this trick last time? Tao Ruizi didn't say anything,
just super dejectedly shaking his leg, chewing the fragrant passion fruit barbecue ribs in his mouth, making delicious and satisfying sounds slurp as he ate. Determined to gnaw the ribs clean, Tao Rui, resigned to take the ribs bone to her old brother, said, the trick is not afraid of the old.
Work on the line. Besides, last time you said unilaterally. I didn't agree.
She does not love to read,
but not really stupid.
Tao Feng weakly covered the place where he was elbowed by Tao Ruizi and accused,
you have equipment today. It didn't count just now.
Tao Ruizi slightly said,
even if you don't have the equipment, you still won't be able to grab it.
Older brother,
don't try to challenge this war god. Tossing the rib bones back,
he threw them into the trash with precision, then handsomely crossed his arms and clasped them to his chest.
Tao Feng, damn,
she's loaded to the gills. The two of them were on pins and needles and were about to continue fighting when Tao Chuchu defused it with a single sentence. The new dishes are your favorite red wine braised beef brisket and eel truffle fried rice. The chef said he only made 3 servings.
The two quickly returned to the table to fight a new round of battles. Brisket for me. Fried rice too. Dream on. I'll take your name if I don't get a bite of fried rice today. Tao Chu.
Old brother, a quarrel with rhetoric.
IQ fell. How the last name is not a last name. Speechless, yen _ winky face. Luckily, today's guest was Boss Bai,
or else it would really be so humiliating,
even though she didn't really care about fame either.
But the thought that the guest who came was someone else, and that tomorrow word might get out that the Tao children had fought to the death over a mouthful of rice,
made me feel very social and dead, shocked that the endless infighting in the mansion is over a bite to eat. Chapter 133, came to ask for advice. After 3 rounds of drinking,
Tao Ruizi and Tao Feng also fought several waves of battles, and there was no doubt that the battles still all ended with the victory of the little Tao Tai. Anticipating that his own Tao Feng's young master could not eat enough, the back kitchen had already prepared a table of delicious food on Tao Feng's dining table in that building, and had thoughtfully covered it with an insulated cover. It was obvious that Tao Feng also knew what the backroom did.
Tao Chuchu Qian I slightly condensed, I can't understand. You know that you can't snatch resignation. Why do you still want to snatch? This is you and resignation, what unique hobby? Is it hard to believe that you're enjoying the pleasure of going back later and having a solo meal by yourself? It's not like you have a hobby like that either. What's solo food? Keep your voice down. Rhetoric never knew. Kidding aside, if resignation knew about it, that table would definitely not be guaranteed, and he would really go hungry. Tao Feng nervously raised his head to look at Tao Rui's reaction, and only after realizing that Rui hadn't noticed the content of their conversation did he relax and ruffle his bangs. The rice is to grab and eat it to smell good. This pleasure, old sister, you cannot experience. It is really a pity for the heart. Tao Chu turned her head, not wanting to look at this retarded brother. Men are childish ghosts. She was sure her good sister would never feel so much like Tao Feng. Whether the rice is grabbed or not, it surely doesn't matter to rhetoric. After all, how the rice smells good. Across the street, Tao Rui was engrossly burying her head in Chen Pai beef and sour and spicy oolong egg soup, and seemed to sense that her oldest brother had mentioned something she didn't know about, and raised her head to take a puzzled look. Give up thinking for a second and keep eating.
It's not like her oldest brother would really treat her badly anyway. Besides, her old brother couldn't beat her. Elder brother bye. Try this crab and fish maw. With some small wine, it's like heaven on earth. Under Tao Lingxiu's enthusiastic recommendation, Bai Zhe moved his chopsticks to eat. After eating it, I thought, it tastes as if he could have made it. Confidence. JPG, don't listen to him, eat this, pan-fried baked cod. This is a famous national banquet dish. Ah, it's a recipe that Grandma Resignation found in order to thank you for taking care of Choo Choo and Resignation on weekdays. Bai Zhe looked at Grandma Tao thankfully. Thank you Grandma. Bai Zhe is really flattered. What do you call Grandma? The generation is messed up. You should call my mom Auntie Tao. Tao Lingxiu was obviously drunk. His speech was slurred. White Zephyr. Don't care. Pissed off yourself no one knows. Getting up and taking the wine to toast everyone. Bai Zhe spoke in a serious tone. This time I came because of certain objective reasons. I need to rely on Rhetoric's protection and borrow your precious mansion to recuperate for a period of time. I won't bother you all for too long. At most 4 or 5 days, I'll be able to leave. In the meantime I can't promise that I might actually cause you all some trouble, for which I first express my deepest apologies and gratitude, and which I will repay in the future. Tang Xin gently covered her mouth and smiled. Bureau White, it's out of place to say so, since our children have entered your organization. They are serving the country and its people just as you are, and we enjoy the protection of the state. So how could we feel that it's a hassle to live at home for a period of time nowadays for such a small thing? You don't worry to stay, just treat it as your own home. If there is anything you need, feel free to talk to Choo Choo. Resignation. It's also good to look for Tao Feng, the brat, if it's inconvenient. Grandpa Tao put down his wineglass and laughed out loud a few times in a bashful manner. Xiao Baiya, we have a big pattern. Don't underestimate us. Oh. Bai Zhe laughed nervously. Haha, it's me who's being too polite. Here's to everyone. What I have to say is all in the wine. Dry. Tao Ruizi was the loudest. Dry. The crowd shot a look. And hey, Resignation came to clink glasses with an oversized, exclusive rice bowl holding soup. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being my granddaughter. Atmosphere. At the end of the meal, only Tao Choo Choo, who hadn't been drinking, and Tao Rui, who was sober, were left in the room. Because it was too late, the servants all went to bed. Tao Choo Choo was speechless. Resignation. It seems that we can only the two of us carry this pile of people back one by one. Who would have thought that even Boss Bai would end up drinking himself crazy? Her dad's passionate and crazy look is really not seen often. And of course the most outrageous thing is that Grandma and Grandma let themselves go too. And we all had a gluttonous day. So we'll have to ask the back kitchen to make more sobering soup tomorrow. What a shame for them. The last dessert was delicious, they didn't even get to eat it. Tao Rui scratched his head and looked around at the people on the floor. Sister, there are too many people. Why don't we split up and transport them? Good. Then grandparents and grandparents, I'll take them. You'll be in charge of Mom, Dad, older brother, and Boss White. No problem, sister. Then resign. We'll see you later. Aha! The two sisters settled the person into the car and then set off on their own. Tao Rui sent her parents back and set off towards Tao Feng's building in less than 5 minutes. Just as she passed through the central square, a large amount of black gas came from the road ahead. The street lamps were brightly lit. An masked black-clothed man whose figure kept flickering slowly walked out from the black foggy gas, the spikes in his hands glowing with a cold and dangerous light. Upon seeing Bai Zhe, who was lying on the ground in a cart, he gave an arch salute. My master's escort, Black 11, has come to ask Lord White Zephyr for advice. I didn't expect that I came today by such a coincidence, and that Lord Bai Zhe is actually in a state of drunken unconsciousness. Black 11 couldn't see his demeanor clearly with his face masked, and could only see the arched eyebrows. How lucky I am. In that case, I'll be polite. My lord, leave your life here. After Black 11 finished speaking, he spun the Ame thorn in his hand and attacked from the air at great speed. Tao Rui casually threw her oldest brother and Bai Zhe to the ground and instantly began attack mode. All armored, eyes glowing red, vertical pupils staring at the enemy, and swung his right fist into the sky. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you in the ass. Talking to yourself. Didn't even see me, did you? That's going to show you what happens when you don't take me seriously. My territory. And you dare to be reckless. Eat my move. Invincible Tao Dao fist. Black 11's pupils dilated dramatically. So fast. It's too late to duck. Black 11 was hit by Tao Rui's punch in the front and screamed miserably as he flew backwards, using all his strength to stabilize his backward form in the air. Black 11 sounded shocked. Who are you? How can you have such strong battle power? The person in front of him was wearing an unusual looking armor and was a bald little girl. There was no such person in the mission message information given to him by Black One. Wasn't it said that the most dangerous thing to watch out for around Bai Zhe was that little Tao Tai? Isn't that little Tao Tai a long, black, cute looking loli?
He just did not see before such a bold shot. Ah, this little bald war god-styled girl child, could it be the Tao Tai? The next moment Tao Rui's words answered his doubts. Who am I? How dare you come to die without poking around to find out? I am Tao Tai. Here, I cover. White Zephyr, too, is under my cover. Blanche, it's true. Do all you ferocious beasts like such an original middle-aged look? What an age. Raising his spirits, Black 11 regained his concentration. So what if it's Tao Tai? I was the one who was gullible just now, and now you won't be able to get away with it either. Tao Rui disdained and took off his armor gloves. Seeing that you're such a weakling, I'll just have to make my armor look less complete. Let you have 2 gloves and I'll beat you with my bare hands. Let it be known to you that today, you're the one who's going to leave your life here today. And, also, let that pesky master of yours know that I'm no pushover. Ow! A soft roar came out of Tao Rui's mouth, and the golden light Tao Tai phantom appeared from behind her, looking even more majestic and terrifying in the dark night. Little light, you go protect Lao and Bai Zhe. Tao Rui did a warm-up exercise in place. Hey, don't think she can't smell that the black mist around her is hiding something. The trick of sounding out the east and striking the west. She followed the emperor to play the rest. When Black 11 saw that golden light Tao Tai phantom, the alarm bells in his heart rang frantically. Oh no, this little Tao Tai is smarter than they thought. I'm afraid that they won't be able to complete their mission successfully today. Hands behind his back, Black 11 tried to quietly release a call for help out. As a result, the signal had just rushed out for a second when Tao Rui flashed behind him and intercepted the signal he sent for help with one hand. Black 11 turned around in fear and saw Tao Rui giving him a deliberately evil smile and stuffing his call for help straight into his mouth and eating it. Mmm, tastes nice and sweet. Is there more? Tao Rui finished eating it as if he felt it wasn't enough, and asked with a sincere face. Black 11, eats it up. She ate it up. Chapter 134, do you think my armor is handsome? 2, Evil Overlord laughs. How did she eat the distress signal? It's eaten up. He can't find reinforcements. How can he finish the mission today? If he can't go back, he'll be planted here. And if he goes back and his mission isn't accomplished, his master won't let him go. So what to do? No. Is the signal thing something that can be eaten by interception? It was at this moment that Black 11 really panicked. What the hell? Is this Tao Tai a real Tao Tai? He's met a tough match. Dying. Help! Panic now. Tao Rui stretched his arms and legs in the air before stretching, yawning and saying, Xiao Hei Ah. It's so late. Staying up all night is not conducive to me growing taller. You call everyone out. Together, it's faster. She wanted to play with them a bit, but she just realized that her sister was almost done transporting the adults, and if her sister returned and didn't find her, she'd be worried and come out looking for her. She couldn't let her sister fight with her in her pretty little dress. She was going to vehemently defend her sister's elegant persona for the day, though her sister didn't care. Black 11 angrily held the Amei thorn in his hand and pointed it at Tao Ruiji. You're also too arrogant. Fine, I'll satisfy you. He didn't believe it. Today he brought all the high force value. It is said that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. He can't even tear a bite of her flesh with a group attack? He couldn't panic. He had to trust his master. All ghost crew, attack! With a command, many ghosts of different forms floated out from the black mist. Humanoid ones, common dogs and cats, evil ghosts, big evil ghosts, and sprites and demons with relatively high and deep Taoist skills and relatively ugly looks, and so on. With a collective whine, they rushed towards Tao Ruizi. Tao Rui instantly glows with both eyes, so happy that his little bald head seems to shine even brighter. Wow, what a great day. So many little treats for her to add to her meal, so she doesn't even have to steal her oldest brother's late night snack. But her oldest brother was so drunk, after eating the Black Aura snacks guys here, she'd better go to her oldest brother's place to help with the late night snacks, otherwise it would be bad to waste food. Not bad for her. Every day she really has a good buildup of good deeds, yo. Kudos to herself. Proud. JPG, that's right, her ears are so good. How could she not hear what his brother said about the eating alone thing? Want to hide it from her? No way. Even if you're Tao Tai, you're looking down on us too much. It's a fight and you're still distracted. Black 11 was furious. What kind of person? Too little regard for his opponent. Tao Rui looked up at the ghostly creatures pouring towards her from all directions. Innocent but sincere, a mere mole cricket. Do you want the gaze of a god? Today counted as a lucky day for these things to come across her wearing her beloved wildly handsome and cool new armor. So she decided to have a little fight and give them a perfect demonstration of her armor's awesomeness before she happily ate them. Ghosts, you're noble. When you're a tool ghost, you have to be a snack. Stretching his arms out, he flicked back his cloak. Come on. Tao Rui stepped down with gentle force and charged at the nearest big evil spirit, punching the other's face. Askew. Ha, it's been a long time since I've had a fist fight. Come on Grills, meet my handsome armor and my wild stance. Tao Ruizi was practically killing mad in the air,
The glow of his already red and ghostly eyes became even more creepy, and the smile on his face widened more and more as he fought, especially break a ghost. Excitedly their gia maniacal laughter. The Black 11 behind the army of ghosts is looking at the scalp. This Tao Tai, how is it more evil and villainous than them? A ghostly spirit swooped in from behind Tao Ruizi and was caught by her backhanded head. Then she looked at the other party's skeletal green eyes for 2 seconds, came to a sudden realization, and asked in surprise, I get it. You think my armor is cool too, so you want to see it up close, don't you? You've really got a good eye for this. I'll reward you with a pain in the ass, yo. Tao Ruizi crushed the other with a clunk and gently shook off the dust. Turning around, he continued to attack the ghostly spirits around him, punching them in place and specializing in the face. After playing for a while and feeling that these things were too vegetable to be fun to play, Tao Rui looked for Black 11, who had just taken the lead. Scanning through the entire room, he found it. Egu, how can you be a shrinking violet when you're the boss? Don't you come out? I'm coming to play with you. After Tao Rui hammered and exploded a mutated ferocious dog ghost spirit, his body tilted slightly, picking up an evil smile, his eyes precisely locking onto Black 11. You're the sweetest tasting one here. You must be more energetic than a small snack. At least it's a cupcake. I hope you're sweet tasting and not salty, Tao Rui said as he quickly flew towards Black 11, his 5 fingers forming claws just to grab the other party. She had eaten too much savory meat today and wanted something sweet to neutralize it for a late night snack. But of course, it was good to have it, and she wasn't very picky. Black 11 was provoked into a furious rage, and with his Ame thorn in hand, he charged over, deceiving people too much. Today, even if he couldn't make it back, he would still fight to blow himself up and take down this Tao Tai. Ouch. Yes, that's it. Tao Rui stopped in his tracks with a look of appreciation. Resist. I like it when you resist. The meat is more delicate that way. More chewy. Tao Rui laughed uncontrollably with his waist crossed in midair. Chapter 135 Older Brother Mutated? Tao Rui accelerated with a single, sideways flash flying past Black 11, happily watching the other party's momentarily shocked expression. After bypassing Black 11 and quickly approaching his opponent, he gently pinched the back of Black 11's neck with his right hand and whispered close to his ear. You guys are too weak. What if I don't have enough fun? But you smell so good that I don't want to let you go. But then I want you to send a message to your master so he'll send a stronger subordinate to play with me next time. Do you have an idea? Black 11 was stimulated by Tao Ruizi sticking his face open big this, and felt the hand gripping the Ame thorn shaking. Trying to compose himself, Black 11's voice trembled slightly. Then let go of me first. Whoops, Tao Ruizi didn't respond inappropriately. Not only did he let go, Tao Rui also urged Black 11, hurry up and talk to your master all. It's late at night, don't stay up late. Black 11 took a deep breath and sent the transmission under Tao Rui's glaring gaze. Tao Ru, cut. Small sample. A flash. Tao Ruizi once again controlled the back of the neck of the Black 11 destiny. Small black to let you down. You don't think I don't know the content of your message, right? Ancient script, who doesn't know? You are really not good. Actually secretly add the content yourself. Sneaking in the contents to get your master to send reinforcements over now. That's not good. I didn't plan on eating so much today. I've told you several times not to let me stay up late and sleep. You can't be held responsible for not growing taller. But it's okay. I have a big belly and can eat a lot, so I changed it back for you. However, for misbehaving cupcakes, this god of war will not let go easily. Tao Rui threw Black 11 out, and with a wave of his hand, he bound and confined it with black chi chains. I've had enough fun too. Watch how these ghostly creatures turn into my little treats. Tao Ruizi stood in midair, just slightly opened his palm. All the ghosts present, except for the Black 11 who were confined by the chains, were all locked by a huge and terrible pressure. And under the strong pressure the gods were grimly shattered into black gas. Then it surged into Tao Ruizi's body from all directions, the full moon pouring lunar light behind it. Tao Ruizi's shining armor wrapped in a large amount of black chi, closing his eyes with an insatiable face. The little Tao Tai, at the moment really want to have a bed, eat and sleep. How cool. Black 11 watched everything. Watched Tao Ruizi absorb all of the attacking team he had brought with him, and watched Tao Ruizi happily fly towards him after absorbing them. He knew that if he didn't do something about it, he'd really wasted his trip. Black 11 looked down at the 2 people on the ground who were protected by the golden light Tao Tai phantom and made a decision. With the ruthlessness of dying together in his eyes, Black 11 mountain sobbed in blood. Tao Tai, don't think that you're invincible. If I die, I'll take at least one of them with me. Tao Rui stopped in her tracks and looked at the other party in confusion. Black 11 then took advantage of this gap and threw out a talisman his master had given him to explode the chains of black aura that had imprisoned him. Before charging at White Zephyr, the golden light Tao Tai Dharma phase violently changed its size and swung a claw towards Black 11.
When the claws were about to touch Black 11's figure suddenly dissipated into black gas, and in the next instant, it appeared by Tao Feng's side. The tip of the Yamei thorn in his hand glowed blindingly, rushing towards Tao Feng's heart at a rapid pace. Older brother, Tao Rui was furious, and with his intention following his heart, the golden light Tao Tai Dharma phase erupted with a huge light, shaking Hei 11 directly away. The tip of that thorn was just a centimeter away from Tao Feng's heart. Unusually, along with the power of the golden light Tao Tai Dharma phase that shook away Black 11, there was also a force that suddenly erupted from Tao Feng's heart. If it wasn't for that force, Black 11 was too close, and the power of the golden light Tao Tai phantasm might not really be 100% able to protect Tao Feng. Tao Rui did not care what was going on with that power in Lao's body at this time. Anyway, he could make sure that it was harmless to Lao for the time being. She's now super uncontrollably pissed off at Black 11's behavior, and at herself. Hashtag. No wonder people say that villains die from talking too much. Next time she fights she won't be so jumpy anymore. Mudhorse rolls up her sleeves and just fights right. Ko is also stupid. He was actually tuned out. Shame on you. After commanding the lowered and aggrieved golden light Tao Tai Dharma phase to release a shield and protect older brother in Bai Zhe without moving an inch, Tao Rui returned to the ground and walked step by step towards Hei 11, who had just been shaken and fallen to the ground. Black 11 struggled to raise his head to say something, and was rubbed by Tao Rui's foot stomping his face into the ground. Tao Rui was so angry that he stomped his feet a few more times, the hard armor stomping into Black 11's face, hurting him so much that he grimaced. Wanting to speak but unable to do so, the bruised and swollen Black 11 was inwardly indignant, eating all of us, and this is treating us well? Completely oblivious to the fact that they had come to attack the Tao family in Bai Zhe, and that it was only natural for the victims to fight back. Very well, thanks to you. The next people your master sends, I'll treat them well. Now, I'm going to eat you, and your thinking can stop. Piss me off. A foot stomped Black 11. Tao Rui was so angry that he didn't want to open his mouth and eat it, just letting the golden light Tao Tai phantom absorb it with his claws. As things stood, she couldn't afford to let Lao and Bai Zhe go back to their place, so after thinking for a moment, she simply brought them back to the building where she and her sister lived. She'd have to let her sister have an idea about tonight. Disengaging combat mode, Tao Rui went back to her sister as fast as she could. Tao Chu Chu was already drinking a cup of tea in the living room, and when she heard her good sister's voice and went out to greet her, she didn't expect to see her good sister wearing armor, carrying Lao Go in one hand and Bai Zhe in the other, and coming in with such a big grin. This, Tao Chu Chu anachronistically thought. Resignation seems like that middle of the night to go to rob a good woman and man back to be a stronghold lady. Oh, Tao Rui didn't see her sister's odd look, throwing the person behind the sofa and leaving a sis, wait for me, and ran to her room, cherishingly and carefully taking off her armor and hanging it up, changing into her housecoat before walking down. Tao Chu Chu was waiting for her to speak. What's going on here? With all the wind and dust, there must have been another fight. Just what kind of fight could there be at this hour? When this was brought up, Tao Rui was all upset. It's all because of that mole, actually swindling me. I almost got old brother injured. You mean, you were attacked on the way back? Tao Chu Chu looked nervous and hurriedly checked her good sister over. Ouch, ouch, ouch. No sis, I'm fine, I'm fine. Only then did Tao Chu Chu stop. The Tao family's guarding. Didn't you already reinforce it last time? How come there are still dirty things running in? Tao Ruyue spread her hands. I don't know. Anyway, one called Black 11, brought a bunch of little treats to besiege us, targeting Bai Zhe. According to what you said, that Black 11 has a high level of Dao. It's understandable that he ran in. How can those little soldiers come in as well? The guarding should be able to stop them. Sister, you asked this question. I really can't figure it out. I don't know. Let's go check and see tomorrow. It might be clear. Little Tao Tai sighed. It would be best if she didn't find out that an insider had moved. What I'm more concerned about right now is that power in old brother's body, which I've never seen or sensed in all these years. Bai Zhe has seen old brother so many times and hasn't mentioned it to us. It can't be that he doesn't know about it either. Tao Rui looked sad. After it appeared and disappeared, I still can't perceive it in old brother's body. She's so good, crying face. How can she go out and brag about it later? It's hard to believe that my oldest brother has secretly mutated without my knowledge. Tao Ruizi exclaimed. It had to be. The only one she couldn't perceive were the brothers in the god realm. Could it be that Lao is some acquaintance down in the world? Tao Chu Chu rubbed her good sister's head. Don't think about it. Quickly go to bed. Tomorrow ask the white boss and old brother will not have progress? Stay up all night and you won't get any taller. Right. Then I'm going to bed quickly now. Tao Ruizi immediately put the matter to the back of his mind. Jumping back upstairs to his own room, Swoosh rushed into the quilt, a second to fall asleep. Tao Chu Chu was downstairs, shaking her head in amusement, frowning at the two men on the couch. preoccupied. Hopefully, I'll be able to figure it all out tomorrow. Chapter 136, Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. 2 chapters combined. After sleeping for a short while, Tao Ruizi suddenly jumped up from the bed. Oh no! Older brother's night snack in that house is not eaten. Go eat first and then come back. Climbing out of bed and getting dressed, a small Taotai sneaked out through the window, and when he heard his sister's voice, he tensed and stiffened his body and didn't dare to move, and he didn't dare to utter a single breath. The alarm was disarmed before rushing out. So close, almost letting her sister know that she had gone to steal her oldest brother's food. Estimating the time for her sister to wash and rest, Tao Rui quickly solved the big meal in Tao Feng's residence and wiped her mouth and flew to her room. Lying on the bed before going to sleep that moment, Tao Ruizi is still recalling the just-eaten seafood and fish sauce. Delicious. The next time she wants to eat. Day 2. Tao Rui was still sleeping and eating seafood and fish sauce beautifully when he was jolted awake by a yell downstairs mixed with panic and disbelief. How did I get here? Rubbing her eyes in confusion, Tao Rui had just gotten down to the first floor and opened her eyes to see her oldest brother looking as if he had been bullied. What are you doing early in the morning? Disturbing people's dreams. Tao Rui's voice was confused, but the dissatisfaction in his tone was obvious. What for? What happened yesterday? How did my clothes break? Tao Feng had a panicked look on his face, his hand frantically pointing at his chest. Tao Ruru? Did not pay attention to see. It turned out that last night that Black 11's chi power has shocked the old brother clothes. Oh, that is only a little bit of cracking it. Worth so much shouting. Tao Feng was even more frantic when he saw his little sister's expression of what are you being unreasonable about? Tao Xiaozhu, you give an explanation and, how I slept on your sofa here. Sofa next door why he is also an Tao Ruyue, older brother. You seem to be aggrieved by the tone of what is going on Usually you wear a deep V walk around all day. V are fast open to the navel. Did not see you have what Now you buttons are buttoned up to the neck. Chest where the clothes are split then. Let me see Let me compare. Tao Rui squinted one eye and spaced out to measure the length and width. Just crack a centimeter wide and 2 centimeters long. What's your hurry? Tao Feng people have stepped on the sofa. Tao Rui resigned the more calm and speechless. He became more and more frantic. You in the end do not understand Number 1. Drunk last night. Number 2. I was lying on the couch in my clothes. Third. There was a man lying next door to the couch. Fourth. This is not where I live. With so many buffs stacked on top of each other. Tao Xiaozhu, you still won't give me an explanation? If you don't explain, I'm going to rush out and dig up your pickled plums and eat them. Tao Rui stomped on the coffee table. Hey, say that again. Tao Feng also stepped on a foot to the coffee table. Say it. I say I want to put your. In the kitchen pounding breakfast to resignation. Tao Chu Chu originally did not want to come out so quickly to speak. See these two so on the head, also had to come out in time to interrupt. Well, early in the morning, you guys are so energetic, why don't you go to the backyard to the cabbages to water? You're a brother now, be steady, will you? Sit down. Tao Feng was still staring at Tao Rui with one eye. Tao Feng, I said. Tao Chu Chu's tone sank. Sit down. Shooing, he sat down obediently, and Tao Feng raised an adorable puppy dog smile. Older sister, you say. Tao resigned in her sister behind. The little man is someone to support the general, cannot help but give her old brother to make a ghost face dejected. Then he was sanctioned by a backhand from Tao Chu Chu and was obediently pressed into a sitting position on the sofa. After dealing with these two leather monkeys, Tao Chu Chu then narrated, well, the thing is like this, last night resigned to take you back to the road, encountered an unknown enemy attack, fight away their process, you almost killed, but fortunately there is an unknown force in your body in time to protect you, and then resignation brought it back here to sleep for you guys to stop having accidents. That's how it happened. See? It's not right Even if you send me back here, there are so many rooms, I don't have to sleep on the sofa, right? Tao Ruizi arrogantly twisted his head. Let you sleep on the sofa how? What have you done to apologize for? My heart does not count. Tao Feng oops, can't really refute that for a moment. Even so, why didn't you protect me when you were attacked yesterday? Tao Rui suddenly had a weak heart and continued to mouth off. You are unaware of how many things that came to attack yesterday. I had to work very hard to win. We can't say that it's because she's so playful that she's drifting a bit. Anyway, she would change it, but what she said was sure to be used as a handle by her oldest brother and mocked for a long time. Actually awake for a long time but had been pretending to be asleep. Bai Zhe. He knew it wasn't that simple. Do you know who attacked last night? The sudden outburst of Bai Zhe startled several people. Boss Bai. People scaring people will scare them to death. Tao Rui exaggeratedly held Tao Feng. Especially my brother. He can be fragile and can't be scared. Scram. Tao Feng felt that he definitely owed his little sister in his past life, and day after day could be disturbing. Boss bye. With your ability, can you tell what that power in my old brother's body is? White Zephyr shook his head. It should be a power beyond this world that has sealed it. No energy can detect it without it actively appearing. Even me. But it's showing up of its own accord now, so there's a way to figure it out. Tao Feng suddenly smiled in a sneaky way. Could it be that resignation and I would be the same? White Zephyr, it's hard to say. Do you really want to figure it out? Maybe after figuring it out, your current world will be completely different. Oh. Tao Feng indifferently crossed his legs. Life is all about adventure. Not to mention that I have you guys in my world, so it doesn't feel bad. Shiraz, oh. Suddenly close. Tao Feng got up in fright. Brother Bai why are you suddenly leaning so close to me? Bai Zhe revealed a meaningful and inexplicable smile. Because you know this method yourself. I thought you just said that. You meant to tell us? Tao Chuchu frowned and stared tightly at Tao Feng. Speaking of which, none of us have ever told you that resignation is a Tao Tai. How on earth did you know that? Tao Feng forehead cold sweat dripping straight. This, resignation said before Tao Ruru? No, I always thought you and mom and dad were mortal, so how could I possibly say it to scare you? I thought Boss Bai told you. Tao Rui came to a realization. So sister thought I told you. I thought Boss Bai told you. And Boss Bai thought we told you. You just took advantage of our information gap and hid it for so long. Tao Dafeng. You tell me the truth. Tao Feng gently moved Tao Rui's finger pointing at his nose away. Self-brother and sister. There is what to say properly well. Move hands and feet to do what it. Hurt and gas Tao Ruizi oh my god, now you're saying you won't do anything. Who just wanted to dig up my plums? You know how many goodies I've hidden. And you end up having a little secret behind my back for all these years. If you don't speak up today, cut off. Tao Feng drew a piece of paper towel to wipe sweat. I say well, don't rush. And resignation words are not right. He is not all no resignation where the food warehouse. Tao Chuchu sat down in a good mood. A cup of hot coffee in her hand. And elegantly blue. Older brother. Warm tips for you. Resignation is now not even eat breakfast. Oh. Tao Feng, danger. Cold sweat ran wild. There's no room for negotiation? Tao Feng rubbed his small hands together, trying to make another bargain. Tao Rui looked at him condescendingly. His eyes cold. What do you say? Tao Dafeng. Just say it. Tao Feng muttered. Pixie cluck. Tao Rui was offended. What? You speak louder. The sound of the back kitchen master's rhubarb not eating is louder than you. I say I'm Pixie. Pixie. Tao Feng shouted at the top of his lungs as he broke the pot. Hear me clearly this time. Pixie? Tao Ruizi's eyes widened incredulously. Say that again. Has begun to swing. Tao Feng casually lying on the sofa, tone of voice numb and wooden. I have said that it is a brave man. Say again. Answer is still a brave man. Cannot be changed. Pixie. Tao Chu then watched as her good sister went from her normal pinkish tenderness from being so angry to a whole shade of red. Boy, what a level of anger this is. Tao Feng, who was lying flat, was instantly grabbed by Tao Rui's clothes and gave him an over-the-shoulder drop when he was less than staggered. Tao Ruizi, you have a problem with your brain. Why did you drop me for a good reason? It hurts. Pitifully rubbing his shoulder, Tao Feng dissatisfiedly accused Tao Ruishi. How dare you talk about me? Does this hurt? Wasn't it you? The brave man who kicked me down from the top in the first place. Was it you? Tao Rui's eyes were glowing red, as if she was about to crunch her oldest brother. Probably, it's me. Tao Feng was sweating profusely, and he still couldn't stop his sweat even though the tissues in his hand were used up in an instant. Laughing dryly twice, Tao Feng stood up and kindly began to pinch Tao Ruizi's shoulders and pound his back. Sister, that are the past things. I'm not down to accompany you. When your good big brother for so many years, we more than 10 years of love. That is not a fake, alright. Tao Rui firmly waved away his old brother's hand. It's useless to be solicitous. Let's run through it carefully. Can't really think I'm a cutie. Right. Just now also said I felt you pain. When you kicked me down, that I heard more than you now this point. After coming down the aura is not enough. I eat how much are not full. Every day is so hungry. Rely on how much willpower to not break the commandment of cannibalism. Do you know how hard I work? Tao Feng immediately pacified. No. I'm not doing my best to make up for you, including now every day to earn money, are not all in order to support you. I was fighting with Pixie. I really didn't know you were there. Emperor, the first time I punished down, and I came down time than you earlier, is not all in order to better receive to take care of you well. At least I'm your brother up there, even though we're not from the same clan. But Tao Xiaoru, you beat your chest to say, I was not good to you before. I haven't been bad to you before. Don't try to change the subject. You came down for this very thing? And where did your power go? How come it's not the same as mine? Tao Rui still didn't quite accept what this old brother said. My power is sealed away by the emperor, and I won't appear unless it's a life and death situation. This is also to be able to better survive on Earth, lest you be targeted by evil forces because of my visions before you've grown up. Tao Rui's anger subsided a bit. There's more. Keep talking. Tao Feng scratched his head. What else is there to say? Why don't we talk about it? Did you already know about rhetoric and my origins? Tao Chu Chu put down the coffee in her hand. According to what you said, when you came to this world, you brought your previous memories with you, although the divine power was sealed and couldn't be used. But Mayan rhetoric's birth, compared to you should know a thing or two about it. I'd like to know, where are Resignation's real parents? Tao Ruya. Right. Oh, how come it seems like no trace of them ever existed in general? Tao Feng's just now taught nerves relaxed. Hiya, just this thing Well, no is no, but Chu Chu you straight out at that time. I really only learned about it after the fact. After all, I'm also a little kid and can't interfere with the operation of the world's will yet. I sent out manpower to look for you, but to no avail. Through measurements, I could only know that you were still alive, so I never gave up searching for you all these years, and in the end, you were the one I looked for as well. Tao Chu Chu inside, no, actually she knew it even earlier. Forget it, don't mention this, keep listening to Lao. Tao Feng, as for Resignation, I came down originally for her, so I was searching for her from the start, and it wasn't until she was born that I was able to gauge her whereabouts through the astrolabe, and when I went over to pick her up, she was in a deserted mountainous area. And there was no trace of her parents to begin with. Tao Chu Chu said softly. Was there no trace to begin with? How could such a small baby survive in the wild mountains? The whole thing was truly strange. Tao Ruru, it's okay, sister. I'm not living a good life now. Don't need to bother to look for them specifically. There is fate we'll meet. If there is no fate, it is the arrangement of the world's will. Nah, stinky old man, you're down. Where's the evil spirits? Are they down too? I'm pissed off at the mention of this. He wasn't punished because I was the one who kicked you. Tao Feng was bereft and crouched down in the corner and started drawing circles. Alright, I reluctantly forgive you. Tao Rui took a hard bite of nougat, then pulled his oldest brother, and the two of them muttered in the corner. Then Bai Zai, what's the relationship with the emperor? Tao Rui sneaked a glance at Bai Zai, so quietly, he shouldn't be able to hear it. Chapter 137, Sister's Heart. Tao Tao's heart's bitterness. You don't want to die. What is the use of a small voice? He can read Tao Feng just felt that the little sister's brain is a little better. Turn your eyes down the line well. Come on. He hasn't recovered from his injuries yet and his abilities are unstable. What if he can't hear? Tao Rui frantically egged her old brother on. Besides, Bai Zai hasn't said much of a word since just now. Maybe he doesn't want to care about this at all. You're my oldest brother now. With the upper world situation is different, big brother. You at least with me to disclose some information. Is he or isn't he the emperor who came down to the earth to pass through the tribulation or the emperor sent to monitor whether I have done bad things? Tao Feng, we mean, you on their own destruction of the ability to make trouble. The heart is still a little bit of a number of it's hard to say. The first time I saw it, that's when I went to the authority to fish you out. I collapsed and shattered inside straight away. The shock and hurt that day brought to me took me almost a night to get better. As a result, the next day he came to my door to get it, and I had a whole breakdown. I thought it was because I had done something bad to upset me, and the emperor had sent someone to add to my punishment. However, from the looks of it, this White Zephyr's goal, attention, and focus are all on you. This one is very similar to the emperor, with a bunch of us cubs as his students. He just cares and loves you the most. Tao Ruiji, Mo, Zundu. So, your conclusion is? This old brother said so many useless things. What exactly is the answer? The conclusion is, how could I possibly know? I'm just a poor punished brave cub, alright. Tao Feng continued to draw circles. Just because I kicked you when I was fighting, I have to come down to be punished, and I don't know when I can go home. I also hid a lot of gold and silver jewelry at home, waiting for me to go back to eat it. That's not going to happen. I've been to your place before and ate it all up, so there's nothing for you to miss then. Be a good boy here and be my old brother, hee. Tao Rui's laughter at this moment was no different from a demon's laughter in Tao Feng's ears. Tao, Junior, quit. What a rant you're spouting. I'm going to be at war with you. Awa. Tao Chu Chu wondered at the two-skinned monkeys squatting and muttering. Her good sister seemed to tell something after her oldest brother stormed off and freaked out. These two kind of left Chu speechless then. The divine beasts and ferocious beasts of the upper realm. How come they all look so jumpy? Tao Chu Chu walked over and sanctioned Tao Feng with a chokehold. Alright, old brother, come over here. Since you also belong to this world now, then take a look at Boss Bai's injuries. Is there any way you can heal faster? Also, you experienced last night's attack, so is there any way you can enhance the Tao family's protection? After all, We will soon have to leave home and continue to find medicine for Boss White. Last night's attack by Black 11 means that Boss White's injuries have turned for the better, making the people behind that already anxious. The more anxious they are, it means we're going in the right direction now. Boss White is definitely a very key part of it. If we don't take out that person, our peace will not be guaranteed. Tao Chu Chu suddenly thought of something. Older brother. Before the family said they were going to deal with the Zhu family. What is the situation? Is there any relationship with this Black 11 and the master behind it? Tao Feng, old sister. Ah, your long list of questions thrown out. It makes me really not even know where to start answering for a while. Tao Chu Chu, walked over to the door and pressed the button calling for morning exercises. Alright, you guys have breakfast first then. Take your time to think while you eat. Tao Ruiji, yay, dry rice. She doesn't need to be involved in this kind of brain matter. You don't have to think about that in resignation, but classes are about to start, so let's do it. Losing happiness in an instant, Tao Rui started to pick up this morning's yam and millet porridge with a sad face. Oh, porridge is so delicious. Sister's words are so heartbreaking. Chapter 138. Preparing to leave for the next stop. Shirazawa ate his fried cornbread in boat kanji slowly and methodically, finishing it before speaking slowly. First of all, I don't have the ability to be unstable right now. Tao Ruiju and Tao Feng, who were suddenly zapped, scowling and afraid to speak. He speeds up his eating and pretends that he's super focused on his food and can't hear what he's saying. Did a bad thing also that is the little Tao Tai and little Brave. Off their Tao resignation and Tao Feng, what things at he. Second, I can help fortify the Tao family's defenses. Thirdly, Tao Feng can't do anything about my injury. But as a brave man, Tao Feng can add auspicious luck to my herbs to improve the efficacy of the treatment. After all, the healer does not heal himself. I cannot increase the medicine given to me. Okay, Tao Feng will answer the rest of the questions. Tao Feng, Chu Chu and Bai Zai are in. How do I feel like eating a breakfast is like taking a test. It really makes people not know how to eat. Panicking and swallowing the mushroom, cabbage and pork dumplings in his mouth, Tao Feng almost choked to death, and drank a lot of water before he could speak. The Zhu family is actually quite easy to deal with, and with us and the Du family combining our efforts, we've been struck down to the point that there's almost no power to turn back nowadays. But I will also continue to remind the elders to pay attention. Dogs jump over the wall when they are anxious. We cultivated some upstarts to compete for the Zhu family's original market share. Since we weren't planning to develop in those areas, we had to support more small, medium and micro enterprises to grow bigger and stronger. Tao Chu Chu, it's also quite good. 100 flowers compete. The market is dynamic. That's right. By the way, I paid special attention to whether the Zhu family had any strange connections or behaviors, but so far I didn't find any clues. Maybe the one they contacted also had problems and they couldn't get in touch. Tao Feng finished. Finally I can eat the dumplings properly. It's not good when it's almost cold. Then this is right. The master behind Black 11 just happened to be heavily injured by Boss White, and the Zhu family wouldn't be able to contact their people. Tao Chu Chu raised an eyebrow. It's hard not to make more connections here. The main thing now is to rush to heal Boss White's injuries before the master behind Black 11 recovers, so that we can preemptively take them down in the end. So, where's the next stop? Bai Zai's gaze leisurely looked toward the northwest. Go to the ancient country. The end of the desert may be infinite life. Tao Ruizi understood in a second, hurriedly finished the black pepper cowboy bone, raised his hand to answer. I know. Roast whole sheep, roasted whole sheep, roasted naan. Tao Feng covered his face. A few hundred years, or so mentioned eating, you only spirit. Why would the emperor look at you to vigorously cultivate? Can't it be that it's because the rice produced by the emperor is particularly hard to eat, and only resignation can eat it? No way. How could the emperor be such a shallow person? Tao Feng, who was deep in thought, completely failed to notice Bai Zai's cold gaze lingering on him for a long time. Little pixie, he made a mental note. He doesn't hold a grudge at all. Really? So when do we leave? Tao Chu Chu was already planning what to pack that would make this trip comfortable for her good sister. The day after tomorrow. I still need a few days when I consolidate. Bai Zai nodded. In the meantime, I'll trouble you in resignation to pay some more attention. I'm worried that those people won't give up. No problem. Then after dinner later, I'll go reinforce the protection with old brother and resignation first. Boss Bai, you recover some before coming over to join us. Good, sister. Honestly, this protection I and my brother can do it. My brother is responsible for the theoretical guidance. I am responsible for the implementation. I don't need Boss White to do it. Mainly, she felt that if Boss White came, it would be just like a test, so stressful. Moreover, when Pishi old brother was studying in the divine realm, he was much more serious than her, and the things he learned were naturally more solid than her.
especially the theory of these aspects of this Sheila spell formation.
Tao Chu, don't you have a loss in your heart if you don't use a strong labor force?
Sister,
I think Chu has a point. Boss White is here. For peace of mind, and with you and me being half-assed, it's just barely enough. Tao Rui kicked over. Ata, stinky old brother, can you be more confident as a human being? Growing others' ambition and destroying your own.
Hey, watch my extreme dodge.
After dodging Tao Rui's attack,
Tao Feng shook his feet in triumph.
Oops,
I just forgot to mention that every time the power in my heart bursts out, a sliver of it will be released to flow back into my current body yet.
It's not much, but dodging your unserious attack is quite enough. La ha 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 ha. Tao Feng's laughter came to an abrupt end, only because his smile was too. A whole lot of beating.
So Tao Chu acquiesced to her good sister to make up 2 more feet over.
The serious kind. Ouch. Why are you coming for real? Tao Feng rolled several times before stopping at the feet of Bai Zhe,
who had just arrived.
Tao Feng raised his head, Bai Zhe lowered his head, and the two of them just locked eyes.
Tao Xiaozui.
Tao Feng broke the big defense,
which someone joking turned serious, so play down.
In front of the emperor, he looked so frustrated like this. Tao Chu avoided not to look at that conspicuous bag old brother, not blame resignation. It is you 2-0.
Did you guys get it right?
White Zephyr walked around Tao Feng on the ground, ignoring the out just now,
walking over and touching Tao Ruizi's little bald head.
I'll check it out.
After reaching out and feeling on the spell formation for a while, Bai Zhe turned his head to Tao Chu and said,
well, it's not bad. I'll patch it up a bit, and the Tao family won't have to worry about it.
Chu, you'll think of a way later. Let the 2 Tang family members also come over to live in the Tao family for a while.
At least 2 or 3 months. My current power isn't enough to go and support the Tang clan's protective array anymore. No worries, so we can go out without worry.
What Bai Zhe didn't say was that the core support for the protective array power of the authority across the country all came from him. This time is really not his subjective do not want to,
really is not fully recovered. Objective ability does not allow him to do so.
He can only apologize for the trouble of resigning his grandparents to come over to live temporarily for a period of time.
Good, don't worry, boss Bai. Tao Chu nodded seriously.
After White Zephyr had finished his instructions, he then gently raised his hand, pointed towards the sky with one hand, and spoke softly.
Phalanx, Kai, all heavens, protect. The words just fell. White Ze and others' feet rise a huge array,
connected on the original resignation, and Tao Feng set up the hub, and then a whole huge array rises and goes. The whole Tao family stable protection,
solid as a golden soup, is no more. Woohoo!
As expected of a White Zephyr boss.
Since you guys are leaving, it looks like you always have to go and say goodbye to a few old people tomorrow. And to say goodbye to my dad in particular.
Right,
my dad's old white brother?
White Zephyr.
Oops.
The enthusiasm of his father at the dinner party that day simply overwhelmed him, and he had never been so drunk in many years.
The most powerful person in the Tao family might be his father. How should he face his father's enthusiasm? How to change his seniority? If he wanted to come to the door in another capacity in the future, he would not be screwed by his father.
Bai Zhe was sweating as he recalled the events of that night and pondered on future countermeasures.
This frowning look ground the onlooker's resignation. Chu and Tao Feng in curiosity. What kind of problem has Boss White encountered? When he met the enemy before,
there was no time that he could frown to such an extent.
Tao Ruiji, right. Choosing a day is better than bumping into it.
I remembered that Dad has asked Grandpa to play Go in the Garden today.
It looks like there's a jackpot. If Dad wins,
he'll let old brother perform on Spring Mountain at the family gathering next month.
And if Grandpa wins,
then old brother will take over Tao Ji Bakery.
Tao Feng, why their bet? To take me to do the lottery, and these 2 results, have not asked my own opinion well. I do not want to do either. Tao Feng roared out a long sound. He was tired. He was really tired.
Why did he have to suffer all this at the age of 20-something? He was just kicking a certain Tao when he was young and unintelligent, and he had endured so many years of things he shouldn't have had to endure. Tao Chu just walked past the self-hating Tao Feng, toned gently and softly said, almost line, you now enjoy the monstrous wealth, do not know how many people envy it. As your own sister, I have to help you think about it. Take over the Taoji Bakery, but also let resignation in the future to go to eat cake more convenient. And the Performance Society died. I think you are even more unacceptable. Right, small brave? Fart. I'm not little. Tao Feng hotly followed by Zay's footsteps, and together they walked towards the garden. After all, life, if you can't fight it, then you have to hurry up and find a way to struggle to see if you can enjoy it. The most important thing is to be happy. Tao Rui and the others had just entered the entrance of the walking garden when they heard Tao's father's smug voice. Old man, it's not that I won't let you. It's only been how long since I played with you? Your skills have regressed so much. Tao Lingxiu's smug look didn't even need to be seen up close. Tao Ruji. Several people could see the 8 teeth that came out of that smile from a great distance.
Bad. It doesn't look like Grandpa's battle is going too well. Tao Feng's anxious footsteps accelerated not a bit. Grandpa Tao's mind is still very stable. How to talk to your father?
Old man, this kind of name. Only Chu Chu and resignation can shout.
What are you shouting? This game has just begun. What are you in a hurry for? Look at my step. How should you respond to it? Chapter 139. It's definitely a spirit soup. Che, that's it. Look at me. Before Tao's father's chess had even landed on the board, his good oldest son rushed over for a good dose of bleeping output. Dad, I don't think it's right for you to play here. Look at Grandpa who has several backhands waiting for you. I think you have to play here. Tao Feng directly used his hand to point out a position on the chessboard. His tone was all about the urgency of wanting his dad to play there. Dad, did you hear that? Down here, brat. Watching chess without saying anything is really a gentleman. Did I teach you to be like this? Learn where to go. Tao Lingxiu twisted his head and just admonished, but he ended up seeing Bai Zhe standing behind Tao Feng, and immediately smiled with joy. Old brother Bai, you're here too. Quickly, look at me preparing to go down here. What do you think? Tao Lingxiu looked at Bai Zhe expectantly, and Bai Zhe immediately had a hard look on his face. Sure enough, when he ran into resignation Dad, none of his questions were easy to answer. But, for that matter, he also wanted it to be easier for resignation to eat his favorite biscuits in the future. So, sorry, resignation Dad, I think what Tao Feng just said there is still some truth to it. Advance can be attacked, retreat can be defended. Uncle Tao, you can consider it. Bai Zhe smiled, too handsome an eye-catching face so that Tao Lingxiu, who was originally a little dissatisfied with the name Uncle Tao, could not say anything out of his mouth. It seems that the saying, you can't make a fool out of a man, is still very true. Tao Lingxiu silently thought, that can only they each talk about their own. Well, what you said is quite reasonable. Then I think about it. Tao's father pondered for a moment and made up his mind. Okay, I'm going down here. Tao Feng, Dad, you double-standard dog. Grandpa Tao looked meaningfully at Tao Feng and Bai Zhe twice. These two people are probably aware of the bet between him and Lingxiu, but Bai Zhe also made a move to help Tao Feng. This kid, what is the purpose of it? Cannot figure out. What is the figure of Bai Zhe? This kid. We can't say that Tao Feng got into his eyes. It was just enough to make sure that the other party was on their Tao family's side. He's an old man. What's the point of thinking so much? The children and grandchildren will be blessed. After Tao's father's move, Tao's grandfather laughed out loud. Lingxiu, Lingxiu, your son is on my side. You can't regret your move. You're going to lose, Tao Lingxiu only then saw clearly his dad's real backhand, and immediately regretted, brat. It's all my fault for being blinded by lard for a moment. I knew that you didn't have any good intentions to come over at this time. What a shame. I was thinking of recording a video of your performance at some point and showing it out to my daughter-in-law and guests at your wedding later. Tao's father sighed regretfully and repeatedly. Tao Feng, thank you, Dad. You really love me as a son. And obviously Bai Zhe also have to help. How did you not blame him? Dad, if you had said that earlier, I would have helped you. After Tao Rui heard her dad's idea, she was practically carved out of the same regretful expression as Tao's father. She could even save it and play it for all her acquaintances back in the God realm later. Taofen, a big no. Thanks, Tao Feng. This brat came over to find me for the matter of the bet. Then Chu Chu Rui, and Bai Lao Di. What are you guys looking for me for? Tao Lingxiu put the chessboard away, and seeing that several people were still in place, looking uncertain, seemingly having something to say, he took the initiative to open his mouth to ask himself. Bai Zhe took 2 steps forward with an apologetic face. It's me who has something to say to the two of you. I'm recuperating well here, and following this trend, I estimate that I'll be able to set off and leave the day after tomorrow. This time when I go out on official business, I'll still bring along resignation and Chu Chu, so I wanted to let Grandpa Tao, Uncle Tao, and everyone else know and thank them for taking care of me these past few days. I also promised that I will bring Chu Chu and resignation back safely. Bye. How to leave it? Things so urgent? Tao Rui looked at Tao's father with an incomprehensible face. Dad, what are you up to? Before we left home, you were not so reluctant to leave. Why do you make it seem like we're parting? It's not like we're not coming back. What's up with that look on your face? Get normal. Aren't you afraid your mom will get jealous? Tao Chu Chu picked up. Right, Dad. We'll go out for 10 days and half a month at most, or a month and 2 months, and then we'll come back home. Even if Boss Bai doesn't stay at our house temporarily, his residence and office are more in Kyoto. Besides, now that transportation is so convenient, you can find Boss Bai whenever you want to talk to him by candlelight. Why is the atmosphere so bleak? She wanted Tao Feng to sing outside the lone pavilion, by the ancient road. Tao father, good parting atmosphere, hard to lose. Wiping his non-existent tears, Tao's father returned to his normal demeanor. Alright, really can't do anything about you guys. Then you guys go early and come back early. Dad and Grandpa and everyone else will be waiting for you at home. So don't worry about going out and breaking in. Grandpa Tao stroked his white beard. That's right, your father is not as relaxed as me. Children have their own paths to walk. In short, be careful and safe outside. Don't worry, Grandpa. The three responded in unison. Tao Rui just mixed in something called Grandpa? Bai Zai. The days went by fast. After 2 days of Tao Rui's drunkenness in addition to eating or sleeping, Tao Chuchu's daily self-discipline to exercise and study, and Bai Zai's daily being dragged by Tao's father to talk about his heart and ideals, to talk about the south of the sky and the north of the world, it finally came to the time when several people agreed to leave. Then after a few people once again went through the extreme pull with Tao's father at the airport, a few people finally stepped onto the plane and were able to sit down on solid ground. Phew, fortunately there is mom in. Or really can not top dad. Tao Rui spat out in a small voice. I really don't know what kind of charm Boss Bai has. How come dad likes him so much? It must be that he has given dad some kind of magic soup. When I think of just now at the airport, dad had a mouthful of dear friends, a mouthful of unwillingness to give up. Goosebumps are rising. Geez, poor me and my sister yo. We haven't had this treatment the few times we've been out of the house. Woo hoo hoo. Without waiting for Bai Zai's reaction, Tao Rui looked out the window cheerfully when he finished. Roasted whole goat. I can finally run to you. Shirasawa, who was speechless to the side. Did the mood change so quickly? A good parting scene, but this little Tao Tai is talking about something messed up. Next time, it's better to let you add more homework for her to study. Chapter 140, The Wind Blows and the Grass Blows. Tao Chuchu, the information shows that Lulan is to the northwest of Lop Nor, and where we are now is far from there. Tao Chuchu was seriously reviewing the information to report to Bai Zai, while Tao Rui was going wow. Bai Zai was listening to Tao Chuchu's report while listening to the little Tao Tie's wow. Tao Ruyue, this is the grassland well. This endless green good healing and good looking This wind, this scent, cough. What's this smell? How come there's a bit of stink in the grass's fresh scent? Not important. Tao Rui continued. Look at this mountain. It's so high. It feels like just standing here. My body and mind have been cleansed. The little Tao Tai, who tilted his head and even wanted to lie down in place, had a face of relief. Told you to read more. How can you only say it's nice and high and beautiful? Tao Chuchu held her forehead. You look more at the current scenery. We are now in an area with rich vegetation. By the time we go to Lulan, it's all desert over there. Wait, what did sis just say? Desert? Doesn't that mean there's nothing to eat? That's not going to work. It's too much of a sacrifice. In that case, all the good food and drink should be over here? Tao Ruizi panicked a little. Then sister, let's quickly take some time to go and eat. It's all here. Bai Zai nodded his head. Choo. First fill up Resignation's stomach. Come what may. There's no rush. I feel the same way. Follow my guide. Pulling out a book as thick as a book from her backpack, Tao Chuchu began to rummage around against the map. Bai Zai, so you have long prepared a strategy to find good food and drink for Resignation. Just waiting for me to open my mouth to approve it, is it? Sister is the best. The little Tao Tai was overjoyed. Cheers flying. Shirasawa, I'm the one who approved it. Why didn't they say Shirasawa was the best? By Xiao Zai. For you, I'm going to have to live for a few days without food. You'll have to turn around and make a few more meals to compensate me. Tao Rui twisted her head to stare at Bai Zai. Her eyebrows almost wrinkled into a mountain character. White Zephyr, what can I say other than nod my head? I. Tao Chuchu determined the location, then put the book well into the backpack, holding the cell phone in one hand and leading her good sister away with the other, glancing at Bai Zai in the back, and urging out, Boss Bai, keep up. Luckily, he had cut Boss White's long hair before coming here, and with his short white hair, he wasn't too noticeable. It made it much easier for them to walk. There are so many attractions here, such as the Seiram Lake, the Shatta Ancient Road, and the Tianshan Mountain. It's really nice and beautiful here. It's a pity that we don't have time to stroll around now. Let's see if we can have a good stroll when things are over. Tao Chuchu regretfully shook her head. Then sister, where are we now? Tao Rui inquired with a crooked head as she took a few quick steps to follow her sister. We are close to Klamath yet. Every city here can be very far apart from each other. Rhetoric, you must follow me closely. Oh, you can't see any good food and go far away. If sister can't find you back, that would be bad. Don't worry. I'll definitely follow you. Sister, after all, she didn't have any money with her, and the financial power was with her sister. Good boy. Tao Chuchu was satisfied. Go, take you to eat delicious food. True to the fact that it was an area that didn't have free shipping, Tao Chuchu and the others took a long time to reach their destination.
Tao resigned already cannot wait to rush into the store, obediently sit down and wait for his sister to order.
This one is a must-try recommended by many.
Boss, Tao Chu directly ordered. We want a large portion of grilled lamb chops, rice intestines and noodles and lungs, and this sandwiched sand looks good too. There's also Nepali yong, walnut cake, grilled buns and lamb kebabs. Well, let's have more grilled lamb kebabs, fried noodles, fried rice noodles, and big plate chicken. These first, add more if you don't have enough. Guests, so much, can the three of you finish it? Can't waste food. Oh, don't worry, it will never go to waste. The owner half-heartedly went to place the order. Tao Ruizi super expectant to sit. Look around. A lot of locals are eating it. The taste is certainly not wrong. It didn't take long for the food to be served. The first thing Tao Rui picked up was a baked bun, and when he took a bite, the skin was thin and the filling was big. Little Taoya's eyes instantly glowed. So delicious. The skin is also crispy. 2 mouthfuls swallowed. The next few baked buns, Tao Ruyue resolved in one bite. Sis, a couple more of these. Okay. You eat slowly. We won't grab it from you. Drink some milk tea. Don't choke. Tao Rui nodded without lifting her head and continued to clip the next dish. This walnut cake has so many dried fruit raisins in it. So rich in flavor. This sandwiched sand is actually meat. I love meat. Long live meat. Geez, sis, you should eat like me. 1 bite of fried rice noodles. 1 bite of big dish chicken. Gosh, it's so good. The big dish chicken sweet and tangy sauce. The fried rice noodles spicy. They just go perfectly together. By Zay, resignation. Try breaking the naan into pieces and eating it after spreading it with milk skin and jam. It's so delicious. Tao Ruiji, okay, tried it out. And sure enough, it was super awesome. Tao Chu was full of unstoppable smiles. It's good that you're eating happily. Which one do you still want? I'll add for you. Plus. All kinds of kebabs continue to add. The kebabs here is called meat. Atmosphere. I don't want to eat that kind of small meat skewer anymore. I don't want to look at it. So I'll add some more milk lips. Milk tea. Handmade yogurt, or something like that, and some specialty dumplings. Fig dumplings, cherry, blueberry, strawberry dumplings. Wow, Tao Chu gave a small gasp. The food here is also very creative. Good, Tao Rui stated. Don't ask. All of them. A meal down. The three are eating belly round. Bai Zay almost helped wall out. The shopkeeper is also looking jaw-dropping. Today can really take a big order it. The store's food almost all order again. These people are afraid of the next meal is not good to eat it. That's a pretty good guess. Tao Chu lovingly touched her good sister's head. How? Eat almost. Then let's find a place to rest for the night, and we'll leave tomorrow after breakfast. If we finish our work early, we can have more time to bring you to continue looking for good food. The equipment for going into the desert. She had asked her colleagues on this side to help prepare, and buy the bureau's prepared guides to bring the equipment over to them tomorrow. Tao Rui didn't respond to her sister's words without responding, only nodding obediently and placing her hand in her sister's hand. Shirazawa, Sister Sama really put his mind at ease with her ability to do her job. Happy. Chapter 141, First Entry into the Desert, 2 chapters combined. Resignation. This is where we will be staying tonight. Remember to take a bath tonight to clean up a bit. Oh, next in the desert. There is not enough water to indulge in bathing and washing. Oh, got it sis. I will cherish it. Tao Rui spread her joy and went into the bathroom, so to speak. Then she didn't come to a northeastern scrub 3-piece set tonight. All sorry for her sister's instructions. Right. Last time Annie said, to add some salt, add some milk. That's called comfort. Tao Chu, on the other hand, began to pack the food that she was going to pack for her good sister. The guide only prepared living supplies and things to be used to cross the desert, but certainly did not prepare a resignation portion of food. The desert is arid and water is scarce, so they have to carry a lot of water to replenish it, plus other supplies such as gasoline, food for the squad, necessities, daily consumables, medicines for emergencies, and so on. A forward vehicle and a supply vehicle is already considered a light load. Otherwise there is no way to get up if it is just one vehicle that gets stuck in the sand, and an extra vehicle is good for pulling. Portable compressed breads, cookies, candies, jerky, dried fruits, preserves, dried vegetables, etc. All packed to the maximum extent that can fit in a backpack. Fortunately, her good sister is only a large amount of food, and not picky, especially in this kind of environmentally difficult place. Her good sister may also be able to local food. What to eat it, packing delicious food. Then she now has to prepare the clothes they will wear for tomorrow's departure. Well, the white boss should prepare it himself. He has traveled to the 4 sides of the world after 100 battles. Do not worry about him. She and Rhetoric were going to wear short-sleeved bottoms tomorrow, then a thick sweater, a jacket that would be a 3-in-1 punching bag, and pants that would be a snug-fitting pair of bottoms and fleece-padded sweatpants in an easy-to-move-around fit.
Sand masks and big sunglasses can't be left out. Thick fleece hats and sandproof shoe covers and sand boots. All ready. Tao Chu looked at the time.
Her good sister has been in and out of the shower for almost an hour.
Why hasn't she come out yet?
The thought had just popped into her head when her good sister came out with a wet head.
It's so comfortable, sis. Go wash up and let's go to bed early.
I've even asked White Zephyr to go and help buy a late-night snack.
Late-night snack? Tao Chu let out a genuine doubt for the first time since she came here. Did Boss Bai go and buy it? When had Boss White been so considerate and caring?
Also, when did Resignation and Boss White have such a close personal connection?
Yeah, I see that you're busy, sis,
so I don't want to make you work harder. The main thing is that if we don't eat a little bit full tonight, how are we going to have the strength to go to work tomorrow?
So it's simply only natural for us, as our boss, Lord White Zephyr, to prepare some food for our subordinates.
Tao Chu,
so reasonable, cannot refute it. That's fine, then he bought it. I'll go get it. You quickly dry the water droplets. Be careful of catching a cold. Here the temperature difference between day and night is very big. Tao Chu was uneasy to look twice more.
Tao Rui smiled heartlessly and waved her hand straight up,
signaling that she would obediently dry off. Tao Chu then went out to look for Bai Zai, came to Bai Zai's room.
Knocked on the door 3 times.
Then knocked twice, knocked on the door 2 times. After the door opened, Bai Zai's silhouette was nowhere to be seen. Tao Chu curiously asked out loud, Boss Bai?
This. From behind the door came Bai Zai's voice,
and Tao Chu walked in. Need help? Want? Tao Chu looked behind the door. Good guy, this is a midnight snack?
Where did you get a whole roasted goat?
And 3 of them, this late at night? Picked up a pickup. Tao Chu weighed. This feel,
must have 10 kilograms it.
Boss Bai, 3 roasted whole goats. Are you thinking that Resignation didn't eat at night?
Bai Zai was squatting to pack these 3 roasted whole goats,
his tone innocent. After resigning to eat at night, then following us over here, spending so much time on the road, isn't it possible that we've already consumed our dinner? Besides, it's only 3.
It's nothing for rhetoric. It's good that she's eating it with pleasure. There won't be such an abundance of fresh meat for her to eat in the next few days.
How aggravating.
If it wasn't for that boss only being willing to make 3 and send them over,
I would have wanted to order more.
Bai Zai's justified words caused Tao Chu to once again develop that helpless feeling she had just faced her good sister. Both of these men's skewed reasoning left her speechless and unable to refute it yet.
Okay, you guys are happy. It's all about to be eaten.
Boss White, what else are you packing?
Tao Chu carried it and wanted to go out. Put it down. The one in your hand is not done. You don't understand. The boss said, roast whole sheep is to eat hot. I'm making up another layer of insulation. Otherwise you take it out to the outside. The temperature will drop in a while, affecting the taste. Tao Chu had to squat down together to help get. In the efforts of the two, finally not long after Tao Ruji dried his head, Tao Chu was able to carry the 3 roasted whole sheep back. Luckily I didn't meet anyone on the way, or I feel like I'd be making local headlines.
Rhetoric,
come and eat.
Boss Bai said that this is a specially ordered sheep roasted in a non-pit.
It's tender and juicy. You'll love it. Come on.
Tao Rui immediately jumped up, waiting for her sister a roasted whole sheep unloaded.
Do not need a knife.
She tore open the package, directly pulled off the front leg of the sheep to start gnawing.
Wow, this layer of meat, layer of skin. A bite,
but also burst open the gravy. How can the skin baked so crispy fresh flavor, but not pull dry it?
Absolute. In a word, too absolute. Take your time eating. I've got the drinks on the side for you to drink with. I'm going to take a shower.
Tao Rookie head did not even care to lift up to respond to her sister. Full of eyes are this roasted whole goat meat. Even if it is the most rich in grease, it is still fat but not greasy to eat it. Full of fragrant meat flavor.
Not at all nasty.
Tao Rui ate while giving Bai Zai crazy kudos in his heart. Bai Xiao Zai was really great this time, especially when she thought that she wouldn't be able to eat such delicious, fresh meat for days starting tomorrow. She felt like the meat-eating moment was even more precious now yet. When Tao Chu washed out, what she saw was no longer the 3 complete roasted whole sheep, only the sheep bones all over the ground.
Awesome, my sister.
This sheep's head is not so clean. I think the sheep bone marrow must have been sipped cleanly.
Tao Rui was contentedly half lying down,
and seeing her sister come out, she smiled incomparably happily and said,
Sister, see, this is the highest courtesy I can give to food. Got it. Clean eating, no waste at all yet.
Go brush your teeth and go to bed early. Tao Chu's eyes were full of favor, and then she saw her good sister rushing down to gnaw all the goat bones. Hopefully, you're saving the bones for when I come out to show me how clean you've been eating. Tao Chu was simply crying and laughing at this moment.
Little Tao Tai said, don't waste it.
Sheep bones are also very tonic.
A good night's sleep, Tao Rui woke up from his nap with a full meal of naan with authentic local milk tea. The little gourmand who ate 8 or 9 naans said he was very happy and ready to go. Bai Zai looked into the distance. Choo-choo, have the people who will receive us not come yet? It should be almost here. The time I agreed with him was 9:30, and there are still 5 minutes from that time. Tao Choo-choo wasn't worried at all. I've heard long ago that he likes to step on points, pointing to a small black dot in the distance that kept approaching. Tao Choo-choo, here, that should be it. 2 SUVs who parked in front of Tao Choo-choo, 3 people, raising sand all over the ground. Blah blah blah. I haven't put on the mask yet, big brother. Tao Ruizi continuously poo-pooed several times, starting to feel a little bit emotional towards this colleague he hadn't even met yet. This is resignation, isn't it? The visitor was tall and powerful, and his smile actually bore a slight resemblance to Lei Curl. Who is this person? Tao Rui glared angrily at the other party. You know me well? As soon as it comes in, it's called resignation. Is that what anyone can call it? Ha 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 ha. Little rhetoric is really interesting. Boss Bai, after so many years, you still remember me, right? The visitor took off his sunglasses and grinned broadly as he slammed a few times on Bai Zai's shoulder with such force that Bai Zai silently improved the stability of his own lower body. Otherwise it's so humiliating to be slapped down under your own genus. You haven't said who you are. Tao Rui stood on her tiptoes, trying to make her a bit more imposing. I'm Lei Curly's older brother, Lei Jiao Jiao. Just call me Jiao Jiao haha. Lei Jiao Jiao raised his hand to scratch his face in embarrassment. Blame his mom. Had to make this girl's name, so that every time he introduces himself is so shameful. Oh, Lei Jiao Jiao? Ha 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 ha. Then your name is very close to ours. It's all in ab format. The person who named you is really good. Cultured. Tao Ruizi suddenly felt a little bit of goodwill towards Lei Jiao Jiao. Tao Chu Chu. Bai Zai, long knowledge. The first time to see the scum rhetoric to praise others cultured. Want to laugh? No, have to hold back. Tao Ruyue who didn't notice that the two were holding back their laughter. So you're Lei Curl's brother. Then no wonder you know about me. I definitely know you. Last night you ate roasted whole sheep, or I went to help buy it. How is it? Delicious, right? I didn't expect that after taking off the sunglasses, Lei Jiaojiao didn't have that wild and cool look just now at all, and turned into a naive and tall man. So you bought it. It's simply delicious. You are really good. When Tao Rui heard this, that was simply great, eyes glowing, now wanting to shake hands with Lei Jiaojiao to salute. Comrade, you are such a good comrade. The little Tao Tai said he loved it. That's not true. That's authentic roasted in the non-pit. Small rhetoric. You have to remember. Not in the non-pit roasted whole sheep. That cannot be eaten. Remembered. Waiting for the turn. We finish the matter. The work is over. Brother immediately take you to eat delicious. This is the local pass. You can't underestimate my brother. I've been here for more than 10 years. Wow. Brother Jiao Jiao. You are so powerful. Tao Rui rolled her eyes and thought. Then she had to return the favor. Jiao Jiao brother. Come on. Give me your hand. I'll carve you a Taodai figure that wards off evil and auspiciousness. Lei Jiao Jiao eyes lit up. Good thing. I cannot imagine resignation sister paper so generous it. So touched. Is resignation sister paper to be able to Jiao Jiao brother? Change into Jiao Jiao brother would be better. Quickly reach out. Tao Rui didn't know what Lei Jiao Jiao was giggling about, and was busy urging him repeatedly. Here. Lei Jiao Jiao back to God, hurriedly reached out. Resignation sister paper such a good person. He's still entangled what to call. Brother Jiao Jiao is more gracious yet. Tao Rui engraved a high-grade Taotai diagram on Lei Jiao Jiao's hand. With this Taotai diagram in place, not only could she withstand low to medium-level dangers, but when she encountered dangers she couldn't save herself from, she was able to sense it immediately. Brother Jiao Jiao who will buy her a delicious roasted whole goat. She has to protect it. Brother Jiao. Hello, I'm Tao Chu Chu. I'm counting on you to go into the desert this time. Tao Chu Chu stretched out her right hand and shook Lei Jiao Jiao's hand. Chu Chu's sister paper. Don't worry, brother often walks. Oh yeah, this is the colleague in charge of the supply truck, called Xiao Chen. Chenduli came up to say hello and went back to his car. Don't worry about it. Xiao Chen is more introverted, but he's very steady and reliable and careful. Reggio smiled and explained a mouthful to everyone. Bai Zai nodded. How could I not remember you? When you came back last time to report on your duties, you even pulled out the bamboo shoots I raised and ate them. Lei Jiao Jiao froze. The white boss memory is not too good. Bai Zai smiled and walked towards the car. Just kidding, to liven up the atmosphere. Don't mind it. Let's go. We're leaving early. Reggio returned to his senses, turned to his car, and started the gas. Everyone sit tight. Masks and visors on. Seatbelts strapped in. Now, go! Tao Rui followed and shouted. Depart! The sound was so freaky that it seemed like going on a spring excursion. Lei Jiaojiao drove the car while introducing the surroundings. The desert here, which seems to be static, is actually dynamic. So resign, sister. Don't get too excited. You can't take it lightly. You know, the desert, it's most likely to kill people. Whether it's the change in terrain or the increase in temperature, it's all deadly. Tao Rui nodded his head. Seeing Tao's resignation so peaceful, Lei Jiaojiao was very pleased. It seems that his old sister was right. Little Resignation is a very capable and obedient person. Something else to keep in mind is the creatures of the desert. Generally speaking, deserts are harsh environments with high temperatures and lack of moisture. So all the creatures here have to rely on real skill to survive. We've entered here, and we've become a link in their food chain, which means we may have become their prey. The place we're going deeper into this time is one I've never been to before, and it's definitely more dangerous. But with Boss Bai and Resignation here, our safety is slightly guaranteed. Legend has it that very scary creatures exist in no man's land. No one who has seen them has ever made it out alive. Well, could it be a mutated race? Tao Ruizi lowered her head to cover the light of her eyes. She already smelled a very sweet flavor yet. It's hard to say Anyway, we must be careful. Lei Jiaojiao was worried. Don't worry, brother Jiao Jiao. I can eat as many as come de. Tao Rui smiled incomparably sweetly. Lei Jiaojiao looked at Tao Ruizi's smile in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but follow suit, thinking that Tao Ruizi was joking to ease the atmosphere. Only Bai Zai and Tao Chu Chu knew that the little Tao Tai never jokes yet. Chapter 142, So Lost. Brother Jiao Jiao, how long have we been driving? There's sand everywhere. I'm aesthetically tired of looking at it. Tao Rui rubbed her eyes and tried to take out a U-shaped pillow to start sleeping. Little Rhetoric, you have to be a little patient. Even though it's all sand out there, it's unlikely that you'll see camels. If you are lucky, you will also see some desert-specific plants, or oasis. The camel you're talking about, is it hard to believe it's that one? Tao Ruizi curiously leaned over the window. Reggio looked toward the window. What? Which one? It's those camels with drooping humps that started speeding up when they saw us from afar. Tao Ruizi's voice was brittle, but it caused Lei Jiaojiao to let out a sharp pop when he saw the camels she was referring to. I blanch. What luck! Lei Jiaojiao gave a hard hit on the steering wheel. Go, 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 let's hurry up and go farther. Tao Ruji, She hadn't even looked at it twice. How come it drove away? Lei Jiaojiao was busy watching the road and driving, so Tao Chuchu took over to solve the confusion for dictionary. A camel can walk in the desert for more than a month without eating or drinking, relying on the fat in the hump to be converted into water and energy. So when you see this kind of camel with a drooping hump in the desert, it means that it has already consumed almost all of it and is looking for food and water. We're human and carrying so many supplies, it's hard not to say that they'll pick us. We encountered not one, but several, and it was to avoid trouble that Zhao chose to avoid them. Tao Rui nodded repeatedly. Learned. It's a shame, though, if the camel tried to eat her, she'd eat it back. Bai Zai, however, couldn't help but think too much. Looking at the dress of these camels, I always feel that they don't look like they are wild. I suspect that there might have been a group in distress, or there might have been some kind of change of heart that allowed these camels to walk freely. Reggio focuses his head. Most likely. Anyway, let's be careful. It's not just the indigenous creatures that are dangerous in the desert. Humans are one of the sources of danger as well. Tao Ruizi sniffed the air again. The very sweet smell that he had smelled before seemed to be a bit far away. However, another flavor that also seems to be very good is approaching at breakneck speed. Should I talk to Jiao Jiao about it? Bai Zai, little Tao Tai. You might as well say it. Tao Ruizi was shocked. You eavesdropped on me again. Bai Zai paused, then blossomed into a light smile. It wasn't me who eavesdropped. It was you who spoke out. This. The little tauntaun buckled his toes to the ground in embarrassment. Lei Jiao Jiao asked loudly. Little Rhetoric Resignation. What did you say close? Good. Brother Jiao Jiao was really a good guy, and relieved her embarrassment in time yet. Listen to me, Jiao Jiao. In 2 minutes you kill the steering wheel to the right and talk to Chen in the back as well. I have a feeling that something will come out from underground. Tao Rui scanned his mouth. It feels like it's going to taste good. I'll take care of it. Tao Chuchu was busy reaching out to pull her good sister's hat tighter. The hat has to be worn well. It's too sunny outside. Don't sunburn your little bald head. Good. Tao Rui carefully checked the lacing once more, making sure that it was tied securely and that no gale could blow it away. Sister, you're making brother me so nervous. Lei Jiaojiao looked at the countdown, clearly fearful of the unknown danger. Tao Rui had already jumped into action, ready to jump out of the car at any time. Small scene, not a big problem. I can do it. 10 seconds and counting. Sister, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Lei Jiaojiao and Xiao Chen in the back instantly killed the steering wheel and drove to the right, and a wave of black stuff surged out from the ground with a bang, scraping the edges of the two cars and flying up. If they hadn't been prepared, both cars would be in the center of the pack at this moment, under siege. Lei Jiajiao's pupils instantly dilated when he saw what was flying out from the rearview mirror. This, Tao Ruizi, I know. Flying squirrel babies, here I come. Swish pushed open the car door. Tao Ruizi jumped out. Bai Zhe closed the car door in time, and paid serious attention to the little Taotia's battle situation. The girl is so majestic. Reggio's voice became shrill from shock. The bottom of Tao Chu-Chu's eyes are all starry and proud light. Calm down. Small scene. You will get used to it. Believe in resignation. Rushing into the flying squirrel group in 3 steps, Tao Ruizi's eyes automatically turned into red light vertical pupils, which were particularly conspicuous in the huge number of flying squirrels with the same momentum as the dark clouds. After Reggio Jiao drove some distance away from the group of flying squirrels, Bai Zhe let him stop for the time being. Are we just going to watch the resignation girl deal with such a large number of flying rats by herself? It feels like this flying squirrel is mutated. Right, with sharp teeth and a sharp mouth. Casually giving a bite to a person can probably be killed on the spot. That red light in the flying rats group is rhetoric's sister paper? Lei Jiao took off his sunglasses and watched incredulously. It's resignation. Don't worry, just take it as resignation's extra meal. Tao Chu-Chu began to think of a problem. After her good sister ate so many flying squirrels, would she be thirsty? Should she prepare something to drink now? Or would there be a water source on the way later? Forget about it. Let's wait for resignation to come back and ask her about her perceptions. No longer thinking about this issue, Tao Chu-Chu joined the crowd and watched the battle carefully. Tao Ruizi, who was in the center of the flying squirrel group, was also thinking about a question. That is, how exactly to efficiently eat so many flying squirrels, in order not to waste the time for everyone to move forward. Should she swallow it directly, or crush it into black gas to eat it? Come to think of it, she asked Ko to come out and help along. What about all the flying rats, who had no fighting ability at all, and didn't even need to get on her own? The moment the golden light phantom Tao Tai came out, the shock in Lei Jiajiao's eyes reached its peak. Wow! Resignation sister paper is really handsome. A tens of meters tall huge golden light phantom Tao Tai appeared in the air, and with one claw, half of the flying squirrel group directly disappeared. Yeah, it's actually the same flavor as roasted rabbit meat. Tao Ruizi was a bit speechless. The flying squirrels, who realized that their companions had been attacked, became surprisingly angry and squeaked furiously. Tao Ruizi, huh? Is this madness? Hundreds of flying squirrels changed formations in the air, and after a few transformations, they finally formed an arrow that only rushed at Tao Jiqi. A mere physical attack. Cut. Flying squirrels baby yo. To remember, want to eat people? Be prepared to be eaten by people's consciousness. Oh. Without looking back, Tao Ruyo ran at speed towards Lei Jiajiao's car. Behind him, the huge golden light Tao Tai Dharma phase waved its claws, instantly massacring the entire group of flying rats, and the huge energy was immediately absorbed by Tao Rui. Returning to the car, Tao Rui's complexion couldn't be seen as happy. What's wrong? Does it taste bad? Tao Chu-Chu tidied up her good sister's hat and lowered her head to inquire in a warm voice. Tao Rui nodded. It was still her sister who understood her. It's a bit far from what was expected. It tasted so sweet when I smelled it, but it turned out to taste like ordinary roasted rabbit meat. So lost. Lei Jiajiao, who was driving the car, hadn't yet regained his senses from Tao Ruizi's action of easily destroying that huge flying squirrel swarm just now when he heard Tao Ruizi's words. Sister, combined, the swarm of flying squirrels that kills travelers in minutes is a piece of cake for you. No, I should say, not satisfied with the flavor of a small dish yet. At this moment, Lei Jiajiao refreshed his perception of the cute and cuddly little Rhetoric, and decided to put little Rhetoric into the position of thigh number 1. Chapter 143, The Wind Rises. Brother Jiao, how long do we have until our destination? Tao Chu-Chu adjusted the position of the U-shaped pillow for her good sister and softly asked Lei Jiajiao. Since the flying squirrel swarm disappeared, they drove for another 2 hours or so. Tao Rui had been sleeping, presumably because there was nothing new to pique her interest, and Bai Zhe was helping Lei Jiajiao keep an eye on the road in the co-pilot. After Lei Jiajiao heard Tao Chu-Chu's words, he also replied softly, I can't say for how long. The desert has a big temperature difference between day and night. The most urgent thing now is that we have to go and find a safe place so that we can have a good night's rest tonight. Listen to you, Brother Jiao. It was better to listen to someone with experience in the desert. Tao Chu-Chu, although she herself had been to quite a few desert areas on missions, but each desert situation was different. She couldn't be led astray by experience. White Zephyr's voice was equally soft. Tonight may not be a safe night. There's always a vague sense that something is going on. Maybe we need to be prepared for a sandstorm to hit. Lei Jiajiao's heart fluttered. Boss Bai, you mean it seriously? Shirasawa twisted his head breathlessly and looked at Lei Jiajiao with an expressionless face. Does he have to joke about this kind of thing? Dryly laughing twice, Lei Jiaojia thought whether his IQ was taken away by the attack of the flying rat swarm just now. How could the white boss joke at this juncture anymore? Although usually he did love to tell cold jokes. Bai Zhe looked out the window even more breathlessly. These people under him, when will they learn not to speak ill of him in their hearts? But, then again, with resignation around, maybe the sandstorm wouldn't be a big problem for them. Sandstorm? Tao Ruizi asked, rubbing her eyes in a daze. You're awake? Do you want to drink some water to moisturize? Tao Chu Chu opened the kettle and handed it over. Tao Ruji lowered her head and obediently took a sip. Sis, what sandstorm are you talking about? Boss White feels that there might be a sandstorm tonight and told us to be more careful tonight and prepare to deal with the preparations. Tao Ruji, are sandstorms in the desert very powerful? Hasn't there been a sandstorm in Kyoto before? Lei Jiao Jiao, resignation sister. That sandstorm in the desert is not the same as the one in the city. Think about it. How many obstacles did the sandstorm in the city go through to get there? What's in the desert? Sand. Sandstorms are full of raw materials. That's true. Tao Rui nodded. Sandstorms in the desert have particularly fast wind speeds, and the range of the waves is particularly large. If people do not find a place to cover, it is easy to be buried in minutes. Then I'll shake and shake and shake all the sand off my body, Tao Rui said as he shook it up. Lei Jiaojiu hurriedly stopped Tao Ruiji. Anyway, when the big guy remembers, the first time to protect the face, that is, the eyes and respiratory tract, must wear a good sand mask. No conditions to come. If you can't make it, head down and use your hands to protect. Otherwise the sand can easily get into the eyes and respiratory tract. That would be bad. Tao Rui obediently nodded. Take note, brother Jiao Jiao. But an ill-timed thought popped into her mind. I wonder what would happen if she created a very strong tornado to fight against the sandstorm. Catching this thought from the little Tao Tai, Bai Zhe's body jolted. Rhetoric. Why don't you try to create a wind shield to protect everyone from the sandstorm? Would it be a bit more effective to work from that angle? He was really a bit afraid of fear. Tornadoes and sandstorms against each other. Afraid that it is not going to be everyone here who will be torn into pieces by the wind and sand. And then it will be dust to dust, earth to earth. Thinking about that image, Shirazawa practically blacked out. Taoroi tilted her head and looked at Bai Zhe, who excitedly twisted half of her body back from the passenger side to speak. Did she say it again? Bai Zhe's idea, I guess, wasn't out of the question. Then she'll see what happens when the time comes. White Zephyr. Gods, bless us. Lei Jiao Jiao drove all the way and finally stopped at a place with better terrain. Quickly, Xiao Chen, let's get the tent for camping. Remember to pad the sand around the tent, or else the tent will be blown away by the wind when the wind picks up yet. Don't worry, Ray. The two of them set up their tents and came next to Bai Zhe and Tao Chuchu, who were preparing dinner. Lei Jiaojiao pulled out a bottle of iron kettle, touched Bai Zhe, and raised his eyebrows. Boss Bai, want some? White Zephyr, you're driving and drinking? Ouch, the night is cold. Drink to warm up. A few sips of wine, and by tomorrow morning so long, you'll have metabolized it long ago. Before Shirasawa could stop him, a hand reached out from the side and snatched Lei Jiaojiao's flask away. Hey, didn't see it, Comrade Xiao Chen. You're quite fast. Lei Jiaojiao looked at Xiao Chen with eyes full of incredulity. Xiao Chen shut his mouth, and after condemningly glancing at Lei Jiaojiao, he put away the wine jug, and then went to help Tao Chuchu's favor. Sister Slim explained that he has to keep an eye on Brother Louis, and not to drink recklessly. It's easy to delay things. Tao Chuchu smiled gently. Thank you, Xiao Chen. The amount on my side is rather large. It's hard for you to help out. You'll eat more later. Xiao Chen returned a coy smile and lowered his head to continue his work. Tao Ruizi looked surprised. She had never met this introverted partner before. Coming over to help prepare her meal was a good thing. So the little Taodai quietly put a Taodai tattoo on Xiao Chen's back. After spending a short time, Tao Chu, Bai Zhe, and Xiao Chen finally got dinner ready. Lei Jiaojiao looked dumbfounded at the rich meals in front of Tao Rui, and then looked at the sparse meals in front of himself. Chu, let's just say that even though I'm not half, oh no, 1/3 as cute as Resignation Girl, the meals aren't treated differently like this. Tao Chu, Lei Jiaojiao pointed to his own meals. I eat a bowl of soup made of dried vegetables and jerky, with compressed cookies. Little Rhetoric's meals. The same soup as a bowl, but is that jerky portioned by the bucket? And dried fruits, candied fruits, small snacks, and the compressed bread for the main meal. It still smells like chocolate. Before Tao Chuchu could say anything, Xiao Chen said the first thing he said when he came here. Brother Lei, take a look at yourself when you're drinking soup. What battle power matches what energy supply? Is this truth to be learned? Tao Chuchu eyes quietly widened. The original small Comrade Chen. Go as poisonous sultry route. Do not open it. Open is shocking. Lei Jiaojiao instantly shriveled up. I was wrong. Resigned to eat. If it's not enough, Brother Jiao Jiao here still have ha. From a set of spiteful face quickly changed to a set of amiable and gentle big brother's face. Tao Rui, who was concentrating on drying the rice, didn't even know what they were talking about in their conversation, and was just concentrating on gnawing on his own meat, silently thinking about the roasted whole lamb he ate yesterday in his heart. Alas, air-dried compressed meat just doesn't compare to fresh meat. After dinner, several people were planning to rest. Tao Chu, I'll keep watch first tonight. Brother Jiao Yu and Xiao Chen drove hard. Go rest first or you won't have enough energy tomorrow. Lei Jiajiao was also not pretentious. Good. Hard work to you Chu sister paper. Tao Rui shrunk her dharma face to the size of her palm and released it to accompany her sister in her vigil. In the middle of the night, the wind picked up. Tao Chu quickly came in the tent to wake up the crowd. With just one word, the crowd immediately woke up and quickly put on their sand masks. Sandstorm coming. Chapter 144, Desert Tango. You want to play one, baby? Tao Rui looked at the sandstorm that was attacking in the distance at a high speed with a face that had nothing to hang on to. Take cover. A mere sandstorm, and I'll show you the power of Tao Tai. After saying that, he rushed out without waiting for Bai Zhe to stop him. White Zephyr. Ah hey, the power of nature. You can at least respect it Lei Jiao Jiao, resignation old sister is really fierce. This paving sand. Say rush up Tao Chu was also shocked. When did her own sister become so inflated? Several people rushed out of the tent, originally wanting to see how Tao Rui's sprint challenge was going, only to be pounced on by sand as soon as they came out. Hustle behind the car and cover yourself. We don't have the ability that Resignation Girl has. It's better to protect ourselves first. Lei Jiajiao's voice came out from the sandproof mask, changing to a porcelain voice. Xiao Chen silently extended a thumbs up. He agrees. Bai Zhe borrowed the shelter of the tent, but his sight was still keeping an eye on Tao Ruizi's movements. Facing the wind and rushing up in the darkness, Tao Ruizi was at the moment right up against the first wave of high winds and sand. Ha, bring it on. Tao Ruizi was jumping up in a sprint, trying to leap high into the air. As a result, just after jumping up, Tao Ruizi was hit by a sandstorm, just like being punched in the face, and his sandproof mask was half crooked. The little Tao Tai just fell straight down from the air, accompanied by Tao Rui's cry of wow. Finally, it snapped into the sand in the shape of a man. I don't know if it's good or not, but the ground at this time is not solid ground as it was at the beginning when Tao Ruizi and the others came. At this point the ground became a quicksand texture. Tao Rui had just smashed down and was slowly wrapped in sand, sinking into it with the naked eye. Forget it, let her just get stuck in. A free sand bath. What an opportunity. She didn't want to make the effort, just lay there. It's so embarrassing. I don't think my sister and the girls saw it. I don't think so. If she could have some sugary onion cakes to eat at this time, her little soul should feel comforted. Soft crust, covered in coconut and sesame seeds, and sugared scallions. After you've had the sweet one, a savory charcoal roasted plum and cabbage panna cotta would be even better. Eat it with a chilled white peach sparkling water. Perfect. Uncontested tears slowly trickled down from the corners of the little Taobia's mouth. Bai Zhe then looked at the little Tao Tai who had given up on herself when she fell off with a speechless look on her face, listening to the pie-in-the-sky ideas that came to her mind. Everything, food, her sister, came to mind. I didn't think of him. Sigh. If this trend continues, this little Tao Tai won't even get the hang of it until he's old. Shirazawa sighed heavily again and looked at the few people hiding behind the car. Chu and Lei Jiao, who couldn't raise their heads because the sandstorm was too violent. He'd better go over there and pull this little Tao Tai out, just as he wanted to move. Tao Ruizi, who was already almost half wrapped up in the sand, moved. Ha, little Tao Tai is going to rise? White Zephyr stopped in his tracks, choosing to continue to hide well and watch. The little Tao Tai can play as much as he wants. It's always a big enough place to build here in no man's land. Tao Rui slowly pulled his arms and legs out of the quicksand, popped out with one force to stand still, and shook his head. Just now it was her carelessness and rashness that she didn't put a shield on herself. This time she didn't believe that she would still be thrown and smashed down. After looking back at her sister and the girls and confirming that they were all quite safe, Tao Ruizi began to bounce around. Start by hypnotizing yourself and imagining that the sandstorm in front of you is a huge, immense, moving whirlwind potato roll, and that all the sand trapped in it is fragrant sesame seeds. Doing a good job of building up his mind, Tao Rui raised his head, his gaze so determined that it seemed like he wanted to dry out and eat this piece of heaven and earth. This time, little Sandy, little Dusty, little Stormy, your Tao Tai grandma is here. Tao Ruizi added layer after layer of shields to himself, then took a few steps back, turned around and sprinted with an assisted sprint, and rushed up with an ow. What the little Tao Tai never expected was that immediately following the sandstorm was tornado dust storm winds. Tao Ruizi lay with a numb face in the storm being swept clockwise by the wind and flew, raising a middle finger toward the sky. He meows, you play me. It's just that bar lying down. Tao Ruizi always felt wrong. How come the wind seemed to be pulling her into a dance? And based on her barren knowledge of dance, it was tangoing with her? Nature here is recognizing her? The wind was mixed with sand and swept everything around it in a rampant manner, but Tao Ruizi couldn't feel the tyranny. Instead, it seemed to feel as if the sand and wind were playing with her. One thought came to mind, and Tao Rui tentatively released all of her Taotai breath. All of a sudden, the surrounding wind and sand seemed to become even more excited, and the wind speed instantly increased by quite a bit. Lei Jiaojiao, who was hiding in the sand at the bottom, what's wrong? Did the resignation sister paper do something? How does it feel like this sandstorm seems to be more powerful? Shouldn't it weaken a little as time goes by? Bai Zhe smiled helplessly. It was probably because the sandstorm, which was already a disaster, had sensed the ferocious beast's aura and included the little Taotai in its own camp. Really? I don't know what to say. Raising his head to look at Tao Rui in the air, it was obvious that the little Taotai was already excitedly dancing with the wind. Bai Zhe had wanted to remind Tao Rui to remember that the original purpose of fighting the sandstorm was to protect everyone. As a result, this little Taotai was heard to consult the air. Little sandy little wind, can you move this sweeping direction? My sister and they are down there. You don't bury them. If you can hear me, move a little to the northwest now, okay? White Zephyr, no. Is it possible that this place really has a spirit? The sandstorm literally moved 2 kilometers to the northwest. White Zephyr's eyes widened. A wow couldn't help it. Actually really line? Talent. Oh no. What a gourmet talent. Seeing that it was really useful, Tao Rui continued to negotiate while the iron was hot. First praising a wave, little wind and little sand. You guys are really great. Then can you do me another favor? Can you move a little farther away? And then a little less powerful. And then blow up some delicious food for me to eat. After working for so long, I'm a bit hungry. Quill, draw you a rose in the air. In the human world, roses are given to fairies and fairy men so much. The sandstorm that had been blown around by Tao Ruizi's wave of rainbow farts without knowing why actually really obediently moved its sphere of influence away and reduced its damage. Shoo shoo shoo. Shoo shoo shoo. Many flying squirrels tumbled out of the sand, and Tao Rui took a look at them and wasn't too happy about it. Can we get a different flavor? This one just got eaten. I'm not in a hurry, so why don't I just wait until you guys are home and rested, and then give me something tasty to eat before you leave. Shiraz, numb, he's really numb, giving food and picking on it. It's true that you, little Taotai, have mastered the phrase to give an inch, to push a foot further. Chapter 145, Mighty Man Crying. Lei Jiajia tentatively came out from the back of the car to look, his tone shocked. No, resigned sister paper really let the sandstorm go? This ability. So I want to let the resignation sister paper to stay in the northwest, specializing in dealing with sandstorms. Oh, Tao Chu Chu stared. The dangerous thoughts in your head had better be put away. This time it might just be a fluke. To raise your hard power is the truth. Well. Suddenly so serious for what? Lei Jiao Jiao's eyes looked left and right. Just not at Tao Chu Chu. Go. The sandstorm has stopped. Let's hurry up and pack up our things and go into the car to sleep. It's almost dawn anyway. Lei Jiajiao and Xiaochen started to pack up their things seven-handedly, not feeling the crisis in the slightest. Tao Rui had just said goodbye to little windy little sand, and was happily bouncing back towards the direction of the camp, full of anticipation for the delicious food that little windy little sand would send over later. Sis, I'm home. Having fun? Tao Chuchu's head hurt a little when she saw her good sister covered in sand. I thought it would take a few days to come into the desert and get dirty like this, but I didn't expect to accomplish this in one day. But it didn't matter. Patting herself on the back was still her cute, good sister. The sky was cloudy, and the faint light hit Tao Rui's face, who had just taken off his sand mask. Tao Chu Chu saw her good sister's classic smile at a glance, and a sense of foreboding surged through her heart. Hastily, she took a few steps back and walked over to Shirasawa, who she knew had been keeping an eye on resignation. Quietly and quickly, he asked, Boss White, can you listen to what's going on in resignation's mind right now? I feel as if something is very wrong. It wasn't good for her to ask her good sister directly. In case she thought wrong, wouldn't it be a blow to her good sister's little heart? Thought my sister always felt like she was always ready to mess up and make trouble. White Zephyr forced the smile at the corner of his mouth down and deliberated on his words. Sister Sama, how can I put it? It's just that. Resignation just asked the desert elf just now for some delicious food. For the sake of surprise, she doesn't know what deliciousness is going to show up, except that this is a desert, and what can be considered food is probably not quite the same as what we perceive as food, either. Bai Zhe's words just fell. Tao Ruizi over there shouted out in surprise, the voice of the exuberance, and even woke up the Lei Jiaojiao and Xiao Chen who were sleeping in the car. Coming. Lei Jiaojiao stumbled out of the car with a panicked look on his face. What's coming here? The sand, which had not long subsided,
suddenly burst open into a huge crater, from which two supersized pincers protruded. A pincer is about the size of a small car.
Reggio was dumbfounded. Is he sleeping without waking up? It's a giant scorpion. Desert giant scorpion.
Such legendary creatures
Were able to give him an encounter? What a blessing this is.
The huge scorpion tail waved twice in the air,
and the sharp tail needles shone dangerously under the daylight. Extraordinarily piercing and chilling.
Lei Jiao Jiao busy to go forward to pull back the excited Tao resignation.
Small resignation. I told you, this is not good to mess with. Quickly come back, quickly come back.
The giant scorpion seemed to have not seen a stranger for a long time, and fluttered its scorpion tail around with a leap of faith.
Brother Jiao, don't be nervous, this is.
Before Tao Rui finished speaking,
he was stopped behind by Lei Jiao. Boss White, you all hide. I,
old Lei,
will protect you all even if I put my life on the line. After saying that, Lei Jiao took a few steps forward. Scorpion, look at me, look at me.
Striking a pose of an eagle spreading its wings, Reggio Jiao then flashed his two arms frantically.
Tao Rui and Tao Chu tilted their heads at the same time?
Brother Jiao/Jiao.
What's going on here? Swing your arms and kill the opposing enemy scorpion with your ki?
Bai Zhe promptly explained. This is the bloodline ability of the Thunderbird lineage. Thunder Curl's bloodline power is a bit thicker, and last time you guys participated in a variety show,
didn't Thunder Curl come out with thunder and lightning?
Lei Jiao Jiao's bloodline power is relatively weak, and it has to accumulate energy by constantly imitating birds stirring their wings like they do to wave their arms in order to unleash a lightning attack. The effect is fierce, but it can only be used once in a short period of time, so that's how it is.
Brother Jiao really is a very good person. Tao Ruyue wanted to step forward to help, but naturally,
Lei Jiao Jiao swung and swung,
actually juggling it into a flower hand, and bringing up a very strong wind around it.
It's worthy of being a mastery.
Little Tao Tai lamented.
Lei Jiao Jiao glared angrily at the giant scorpion.
Stinking scorpion, watch the move. Eat my lightning attack.
A faint lightning bolt from the sky struck down, directly hitting the shell of the giant scorpion.
Thunderbolt,
a piercing sound passed. Tao Ruizi smelled the smell of charred meat. It's hard to believe that Brother Jiao Jiao has defeated the enemy scorpion. Although Lei Jiao Jiao,
who had used this move,
was collapsing weakly in Xiao Chen's arms, there was also a very confident expression on his face that he had gotten rid of the giant scorpion.
I can't kill you, you little brat.
The smoke caused by the lightning cleared and the crowd held their breath to take a look.
The living scorpion shook its scorpion tail frantically. Not good, it's gone berserk. Tao Chu was busy greeting everyone to take cover. Lei Jiao Jiao, whoa, how could this happen? Actually the skin didn't even hurt. He is so weak. Whoa.
Curtly,
brother misses you, pi_pi.
Tao Ruizi topped the front to cover everyone's evasion,
but couldn't help his curiosity to turn back and keep looking at Lei Jiao Jiao.
It's weird.
Oh, look again.
Xiao Chen was so much shorter than Brother Jiao Jiao, and was still able to hug the delicate and painfully crying double-door muscle slugger all the way to wildly run for cover.
Talents. Indeed, they are all hidden talents. Mom taught the right thing. There must be a teacher for all three.
She wants to learn this kind of grass protection behavior of Xiao Chen, and benefit more vulnerable fierce men in the future. White Zephyr's back teeth were crushed.
Tao Rui heard the sound of friction, busy twisting his head to look, shocked, by Xiao Zhe. Why are you still here? Quickly hide.
This is the deliciousness given to me by Xiaofeng Xia.
I will solve it and protect you. Don't worry. Hurry up and hide. You're so weak now. I'll protect you well.
Tao Rui couldn't help but push Bai Zhe a few steps towards the campground car.
Hide yourself. I'm switching to War God mode. After saying that,
Tao Rui didn't even look back and rushed towards the giant scorpion. Lei Jiao Jiao in a haze of tears to see Tao Ruizi just like that without any weapon. Bare hands and bare fists on the leap up to hit the giant scorpion's head with a punch.
Shocked tears do not fall. This.
Lei Jiao Jiao reached out and pointed at Tao Ruizi, his words incomplete, his pupils reflecting the giant scorpion's broken and brittle brain shell exploding open, as well as the huge scorpion tail that was about to stab Tao Ruizi.
Danger! Too late?
Lei Jiao Jiao was so scared that he closed his eyes and didn't dare to look at it. His hands were shaking into an engine.
Brother Lei, open your eyes.
Xiao Chen's calm and cool voice came from Lei Jiao Jiao's ears before he struggled to open his eyes.
Chapter 146, Isn't it a good idea to eat a full stomach and sneak around with ghosts?
Lei Jiao Jiao opened his eyes and saw that Tao Rui was sitting on the giant scorpion's large brain that had been broken open, looking at him with a face full of curiosity and slight concern, and that golden light Tao Dai Dharma face was holding a huge scorpion tail with its two front paws, tilting its head with the same expression as Tao Ruyue, also gazing at him. Under the twin gazes of this one person and one Dharma phase, Lei Jiao Jiao couldn't control his red face, scratching his face in embarrassment. So what? It's weird to be looked at like that.
Ha ha. Little Chen How about you expand on how the resigned sister paper defeated this giant scorpion? Lei Jiao Jiao hurriedly changed the topic. Wasn't it so dangerous just now? It was a close call. Xiao Qin pointed at the giant scorpion on the ground that had its brain cracked open, its tail broken off, and had completely lost its life. It did just become very dangerous. I mean, it's the one whose life is in danger. Xiao Qin was wooden and gestured with his hands. Just now, Comrade Rhetoric smashed this scorpion's brain with one punch. At the same time, the Dharma phase appeared from behind Comrade Rhetoric, and just as it appeared, it broke the scorpion's tail with one claw. The moment the scorpion tail fell with a bam, the Taodai Dharma phase clutched it tightly with two claws. You can tell that Comrade Resignation respects food. For that, I would like to give very high praise. Tao Rui immediately responded enthusiastically in a loud voice. Thank you, thank you. The corners of his mouth were grinning to the heel of his head. It's a good comrade who praises her. Reggio. Very good, very good. The development of things is told very specifically. Little Chen Na, we are saying, next time you tell a story, should you consider changing your expression? Lei Jiao Jiao politely expressed his thoughts. This wooden expression of yours, paired with such a vivid description of the scene, it hurts my stomach a bit to listen to it. Xiao Chen's expression became even colder. There are medicines in the car. Take them if it hurts. Tao Chu Chu let out a pft. I'm sorry, I really can't help it. I'm very professional. Trust me. Ha 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 ha, laughing her ass off. Wu Yang arranging for these two living treasures to come is so appetizing. Bai Zai didn't laugh along with him. He was now busy setting up the boiler to get ready to cook the giant scorpion for the little Tao Tai. Bai Xiao Zai, the pot is too small. Wait a bit. I'll have the Dharma phase eat some of it and leave a bit of the essence meat for you to cook. Tao Rui had already automatically and consciously taken his own dishes and chopsticks and squatted beside Bai Zai, obediently waiting for the scorpion to come out of the pot. Tao Chu Chu. She looked at this scene. How does it always feel wrong? Her good sister is not too familiar with the way Boss White gets along. Without waiting for her to think more, Reggio's words immediately diverted her attention away. Later on, we'll go directly in this direction, and we'll be close to the place given by Boss White. It's just that it's deep enough in no man's land that our supplies won't last us more than a couple days, so it's going to have to be quick. Get the stuff and get out as fast as we can. The authority has arranged for a separate convoy to meet us from the outside, and we'll have to be matched up with them when we come out to make sure we can get back with supplies secured. Hearing this, Tao Rui crouched and jumped around. Brother Jiao Jiao, don't worry, I can live without relying on our team's food. I'm very skillful at such things as locally sourced food. She could have saved a lot of supplies for everyone yet. Proud. JPG, Reggio. Yes, little Rhetoric is really good. Then our pressure will be much lighter. Xiao Chen and I will go clean up the car and start it up first. And I see that Rhetoric is ready to start eating as well. So I guess with this much food, Rhetoric is done with it in a minute's time. Choo choo. You can come over to the car later when you and Boss Bai have finished packing. After saying that, Lei Jiajiao and Xiao Chen went back to the car. Tao Chu Chu, wow. Jiao, you adapted so quickly. You've already fully adapted to her good sister's ability to dry food and fight monsters in battle. Lei Jiao Jiao, a little self-congratulation. That is, brother out of the Jianghu, without the ability to adapt to the environment. How to mix down. Sure enough, a minute of it. Everyone left on time. Tao Rui cozied up in the car and slowly threw dried fruit into his mouth as an after-dinner snack. I don't know how long it took, but Tao Rui fell asleep after eating, and when Lei Jiaojiao passed by a sand dune, his eyelids fluttered, and before the person could fully wake up, he opened his mouth in a daze to speak. Brother Jiao Jiao, keep driving forward and don't worry about anything that happens. Ha, something's coming again? Tao Rui took a sip of the water her sister fed her and was fully awake. Sand ghosts it is. Ha, there's the rather familiar black odor trail? White Zephyr, it was sent by the people behind that. Reggio, you keep driving. Don't stop us because of them. Seconded. Tao Rui nodded his head and sat cross-legged in the car, his hand making a lotus pinch. I'll isolate them first, slipping them around like a dog, and when we get to our destination, we'll let go of the fight. That's right, or it's too much of a waste of our time and gasoline. It's also a good idea to walk it as a diet for resignation. For her good sister to sleep every time she had enough to eat this kind of behavior. Tao Chu Chu was very disapproving. She had heard that this was not good for the stomach, although she wasn't sure if there was any need to take care of Taopia's stomach. But she was happy to see her good sister get a little elimination and exercise. So Reggio Jiao possessed his first drive with a whole bunch of unidentified black creatures as well as quicksand-shaped offloads being walked behind the car like a kite. That's exciting. Chapter 147, just like that? Almost there. Why are you closing your eyes? Rhetoric, are you unable to hold on? You wait, brother will soon drive to is not at the same time to two cars open isolation protection. bring too much consumption.
Resignation. Sister Paper How seems to fall asleep.
Is not the energy to faint?
Tao Chu Chu used her hand to support her good sister's soon-to-be crooked body, and returned Lei Jiao Jiao's sentence.
It's fine, she's so bored that she's going to fall asleep. Don't worry, you focus on driving and watch the Sandy situation.
Bai Zhe smiled helplessly. He had added a large amount of aura to all the meals he had made for Resignation over the past few days.
With this supplement,
along with the energy that the food originally contained, and the horrific accumulation after the various previous sparring matches, the little Taoye's ability to grow at a speed that wasn't something that could be left to the imagination.
The protection of this distance is not really a problem for the little Tao Tai.
Little Tao Tai. He's already on the verge of growing into a great power capable of sheltering everyone.
Driving continuously was supposed to make one very exhausted and distracted,
but Lei Jiaojiao and Xiao Chen were in high spirits,
and while they wondered inwardly, they didn't see the Tao Tai graphic mark on their arms emitting a faint glow.
Tao Rui sensed it and quietly hooked up the corner of her mouth and smiled. She didn't think that her Tao Tai Tuyin now had this kind of function anymore.
It could help people eliminate fatigue. My god, this time when I go back I must ask Wen Yang to give me a Desert Road Knowledge Ace medal.
The desert with no reference.
I actually drove to my destination.
Lei Jiao Jiao looked at the vast and majestic palace that appeared in front of him and exclaimed in excitement.
Tao Rui probed and looked. Following the happy face instantly lost his smile. No, this is a mirage. Fake. Drive directly. Rush over, when they don't exist. It must have been something walking around in the back that did it.
Mirage is generally not an oasis. Well,
what palace out? Oh.
Tao Ruizi breathlessly rolled his eyes. Since the Resignation Sister Paper has said so, with the trust in the strength of the thighs. Number 1, Lei Jiao Jiao forced himself to overcome his instincts, and really stepped on the gas like that, accelerating straight to the palace, sprinting to drive over. Shen in the back, it doesn't matter, just follow it. The back of a human-sized black gas creature gas died. The master spent so much effort to engage in the illusion. This group of people actually have not been interfered with a half a star well, so rushed through.
Pissed off.
The equivalent of hard work preparing for an exam focus that turns out to have nothing to do with a single question in the paper.
Pissed off.
This little Tao Tai was just as the news had poked around.
Not at all easy to deal with.
After rushing through the palace, what Regio Jiao saw was indeed still an endless desert.
Phew, I knew little rhetoric was the best.
Bai Zhe, you keep driving. Don't worry, you can get to your destination by driving casually.
About an hour. With his Rui Beast luck buff, as well as the little Taoye's ability to tend to good fortune and avoid evil,
Lei Jiao Jiao can drive with his eyes closed to get to his destination. Regio Jiao subconsciously looked at the time.
An hour is it? Open. Charge. With victory on the horizon. What did he have to procrastinate? The gas. Step on it. Bai Zhe. It doesn't have to be that way. Silently grabbing the passenger handle and checking to see if his seatbelt was secure.
It was only after completing these two actions that Shirazawa felt relieved to continue observing the sandy conditions.
As Lei Jiaojiao released the gas, grabbed the handbrake, and looked at the scene in front of him in what was still a truly majestic palace, he looked at the time in passing. It's really an hour. Boss White, a true god. Rhetoric, the place is here. You can let go and get rid of those things, yo.
Bai Zhe's tone was warm and soft,
sounding as if he was telling Resignation to go to the dinner table and let go of his stomach. Easy, casual. That's exactly what I was thinking. I've slept all the way through, so I'm just in time to loosen up a bit. I hope they can accompany me to have some fun yet.
Tao Ruizi got out of the car and did warm-up exercises in place.
Tao Chu-Chu, have fun. Oh Resignation.
The four of us will take a rest in place, especially Zhao and Xiao Chen.
Hurry up and eat something to restore your vitality. Later on when we go inside this palace, we don't know what dangers there will be.
Good. The two of them answered and took out dry food and water and began to eat.
So the creatures behind them, who had been walked all the way to the back,
had just sensed that the protection had been lifted and were excited to rush up and tear the humans apart.
Just see a baby girl with a cute pink hat warming up and bouncing in place.
The other four were sitting in rows, with food or water in their hands, and were looking up at them in unison of movement.
What do you mean? Are they being treated like opera singers?
The crowd would have retorted that they weren't watching them if they had heard what they were thinking. They're just trying to give a better shout out to rhetoric.
Tao Rui over there finished warming up, looked up at something overhead, reached out and hooked his finger. Come over here, you guys. A provocation. A red-hot provocation. Can't stand it.
A group of sand ghosts made a shrill noise and swooped down. Already turned into combat mode. Red light vertical pupil Resignation. In situ a right hook G punch out.
Sand ghosts have not yet come close. Was blown into a slag sand. Shattered all over the place. TSK. No fun. Eat a mouthful of sand. Tao Rui poo-pooed twice. In that case, let's settle you guys quickly. Ko. Golden light Tao Tai magic with sound came out. Huge body standing current.
Sand ghosts become incomparably small. Two claws all grabbed broken. It was obvious that the pharaoh was just as dissatisfied with the flavor as resignation was.
Familiar dark scent path. They're settled. Your turn, I guess. What a stupid enemy.
Not coming over to pinch and sneak up on her while she was attacking something else.
Are all villains so decent these days?
The humanoid black aura creature that didn't sense resignation's inner taunting of him tugged out.
I'm Black One under my master's seat. Last time you asked Black 11 to give us a message. Now well, satisfy you. As the Black One, the strongest combatant under the master, you should be honored that I came to deal with you. Tao Rui didn't even listen, commanding the Taotai Dharma phase to become smaller, going up and giving this Black One a claw.
Well, just right. The shrunken paw is just enough to leave a paw print on your face yet. Covering the whole face works well.
Black One became furious. Shameless villain. You sneak attack. Rituals first and then military, do you not understand? Let me teach humans like you who don't understand etiquette. Well, that's very polite. Tao Rui immediately responded politely as well. I'm sorry, Mr. Black One. I didn't tell you that I'm going to punch you in the face. I'll go through the process again then. Oh, hello, Mr. Black One. Now I'm going to break your arm and eat it. Oh.
Just as Tao Rui finished speaking, the golden light Taotai phantom swung its claws and rushed up. Black One was in a hurry to resist, but he had underestimated the attacking ability of the resignation phantom, and his defenses were simply unable to resist the strength of a single claw of the phantom's attack. Just like that, he watched as his arm was severed and then absorbed by the golden light Taotai Dharma. Woohoo! Sure enough, it tastes similar. Maybe it's because you've done more evil. Your flavor is much sweeter than Black 11's. Tao Wuhu was very satisfied with the texture of what she had eaten, greatly soothing the disappointing sadness that the sand ghost had just brought her.
Black One. Furious. Thirsty kill formation. Open.
Ha ha ha, this is the formation my master gave me. You guys will surely die.
Tao Rui disdained. Che, you bad guys, who broke those formations before, and you didn't inquire about it. With a single claw,
the golden light Taotai phantom grabbed the formation that had just been molded and had yet to be cast, then stuffed it into his mouth and chewed and ate it, screaming silently in terror.
Kuroichi thought he was going crazy. This ing him to deal with this ferocious beast. Master this judgment. To no level. Tao Chuchu's voice came from the ground. Resignation. It's time for the game to end.
They need to hurry in and get the medicine boss White needs while it's still light.
Alright sister, Tao Ruizi responded in a loud voice.
Then without a trace of warmth under his eyes,
he looked at Kuroichi. The people you brought with you, and you, will become my after-dinner dessert. With both hands open, tremendous might poured out, instantly crushing all the ghosts present into black gas before melting into the golden light Taotai Dharma phase.
One man and one phallus burped contentedly at the same time.
Woohoo! Done, sis, let's go inside. Tao Chu nodded and led the well-fed and moody good sister towards the palace gate. White Zephyr, once inside, listen to me for all actions, do not spread out.
The crowd nodded gravely.
The palace gates slowly opened. Chapter 148, Flower. You must love playing Minesweeper, right? Do. As soon as Tao Rui's few people entered the door, they were warmly welcomed, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Yes, 20 dahlias on either side, 10 on each side, neatly lined up,
and holding a shawm in their leaves,
just like a human being, also blowing air from nowhere.
The oboe emits a very familiar melody that can be heard all over the country during New Year's Eve. It was called a celebration.
That's called meow. Who's ever seen this scene before?
Tao Rui and Tao Chu several people stood in place,
dumbfounded
as if they were wooden chickens,
sniffing the chicken and dancing, bushy.
With such a weird appearance of the palace, they thought that they would have to fight for their lives after coming in with swords, spears and arrows to reach the place where Boss White said the medicine was located. Who knew that hitting the head and coming in would be such a universal scene? Oh,
not to mention, these oboe playing dahlias are kind of cute.
The melody continues. Suddenly Tao Chu's soft voice came out from his left side. Good luck to you, good luck to you, good luck to you.
The crowd's eyes immediately focused. Who is it? Don't know if it's spooky that someone's voice came up at this time. The source of the voice, Lei Jiao, who was being watched closely by the crowd, shrank back sheepishly. He didn't think he was singing out loud. Anyone who hears it can't help but sing it. He's not one of these extraordinary human beings. Perhaps hearing the song sung by Lei Jiao, these Dawanhua fleshy eyes could see that they were playing the swana even more vigorously. It's so classic. When the swana comes out, it's the king of all music. Tao Chu was about to make an emotional remark. The voice came back to my ears. Good luck to you, good luck. The crowd turned their heads to glare at Lei Jiao. You're still coming. Lei Jiao covered his mouth in horror and let out a muffled sound. It's not me. It's really not me this time.
He had only just been glared at by everyone.
How could he do the same thing again so soon? Tao Ruyao, ha, if not you, then who? the voice stopped singing and said quietly, "It's me, do I sing well?" The atmosphere froze. The crowd stiffened and slowly turned back to the source of the voice. Ah, ghosts. What a big king flower. The large flower disc is also hidden in a not so well lit area. Half light, half dark. So spooky. Tao Ruizi was startled for a moment and then immediately came back to his senses. Oops. This must be the big king flower in the big king flower. For short, Wang Dahua. It's so big. It sure tastes strong. Silently affirming his talent for naming in his heart, Tao Rui shunned up Lei Jiaojiao, who had dropped to the floor in shock. Don't panic, Jiao Jiao brother. Bai Zhe gave Tao Rui a resentful look. Hands so good at holding. Will not come to hold him who was also scared? He is also very fragile. With such a comforting mouth, wouldn't it come to comfort him, who also looked shocked? Forget it. If the mountain doesn't come, I'll come. I'll come. Resignation. I'm dizzy. Bai Zhe suddenly sounded so weak and his face turned pale. With a start, Tao Rui Jiaojiao flung Lei Jiaojiao next to Xiao Chen and went to look at Bai Zhe's condition. Lei Jiaojiao? It was his illusion just now, wasn't it? Why did he feel that Boss White just looked at him with a bit of smugness in his eyes? Smoothly holding up Lei Jiaojiao, who was thrown over by Tao Ruizi. Xiao Chen, heh, man. Tao Rui touched Bai Zhe's head, picked up Bai Zhe's arm and pretended to take his pulse. Aren't you quite good? Maybe you were scared. Come behind me. I'll protect you. Oh. Tao Rui was insanely secretly happy inside when he said this. When she first met Bai Zhe in the divine realm, she remembered that the emperor at that time said these words. So it's a little Tao Tai. Come behind me. I'll protect you. Oh. This time it's her turn to talk. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, although the emperor was the current powerhouse, she, the Tao Tai strongest war god, was the future powerhouse. Ah, destined to outshine the heavens. Shirasawa. Speechless is his native language. Don't ask. Shirasawa language he never knew. Ah, no. Why are you all playing one by one? That King Dahlia was disgruntled and started to point people out. None of you are answering my questions? Not taking care of me, is it? Yeah. What's a big man like you doing hiding next to another little man? And shame on you, pretending to be weak to trick a little girl who just looks weak. You? Yes. What are you looking at? You're the weird-looking woman with that weird smile on your face watching that little girl interact with that very vain man. Oh, you like to watch people's little couples flirting. What an incomprehensible fetish. On how to offend 5 people at once with one sentence. Then again, how to step on every single one of those minefields with precision. It's a high level of learning. So profound that this Wang Dahua had already learned to graduate with a doctorate. So much so that Tao Rui wanted to ask it. Flower, do you know that the Minesweeper game is on the verge of becoming a tear in the eye of the times? No, it must not know yet, because it must have stepped on a mine and exploded on the first level. It was rare for Tao Chu to speak in a conspiratorial manner. I can tell she's dying to cut this King Dahlia. Chapter 149, God damn it, White Zephyr is the most handsome. Hey, what are you all looking at me so fiercely for? I'm so scared. As Wang Dahua's voice fell, the 20 parade of Suona de Wanhua synchronized to blow a long and mournful Suona tune. For the first time, the crowd was so unanimous in having breathlessness at the same time. Lei Jiao, this flower, so much drama. Can you go up and give it a punch? Tao Ruizi shook his head. No way. Such a big flower. Broken taste is not good. Ah. Also, you're right. Reggio had just nodded his head down when he suddenly responded. What? Little rhetoric. Do you fancy this flower? I'm just saying. Resignation, sister paper. You are really hungry. Ah. Not at all. Pick it. The flowers aren't even cute. Resignation. Lei Jiaojiao secretly said in his heart that you have a problem with your vision, and that you don't even pick what you eat and have no taste. Bai Zhe suddenly interjected. Reggio, boss Bai, you can't talk like that. I didn't say that there's something wrong with Resignation's eyes. Xiao Chen covered his face with powerlessness. Why does Lei have so little time to be smart? Can the phrase things are more expensive than they are rare also be used on Lei's brain? Hua, you honestly explain. Where is the clear cloud grass? Tao Rui was too lazy to pay attention to those 3 men behind her. The only one who was wise here was her sister. And there was another one who was barely the second in IQ. She was always remembering that serious business was important. You didn't even answer my question. Why would I answer yours? Yo, hey. This Wang Dahua also arrogant up. Twisting flower leaves swing. Tao Chu couldn't help but wonder. Were these oboes brought to them by the owner who built this place? And was the king of flowers, who was so arrogant and didn't harmfully attack them at the moment, also cultivated by the owner of this place? It really is a big world. Tao Rui understood in seconds. A wave of rainbow farts without money came with his mouth open. Your singing voice is the most pleasing to the ear in the flowers I've heard that can sing. The voice of the bright can go up to the 9 clouds. The heavenly immortals heard all have to come down from above to record and save your singing voice. If you were a love being in the human world,
then more than thousands of people would go crazy for you clanging against the big wall for you. You must be a super invincible big star with hundreds of billions of fans as soon as you appear. You're the king of flower world songs, the god of songs among kings, and the saint of songs among gods. This wave of rainbow farts smoked. Wang Daihua is simply floating. Shyly, wriggling, she spoke. Do I really sing as well as you say I do? Aha aha aha. Tao Rui nodded her head vigorously. Well, then I keep my promise to tell you Qing Yang grass is in the deepest part of the labyrinth. The key to the opening of the labyrinth is to stand 10 paces in front of the place, shouting 3 sentences. Bai Zai is the most handsome. Bai Zai is the most handsome. Bai Zai is the most handsome. This will open the maze. Tao Ruiji, Tao Chu Chu, Lei Jiaojiao, Xiao Chen, White Zephyr, toes buckling to the ground. No way. Did he make this place? He did remember him coming here, but he didn't remember keeping all these weird plants much less setting up such a shameful maze key code Help! Can't look everyone in the eye anymore. Bai Zai frantically psyched himself up, and in but 2 breaths, he was very openly looking up at everyone. Aren't we in a hurry? Let's go. The remaining 4, TSK, 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 man. So that's what you are, Boss White. Tao Rui thought of a problem, jogged a few steps and stopped next to Bai Zai, curiously tilted his head and asked, so, you are the owner of this place, then why Wang Dahua can't recognize you Lei Jiao Jiao, Wang Dahua? Oh, that's the name I gave to this flower. Nice isn't it? Tao Rui raised her eyebrows in triumph. Lei Jiao Jiao, how to say it well. Praise and afraid of encouragement in the wrong direction. Do not praise and afraid of small resignation was hit. It's really difficult. Bai Zai didn't want to speak, trying to escape the question, and just let out a small exhale when he saw Tao Ruizi's attention shift. I didn't expect that resignation didn't continue to pay attention to Lei Jiaojiao, but killed a horseback. Bai Xiaoza, you haven't said anything yet? Haha, didn't expect it. What her little Tao Tai wanted to know wouldn't be forgotten all of a sudden, unless there's something good to eat. Unable to escape, Bai Zai had no choice but to open his mouth. Maybe there's no possibility. It's normal for it not to recognize me when I'm fully armed like this, right? I don't remember anyway. Perhaps it was he who had come and yet it was not he. It's not easy to talk about, and it's complicated to talk about, and he can't talk about it for a while anyway. Bai Zai was a bit nervous that such an answer would make the little Tao Tai unsatisfied, but he didn't expect the little Tao Tai to be quick. Okay, so forget it for now. Let's go. I'm good at walking the maze. Tao Rui confidently shouted 3 times, Bai Zai is the most handsome. Bai Zai is the most handsome. Bai Zai is the most handsome. Lead the crowd in with their heads held high, blushing at the sound of the 3 Shirasawa is the most handsome. Shirasawa nervously flicked his scarf up to try and cover more of his face. Tao Chu Chu inwardly, hee, she should really thank that Wang Dahua, without it pointing it out. She didn't even realize that someone was trying to eat the grass on the edge of the nest. Laugh it up. Her little sister is still young. Dream on, Boss White. Lei Jiao Jiao, resignation you say very good at walking the labyrinth is how to be good at it This will we all come in. Look at the scope of this labyrinth. Very big I'm afraid to spend a lot of time it. The walls of this labyrinth were covered with prickly thorns, which made it look offensive and dangerous. Don't worry, it's easy, this won't take long. Watch me. Tao resigned confidently a waist. She is with the clan uncle learned. The name of this approach is called vigorously out of the miracle. Not broken. Not stand. Do not understand the things that are directly broken open method. In short, a straight up dry run. In the next second, Lei Jiaojiao realized what Tao Ruizi was talking about when he said it's simple and it takes no time. Let's just say that it's so outrageous, but it's Tao Ruizi's doing, so that's good and normal. Come out, my little light. The golden light Tao Tai Phantom jumped out with a woo and quickly grew in size to become a huge beast. Join me and tear it down. Phasma excitedly traced circles with both claws, going down and blasting away a wall with a single claw. Tao Rui's eyes suddenly lit up. The taste of this thorn is quite good, like the ice grass in the salad, crunchy, and popping beads. Although she doesn't like grass, she can still eat it. Charge Ko, take them all out. The golden light Tao Tai Phantom raised its head and gave a long, silent ow, spreading its hooves excitedly and destroying the labyrinth's walls with its claws everywhere. White Zephyr, for some reason, this Taotia's look of tearing down the house is déjà vu, familiar and heartbreaking. It really feels heartbreaking. Lei Jiao Jiao could prove that things were really like what Tao Rui had said at the beginning. It really didn't take much time. It was just less than half an hour. Tao Rui's golden light Tao Tai Dharma had oohed and awed over the entire labyrinth. The thorns of the labyrinth are eaten cleanly. Not a bit left. Look at Tao Rui who stood in place and did not move at all with an insatiable face touching his stomach. Just know how happy he was eating. It seems that the huskies of the ferocious beast world are all around them. Awesome. Not that it was his house that was demolished anyway. Reggio thought as he did.
Clear cloud grass. Little Chen was actually the first person to discover the traces of clear cloud grass. Tao Rui hurriedly tugged on by Zai, humming once and picking him up in a princess carry. Yes, she remembered that Shirasawa had just said he was dizzy. Shiraz, what a shameful princess hug. Let's go and take you to grab some medicine to eat. Take the medicine and you'll be fine. Lei Jiao felt like he was dreaming until Boss Bai sat down next to the Qingyun grass and set up the boiler, picked the Qingyun grass to cook the soup, and slept through the soup after finishing it, and then was picked up by Tao Rui's princess and walked outward again. What did he see? Just get the stuff. Get to it. The end? Boss White got princess hugged twice? Is that how a girl's boyfriend looks like? What are you waiting for? Tao Chuchu stopped to look twice as she walked past Lei Jiao and urged, let's go. She had to hurry and follow up to watch her good sister and Boss Bai yet. Boss Bai was recovering from his injuries and things were special, so she wouldn't care. But she couldn't let Boss Bai coax her good sister away under her nose. Lei Jiao, oh, then I'll go out with Xiao Chen to start the car. Xiao Chen, great, finally almost finished. I don't know if the update of the tomatoes I've been chasing for the past few days is finished yet. I'm looking forward to it. Several people returned along the same path and met Wang Dahua again. Wang Dahua was still directing the Dewangawas to play the Swana, and was surprised to see them come out so quickly, so fast. Hannah, I will go first. I'll come back to play with you when you're free. Oh, Lei Jiao now felt that the kind flower that had helped them was adorable, and made a point to say goodbye. Instant wooing Wang Dahua, have a safe trip. Oh, I'll keep singing well yo. Tao Ruizi, crap. I always feel like I've forgotten something I haven't eaten. Chapter 150, A Turmoil, 2 chapters combined. Tao resigned to think. She is now determined to be a good Tao Tai. Wang Dahua helped them, and did not attack to hurt them. She cannot be divided into enemies. Catch what, eat what. Forget it. Just eat more scorpion flying squirrels. Grudges and rights and wrongs. It's all very clear. It's worthy of her. Kudos to yourself. Come on, get in the car. Coming. Tao Rui reluctantly glanced back at the palace. The palace gates had slowly closed since they had gone out. As Tao Rui looked back, Wang Dahua inside the palace suddenly had a jolt. Why does it feel like it got away with it? Or back then, the master said good flowers have blessings. Hey, what does the master look like again? As if it also explains it something. Crap, it's been here so long it's kind of hard to remember. Never mind, let's get today's chorus rehearsed first. Little ones, pick up the oboe and carry on. Outside the door, Reggio made sure everyone was in the car and seated properly, and squared up the passenger side for Shirazawa, before slamming his foot down on the gas. Let's go back. Sprinting away. On the way, Tao Chuchu glanced at the communication that still had no signal. Jiao, there's still no signal on the comms. How are we going to connect with our colleagues who came to meet us? Sister Chuchu, don't worry. I made an appointment with them at a place before I came, and they will arrive there to meet us. Lei Jiao glanced at the time. I guess we'll arrive in half a day's drive. Tao Chuchu looked at the sky. It was going to be evening. Boss White was now unconscious. Their stock of supplies was almost depleted, and the dangers of the desert were doubled at night. To avoid a long night's sleep, they had decided before they set out that they would not rest, and would go to join their colleagues in one fell swoop. Brother Jiao, why don't you switch to me to drive now? I'm not familiar with the desert terrain at night. I'm afraid that I'll be of no help, and it'll be better if you grab some food and rest now. Okay, then Sister Paper, you drive it. Lei Jiao didn't excuse himself, gave the rear car a flash, double blinkers to slow down, and then coolly got out of the car to change Tao Chuchu's driving. As soon as Tao Chuchu got into the car and docked the route with Lei Jiao, she took a deep breath. Lei Jiao in the back seat, closed his eyes the moment. A strong feeling of pushing back so that he was shocked to open the eyes just closed. Wow, go. Chuchu girl is really a fierce one. I knew that the Chuchu Sister Paper that could make Xiao Rhetoric listen to her words was definitely not a simple employee. Look at the driving, the wild style of racing, the characters. Feel free to close your eyes and dream about the week. Chen in the back of the car silently puts an exploding cool mint in his mouth. Time flew by. Tao Chuchu drove until it was dark and the lights had to be turned on before she asked Tao to wake up the sleeping Lei Jiao. Lei Jiao woke up and replenished some food and water to make sure he was back in good spirits. Chuchu, I feel like I can do it. I can swap. Tao Chuchu nodded. Okay, I'll go to the rear car to change Xiao Chen to take a break. It's always bad to drive with fatigue. I'll follow you in the rear car and drive. It shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Chen quickly ate his dry food and water in the 2 minutes after Tao Chuchu got into the car to exchange him, then fell asleep for a second under Tao Chuchu's watchful eye. Tao Chuchu, wow, this sleep speed. No wonder Xiao Chen has been very energetic in the past few days. So it turns out that every second of Xiao Chen's time is effective sleep time. Help Tran to adjust the seat's amplitude to be more comfortable so that the other person can rest better. Tao Chuchu gave the car in front of him a double flash. signaling that it was ready to go. By the time Xiao Chen woke up, Tao Chu had already followed Lei Jiaojiu and the others to the prearranged meeting place. The first words Xiao Chen heard when he opened his eyes were, "Boss White, the enemy has launched a general attack." Coincidentally, the first words that Bai Zhe heard when he woke up were also this, too. "I wish I could simply go back to sleep and feel it again. Which one of you has been so ungrateful and uncaring that you've made a mess of things?" Bai Zhe rubbed between his eyebrows. "Expand and tell. What's going on? Why does it feel like my face hurts so much?" Logically speaking, now that he had fully recovered from his injuries, he was at most a little weak, and his body shouldn't be in pain. Tao Rui, who had to desperately pinch Bai Zhe in order to wake him up, saw that expression on Bai Zhe's face and turned away sheepishly, pretending that he was busy. Shirasawa, who captured the heart of the moment, "It's so nice. Resignation is all about caring for me." Yes, it must be. The person who came here to receive Tao Rui several people is Lei Curl. See the white boss finally sober, crackling on a speech. "White boss, you don't even know. You're not here. We are alone outside the fight to death." Wu Nyang have been angry several times. "Don't worry, boss, bye." Wu Nyang is scolding those bad guys. What a straw for kids with no parents to back them up. Them pieces of. I don't know what spurred them on, but suddenly, at the same time, they activated a nationwide sacrificial array. We were all mad. Everyone was sent out. All the management of the local branch went to the front and charged. When Lei Jiaojiao heard this, he looked nervous. "Old sister, are you hurt anywhere? Quickly let brother take a look." Lei Curl waved his hand. No, I'm fine. I was sent by Wunyang to meet you guys when they activated the sacrifice formation on a small pilot scale. For one thing, because I know my brother well enough to put a thunderbolt out in the desert to signal if I can't find it. Secondly, I'm strong too. I'm super capable of fighting. Of course I can't compete with resignation, but I can help with anything. After all, Boss Bai can recover from his injuries. That's the most crucial now. As long as Boss Bai returns, the one who started the war will definitely be dead. Shiraz, well, I'm all recovered. Lei Curl was overjoyed. "Boss Bai, I knew you'd be fine. Let's hurry before it's too late." Lei Jiaojiao, right. Now that several days have passed, the situation is definitely not optimistic. Let's hurry up and get in the car and go back. That's the way things are anyway. The crowd hurriedly packed up their things and got on the car, with Lei Jiaojiao's car at the head, Lei Curl's 2 cars in the middle, and Xiao Chen's car at the end. Tao Rui clenched his fist. I'm definitely going to beat up those things that are messing things up and not having a good fast day. They do these things day in and day out, wreaking havoc on the country and the people. If this were in our old days as ferocious beasts, we would have eaten them one bite at a time. Piss me off. I promised to take me to have a good time in Xinjiang after finding medicine for Boss Bai. How can I possibly be satisfied after eating something delicious just 2 or 3 times? Xinjiang is so vast, I can't even have a good time without spending a month and a half here. This is a great place to be. Bai Zhe looked at the grunting and moody little Tao Tai, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an arc, his tone slow, trying to pacify the other party. "When this is over, I'll make you a table full of delicious food, and then I'll give you a vacation and bring you here to continue playing, okay?" Tao Ruyue was sulking when she suddenly heard what Bai Zhe said. There is actually such a good thing? Well, there must be no hesitation. Tao Rui nodded frantically, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Driving the car, Lei Jiaojiao reached out tentatively. "That what? White boss, I also want to." "No, you don't want to." Without waiting for Lei Jiaojiao to finish his sentence, Bai Zhe coldly twisted his head back, his eyes firmly looking ahead. "Watch the road. Be safe. Drive your car, and don't think about more than that." "Tao Ruyao, it's okay, brother Jiaojiao. I'll send you pictures of the food I've eaten." Lei Jiaojiao, "Thank you. You people also strange good Lu." After a few people chatted for a while to ease the anxiety, all but the one driving closed their eyes and began to rest. After all, the situation was urgent, and as soon as they got out of the desert and back to the station, they were going to start fighting viciously right away. "Boss White, you're finally back." As soon as Bai Zhe and the others got out of the desert and returned to the local branch office, they immediately called Zhou Wunyang's video over. Zhou Wunyang connected to the video after the first sentence that called a tearful "Ah." "Wunyang, what's the situation now?" Zhou Wunyang calmed her excitement and first asked about Boss Bai's injuries and Rhetoric Chu Chu's state before reporting on the current situation. "Boss White, are you fully recovered now?" After seeing Bai Zhe nod his head, Zhou Wunyang was obviously relieved in a good way. "The number of sacrificial arrays that have now detonated in the country that we have detected is 36, oriented according to the rules of the 36 Big Dipper. Some of the sacrificial arrays have triggered natural disasters, and the victims have been in the tens of thousands, of which there is no accurate data on the number of deaths. because we were interfered with by the formations. We can't accurately count them now, but it's estimated to be more than 1,000. Tao Chuchu was shocked. Has the situation become so bad? What measures has the Bureau taken now? It's not too much to ask for those people to be broken into pieces. Zhou Wunyang sighed deeply. We can't find the true purpose of the mastermind behind this, and there's no breakthrough to effectively stifle it. Now we can only send out manpower to break through these detonated sacrificial formations. The current arrangement is that all territorial administrations are responsible for evacuating the crowd, controlling the extent of the damage, and using the tools issued by the Bureau to seal the sacrificial array and minimize the attack of the sacrificial array. Xiansheng took the first team to clear and break the formations in several cities in the southeast. Bai Shi will take the second team to clear a few cities in the northeast. Hu Ming will take the men to clear a few cities in the southwest. On the northwestern side, it's Team 3 that's in charge of cleaning up the broken formations. I'm in charge of interim general command in clearing the Kyoto side of the situation. Zhou Wunyang's words turned, her tone becoming more serious and grave. But the situation is not as optimistic as we expected. Not to mention, the suppression of the sacrificial formations by the various local authorities is not ideal, and the damage of each sacrificial formation is actually not completely consistent and focuses on different effects, leading to a great deal of damage to our manpower. There are just over a dozen who are unconscious and in a coma right now, and 5 who have lost track of their trail in the sacrificial array. And while I was checking out the general control on the Kyoto side, I realized that there was a situation that was very wrong, and you guys are now looking at the map that I passed over. You guys see, that sacrificial formation on the map that was set up according to the position of the 36 heavenly deities is very wrong when it's connected. How I look at it, it always feels like something is missing. A few of the white zephyrs gathered around and watched for a while. Tao Rui felt that the picture looked familiar at first glance, and meditating on it, without waiting for Bai Zhe to speak, she exclaimed, I remember, I've seen this formation before. This formation, what we see is incomplete. Bad. Things are in trouble. If we go by the formations in my memory, this is the god-killing formation. Tao Rui paced around the room anxiously, holding his small hand with obvious anxiety. Tao Chuchu saw her good sister's color change so drastically for the first time, and she was busy voicing out, what is the god-killing formation? Hearing her sister's question, Tao Rui stopped in her tracks. The god-killing formation. It's the formation that can kill any god that comes. Super powerful. When I was a kid, I heard that a very powerful character accidentally stepped into it and lost all his bones. Lei Curl's jaw dropped to the ground. So powerful? That mastermind behind this. What exactly does he want? It's hard not to be all about taking the lives of us commoners. Tao Ruizhu, otherwise, life is very valuable. Priceless. The lives of so many people combine way more than tens of thousands of Tarzans. It was the first time Lei Curl saw such a serious Tao Rui, and for a moment her people were disheveled. Don't we have a way to fight back and protect ourselves? Tao Rui thought for a moment. Bai Zhe was calling Tao Feng. Hey, Director Bai, what's up? White Zephyr clicked on the externalizer before speaking. Pixie, you know what the situation is now. What do you have in mind? Tao Feng on the other side of the phone. Though I know more or less. But, Chief White, have you got it wrong? Do you know what it means to be poorly informed? What can I think without accurate information? Bai Zhe, I transmitted the situation to you. Since you have memories from when you were in the God realm, the formations are also better than what Rhetoric learned. You have 10 minutes to think of a way to break the game. Call me back later. That's it. Hang up. Bai Zhe hung up the phone with an expressionless face after saying that. Tao Feng at the other end. Cam. This attitude. It's simply the style of the God realm emperor when dealing with official matters. A whole big cold, demonic boss. Public affairs are outrageous. Tao Rui pounded his head with a fist. Right, oh, I actually forgot about my old brother. However, Boss Bai, you shouldn't be pinning all your hopes on him, right? Tao Rui was a little worried. This old brother is also occasionally unreliable. Bai Zhe touched Tao Rui's pink hat. It won't be. I have a bit of a number in my heart about this matter. It's just that there's a lot at stake, and I'd like to hear more about what people who know about this formation think. Once Tao Rui heard this, her gaze steeped in determination, patting her own chest. I'll also refuel and try to think about it. Zhou Wunyang, and now? Bai Zhe, Wunyang, you continue to follow the previous deployment. We'll rush back to Kyoto now, and keep in touch at all times on the way. Okay. Chapter 151, Black Several and White Zephyr's Lucky Beast, 2 chapters combined. When Bai Zhe and the others got on the airplane, the 10 minutes Bai Zhe had given Tao Feng had arrived. Seeing the caller ID on his cell phone, Bai Zhe raised his eyebrows. Tao Feng, this kid can quite punctual. How? Think of a way out? Of course, a little bit comes to mind. The most important thing to break the formation is to find the eye of the formation. The eye of the formation on the map is obviously in Kyoto, but the specific location may be calculated. White Zephyr. Oh? Tao Feng's voice suddenly became smaller. This I won't. I really can't blame him for not remembering this one. This is the ancient god-killing formation, and there are already many transformations within the formation, so it's hard to find a raw door to break through. He didn't have the cultivation and learning that the Emperor had, so he could only project the eye of the formation through this incomplete formation diagram. But, here, it's more than just the 36 sacrificial arrays. There should be 72 more small formations that give energy to these sacrificial formations to fight the auxiliary. If we simply go to break through this sacrificial formation, it will only add fuel to the fire. Ray Curl, no wonder so many of us have been injured. Turns out the root cause wasn't pulled out. Tao Chuchu, that is to say, there are two small energy supply arrays around a single sacrifice array? Tao Feng, by my deduction. Yes. White Zephyr, anything else to say? Tao Feng, no. Alright then later on you take care of the matter at hand and rush to the address I'm sending you now to meet us. Our plane will arrive in an hour. Bai Zhe hung up Tao Feng's phone again after saying that. Tao Feng, 6. Ro Ba, he really can't escape the life of labor in his past life and this life. Forget it. Asterisk. Boss Bai. I've already told Wu Yang the information about the auxiliary array. Now have all of them search to determine the location of the auxiliary array. Tao Chu took out the map after the report and carefully scrutinized it, trying to find some more ideas to break the situation. White Zephyr nodded as his thoughts slowly traveled away. Although rhetoric said how powerful the god-killing formation was, it was based on the god realm. The current him didn't have too many memories of the god realm, only vague perceptions, but it was enough. It was thought that the person behind him knew that the aura of the earthly realm was not enough to reach the power of the divine realm's formations, plus the fact that last time, he and the other party touched each other hard and heavily wounded the other party. He had the assistance of Resignation and the girls in finding spirit medicine to heal his injuries, and his recovery was very much faster than expected. The other party's injuries needed to be replenished with more cold things, but so far, no big news had broken out, which meant that the other party's injuries hadn't fully recovered. That meant that the person behind them didn't have enough power to support the formation itself, which was advantageous to them. Since that was the case, the situation was now obvious. The mastermind behind that was trying to take the chi and essence of many lives and sacrifice them to make up for the lack of formation aura and enhance the power of the formation. But what on earth was the reason for laying out such a large array and padding so many lives? And was it simply because of hatred for him? The more Bai Zhe thought about it, the more he frowned. The last time he sparred, he could only sense that the other party had a very great hatred for him, or rather for Bai Zhe. This idea of hatred was so strong that it overshadowed the other party's other thoughts. Plus he was so focused on the enemy at the time that he didn't probe deeper. If you can't figure out the purpose, it's easy to go in the wrong direction. Bai Zhe glanced at the little Tao Tai who was trying to think, and his heart calmed down a little. If he couldn't think of anything, let's do something useful first. Now that he and Rhetoric had teamed up, he was able to project the hiding place of the man behind him, and then go straight for the thief and capture the king. But at the moment, protecting the innocent people was of the utmost urgency, and according to the capabilities of the authorities' personnel, it was estimated that it would take at least a day to completely find out the auxiliary formation. He had to stifle the sacrifice formation energy first, then break the formation, then go over and destroy the source of the evil. Rhetoric, as soon as you get off the plane, you and I will go over to the sacrificial formation in Kyoto, known as Point A. Chu. You and Tao Feng go over and clear this point. Point B. I'll give you the mnemonic to activate the power within Tao Feng, and it's up to you to act as the key for Tao Feng to activate the power within. The 2 points we went to clear are among the top 2 in importance in the entire sacrifice formation. The points of the sacrificial array complement each other, so if we can clear them successfully and break the links that connect them, it will relieve our partners of a very large amount of pressure. After Bai Zhe finished speaking, he looked seriously at Tao Chu and Tao Rui. What I said, do you understand? Tao Chu nodded. Understood. It's success or failure. We will definitely complete the mission. Lei Curl was anxious. Boss Bai. What about me? She was going to help too. You follow Chu. All actions are under Chu's command, and you must protect Chu's safety. After Tao Rui heard the arrangement, she kept pulling her sister's hand and wouldn't let go. Oh, she hadn't even been separated from her sister for so long when she was on a mission. Things were so dangerous and she wasn't with her sister. What if she was in danger? Tao resigned bitterly took off his hat, touching his small bald head with short stubble. His mouth silently recited, give me power, give me power. Let my brain become bright. Let my brain become bright. Seeing that the airplane was about to go down for a gliding stop, Tao Rui still couldn't think of a way out. Well, Tao Ruiji deflated her mouth and shook it into a wave. Ooh, sis. Tao Rui bit her fingertips and drew images of her essence and blood on both of her sister's hands, the back of her neck, and both of her calves. Just after the drawing, a hint of golden light flowed over the pattern. flashed, and the blood-red Tao Tai pattern actually hid under Tao Chu Chu's skin. The surface was smooth as before, and disappeared. Oh, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. Sister, you can be sure to pay attention to safety. When you encounter danger, the image I just drew in the previous one can be superimposed to give you resistance to damage. If you really can't, you can hide behind your old brother. The power of the braves in his body is very strong. The Rue beasts are highly respected on Earth, especially the fortune-inviting pixie that only enters and leaves. So that power of the old brother will surely keep you safe. And you mustn't run into danger and rush up there yourself. Sister, you have to promise me. Tao Ruyue had 2 tears in her eyes, looking at Tao Chu Chu's heart softening into a mess. Tao Chu Chu eyes gentle doting, slowly touch her good sister's little bald head. Just grow hair stubble some prickly, like the kitten she jerked before. Sister promises you that she will be extremely careful. You follow boss by and protect yourself as well. I'm sure we can accomplish the mission perfectly with our resignation. Aha! Tao Ruizi nodded heavily. To the side, lay curls. How about some whole protection for me too? Her life, too, could have been valued a little bit. Yo, //nabla //. That one just now was my heart's blood law. That thing doesn't have that much. Tao Rui didn't know where to take out a brush. Use this to draw for you. The effect is definitely not as good as the ones I drew for my sister, but the protective effect isn't bad. Lay curls nodded. It is good to have food to eat. Where do you dare to suspect rancid? Arrived. After a rumble, the plane came to a smooth stop. After disembarking the plane, Tao Rui inexplicably ventured. Actually, the villains are really good at shark arming, and they're also too trashy. So if they know we're on this plane, and they come to intercept us, and bomb our planes, won't they be able to shark off us? Tao Chu Chu, sister do you think China's military ate dry rice? This is the territory. Dare to bombing planes, crazy. Tao Ruizi, right-o. It's so lucky to be born in this country. Tao Feng greeted him in his handsome long trench coat. You guys have finally arrived. I've waited so hard for you guys. Dad and Mom sighed. Have you explained? Tao Chu Chu asked this in the first sentence. Tao Feng explained, told them not to go out these days, obediently stay at home. We're off to save the world. That's right. Tao Rui was combative. Let's not chat for now. Let's get going. There's something to communicate with. After saying that, he took Bai Zai's hand and rushed outside with a thump. Thump. Outside, the crowd's car was ready. Asterisk. The 2 teams of Tao Rui and Tao Chu Chu arrived at their destinations almost simultaneously. Point A. Tao Ruyo took a deep breath. This delicious aroma. The sacrifice array is definitely here, alright. Bai Zai's hands quickly changed gestures and pinched. Almost 3 seconds. At 100 paces to the southeast is the first auxiliary formation, and at 500 paces to the northwest is the second auxiliary formation. Roger that. Boss Bai. You're here in the main formation. I'll go and tackle those 2 auxiliary formations, counting the time it takes to go back and forth. I'll definitely get it done and be back within half an hour, Tao Rui said as he ran up and was gone in a flash. Shirazes with Erskine's hand out. Actually, Bai Zai let out a bitter smile. In fact, he wanted the little Tao Tai to stay here in the main formation. Solving the auxiliary formation, this kind of errand work. He did it. Since the little Tao Tai had rushed out, he should suppress the sacrifice formation first. Over here, Bai Zai started to work on suppression. Tao Ruizi had already run to the first auxiliary formation. Exempt, old familiar ghost. Tao Rui just arrived and saw someone dressed very similarly to Black 1 and Black 11. You're Black Several? Black Few was shocked. How did she know he was a Black Few? It's amazing that the power of human intelligence is so terrifying. No wonder Black One is gone. Tao Rui also didn't understand. She hadn't even released her mighty pressure yet. Just asked a question. How come this black thing started to shake? How many times? Don't kill me. I'll say it all. Black Several stopped his own hand movements, turned around and knelt down for Tao Rui. Tao Rui. This. Is she already so powerful that she can give up without a fight? Not bad for her. Tao Rui took the opportunity to ask. It's fine if I don't kill you. I'm asking you if there's a map of the distribution locations of all the auxiliary formations, or a specific plan, atlas, or something like that for this plan of yours right now. Hand it over. I won't kill you. Yes. It's so hard to make a living. This world. Master Ao. Not I Black Several intentionally want to betray you. Is the enemy is too strong? In order to survive, I have no choice. Oh, crying face. Tao Ruji, woohoo. She is really lucky. Just out of the blue. She met such a good fooling ghost. It's better to leave interrogating people to the professionals. Tao Rui put away the plans and maps that the black couple handed over, reached out and choked the other person unconscious, and rolled it and put it away. She would first go back and hand it over to Boss White, then come back and break this auxiliary formation. OMG, sister and Woon Yang will be praising her like crazy. Ah.
Bai Zai had just finished suppressing it when he saw the little Tao Tai rushing back in a flurry of wind.
Ha, that fast? Boss White, this, you keep it, a stupid ghost, good for interrogation. This, you keep, the map and the plan. I'm back on the road. 88.
Bai Zai was slightly dumbfounded as he watched the little Tao Tai finish a few words with him, shove a few things into his hands,
and then turn around and run out of sight again. Roba,
he'll see what's in his hand first.
Without looking, Bai Zai smiled a worthless smile. Little Tao Tai, where was he a ferocious beast? He was simply his lucky beast. Laughing is laughing. You can't hold things up.
Bai Zai quickly scanned the plans and maps and transmitted them over to the core cadres, then explained that Woon Yang had sent someone over to take Black several back for interrogation.
Whoever gets the intel first, gets the upper hand. Returning to the first auxiliary array,
Tao Rui didn't play it cool and directly released the golden light Tao Tai Dharma phase to devour the entire auxiliary array.
Turning around, he ran to the second auxiliary formation and solved the second auxiliary formation in the same way, tautly running to meet up with White Zephyr. Boss White,
I took care of those two small auxiliary formations.
Good, our little Tao Tai is really excellent and capable.
The smile on Bai Zai's face added gentleness when he saw Tao Ruizi return.
Then let's make it quick and break this sacrificial formation.
Tao Rui could be described as the fighting spirit plus version right now.
I'll open the gap later to let you in. You go straight for the center, and then just do what you do best. Eat all the black things you come across along the way, and when you get to the center of the formation, just eat them. The thing to keep in mind is that if there are innocent people in the formation,
take care to protect their bodies and souls. We're going to let them go home to their families intact afterward.
Tao Rui understood the seriousness of the matter and nodded gravely. Understood. Tao out on a mission. Point B.
Tao Foam looked at the sacrificial array in front of him and perceived it for a while.
Alright, old sister. You start. I can do it. At most, he might be a bit dizzy or something after using the power. Older sister, you remember, the moment you finish solving locking the power up, I will pass out 90% of the time. To catch me. Lei Curl immediately picked up. This matter doesn't need sister Choo Choo. I'll do it. Don't worry, brother Fong, I'm very strong. Saying that, he also showed off his arm muscles. Tao Fong was silent for a long 10 seconds. Also, it's okay. How dare he say anything? Whoops, his old sister wouldn't really leave him here anyway. After giving himself a strong dose of heart, Tao Fong closed his eyes and opened his arms with a look of death. Old sister, you do it. Chapter 152, Breaking the Formation. Point A, as soon as Bai Zai opened the gap, Tao Rui rushed in. Just going in, the rich black gas almost intoxicated Tao Rui. Little gourmand, is this the proverbial rice drunk? / Nabla / Yes, very much so. This black gas is more dense than the first time she broke the sacrificial array. This concentration, it feels like she is in the full pores without deliberate, can be absorbed on their own level. No. I'm a Tao Tai who wants to do his business. Tao Rui used her greatest willpower to overcome the temptation of the black chi in the periphery to her, fixed her mind, and walked over to the center. Maybe the geographical location of this place is more remote. The people who come and go here on weekdays are not too many, so the people Tao Ruizi met along the way counted. There are only less than 10. Tao Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this number does not need to send another person to clean up. She and Boss White can package the scene to clean up the human body's residual black chi, help to restore sanity, and send the person home to be reunited with a one-stop service. After all, manpower is so tight right now, and when one person can do more, it's easier for the other guys. After she gets through this, she'll be sure to eat, drink, and go crazy for a while. Shakes fist. Asterisk. Voice over. TAOCHU. Thinking about farts to eat? Do you know that school is about to start? Bai Zai, who was outside the formation, because he was cut off from contact and mind reading by the formation, was temporarily unable to ascertain Tao Ruizi's state, and could only rely on his trust in Tao Ruizi's ability to wait anxiously outside. By the way, they cleaned up the little kalafi that had come to hinder them from breaking the formation. Tao Ruizi finally arrived at the center of the formation after a lot of effort. This? Tao Rui curiously looked around the center of the formation. Why is the center of this formation a statue? This carving looks so familiar. Tao Rui carefully recognized a lot. Wow, this is not the emperor was relegated to the world to be punished, to be subjected to the 6 paths of reincarnation, sadness and happiness. 10,000 years are not allowed to go back to the divine world of the big bad guy. Weak sauce. How come this guy is still so narcissistic that the statues use humanoid images? It's hard to believe that behind the scenes he's actually a self-absorbed beast man who dislikes his native appearance? She should learn from her. She always thought her body was the most adorable and handsome Tao Tai with the most kingly demeanor. What $1,000,000. This guy is so bad that he won't even reflect on the fact that he's been penalized for doing such a hurtful thing. Unlike their Taotai clan, all of them have moved on to higher forms and ideas to learn. Weak sauce. Backward to this point, Tao Ruizi gave a disdainful cut and kicked over, shattering the statue. Looking at the statue that was full of debris, Tao Ruizi only felt his heart feel a bit more relieved. Garbage beast. Let's see if I don't break this formation of yours. Buzz. Ko. The golden light Taotai Dharma came out in response to the sound, and its huge figure revealed itself, scratching a claw at the black gas that filled the air, directly breaking out a line. We ate all this black gas. Tao Rui closed her eyes and opened her arms to embrace the black chi in the air, and for the first time, she let loose and absorbed it without a care in the world. The Dharma phase was the same. The Taotai Dharma phase had its head held high, its mouth open to its fullest extent, and its expression was pleasurable. One person and one phallic phase were synchronized, and the black chi in the formation was frantically swept into their bodies and mouths. In less than 10 breaths, the situation where it was difficult to see inside the formation due to too much black gas was effectively improved. In 30 breaths of time, Tao Rui in the golden light Taotai Dharma phase had absorbed the black chi of the formation, happily touching his little tummy and then touching the big claws of the golden light Taotai phantom. Tao Rui then stomped on the base of the statue, completely destroying the center of the formation. With a click, the energy shield of this sacrificial array broke. Tao Rui immediately retracted his phantom and stood in place with a well-behaved face, nervously looking around. Phew. Thankfully, no average human passed by to see it. The energy shield shattered too quickly and too dryly, causing her to barely react. Resignation. I'm here. Bai Zhe watched in wonder as the little Taotai looked around in place, his expression tense for a while and relaxed for a while. What's going on here? Isn't the formation here perfectly cleared? Tao Rui heard Bai Zhe's shouts and busily ran over. Boss White, we're done clearing out here. Send these commoners home safely. Bai Zhe curved his lips, his eyes soft. I think so too. Come on, let's do it together and hurry up to help the little ones when we're done. Oh yeah. After Tao Rui cleared the black chi of the two humans, he suddenly remembered that there was a key piece of information that he hadn't told everyone. Boss Bai, I saw the useless humanoid statue of weak sauce in the center of the formation. That would indicate that the mastermind behind it is it, wouldn't it? The more Tao Ruizi thought about it, the angrier he got. When it was supposed to die once, the emperor let it resurrected. Originally pity it. As a result of the resurrection from the good and lovely little beast into a bad beast, really angry Tao Tao. So ungrateful for the beastie world. Shame on you. It must have been made a human statue because it was afraid that we would recognize its beastly form and know its flaws. Bai Zhe sighed. That wasn't true. It originally had a human face and snake body, but there are so many varieties of human legends, influenced by the wish of the word spirit, that it has several images of the beast's body today. There are men with faces of snakes, dragon heads and cats, men with faces of oxen and horses' legs. So it's not that he doesn't want to, it's that there are too many for him to choose from, heavily selective, so it simply appeared in human form. Tao rhetoric. Speechless. Anyway, no matter how it changes, it's still the same bad beast that loves to eat people and do bad things. Tao Rui puffed up. So, it's in retaliation for Emperor punishing it for going down to the realm? Bai Zhe shook his head and nodded again. Not exactly. Judging from what it's doing nowadays, part of it is for revenge. Part of it is to borrow the Tongtian human power to increase its spiritual power so that it can return to the god realm, right? Another part of it is that it just likes to grass people up. Tao Ruru, grass. A plant. Point B. A moment before Tao Chu Chu turned on the power of Tao Feng, she received a transmission from her good sister, informing them of the true identity of the mastermind behind it, and instructing them to be careful in all matters when breaking the formation. Tao Chu Chu showed the message to both Lei Curl and Tao Feng. Understood? The two men nodded. Then it begins. Tao Chu Chu took out a small 2-page book, on which was recorded the mnemonic for opening Tao Feng. Slightly nervous, he turned the first page. It says, there is no catchphrase. Tao Chu Chu, Boss Bai, you'd better sleep with your eyes open tonight. Hashtag, holding back her anger and speechlessness. Tao Chu Chu continued to turn the second page. It reads, Tao Feng could have self-determined to turn his power on and off. He just gave a mental hint that he could only turn it on in life and death situations. So, what you need to do is just give him a random command, and that's it. Your future brother-in-law. God TM future brother-in-law. Godden gave a random order. Tao Chu Chu swore that if it wasn't for this kind of matter now, a big matter of great importance and urgency that needed to be dealt with, she would immediately kill Bai Zhe right now and karma him. Pissed off. Tao Chu Chu closed the book with force, stuffed it into her backpack and packed it away, and when she walked in front of Tao Feng, the murderous aura in her eyes hadn't been retracted yet, scaring Tao Feng so much that her legs shook a little. Not to mention, He was a little scared when his old sister Choo Choo was fierce. He didn't do anything to piss off Choo Choo just now, did he? No bar no bar. Tao Feng is in self-doubt. Tao Choo Choo has already done a good job of emotional channeling, to suppress the anger.
Right hand snap pressure on Tao Feng's forehead.
Thy name is Tao Feng. Today, the people are in trouble, and as a Rui beast of the Kingdom of China,
you should shoulder your duties as a Rui beast and shelter the people of the Kingdom of China.
Now, in the name of the people, I command you to turn on the power of the Braves. At my command, the heavens, open.
A small golden light transparent bravery from Tao Feng's heart lightly appeared, jumping Tao Feng's circumference around 3 or 4 circles,
and then leaped up high, jumped into Tao Feng's heavenly soul cover. Tao Feng, who had closed his eyes tightly after being slapped on the forehead by Tao Choo Choo, opened his eyes the instant the golden light transparent brave figure disappeared. Blinding golden light emerged from Tao Feng's pupils. Tao Choo Choo and Lei Ke, who saw the scene on the spot, couldn't help but cover their eyes and waited until the light dimmed a bit before lowering their hands. Her oldest brother was a golden bipupil glow and her sister was a red bipupil glow, which was nice. Tao Choo Choo is inexplicably happy. Red and gold match. Their family is also considered tasteful. This long-lost power. It feels like my whole body is full of vigor. Tao Feng ruined the atmosphere of that mysterious big brother as soon as he opened his mouth. Lei Ke, Brother Feng, how I wish you were a handsome man who couldn't talk. Really, why is this mouth so destructive to the atmosphere?
Tao Feng pretended that he couldn't hear and was happy with himself.
Alright, don't be a stinker. Hurry up and go inside to do your business.
Resignation must have already finished waiting for us.
You being the older brother, you can't let your sister wait for a long time, right? Tao Choo Choo took out the equipment and started setting it up. With my equipment,
and the ability of the Thunder Curl, we'll be able to locate the auxiliary array in 5 minutes. Then Thunder Curl and you each go to break the auxiliary array, and I'll be here to clean up the filth that's trying to get in the way of what we're doing.
Tao Feng picked up. Then come back. You guys open the gap.
I'll go in and find the center of the formation to break it.
Right. It's not too late. The plan is finalized. Everyone move. Copy that. Copy that. Asterisk.
Tao Choo Choo pressed the turn on button and the 10 devices turned at the same time. Lei Ke bent down and touched his hands to the ground,
using the power of lightning to vibrate the geology in search of black energy. Under the joint effect of the two, in no time,
the display in Tao Choo Choo's hands showed the location of those 2 auxiliary formations around them.
Tao Feng, let's go.
He rushed out like stepping on a wind turbine.
Lei Ke, can't be compared to the new partner? Threw down a sentence Choo Choo's sister. The location sent me communication, also accelerated to run out. Tao Choo Choo is very good. The attitude is all very positive,
and deserves praise. Arriving at the auxiliary array of Tao Feng,
put his hand on the outer cover of the array,
while this long-lost hand feeling 5 fingers into a claw. A force. The whole cover clicked and shattered.
Shattered. More so than a glass window blowing itself out. Oh, come on. It's been too long since I've used them, and I didn't get the strength right. Tao Feng agonized for a second. I still have to purify them. Oops. This time if only resignation is here. Directly eat it. Save time nah. He's a swift beast. He can't eat filth. He can only purify it.
Tao Feng stretched out his hand, and the golden light in his hand kept flickering, and as the light continued to get brighter, the remnant fragments of the formation cover on the ground slowly disappeared.
On the other side,
the Lei Ke was also much drier, using all her strength to release thunderbolts, along with the lightning amplifier that Boss White had given her before she arrived.
Relying on brute force and the power of technology, the entire auxiliary array was broken by force.
The 2 men quickly cleared the head and tail and returned to the main formation to gather.
Just after stepping into the periphery of the sacrificial formation,
Tao Feng and Lei Ke saw Tao Choo Choo putting away her soft whip with a cold face. There were ghostly creatures of various shapes and sizes lying on the floor.
Lei Ke looked happy. You guys are really a bunch of. If Sister Choo Choo is a weakling, can she stay here by herself to guard the sacrifice formation? Waiting for you trash. Tao Choo Choo, older brother. For the things on the ground, Lei Ke and I will clean them up, so you hurry and go in to break the formation. Gotcha.
Tao Feng did a set of warm-up exercises that he liked to do before striking out with rhetoric, and immediately dodged in when Tao Choo Choo and Lei Ke combined their efforts to open the gap in the sacrificial array.
Asterisk. My old back. It was too fast for him to get used to. Almost flashed his back. Looks like there's been a lot of neglect in the fitness department lately.
It's all because the chef's handiwork back home is too much to his liking. Mainly because resignation isn't at home these days and no one is stealing the food. Tao Feng rubbed his waist and observed his surroundings, estimating that there were a bit too many ordinary people who had been hit. There were actually more than 20 of them. He had to hurry up and break the formation, or else the deeper these people would be affected. Tao Feng eliminated quite a few wandering brats along the way without stopping his running, and finally reached the center of the formation.
Put, just arrived. Tao Feng almost choked himself with a mouthful of water. What a thing! How can there be a brave man in the center of the formation worshipping with a picture? What is worthy of the worship of his honored braves? Tao Feng angrily went up and fixed his eyes. Or is it a colored statue? Let's see which one has the guts. Tao Feng looked seriously and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Is this what the emperor looks like? Not sure. Look again. There was no mole of tears at the corner of his eyes. So he really looked like an emperor? But why is it wearing black? He remembered that the emperor never wore black. With doubts together in his heart, Tao Feng directly pulled down the statue to look at it and scrutinize it. It's not an emperor. And it's not a mortal white zephyr. Tao Feng simply exploded with anger. Where did a demon or devil dare to use the emperor's appearance? What a fear of death. Tao Feng kicked the statue to rot. Looking at the broken statue on the ground, or not relieved, directly reached out to crush the statue on the ground into dust. The wind blew. No more. Phew, much more comfortable. Tao Feng, with a flourish, stomped on the center of the formation, and then carefully purified the scene of all the black chi as well as the adverse effects it brought to ordinary humans before coming out to find Tao Chu and Lei Curl to rendezvous with them. Things are all done? Tao Chu was lowering her head to deal with things, and when she saw her brother come out, she asked. Tao Feng nodded. The people inside, what are you going to do? Tao Chu waved back and a group of people in authority uniforms walked up. Leave it to them, I've already arranged everything. We'll check again now, and after making sure there's no problem, we'll go back to the authority and meet up with Resignation and the others. Okay then. Tao Feng expressed how happy he was. Finally he had accomplished his mission. Chapter 153, The Little Tao Tai and the Little Pixie. The two teams finally met up in the place they had agreed upon at the beginning, the authorities' headquarters, and Wu Yang was there. Sister, let me take a look. Is there any injury anywhere? Tao Rui anxiously pulled her sister up and down, looking left and right, then being poked in the itchy flesh, crying and laughing. Tao Chu pulled. Tao Chu, sister sister is fine. Your Tao Tai totem is there. If sister is injured, wouldn't you be able to feel it? Tao Ruizi, right / eyes turned a bit. Tao resigned to take the opportunity to nestle into her sister's arms. Holding her sister began to crazy pampering. Sister, I just worry about you. Things are so dangerous. How do I know that untrustworthy on again? Off again old man isn't protecting you. Unlike me, the battle power and strong. The person is cute. The most important thing is that people's hearts always have you. Tao Rui looked up and stared at her sister's stunningly beautiful face, so intoxicated that the corners of her mouth were suspected to have unidentified crystalline objects. Tao Chu held his forehead. Every time she was defeated by her good sister how does the little head come up with these meaty words? Also, don't think she doesn't know a while ago, I don't know which one is on the street looking at the strip smooth disc beautiful big beautiful girl looking at the eyes, can't wait to go up in the other's beautiful stick. Forget it, no eyes, don't want to mention it. She saw through the nature of her good sister's face dog. Tao Feng, equals smiley face. Enough Tao Xiaozhu. Once we meet, you only care about your sister. How come you won't take a look at your old brother's situation? This time, I'm going all out. Credit where credit is due. And don't come and compliment me. Tao Rui gave Tao Feng a small look of charity. What kind of person do a little work, and then tailed for praise. Go out and mix. Don't say you're my oldest brother. I feel ashamed of it humph. Besides, she just wanted to stick it to her fairy sister, not perform a sibling act with her stinky brother. What's more, in terms of face value, with Bai Xiaoza around, Lao wasn't even enough to look at. However, she still had to be honest. This time, it's a little bit great at most. Compared to me, there's still a lot of room for improvement. Tao Feng laughed out loud. Dead arrogant. Complimented him will not be more straightforward. Yes. You're the best. Our Princess Rhetoric is the first god of war in heaven and on earth, and the best outstanding contribution award belongs to you. Little Tao Tai buried his head in Tao Chu's arms and quietly blushed. I'm still a little embarrassed that my brother complimented her in such a serious way. Bai Zhe doted on the interaction between the little Tao Tai and his family, and didn't take the initiative to say anything, just watched quietly, feeling the rare moment of warmth before the big battle. But he's feeling the warm fuzzies moment now. Tao Chu, however, had not forgotten what he had done. Soothingly stroking her good sister's head for a moment. Tao Chu, resignation. You go and talk to Wu Yang first, and go over the information you saw and perceived with Wu Yang again. Sister and boss Bai have some things to take care of. Older brother, you're with me. Tao Feng and Tao Rui were unsure. Both of them nodded their heads in a synchronized dumbfounded manner. One of them turned around and went to find Wu Yang, and the other one followed Tao Chu towards Bai Zhe. Wu Yang, who knew something, immediately looked at Bai Zhe. Oh, come on. Boss White, Jeopardy. Bai Zhe,
Who can detect the killing aura on Tao Chu Chu without reading his mind? The smile froze at the corners of his mouth.
Chu Chu, listen to me.
Now the situation is urgent.
Not the time to talk about this. Tao Chu Chu walked to an unoccupied room. Tao Feng and Bai Zhe didn't dare to speak. Both of them followed quietly. Don't even dare breathe out loud. After glancing outward to make sure that Resignation couldn't see here, Tao Chu Chu said softly, Resignation has good ears. I won't do anything here.
Yes, yes, yes.
Bai Zhe nodded like garlic,
and Tao Feng unconsciously followed suit.
Tapped it a few times and realized it wasn't right. What's he short of breath about? He didn't do anything. You, done something to make Chu Chu angry? Tao Feng, who was posturing, also tried to lower his voice, worried that Resignation would hear him.
White Haze bowed his head. White Zephyr was silent.
White Zephyr, just looking at the sky and not talking. Tao Chu Chu, it's nothing. It's just. Tao Feng, he's going to be your brother-in-law. Tao Feng, I think what's going on? Not just. Phoenix eyes suddenly glared round. What? What the what? Brother-in-law. Bai Zhe answered quickly. Hello brother.
Tao Feng couldn't care less about the divine realm this time, or whether the emperor reincarnated and descended to the mortal world or whether it was a calamity or a diversion.
Miao, who gave you permission to look at my little sister at your age? Resignation is only how old you this eating young grass is too much. Tao Feng was furious. Whatever emperor, in this life little Tao Tai was his sister.
I met her when Resignation was an adult.
Bai Zhe rationalized, his gaze clarifying.
Moreover, Rhetoric has her own ideas on how to do things, and her abilities are not inferior to any of us. She's already a mature adult, and you're the ones who keep treating her like a child.
Choke on the two men coming up for air. Tao Chu Chu, at this critical moment, the first thing is to eliminate the enemy. Don't think about anything else. Understand?
Bai Zhe, that's what I said originally.
It was you, sister, who insisted that I come over to talk.
Looking at her own top hand, calling herself sister in a pitiful manner,
Tao Chu Chu suddenly felt a toothache and a pain all over her body. What I said, you can't even think about it. You are not acting.
But I forbid you to pick that mind of yours with her before resigning from college.
Tao Chu Chu squeezed her palm,
making a bone-creaking sound.
Bai Zhe was helpless. That's natural. Well, out with it. Now at this time,
it's just the right time to come back with news of all the auxiliary formations that have been scouted. Tao Chu Chu's expression immediately turned very professional and serious as she walked out and opened the large screen.
Tao Feng, who was following behind, looked at this face-changing ability and simply sighed in amazement.
Looking for future brother-in-law to talk to the time can be so accurate, does not affect the work at all, and the mood of the free release.
Born to work strong, the upper hand. Asterisk. How is it? Have you mapped out the locations of the 72 auxiliary formations? Zhou Wunyang nodded her head and pressed a button.
A holographic map was displayed in front of everyone's eyes.
Luckily, it was just determining the location, and the difficulty was not as great as breaking the formation before. Our personnel did not suffer any casualties as their teammates covered each other. Bai Zhe, that's good.
The colleagues who were injured before, the bureau should treat them to the fullest.
After saying that, he raised his head and looked at the map seriously. Wunyang earnestly responded. After debriefing with Wunyang, Tao Rui, who was sitting on a chair and eating a ham and beef pizza in a well-behaved manner, raised her hand.
I have a small immature idea. The crowd turned their heads in unison to look at Tao Ruizi.
What's wrong? Well, my oldest brother and I have phantoms that can be split up.
With 72 formations, we're definitely a bit strapped for manpower if we need 72 teams to go.
Tao Chu Chu, yes, because we still need manpower to control the main formation, which is to suppress the sacrifice formation, control the damage range, and protect ordinary humans. And these are things that frontline ordinary employees cannot do. Some rank-and-file employees can only use tools to assist with their work.
Tao Rui agreed. So, it would be good if the colleagues who go to break the formation can be divided into 36 groups.
None of them actually need to.
The chart put out by Wunyang shows that my sister and I have already broken 2 today.
When we were in the desert before, our co-workers broke 6 in those days. That is, there are only 28 left now.
Then older brother and I can split off our detachments and bring them to the 28 teams to increase our efforts to break the formation.
Tao Feng, sis, my dear sis, I can't seem to split my Dharma body here. Tao Ruizi? What kind of stuff is he talking about?
She's a ferocious beast who knows how to do it, and he's a ruddy beast who's eaten so much incense on earth.
And he's actually saying he doesn't know how to do it?
Bai Zhe did understand the brain circuits of both Tao Feng and Tao Ruji.
Rhetoric, you continue. Your brother's problem.
I'll solve it later.
Whoops, since Bai Zhe greatly said so, Tao Rui continued. I can share a few more than my oldest brother. Anyway, that's all I want to think about law. Zhou Wunyang was overjoyed. This is good. With the added power of Tao Tai and Pixie,
The battle power of the formation breaking squad can all be boosted significantly, so we don't have to worry too much about casualties.
Economically safe and convenient. Wonderful. Tao Feng, no one cares if I live or die? Bai Zai hooked his finger at Tao Feng. Come on, brother Feng, let me baptize you. Without a second thought, he dragged Tao Feng into the nearest office, and so far no one knows what happened. The crowd just saw that after about 5 minutes, Bai Zai walked out in a depressed state of mind and a slightly darker complexion, while Tao Feng changed from half-dead before he went in at the beginning to a refreshed, dragon and horse-like appearance. Crowd, wow. Boss White, hard at work. Tao Feng walked around Tao Rui twice in a glowing manner, and his voice spoke with a lot of vigor. Go, old sister. Brother will go with you to change the phallic split to go. Little Tao Dai sad face, B-O-O-O. See old brother aggrieved Baba was abused look more. Suddenly so spiritual recovery elite hegemony. Let Taba a little unaccustomed to it. The two walked over to the slightly larger clearing and the crowd was busy pushing away to make room for the two of them. Curious and nervous, he watched the two of them. Brother, you're figuring it out on your own. I don't know how to teach. Tao Rui opened her hand, and a small golden light Taotai Dharma appeared on the center of her hand. Here, I'll do this, and then it's done. Tao Feng is indeed very abstract then. Not a big problem though, he has his own way. Tao Feng spun in place, angled his head, opened his arms, and from his embrace flew out 12 tiny golden transparent brave phantoms. The 12 little golden light braves kept running around Tao Feng in a circling manner with a pleasant expression. Crowd, wow, it's so cute. I want to touch it. It's the brave man who attracts wealth and wards off evil spirits, eh? Tao Feng himself, help, dizzy, feel like seeing many stars. Don't turn around, don't turn around, all of you, line up and stand at attention. Tao Feng couldn't stand it and let out a loud shout. The 12 little golden light braves have stood up and behaved themselves. Crowd of onlookers, oh so cute, want to touch it. How can Tao Feng be like this? How can he bear to be mean to them? Tao Feng. Another group of people who have been fooled by the well-behaved surface of the Dharma phases. Nah, the world is drunk and I'm alone. It's lonely. Old sister, my little braves have been spreading their wings for so long. It's about time you let your little Taoyas out. Tao Rui casually scattered 16 tiny golden light Taotai phantoms, and the little Taotai started all kinds of concave shapes as soon as they reached the ground. The main one is a blooming, wildly cool and cool, with a cute and adorable one mixed in. Tao Feng, blanched, loaded to the hilt. This seems to be easy and casual posture. This victory in the heart of the total boss temperament. Oh exempt. The way he usually pretended to be more than he was in the company. He had been learned by his own little sister, and was even more green than blue. Careless, let's just say. What kind of strange skills is this little Taodai learning when he doesn't usually read well? Tao Ruizi, a scum is someone who can't get interested in studying and wants to learn everything. Little ones, drill up, Tao Rui yelled. And the various small golden light Taotai posing on the ground immediately moved, quickly running to the height of Tao Rui's eye level in a kick-step position. One by one the platoons were neatly arrayed in squares. Tao Feng, martyr, it's too much. One mind rose, and his little golden light braves stood at attention. Following the example of the little golden light Taotais, the two looked at each other, confirming that it was time to set off to fight the little phalluses. Zhou Wunyang couldn't stop talking happily. Fine, fine. We'll send someone to escort the little phantoms to reach the formation-breaking squad right now, with the lesser phantasms as the main fighting force. Initiate a formation-breaking action. Tao Feng nodded. Resignation, and I can't stay at the bureau either. We have to go and keep the phantoms going, so that if anything happens that the smaller phantoms can't handle, we can transfer our own energy over in time. Tao Chu Chu nodded. Don't worry, you too, we'll have everything scheduled here. For this operation, there is only success, not failure. Behind us are billions of nationals. The crowd raised their arms and shouted, got it, asterisk. Tao Feng and Tao Rui were lying on a grassy field, each of the two holding a dog's tail grass in their mouths. Sister, if you go back to the God realm, do you still recognize me as your brother? It's hard to say. When you go back it's strength that counts, and I feel quite beautiful when you call me sister. You are thinking beautifully. Tao Feng breathlessly rolled his eyes. I didn't even ask you to call out to your father. Where is the beauty of the thought? Tao Rui gave a cut. Just wait, I'm stronger than you now. When I grow a little more, you definitely won't be able to catch up with me. Don't worry, I'll protect you when the time comes. Tao Feng felt that he really didn't have anything to talk about, really adding to his own problems. Knowing full well that this little Taotai is defiant and belligerent, and is a barbarian, he is still chatting about this kind of topic where you are strong and I am strong. TSK. However, Tao Feng thought about it. If one day resignation became a real divine realm war god, he would probably feel very relieved. Alas, I don't know if the mortal White Zephyr's mind is known to the God Realm Emperor. Tao Feng suddenly felt a big head.
Tao resigned to look at her old brother, a moment to smile, a moment to frown.
Eat to provoke. Man heart. Seabed needle to provoke.
Chapter 154, the card beast setting bug cards are flying. Tao Rui was about to say something to spit on her oldest brother when she suddenly had a jolt.
Oh, not right. Tao Rui sensed that one of her little Taotai phantoms had encountered a tricky enemy.
There was actually a sacrifice formation with 2 super ghost kings sitting on it.
Holding her breath,
Tao Rui sat down cross-legged, her consciousness teleporting to that little Taotai. Opening his eyes, he looked at the ghost king in front of him. Thinking that just because there are more ghosts, you can bully my family's little phallic phase, right? The 2 ghost kings looked at the little Taotai, who suddenly had a huge rise in aura and pressure in front of them, and panicked in their hearts,
turning around and wanting to run. Tao Ruizi, late, sending you all. Form and soul. Raising his small paw, he gently pressed. The 2 ghost kings stiffened, unable to move, and after a breath, like fireworks, bang, disappeared in the world. Clean and dry. The surrounding formation breaking squad protecting the little Taotai phantom. Wow. Oh, / After Tao Rui determined that there was no great danger, before her consciousness returned to her own body, she said to everyone's little friends, "There's nothing wrong, you guys go on. I'm leaving, mwahahaha. Breaking squad, good strong."
Tao Feng saw resignation open his eyes, and the first time he was busy caring about the situation. Tao Ruizi put his hands behind his head and relaxed as he continued to lie down.
Don't worry, if Ben Tao goes out, one of them can be worth hundreds.
Tao Feng sensed it and also relaxed and lay down. I didn't encounter any problems on my side. It's all taken care of.
I guess they're all on their way back.
Awesome. Not bad for the 2 of us to find such a windy spot specifically to follow the battle anymore.
Tao Feng.
You mean the deserted weed patch along the road behind the authority?
It's really a treasure trove. ***.
Looking at the points on the map being broken down individually, Zhou Wunyang was practically crying tears of joy.
***pi.
Finally, the biggest crisis at the moment has been lifted.
Everyone can be fine.
These days, she was really going to die of heartbreak. Tao Chu Chu, who stayed at the bureau to help with the scheduling arrangements,
looked at the screen and was not as happy as Zhou Wunyang. We haven't completely eliminated the enemy yet. We can't relax because a bigger threat is staring at us.
I know. It's just that these days, I'm under too much pressure.
It's really, oh.
Zhou Wunyang couldn't help it, and ended up covering her face and sobbing.
Tao Chu Chu went forward and gently hugged Zhou Wunyang, gently patting her back, her tone gentle.
Before you held up the whole bureau by yourself.
It was hard work. Now we are all back. With us, you are not alone. We will hold up together and protect everyone. Good boy. If you want to cry, just let loose for a while. I'll accompany you. Tao Chu Chu's hand didn't stop its gentle patting motion,
but her eyes were still looking at the information transmitted back from the various squads on the screen. The main focus is a 1-2 punch.
Working and counseling co-workers at the same time.
Perhaps relaxing and crying for a while?
Zhou Wunyang's mood is much better.
Embarrassed to lift her head buried in Tao Chu Chu's shoulder, Zhou Wunyang wipes her tears.
Look at me. I'm much older than you, and I'm still crying like a child in front of you. So you're looking at me funny.
////nabla //. Tao Chu Chu handed over a handkerchief.
Nonsense. The Wunyang in my eyes will always be the beautiful, delicate, gentle and excellent new age woman she was when she first came to my house. Zhou Wunyang. Chu Chu, this is by the resignation on the body. So we'll say, let a person good shy ahaha. Sigma. Coughing and coughing, clearing her throat twice.
Zhou Wunyang pretended to look calmly at the big screen.
Chu Chu, what is this greater danger you speak of? We still haven't been able to deduce the exact location of the weak sauce from the information we've consolidated so far. If we can't find him, that's still the enemy in the dark and me in the light.
It's very unfavorable to us, and there's no telling what he'll do next to hurt the world.
So, I'm worried.
Tao Chu Chu rubbed her brow and sighed softly. She couldn't let her good sister charge ahead in everything. It would be better for her to share more as a sister.
Sis. Tao rookie people haven't even approached yet.
Tao Chu Chu heard her voice.
Turning around, Tao Chu Chu caught the pouncing little Tao Tai with precision. Everything is fine? Don't worry. When Lao and I work together, it's called invincible and invincible.
Tao Rui keenly noticed that her sister was frowning and seemed to have something on her mind.
Sis, what's wrong with you? What's upsetting you? Didn't we break the formation? Zhou Wunyang walked up. Your sister is fretting about that.
Where she is hiding.
That. I don't know. Not a single clue.
Tao Rui squatted and squatted.
The tip of her nose smelled a very familiar aroma. And following the aroma, her feet couldn't help but step over. Puzzled, the crowd watched as she headed for the archive room. Wunyang, is there anything in the archive room? Tao Chu Chu remembered that this expression, this demeanor,
This action of her good sister was something she would only do when she encountered a delicious treat that very much touched her heart.
Wunyan, huh? It's just files and administrators in there. There's nothing in there, right? That is to say, the ones in there are colleagues in the bureau. Tao Chu Chu began to be a little worried. Don't eat it. Quickly follow. Bai Zhe was the first to follow. Although he knew that the little Tao Tai wouldn't eat indiscriminately, it wasn't as if he hadn't nibbled a few bites. Tao Ruizi vigorously opened the door of the file room. A girl who was slightly shorter than her and wearing jean back pants stood in place holding a large stack of file boxes, looking at Tao Ruizi, who pushed the door in horror. The little girl was so shocked by Tao Ruizi's movements that her black-framed glasses were askew. Ah! The little Tao Tai was surprised. You are, Crescent! Tao Rui turned her head and shouted at her sister. Sis, there's a way out. Asterisk. The crowd formed a circle and looked at the girl who had just been called Crescent Moon by Tao Ruizi standing in the center. My name is Fei Xiaofei. I've been on the job for 3 years now and have been helping to organize the files in the archives. Zhou Wunyang was surprised. 3 years? I actually have no memory of you at all? Gosh, has her memory been tampered with? Fei Xiaofei smiled embarrassedly. No, because I am more afraid of life. Usually in addition to work, not much to go around. The bureau does not know me much. Tao Chu Chu finished checking the information that was pulled out. Indeed, past information shows that she hasn't even entered the dining hall. Yes, the cafeteria is so crowded that I bring my own food to eat, and I haven't been anywhere else but the archives. Crowd. Meet a real nerdy beast. Tao Ruizi. Dining hall meal so delicious, you still have to bring your own. Oh, it's so hard. Get to the point, guys. Resignation. What's the solution you're talking about? Zhou Wunyang still didn't understand. And was this the time to dwell on why she didn't go to the dining hall to eat? Cover your face is identical to. Crescent Moon. This is Crescent Moon. The concentration of bloodline in her body is high. Tao Rui chewed a lollipop and swallowed it hastily, leaving his mouth empty to explain. Crescent Moon. But in the ancient beasts of the gods, it is rare to have the power of relief. The god world can be many gods like Therese, fat little, like a combination of kitty and small fox, jerking up the hand feel good. So, sounds a lot like picking out a pate. In other words, Crescent Moon is there. No worries. What does that have to do with our search for weak sauce location? Tao Feng similarly didn't understand. Tao Rui gave his own oldest brother a hateful look. What is sister's trouble? What can Crescent Moon do? Is there a problem with that logic? Totally right on the money. So stuck in the divine beast setting bug. Should say no. Not worthy of you. Not ashamed to be me. Tao Ruizi's proud little tail was going up to the sky, and if he had transformed into his original body, his claws would be scratching everywhere in excitement right now. Zhou Wunyan nodded. White Zephyr, Pi Shi, Tao Tai, the power of the 3 divine beasts combined. The luck buffs stacked up. It's not very surprising that she could find a way to break the situation. It's just that she never expected things to develop like this yet. Tao Feng began to tout I blow. Not ashamed to be you. It's still our resignation. Can come up with so what? Older brother? Tao Ruizi's tone had begun to sound a little threatening in anticipation. Tao Feng, amazing. Such an amazing idea. It's so awesome. Tao Feng's smile remains unchanged. Resignation is so smart now. I'm sure I won't fail the final exam next semester. Tao Ru, gun, equals smiley face. Tao Chu Chu walked up, with a placating smile. Little Fei, can you help me? Just give it a try. We are now really unable to find a way to break the game at all. You are our only exit at the moment. Help, can you? Although Fei Xiaofei was a top otaku beast, she also knew the priorities. Originally she was a part of the authority, and it was only right to contribute. Not to mention who could resist such a top-notch beauty asking so gently, can I help you? Good. Fei Xiaofei couldn't help but blush sheepishly, wrapping the band of her denim strappy pants around several times. Tao Ruizi, great, little Fifi, come on, let's do it. Fei Xiaofei was a little timid. How to start? What do I have to do? Tao Feng, however, knew the formation that Tao Rui was going to use. And speaking of which, it was still something that Emperor Bai Zhe had taught the two of them. Little Tao Tai couldn't learn it the first time, and was penalized for 3 days of copying books for it. You don't have to do anything. Just take your seat in our designated spot. Don't be nervous. Eat a candy. You might be a little dizzy and physically weak at most, but don't be afraid. Director Bai and Wunyang are here. Tao Feng followed Tao Rui as she busied herself. Fei Xiaofei, with Boss White and Wunyang around, she felt very secure. Tao Rui picked at her small backpack and rummaged around in various ways, muttering, where's my rune stone? What's this? Pistachios? No. Eat it. Dried cranberries? No. Eat up. What's this? Shrimp sticks? Or cucumber flavor? I can't believe they're still in stock. Eat them. Tao Feng. Wait. We're setting up a relief formation. Sis, what are you doing? Why are you still eating snacks? Tao Rui's entire head was stretched into her backpack, and the voice that came out was muffled. I'm not eating, I'm just solving the obstacle that's blocking my search for the runestone. How can one say she's snacking when it's a smooth thing to do? Ah, found it. Next, old man. Work. White Zephyr watched from the side as the siblings busied themselves with the setup, quietly placing the crookedly positioned runestones in their correct positions, before occasionally speaking out to remind them. Anyway, with the efforts of all the people, the formation was finally set up. Little Faye, you go over to the center point. Tao Rui ran to the burgundy position and stood by herself. Boss Bai is responsible for guiding everyone to their positions. Older brother is in charge of activating the formation. Wu Nyang closely observes everyone's situation, and as soon as someone can't make it, immediately arrange for a replacement. Wu Nyang keep an eye on the progress of the formation breaking squads and the return of the phantoms. As for sister, you come over to me. Tao Rui took her sister's hand in both of hers. Your worries are the questions. Little Fei is the answer. That's why you need to focus on expanding your troubles, expanding. Sister, that way the power of Crescent Moon can be utilized the better. If everyone agrees, then let's get started. Tao Rui finished and looked around at everyone. Crowd, let's get started. Tao Feng pinched a complicated hand sign. All the heavens and all the worlds, Crescent Moon's power, relieve my worries. The crowd chanted in unison. All the heavens and all the worlds, the power of Crescent Moon, relieve me of my worries. Enormous energies surged up from the crowd, swelling into a huge current that enveloped Tao Chuchu and Fei Xiaofei in. Fei Xiaofei, who was originally nervous and uneasy, jumped out of her body a very cute Crescent Moon archetype after she was wrapped in the water current, frolicking happily in the water current, and then bounced and ran to Tao Chuchu's side. What troubles do you have, beautiful lady, that you could use me to solve? Tao Chuchu looked at the little thing in front of her in amazement. It was really as cute as Resignation had said. I want to know where Weak Sauce is. Crescent Moon circled around again and stopped. Beautiful lady, it would be an honor to relieve you of your worries. After saying that, a small point of light flew out of Crescent Moon's forehead center and plunged into Tao Chuchu's brow. After circling around, Crescent Moon ran back into Fei Xiaofei's body and disappeared. The water flow also, at this moment, dissipated. Tao Feng, it's done. Happy as a dog that hears a can of meat open, he rushes towards Tao Chuchu, the center of the position of Fei Xiaofei. Just back to God, too late to say a couple of words. Will be two eyes rolled over fainted. Was Zhou Wunyang timely catch? Checking her body once more, Zhou Wunyang hooked up a relaxed smile. Little Fei is fine. She's just physically exhausted and slept over. White Zephyr, that's good. Tao Chuchu understood that everyone was waiting for her, and her head, which was originally a bit dizzy, returned to normal even after Tao Rui's infusion of energy. Walking over to the operator's machine and tapping on it, he displayed the information he had just gotten through the holographic map. Tao Feng, is this it? Weak Sauce is right across the street from the Tao family? In that little alleyway they always thought was abandoned? It is true that the old saying of darkness under the lamp is true. Chapter 155, the end is near. Now that we've identified the location, what are we waiting for? We'll rush over and arrest them right away. Zhou Wunyang and Tao Chuchu moved quickly. All kinds of deployment arrangements. You have to consider the possibility of a dog jumping over the wall. So security protection and mobile squads everywhere have to be arranged. At the time of the action, Zhou Wunyang is responsible for staying in the bureau to arrange the deployment, and Tao Chuchu is responsible for the unity of command of the action outside. Bai Zhe and Tao Rui were in charge of solving the big boss, Weak Sauce, while Tao Feng and the second team that had just returned were in charge of clearing out the remaining forces. Logistics were handled by the recently returned third team. The 28 Little Braves and Little Taodai Phantoms returned, and were uniformly assigned by Tao Chuchu to the field members of this operation to assist in the siege and purge of Weak Sauce and the forces under him. Lin. The core members accelerated, and in a quarter of an hour's time they were arranged and ready to go. Asterisk. I forgot to strengthen the protection for the house. Tao Feng had arrived at the useless house before he thought of such a thing. The Weak Sauce family and the Tao family were so close to each other, so what if they fought and hurt the family? Tao Rui flew over with a blank stare. Bai Xiaoza has made all the arrangements, drawing out a team of people to protect the surrounding residents, and the protective array at home has also been strengthened. You actually thought of this thing only now. Must not act. Tao Rui put his thumb and forefinger together and rubbed them together. Hush money, get it? Tao Feng cut, no. It's Forest Farm Hotel series. Let go to you to eat for a month. Wow. For all, Tao Rui almost shouted out in an excitement. A gentleman's word is his bond. Virtue, but just for Tao Tai to casually let loose to eat for a month. It is hard that he will not still back out? Thanks for the invite. It's already hurting. Tao Ruizi, so how do we get in?
Tao Chuchu and ear mice were communicating about scanning the useless home.
And ear mice indicated that there was an abnormal magnetic field protecting the area, and her instruments couldn't begin to detect the scan. Once Tao Rui heard this, he sneakily went over and muttered with Tao Feng. No way, Tao Feng was emotional.
The little phantoms were originally manifestations of energy bodies. What's the difference between you letting them in as probes and knocking on the door to say someone's here?
Might as well I just go in then? Tao Chuchu put on a smile and agreed. Makes sense. You're on then, Tao Feng? You're playing me? Tang Miao poked Tao Feng. Are you the brave one?
Tao Feng had heard this phrase more than he knew how many times in the past few days,
and reflexively turned politely. I'm. Hello.
Geez, what's the point of being so polite?
Later on outside,
I'll be the one to cooperate with your actions.
Tao Feng, didn't you let me in?
Tao Chuchu looked down at the instrument in her hand without lifting her head.
Seeing that you're nervous, regulating the atmosphere.
Your division of labor is to clear the remaining forces outside with the second team.
Forget it? Captain Bai Shi of the second team
has another mission.
Vice Captain Tang Miao will move with you.
Tao Chuchu couldn't stop her fingers from pointing and clicking, and finally raised her head.
Resignation, come over here and take this watch with you. I've already debugged the parameters. After you and Bai Zhe go in, don't act rashly. Collect the abnormal energy information, and Lei Curl and I will go in immediately to meet you. Be careful with everything. Tao Rui's small face was taut and he nodded solemnly. Bai Zhe nodded at Tao Chuchu. Then I'll leave this place to you.
Asterisk. Only after making sure that Bai Zhe had paused the security cameras, did Tao Rui sneak in over the perimeter fence of the weak sauce house.
Whoa, it's a formation. There's really something else, she told her. Useless and greedy.
The place she lived in must not be small. There was just a little bit of space there across from the Tao family.
And there really was a formation. She just hasn't been here before or she would have found out already. It's pretty big here. It's a quadrangle when you walk in.
Tao Rui's watch had just come in, and the collection progress bar on the display was running wild. Tao Chuchu was paying close attention to the movements of rhetoric, and when she saw that the watch had transmitted the information over, she single-handedly carried over the ear mice that were standing behind Tao Feng,
tinkering with the equipment. Mice, take a look. The ear mice skillfully opened it, confirmed the progress bar, and nodded affirmatively to Tao Chuchu. Sister Chuchu, you and Lei Slim can go in. Tang Miao,
you and Tao Feng be careful with everything outside. Everyone do a good job according to the previous division of labor.
Yes. Asterisk. When Tao Chuchu and Lei Curl touched in, Tao Ruizi was visiting the useless kitchen. How come there's not a single person in their house?
We've been sneaking around for so long and we haven't seen a single alarm sound. Tao Rui said that she and Bai Zhe simply skulked around as if they were in their own home.
Sure, Rays, can't you even hear anything?
There's Dash.
Then why didn't you say so earlier? What are we skulking around blindly for?
Tao Rui's eyes were round.
Bai Zhe's eyes were full of innocence.
You forgot that we had to wait for your sister and Thunder Curl to come in and meet up first.
This floor of the quadrangle is an open dwelling, and I hear talking going on underneath. If the two of us go in first and they can't find it, won't we screw it up?
Tao Rui thought for a moment.
You have a point.
Then she would feel relieved to eat what was in the kitchen first.
She just flipped through it and it's all Hangman's food. She'll just have a dried bamboo shoots and old duck casserole and 8 treasures tofu. When Tao Chuchu found her in Bai Zhe according to the positioning of resignation watch, the sight she saw was her good sister tugging on a big duck leg and gnawing on it, and Boss Bai still had a pot of tofu in his hand and was feeding it to her good sister on sight. Lei Curl, yikes, covers eyes. Sister, you guys are here. Tao Rui speeds up,
finishing those 2 dishes in one breath and gulping the soup,
wiping his mouth. It tastes okay.
Pretend you're not groping for fish, but are doing serious work.
The atmosphere was a bit awkward, though a certain Tao didn't feel it. Bai Zhe spoke up at the right time.
I perceive traces of activity underneath, but there should be a formation to cover it up, as neither I nor Rhetoric detected the smell of black gas.
I've found the entrance. You guys come with me.
Tao resigned, cheerfully holding her sister's hand to follow up.
Tao Chuchu helplessly smiled. Let her go. Lei Curl, so much information. Asterisk. White Zephyr took the lead and broke open the entrance formation, and when the crowd stepped in,
they felt that their eyes were blinded quite a bit.
This gilded decor is useless when it comes to having dragon hobbies. TSK. Depraved. Quite depraved. Tao Chuchu did not look askance. Lei Curl, all counted. Not a corner can be spared. These are to be handed over to the treasury. Lei Curl, understood. So where's weak sauce?
Tao Rui's several people had been walking for a while, and even released her own body's golden light Tao Ai phantom to roam around.
Neither found the main character, just destroying the ghostly spirits we encountered on the way in passing.
A few people gathered their heads. It's not possible that he knew we were coming and he's hiding, is it?
White Zephyr, probably healing. Tao Chuchu, it's very likely. or else we've made such a big commotion. And we've even intentionally let 2 or 3 ghost kings go. He didn't even react like this. It can only mean that he has no time to care right now. Ah, well, how about we make more noise? Tao Rui looked at Lei Curl, who had uttered these words, and once the two of them locked eyes, they confirmed that they were the ones who wanted to make trouble. The two held hands and ran merrily towards the main hall they had just discovered. Useless was there in all likelihood. They blew the place up. They couldn't believe he wouldn't come out. Asterisk. 3, 2, 1. Good news, weak sauce has been found. 1 bad news, the locations found are not fabulous. Ray Curl, ah. Weak sauce, ah. Tao Rui, whoa. Bull. Bai Zai and Tao Chu Chu had originally allowed these 2 little girls to give free rein, but as a result, they didn't expect to really blow people out of the water. After seeing the situation clearly, White Zephyr couldn't even care about talking, and directly rushed over with a flash to cover Tao Ruizi's eyes with his hands. Good girl. You'll get pink eye if you look at it. Tao Ru. This angle originally nothing to see well. Tao Chu Chu slowed down a step, did not catch up to cover her good sister's eyes, and then handily carried Lei Curl over to the back. Mud. Are you guys perverts? The main hall is all pouted out by you. Asterisk. Northo, how did you guys find this place? Where's my early warning system? Where's my ghost king? Marred. No response at all. All a bunch of losers. The pissed off Weak Sauce couldn't remember at all that he had sent his people out to wreak havoc. Weak Sauce cursed and pinched. Another crisp, black handsome man. Only then did Bai Zai put down the hand that was covering Tao Ruizi's eyes. Yes, after Tao Rui and Lei Curl blasted the main hall down, the sight that emerged was exactly that. Useless sitting on a toilet in deep thought. Fan in his right hand and teacup in his left. Tao Chu Chu, you're the pervert, aren't you? You've done more hurtful things than you can count. Lei Curl poked his head out from behind Tao Chu Chu. That's right. Where would a normal person drink tea and fan themselves while going to the toilet? You have such heavy tastes. Weak Sauce was furious. I wasn't on the toilet. I was just sitting on the toilet thinking. If it weren't for the fact that I like to set up formations to keep people from disturbing me when I'm thinking about problems, I would have discovered you guys and come out to exterminate you. After roaring angrily for a few moments, Weak Sauce seemed to remember that there was such a thing as image, and busied himself with expression management, holding a fan and acting like a stunningly beautiful male. The crowd didn't notice when Weak Sauce had just yelled with a hideous twisted expression, but now that he had calmed down, the crowd saw it at first glance. Tao Ruiji, asterisk. Weak Sauce, you shameless. You actually used Emperor Bai Zai's face in human form. None of your business. Weak Sauce snorted. He's not here, so I'll use it if I think it looks good. Looking across at Bai Zai, you don't count. You're just a district distraction. White Zephyr smirked, seemingly not taking it seriously at all. It's nice of you to find me. Weak Sauce put away his fan and took 2 steps to a chair that hadn't collapsed yet and sat down, tapping the arm of the chair with his fan bone. But, it's just good. The earthly realm is barren of aura. How long can your energy support you in battle? Not me. Even though the formations I laid down were broken by you one by one, the energy I've already absorbed and digested is enough to allow me to break the confines of this bull asterisk world. And, do you guys really think you can take me on? Oh no. You guys are trying to destroy me. Do you really think that I've spent these hundreds of years in vain? How many dark moves I've buried and not activated? Can't be imagined with your short lifespan in life. What's more, back then, the divine realm only released me to the lower realms, and none of the above took my life. With you, a bunch of earthly realm ants. Oh ha. Weak Sauce laughed indulgently, his handsome face demonic. Tao Ruizi, so upset, she couldn't hold back. You're smiling so hard with your White Zephyr face. Weak Sauce abruptly stopped laughing and looked at Tao Ruishi incredulously, his voice trembling. What did you say? I said you're talkative, nagging, and stinky. Tao Rui pulled out a rough grain bar and took a bite. Bai Zai's face is so pretty, but you're so ugly with it. Isn't it time to reflect on yourself, that after all this time on Earth, are you not going to learn a little bit about the smiling course put out by the millions of bloggers on the internet? Or what? You sign up to go abroad to take a course in Aizu, and let a professional agency package you up. It's good to be able to go out and meet people at least. Really, give you face and you won't use it. Wasteful. Tao Rui threw the bag into the garbage bag and looked at the same way she looked at garbage, laughing hot in my eyes. Are you going to pay for my medical bills? Lei Curl, shocked. Will little Rhetoric still carry a garbage bag with him when he comes out to fight? Cough. Tao Chu Chu helplessly looked at Lei Curl. Is this the time to be shocked about this? Hearing Tao Rui's words defending him explicitly and implicitly, Bai Zai laughed like a spring breeze. That is called a springtime. That is called makes one's teeth sour. Tao Chu Chu a face of indifference. No, she is also very upset. Self-raised cabbages do not find themselves subconsciously always defending that as long as the arching cabbage pig.
White Zephyr soothingly handed Tao Rui a cup of Mama Zhang's brand of large pearl milk tea before stepping forward to close the distance between him and Weak Sauce.
Weak Sauce, I guess, you haven't fully recovered after being injured by me last time. White Zephyr's demeanor remained as calm as ever. Have you not forgotten my talent? Weak Sauce. Blanche, looking at the man's ever-present calm demeanor, wanted to get him killed. Your talent, isn't it? Weak Sauce suddenly reacted. How is it possible that in the earthly realm our strengths are not far apart? How can your injuries be recovered earlier than mine? The smirk in Bai Zai's eyes was a little more genuine, as he had the little Tao Tai to help him out. What are you stalling for here? Bluffing and talking to us so much? Weak Sauce's hand holding the fan trembled slightly for a split second, which was detected by Tao Chuchu's sharp eyes. Tao Chuchu gently pressed the button hidden in the palm of her hand, sending a siege signal outward. The squads waiting and crouching outside received the signal and quietly and slowly narrowed the encirclement. Chapter 156 The Grand Finale. Weak Sauce, if you are so cruel to the living, neither the god realm White Zephyr nor I can tolerate you. White Zephyr's tone turned distant and echoed slightly, making it sound and feel as if he wasn't the only one speaking. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Weak Sauce freaked out at the mention. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have even been here this long. No family or friends or loved ones or anything I like in. My life is full of loneliness and I'm dying of boredom. Excuses. Lonely you take human life for fun. Really die 100 times is not enough you. Lei Curl was furious, wanting to go up and bite him right now. Oh no. Many bites, and then left hook, right hook, bang, 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 bang. Sure enough, resignation was right. Even with Boss White's handsome face, it still looked so off-putting. Tao Chuchu, you are nothing but trash to fulfill your selfish desires. To be a beast, you fail, and to be a human, you also fail. Tao Rui was even louder, pointing at Weak Sauce's nose and cursing. Even I, a natural-born ferocious beast, know that the happiness of the people is the most important thing. Life is priceless. How many people have sacrificed themselves in order to guard this side of the land, this side of the people, and you, just so easily deprived so many people of their right to live happily. Weak Sauce was so disliked that he couldn't catch a word. His face was red with anger, and he furiously roared at Tao Rui. As a Tao Tai, don't you want to go back to the divine realm? What am I going back for? Tao Rui had an indifferent face. A fine young man like me, a genius among beasts. Where can't I shine? With my skills, or I'm not eating and drinking my way through life. I'm not dwelling on it. I'll leave it at that, but I've got brothers and sisters and dads and moms and grandparents and other people who love me so much. Don't mention it. She acts very low-key when she's a beast. Omega, your Taodai clan was born as ferocious beasts. Your ancestors didn't know how many bad things they did. How do you have the face to lecture me now? Weak Sauce was so angry that he was about to bend the fan in his hand. Shamelessly, Tao Ruiji, that is the barbaric era. Now are educated and enlightened. Big brother, your brain cannot load some new knowledge. In the past, it was the weak and the strong, the natural selection, and when they lacked food, they went out to hunt. And now it's been many years since the civilized era. You are so backward. And what business is it of mine what the Tao Tai ancestors did? I'm a good young man who develops morally, intellectually, physically, socially and aesthetically and abides by the law. Why can't I talk about you? I'm not only going to talk about you, I'm going to have you arrested and brought to justice. Was enraged. You're a tiny Tao Tai. How dare you make a big deal out of it? Now, it was really angry to the point of breaking the fan by twisting it. Tao Rui did not say any more. Called out the golden light Tao Tai Dharma phase, and one person and one Dharma phase rushed up, directly starting the fight, abrasively speaking so many words. The last time she dealt with Black 11 she almost suffered a loss. This time she can't continue. Weak Sauce a whole big shock. What people actually on their own up Mang, look down on Hua, Bai Zai. Originally, in the ranking of ferocious beasts, Weak Sauce is right after Tao Tai. Why is he so confident that rhetoric can't beat him? Why is he so confident that he can't beat him? He doesn't think he's too young, does he? Weak Sauce took 2 steps back, avoiding Tao's fist wind. Little Tao Tai, you don't think I'm afraid of you, do you? There's only 4 of you to fight me. You don't think I'm just going to sit back and wait for death without a backhand, do you? You big man, just now is not dejected very nah. Why avoid my attack? Capable of us face-to-face fight come on bastard. Tao Ruizi swung his fist while cursing, and when his upper and lower mouths touched, his words were so dense that they were useless. Tao Chuchu was also surprised that her good sister showed more excitement than in previous battles, and if Tao Feng was here, he would understand why. Understanding, even, beyond, because what they were fighting now was using the uselessness of the White Zephyr Emperor's face. Rounding up, They're just playing against the White Zephyr Emperor, and it's pretty much a sure bet to beat it. It wouldn't be the same as sparring with the real White Zephyr Emperor, and every time, he'd be beaten up, lying in bed for days without being able to get out of bed, being pressured by Emperor Baize to study for so many years, and Emperor Baize was the strongest in the divine realm. Meow. If you win the fight, this feeling is just going to fly in the sky with happiness. It's more beautiful than drinking agar jelly for 3 days and nights. It's a super unbeatable feeling of accomplishment, to the extent that you can laugh in your dreams. Baize, who sensed the little Taoye's mental journey. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the white boss laugh Lay curl, suddenly a jolt, heart Harry, goosebumps all over the body. What's going on? Why is Boss White smiling so horribly? Who messed with him? She'd better take a few quiet steps away from Boss White. It was so scary. Looking down at the fight between Tao Rui and Weak Sauce, Lay Curl asked, Sister Choo Choo, aren't we going to do anything? Just let Rhetoric fight alone? There's no rush. It's getting close. Resignation is about to really force the hair to be useless. Lay Curl, oh, so it's all a ploy. As expected of sisters, the tacit understanding is unbeatable. That's right. Under the combined powerful attacks of Tao Rui and the Golden Light Tao Dai Phantom, Weak Sauce was truly forced into a rage. Weak Sauce hurriedly took a few steps back, distanced himself from Tao Ruishi, and angrily questioned, You're crazy, hitting people in the face. Is there no virtue in fighting? Then he struck out and pinched a complicated trick, while shouting, 100 ghosts, now, thousands of spirits and demons, help me against the enemy. Attack! Tao Rui didn't take advantage of the other party's spell casting to interrupt the attack. Instead, he stood in place and watched the other party's performance with a good sense of humor. Cut it out. What's all this talk about wudu in a fight? A good beast is a good beast when you win. The winner is the king, and the loser is the enemy. Doesn't Weak Sauce understand this? When the spell was over for Weak Sauce, Tao Ruiji shook his head in disappointment. That's it? Perfunctory for whom? It's not even enough for my little light to eat with 2 paws. The Golden Light Tao Dai Phantom's body grew a little bit bigger from adult size at the right time, raising its head with an ow, indicating that the main body was right. This little bit of filth isn't even enough to stuff your teeth with. Weak Sauce, ignorant child. Let's see how powerful his army of 100 ghosts is. Despise his tactics and pay the price. Chapter 157 Grand Finale, 2. Tao Rui leisurely walked up, followed by the Golden Light Tao Dai Dharma phase. 1 person and 1 Dharma phase. That posture walk is quite arrogant. Quite 6 relatives. Little light. Show this ignorant how invincible Taoye's talent is. I can't believe you're looking down on us. This is enough to fill anything. Laughing, he actually doesn't know that there's nothing a Tao Tai can't eat. We're saying that when it comes to food, we're unbeatable. In the face of the overwhelming Black Gas Ghost's attack, Tao Rui did not panic at all. From just fighting have not changed, the black pupils changed into vertical pupils. Cold and ghostly red light flooded out. A cultivation of the temperament. Out with an open arm, Tao Ruizi let the pores of his entire body absorb the black chi with abandon. Squeak! A green-faced and fanged evil spirit assaulted Tao Ruizi from the left, and was directly strangled by Tao Ruizi's neck. Tao Rui used her other hand to touch the pinkish-yellow hat on her head, making sure that the hat was fine before she squinted sideways at the evil spirit pinched in her hand. Ugly thing, it almost dirted the pretty hat that my sister bought for me. After that, it was directly pinched and exploded. The Golden Light Tao Tai Dharma phase, on the other hand, directly transformed into a dozen or so doppelgangers, wandering recklessly in the black mist, occasionally pairing up, occasionally playing around with each other, and anyway, the black chi was absorbed to the fullest wherever they went. A good number of the little ghosts hadn't even gotten 3 feet closer to Tao Ruizi before they were crushed into black mist by the Taoye's might, and devoured by the phantoms as much as they could. As she ate, Tao Rui couldn't help but let out a contented sigh of relief. The long-lost black chi spa. Ah, thank you, useless. You bad old dang. It seems like that's all you're useful for, said, and with a comparison of little end fingers. It's not much, it's just this much. The main one is the all-around air useless. Weak Sauce watched incredulously as Tao Rui and her phantoms easily wiped out his army of ghosts. The means of attacking them actually became their energy supply. What's this? Work hard to cook a meal for the enemy. Eat it, and then the enemy gives you a worse rating than that. Weak Sauce mentally vomited as if he'd been given a smelly fart in the face. Annoyed, quite annoyed, was furious. Weakness is too much. Toughening his heart, he had originally used it to save his life and escape, but now it seemed that he couldn't move this little Tao Tai without some real skill. Tao Rui looked at Weak Sauce with an expression of looking at an idiot. Big brother, please come up with something real. Our side, White Zephyr, hasn't even had a chance to get on the field yet. No way, no way. Last time you fought with White Zephyr, that's how you played it too? Then we party White Zephyr can still get hurt. He's acting you out and teasing you, right? Looking down on me, aren't you? Then I'll go ahead and blow up your lair. As soon as Tao Rui's words fell, the phantoms that had finished devouring the black chi ghosts were leisurely skulking around, and when they heard these words from the main body, they began to frantically demolish their homes. Bai Zai almost laughed out loud, and in his heart, he silently spat serves you right at weak sauce. The little Taoya's ability to break up a house was something that even he and her sister had a headache with and avoided. If you mess with her, you've just kicked the can down the road. Smiley face. Weak sauce just watched as the residence, which had been blasted and shattered by a third, was demolished by Tao Rui and her golden light phantoms, and there weren't many good places left. His favorite toffee chair, which he loved to recline in the courtyard, was also destroyed. Although he did intend to run away without this residence, but being bullied to this extent, he really had no face to mix in the future if he didn't show something. Weak sauce's eyes were red, and looked a bit more terrifying than Tao Rui's eyes. Ghosts and monsters from all sides. Listen to my orders. Bloodsucker, open. Tao Ruizi satisfied, forced to this point, finally out of the real thing. The moment she looked at her sister, Tao Chu Chu returned to action. Look. Tao Chu Chu sent a message to the team members outside to speed up the siege and clearance. After cleaning up, the minions are nervously waiting for news from inside Tao Feng and Tang Miao. The watch vibrated, immediately looked over, and once he saw the order, he was happy. All of you, let go and do it. Statistics team, be serious. The little ones can get a few grades today. It depends on you. Force group, don't let a single dirty thing go. Let a single one go back and send it to Tao Ruizi for special training. From the tech team, full cooperation. Crowd, roger that. Tang Miao, turn around and let Sister Chu Chu treat everyone to a big meal. Tao Rui smiled, revealing his 8 white teeth to weak sauce. Bastard, I'm coming to clean you up. Bai Zai exclaimed. Resignation. Wait, since this formation is a killer weapon used by weak sauce, it's bound to be not that simple. Don't be gullible. Hearing Bai Zai's words, Tao Rui's footsteps stopped and he braked sharply. Is that so? The front is bad. Then I'll back up a bit. Let her take a look at the situation. You could at least hold on to the punch you just got. Mud said to return it without any hesitation. Weak sauce's eyes got even redder. And don't doubt that it was all because he was pissed off at a certain cute little Tao Tai. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. This little Tao Tai would be able to step into the trap he had set. As long as he stepped in, how powerful a god would have to give him an account here. She actually backed away. Was that backward step serious? Groundhog barks. Feeling weak sauce anger. Tao Ruishiu, huh? No. Are Tao Tai all silly beasties in your thoughts? White Zephyr has warned me that there's a problem, and I'm still rushing. After so many years of development, our Tao Tai clan has serious reading and learning not to mention me, my uncles and uncles, as well as the old patriarch, are all capable of writing and fighting. Back to me, but I have received a complete 9-year compulsory education, with their own ability to get into the university, although in the school grades are poor, but my earthly brother and sister mom and dad which is not a high achiever. The family atmosphere of academic knowledge can be very strong. And again, look at you. You don't know recent history. If you don't study, you'll get beaten up. It looks like you're just staying home all day and not reading the paper. Have you ever heard of the 16 words of enemy advances? I retreat, enemy stationed. I disturb, enemy fatigued. I fight, enemy retreating. I pursue? Tao Ruizi caught the opportunity to drop the bag. That can be played hard. After all, there aren't many chances. So you have to cherish them. It's you who's been shady all day. That's why you've tossed out so many bad things. Besides hurting the world. You're such a piece of weak sauce. Curse again. Trash. Beast scum. Tao Rui cursed painfully, but her eyes were sneaking around. This bad old den. In the end, what kind of traps she had made for her. So much so that she didn't step in to let him break the defense so much. Must not be that easy to break. Tao Rui looked down at Bai Zai, his hands behind his back, and silently recited in his heart, Boss Bai, take a quick look utilize your mind-reading skills tell me where the cracks are, where the door to life is, so that I can ruthlessly punch him in the face Bai Zai cried and laughed when he heard the super loud thoughts in the little Taoya's mind. His talent could be considered to have been given the best use with the little Tao Tai. It was true that he had seen the breakthrough long ago, he was just still thinking about it. And today, Weak Sauce's performance was much weaker than his previous strength display when he fought against him. This was strange, and he would have to think about it. Chapter 158 The Grand Finale, 3. Bai Zai condensed his breath and continued to observe Weak Sauce's movements, while Tao Rui continued to provoke Weak Sauce. Finally, the seal on his soul loosened for a breath when Weak Sauce couldn't hold back any longer from the little Taoya's irritation, caught in time by Bai Zai. So it is. Choo. Have Tao Feng block the exit, uselessly changing into my appearance to go out and trick them. The ones here are just doppelgangers. Tao Chu was shocked. What? hurriedly clicking the earphone button to call Tao Feng. Do, busy tone. Tao Chu quickly organized his emotions. Older brother isn't the kind of person who is brainless and can't fall for the weak sauce. He's just worried that the strength of the weak sauce main body is too strong for them to handle. Let's quickly take care of this place and go out to support them. Rhetoric. You take care of the weak sauce doppelganger as fast as you can. Alright. Tao Rui immediately increased his firepower output. Weak sauce. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did you know I was a doppelganger? Urgently avoided Tao Ruiji's attack. Cam. It almost hit him in the face. The connection between the main body and him was cut off by something 10 minutes ago, and now he couldn't contact the main body, so he could only run out after quickly getting rid of these people. He is united with his essence in order to maximize his abilities. Tao Ruiji, a few months ago it was a bit difficult for me to finish you off, but big brother, times have changed. With your massive supply of black chi, I've grown to heights you can't reach. Now it's time to return the favor. Last move. Tao Tai. The Wrath. The golden light Tao Tai Dharma phase erupted with blinding light, enveloping the weak sauce split in an irresistible gesture. Extinguish. As Tao Rui's words fell, the useless doppelganger's face showed horror as he watched his body gradually turn transparent. No, this can't. How is it impossible? Tao Chu gently picked up the words after watching the useless doppelganger dissipate. Lei Curl was shocked by the scene just now to the point that both eyes lost their concentration. Just wiped out just like that. The power of the rhetoric is so strong. Stop gawking. Go! Lei Curl, stay behind to clean up this place. Boss Bai in resignation. Follow me and quickly go out to see what's going on outside. Tao Chu turned around and quickly headed outside. I hope Lao and the others are safe. Asterisk. Tao Feng and the others were indeed in a rather scorched battle situation at the moment. 20 minutes ago, Tao Chu and the others had sent Tao Feng and the others the message of narrowing the encirclement to attack and clear the area shortly after they went in. Tao Feng and Tang Miao had only been in action for a moment when a person who looked exactly like Bai Zhe walked out from inside. Tao Feng, we've already wiped out weak sauce. Chu and the others stayed inside to clean up the aftermath. She asked me to come out and talk to you guys first, so that you can retreat back first. This person had just walked out when he met Tao Feng and Tang Miao head on. Tang Miao just wanted to nod his head in reply, but he was pulled back by Tao Feng. Tang Miao was surprised and twisted her head to look at Tao Feng, wanting to ask why, but she met Tao Feng's eye gesture that told her not to act rashly yet. Tan Miao? I don't understand, but let's just not move or say anything for now. Tao Feng smiled at the man. Is rhetoric in there too? She told me 5 minutes ago that you didn't give her the milk tea made by Zhang Ma. Did you forget to bring it? The man smiled. So, did she tell you? I was going to go out and bring it back to her. Tang Miao now also realized that something was wrong. It seemed that Boss Bai had already given Xiao Rui a drink of Zhang Ma brand milk tea before he went in, and to be able to forget the food that Little Rhetoric asked for by name. Little Rhetoric must be fuming. How can Boss White be so glib? Tao Feng put his hands behind his back and gave everyone a fake retreat and real attack gesture. The man looked at the crowd and took a few steps back. What's the matter? What are you guys backing up for? Tao Feng had a very puzzled expression. Boss Bai, weren't you the one who told us to pull back? The man froze for a second. Oh, right. Pull back. I've got some business to take care of, so I'll leave you to it. The man had just taken 2 steps. Tao Feng made an attacking gesture, and the crowd raised their weapons in unison to attack. Want to go? No way. Tao Feng made a pinch and a strong energy attack rushed towards the man. The man deflected the attack. His voice scattered, clearly not putting them in his eyes. Oh, how did you see that? Tao Feng replied as he attacked. First, Boss White never wears black. Secondly, he's never had such a gentle expression as you do when it comes to me setting up assignments. Thirdly, he never forgets to pack food for resignation. Fourth, you narcissistic freak. Putting you in your current getup on the statue at the center of the sacrifice array, which I coincidentally just happened to have seen. You have too many holes. I can't say it enough. Stupid. Pretending someone else still has so many problems. If I'm not mistaken, you're useless. Weak sauce being awesome then. It's a shame that such a smart little brain like yours will have to stay here forever. Your family's Boss Bai and I fought against each other, and both only lost twice. What makes you think you can stop me? But they're all just here to die. Tang Miao was on fire. It's not certain who will be sent to their deaths. Boss Bai can't handle you alone, but there are so many of us. We can crush you to death with our bodies. Swarming me, and you guys have the nerve to say it. Weak sauce disdained. Tang Miao was shocked. You have a pit in your brain. You're a criminal, eh? Talking about what voodoo ah? Tao Feng, don't get involved with him. I'll attack his face and you attack his dantian. Both are his hood. Tun Miao. Reasonable suspicion that you're chucking bootlegs yet. Unfortunately, Tao Feng's power of bravery was opened not long ago and had no time to grow.
and a person was no match for the useless body that had been cultivated for hundreds of years. It was only by gathering all the people's strength that they were able to slow down Weak Sauce's main body's departure and hurt it a little bit. When Tao Rui, Tao Chu Chu, and Bai Zai rushed out, the crowd was fretting with Weak Sauce proper. The good news was that Tao Feng's side had more people and were able to cover each other, and none of his comrades were injured. The bad news is that the bit of damage done to Weak Sauce proper healed as well. Older brother, I'm coming. As soon as Tao Ruyao saw this, he immediately joined the fray. With the addition of the little Tao Tai, Tao Feng's crowd immediately felt much more relaxed. You're the useless body? Tao Rui blasted over with his fist. You're afraid that White Zephyr and I will beat you to death. So you're just pretending to be White Zephyr to escape. It's useless. Weak Sauce, I'm sending you to be sanctioned by the law and judged by the people today. Without the restriction of underground space, Tao Rui's golden light Tao Tai Dharma phase became immense. While the huge phantom was attracting the attention of Weak Sauce's main body, Tao Rui secretly dismantled two tiny golden light Tao Tai phantoms and quietly ran Tao Feng's side. After Tao Feng touched the small golden light Tao Tai and understood what rhetoric meant, he similarly released two tiny golden light brave phantoms. The four lesser phantasms ran to Bai Zai's side under the cover of Tao Rui's and the greater phantasm's powerful attacks. White Zephyr quietly took 2 steps sideways, fusing each of the 4 small phantoms together under the cover of Tang Miao's back. Tao Tai and Pixie, 2 phallic powers fused, qualitatively transforming into a phallic form with superb energy. The 2 fused Tao Tai Pixie phantoms, hiding behind Bai Zai, covered by his power, quietly waited for Tao Rui's order. Chapter 159 Grand Finale 4. Tao Ruizi hit the head. If not a sideways punch to hit useless stomach, just happened to meet the eyes of the 2 small law behind Bai Zai probing and peeping at her. She really had forgotten about this ploy she had discussed with Shirazawa and her sister before coming out. Before she came out, she was furiously going to rush out and destroy Weak Sauce, but her sister pulled her back. Her sister had urged and re-emphasized the need to capture a live one. That way they could interrogate Weak Sauce and use White Zephyr's gift to ask how many other evil and crooked things Weak Sauce had buried, and to do their best to eliminate the hidden dangers that were detrimental to the people. She, on the other hand, has not been able to control her ability to pinpoint the extent of her opponent's injuries during a fight in the earthly realm. Hit hard, and Weak Sauce dies. Hit it lightly, and Weak Sauce will run away. It was fine for other enemies, but in the case where the enemy was useless, Tao Rui found it too difficult to hold the line. So the 3 of them, together, came up with such a plan of fusing the brave Tao Tai Dharma phases with Tao Rui's main attack. The 2 fused phantoms found the right time to attack Weak Sauce. The power of Tao Tai is the main killer. The power of bravery is the main healer. And Tao Rui's Tao Tai power was much stronger than Tao Feng's Pixie power. And the fused Dharma phase just neutralized some of the power. This will make sure that you can hurt Weak Sauce to the point where he can't run away and die. White Zephyr aided by White Zephyr to activate the 2 fusion phallic attacks. The plan is just that. Tao Rui thought about it and immediately controlled herself from getting too involved in her upturn emotions. Looking towards Weak Sauce, who was wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth after being hit by her, Tao Ruizi smiled he. Sorry, Weak Sauce. It's been dragging on for so long. It's time to end it. Ko! Attack! Tao Rui was in the front, and the large golden light Tao Tai Phantom was in the back. Attacking from the front and back, a huge amount of energy was fired out, but Weak Sauce started laughing maniacally. Ha 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 dash. Come on, kill me, it won't be over, my revenge has just begun. Weak Sauce closed his eyes, a contented smile on his face as he prepared for death, looking forward to a future of world chaos after his death. Bang! A loud explosion of energy rang in his ears, but Weak Sauce didn't feel the expected pain. Surprised, she opened her eyes, only to see Tao Rui holding her shrunken golden light Tao Tai Phantom in her arms, happily jerking its head. You, what's going on? Tao Ruizi raised her eyes slightly to look at him and smiled in a sneaky way. Want to die? You want to be beautiful? Before Weak Sauce could continue his questioning, 2 forces penetrated him from behind. Ah! Weak Sauce looked incredulously at the 2 tiny phantoms in front of him that looked like Tao Tai and Pixie, unable to say a word, spitting out a mouthful of blood before rolling his eyes and fainting, planting himself out of the air. Tao Rui hurriedly followed, crouching down to check the useless side a few times, looking up at her sister. The smile on her face was as wide as if she'd eaten 20 plates of goose stew in an iron skillet that day. The plan worked. The tense look on Tao Chuchu's face finally disappeared, and the big stone in her heart could be considered to be able to be put down. All of you, clear the area. Crowd, roger that. It's awesome. It can be considered a solution. It didn't disappoint so many brothers and sisters in the bureau who were injured, and it didn't disappoint everyone's expectations of them. Bai Zai proudly looked at little Tao Tai who was squatting on the ground and smiling foolishly, then looked up at the sky and silently said in his heart, Little Tao Tai has grown up so much. You are also very happy, aren't you?
Chapter 160 Grand Finale, The pale end of the sky is my love. The large and quiet office suddenly rang a cell phone ringtone. Was lying on the sofa days Chumua Karp jumped up. It's the exclusive ringtone of Choo Choo. My god, that heartless woman finally remembered him. These days, he didn't know how many cases of inhumanity he had heard about, and he knew that the woman Tao Choo Choo was definitely involved. After worrying about it for so long, he finally got word to him, quickly rushing over to pick up the phone. Hey, you can count, brother Chumu? I am resigned. Oh. Chumu couldn't hide the depression in his voice. Oh, it's resignation. How do you use your sister's phone to call me? Sister is dealing with official business. Her hands are not free to make a phone call. So as my sister's sweet little cotton, I'll do it for you. Tao Ruizi's voice on the other side of the phone became very threatening. Chumu perked up some more. Choo Choo. I mean, your sister is looking for me for something? Speak quickly. This little rhetoric's how to speak so abrasively. A faint male voice seemed to come from the other side of the phone. Resignation. He's mentally spitting on you for talking abrasively. Chumu. Who is it? So harmful to him. Chumu. Brother. It could be heard that Tao Rui was frantically holding back her anger. If it wasn't for the fact that I have to fulfill the things my sister has explained, I would kill over and beat you up right now. But it doesn't matter. When we meet, I will definitely make up for this beating to you. Chumu's best ability was to get to the point. What meeting? Is Choo Choo going to see him? It's my sister's birthday in a few days. We're planning to go to the island to celebrate my sister's birthday, and my sister said to ask you to come along. Finished la. I'll send you the address in time. You a big president should go by yourself roar. After saying that, Tao Roy barfed and hung up the phone. Chumu, it's over. How was he going to coax little rhetoric? Choo Choo wouldn't pull his hair out. When Tao Choo Choo finished dealing with things, just to see Tao resign to chirp over. Step that heavy. Tao Choo Choo thought fortunately here floor soundproofing is very good. Otherwise downstairs office colleagues must come to complain. What's wrong? Our family's little resignation is loved by everyone in the bureau. Who else would give you a hard time? Tao Choo Choo first stuffed her good sister with cranberry cookies. The trick of coaxing people with delicious food was undoubtedly the most effective for the little Tao Tai. Tao Rui was in a much better mood after swallowing the cookie in one bite, but the person was still exasperated. Tao Choo Choo could only look at Bai Zai, who had been assiduously following her good sister around to sneak around and hang out ever since she had solved weak sauce. Bai Zai rubbed his nose and pretended that he wasn't involved. Chumo said she was abrasive, and resignation got a little pissed off. Tao Choo Choo's heart is like a mirror. Bai Zai's heart eyes plus her good sister's heart eyes total 1,000. 1,001 for Bai Zai and -1 for rhetoric. Do not want to go deeper into the truth. Tao Choo Choo smoothed her good sister's hair. Chumo is the person who accompanied my sister all the way here. Let him compensate you for a buffet for a month. Resignation on the Prime Minister's belly can hold up the boat. Give my sister a face. Let him off the hook. And reluctantly forgave him. Okay. Tao Rui was eating a cola-flavored lollipop in her mouth. And when she saw her sister say that, she seriously thought about it. And it was a small thing anyway. So this would be cost-effective. Okay BA. Bureau Tao. This is the report you explained. Please review it. Tao Choo Choo had just coaxed her good sister. And the work came. Looking over at Shirazawa who was leisurely accompanying resignation to sit on the couch and variously cutting fruits and handing out snacks. Tao Choo Choo. Repent really repent How did she take over Boss White's position as director on a whim? Asterisk. In order to be able to take an early vacation. Things developed to the point where even Tao Ruizi was pulled into work. In the words of Lei Curl and Bai Shi, although rhetoric is cute and the biggest contributor to this useless capture, but now there are not enough manpower. The police dogs are all unleashed. So after a collective discussion at the top, it was decided that Bai Zai would be the dedicated chef for rhetoric for 1 year in order to enlist the help of our best rhetoric out there, and with unlimited snacks provided by Woon Young. Zhou Woon Yang, a hidden national treasure baking master. Little Tao Tai, who could be unmoved by that? Teng Miao said that everything was fine with her as long as she wasn't made into a snack. Asterisk. After all the staff of the authority were busy with life and death, sleep and food, getting up early in the morning and staying up late in the evening, all of them managed to get the same dark circles as the pandas. The weak sauce incident finally drew to a perfect conclusion. All the hidden dangers that had been buried were removed, and useless connections were unearthed one by one, and the Zhu family, which had been at odds with the Tao family, was actually one of the dark forces. Under the vigorous attack of the authority, it has been able to catch what should be caught, try what should be tried, and sentence what should be sentenced. That is, everyone that should not have been spared was duly punished. As for Weak Sauce, who was in a special situation, he was sentenced to be confined by Bai Zai and Tao Rui in a special way for 20 years, and if it was determined that there was no aftermath after 20 years, the death sentence would be carried out. The authority is finally on a long overdue vacation. Of course, vacations should be staggered and rationalized, otherwise who will protect the people? Asterisk. Vacations over vacations over vacation. On the first day of her vacation, Tao Rui started to run like crazy on the Tao family square before dawn, waking up all the sleeping elders as well as her oldest brother and sister, Bai Zhe, who was temporarily living in the Tao family. On the second day of her vacation, Tao Rui was still running madly on Tao family square before dawn. You guys hurry up and get going. We're at home. Don't worry. Shoo. The luggage of Tao Chu Chu, Tao Rui, Tao Feng, and Bai Zhe was simply thrown onto the airplane by Grandpa Tao, and they told them to hurry up and go on the tour like they were chasing flies. Tao Chu Chu, it's not like I can't understand what the adults are doing. Winky face. Speechless for a while, she looked towards the cheerful resignation. Tao Rui waved his fist. Charge. Bai Zhe followed her, carrying several bags full of snacks and drinks packed in his left and right hands. Tao Chu Chu and Tao Feng looked at each other and smiled. It was so nice. Vacation. Here we come. Chapter 161 Memoirs of Tao Chu Chu. A few people were lying quietly on the beach chairs, soaking up the bright sunshine, with the sea breeze blowing pleasantly. Tao Ruizi's eyes squinted, and he was about to fall asleep. I was awakened by the sound of a beach volleyball breaking through the air, and before my brain could react, my hand had already caught the volleyball. Bai Zhe looked at the culprits, Bai Shi and Lei Curl, with a gentle smile on his face. Both, it's over. The little life is over. Before Tao Rui could figure out the situation, she was swarmed up by Bai Shi and Lei Curl, one holding a colorful beach drink, the other holding a platter of cut-up fruits. Oohing and awing, he shoved it into the little Tao Ye's mouth. Tao Ruizi had started to wake up, but after being fed, he didn't remember anything, and after eating and squinting, he wanted to go back to sleep. Tao Chu Chu had been watching quite happily, but she didn't expect her good sister to see anything and suddenly asked her, Sister, why do you have to have brother Chumu come? Usually don't see how you play with him. Tao Chu Chu was stunned and looked in the direction Tao Rui was looking at before. It turned out to be the sight of Chumu, who was walking towards them with a snack platter in his hand and wearing nothing but a pair of beach flower pants, and the man saw her looking over and jumped up gleefully to wave at her. Tao Chu Chu involuntarily smiled and twisted her head back to look at her good sister who was obviously sleepy but was still insisting on staying awake waiting for her to answer. Resignation. Let me tell you a little bedtime story. Okay. Upon hearing this, Tao Ruizi got a little bit of spirit, and his body, which was originally lying flat, sat up a little bit. PW greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q. In the old days, there was a very young girl who had been learning all sorts of intellectual skills, and by the time she was 7 years old, she was sent out to follow her teacher on an internship assignment. That mission wasn't difficult, but it was the first time a little girl saw for herself the prosperity in the real world and the hidden cruelty behind it. The mission went awry and the little girl's teacher and the little girl got separated. The little girl wandered for 3 months and learned a lot of knowledge and skills not found in textbooks. Later, the little girl realized that the real mission of that time was for her to live alone for 3 months. During those 3 months, the little girl was penniless and lived a very wretched life at first. Those are not to be mentioned. What is to be mentioned is that during those 3 months, the little girl met a little boy in a very difficult time who was not in a very good situation either. They've helped each other through time and are both grateful to each other. Later, Tao Rui wasn't even sleepy anymore. She knew that this little girl was talking about her sister, and the little boy was definitely brother Chumu. Later on, the little boy had his own way to go, and the little girl was picked up by her teacher to continue her studies. Alright, the story is finished. Be a good boy and go to sleep if you're sleepy. Tao Ruizi closed eyes ready to sleep over. Sister does not say more. She will not continue to ask La. Watching her good sister fall asleep for a second, Tao Chu Chu turned to lie down and looked at Chumu who was making all kinds of hilarity, and her thoughts slowly drifted away. Asterisk. The story she and Rhetoric told was a simplified and beautiful version. The real world, how can it be that simple? A penniless 7-year-old girl with no ID and just alone in a big city is in danger everywhere. Not to mention living well. Being able to survive is a huge test. She had a foundation though, and the various skills she'd been whipped up to learn as a child made her confident at first, or at least not so flustered and hexed. She tilts her adorable smile and tries to apply for various physical jobs. No one will agree to hire child labor as long as they are a decent business. Instead, she met some kind people who took pity on her for coming out to make a living at such a young age, and gave her some food so that she wouldn't starve to death right off the bat. But this road, no doubt, is not going anywhere. Tao Chu Chu did not die. She left in her hand a copy of food enough for her to eat, and then organized the rest of the food and ran to the entrance of the food market to set up a stall. And I have to say, it really did earn her her first bucket of gold. The money she earned would be able to keep her fed for the next 2 days. Not enough, far from enough. Tao Chu Chu looked at the sunset and began to fret about where to stay at night. It wasn't her hallucinations. She had sensed that strange adults had been staring at her for a long time and had followed her some distance down the road. Where the hell did the teacher go? The tiny human crouched under the streetlight by the main road, fuming. She knew for sure that with the teacher's ability she wouldn't be able to get rid of her, so there was a big chance that this was a test. But what the test was she didn't know. For now, she'd live well before saying anything. Tao Chu Chu thought seriously. If she fought, she had 100% certainty of subduing the other party. But the difference in strength between a small child and an adult man, she would definitely be hurt to some extent. And she, at the moment, didn't have the money to pay for the medical bills. There was no other way. Tao Chu Chu had to run to the security booth at the entrance of the school. She had just observed the security uncle for a long time. He was very friendly to the children, and there was surveillance at the entrance of the school, and also on the road next to it. So if she could spend the night here she would be relatively secure. Through all kinds of cute plus selling misery, Tao Chu Chu stayed as desired. Later relying on a variety of school children to help run errands to buy snacks to earn hard-earned money. At night to run to the 24-hour convenience store to rest. So, the small Tao Chu Chu difficult and wretched but can survive. Until one day, the status quo couldn't be maintained. It was that day that she met Chu Mu. Chapter 162 Memoirs of Tao Chu Chu, End. Tao Chu Chu remembers very clearly. The weather that day was very good. The sun was bright. The clouds on the sky were like the original cotton candy on the side of the road. It seems like the bad bridges in the story are paired with bad weather, but she seems to be the exception. Little Tao Chu Chu woke up from the bumpy ride just as a beam of blinding sunlight came through the cracks and hit her straight in the eyes. The car stopped. The voice outside the car was unusually clear. Comrade, I've got all the chili peppers in here that fit the bill. We all have to check, so please cooperate. Okay, be gentle then. Tear. Little Tao Chu Chu heard the sound of the package being cut open. Not long after. Okay, pass. The car is starting to lurch again, combining all aspects of information. Xiao Tao Chu Chu can basically judge this as the bad guys put them in the compartmentalized space underneath the crop bag, leaving holes for them to breathe. But the conditions are not enough for her to judge the direction in which the car is now moving forward. Yes, the little Tao Chu Chu owned mixed so many days. 2 fists cannot beat 4 legs. Small people in the late night was a few big men to tie up. And then she was in this car. There are still a few obviously beaten around the small children. All eyes are horrified. Only a small boy guts is considered to be big, and still able to hold back not to cry to look at her. That boy is Chum Hum. Little Tao Chu Chu sighed deeply. How was she going to save everyone? She had actually been carrying some of the life-saving stuff she had brought from the training camp, except for the communication device, since it had been taken away by the teacher. She knew those people had been following her for a while, and there was some artsy-fartsy mentality there too, I guess. And she hadn't used any of those tactics last night when she was tied up, just to see what these bad guys were going to do. Tao Chu Chu recalled here, could not help but laugh out loud. When she was a child, she was really a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers, and she almost didn't live to see her good sister. The thoughts continued to go back in time. Xiao Tao Chu Chu felt that the situation was now clear. This group of people were stealing children. She gently broke free from the restraints of her arms and legs, quietly crept forward to approach the little boy. First then a shoe movement. The little boy nodded. Then she quietly said, I have a way to save you. Want to live? You listen to me. Little Chum Hom nodded frantically. You have to listen if you're going to live. Xiao Tao Chu Chu took out a thin as a feathery 4-square card from the clothes compartment, which is a device developed by the technology department of their training camp. Through the fingerprint input biological information to unlock the use, with a variety of functions. Simply home travel fight escape essential tool. They've just passed an inspection site, but the drive was still smooth all the way, which means they didn't enter a state or county highway, which means we presume they haven't gotten off the highway yet, so at least one more inspection site will be passed. We're in a cargo compartment that's wrapped tightly around and soundproofed, but there are air vents left here for us. As my police comrades approach for inspection, I will drop a recorded distress audio through this vent, which will automatically play loudly once this car drives away. There were a lot of kids in the car, and she couldn't use blasting or make unusual noises, or they'd miss their chance at survival if they didn't get the police's attention or if the bad guys covered them up. The option of dropping the distress audio and feeding the distress message with accurate content has a relatively high success rate. If none of them work, then it's going to be a fight to the death. All you have to do is get these kids to listen, and once the rescue starts, they have to be 100% cooperative, because we're easy hostages when the bad guys realize they've lost the plot. Little Chomo nodded his head seriously, indicating that he would definitely do it. Xiao Tao Chu Chu's search for this boy to cooperate was not without reason. The eyes of these kidnapped children looking at him were very trusting. They should be people they know or have been together for a while. Such an arrangement maximizes the control of the variability of our personnel. Once the plan was discussed, the two began to split up. Little Tao Chu Chu lay down next to the air vent and listened carefully to the sound of the road. Waiting for the right moment, little Chumu went to work on the minds of the other little children. In order to stay alive, the two men go about their business in this small space, nervously and fearfully, carefully. Finally, the car stopped. A man's voice, different from the driver's, came from outside the car. What's the load? Chili, all chili. The driver compensated with a smile, his voice sounding very polite. Little Tao Chu Chu lay still and waited for the right moment. After a while, little Tao Chu Chu finally heard the words she wanted to hear. Okay, the inspection is done. Let it go. As soon as the car started, the little Tao Chu Chu made a split-second decision and immediately threw the small card out. The car had just passed through the gate not a meter away when the police officer, who was still standing in place after coming to check the car's cargo, heard a particularly loud sentence bursting out of the ground. A child was abducted from the car just now. A child was abducted from the car just now. A child was abducted from the car just now. Say the important thing 3 times. Comrade policeman save someone. This is not a joke. No exaggeration. All the cops at the gate heard everything, especially the closest police officer, who felt deafened during the broadcast. It was the lesbian who charged at the gate who was the first to react. Quickly, notify your superiors to send reinforcements. Also small Tao Chu Chu, they are lucky. The car traveling that route just happened to have a mission back on the road to the armed police team. Upon receiving the situation, the armed forces team immediately set out to intercept the car. Little Tao Chu Chu and little Chumu waited nervously. Little Tao Chu Chu's brain was already frantically thinking about several scenarios of what to do if the call for help failed. While being anxious, the car suddenly listened. Little Tao Chu Chu immediately lay down at the air vent to listen, and there was the sound of a siren. Eyes erupted with light. Little Tao Chu Chu almost didn't strain her serious little face. There was hope. There was a loud bang, and the door that had shut them in was opened abruptly. The blinding sunlight just shone in, and little Tao Chu Chu's first reaction was to cover her own eyes, then shield herself in front of everyone. Don't come over here, we want a car. Get out of here right now and these kids will be given to you. Otherwise, these kids will die with us. After Xiao Tao Chu Chu's eyes adjusted to the light outside, the first image she opened her eyes to was of a man with a beard on his face emotionally pointing at them, and another slightly taller man holding a knife against the police that surrounded them. Oh, threats. Xiao Tao Chu Chu looked at the equipment on his body. Only knife, no gun. Very good. It seems that these thugs thought that this kidnapping of a child was a sure thing and didn't bring a gun. Little Tao Chu Chu slightly looked sideways at little Chumu. Little Chumu understood and gently nodded her head. I'll be a hostage, Xiao Tao Chu voiced out. The crowd looked at her in surprise. You let the other kids go and I'll go with you. She wasn't being big-headed. She had tiny buttons with an electric shock function hidden in the palm of her hand. If she pressed them, it wouldn't be a problem to electrocute a grown man. And with so many police officers here, her safety and that of the little ones should be guaranteed. The bearded man became even more agitated, grabbed the little Tao Chu Chu and continued to threaten the police when he grabbed her by the neck. If you kill someone, you'll get a heavier sentence than kidnapping, which I need to remind you. The police officer in the lead's face didn't change drastically, but his eyes became sharper and more tense. Little Tao Chu Chu was also very nervous inside. This was the first time she had faced a moment of life and death so truly. Now, close. For some reason, when the police officer in charge locked eyes with this little girl, he inexplicably sensed that she seemed to have an idea, and was puzzled and shocked for a moment, and then got an answer in the next second. The man holding her hostage suddenly shook wildly as if his whole body had been struck by lightning. The encircling police busy action rushed up and looked to catch the two thugs. Little Chumhum suddenly had a light body. He was grabbed by the taller man, and saw that the man's knife was about to get close to little Chuma's neck. Little Chumhum felt as if the world in front of him had been slowed down. The girl, who looked younger than him, just jumped up from the ground, and with no idea what she was carrying in her hands, she actually grabbed the knife near his neck like that, and then attacked the adult holding him hostage with a spinning scissor kick. Little Chuma was still following little Tao Chuma with his dumbfounded sight after being rescued. It wasn't until little Tao Chu Chu, who was being held by the policewoman, approached him and asked, "Are you stunned? Can you still talk?" "Can talk." Later, Tao Chu Chu recalled that when she followed the police team back to the police station, her teacher appeared and told her that she had passed her survival test, and then picked her back up to continue learning and training. She and Shumham then didn't see each other for a long time. When she saw it again, it was an alleyway where the boy was surrounded by people and she watched from the corner as he took care of his enemies one punch at a time. "You've grown up quite a bit. It's you." Tao Chu Chu did not expect that after so many years had passed and she had opened up, Chumu actually recognized her at first glance. Since then, Chumu had been accompanying her. Whether it's accompanying her in founding the company to lay down the current world and then helping her manage it, or accompanying her in drinking bitter wine from dawn to dusk without saying a word,
Or waiting for her to come back from the south of the country on a mission and then saying it's been so long again without sending me a message. Can you change this bad habit? And so on and so forth. Tao Chu Chu pulled her thoughts out of her memories and looked at the man in front of her with a fruit plate looking at her in amusement. You know, I don't like it. I know, but you like to feed little rhetoric, so I just got it ready for you. The curve of Tao Chu Chu's mouth lifted gently. Tao Chu Chu thought, good, just stay with her all the time. She saved him, and how could he not? Chapter 163, The Little Tao Tai and the Emperor, the Beef Brisket Curry Potato Incident. After the vacation with her sister on the island, Tao Rui welcomed the start of the school year. Tao Mother could not tear down the small Tao Tai stuck to the door handle of the front door, so angry that she wanted to take a chicken feather duster, but Tao Father was narrowly stopped. Tao Chu Chu and Tao Feng took turns to fight and both returned in defeat. Can't get it right. Can't really get it right. No one can wake up the little gourmand who pretends to be asleep and doesn't want to go to school. Tao Rui wailed. Why do I still have to go to school? I don't want to go to school. I want to mingle at home. Grandpa Tao couldn't bear to watch anymore. His heart ached for his obedient little granddaughter, and he just wanted to open his mouth. Raise, this school won't go on. Then he was sanctioned by Grandma Tao. Shut up, old man. You want your little granddaughter to become illiterate, don't you? Tao Ruyue looked at this situation, hurriedly continued to wail, wow, I'm so poor. The big yellow dog at home every day sleep and wake up is to eat. Eat is to play. I live is not as good as a dog. Tao Chu Chu gently drifted over. Do you see who's here? Tao Rui was in the middle of immersively spreading her magic voice, and when her sister interrupted her like this, she suddenly forgot what she was going to say next. I won't even go to school today when the Heavenly King is here. Bai Zai stood behind Tao Ruizi, a gentle smile on his lips. Oh, I can't either? Tao Rui immediately turned around, digging the groove, not speaking martial arts. Who called Bai Zai? After experiencing so much time, Tao Rui has no more fear for the earthly Bai Zai than before. I was going to be the first to dislike, yeah. Well, neither can you. As a result, Tao Rui's sharp eyes discovered that the tear mole at the corner of the eye of the person in front of him was gone. Gone. You're not Bai Zai. Nope, you are. Shirazawa shushed. I'm here to tell you to go to school, demon. Tao Rui cried with desire, instantly disheveled, and left without any delay from the doorknob she was so fond of. Resolutely, he stepped into the car. Uncle Zhang, drive. I feel sympathy for the little miss, but it's true that reading is important. Uncle Zhang expressed his firmness by pressing down hard on the gas. Tao Rui was disheveled in the car for a while, naturally eating a dried mango that was handed to her mouth. What she ate? Who fed her? Tao Rui looked to his left in shock and blanched. Come on people, what's with the white Zephyr in her car? It's still the Emperor's version of Bai Zai. Little Tao Tai screaming. JPG, the smile in Bai Zai's eyes was practically overflowing. Why are you so surprised to see me? I thought you already knew that I was him and he was me. Tao Rui stumbled. No, is to know, to see is another thing. Shiraz, when your semester is over, I'll take you to the place I promised you before. Really? Tao Rui was inexplicably surprised, then quickly faded. Those places, I myself, or my sister will take me there. It's okay if I don't need you to take me there. Bai Zai, it's me who wants to take you to play. A promise is a promise. So please, Tao Ye-sama, give me the honor. Tao Ruyue, in that case, it's not impossible. How about we go to the northeast first then? I'm craving for the iron pot stew and crab tripe over there. All as you wish. Bai Zai very naturally raised his head and stroked the little Tao Ye's head. When you're almost done playing, I'll take you on a trip back to the God realm. Okay? The old patriarchs and the others miss you. Go back? Tao Ruizi was stunned. Back here then? White Zephyr, it's natural to come back. You'll spend your mortal life here before you actually return to the God realm. Right now it's just going back to the God realm for a visit. Tao Ruizi is relieved. Then she is completely okay. She also missed Grandpa Clan Chief. It was to go back to the God realm. As if there was something to take care of. Why couldn't she think of it? Bai Zai looked at Tao Rui frowning in thought. And in his heart, he completely understood what was going on. But he didn't say anything. Alright, be a good boy and go to school. The aura of the earthly realm here isn't enough to support me staying for a long time. I'm going to go back first, and I'll come back to pick you up when your final exams are over. Bai Zai will make you delicious food every day. After saying that, without waiting for Tao Rui's reaction, the tear mole in the corner of Bai Zai's eye returned. So, resignation. Would you like to have beef brisket with celery stewed in tomatoes today? Or would you rather have chicken with potatoes curry? Tao Ruizi, beef brisket with curry potatoes. White Zephyr. Alright, let's go with the curry potato brisket. Chapter 164, The Little Tao Tai and the Emperor, the Child Husband Incident. After experiencing countless hardships and breakdowns, Tao Rui finally, with the infinite painstaking efforts of Tao Chu Chu and Tao Feng,
and the assistance of Baize's various Rikitonic meals, reached the achievement of not failing the final exam. What a congratulations! The Tao family celebrated the young Tao's academic progress by holding an even bigger family dinner. On the dinner table, Tao Ruizi rare opening did not dry rice, but raised his glass. Grandparents, dad and mom, sister, brother, Boss White and I will go back to the Divine Realm to see our friends and family up there, and we'll be back after a while. You mustn't worry if I'm not there. Grandma Tao was the first to speak out. Resignation. How long are you going to be gone? When you come back a few of us old ones are afraid to be even older. Baize similarly raised his glass. Don't worry Grandma Tao. One day down there and 10 years up there. Think of it as a resigned weekend away. Oh, the family was instantly relieved. Tao Chu Chu put the chopsticks in her hand down. Baize, listen well. If there's the slightest thing wrong when resignation comes back, I'll definitely make you look good. Tao Phone, there's still I can go up and spy on you at home. Boss White, don't ever think you can abduct resignation like that. Yes, Shirazawa has been dead-skinned and living in the Tao family since he quit as head of the authority. Then all kinds of pleasing the elders of the family. Originally Tao father liked him very much. After Baize's so more attentive treatment, the Tao family Tang family simply has Baize as a granddaughter-in-law / son-in-law who has entered the door. Only two people, Tao Chu Chu and Tao Phone, held their ground and still didn't let go. Oh yeah, and a half-enlightened little Tao Tai. She's smothering her mouth in a feeding frenzy right now. She took it for granted that there was a spokesperson after Hakuzawa spoke up, and then she could focus on eating it. Awesome. Yeah, asterisk carrot asterisk. Tao Chu Chu / Tao Phone, stick a banana a guava really also help count money. Baize smirked. He wasn't in a hurry at all. The method of boiling a frog in warm water had always worked well. Not to mention that the little frog didn't realize what was happening at all. He was kind of looking forward to Resignation's reaction the moment he returned to the God Realm yet. Asterisk. The next day, when the crowd was still awake, Tao Rui was carrying the small school bag that Tao's mother had packed all night last night, surrounded by a circle of suitcases of different sizes, standing in the square ready to go. Baize, get a move on NOI. Tao Rui was dissatisfied with the slow-moving Baize. You changed your mind for a good reason. Originally you were going to have fun before returning to the God Realm, but now you've turned into returning to the God Realm first. I promised for the sake of 100 courses of great tonic soup. Why are you not in much of a hurry instead? Tao Rui was in a hurry. She was going to bring earthly milk tea, pizza, fried chicken legs, all kinds of baked cheesy seafood, popping spicy crayfish, and other things she liked to eat up there for the patriarch's grandpa and uncles to try. It's not good when it's cold. White Zephyr, here, go. So suddenly, the little Tao Tai was dumbfounded. Wait until the moment she steps into the realm of the gods with her big bag. The raging memories surged, and the little Tao Tai was practically letting out a shrill pop. What the hell What the hell is a child husband? What a horrible term. What a horrible memory Tao Rui had been crouching on the ground holding her head ever since she absorbed the memories, not daring to get up and face the Baize Emperor beside her. Emperor Baize had transformed back into the image of the Emperor's fancy clothes in the Divine Realm. Standing quietly on the sidelines, he listened to the various internal meltdowns of the little Tao Tai who was pretending to be a mushroom on the floor. So satisfying. Oh, Kaba, you come back, come on. Thank heavens and thank earth that the little Tao Tai had heard the voice of the savior that she had been dreaming of to save her from recurrent embarrassing situation. Immediately, he got up and rushed over. Grandpa Patriarch, I missed you so much. The image of a big and a small Tao Tai transforming back into their original forms and hugging each other and crying in pain is really cozy, haunted. It's like a meeting of 100 trumpets and oboes. At first, Baize was still smiling and laughing, but after a long time, when these two Tao Tai were still howling, he couldn't help but have veins popping up on his forehead. Hold it, old patriarch, it's been many days. The great Tao Tai immediately stopped crying and resumed his amiable human form, stroking his white beard. Many thanks to Emperor for taking good care of my clan's little Tao Tai. At the mention of this, the little Tauntaun felt like he was about to pout over. Tugging at Grandfather Patriarch's sleeve with his paw, he tried to work on changing the subject. Grandfather Patriarch, look at that. I've brought you something delicious. I'm talking to the Emperor. The old patriarch was serious for but a second before his attention was drawn. What's good? With a wave of his hand, he opened the suitcases all over the place. This is the milk tea that is widely spread on Earth? The old patriarch sucked and couldn't stop at all. Little Tao Tai, she knew that no one could resist the charm of milk tea. Chapter 165, The Little Tao Tai and the Emperor, Beauty Mistakes Tao Tai. This is full of earthly delicacies I've brought you. The old patriarch couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart as he watched the little Tao Tai introduce himself with a face of excitement. How many years has it been since we finally had a Tao Tai pup that would bring food to the house to share? It really makes you want to cry. Although a large part of these earthly delicacies, he had eaten during his previous earthly excursions, but this was a piece of the little cub's heart. It's a beautiful taste. Old patriarch, good, good, good. The cub understands. Emperor Na, thanks to you all these years. Bai Zai was busy turning around and returned an arching salute to the old patriarch, who was astonished. This. How did the emperor return to him with a peer salute? He's an emperor. Before the old matriarch could think carefully about the reasons for this, Bai Zai spoke with a smile. The old matriarch is really courteous. After all, little Tao Tai is the person I personally promised to marry. So how could I treat my future partner poorly? The old patriarch and the little Tao Tai, who were drinking milk tea, sprayed out a big mouthful of milk tea at the same time, and the pearl pills were scattered all over the place. Little Tao Tai couldn't care less about his heartache. His eyes were full of panic and disbelief. What's going on with the emperor? She was dreaming. How could she take anything she said when she was a child and didn't know any better? In his heart, Bai Zai wasn't the least bit surprised by little Tao Tai's reaction, but on his face, he made a shocked appearance of being unable to deal a blow. Resignation. This is the year you personally said that you wanted me to be your husband, and after that I agreed. The heavenly Tao even descended to certify the oath rune. Bai Zai frowned. A look of Shishir holding his heart made the old patriarch a bit unable to look at the scummy appearance of his own little Tao Tai. Little Tao Tai was petrified on the spot. Back then, she had just celebrated her 100-year birthday, and at the birthday dinner, she was detected by the talent stone to be the strongest present talent in the clan, and in the future, she would be the strongest king of the Tao Tai clan. She immediately took advantage of this excuse to go and ruthlessly raid the uncles, eat, drink and pack away, leaving the uncles who were distressed about the robbery of their own treasure trove to run to cry with the patriarch's grandfather. She only remembered that after she had eaten and drank recklessly, she slipped out of the dinner party and ran to play wildly in the water on the banks of the heavenly river. And then at the first sight, when she came out from under the water, she saw Bai Zai, who was alone, watching the clouds and the stars. That bountiful and handsome figure, mysterious and powerful temperament, perfect and delicate face, and a hidden sadness between her eyebrows. This instantly charmed her to the core, instantly forgetting her own ancestry. Tao Tai's ancestral motto, run away when you see a beauty. Beauties are super scary, and the only thing you can't eat under the sun is a beautiful person, especially if you don't know them. Now that I think about it, I must have eaten the wrong thing at the time, so much so that I made the mistake that every face-controlling gourmand under the sun makes. Yes, she molested Bai Zai. Beauty. White Zai is watching the stars' divination. Suddenly a sound of water. From the water drilled out a Tao Tai cub. See, him is not afraid. As if not the slightest by the breath of his body, White Zai deterred. Two eyes bright crystal on their howling beauty. Seems to howl to him to answer. Originally thought that this little Tao Tai cannot hold out for long. Did not expect to actually repeatedly howling beauty howled for an hour. Aren't you even tired? Shirasawa was shocked and felt slightly amused. It was just a rare pup that wasn't afraid of him. Just answer the question. What? Hearing that the beauty in front of her was paying attention to her, the light in the little Tao Tai's eyes increased even more. Excitedly, his voice splits. Oh beauty, I'm from the Tao Tai clan. I'm 100 years old, and I don't have a mate yet. I'm very strong. Grandfather Patriarch said that I'll be the king of the Tao Tai clan in the future. Come be my mate, be my husband. I'll protect you in the future. How easy it is for a beauty like you to be bullied when you go out. Don't worry, I'm super capable of fighting. There's nothing I can't beat in a 10,000-mile radius. How about it? Promise me. I've got a mountain of goodies. The little Tao Tai popped out of the water and ran to her beloved beauty, running in frantic circles. That's right. She's going to be the strongest Tao Tai in the future. And her partner has to be such a good-looking person. A woman with talent and a man with good looks. They're practically made for each other. Bai Zai, who heard all the words from the little Tao Tai's mouth and heart. OMO. He's met some kind of Tao. Chapter 166, The Little Tao Tai and the Emperor, Final. Bai Zai squatted down in amusement, grabbed the madly running little Tao Tai and held it in his hand, asking gently and softly, do you know who I am? I don't know. What difference does it make if I know or not? The little Tao Tai can swell up. What does it matter who it is? You love me. Agree to carry her home as a husband is not good? Bai Zai burst out laughing. This little Tao Tai was really fun. Not bad. Didn't those elders want to stuff the clan's children for him to teach? He saw that this little Tao Tai was very good, very spiritual and gifted. It was a makeable talent. Willing to learn from me? As soon as Bai Zai asked, the little Tao Tai unhappily sprayed him with a faceful of heavenly river water. I want you to be my daughter-in-law. Ah no, to be my husband. You actually want to be my master? Once a teacher, always a father. You want to be beautiful, want to be my father. Pull back you, a soft beauty in the district. Without her protection, the water beasts by the heavenly river can eat him. White Zephyr came to be interested, raised his eyebrows and asked a tentative question. I'll be your husband. Can you afford the responsibility? The little Tautai wailed. Of course. Super loud. White Haze, yeah. As soon as the words fell, the heavenly Tao oath was established and the seal of authentication was lowered. White Zephyr looked to the sky in shock. What the hell? It was just a playful remark that could actually make the heavenly Tao so compelled to bind them together. Bai Zhe looked at the little Tautai in his hand, who obviously didn't know what was going on and was still staring stupidly with glowing eyes at his face. Living like a colorful, hungry little Tautai, and he let out a bitter smile. Play big. Who would have thought that this little Tautai would actually be his destiny? No wonder the star god of fate laughed like a thief the other day and said that he had a red Luan star. It should be here. Since this is the case, we can't just let this little Tautai deny it once he's sober. Bring it back and call the Tautai clan to claim it. With that, the little Tautai recalled the end of that year and looked at Bai Zhe, who was looking at her with scummy eyes in front of her, and felt a headache. At that time, when Grandpa Clan Chief came to collect the people the next day, the expression of being struck by lightning was still fresh in her mind. It turns out that most of her memories were sealed before she came down to the mortal world, so it's no wonder that Bai Zhe was so nice to her in the mortal world. White Zephyr's heart is simply happy to bloom. In the world of Earth for so long he will be this little Tautai angry. Froze not enlightenment. And now listen to this idea. It seems to be enlightened a little? Sure enough, the method of the Sifu astrologer was useful. The impact of the memory opening, coupled with the experience of the earthly realm, as well as his tireless efforts over the years, finally this elm lump was able to open up a bit. White Zephyr approached. How is it? When does resignation want to consummate the marriage? The little Tautai took a sharp step back. What was it? What was that thing her ears just heard? There was nothing wrong with her being horny. There was nothing wrong with her craving for Emperor's face. There was nothing wrong with her refusing to call Emperor's teacher for so many years. And there was nothing wrong with her having some small things in her heart. But all this has nothing to do with consummation. At all. Isn't it moving too fast? The little Tautai sent a pleading look to the old patriarch. The old patriarch. Sinning, look at what he does. The clear official cannot break the family affairs, let alone this kind of young people love affairs. He's a bachelor old man. What help can he give? Cut. Stroking his white beard and pretending to be busy, the old patriarch just took one step away from the place where Emperor Bai Zhe and the little Tautai were standing, looking at Grandpa Clan Chief who was slowly walking away. Little Tautai couldn't help but reach out Urkon's hand. Grandpa. Then the White Zephyr grabbed the little paw. The little Tautai tried to pull out the claw that was in Bai Zhe's hand. Jerked hard, and failed. He had to look up at Bai Zhe, who was smiling with a spring in his step. Emperor, do what? Oh? The Imperial Empress can eat her way through the entire divine realm, and no one dares to say one thing or the other. Little Tautai, huh? Heartwarming. The Empress can freely travel through 3,000 small worlds. Little Tautai, huh? Heartwarming +1. It's not just a random trip home to see the big guy. You are the future king of the Tautai clan. I am petite and weak in battle, so I need you to protect me. Little Tauntaun, heartbeat +11,111. She's swelling up. She's going to swell up. It's true. Shirasawa is so bad at fighting. He still needs her, the god of war, to protect him a bit, haha. And she's still growing. She'll be stronger in the future, yeah. For the sake of the harmony, beauty and stability of the divine realm, the burden on her shoulders had suddenly become so much heavier. Passing star Lord Sito digs in. Shameless. Shame on you for chasing after your daughter-in-law. An old tree blossoming is really fierce. Shameless. If these past few hundred years, you don't think I've done enough, then I'll keep trying in the future. Okay? Little Tautai can't stand the look in Bai Zhe's eyes when he says okay. He feels like he's going to drown, continuously backing up a few steps. With his hands behind his back, he found some war god stance, and very reluctantly nodded his head. It's okay, I think the Empress isn't impossible. You remember it's the war god Empress O. Speaking at the back, the little Tautai was still looking at Bai Zhe with his eyes. The corners of Bai Zhe's mouth opened up to the back of his head. What my lady says, there's nothing I won't agree to. Asterisk. The human world. Tao Feng, this is after 3 days. The above are 30 years. Right. This how a little bit back signs are not resignation will not be in the above happy. Forget about us. Grandpa Tao smashed a cane over. Brat. Don't talk nonsense if your mouth stinks. He was also a bit flustered in his heart. The table looked at the food on the table and tasted nothing. Tao Chu Chu only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and when she opened her eyes again, she arrived at a place where all her eyes were the big red and gold colors of celebration. Sis. The voice. It was her good sister. Tao Chu Chu looked over in surprise.
and it was really her resignation, scattering and rushing into her arms. Clothes, Tao Chu Chu realized. Her good sister on how to wear a wedding dress? Grandparents Tao and grandparents Tang were shocked in place in unison. Where is this? Tao's father and mother, however, seemed to have unlocked some seal, and the two of them looked at each other and then smiled sweetly. Tao Feng, who had returned to the God realm, was just like returning to his happy old home, and after being surprised for a second, he started calling out to his friends everywhere. Rhetoric, what's going on? Bai Zhe appeared from behind Resignation. I'll do the talking. Resignation has agreed to marry me, so I've specially invited you, Resignation's favorite family members in the earthly realm, to come up to the God realm for the big wedding. It was my fault for not informing you beforehand, but for some reason, I didn't receive any feedback from you on the invitations and confessions I cast down to the realm, and time was urgent, so I had to use the power of the laws to invite you up to the realm. Invitations? A confession? The crowd was shocked in unison. Not receiving it, Tao Feng rubbed his nose sheepishly and opened his mouth in a small whisper. The day after the resignation left, I was picking up 2 things at the door to come, but I had things to do at that time, so I put them aside, and then I didn't think about it. Tao Lingxiu anger rubbing up. It is you, this brat, causing me to almost miss the resignation of the wedding, is not it? Dad, don't fight. I'm at least a person of honor here. Fart, wouldn't your dad be? Tao Feng was so shocked that he forgot to run away and stood still to receive a solid beating. What do you mean, Dad? Tao Lingxiu straightened his clothes and slowly threw out an explosive message. Your dad is a heavenly water godly monarch, and your mom is a star godly monarch. We're also from the lower realms of the tribulation and have just unsealed our memories. Little Tao Tai was shocked. Wow, our family is really something. So, where's sister? Little Tao Tai looked towards Bai Zhe. This guy must have known everyone's identity from early on. Judicial Divine Sovereign, Lord Judgment. Chu Chu's situation was a bit special and she couldn't automatically unseal herself, so Bai Zhe had to gently lift his hand and unseal Tao Chu Chu's seal. After the memories were unsealed, Tao Chu Chu calmed down for a while, but she still couldn't hold back and went up to fight with Bai Zhe. Good you, Bai Zhe, knowing my reincarnated identity, you still dare to arch my family's cabbage. Is it because that fight 10,000 years ago was not enjoyable, is it? Above, Tao Chu Chu and Bai Zhe were fighting. Below, the Tao family Tang family crowd had already set out various flavors of melons and watched while high on melon seeds, enjoying themselves. The 4 Tao Tang elders had already exchanged pleasantries with the old Tao Tai patriarch. Ouch, you are the cub's grandfather on earth. I am her grandfather here. You're a real looker. How about it? How about a game? Grandma Tang looked breathlessly at the 3 men who had quickly moved into a chess cut. Let's go, Grandma Meng. It's rare for us to make a trip to the God realm. Don't we have a nice stroll? Grandma Tao happily pointed in the distance. Grandma Tang smiled heartily. That's right, little Mandala. Don't just think about playing. We need to see if our resignation's wedding site is well decorated. Ignore those stinky men for now. Little Tao Tai frantically nibbled on Tao Feng's ear. Old brother, our family is really not ordinary. We don't look at how awesome we are. Can that ordinary family's destiny still afford it? Little Tao Tai, it's been a long time, but old brother has gotten even more narcissistic. But it's true. Kiki. Asterisk. After a few days of crazy fun for all the people, their respective visits to friends and relatives, and then all kinds of decoration and modification of the wedding venue of Resignation and White Zephyr, it finally ushered in the official wedding of little Tao Tai and Emperor White Zephyr to take place. Tao Feng could not stop wiping his tears below, thinking he was embarrassed, but he turned his head to see that several men in the family, his father, grandfather and grandfather, were all crying with tears and snot on their faces. A few people looked at each other and hugged and cried. Woo, the little baby of their family, actually married just like that. The woman of the house watched breathlessly, deciding not to see eye to eye and turning her head to continue watching the curtsy. Tao Chu Chu looked at her good sister today in a big red wedding dress. Her heart did not know how joyful. She lowered her head and touched the Tao Tai figure mark on her wrist. My sister wants you to just keep on being happy. Seemingly feeling something in her heart, the little Tao Tai suddenly looked at her sister and smiled brightly before throwing the Tao Tai embroidered ball in her hand over. Tao Chu Chu caught it in a daze, looking up at her sister, her family, then smiling with crooked eyes amidst the uproar that instantly exploded around her. That's good. Just get on with your life. End of main article.